I have 8 billionaire sisters, yet I can only wander the streets. When tired, I sleep under bridges. When hungry, I fight stray dogs for food. It's all because I was switched at birth and thrown into a garbage dump. Luckily, an old man collecting scrap found me and treated me as his own grandson. But sadly, a year ago, Grandpa passed away, and I became a lonely vagrant again, forced to beg for food. Whenever I see a pretty sister, I go up and beg for food. The kind-hearted ones, seeing how skinny I am, always give me something. One day, a kind sister bought me a pancake and a cola. Overjoyed, I ran back to the bridge and happily ate the pancake while drinking the cola. After breakfast, I sat cross-legged and began my cultivation. For the past 10 days, I've been having the same dream. In it, an uncle keeps teaching me things: calligraphy, chess, musical instruments, painting, traditional Chinese medicine, and even cultivation. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary dream, but to my surprise, everything I learned in the dream seemed etched into my mind. Every time I finish cultivating, I feel incredibly relaxed, as if I could float away. So whenever I have time, I sit cross-legged and meditate, losing myself in cultivation. When I open my eyes again, the sun is almost setting, and my stomach starts growling. I fished out a small black box from under a rock. It held all my savings, a few dozen dollars I'd begged for. I took out some bills and hurried downtown. The gazes from passers-by ranged from kind to disdainful, but I was long used to it and paid no mind. I ran to the lunchbox stall run by an old lady I often visited. The moment she saw me, she smiled and asked, "Xiao Chen, did anyone bully you today? Have you eaten enough?" Hearing this, I told her everything about the kind sister who bought me pancakes and wanted to take me home. Grandma patted my head with relief and said, "Xiao Chen is so adorable. Everyone who sees you will like you." After saying that, she handed me a steaming box of food. I took the food, said goodbye to Grandma, and ran straight back to the bridge. Passing by a burger shop, I couldn't help but stop and stare through the glass at the older kids eating burgers inside, my mouth watering uncontrollably. Just then, a strong force slammed into me, and I fell to the ground. A woman shouted angrily, "Where did this kid come from, standing here blocking the way?" Seeing the spilled food on the ground, I quickly picked it up with my hands and ran away as fast as I could. Tears streamed down my face as I ran, not noticing that the jade pendant around my neck had fallen near the feet of that fat woman when I fell. I'm not a child without parents. I have a mom and dad, but where are they? Why does everyone have to bully me? When I reached the park, I finally couldn't hold back my sobs, but afraid of being scolded by passing adults, I could only cry quietly. Reaching for my neck, my heart sank. The jade pendant was gone. It was the only keepsake my parents left me, and I couldn't lose it. I immediately turned around and ran back, rushing to the area near the burger shop. Just then, I saw the fat woman inside a jewelry store, showing my jade pendant to the owner and asking for a price. The owner glanced at it and casually offered 30,000 without hesitation. The woman agreed, muttering, "Who would have thought this little beggar had something so valuable?" After receiving the transfer, she left, satisfied. The jewelry store manager was about to put away the jade pendant when he saw the master walk in. He casually handed over a recently received batch of gold and silver jewelry for inspection, along with the pendant. The master glanced at it initially with little interest, but when he clearly saw the material of the pendant, he froze. It was an extremely rare imperial blue luminescent jade. How could such a priceless treasure appear here? He quickly picked up a magnifying glass to examine it carefully. After confirming its authenticity, his expression changed instantly. Seeing the master's shocked expression, the manager hurriedly leaned in and asked, "How much can this jade pendant sell for?" The master glared at him fiercely and said sternly, "Do you know how precious this jade is?" The master's words hit the manager like a hammer, leaving him trembling on the spot, too afraid to utter another word. The master pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a number. "Brother phone, I have an imperial blue luminescent jade here, engraved with the characters Xiao Chen. What do you think we should do?" On the other end of the line was Feng Si, the president of the Shin Group's jewelry division. Hearing the words imperial blue luminescent jade and Xiao Chen, Feng Si's hair stood on end. He immediately called the headquarters, his tone frantic. 5 years ago, the Shin family's young master had mysteriously disappeared, and the imperial blue luminescent jade engraved with Xiao Chen had vanished along with him. This was not something he could afford to neglect. In the CEO's office, Wang Siki was in a tense standoff with Fu Yanxiu of the Fu Group, the atmosphere charged with hostility. Just then, Assistant Xiaomang walked in with a phone and whispered to Wang Siki, "CEO, a call." Wang Siki frowned impatiently. "Take it later, can't you see I'm in a meeting?" Xiaomang had no choice but to lean in and murmur something into her ear. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Siki abruptly stood up, completely ignoring Fu Yanxiu, and rushed out the door with hurried steps. her face filled with agitation. The phrase Xiao Mang mentioned, the emperor's blue jade carved with Xiao Chen's name appeared in a jewelry store, made her lose control instantly. Her hands trembled slightly, her cold gaze softening, a mix of excitement, exhilaration, and anticipation swirling within her. Trembling, she opened her computer and stared at the image sent by the branch office, her mind consumed by a single thought. After 5 years, we've finally found him. At Wang Siki's command, the entire Shin Group and all its subsidiaries mobilized, heading straight for Yanbei district with one sole objective, to find a little boy around 6 years old. Surveillance footage was retrieved, and artists quickly sketched a portrait of the boy, distributing copies to every employee. The police in Yanbei district were also mobilized, with all surveillance cameras activated, and the company's technical team fully deployed to assist. Watching Wang Siki's actions, Xiao Mang was puzzled but dared not ask questions, swiftly arranging the tasks instead. Wang Siki took a deep breath to steady her emotions and sent the photo of the Jade pendant to the Shin Sisters group chat. Instantly, the group exploded with messages, notification tones ringing one after another. What shocked the residents of Yanbei district even more was that no matter where they went, they saw crowds frantically searching. Doctors, teachers, managers, office workers, even police cars and military personnel patrolled the entire district, turning Yanbei into chaos. The citizens watched the commotion with unease, knowing tonight would be a sleepless one. Meanwhile, I lay under the bridge, lost in thought. The jade pendant was the last thing my parents left me. Without it, how could I ever find them? Despairingly, I closed my eyes. Just then, the voice from my dreams spoke again. It was my master, the one who had taught me everything in my dreams. Hearing him, I recounted today's events. My master chuckled softly and asked if I wanted to find my parents. Without hesitation, I replied, "Of course, I dream of it every day, but now it's impossible, the pendant is gone." Yet he said, "As long as you cultivate diligently, these are trivial matters." Then he told me he had some business to attend to and would be away for a while, unable to continue teaching me for now. With that, the master pulled me close and lightly tapped my forehead with his finger. Instantly, a flood of information rushed into my mind. My vision went dark, and I fell unconscious. When I opened my eyes again, it was already daylight. Stepping out from under the bridge, I realized I had entered the qi refining stage. My body felt light, almost as if I could fly. Then my stomach growled, and I decided to head into the city for food. But after just a few steps, something felt off. Police cars patrolled one after another, and soldiers in camouflage uniforms were visible in the distance. Terrified, I quickly avoided them and ducked into a narrow alley. A small white dog suddenly wagged its tail at me. I crouched down and asked, "Do you not have an owner either?" To my surprise, it nodded. I then asked, "Do you want to come with me?" It immediately barked twice and leaped into my arms. I patted its head and said, "From now on, I'll call you Little Black." The white dog wagged its tail excitedly in agreement. I was happily playing with Xiao Hei when I suddenly felt someone staring at me. Looking up, I saw two soldiers in camouflage uniforms holding a photo and examining me. They walked over with a smile and asked, "Are you Xiao Chen?" I nodded and nervously took 2 steps back. They then showed me another photo, and when I leaned in to look, it was actually the jade pendant I had lost. Excitedly, I said, "That's mine, can I have it back?" The 2 soldiers stood up and replied with a smile, "Of course." After saying this, they picked up their walkie-talkies and instructed all teams and departments to quickly assemble at Sunshine Avenue. A few minutes later, a large number of soldiers, police cars, military vehicles, and luxury cars suddenly surrounded me. The police set up barricades, sealing off the entire intersection. My heart pounded. Oh my god, is this a movie set? Meanwhile, the general at the Yanbei military command had just hung up the phone, deep in thought. Such a massive operation, what's going on? The Shin family is truly mysterious. The higher-ups actually ordered military assistance. By now, seeing all this commotion, I grew increasingly nervous as more and more people gathered around. Just then, a line of cars approached, each with a small golden figurine hanging at the front. The convoy stopped right in front of me, and when the doors opened, out stepped an unbelievably beautiful woman, Wang Siki. Seeing me so skinny, dressed in rags, and filled with fear in my eyes, her heart ached as if pricked by needles. "Xiao Chen, I'm your sister, come here to me," she said, crouching down with a gentle smile. I hesitated awkwardly. "Sister? I don't have a sister. Are you mistaken?" Hearing this, she grew anxious. 5 years ago, you were taken away. The jade pendant you carry was a gift from our parents. Ko had been too surprised to speak. He hadn't thought this day would come so soon. Looking at his beautiful sister who had a concerned face, he already believed her words. Then he got shy, seeing his dirty self. Would his sister not like Ko? "Everyone, you may withdraw first. Xiaolian, go to the nearby clothing store." The people in the vicinity received orders and quickly dispersed in all directions, and in no time only a few remained. Wang Siki stood up and tried to take his brother's hand. It was then that I realized that my brother had a dirty puppy in his arms. "Cor, is this a pet you have?" Ko stroked Koro's head and shook his head. "This is my friend. His name is Blackie, and he's a good boy." The corner of Wang Siki's mouth rose slightly. A small white dog's name was Xiaohei. Her brother really had a talent for naming. "Then come with sister. Sister will take you to a place, okay?" Ko nodded dutifully. "Just squirming when I get to the car. Too embarrassed to get in. Such a luxurious car must be very expensive. What if you get the car dirty?" As if she could see what Ku was thinking, Wang Siki pulled Ku into the car. "Don't be afraid, oh brother. Sister won't mind you. You're my little baby." Wang Siki pinched Xiaoka's cheeks and spoke gently. Xiao Lian, who was driving on the main driver's side, was shocked to the point that Mr. Wang wasn't a germaphobe? Usually the president's office had some gray that could scold her. The car started, and a convoy of cars ran through the streets of Yinbei, and wherever they passed, everyone's eyes were cast over. "Wow, Cullinan, that's $7 million for one dream love car. Which celebrity is sitting in the car?" "Mr. Bah, Mugat. A bunch of dirt dogs. Didn't you see that lead Maserati? It's limited to 500 units nationwide. One would cost tens of millions. This seems to be the beautiful president of the Wang family." "Definitely." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside the car, Ko was on pins and needles, at a loss for words as he met his sister for the first time. Although my heart was happy, I didn't know how to ask. "Brother, can you tell me about how you lived before?" Ko begins to tell the story of his life with his grandfather and then later living a life of wandering. As if he had opened his box, he also dropped the guard in his heart and smiled as he told an interesting story. Like meeting a kind uncle one day and giving him food and drink and a pistol toy. Sometimes they run into city police policing and chase Ko away. Wang Siki recalled and remembered that her brother was only 5 years and 9 months old even now. At such a young age other people are enjoying their childhoods without a care in the world. He already knows so much and suffers so much. The car slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. "Mr. Wang, it's here." The group got out of the car and entered the clothing store to the envious eyes of many. "Hello, how may I help you?" The sharp-eyed sales at the side hurriedly greeted him and respectfully looked at Wang Siki. Being engaged in the sales industry for more than 10 years, she could tell at a glance that Wang Siki was definitely not a poor master. This cold temperament, this dress, is simply a gold-encrusted fat sheep. If we take advantage of this opportunity, we'll have to raise our bonuses quite a bit more this quarter. Finding some children's clothes for my brother. The salesman looked to the side at Ko with a strange face. The little boy with dirty and tattered clothes does not look like the younger brother of this gold master. What are you looking at? Do you not want to do it? Wang Siki's tone was a bit icy, and she was disgusted by this appearance-based sales. "Get me someone else." The sales aside froze, and by the time she reacted she was left hanging. Another young saleswoman went to lead the way for Cecilia Wang. The group walked to the children's clothing area, and the girl was just about to explain which pieces of clothing were fashionable and popular when she was interrupted by Wang Siki. "This one, that one, and these 2 sets, that row all wrapped up for me." The girl froze and looked at Wang Siki incredulously. Sister. Xiaoka tugged on the corner of Wang Siki's coat, fluttering his big eyes. "I can't wear that many clothes. Ko just needs 1 set. Wang Siki dotingly rubbed Xiaoka's head. Reassure him that his sister has a lot of money and can buy 10,000 suits of clothes. Just swipe your card. "Yes, ma'am." The girl was so happy. The list had allowed her to climb to the top of what had been the bottom of the list. It made her happy to think about it. The girl hurriedly took the bank card and packed the set of clothes carefully. "Miss, 20 sets of clothes, a total of $32,730. Let me put it in the car for you." Wang Siki gently nodded her head and led Xiaoko out of the clothing store. "Damn, $30,000, but commission alone is $1,000. Piss me off." The sharp-eyed salesman looked at the girl jealously, his back teeth gnashing. That was originally his list. Back in the car, the group took Ko to the wash. Wang Siki instructed a few bodyguards to take her brother to take a nice hot bath and straighten her messy hair. She had a corporate video conference in the VIP room. Shortly afterward, there was a knock on the door from the room, and Xiaolian rushed to open it, making a silencing gesture to the visitor. Outside the door was none other than Ko and 3 bodyguards. After a shower, a haircut, and a change of clothes, Ko was like a different person. White, tender skin, smooth little face that smells like milky milk, paired with an adorable outfit. The fluttering of the big eyes simply adorable people off. Xiaoka knew that this was all the change after practicing. The toxins and impurities in the body were flushed out by the aura, so the original face is enhanced and the body is much healthier. What a big change. The young master turned out to be so handsome. "What's wrong with you 3? Why are you sweating?" Xiaolian stared suspiciously at the beads of sweat on the trio's faces. Could a bath still be sweaty? The three of them were wide-eyed and said in unison that they were bored out of their minds in the bathroom. It was actually the three of them who were exhausted from rubbing Ko. A small body of over 40 pounds froze and rubbed out a pound of dirt. It was a lot of work for the three of them, and the level of exertion was no less than running a marathon. Family, who understands? Has anyone ever seen a pound of mud balls? The three of them walked downstairs after sending Xiaoko off. It was too embarrassing to be seen in this predicament by Mr. Wang's secretary. It was noon by now, and Ko bounced into the room. Wang Siki, who was in a serious meeting on the side, noticed her brother, and her showy face quietly hung a faint smile. The director in the video conference. The executives were stunned. This was the first time they had ever seen the iceberg president smile, and some even suspected that Mr. Wang was in love. That's enough for today's meeting. We'll discuss the planning for the new safety zone tomorrow morning. Pop. The video conference shut down. The executives in the Wang Group's conference room looked at each other. The air was thick with embarrassment. Chapter 5, Is this manor my home? Brother, sit down with your sister. Wang Siki beckoned her jade hand, signaling Xiaoko to sit next to her. Sis, I took a good bath Ohio. Looking at her milky brother sitting over, Wang Siki's heart was sweet. My sister had a light floral scent, not unlike those heavily made-up sisters and aunts. He could feel his sister's care and attention. That's what it felt like to have a family member, right? Woof woof. In the doorway, Xiaolian walked up holding a small fluffy white dog. Seeing Ko, the dog struggles to rush into Ko's arms. Mr. Wang, Xiaohei has already been cleaned and has just sent someone over to administer the vaccine. At the mention of the dog's name, Xiaolian and Wang Siki felt a twinge. Obviously a little white dog. Had to be named Blackie. The name is too rebellious. Xiaolian put down Xiaohei, and with a whoosh, the dog ran to Xiaoka's feet and licked him. Wang Siki pinched Xiaoka's cheeks and asked tentatively, Little brother, should we change Xiaohei's name? Look how white she is after the bath. Can we call it Xiaobai? Xiaoka picked up Xiaohei and shook his head. He thought the name Xiaohei was a bit better and more dominant. Wang Siki stroked Ko's hair, unable to do anything about him. Ko sits obediently next to him as Wang Siki forces him to take a few group photos. In the photo, Xiaoko is naive and looks really cute, with big clear and bright eyes. Fiddling with my phone, a few photos were posted to the sisterhood. Siki, look at my brother. Isn't he cute? Wang Shinru, my good sister. How can you say it's your brother? It's obviously my little baby, okay? Inging, wow. My little brother's so cute, looks so thin. I'll go to take over it, to ensure that raised white fat. One yet, third sister. Do you think it's like raising piglets? I think it's better for me to take care of my brother. You guys are usually quite busy. I have more free time. Wang Zixin, I think Ko may be taking in less nutrients for a long period of time, which can damage his body. Prince Xin, you won't be able to take care of the kids, so when my World Medical Exchange Conference is over, I'll go back to China to take care of Xiaoku. Joy, looks like my world tour is coming to an early end. I can't wait to rub my little brother's face in it. Ing Wang. Seeing what popped up in the group, Wang Siki couldn't help but laugh out loud. These sisters aren't kidding. They might just abduct their brother one day. Curious, Ko brought his head over and asked what his sister was looking at. Oh brother, there are 8 girls in our family, and these are your sisters. Wow, so many sisters. Ko's mouth opened into an O. So he had a lot of family and a lot of sisters. As for me, I'm 7th in the family, so I'm your 7th sister. Wang Siki patiently explained, and repeated the names of the rest of the family a few times, and Xiaoko quickly memorized them. It's noon. What does brother want to eat? Sister 7. I want fried chicken wings, and fried chicken legs, Coke, and burgers. Pia. Wang Siki's slender fingers flicked on Xiaoka's forehead. No, these are junk food. Eat them sparingly, they're not good for you. Xiaoku is aggrieved. He really wants to taste it. I saw that young lady eating well yesterday, with a big chicken thigh. Okay, you can only eat it once. Oh, you can't eat these things in the future, okay? Wang Siki helplessly rubbed his brother's head. How could he put forth his first wish and dispel it? Yay, 7th sister is the best. Ko happily hugged Kuro tightly, instantly strangling Kuro out of breath. Blackie, I'm going to see my ancestors soon. Dog. Wang Siki gave Xiaolian a wink, and the latter rushed out the door to arrange this matter. 15 minutes later, a luxury coupe pulled up in front of Wallace's. The manager had already been waiting at the door, and when he saw the rightful owner arrive, he hurriedly fawned and trotted over to greet him. Sitting in the store, plates of chicken thighs, burgers, fried chicken, and Coke were placed on the tables. Ko looked around and realized that the seats, which were usually packed, were empty. Sister 7, why doesn't anyone come to eat? Xiaolian on the sidelines, covering her mouth to sneer. Mr. Wang has long been the store package. Surely no one to Sky Wang explains. Everyone else knows it's junk food, and no one dares to come for fear of getting a bad stomach. The corners of the mouth of the manager watching from afar twitched as 10,000 alpacas ran through his heart. It's usually overcrowded. Right. The manager really wanted to kick them out, but she was giving too much. Ko grabbed a fried chicken leg and nibbled on it. The bite was crispy and crunchy on the outside. After a couple bites, Ko let her ego go. Chicken wings in one hand, Coke in the other, her little mouth bearing and chewing on the chicken. The corners of his mouth, his hands were oily, and the food was just so flavorful. Brother, eat slowly, there's more. Wang Siki smiled as she looked at her brother who was wolfing down his food and picked up a paper to wipe his mouth. Then she took a random picture and posted it to the group. Ignoring the wildly bombarding group messages, Wang Siki turned off her cell phone screen. Seventh sister. Try it, it's delicious. Ko blinked his big eyes and reached out his little hand to hand his sister a chicken leg. Xiao Lian just wanted to go and stop it. After all, Mr. Wang hates this kind of junk food. No one in the office ever dares to come in smelling like a fryer unless you don't want to do it anymore. After a few seconds, Xiao Lian was petrified. The usually high and mighty Mr. Wang actually ate it? Though she was wearing disposable gloves and chewing slowly. But the point is, she really ate this junk food? A bold idea popped into Xiao Lian's mind. This Mr. Wang is someone in disguise, right? The real Mr. Wang might have been kidnapped to our Sister 7. Isn't it delicious? Can I eat it every day from now on? No, you can't have it too often. Okay, bah. Then I'll eat all the fried chicken for the next couple days together. But Wang Siki laughed again at Xiaoka's naive words. Then you'll eat the next few days' meals together. In no time at all, Ko was full, and the little black belly under the table was round. After getting tired of eating it, Ko feels sick when he smells fried chicken. But his little face drooped when he saw there was so much meat left to eat. He looked at his sister with a look of help on his face. His own stomach just wouldn't fit. Alright, just eat your fill. Let's go home. Go home with your sister. Wang Siki got up and tried to pull his little brother out of the door, only to notice that his brother's eyes were still on the table. Thinking of Ko's previous miserable life, Wang Siki guessed that Xiao Di might not be able to waste food, so she made a point of telling her brother to bring the leftovers back later. A few people then walked out of the fast food restaurant satisfied. He was going home with his sister in a little while, and Ko made a point of telling her that he was going back to the place where he was staying to get some things. Xiao Lian drove around 7 times following the road Ko pointed out, and finally came to a stone bridge located in the suburbs. The stone bridge was not large, just less than 20 meters, and there was very little traffic. The two were taken out of the car by Ko, and scanning around there wasn't a single place to stay. Where do you live, brother? Wang Siki asked Ko suspiciously. The only thing next to this bridge is the sidewalk. The driveway. Where else? Come on, follow me, oh Sister 7. Ko ran to the bridge and there was a staircase off to the side that went straight down. Looking down, you can still see the creek running under the bridge. Wang Siki stepped on her high heels and carefully descended inside the bridge hole, with her secretary Xiao Lian following closely behind. The steps were slippery, and the long period of rain, combined with the fact that no one had groomed them, had resulted in smooth, rounded steps. If it's nighttime, you might have to roll down if you're not careful, and that's a scary scene to think about. Once inside the bridge cavern, Ko went ahead and walked over to the familiar tattered quilt and fumbled around under it for a while. Wang Siki was in a trance. The place where her brother lived was arguably worse than she could have imagined. A tattered quilt, with a few pieces of rotten clothes scattered beside it, made up his tiny home. Wang Siki's agitated nose was sore, and her beautiful eyes floated on a layer of water mist. That the man behind the scenes that caused Ko to stray was going to be made to pay in blood one day sooner or later. Sister, you can go. Ko smiled back, holding in his arms the very same small rusty metal box. Wang Siki slowed down and curiously walked forward to see what it was. Ko could see his sister's confusion as he carefully opened the box. Inside the box, there was an assortment of loose change scattered about and nothing more. Xiao Lian scanned through it. It was about $400. Ko looked at his sister with a happy face like a general showing off his trophies. Wang Siki hugged her brother heartily, and when she spoke, her voice trembled. My good brother is so good. From now on, my sister will not let you suffer. Taking the little box with them, the 3 men and the dog left the bridge hole where Ko had lived for almost a year. Only the tattered quilts inside the cave could prove that someone had lived here. The Maserati continued to drive, the scenery slowly changing out the window. Ko was lying on the window, his big eyes peering out through the car window. The car slowly drove out of Yanbei district. The buildings outside the window slowly became taller and looked more prosperous. 20 minutes later, the car drove into a large manor, with some green plants and bouquets of flowers on the periphery, and a big stylish villa in the center. The car drove straight to the entrance of the villa and stopped. Wang Siki walked out of the car with her brother. Little Lotus, on the other hand, went to work on parking the car. Wow, is this our home, sis? It's huge. Ko hugged Kuro and excitedly surveyed his new surroundings. Wang Siki smiled lightly as she took Xiaoka's hand and walked towards the villa. This is our home. The whole estate is ours. Oh, my home. An estate of this size? Ko's mouth dropped open in shock. So, it turns out that the original sister is the legendary rich woman. Chapter 6, Master Shifu leaves. Inside the villa, a woman in uniform approached Wang Siki. She was the housekeeper here, and in her 40s, she had served the Wang family for more than 10 years. Wang Siki and the others were the ones she had watched grow up. Miss, you're back. Hurry up and go inside. I'll have lunch made now. No need, Aunt Arisher. My little brother and I have already eaten. Let's pack out a room and set it up. The heavens have opened their eyes. The young master has finally returned safe and sound. I'll go set up the room now. Auntie Lan looked at Xiaoka tenderly, turned around and opened the door, arranging for the maids to go and clean up the room to go. Inside the lobby, there is plenty of space, and the light and elegant decor is very much in keeping with the popular aesthetic. A variety of appliances adorn the property, but it doesn't detract from the overall neatness and beauty. Wang Siki squatted down and cupped her little brother's face, gently telling him, "Sister is going to be busy with her work. Brother will play at home for a while. Oh, I'll have someone stay with you and have her tell her sister if there's something." Wang Siki beckoned a young maid to take Xiaoka to play downstairs. She had to be busy dealing with Wang's group, and the development plans in Xinan district. Once Sister Seven had gone upstairs, Ko and Blackie began to explore the new, slightly unfamiliar home. The maid on the side followed along and began to describe the layout of the house, such as where the entertainment area was, where the parlors were generally located, and what the rooms were. The little black in his arms was very well behaved, obediently lying flat in Xiaoka's arms. When walking up to a large TV, Ko stopped in his tracks. It was something he'd seen before through a glass case, and it cost $6,000 for a 1-meter-long smart TV. This piece of television in his home hangs in a wall alcove and is 4 or 5 times larger than the TVs he's seen. Xiaoka initially estimated that this should cost $20,000, but in reality this new HS brand TV is priced at 120,000 Chinese dollars. "Young master, do you want to watch TV?" the maid inquired tentatively. Ko nodded his head and sat down on the couch to the side. Blackie was placed on the floor for him to casually slink off to. The maid turned on the TV and clicked on thousands of cartoons for Ko to pick from. After a moment's hesitation, Ko chose Wolverine and Grey Goat and looked at them with great interest. The maid brought a fruit platter and a variety of drinks and placed them in front of Ko. "I have to say, the big TV is really comfortable to watch." Ko has watched mesmerized, every now and then a bite of strawberry down. On the other hand, Blackie was wandering around the room, sniffing here and there. The door was not unlocked, but was left ajar, and Blackie peeled out twice. Woof woof! Blackie ran wildly around the yard, rolling in the grass a few times before running back toward the outskirts of the property. Soon there was an angry yell from the outskirts of the estate. Where did this little dingo come from? The man who was sweeping the floor looked in disgust at Kuro, who was grubbing in the corner. This little dog that appeared out of nowhere dug out a hole in the grass and was missing a piece of lawn that looked unsightly. The man was furious and ran to grab Blackie, but Blackie's legs, though short, ran so that he, a big man, couldn't catch up. "Dead dog, I'll have to skin you when I catch you." After a chase, Black was cornered by the man and helplessly arrested. "Run, your little legs are quite capable of stomping. Why don't you run?" Panting, the man grabbed both of Blackie's legs and headed for the entrance to the manor. He must throw this far away, the man thought to himself. Going back to have to find out if there's a missing opening somewhere that allowed this puppy to sneak onto the property. Approaching the gate, the man saw Aunt Arisher. At this time, Auntie Lan was directing people to move boxes of things at the gate, including Muppets, toys, and things for children. "Hello, Aunt Arisher." Aunt Arisher glanced back at the man carrying the dog, and spoke back. "What's the matter, Xiao Lu? Looking so wretched. Is he planted? Isn't this a stray dog that got in at the manor? I'll send it out before it disturbs the lady's pleasure." Xiao Lu laughed dryly a few times. "Well, have a heart." Auntie Lan just turned back to her head, suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly stopped Xiao Lu, who immediately walked out of the manor. "This dog, isn't this dog little young master's? What did you grab it for?" Xiao Lu was dumbfounded for a moment. He had also heard that the young master, who had been missing for a long time, had returned today, and that the young lady was very concerned about him. To celebrate this, a red packet of $500 was given to each person on the estate, but he hadn't heard that the young master had brought back a puppy. Aunt Barb stepped forward to take Blackie back in her arms and patted the dog's head gently. "Look at you, trying to throw it out? I see you want to be thrown out too, don't you? If the young master gets angry and the higher-ups blame him, can you afford to take the blame?" Cold sweat seeped out of Xiao Lu's forehead. "Almost this job will not be able to keep. You know, even sweeping a floor in the Wang family can pay tens of thousands of dollars a month. I don't know how many people are clamoring for this job. Xiao Lu hurriedly bowed his head to Auntie Lan and admitted his mistake, explaining in a panic that he didn't know what was going on. In the end, Xiao Lu was tearfully docked $1,000 from his paycheck. Family, who understands, was bullied by a dog today. Xiao Lu returned to his post in depression and went to clean up that dirt hole. 2 hours later, Ko was tired of watching TV, just as Aunt Arisher walked over with Blackie in her arms. Young master, the room has been cleaned up. Come with me and take a look. Although the title little young master made himself uncomfortable, Xiaoke still chose to acquiesce. Thank you Aunt Arisher. Oh, Xiaoke spoke in a milky voice, but it made Auntie Lan's heart melt. Can't help it, when you get older you just love kids. Up on the second floor, Aunt Barb pointed to the room at the end of the corner, which was Ko's room. Aunt Barb patiently explains the other rooms, pointing to the closed ones. This one belongs to the young master's mom and dad, and the young lady's room is on the third floor. Mommy and daddy aren't home? Where did they go? Ko wanted to see his mom and dad so badly. He hadn't seen his parents since he could remember, but he was afraid his mom and dad wouldn't like him. Family master, Madam should be dealing with something in the north and won't be able to return home for a long time. Aunt Barb didn't tell Ko that his dad was in the north to quell the chaos, and that tensions were high in the northern war zone lately. Aunt Barb pushed open the door to the room and an exquisite children's room came into view. All kinds of furniture are available, especially the shelves full of toys and rows of dolls are every boy's dream paradise. The bed in the room was big and soft and bouncy, and the quilt was embroidered with cartoons. Wow, what a great room. Ko fluttered onto the bed, QQ bouncing. It was so much more comfortable than the original bed in the bridge hole. The room's smart air conditioner adjusts to the appropriate temperature based on the room temperature and is on 24 hours a day. Young master, are you still satisfied? Feel free to mention anything you need to Auntie Lan. Satisfied, satisfied. Thank you Aunt Barb. Can I get some sleep? I'm so sleepy. That's good. Young master have a good rest. Oh, if something happens remember to press the button at the head of the bed. Auntie Lan will come over. Aunt Barb gently closed the door to her room and laughed softly. What a cute kid. Seeing that Aunt Arisher had left, Ko took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. He had been feeling something in his head since morning. Now that I'm free, I just took the opportunity to research what that is. After stepping into the chi refining stage, not only did Xiaoke's physical quality improve a lot, he was also able to vanish his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. The sea of knowledge is a person's spiritual space. Only ordinary people have no way to communicate their consciousness into the spiritual space. In the sea of consciousness, the space was only about 20 square meters, with 6 balls of light and a ring suspended in the very center. Good apprentice. Master? Space around the master's voice. Xiaoke turned around several times but did not see where the master person. Disciple, when you enter the sea of consciousness, you will be able to see the gift left behind by your master. Cultivate well and do not let your master down. These 6 clusters of light you can only open by injecting spiritual energy. And the spatial ring I set up with 9 layers of seals. I hope you can walk out on your own path. Master can't let you grow up under the wings. Remember, keep your skills a secret. The wood will be destroyed by the wind. Ko listened attentively to his master's teachings, and after there was no more sound in the space, Ko walked towards the light mass. The silver ring seemed to have a spirit, and after Xiaoke reached out and touched it, it was actually voluntarily changed to the right size and was worn on his right ring finger. He tried to channel his aura into the light mass, but it was unresponsive. It seems that his cultivation is not enough. After withdrawing from the sea of consciousness, Xiaoke opened his eyes. Looking at the mysterious silver ring he carried on his hand, he was certain that his master was truly gone, and the master left so many treasures for himself before he left. Xiaoke probed his aura into the ring and realized that the space inside was just too big, like the size of a basketball court. Master had said that there were 9 layers of seals on the ring, and this should only be the first layer. Inside the space, there were dozens of small mountain piles of various sizes, with 3 clusters of light floating in the very center. Sensing Xiaoke's breath, the 3 light masses instantly disappeared into Xiaoke's soul. A massive memory forcibly fused with Ko. 10 minutes later, with the exhalation of turbid breath, Xiaoke had digested 3 light masses. These were 3 secret books respectively. One was the Pill King's Secret Codex, one was the Heavenly Craftsman's Divine Album, and one was a cultivation technique, the Chaotic Heaven Melting Skill. With the comprehension of the secret books, it can be said that the current Xiaoke can heal, can forge, and is proficient in all aspects of qin, chess, and painting. The world's strongest boy is now none other than he. Ko, looking outside, it was still quite early. Xiaoke closed his eyes and sank his mind to cultivate. The aura converged towards his body, washing over the tiny frame. It finally converges into the dantian. Chapter 7, the rice cooker has been fried by me. Time flew by, and the sky was already covered with a golden evening glow. Brothel. Xiaoke stopped his cultivation. A few hours of cultivation had restored his essence to its peak. Gathering up briefly, Ko jumped out of bed and walked over to the study table and sat down. After a moment of contemplation, he grabbed a paper and pen and keeled over to write down a string of words. Although he had never been to school, his master had taught him the entire font within the sea of consciousness space. Of course, the master had used some secret techniques to instill this knowledge into his memory. After writing it, Ko launched back into it. Relying only on this cultivation was really too slow. It was estimated that it would take about 15 days to reach the middle stage of qi refining. From memory, one could take pills to accelerate cultivation, so Xiaoke wrote down the prescription for the nascent soul pill. The medicinal materials were in the storage ring, but alchemy required an alchemy furnace to raise the temperature and sublimate the medicinal properties. This alchemy furnace also have not heard of alchemy furnace, this kind of thing. Ko was struggling when there was a knock on the door of his room. Young master, it's time for dinner, come down with me. Opening the door, Xiaoke immediately followed Auntie Lan downstairs to eat. After practicing for so long, Xiaoke was starving. From memory, when one's cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage, one could not eat or drink, and would not be hungry just by absorbing aura. These are all things for the future. Ko can just eat now. When she came downstairs, Wang Siki was already sitting at the dining table, dealing with the company's affairs, her pretty face with a hint of fatigue. Seeing Xiaoke coming downstairs, Wang Siki shot up and pulled Xiaoke to sit beside her. The dining table was large enough to seat at least 20 people at the same time, with a dozen dishes on the table: braised spare ribs, sweet and sour carp, spicy diced chicken, homemade tofu. This shocked Ko to the core. Could it be that on the first day home, Sister 7 wanted to prop me up with delicious food? Seventh sister, I can't finish it. Xiaoke grabbed the corner of Wang Siki's coat, his big innocent eyes blinking. Wang Siki was overjoyed and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it in Xiaoke's bowl. Silly brother, I didn't ask you to eat it all. Just eat your fill. What do you do when you can't eat all this food? Throw it away? When Wang Siki heard Xiaoke's reply, she hurriedly explained that the leftovers would be cleaned up by someone and wouldn't go to waste. Hearing this, Xiaoke's hanging heart relaxed. Appetite and a lot more. Tasted a few dishes after Xiaoke cannot stop. Soon, he was full, and in his mind, eating was a pleasure. During the process, Wang Siki didn't eat a few bites of food and only looked at her brother with a doting face. Little brother, it's 3 months until your 6th birthday. Ko rubbed his distended stomach as his head thought about when his birthday was. What's a birthday going to do? I've never had one before, and Grandpa doesn't know when my birthday is. Wang Siki picked up a handkerchief and wiped the corner of Xiaoke's mouth and said softly, your birthday is October 9th, counting less than 2 months. Birthdays are for big cakes, new clothes, and making wishes. Ko pictured that image in his mind and asked his sister again rhetorically what the cake tasted like. Wang Siki told him it was soft and sweet, like a cloud. After eating, Wang Siki secretly took another picture of her brother and sent it to the group. Wang Wenya, Siki, I'll go back home in a few days. Right, it's time to tell mom and dad about my brother coming home. Lele, yes. Mom and dad would shed tears every time they mentioned Xiaoke, and now that Xiaoke is back, I guess it can make his 2 old men very happy. Shinru, I'm going home too. It's been a long time since I've seen my 7th sister. Wang Wenya, you're drunk on your little brother, aren't you? Kyoto International Gymnasium backstage. The beautiful girl in the white dress couldn't stop smiling at her cell phone. Her milky skin perfectly reflected on her body. Beautiful features, perfect body, exquisite like a princess in the fairy tale world. She is the national wife, the highest number of V-blog followers, the domestic showbiz industry grand slam of the popular actress Wang Shinru. It's her fan meeting today. As the host pushed the atmosphere to a climax, amidst countless shouts, Wang Shinru made an elegant entrance. Wang Shinru, Wang Shinru, wow, Shinru wife, I love you. Sister Shinru, you're the best. Goddess, look at me goddess. After walking to the center of the venue, Wang Shinru bowed a few times to the surroundings. Hello dear fans. More than 100,000 empty seats were filled to capacity, and the mountain of chants was deafening. Wang Shinru first expressed her gratitude, followed by a couple of original songs she sang. Soon the meet and greet reached its conclusion. I'm sure a lot of babes are looking forward to my work with Hollywood next month, but unfortunately I won't be able to work on the new movie. Why? Shinru wife, don't come on. I'm still waiting to see the new movie. Don't. If we win this time, Shinru will be the grand slam of International Movie and TV Awards. It's an opportunity that can't be missed. This time I quit because my long-lost brother is back. Wang Shinru explained towards the crowd. I'm going to spend time with my brother, so I hope that's understandable, and I'll try to get the next opportunity to see my new show. Wang Shinru took a final bow and flashed a sweet smile. Wow, Shinru is too gentle, isn't she? I really envy Shinru's younger brother. No problem. Go home and take care of my brother-in-law. I understand you, Shinru wife. Bah, who's your brother-in-law? Speak clearly. Sister Shinru, do I look like your long-lost son? Can you stay with me more? Vam. Wang Shinru retreated backstage and looked expectantly at Xiaoku in the photo. When she was done with these chores, she'd go home to her little brother. International Center for Educational Research, Country M. On the conference room, Wang Wenya sat at the first place, and the internationally renowned professors underneath waited for Wang Wenya's meeting arrangement. First of all, I'm going to return to Wasia for the time being, and Prof. Deeker is acting as the department's agent for the time being. Contact me promptly if there is anything you can't handle, and I will go on to serve as accredited professor at Kyoto University in China. A blonde professor in the conference room spoke up. Oh, my dear Lord President, as far as I know Kyoto University in China is ranked 17th in the world. Why did you condescend to go there as a titular professor? You're all set for the presidency of our University of M. Wang Wenyao waved his hand. After the meeting, Wang Wenya bought a plane ticket for 7 days later, and when she was done with things, she would return to her country. Wangjiazwang Garden. Xiaoke pulled his sister to go to see Xiaohei to go. A corner of the villa entrance. Xiaohei is feasting on dog food. Next to the building is not small kennel. This was all pre-prepared by Aunt Arisher. I have to say, this kennel is even more comfortable to live in than Koyo's original raggedy quilt. Not only is it sheltered from the wind and rain, but there's a floppy cushion and a small air conditioner inside. After teasing Blackie for a while, Wang Siki took her little brother back to her room. After a bout of instructions, Wang Siki went upstairs to take a shower first. Xiaoku in the room remembered the matter of alchemy, and took advantage of his sister's efforts to take a bath to carry the Dan formula to the downstairs lightly. Aunt Arisher, who was packing up her things, asked the young master what he wanted to do to go. Ko took Aunt Arashi's hand and said he wanted to check the kitchen. He wanted to see if it had a replacement for the danmaku. There's nothing to see in the kitchen. If young master is hungry, Auntie Lan will make you a midnight snack. Xiaoke pulled Auntie Lan's hand and begged her as if she was pampered. Unable to stand the little guy, Aunt Barb led Ko to the kitchen. The Wang family's kitchen was huge, like the back kitchen of a restaurant, with all kinds of pots and pans. This is for stir-frying veggies. This is for stir-frying meat dishes. That one is for frying, and the one over there is for making soup. Aunt Barb, how does the rice cooker work? The rice cooker is easy. Add the ingredients, pour some water, then underneath you can adjust the time. Just turn it on when you're done. Ko took note of each of them, and when the two left the kitchen, he snuck back in when Aunt Arisher wasn't looking. He had to make the nascent soul pill today, otherwise his cultivation speed would be too slow. His plan was to replace the alchemy stove with a rice cooker. His knowledge base is perfect, but getting started is a little harder. Due to his lack of height, Ko purposely brought over a bench. Standing on it, facing the rice cooker, he's going to start alchemizing. The Dan formula was laid flat on the table by Xiaoku, and with a thought, the needed herbs were taken out from the storage ring. Ginseng, Longju Z, Kumu Z, Ganoderma lucidum, tiger's tail flower. Adding some more rootless water, the 12 herbs were thrown in by Xiaoku in turn. The time was adjusted, and the rice cooker began to run. Xiaoku released a weak aura and felt the changes in the herbs through the rice cooker. Time passed bit by bit, and the medicinal herbs within it slowly melted into liquid, with the essence being stripped out. In order to become a Dan, one must fuse the essences of various medicinal herbs with each other, keep purifying them, condense them together, and finally compress them into a Dan with aura. It was still difficult to achieve this step. After all, each herb had different medicinal properties and melting points. Xiaoku looked serious as his aura pulled the herbs inside the rice cooker to slowly fuse. 15 minutes later, an explosion came from the kitchen. The sound was so unusually loud that the glass shook. Soon a crowd gathered at the door. Several maids gathered around Aunt Barb, curiously surveying the kitchen. On the stairs, Wang Siki came down to check out the stairs in a nightgown. She had just finished her shower and wanted to call out to her little brother to do the same. After looking around the second floor and not seeing her little brother, then downstairs there was a boom sound. What's going on, Aunt Arisher? Did something explode? Wang Siki had just finished taking a shower. A loose pajamas covered the perfect body. Quite some lazy beauty. I don't know. I just tried to go in, but the smell of smoke was too choking. The group cautiously walked into the kitchen, observing the cluttered shelves. In the smoke, the crowd could faintly see a small silhouette. Up close, isn't that Ko? Only now, he was gray. His hair was a little scorched, and his whole body was dark. Ko grinned at the crowd, his teeth especially white. It's like a beacon of light in the night, he explained awkwardly. Seventh sister, Aunt Arisher, the rice cooker is fried. Chapter 8 Munchkin wants to buy Fruit 14 Pro. The rice cooker blew up? Sure enough, the crowd saw that the rice cooker on the side had been blown up, and the lid of the pot flew above the shelf. looking at the darkened rice cooker and little brother. Wang Siki's mouth twitched. My brother has a talent for cooking. Why does my brother need a rice cooker? It's dangerous. Wang Siki's tone was 1 point fiercer. She was also afraid that next time her brother would blow up the kitchen. With that said, she rushed to check if her brother was hurt. It's not a big deal if something breaks, but it's a big deal if your brother gets hurt. Xiaoko lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. I was trying to learn how to cook so that my sister could try it. A warm current flowed through Wang Siki's heart. He even wanted to cook for himself. So good. The fracas was soon over, and Aunt Barb led the way in cleaning up the messy kitchen. Ko was taken by her sister to take a hot bath and change into her little pajamas. Back inside the room, Ko hemmed and hawed, having just almost revealed himself. Master had said that he couldn't tell anyone about the fact that he could practice. Just now, I almost got caught by my sister in alchemy. Meanwhile, Aunt Arashur, who was tidying up the kitchen, picked up a piece of paper suspiciously. The paper was exactly the Dan formula written by Xiaoko, only the handwriting was contaminated. He went back inside his room, drew the curtains and jumped into bed. Xiaoko acted like a thief and took out the pills he had just refined from his storage ring. The impact was so great when I just condensed the Dan that I directly blew up the rice cooker. Fortunately, the elixir was successfully refined. He counted a total of 4 round pills, but his heart was not happy. Didn't it say that 10 pills could be refined in one furnace? How come I only managed to refine 4? Xiaoko was guilty of muttering. He was dissatisfied with this amount of elixir. If this sentence were to reach the ears of all the alchemists, it would surely make them vomit blood in anger. You're a doll not yet 6 years old and you don't have an alchemy furnace. You can make 4 pills on the first try, and you're still not happy about it? After observing for a while, Xiaoko put away the remaining 3 pills and sat cross-legged on the bed. A chi-nascent pill was placed in his mouth, and immediately the pill transformed into a hot stream that flowed into his abdomen. Xiaoko could feel the surging medicinal properties, the spiritual energy brutally rushing through his body. He hurriedly ran his energy and absorbed it. The night was spent in the middle of cultivation. The following morning dawned in a cloudy sky. Ko ended his night's practice and stood up, refreshed. In one night's time, the aura within the dantian of the body had accumulated 20%. By his own estimation, he would be able to break through to the middle stage of chi refining in a week at most. Knock knock. Young master, get up, come and wash and rinse. Aunt Arashi's voice came from outside the door, and Ko put on his little slippers and ran to open the door. Good morning, Aunt Arashur. Aunt Barb smiled as she took Ko to wash up and brush his teeth while Ko was still thinking about where his sister was. Auntie Lan said that Miss had already washed up and was now waiting for young master to have breakfast. After washing up, Ko was taken downstairs to have breakfast with Wang Siki. At the dinner table, Wang Siki changed into a black casual suit, looking high and domineering. Brother, don't stay home afterward. Go to the office with your sister. Ko nodded obediently. After eating and saying goodbye to Blackie, he got in his car and set off. Magic City, Tianshui District. Wang's group, Masha, pulled up in front of the office, and a small group of people got out of the car, while Xiaolian parked it for the underground parking lot. Wang Siki walked into the building holding Ko's small hand. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. Passing employees greeted Wang Siki, and Wang Siki responded to them all. It was only after getting on the special elevator that Xiaoko couldn't help but speak. Sister 7, does this building belong to you? Wang Siki felt that the question was funny and she said jokingly, you own this building, you're the boss here. When they reached the top floor, the two of them walked into the president's room, and Xiaolian followed. Wang Siki tidies up the piles of reports and programs. Seeing Xiaolian who entered the door, Wang Siki thought for a moment, arranging her schedule for the day. Little Lotus, I'm going to ask you to do 3 things today. The first is to get my little brother some identification. Second, buy a cell phone for the young master. The third is to buy some clothes for the young master properly. Xiaolian thought she heard wrong. As the president's private secretary, how now it is like a nanny. Wang Siki specially instructed Xiaolian to remember to buy a cake for the young master. He wanted to try it yesterday. Okay, Mr. Wang. Wang Siki pulled over her little brother for a while, then let Xiaolian lead the way downstairs. Once inside the garage, Xiaolian did not drive the Masha, but drove out of the company in a Mercedes E300. She didn't like to be too high profile, it was too noticeable. The car's Xiaoko sat in the passenger side, looking left and right. That look is really cute. Young master, would you like some milk tea? Ko nodded and said she wanted to, and Lian went ahead and parked the car to get some milk tea. When Xiaolian came back with 2 big bags of snacks in both hands, there was not only milk tea inside, but also a variety of fruit plate desserts and a piece of delicate cake. Xiaolian unwrapped the milk tea and handed it to Ku along with the piggy-patterned cupcake. A mouthful of sweet milk tea went down, and Ku was in a beautiful mood. Looking at the delicate cupcake, he couldn't bear to eat it. Xiaolian explained, young master, There's plenty more of this cake, don't worry about eating it. Ko picked up a spoon and dug a spoonful into his mouth. Whoa! The sweetness of the flavor mixed with the creamy sweetness stimulated Ko's taste buds. It felt like the whole thing was lying on a cloud. So soft and sweet. The cake is so delicious. Does Sister Xiaolian want to eat it? Xiaolian hurriedly refused, and patiently urged him to eat less sweets, as it was easy to grow cavities. Xiaoke did not think that when he cultivated to the foundation stage he would be able to shed his mortal and transform into a spirit. When the time comes, all diseases will be invulnerable, not to mention minor problems like growing cavities in the area. A short time later, the car arrived at the registry office. A long vertical line was forming at the door, about 40 or 50 people at a glance. The two Xiaolians got out of the car and were directly welcomed by the administrator into the registry room. Hey, why don't they have to stand in line and we have to stand here stupid? Yeah, I've been waiting in line for half a day, and when people come in they get right in. It's not fair. I'm going to report you. The crowd turned to the administrator in displeasure. The administrator sends the two inside and switches to a look of indifference. What's all the noise about? This isn't your home. Get out if you don't want to stand in line. These two are our director's honored guests. Got it? The crowd was silent. After all, they had all been in line for so long, and now if they really left, they would have come for nothing. In 20 minutes, Ko walked out smiling with his ID card, and Lian slowly followed. He looked to the side of the line. The only thing I could see was that they were looking at themselves sharply, each with an unpleasant look on their face. Ko asked, turning back to Lian, Sister Xiaolian, they seem to hate us. Xiaolian explained. That's because I thought they saw the young master was too cute and wanted to abduct you, so stay close to me. Ko hurriedly backed up and pulled Lian's hand tighter, causing Lian to stifle the urge to laugh out loud. The crowd in line taunted again as they waited for the two to get in their car and leave. And abduct him? Is he as cute as my baby boy? That's right. If I wasn't afraid of getting into trouble, I'd have to scold them. The two of them were giving out harsh words as if no one else was around, as if they were really going to go catch up with them and curse them. The administrator approached the duo with a grim look on his face, before the two could notice the administrator's grim countenance. You guys, get lost. You too, you're not welcome in the registry office today. The two were confused as to how the administrator was still in a hurry. Do you know who they are? The young master of the Magic City Wang family. You've got some guts. The administrator growled in exasperation, looking at the two men with contempt. Eventually the two were thrown out and stood on the side of the road in tears. One of the men spoke. I've been rehearsing all night, and all my efforts have been wasted. He was really hard and regretted that his mouth was really cheap. Tianshui District. Fruit cell phone flagship store. Xiao Lian walks into the store with Ko, and a saleswoman steps forward to ask what she wants to see. Ko looked at the simple and bright store, with all kinds of cell phones placed under the rows of glass counters. Miss, may I ask what cell phone you need to see? Xiao Lian spoke faintly. It's not that I'm going to buy it, oh, it's that he's going to buy it. The saleswoman looked over at Ko, a 5 or 6-year-old munchkin fluttering her big eyes. That expression was innocent and cute. The saleswoman went to the counter and pulled out a cell phone and explained it to Xiaolian. This is our Fruit 5S. The screen has 4 inches, equipped with a 7-chip, very suitable for your brother to use. Oh, Xiaolian shook her head. He's not my brother. Go get the latest model of Fruit cell phone. The sale obviously froze and rushed off to take out 4 cell phones. The Fruit 14, the Fruit 14 Pro, the Fruit 14 Plus, and the Fruit 14 Pro Max. The saleswoman went into detail about the configuration of the 4 phones, and the differences. After some selection, Ko took the relatively small Fruit 14 Pro. Swipe your card, pay the bill. The $11,000 phone was bought outright, and the saleswoman excitedly gave Ko a bear toy. She was genuinely surprised that a 5 or 6-year-old munchkin was going to be paired with a new Fruit cell phone. After sending the duo away, the saleswoman excitedly sent a message to the group. Xiaohu families who understand. I just received a munchkin, waved and bought a Fruit 14 Pro. Ha ha ha. Boss, likes. Chapter 9, My sister has something to tell you. On the streets of Tianshui District, a black Mercedes E300 weaved smoothly through the streets. It was already midday, and even though it was almost fall, it was still unbearably hot. Inside the car, Xiaolian was concentrating on driving while Ko fiddled with his newly purchased cell phone. Sister Xiaolian, what can a cell phone do? Ko curiously stroked the screen of his cell phone. He usually only saw so many people on the street with their heads down playing with their cell phones. Others were crackling and tapping the screen furiously, wondering what the fun was. The saleswoman just told Ko how to turn it on and how to take pictures. The others were pulled away by Sister Xiaolian before she could even come to ask. Ko turned on the camera and the screen was like a mirror. Ko opened his mouth and followed suit on his cell phone, and with a click, Ko snapped a picture. Xiaolian told Ko with a distraction. The cell phone can watch TV, send messages, and call your sister on video. So many features made him giddy to hear. He only noticed the words being able to call his sister and play video. The problem was, he didn't know how he could call either. Now Sister Xiaolian is driving. There's no way to call for him. Ku felt a pang of bitterness at the thought. Tiny heads lay by the car window, admiring the view outside. Xiaolian saw how bored the young master was, just as it was time for dinner, and recalled what restaurants were nearby. After crossing a few streets, the Mercedes stopped at the Heavenly Palace. When the two got out of the car, Ko looked up and saw that it was a large hotel. At once he felt a wave of hunger come over him. Young master, you should be hungry. Let's go inside. Yeah. The two entered the restaurant and were immediately greeted by a waiter. One of the skinny male waiters opened his mouth and inquired, "Hello, miss." Xiaolian spoke directly. "Open a third-floor box for me." The male waiter looked embarrassed. The slightly shorter male waiter next to him returned, "Sorry miss, the third floor is already taken." Xiaolian frowned slightly. "Then let's open a box on the second floor." The male waiter still replied, "Sorry miss, the second floor. It's been wrapped too." Xiaolian was suddenly annoyed. There were a dozen boxes on the first floor. How could they all be booked? She didn't want the young master to eat within the hall. Wouldn't that be a loss of face for the Wang family? "Get your manager over here. My patience is limited." Xiaolian's tone was a bit raw. Seeing that this lady was not to be messed with, one of the waiters rushed to find the manager. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly and oily face approached the crowd with a waiter. "So it's Ms. Xiaolian. What a big rush to the Dragon King's temple. What just happened?" The manager took the lead. His heart tightened when he just saw the visitor. "This is the red man beside Mr. Wang. As long as anyone in the entire Magic City is in business, who doesn't know Mr. Wang?" At only 22 years old, he was at the helm of the Wang's group and appeared in the weekly financial banking newspaper every day. The waiter on the sidelines told the manager what had happened. After hearing this, the manager slammed the table, but it startled the short waiter. "Asshole, do you know who this is? You dare to stop our honored guest. Don't you want to do your job? Don't you want to open a box for the lady?" Short waitresses have a broken heart. "Ah, wasn't it you who said the second and third floors were wrapped up? Now the responsibility is all mine." The manager grinned and slipped away quickly after a few polite words. He didn't want to face this big Buddha. "Miss, come with me." The group took the elevator to the third floor. "Box 301. What can I get for you, ma'am?" The menu was handed to Xiaolian, who in turn picked it out for Ko. "Young master, see which ones you want to eat and choose any." A tsunami rippled through the mind of the high attendant on the sidelines. Just now the manager was cowering in the face of this lady. Now this young lady is calling the kid next to her young master. The high attendant sucked in a breath of cold air. The world was too crazy and unfair. Ko grabbed the menu and picked carefully for a while, picking only a plate of cumin lamb. Xiaolian took the menu and picked some more signature dishes and handed them to the waiter. "Sister Xiaolian, how do I use this cell phone? Quickly teach me." Ko pulled out his cell phone and tapped on it with a distressed look on his face. The male waiter's hand froze. "My little ancestor, that is a Fruit 14 Pro, don't fall." The purpose of his part-time job at the restaurant was to buy a fruit phone to use. This Fruit 14 Pro could all be equivalent to 2 months of his salary. After the waitress left, Lian moved over. She smiled shannily and patiently taught Ko how to use her cell phone. Just now she had used Ko's ID card to get a cell phone card and inserted it into the fruit phone. The food was served on a platter and Ko learned the basics of cell phone usage. Sister Xiaolian helped himself to register AV signal, and he first added Sister Xiaolian's best friend, and then added Wang Siki's best friend. Inside the president's room, Wang Siki's cell phone received a message. Tapping on it, Ko sent a friend request. Wang Siki smiled faintly. It seems that Xiaolian has done a very good job. Wang Siki clicked agree, and a message came from Xiao Kohir. Xiaolian continued to teach the young master how to use WeChat. Tap this to make a voice call to a friend. Tap this to make a video call, and this to send a location. Ko quickly got the idea, and finding Seven Sisters' friend, Ko clicked on the video call. Toot toot toot, Anam. The video call was answered. Xiaoka smiled and looked at his sister in the cell phone as Wang Siki asked a bunch of questions. "How do you like the cell phone? Did you eat at lunch?" The two of them were chatting feverishly, and Xiaolian sat on the sidelines unable to intervene. Boo! The door of the box was pushed open and a group of people stepped into the box. Why is there someone here now? Yeah, didn't Guoqian pack the house? Hello, we've got this place wrapped up, please get out. Several middle-aged men and women chattered away. What's going on? What's all the noise? Outside the door, a stocky middle-aged man made his way through the crowd into the box. The man wore a blue suit and his whole face looked rather menacing. We came here and found this occupied and wondered what was going on. Yeah, didn't we cover the field? Guoqian, get them out of here. The crowd was talking. and Lu Guoqian was able to understand the original reason. He looked over at the two men. The younger one was only 5 or 6 years old, and the woman on the side looked somewhat familiar. "Hi, I've got the third floor wrapped up. You guys go eat down there." Lu Guoqian was the first to open his mouth, his tone carrying an uncontradictable meaning. Xiaolian directly chose to ignore him. After a few seconds, she responded faintly. "There are so many boxes on the third floor, it's not too much for us to take one. If you can't sit down, you have the option of eating in the first floor lobby." Lu Guoqian became irritated and threatened Xiaolian. "I'm the director of the Sea Dragon Group. Think about the consequences of pissing me off. Get down there while I don't want to bother with you guys right now." Today was his daughter's promotion banquet, and he had purposely dragged his friends and family over for dinner to celebrate. Standing next to them were either relatives or family juniors. In front of so many people, his face could not be trampled by these two dolls. Xiaolian raised her head and yawned at Lu Guoqian. "Sea Dragon Group? It seems quite powerful. It can cover the sky with one hand in Magic City, right?" Xiaoke hadn't hung up the phone yet, and Wang Siki clearly heard the whole process. A pretty face was icy cold, and the hand holding the cell phone was already clenched. "Hailong Group? No good. How dare you bully my people? Little brother, pass the phone to that uncle. My sister knows him, have a word with her." Xiaoke believed it and ran to Lu Guoqian with good behavior. Although the uncle was ugly and Ko disliked it, but his sister knew him, and Ko still politely extended his phone to Lu Guoqian. "Uncle, my sister has something to tell you." On the side, Xiaolian didn't stop. It looked like there was a good show. Lu Guoqian subconsciously took the cell phone and looked at it. In a flash, the whole person was petrified on the spot. Wang Siki in the screen was gazing at Lu Guoqian icily, and the chill seemed to pass through the cell phone to him. "Wang, Mr. Wang, hello Mr. Wang, how's your health these days?" Lu Guoqian collapsed. He really didn't know what to say in the face of the Wang family's eldest daughter from the top family in Magic City. He was incoherent to Wang Siki and said as many strange things as he could. Are you from the Sea Dragon Group?" Zhao Mo, facing the helmsman of the Wang Group, Lu Guoqian, was really afraid. As long as the other party wanted to, he couldn't even mix in the Magic City. Yes, Mr. Wang is sorry. I was too anxious just now. Don't bother with such a villain like me." Lu Guoqian smiled with embarrassment and nodded at the tiny cell phone. "I'll take the people away now, and promise not to affect Mr. Wang's mood. I'll get out now." The phone hung up and Lu Guoqian took a long breath. Before he knew it, his shirt was wet with cold sweat. Lu Guoqian hung a stiff smile and respectfully handed his cell phone to Xiaoku. I'm sorry. I'm confused. I'll take the people away now. I'll settle the bill for this table. You eat well." Xiaolian sneered. "It's not necessary." Lu Guoqian exited the box with a large group of people. Chapter 10, Can you move the dojo's alchemy furnace? Box, in a theater or concert hall. The crowd looked at Lu Guoqian suspiciously. "Brother Guoqian, who was that on the phone just now? Why did they just leave?" "Yeah, Uncle Kung, I think it's better to call the manager over to kick them out." Lu Guoqian's face turned green and he slapped that junior in the face. "Do you know who they are? Have you heard of the Magic City Wang family? It's good that I can walk out properly. You kids still don't know how to clamor. Do you want to die?" The crowd was dumbfounded. The Magic City Wang family. These words were too weighty. Seeing that this promotion banquet was messed up, Lu Guoqian greeted the crowd downstairs with a gloomy face. He wouldn't dare stay here another minute. The crowd descended the stairs in a cloud of gray, and the manager, who had been groping for fish on the side, happened to come into the hall. The fat manager saw Lu Guoqian and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Gu, buddy Lu, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came?" Lu Guoqian was on fire and was even more furious when he saw the manager. "Manager Du, Mr. Wang's men came to my box. Why didn't you say so in advance? Almost had this career of mine ruined because of it." "Ha!" Lu Guoqian snorted coldly and led the crowd away, leaving behind an empty box. Manager Du was numb. Just now he was talking about family and country matters with the new waitress Yu. Accidentally forgot about that. Now this big order is gone. How to explain to the boss their awe? Box 301. The two Kayos ate their fill, especially the cumin lamb, a plate full of which had already been swept away. After eating and drinking, Xiaolian brought the young master downstairs. After checking out, Ko noticed that the manager's face didn't look good. After some careful observation, he said to the manager, "This uncle, you have a change in your kidneys. Go to the hospital when you have time to check it out." Hearing Xiaoke's milky voice, Manager Du smiled and said okay, go back and check it out. Xiaoke saw that his eyebrows were green, his qi was weak, and his essence was congested at the kidneys. If one's analysis is correct, then Manager Du has a malignant tumor in his kidney. When the two left, Manager Du held back his anger and went to find Yu. The anger in his heart desperately needed to be vented. Outside the store, Ko got in his car and pondered where he could go to get an alchemy furnace. After all, using a rice cooker to concoct pills made too much noise and was not easy to control. One time was fine, but if my sister found out something was wrong later, it would be hard to explain. Ko twisted his head to look at Sister Xiaolian on the main driver's side, and an idea floated into his head. Sister Xiaolian. Ko gently tugged on Xiaolian's coat. I want to see the alchemy furnace. Where is the alchemy furnace? Xiaolian was confused by the question. Ko wanted to see the alchemy furnace? Where do you find alchemy furnaces for sale on the market? It's not like there's a market demand for them. The alchemy furnace isn't much use. It's just a decoration. What's young master looking at that for? The alchemy furnace can't make a good meal. Xiaoka blinked her big eyes as if she was pampered and looked at Xiaolian pitifully. I just want to see it. Can you take me to see it, Sister Xiaolian? Xiaolian just couldn't bear to turn down Cutie. Then let's go see it after we buy the clothes, okay? Yes, Sister Xiaolian is the best. The car started, and Xiaolian put it in D and smoothly pulled into the driveway. Xiaoko opened the movie software and played Pleasant Wolf and Grey Sheep. Tick-tock. Ko received a Vmail message from Sister 7. Tapped the message. Ko saw the transfer message. Counted 5 zeros. $100,000. Sister 7, brother. This is your pocket money. Let Sister Xiaolian teach you how to spend it. Sister 7, tell your sister what you want to buy and eat. Got it? Ko, thanks sis, hee. Sister 7, brother can type? Can you even type at such a young age? Ko gave a dark cry. He can't say that it was taught by his master. Right. Now all the words, there is no word that he Wang Xiaoke doesn't know. Ko, I asked Sister Xiaolian to post it. Ko directly dumped the pot on Sister Xiaolian. I can't help it. I can't lose my vest. So I'll just have to ask Sister Xiaolian to do it. Closing the Vmail, Ko continued to watch Pleasant Wolf and Grey Sheep. Whenever he saw Pleasant Wolf being slapped by his wife with a pot, it made him laugh. It wasn't long before the two finally came to the last stop, Masahiro Shopping Center. Entering the interior, Ko's 2 eyes were shining with little stars. This mall was 8 stories high, with more than 50 stores on each floor, which could have dazzled him. Xiaolian held Ko's hand and went straight up the elevator to the 5th floor. The largest store on the entire 5th floor was the FD brand chain store, which was also Xiaolian's target. Entering the store, Xiaolian took out a cyan-colored card directly at the front desk. Diamond VIP, honorable lady, please wait. The front desk clerk made a phone call. Less than a minute later, the FD supervisor came to the front desk and respectfully led the duo to select their outfits. Not long after, she pulled Ko out of the store, followed by 2 clerks carrying several large bags of clothes. Come to the car. The clerk put the clothes in the trunk and hurried back. Ko eyed Sister Xiaolian. Fine. I'll take you to see the alchemy furnace. Xiaolian rubbed Ko's cheeks and sighed helplessly. She had seen the alchemy furnace before, and it was located in the Idle Cloud Taoist Hall on the outskirts of the city. There's nothing to see in that thing, and I don't know why Ko is interested in it. Xiaolian barked at Ko. Young master can sleep for a while. This time the journey is quite far. The road is boring. He nodded his head. How could he sleep when he was about to see the alchemy furnace? Outcome. Just halfway through the journey, Ko was already huffing and puffing in the car. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel a little funny. Just now she was being tough-talking, and now she's sleeping soundly. The city is more than half an hour away from the outskirts of the city. By the time we got to the Idle Cloud Dojo, it had been almost an hour's drive. Xiaolian pinched Xiaoke's ear. Young master, get up. The alchemy furnace is here. Ko smacked his lips, sleepily. Once Ko was completely sober, the two got out of the car and entered the dojo. Since it was a weekend, the dojo wasn't too crowded. The Idle Cloud Dojo wasn't big, only 200 square meters. Legend has it that Taoist master Idle Cloud was seated here, and his disciples and grandchildren built the Taoist temple here. However, the dojo is not considered famous and it has fallen from generation to generation, with only the last dojo head living here now. Xiaoke looked around and did not see the alchemy furnace, but saw 2 acquaintances. Kind sister, brother. With a jog, Ko came up behind the two. At the sound of voices, the 2 men turned back. Ha! Lin Xiaoxiao curiously looked at Xiaoku. She always felt something familiar. Xiaoke smiled and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, I'm Xiaoku. Don't you remember me, sister? Lin Xiaoxiao slapped her head. Oh, Xiaoku, why are you here? Such a big change? Both men no longer recognized Ko. The other day he was yellow and dirty. Now that I look at it, not only is my skin a lot lighter, I've changed into trendy clothes, and I've put on a lot of weight. It's almost like a new look. She had a hard time associating the two. Ko, I've been looking for you for a long time. Where have you been? Lin Xiaoxiao knocked him on the head and inquired in a disgruntled manner. Ko playfully poked her tongue out. I've found my sister now, and I'm home too. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Sister Shilian standing behind her and politely greeted her. Lin thought to herself, it seems that this sister in the back is KO's family, so one is relieved. After chatting for a while, Lin Xiaoxiao was about to leave with Yixing. They're just here to ask for a blessing. Lin's mother has stomach cancer and is now undergoing treatment. Before leaving, Ko took out his cell phone and said he wanted to add Sister Xiaoxiao's friend. The two men were shocked to see the brand new Fruit 14 Pro. It seems that KO's family is rich and cares about him. After adding their friends, the two of them left the dojo, and Ko always felt that something was on Xiao Zhao's sister's mind. Shaking his head, business is business. Xiao Ko walked over to Sister Shilian. He hadn't seen the alchemy furnace yet. Shilian led him towards the main hall. Just after entering the main hall, Xiao Ko saw the alchemy furnace in the corner. The alchemy furnace was yellow and black, more than a meter high, and looked heavy. In the middle of the main hall, there was a thieving old Taoist sitting on a plate. He was the last Taoist master of the Idle Cloud Taoist Hall and the Taoist Hall's Guan master. The old Taoist didn't open his eyes, as if he was asleep. Xiao Ko studied the alchemy furnace for a while and realized that the quality of the alchemy furnace hadn't reached the yellow grade, but that was perfectly adequate for him even now. Little friend, coming to my Dao Hall wouldn't be an attempt to hit on my alchemy furnace, would it? The old Taoist spoke obliquely to Ko. He did want to take away the alchemy furnace, seeing that this old Taoist's hands and feet are not good, or else just knock him out and snatch the alchemy furnace. An evil thought popped into KO's head. Xiao Lian walked up to him and inquired, see, this is the alchemy furnace, but it's not much use. Xiao Ko nodded and then voiced his desire to take away the alchemy furnace. Sister Little Lotus, can you move this alchemy furnace? I like it so much. Saying that, he held onto the alchemy furnace and didn't let go, with a stance that if you don't take it away, I won't leave either. Xiaolian held her forehead. Other kids are dead set on their parents not buying toys. What our young master is not taking away the alchemy furnace, so he is not leaving. After all, it was the private property of the dojo, and she couldn't very well ask for it, but one can't do anything about the young master. Xiaolian walked towards the Taoist priest and spoke. Hello Taoist master, do you think this alchemy furnace is for sale? Make an offer. Of course, we will never let your museum lose money. The price is negotiable. Chapter 11 5-year-old baby wants to make pills. Inside the hall, the old Taoist didn't say anything, just stretched out a finger. Xiaolian asked doubtfully, 100,000? What do you think? The old Taoist who was sitting on the plate suddenly had two eyes. He just thought of $10,000 and took it. Since the slow decline of the dojo, a lot of his stuff had been taken and sold off. It's useless to keep this stuff for yourself anyway. It's all dusty. The old Taoist pretended to be profound. The poor Taoist sees that little friend has a destiny with the ancestors' Dan furnace. So take the $100,000 and consider it a good deed for the Taoist hall. Xiao Ko noticed the flash of a treacherous smile in the old Taoist's eyes, and in his heart he immediately felt blackmailed. Sister Xiolian, this is too expensive. I don't want it. Xiao Ko pretended to look sad, and the hand holding the alchemy furnace loosened. Of course Xiao Lian could see the treachery of this old Taoist, having just been set up herself. Seeing that the young master didn't want this alchemy furnace anymore, Xiao Lian didn't say any more and turned around to take the young master out. The old Taoist priest sitting here is anxious. The duck in the mouth can still fly? The old Taoist priest hurriedly got up and said to the duo who were about to go out, wait. The poor Taoist sees that the young monk has a connection with the Dan furnace. The price is not a problem. It can be negotiated. The old Taoist was already thieving looking, and now this look of anxiety made the two of them even more disgusted. Ko turned around and inquired, can I sell it for $3,000? The old Taoist priest didn't want to talk for a while. Just now this lady also bid 100,000. Turn around and change to 3,000. This difference is also too big. 50,000. 50,000 little friend, just take it away and forget about it. 4,000. No more. $40,000. And you can take it now. 5,000. I'm leaving if you don't sell. 35,000. One bite. No more. 6,000. Xiaolian looked dumbfounded at Xiao Ko who was haggling with the old Taoist priest. It's like an amma who cuts the price at the food market. 8,800. Count me unlucky. You take it. The old Taoist priest blew his beard and glared, and in his heart, he had already cursed this little brat 1,000 times. Xiaolian looked at the harmless Xiao Ko and felt a little unreal. After making the payment, Xiaolian contacted the person to move this alchemy furnace back to the Wang family manor. Out of the dojo, the two drove back to Wang's group, taking the elevator all the way to the president's room on the top floor. Xiaolian had finally completed her mission successfully. Wang Siki was having a meeting downstairs at the moment, and Xiao Ko didn't want to bother his sister. Sister Xiolian had things to do, so after instructing Ko not to run around, she went downstairs alone. Looking at the empty president's room, Ko didn't know what to play. After watching a bit of cell phone video, he wandered around the room. On the cabinet, there are brushes and rice paper. Ko just happened to be bored and wanted to play with a brush and write calligraphy. The cabinet wasn't low, it was about 2 meters high, and Ko was only 1 meter tall today. Come under the cabinet. Xiaoko lightly leaped and easily got the brush and rice paper. It had to be said that after stepping into the early stage of qi refining, Xiaoko's physical qualities had far exceeded those of an ordinary adult. Ink on the table. Ko jumped up on the seat and spread the rice paper out flat, dabbing the ink on the quill. Write something? Ko thought back to the literary poems his master had taught him. There, just write a verse, Ko muttered to himself, one small hand gripping the quill. Only Xiaoko's aura changed steeply and his eyes gleamed. Entering, traveling, and closing the brush. A string of words is written with a single hook. Ko wrote quickly, and in just 3 minutes, a verse was written. I've tasted sorrow and joy in my life. I also miss snuggling up late at night. The mountains are so vast that the air comes from them. White clouds cover the dust of return. After a poem was finished, the entire paper was exceptionally beautiful, with majestic poetry radiating through the words. When you look closely, each word carries the perfect stroke of the pen. The vicissitudes of life are revealed everywhere. Ko puts his work aside. He wants to write another one. Taking out a fresh sheet of rice paper, Ko scribbled down another line of poetry. The green ants are blooming. Ask the sword fairy at the bottom of the pool where he is. The poem just now revealed a sense of sadness. Yet this one was unusually bold. Between one stroke and the other, it was like a sword that had been sealed up. Even without the sword, it can still shock people. Ko put away his masterpiece with satisfaction. But on second thought, the 2 entries were posted on both walls. I'm sure my sister will like her work. Master has complimented her on her good calligraphy. Ko was confident. After waiting a while longer, Ko had fallen asleep on the couch. After Wang Siki finished the meeting, it was already almost time to go to work. Pushing open the door of the president's room, Wang Siki noticed Xiaoko sleeping on the sofa. Wang Siki walked softly on her feet to the desk and placed the meeting filing on the table. Only then did he realize the rice paper and brushes scattered on the table. How dare little Lotus give the brush to a child to play with? Wang Siki's tone didn't have any reproach in it, and a light smile always hung on her face. Packing up the clutter on the table, Wang Siki then noticed the rice paper pasted on the wall. Did my little brother write this? Wang Siki looked at the poem on the rice paper in shock. White clouds cover the dust. Impossible. Wang Siki had already ruled out Xiaoko in her mind. She loves calligraphy, which is why she keeps brushes and rice paper in her office. But the more you know about calligraphy, the more you can see the strokes embedded between the words. At least none of the masterpieces she'd seen were like that. When Ko wakes up, she'll have to ask which master this was brought back from. Turning back, she saw another sheet of rice paper taped to the wall. And, Wang Siki moved closer to check it out. What's on this paper is no longer a poem. It's just a line taken from a poem. The green ants are blooming. Ask the sword immortal at the bottom of the pool where he is. Wang Siki read the poem softly, several times in a row. Divine work. This is divine work. The poem itself is like a sword, and with the literary sword power, it is both introverted and sharp. Wang Siki was about to cry out in shock. He was pretty sure that this must be a master's masterpiece. I'm afraid that when it comes to the auction house, it can fetch a sky-high price out. Wang Siki's head buzzed. How could such a miracle appear here? Gently shouting to wake up Ku, Wang Siki smiled and asked him who wrote the calligraphy on this wall. Ko rubbed his eyes and naturally said he wrote it himself. Wang Siki scratched Ko's nose. She wouldn't believe the calligraphy came from Ko's handwriting. Wang Siki simply stopped pursuing the matter and asked Xiaolian directly tomorrow. When it was time to leave work, Wang Siki took Xiaoko home. Wang family estate. At this moment, Auntie Lan was surveying an alchemy furnace, which was large and heavy. The point is, it's not good looking, and there's no place to put it in the villa as a decoration. Buzz. The sound of a sports car came. The people knew that the young lady had arrived home and scrambled to open the gates of the manor. When Wang Siki got out of the car, she saw that the eyes of the crowd were tinged with curiosity. What's wrong, Aunt Barb? Wang Siki opened her mouth to inquire. She thought something was stuck on her face. Aunt Barb asked the question that everyone was curious about. Miss, where do you think to put this big incense burner you bought? I don't see any place to put it. Incense burner? Wang Siki felt a burst of puzzlement. She did not buy any incense burner. Gazing through the crowd, Wang Siki took a deep breath. She finally realized why the crowd had such strange faces and what that one object was. Wang Siki pulled Xiaoko over to the alchemy furnace and looked around for a while. This doesn't seem to be an incense burner? This is an alchemy furnace, right? Cecilia Wang remembers. Just after the meeting, Xiaolian seemed to have told herself that Xiaoko had bought down an alchemy furnace at the Idle Cloud Taoist Hall. Wang Siki looked down at his little brother, and sure enough, the culprit was his own little brother. Little brother, why did you remember to buy an alchemy furnace? Are you refining pills here like Lord Tai Shan Lao? Ko's heart tightened. Oh, or did his sister find out? Ko laughed awkwardly. No, I thought this was pretty and wanted to buy it to play with. Seeing that the crowd was no longer curious, Ko dropped his heart. Wansiki commanded a few strong male servants to carry the alchemy furnace to the open space. She didn't know where it would fit. It was big, bulky and unattractive. Ko said to put it in his room and just let him look at it himself. Despite some incomprehension, Wansiki commanded the people to move the alchemy furnace to Xiaoke's room. Things were finally resolved, and the stone in Ko's heart finally fell to the ground. As long as the problem with the alchemy furnace was solved, he would have his own way to be able to refine pills. He was still thinking that he could distribute it to a few sisters when he turned around and refined the resident pill. The resident pill didn't help with cultivation, but it could make one youthful. After taking it, even after 50 years, the appearance would still remain the same as when the elixir was taken. This is a fatal attraction for women. Who doesn't want to look good forever? Today's dinner Xiaoke ate very quickly. Wansiki can see the Xiaoke seems to be a little anxious, but did not ask more. Have eaten and showered. Locking the door to his room, Xiaoke was finally able to properly refine the required elixir. Looking at the alchemy furnace placed in the corner, Xiaoke hemmed and hawed. Chapter 12, Impacting the middle stage of qi practicing. The yellow and black alchemy furnace gives a thick feeling. 5 people just moved it, and they could barely move it. The weight of the alchemy furnace alone was about 300 pounds. Xiaoke stepped forward, his small hand caressing the alchemy furnace. Big baby, let's get to work today, Ko said with a grin. The alchemy furnace was placed flat in the corner of the wall, but it certainly couldn't be placed here if you wanted to make pills. Ko's room wasn't small, about 40 square feet. It was still more than enough to put a 1 meter long and wide alchemy furnace, only to see Xiaoke's 2 little hands grabbing the legs of the alchemy furnace and violently forcefully carrying the entire alchemy furnace. Tiny people lifting objects several times larger than themselves. The scene is just stunning, a perfect replica of the overlord carrying the king. 300 pounds or so was still quite a strain on Ko. He carried the alchemy furnace to the center of the room and gently put it down. Phew! Xiaoke let out a breath, and after sitting on the bed and resting for a while he was ready to make the elixir. Xiaoke sat down cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace and took out the herbs to be used in refining the nascent soul pill from his storage ring again. Everything is ready. Xiaoke began to use his aura to sketch some patterns underneath the alchemy furnace. The outline completed, he attempted to run his aura to induce the pattern. Surprisingly, the pattern flickered somewhere before breaking and dissipating. What's going on? The array outline failed. Ko tapped his head in agony. He was going to try again. Second attempt. Failed. Third attempt. Failed. False sweat oozed from Xiaoke's face, and this unimpressive fire control formation had yet to be successfully sketched. On his last attempt, Ko carefully outlined each stroke. After completing it, Xiaoke then went to control the aura to invoke the formation. Boom! A blazing fire was created out of nowhere under the alchemy furnace, and it didn't spread. It's as if only this alchemy furnace was fired. It worked! Great! Xiaoke was using a formation called the fire control formation. It only needed to be prodded after outlining it with aura, and it would be able to generate a constant stream of blazing fire within the formation. This was just an unorthodox auxiliary formation, and the memories his teacher had instilled in him contained a portion of knowledge about formations. Ko is also trying it for the first time. Phew! Finally we can go to the next step. Opening the Dan furnace. Xiaoke followed the order and poured the herbs into the alchemy furnace in turn. Xiaoke patiently felt the changes in the medicinal materials inside the alchemy furnace. The temperature inside the alchemy furnace rose extremely quickly. A plant of Chinese herbs was decomposed by high temperature, getting rid of the impurities in it and retaining only the essence of the herbs. Ko was half afraid to be distracted. The most important thing in alchemy is not to be in a hurry and to concentrate. A trace of spiritual energy wrapped around the essence of the herbs inside the alchemy furnace, while the impurities were expelled outside. The temperature inside the Dan furnace was still rising. Finally, the essence was slowly solidified by the high temperature, and Xiaoke knew that this was the final step, condensing the Dan. Despite the fact that a weak sweat was already seeping out of his forehead and his aura was a bit lacking, Xiaoke's eyes were still firm and unshakable. At last, the high temperature reached a critical level, and Xiaoke quickly compressed the essence of the elixir together. Boo! A dull popping sound came from the alchemy furnace. Xiaoke immediately put away the fire control array and collapsed on the floor in exhaustion, breathing heavily. This time, the alchemy almost deflated. It was because the aura was consumed too quickly, and there was too little aura stored in the dantian. Ko couldn't help but imagine, if the realm was raised to the middle stage of qi refining, it would probably not be so hard. The last time I used a rice cooker to make an elixir, it wasn't much of a struggle because I didn't ask for quality. The quality should be a lot better this time around when you've taken yourself that much more seriously. Ko rested for a moment and walked up to open the Dan furnace. 1, 2, 3, 10. The entire 10 round pills lay silently within the alchemy furnace. Wow! I can't believe I practiced 10 of them. Yeah. I remember what my master once said. An alchemist who could make more than 7 pills at a time within 100 furnaces was considered a genius alchemist. I guess I should count myself as a genius then, Ko proudly boasted to himself. Unbeknownst to him, a Dan master who formed 8 pills in a single furnace would already be called a demon. A furnace of 10 Dan like Xiaoke's was more than worthy of being called a demon among demons. The 10 pills were not only rounder than the last one, but also more vibrant in color. This meant that the quality of this elixir was a bit better than the last one. Xiaoke tiredly put away the elixir, hastily cleaned up the alchemy furnace and lay down on the bed. Resting for a while, Xiaoke swallowed a chi nascent pill and fell into cultivation. It was already the next day when I opened my eyes again. Ow. Ko stretched. After a night of cultivation, Ko felt too free, probably because of yesterday's alchemy deficiency. After some cultivation it made the body's toughness all 1 point stronger. Get up. Wash up. Before Aunt Arisher could yell at him to get up, Ko was cleaned up. Wang Siki, as always, was drinking tea downstairs, and he couldn't help but praise his little brother when he saw him go down early. Little brother so diligent, get up so early, so good. Wang Siki pinched Ko's cheeks. Sister 7, don't pinch Xiaoke's face. Xiaoke was pitiful, causing Wang Siki to giggle. Fine, sister doesn't pinch. After a bit of fun, the two ate breakfast. Today Xiaoke didn't go to the company with his sister. He wanted to quickly cultivate to the middle stage of chi refining. By then, he would be able to refine the face residence pill with his aura reserves. The chi nascent pill and the face residence pill all belonged to the first grade pills. The difference was that the facial residence pill had a more difficult refining process, and belonged to the high grade of first grade pills. Wang Siki instructed Auntie Lan and left the manor in her car. All morning, Xiaoke ran around the manor, and at first Auntie Lan followed the young master, afraid that he would fall. Then it was discovered that the young master was also too capable of running around the manor in one breath without catching his breath. To know that the Wang family manor circle is about 2 kilometers long, adults running a circle also have to gasp. In the end, Auntie Lan saw that the sweeper Xiao Lu was free, so she let Xiao Lu accompany the young master for a run. Half an hour passed, Xiao Lu completely exhausted on the road. Looking at the young master's running back, he was completely convinced. Families, who understands? I'm a sweeper who still has to run with the kids, and the point is, I can't outrun them. Xiao Lu has an inferiority complex. For lunch, Kurt ate a lot. After a half day of exhaustion you have to get more nutrition so that your strength recovers faster. In the afternoon, Xiaoke was again practicing cross-legged in the back garden. On the side, Xiao Lu looked towards the young master who seemed to be asleep and felt a pang of boredom. After a while to see that the young master still did not move, he took out his cell phone, opened the piece in warmth and began to touch the fish. Wang Group, Xiaolian, where did you get this calligraphy? Wang Siki curiously asked Xiaolian who was at the side. Mr. Wang you've been asking me for a day. I really don't know. Xiaolian wanted to cry. She also wanted to tell Mr. Wang, but she really didn't know. Wang Siki tapped her fingers on the desktop, her eyes seeming as if she wanted to see through Xiaolian. According to Mr. Wang, the calligraphy appeared yesterday afternoon. The paper wasn't there when she and Ko returned yesterday. Xiaolian spoke tentatively. Mr. Wang, do you think, could it be written by the young master? Wang Siki was all laughed out loud at that. Is it realistic to ask a 5-year-old to write a calligraphy like this when you can get him to draw okay? Inside Xiaolian, I'm falling apart. The afternoon went by in a hurry. Wang Siki came home and ate dinner with Ku and watched cartoons together. Ko, what's wrong 7th sister? Xiaoke stopped his mouth from eating grapes and blinked his eyes at Wang Siki. It's okay, just wanted to let you know that the 4th sister will be coming home in a few days. 4th sister? Ko was slightly stunned. It seemed like other than the 7th sister, no one else in the family Ko had ever seen before. Yes, your 4th sister is very bad-tempered, unlike me, who only cares for her brother. After saying that, Wang Siki barked on Xiaoke's face. At once, Ko was numb from head to toe. Sister's been drinking? No, my sister doesn't smell of alcohol either. Strange. Ko stayed on the couch for a while, afraid to move. Well, come here, sis is teasing you. Ko's heart was pounding. It had just scared him. That said, it's not a bad feeling to be kissed by your sister for the first time. After watching TV, Ko returned to his room. After a chi nascent pill was consumed, Xiaoke continued to cultivate. For the next few days Ko repeated these things. Eat, exercise, eat, practice. These days, Ko's aura has swelled to a critical mass, just one step away from stepping into the middle stage of chi refining. These days, Xiaoke refined 4 more furnaces of nascent soul pills, clearing 10 pills in a furnace, the whole 40 pieces. On a special note, Ko always felt that the 7th sister was weird these days. like she was trying to eat herself. Wang Siki had to kiss her cheeks every now and then, though she didn't resist. In the manor, he had already been touched several times in the past few days, and at the very least, he knew the basic layout of the manor. After dinner today, before Wang Siki could make Ko happy, Ko quickly went back to his room. Is this a sign of dislike from my brother? Wang Siki took out her cell phone in dissatisfaction and just happened to see a message from her fourth sister. Wang Wenya, seventh sister, come pick me up at the Magic City Airport tomorrow afternoon. Siki, no time. Putting away her cell phone, Wang Siki went upstairs to take a shower. Returning to his room, Ko unlocked the door and jumped onto the bed in excitement. With a wave of his small hand, he took out 2 chi nascent pills from his storage ring. This night, he was going to impact the middle stage of chi refining. Chapter 13 changes after the breakthrough. One family estate. Inside the villa, Blackie had drifted off to sleep. In a room on the second floor, there was a little boy sitting cross-legged on a bed. A faint silver light flowed around it, a hint of which did not enter the boy's body. Ko opened his eyes. He had gotten his form right. Next, it was time to impact the middle stage of chi refining. With a flip of his small hand, 2 chi nascent pills were swallowed into Xiaoka's stomach. Closing his eyes, Xiaoko immediately ran his gong method to absorb the powerful aura that erupted from the nascent soul pill. These 6 days of cultivation had saturated the aura in the body. Nowadays, a slight feeling reveals that the aura is no longer elevated. It was as if there was a film preventing the absorption of aura. To break through to the middle stage of chi refining was to break through the limitations of this barrier. Xiaoko mobilized the aura in his body and gathered it into a single stream to impact towards the barrier. A rumbling sound that only Ko could hear came. The barrier only shook slightly and did not disintegrate. Xiaoka's heart had no ripples. Master had said that every breakthrough was not easy, otherwise everyone could become immortal. Once it didn't work, Xiaoka continued to mobilize the aura in his body and frantically slammed into the barrier. Once, twice, 3 times, until cracks appeared in the barrier and Xiaoka's aura was slightly lacking. As his consciousness turned, Xiaoka took out another chi nascent pill from his storage ring and stuffed it into his mouth. Why don't you break it? Break it for me! Xiaoka kept shouting inwardly as his surging aura slammed into the barrier again and again. Fine sweat dampened Ko's pajamas and his face grew pale. Boo! The sound of paper poking through came from the dantian. Finally, a breakthrough. A warm stream of chi flowed through Xiaoka's body, and the dantian was enlarged threefold. Meanwhile, dark dirt seeped from the surface of Ko's skin. She was 2 centimeters taller and her skin was much whiter. Xiaoka continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. Now he only felt as if he was floating in the air. It was too comfortable. The next day, Aunt Arashir came to wake up Ko as usual. After a few shouts at the door and no response, Aunt Arashir knocked again or no answer. The boy, did he oversleep? Aunt Arashir's mind flooded with mutterings as she tried to open the door and enter. After a few attempts, it was then realized that the young master had unlocked all the doors. Auntie Lan is a bit panicked. Young master won't have any accidents, right? Anxiously, she rushed to take out her spare key and open the door to her room. Stepping into the room, Auntie Lan immediately smelled a faint fishy odor. Scanning the room, he found the young master sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, as if he was still sleeping. Ko slowly opened his eyes. He had sensed it just now when Aunt Arashir entered. Stepping into the middle stage of chi refining not only caused the physical body and aura to improve, the wind and grass within 20 meters of the vicinity could not escape his divine sense. Not only that, but now one's soul had a sense of permeability, and one's intellect and judgment had been elevated by a level. It's a change brought about by the growth of spiritual power, I guess. Phew! Ko exhaled a cloud of foul air and twisted his head to look at Aunt Arashir. Aunt Arashir, I'll get up now. You go back ba. Aunt Lan pursued. Young master, what did you do last night? Getting your body so dirty and smelling like fish. Hearing this, Ko rushed to look at his body inside his pajamas. A layer of dirt clinging to it. A gust of fishy odor came from the dirt, causing Ko to blush in her small face. Ah, ha ha ha, I went catching fish with Blackie yesterday. I'm going to take a shower now. Ko jumped out of bed and grabbed a set of clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Auntie Lan muttered to herself, kids are just naughty, they even sneak off to catch fish. It looks like we'll have to lock the door at night from now on. Looking at Ko's bed, Auntie Lan ordered the two to change the bed with new sheets and bedding. Inside the bathroom, Ko rubbed rustily, a cloud of dirt and grime being scrubbed off, brushed my teeth, washed my face, and changed into new clothes. Xiaoka could finally go out handsomely, and when he came downstairs, Xiaoka naturally sat on his butt next to Wang Siki. Sister, I want to eat that. Ko pointed to a plate of fruit across the room, but his sister didn't respond to him. Turning his head, Xiaoka looked at his sister in confusion. Usually his sister would help herself with the fruit. Wang Siki was already shocked and speechless, and was now looking at her little brother with a stunned expression. Was this the same little brother she knew? How could she not look like him? Ko looked at Aunt Erishur in the doorway, who also froze in place with her mouth slightly open. Sister, Aunt Erishur, what's wrong with you guys? Is there something dirty on Ko's face? Shaoko innocently blinked her big eyes and looked at the seventh sister dumbly. Ko, you. Wanseki's tone was a bit shaky, making Ko nervous. Ko how? Why is he so cute? Wanseki couldn't stand it anymore and hugged over Shaoko for a kiss, kissy face. What the hell? Ko's brain buzzed as he let the seventh sister's lips print wildly on his face. He didn't realize how much he had changed by stepping into the middle stage of chi refining. The whole person not only has an outstanding temperament and white skin, a boy looks downright pink. The body had also put on a lot of weight on the originally thin body due to the richness of the meals and the effects of cultivation these days. Now Ko is just too cute and white looking, and there was a scent of milk that made it irresistible to want to hold in your arms. It wasn't until Aunt Barb brought Ko a mirror that Ko realized why his sister's temperament had changed so drastically. Xiao Ko is helpless. The seventh sister has been holding herself in her arms, unable to move. Wang Siki rubbed Ko before putting him back in his seat. She was already a big fan of her little brother, but now she was being buddied up to be even more disciple-controlled. Ko ate very little for breakfast today. The sister on the side kept smiling and staring at herself like a white rabbit locked in a tiger's grip. Ko is so scared. After breakfast, Wang Siki didn't go to the company. Anyway, something Xiao Lian can handle. Wang Group, Xiao Lian, who was sitting in the president's office reviewing the proposal, sneezed. My heart is so aggrieved. Dear Mr. Wang, please come back. My concubine really can't stand it. Is this the punishment for not telling Mr. Wang about the calligraphy writer? The other side. Wang Siki changed into a casual outfit at home. Beige velvet pants, a pale yellow sweater, and a white hat. I have to say, Sister 7 looks better than most of the stars on TV. Today Wang Siki is going to take her little brother for a good time. Afraid that when the other sisters come back they will fight to play with Xiaoku. There won't be as much time to play with my little brother at that point. Sister, where are we going to play? Wang Siki looked at Xiaoku who had changed his clothes and crouched down to say, just follow your sister. You just have to eat whatever you want. Ko was wearing a denim jacket with chunky overalls. This shall not envy others to death on the street. Wang Siki fantasized inwardly. It's kind of weird how much she all feels like she's changed with her brother. Without further thought, Wang Siki drove a Porsche 718 cabriolet and whistled away from the manor with her minions. Xiao Lu, who was sweeping the floor at the door, was sneaking around the corner. An evil grin appeared on his face as he saw Ko leave. At the foot of the big tree beside him, a hemp rope tied Blackie straight to the tree, revealing a bulbous belly. Humph, if it weren't for young master, I wouldn't go running every day. Little Black, it's only because you followed a good master. He. Xiao Lu smiled an unusually treacherous smile. The hand dug in his pocket and pulled out a chicken leg. The chicken drumsticks were still hot and sizzling, making Blackie, who was tied to a tree, look at them. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Xiao Lu opened his mouth to take a bite of the chicken and held the drumstick by Xiao Hei's nose. Shout. No one will find out even if you shout your throat out. Jia. Aunt Erishur, who was in the villa, was looking for something in her room. Where's Blackie? Where did he go in the morning? Aunt Barb asked suspiciously. Diwan Mall. There are not only clothing stores, but also the rest of the snack stores, milk tea stores, jewelry stores, and movie theaters. Wang Siki was dragging Xiaoko around the second floor, while on the first floor, Ko bought a lot of snacks, milk tea, and chicken legs. Walking down the street with a milk tea in one hand and a small chicken leg squeezed in the other. Walking in the crowd, the two are particularly conspicuous. One is a high-cool temperament goddess, and the other is a milky white cute little baby. The turnout was pulled right off the charts. Straight up men, women, and children. Hey, look at that beauty, those long legs, TSK. If I could talk to her for a day, my life would be worth it. Toad wants to eat swan meat. Bah, wow, what a cute little munchkin. I want to kiss and cuddle and lift it high. Damn, cheating on a baby I want one of these goddamned babies so bad. I can't, my heart is budding. Call an ambulance. Xiaoka felt countless gazes gazing at him. This group of uncles and aunts were also too scary. Sister, where are we going to go later? Xiaoka tugged at his seventh sister's jade hand. So many people gawking at him that it made his heart grow fuzzy. Wang Siki smiled warmly, her jade hand stroking the top of Xiaoka's head. Let's take you to the amusement park later, okay? Chapter 14, How can there be a treasure in a stall? Amusement park? In the past few days in the Wang family manor himself did not miss out on learning about various things, and also read a few books. Amusement parks are places where children play, usually with small recreational facilities. This did not interest him. Wang Siki could see that her little brother wasn't very interested and couldn't help but fall into suspicion. Is it possible that the guide one reads is a fake? And that kids don't like roller coasters and skating? Yesterday she saw that everyone else was recommending taking the kids to the playground, which definitely makes for a fun day. Forget it, we'll see if Ko likes it later. If not, we'll change the place. The two continued their stroll through the mall, with Wangseki looking at the clothes and jewelry every now and then. In no time at all, Ko had 2 gift bags in his hands and was following his sister as a follower. Arriving inside another store, Wangseki surveyed the jewelry inside the store and casually glanced at it. There's a lot of variety, but it's all tacky. Hello, beautiful. A feminine voice sounded from behind the duo, but they paid no attention to the owner of the voice. This young lady, can I get acquainted? Wangseki turned her head back, and even though the hat slightly covered her forehead, she could still tell that she had a delicate face. The man across from him was about 24 years old and had dyed yellow hair. The looks can't be said to be handsome, but they are good, giving a sense of fresh meat. But she wasn't in the mood to pay attention to such mentally immature big boys. Not interested. Wangseki opened her mouth indifferently, her icy tone as if she was rejecting people. The fresh meat put on a smile that he thought was sunny and didn't feel embarrassed by it. According to his measurement, this kind of iceberg beauty's family background must be either rich or noble. If he could take her heart, not only would he not worry about food and clothing, he was afraid that he could earn face in front of his classmates. Miss, I see that you seem to be picking out jewelry. I happen to have some research on Jade. Why don't I take you to take a look? The young fresh meat is Magic City University, Jade Identification and Processing Technology current students, named Ma Yulong, usually in the school all over the womanizer, is a famous playboy, the typical scum. Wangseki didn't want to waste her time on him. This kind of person usually didn't have the qualifications to have a conversation with her. She immediately opened her mouth to threaten. I think you're a college student by the way you're dressed. I'd advise you not to have any crooked ideas or you'll regret your presumptuous behavior. A comment that made Ma Yulong's heart jump. This beauty doesn't seem to be very good to be messed with such a hot temper. It was his kind of thing. A lewd thought came to mind. Anyway, with his skills and his own unique charisma surely he would be able to make its heart grow fonder. As for Wangseki's threat, he paid even less attention to it. Danger often comes with opportunity. Thinking of this, Ma Yulong gentlemanly saluted and said in a gentle tone, Miss, I see that you're quite bored as well, or else I'll take you to the Jade store to take a look around. There's some wonderful gambling in there, touching colors, raw stones. Jade, who had been eating melon on the side for a long time, suddenly became interested. If there are spirit jades of a higher quality, you can bring them back to make a few spirit weapons for your sister as well. Spiritual weapons are magic treasures with spirituality, just like storage rings, amulets, and even flying swords and so on. The creation of this kind of spiritual weapon was not like ordinary forging, so it was very precious and practical. Thinking about it, Ko couldn't wait to ask him about it. So where's the Jade store? Hearing a childish voice coming from him, Ma Yulong then noticed Xiao Ko beside the beautiful woman. SS. What a delicate child. The milky white and milky look is really cute. Ma Yulong came back to his senses. He had an idea. Since it's not good to talk head on, we'll take our chances with this kid. Little brother, will brother take you there? It's on the 7th floor of the Diwang shopping center. He was all ready to take the two there, but who knew that Ko suddenly came to say something. No need brother. I'll just go with my sister. Go find your next pretty sister. You don't deserve my sister. His sunny smile froze. Such words straight out of his mouth made him die on the spot in a social way. The jewelry store wasn't crowded, but there were still people looking at themselves as if they were clowns. Wangseki gave Xiaoko a silent nod of approval. Worthy of being my good brother. Ryoko. With only Ma Yulong himself left in the store, a clerk greeted him and asked what he wanted to purchase. It made him ashamed and indignant. This woman, she doesn't give me any face at all, right? Since we're going to the Jade store, we'll see. He grimaced and went out to make a phone call. Ko had finished the milk tea in his hand and still looked uninterested. The rest of his eyes glanced to the milk tea store not far away, and he peeked at the 7th sister again. Wangseki sensed Xiaoko's thoughts and snorted a laugh. Ko wants milk tea, right? Sister is going to get it for my little baby. Just as she was about to get up to get some milk tea, she was stopped by her little brother. Sister, I have money too. I can pay by cell phone. Oh. Ko took out his own fruit phone and shook it, running towards the milk tea store with a smile on his face. Wangseki gave a smile and sat down in the doorway outside the store to look at her little brother. Noticing that there were a bit too many things to buy and it was inconvenient to carry them, Wangseki purposely called Auntie Lan. Auntie Lan, have 2 maids come over from home and help me get my things. The address is on the 7th floor of the Diwang shopping center. Yes ma'am. Hanging up the phone, Wangseki watches how Ko stands in line for milk tea. Lychee Boo Boo milk tea is ready. Next, customers lined up in front of the store got their milk tea and left, but no one walked up. Next, the clerk looked quizzically at the crowd in line. Why didn't they come up and order? Sister shopkeeper, The shopgirl searched for the source of the sound, and she seemed to hear the voice of a small child. Sister clerk, I'd like 2 strawberry boo-boo milk tea, room temperature. Oh. The shopgirl leaned down and sure enough she saw a little boy. Wow, what a cute boy, with this powdered face that I want to suck on. The height of the table was 1 meter 2, taller than Ko, which is why it went unnoticed. Okay little brother, I'll make it for you now. Did you come alone? The shopgirls had figured out what color sack to take Ko home in. Did you say lychee? What kind of lychee do you want me to get? No, I came with my sister. She was there. The fat little finger pointed to Wang Siki outside, who was now looking at Xiao Ko with a smile on her face. The light only hit half of her face, adding to the noble and holy aura. The crowd gasped. Sister and brother are both so good looking. The genes in this family are too good. Moo 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 moo. The shopgirl looked back and reminded him gently. You have to pay for milk tea, so go and call your sister over. Ko shook his head. He had learned to pay for it himself. It was still pretty easy. I have my own money. I don't need my sister to come over. He pulled out his fruit phone and asked the clerk how much it totaled. The crowd in the back of the line straightened up. The 5 and 6-year-olds are using Fruit 14 Pro, and I'm still using Fruit 11 myself. Sister, test you a question. A cup of milk tea $16. 2 cups of how much you have to send me. Correct answer. Sister, send you a cup. Xiaoka sweated slightly. This kind of question was fine to test other kids, but it was too retarded for himself. I've been seeing math books at home for the past few days, and I've been adding and subtracting long after I've glanced at them myself and forgotten them. 32. What a smart brother. Sister sends you a drink. Ku opened Vmail, clicked on balance, and scanned the code to pay. Then he bounced out of the milk tea store. Next, the man in the back was a little giddy. I think he just saw that the little doll had a balance of $100,000. Wang Siki kept praising Xiao Ku. She only remembered Aunt Lan saying that Xiao Ku liked to run to the study when he had nothing to do. Thought he was running off to play, but was he reading a book? Learning addition by himself in a few days. Was his brother still a genius? Looking at his brother, who was happily drinking milk tea, he stopped thinking about it himself. Genius or fool, he was her good brother. The two took the elevator to the 7th floor just as the family's maid followed them up. Wang Siki smoothly handed her things to the duo and held her little brother's hand as she wandered up here. The 7th floor is not like the others. A lot of them are middle-aged and old people hanging around. Not only are there very few stores, but more than that, there are stalls on the side of the road hawking their wares. Borderline ice jade, now only $30,000. Take a look and see. Ancient Emperor's Dragon Robe, 1 piece, $9,999. Qing Dynasty masterpiece of blue and white porcelain. Take a look. As the two of them walked down the road, their divine scents spread out, and Xiao Ku did not find any extreme jade. To say the very best jade he also had, and the jade pendant in his neck could be refined into a spirit weapon. But if you give it to your sister, she shouldn't take it. It's a gift that mom and dad left for themselves. Ha! Xiao Ku's gaze was fixed on a ground stall, and a faint fluctuation came from it. Finally he found the baby. Chapter 15, My brother wants to play gambling. D. Wang Shopping Center, 7th floor. At this time the crowd of stallholders were hawking and soliciting customers. Compared to other floors, this is more like a food market. Ko pulled her sister and ran to a very small stall, surveying the objects that were placed there. The booth was small, with a dozen or so items, large and small, on top of a plain plastic bag. All the others seemed ordinary to Ko. Only a large piece of ebony ore in the corner caught his eye. As long as he felt it, the year of this thing and its internal structure could be seen at a glance. He spotted the ebonite when the party approached. Ebony ore is a hardness, flexibility excellent refining material, and very spiritual. In the first stage refining material belongs to a very good material. Ko opened his mouth to inquire at his drowsy boss. Boss, how can I sell this blackstone? The boss beat up, flatly said to Xiao Ku 50,000. Love to buy. Buy. Do not buy on the go. $50,000 for this stupid rock? Wang Siki raised her eyebrows. It seems that doing this kind of business is also highly profitable, so she can try to develop it later. Good. Xiao Ku decisively agreed. This piece of ebony ore was almost 50 pounds, which was still more than enough to build even a flying sword. The boss is also an old vixen. See, Xiao Ku so easily agreed. Suddenly feel that his price opened a little low. Ahem. The owner cleared his throat and cheaply pressed the stone. Wait. This stone is $50,000, but it's not for sale alone. You'll have to buy another piece. Seeing that this fat fish is going to be hooked, the boss's heart can't be more satisfied. This stone himself did not pay a penny. Originally he was blowing up the mountain mining, did not expect to blow up a black stone. After studying it for a few days, I realized that it was made of a strange material and was incredibly hard. Wang Siki's face was icy cold, and an aura of superiority burst out. You black-hearted boss. How dare you ask for sky-high prices when it's obviously a piece of broken stone? The stall owner couldn't help but shiver and look around in disbelief, searching for the sound. Looking closely at the face of this beautiful woman, it seemed somewhat familiar. It seems to be somewhat similar to the one from Wang's group. Wait, with this look and aura, is it really Wang Siki? The boss fell off the bench on his ass, his legs going limp as noodles. You take it? No. No money. Free. Xiaoko was quite puzzled. How could a word from his sister scare the boss like this? To say the reason can only be said that Wang Siki is too ruthless in this aspect of dealing with the situation. The means is too ruthless. A few of the top families in Magic City, the Wang family, the Gao family, the Li family, and the Ouyang family. Currently, only Wang Siki, a junior, was in charge of the family group. With this alone, it was easy to see her strength and means. If you pissed her off, you really didn't want to have a good life in Mordor. And the owner of the stall ate his words. The servant stepped forward and with difficulty picked up the ebonite and took it to the car at the bottom of the building. The hall is not small, and Ko is happy to see if he can find some good jade next. After walking past the group of ground stalls was a huge jade store. This should be the jade store that yellow hair was talking about. There was a group of people talking around the front of the store at the moment, and there was a stonecutter in the center of the field. The two men came around and were just about to cut through a boulder at that moment. Oops, this is the third one already. If it doesn't come out green, that young man will lose his money. I didn't get out last time either. I paid 10,000 for the raw stone, and I haven't told my wife about it yet. One cut for the poor, one cut for the rich. It's a gamble on one's family. Ko carefully surveyed the boulder, feeling it slightly, and knew there was no jade inside. Stepping into the middle stage of chi refining, the appearance of divine sense allowed him to greatly increase his sensibility. If it was still a day ago, he wasn't sure what was inside the stone. Out. Next to the stonecutter, a young man in his 20s was waiting anxiously, his face suffocatingly red. Clang. The stone was split in two and there was nothing. The boy broke down straight away and fell to the ground bawling. The 3 raw stones cost him a whole $400,000, which was killing him. Alas, there is no fortune in life, and it is useless to count on these byways. Some of the people next to him silently lamented, while others gloated. Looking backward, raw stones of all sizes were placed in the clearing, clearly labeled. It is common for large raw stones to be relatively expensive and small raw stones to be cheaper. Other people can only rely on the lines. Detection pen guess, but there is no guarantee that there is no green, which is also the most difficult point of the gambling stone. Some people use it to get rich overnight, and some people lose their homes because of it. But Xiaoko scattered his divine sense in all directions as if he had been turned on. He knew exactly how big the jade within the raw stone was, what shape it was, and what color it was. Sister, Ko called out to Wang Siki. I'd like to pick a rock too. It looks like so much fun. My little brother wants to play gambling stones, although it is risky to play gambling stones, but it is good that my brother is happy. Losing a few $1,000,000 is just a small thing. With his sister's permission, Ko ran over to pick up the stone with gusto. Hey, is that kid going to play with the stones too? It's here to make trouble, isn't it? Whose bear is it? Get rid of it. The staff hurriedly tugged at Xiaoko and fiercely said that this can only be played by adults. Children are not allowed to come in. This aggravated him, and he twisted his head to look at his sister as if for help. Wang Siki coldly grunted. You let him pick it out and I'll pay for it. The crowd teasingly looked at the duo. How much money could they have in their hands so young? And let the kids pick. I don't think you can get $2,000 out of it. The staff member was in a difficult position and came to Wang Siki's side to speak. This young lady, can you verify your funds? Mainly because I am afraid that you will not have enough capital after the cut. Don't make it difficult for the little man. Wang Siki calmly took out a random card from her bag and handed it to the staff. He turned around and went to check the balance on the card. Took a random card. Didn't even look at it. I don't think it had more than 200 on it. Ha ha ha. I don't think Kali is more than 50. Don't even say it. There's 100. I'll eat this raw stone upside down. I'll just eat Ali upside down too. Noisy. Wang Siki coldly swept the crowd, and people unanimously shut their mouths. Not a moment later, a hot Cheongsam beauty with a staff ran to her. Dear miss, here is your card. Please keep it. I apologize for the offense I took earlier. I'm sorry. The Cheongsam beauty also spoke respectfully. Miss, your card balance is over $100 million. Please follow me to the VIP table to watch. 100 million. 100 million. No kidding. Such a young rich woman. Where's the brother who just said he ate the original stone upside down? Yeah. And where's the dude who said he ate Ali upside down? In the crowd, 2 people ran away with their heads down in ash, fearing that they would be recognized. Ko saw that his sister had made all the arrangements, so he could go and pick the stones himself. Inside the gambling venue, Xiaoko slowly walked around, probably knowing its internal structure. The two staff members behind him followed him closely, just waiting for him to pick out a good stone. Grabbing a marker, Ko soon had marked a dozen or so pieces of raw stone. There are all sorts of things. Expensive ones like 200,000 a piece and cheap ones like 2,000 a piece. After selecting the stone, the two staff members laboriously carried it to the stone cutter. The Cheongsam woman handed Wang Siki a waiver. This is the paperwork you have to fill out every time you gamble on a stone. Mainly because you're afraid that a troublesome customer will make a scene. Filling out the paperwork, Sky Wang swiped her card to pay for the raw stone. Total, 1,876,000. Swiping her card, the flag woman couldn't help but think highly of her. Spending $2 million casually with no emotional fluctuation at all. As if the money was, for him, very little. The staff asked Ko if he wanted to cut the stone on site, or choose to take it away directly. The crowd outside the arena roared with excitement. Cut, cut, cut. By a dozen pieces of raw stone in one hand. This is definitely too much to watch. Almost everyone is urging Xiao Ko to cut the stone on site. Anyway, you already have the result in your mind, so it's the same where you cut it. Then cut it live. The staff member nodded, then yelled at the neighborhood. Cutting stones on the spot. Please take a few steps back if you have nothing to do with it. The crowd took a few steps back, their eyes staring straight at the raw stone, and the show was on. Ko smiled and turned his head, giving his sister a reassuring gesture. Next, the stonecutter takes the stage and the intense and exciting stone cutting session begins to kick off. The staff took out a medium-sized raw stone and put it into the stone cutting machine. The teacher carefully maneuvered the machine to run, poured water and started cutting from the top. He has been engaged in stone decomposition for more than 30 years and has cut countless raw stones with rich experience. It was his extra seriousness in every cut that made him so respected. Ko couldn't help but mutter with his little mouth as he stood watching the giant machine cutting through the raw stone. This machine cuts so slowly. It's not as fast as letting me just shoot away. It's a good thing that statement wasn't too loud, or it could have made someone break out in laughter. The stone cutter is almost halfway through the cut and still no green. Suddenly someone in the crowd roared. It's out! It's out! It's green! Ho ho ho! It's really green! Look! Chapter 16A One Shot. $1 billion. Cheers resounded throughout the mall. Unknown people ran to see the show and surrounded a large crowd of eaters. When the whole raw stone is cut, the inner structure of the raw stone is really revealed. Just see the smooth cut surface, with 1/3 of the greenish-green plane, belonging to the medium-quality greenish water species of jade. It's not very expensive, but it beats the larger size and sells for a good price. The staff member walks up and uses a megaphone to call out. According to the rules of this store, the beholder can place a bid and the seller decides whether to sell or not. Any bids on the first raw stone? There was an instant buzz at the bottom, discussing the value of the jade. I see that the jade can weigh 10 pounds. I'll bid 100,000 here. I'll give you 120,000. 140,000. The highest bid was $140. 000. Did the seller sell? The staff member asked to Ko, and he nodded. This one was just the least of the raw stones he had picked out anyway. The seller has agreed to sell. Congratulations to both of you. The buyer came over and paid for the stone, then gleefully lifted the two halves onto a cart and pulled them home. Second cut of the original stone. The crowd continued to eat melon, and some even moved a small bench to kowtow to the drama. The second raw stone is a small stone. Even the teacher who operates the knife to cut the stone thinks it's hopeless. Soon the stone was split in two, revealing the gorgeous cutouts inside. Whoa, even. It's out again? Xiaoka looked at the crowd of people with their mouths wide open and felt a burst of speechlessness. Was it that hard to win this thing? Wang Siki on the stands also opened her cherry mouth, not expecting her little brother's luck to be so good, producing 2 pieces of jade in a row. After specialized appraisal, the jade surface is as black as ink, belonging to the top-grade ink jade. 1 piece of top-grade ink jade. Any bids from the stage? I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll give you $150,000. 160,000. 170,000. Pick a fight. Ha! $200,000. The highest bid is $200,000, and the seller decides to sell or not. Ko still chose to sell. This kind of jade was not what he needed. The teacher couldn't help but show Xiaoku a thumbs up. This little guy is lucky. The third stone. This time the cut was a large raw stone. After waiting a little while, the large raw stone was split in two, leaving the center empty. The crowd sighed. Good use of the light? It's really hard to win this thing. Xiaoka walked towards the master teacher. He didn't see it wrong. It's just that this piece of jade was all in the right half of the original stone, and it just happened to bypass the jade surface when he cut it just now. Grandpa, take a cut from here and see. Ko pointed to the right half of the raw stone, signaling to start cutting from here. Okay, don't be discouraged. There are winners and losers. The teacher started cutting the right half, this time quickly. The original stones parted, and a greenish-white light flickered and surfaced in front of the crowd. Exploded. It's a good deal. This shape, the top-grade green and white jade seems to be still glutinous ice seed. Such a large piece of icy green and white jade. My goodness. I'm humanly numb. Before the staff even got to the stage to shout, offers were already pouring in from the stage. I'll give you $500,000. $500,000 and you still dare to compete for ice-type greenish-white jade? Go home and eat small onions with tofu. It's also greenish-white. I'll give you $800,000. $850,000. $900,000. $1 million. The staff sees that no one else is bidding and announces a maximum price of $1 million. Kirk still chooses to sell. Wang Siki wanted Shao Kanat to sell it, and it would be good to take it home as a souvenir. The fourth stone. The others stopped arguing and waited quietly for the results of the stone cutting. What? The raw stones parted, and this time the field was silent, including the master stonecutter, who looked at the smooth cut in amazement. The jade surface is a solid color, pure white, like the clouds in the sky are white and flawless. This, icy white jade. There were even more people gathered around this time, even the staff within the jade store. The appraisers all came out to watch. The quality, the color, hiss, $1 million, $1,200,000, $2 million, my jade shops collection. I hope everyone here will give face. I didn't expect that cutting a piece of jade could startle the owner of the jade store. It looked like he had his eye on this piece of jade. Maximum price $2 million. Does the seller sell? Sold. The fifth raw stone exploded into an icy sheepskin jade and sold for $2,800,000. The sixth raw stone exploded into purebred topaz and sold for $1,300,000. The seventh, eighth block sold for $900,000. Everyone is confused. This is not gambling This is clearly a jade open box live Each raw stone exploded with a high price, and the crowd watched in a cold sweat. There are still the last 4 raw stones left to solve. The teacher was numb, having stumbled upon such a bizarre thing for the first time. The 9th raw stone once again exploded into goat's jade, only this one was slightly larger than the one from earlier. The jade store was pocketed for $3 million. Ko didn't bother to calculate the price. He hadn't come on this trip to make money, but to find the very best jade to build a spirit weapon. Ko looked at the 3 remaining raw stones expectantly. The teacher runs the machine to cut a raw stone again. The crowd's high blood pressure is going through the roof. Holy, what kind of jade is this? How come I've never seen this kind of jade before? Does jade still come in transparent? The appraiser's legs and stomach went limp. Excellent glass seed emerald, or the size of a faceplate. It's finished. I didn't screen out this kind of jade. The boss will definitely fire me. Numerous appraisers wailed in unison. Do not bring such a game. Staff on stage. Extreme glass seed jadeite. Start bidding. $8 million. I'll take it. A richly dressed bald boss spoke up. $9 million. Please give my Feng Jun group face. $10 million. There's no such thing as face in an auction. It's always the highest bidder. This kind of big brother level fight made Jade Shop not even dare to interrupt. $12 million. Qing Yang Group, will bring it to give to the Ouyang family head. Please think twice. Just a dog of the Ouyang family. Li, bid $13 million. The hearts of the spectators trembled with every increase in price, and the entire 7th floor was surrounded. In the end, the original stone was taken by the Li family at a high price of $15 million. There are still the last 2 raw stones left. Everyone could feel that tense atmosphere at the scene, and even unknown passers-by felt a sense of oppression. Another raw stone was unraveled, and the crowd only felt that the jade in front of them was strange. This is blue water jade, right? Why did you open a scrap? Blue water jade is very trashy. This piece also has to be tens of thousands of na. You are like a beautiful woman who has seen too much and thinks that people in general are unattractive. Wang Siki's hands clenched the armrests of the chair. This was not blue water jade. A couple of old pros seemed to see something and rushed over to check it out. What are these old men doing? What's there to see in a piece of blue water jade? Someone nearby spoke up, not too loudly. A highly respected appraiser turned and vomited and roared. Shut up, bumpkin. Where is this blue water jade? The crowd scrutinized the raw stone again, and others took out pictures from the internet to compare. It seems to be a little different. How come this jade looks so much warmer and softer than the blue water jade? Yeah, there's also the fact that this jade is not only delicate, but also reveals some purple light in the blue. So amazing. Very spiritual indeed. After some exploration, the staff came up to the stage. Ahem. Imperial blue light jade. Fist size start bidding. Oh my god. Call an ambulance. My heart hurts. My god. I can actually see the imperial blue light jade. This life is worth it. It is said that the jade pendant that the Wang family bought for their only son was made of imperial blue jade. 10 times smaller than this was auctioned for $100 million. So then, $1 billion. Everyone was confused. Quickly, inform the head of the Li family to prepare the funds. Urgently contact the Ouyang family head and say that a large piece of imperial blue light jade has appeared. Inform the family. As long as they can take it cheaply and auction it off, they can easily make a few $100 million. The stage was already in chaos. There are still people who want to rush up to the stage to grab it. With $1 billion in front of us, who wouldn't be crazy? Xiaoku coldly watched the crowd. As long as anyone dared to come close, he would definitely not show any mercy. Wang Siki stood up. She would definitely guard her brother whenever there was an unexpected situation, waiting for security to maintain order. The crowd began a new round of scrambling. 300 million. The one who made the bid was the Li family head's own brother and the second in command of the Li family. $350 million. The bidder this time was the eldest son of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Xiao. Everyone also don't grind here. All this know the value of this piece of jade. I here bid $700 million. The Gao family, Gao Jiajun, president of the Gao group, spoke blandly. This precious jade, he was bound to get it. Chapter 17 My Wang Siki's brother, who dares to touch? 800 million. The Ouyang family raised the price by another 100 million, and the entire mall gasped. I didn't think I'd ever see an auction site with over $100 million in my lifetime. It's just fantastic. The price of imperial blue light jade continued to rise. The hearts of the crowd were already in their throats. How much higher could it go? $950 million. $980 million. $990 million. Boom. 1 billion. Gao Jejun's voice was a bit shrill. A bunch of scumbags letting him bring the price up to this. In a flash, the entire mall stood still. The price of $1 billion was like a sledgehammer hitting everyone's mind. Now I'm afraid that the sound of a silver needle falling to the ground can be heard, and the shock it gives is too strong. $1 billion? Is there a higher bid? Okay, next, please ask the seller to announce if he wants to sell or not. Not for sale. The staff shouted excitedly. Well, let's congratulate the high. Wait, the staff thought they had misheard him and checked with Ko again. I told you, I'm not for sale. The milky voice was amplified and reached everyone's ears. At once the stage erupted in disbelief. Why didn't the little guy choose to sell? Gao Jejun was instantly on fire. This little guy dared to play with himself, right? He had come to this place on purpose to take the precious jade and offer it to his grandfather, but he did not expect to be let off the hook. Pulling a bodyguard aside, he attached his ear and said a few words, then had his men start moving. Staff announced the results again. Unfortunately, the seller of this gem has chosen not to sell it. Shoo! The crowd was sighing. Not being able to see the final step of the deal was a bit of a real pain in the ass. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A dozen strong, black-clad bodyguards walked through the crowd directly toward Ko. Several security personnel were knocked straight to the ground. If you dare to block again, beware, I'll smash your store. Get lost. The people from the Jade store hurriedly retreated a few steps back, fearing that they would anger these bodyguards. At a distance of 10 meters away from Ko, the bodyguard teasingly opened his mouth. Kid, our boss wants to talk to you. Come with uncle. Xiao Ko didn't respond. His tiny fists were being filled with wild spiritual power fluctuations. Don't you dare. Wang Siki, who had been standing on the bleachers, spoke coldly and took a step in front of Xiao Ko. Humph, my Wang Siki's brother, who dares to touch him? With a chirp, he crushed the aura of several bodyguards right into the ground. Cecilia Wang, the president of the Wang group? Yes, the seventh young lady of the Wang family in Mordor, the goddess of the workplace. This child is MS. Wang's brother? Nonsense. They said it themselves, and they need you to repeat it? The onlookers were not calm and took pictures to send to their friends. Back up, back up. A large number of professional bodyguards rushed into the scene and surrounded Wang Siki. The Hai family. Ha! I see that the Gao family is living more and more in the past, trying to rob my Wang family in plain sight, daring to touch my Wang family's only son. Do you want to completely oppose my Wang family? Is it a disgrace to Master Gao to make such a hook? A few questions in a row made Gao Jejun in the onlooker's seat blush. Wow! Goddess Wang is so handsome. Love, love, love. Iceberg sister spoiling her cute brother. The circle of friends is sure to explode. The bodyguards on the other side of the room were knocking on the door as they looked at so many people. Seeing that it was too late for him to do it even if he wanted to do it with Wang Siki present this time, Gao Jejun took the first step to leave this place with his men. Wang Siki looked around coldly. Then the bodyguards moved 2 chairs for Xiao Ko and his sister to sit aside. Deconstruction is not over. There is still a small piece of raw stone on the ground. Wang Siki signaled to continue. The master stone solver then immediately began to solve the last piece of raw stone. Bear with me. After a bout of cutting, the last piece of raw stone was also finally unveiled, and the whole shopping mall was flashed to the eyes by a flash of green. It is! Wang Siki stood up incredulously, and everyone was attracted by the pure green light. The cutter almost exploded. The appraiser's voice was shaking. This is the King of Jades, the grandmother's imperial green. The cutting master had tears in his eyes, having lived a lifetime and dealt with Jade for most of his life. Today, having finally met the king of Jade, he had no regrets even if he died. Looking at the tearful old grandpa, Xiaoko wanted to give him this piece of jade, and he could still go and pick this kind of jade anyway. Imperial green. Wang Siki naturally knew the value of the grandmother's imperial green, and immediately ended the calling session. Flanked by a large group of bodyguards, Wang Siki and Xiaoko left the store with the 2 pieces of jade. The seated eaters were reluctant to leave for a long time. There was also a large group of people who rushed into the store to pick out raw stones and even fought. Seeing that kid's dozen or so raw stones all produce jade, what if he himself produces green? There was a mad rush and the raw stones were swept away. The stone solver is busy again, and these people are destined to regret it, because there wasn't a single piece of jade in these stones. All of them had been picked clean by Xiaoku. There were also a few raw stones that he simply gave up picking because the jade inside was too poor. After exiting the gate, Xiaoku's spiritual power suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Wang Siki saw Xiaoku standing still and curiously asked what he was doing. Sister, can we go there and look around? Ko came up with a good idea. Since that brother wanted to mess with his sister, he had to teach him a lesson. More than 50 bodyguards hugely followed Ko towards a corner. In the hutong, a group of spiritual boys were squatting and smoking, and Ma Yulong was certainly among them. Behind it was another dilapidated van, now with its license plate number obscured. Yulong, what if that chick you're talking about is not to be messed with? Don't hitch your brothers up. Ma Yulong spat out a smoke ring and patted his chest confidently. As soon as I can drag her away, I can train her into submission. By then, not to mention the brothers drinking money, I'm afraid this van will be able to be replaced with a sports car. The crowd fantasized about the scene. If they could just get the rich woman to listen, they would still have a lot of money to spend. Unbeknownst to the crowd, someone was already watching them from the side. Who are you trying to kidnap? Ma Yulong subconsciously replied. Isn't this nonsense? It must be. Who? Wang Siki's icy voice entered his mind, and the crowd followed the voice. Holy, more than 50 black-clad bodyguards. Wang Siki coldly spoke. Properly loosened the bones of these scum. A large group of bodyguards swarmed the dark alley, and a wail came from within the dark alley. The gangsters were beaten half dead. Ma Yulong has been lying on the ground without movement. It is estimated to have to stay in the hospital for half a year. Just as she was about to leave, Wang Siki turned back and instructed the bodyguard at the head of the group. Check his school and contact their principal. It's better not to keep this kind of student, so as not to discredit their university. Yes, I'm going to make arrangements to make sure he doesn't go to school. Ko made a face at the group of punks, making a fool of himself. After handing over the jade to the bodyguards, Wang Siki instructed Well to hand it over to Auntie Lan. Back in the car, Wang Siki dropped her icy side and happily wrapped her arms around Ko for a rubdown. That's great, brother. You've made a lot of money this time. How much did you make? Ko beamed. There's 27339974 in the V-mail. My little baby is so good. It scared my sister. Reward you with a kiss. Ko struggled to get out from under her sister's belly, feeling so awkward even though she smelled good. The sister in the car raised her eyebrows gently. Her little brother was actually unwilling to make out with her. This was not going to work. How about going home and letting your little brother sleep with you for a few nights to develop a relationship? Ko, who was sitting around watching cartoons, suddenly shivered, feeling like he was being watched by something. Wang Siki opened her cell phone, and the message at the top was from her fourth sister. Wang Wenya, I'll go to Kyoto first and change the titular professor to Mordor. No need to pick me up today. I'll go back by myself when I'm free. Wang Siki, I didn't say to pick you up. You don't have to come back. Closing her cell phone, Wang Siki led her brother to the car to go to lunch. Soon it was afternoon. She had wanted to take her brother to the amusement park, but she had to go home and get rid of that jade herself. So the two went straight back to the manor. Entering the villa, Ko finally escaped his sister's clutches. Wang Siki was busy handling the jade materials she brought back, and the grandmother's imperial green materials were first put to the safe. This imperial blue light jade, she was thinking of creating 8 jade pendants, or 8 bracelets. I'm sure my sisters will be happy to receive a gift from my little brother. Myself anyway. On the other hand, Ko secretly hid in his room with the ebonite or in his arms. This piece of treasure was more important than those jades. With such a large piece, it was estimated that a portion of it would remain after building a flying sword. When he stepped into the late stage of chi refining, he would directly fly with his sword. Thinking about it was exciting. Ko giggled at the ore, not knowing yet what he would suffer tonight. On the other hand, the Gao family had set their eyes on Wang Xiaoke, who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 18, topping the hot list. Kyoto Wang family? Gao family, household name. One of the 4 most powerful families in Magic City. Inside the study, Gao Jejun was leaning on the taiji chair, crossing his legs. This sudden appearance of Wang Xiaoke has spoiled his good deed. Is it a child of the Wang family? Also being a member of the four great families, he knew more than the average person about the theft of the Wang family's orphan 5 years ago. The power of the people behind that is far beyond what this magic city's four great families can match. Come on man, Gao Zhejun spoke with a clear and cold voice. Immediately outside the study came a shapely female secretary. He was seen writing a letter with the stroke of a pen, wrapping it and placing it in a Ziploc bag. Send this epistle to the one in Kyoto. The female secretary picked up the letter and was about to leave when Gao Zhejun tugged on the secretary's small waist and pulled her into his arms. There's no rush. I'll deliver it later. I'm so fired up today, young master. Feeling the scent and blazing exhalation from young Master Gao's body, the female secretary blushed in shame. Wang family estate. Xiaoko was about to stuff the ebony ore into the alchemy furnace when the door to the room was pushed open. Turning her head to look at the visitor, it turned out to be her seventh sister. Wang Siki braced herself against the doorframe and surveyed her brother without blinking. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you so nervous? He stammered to his sister and replied, I want to see more of this alchemy furnace. Well, it's very pretty. Listening to his brother's stammering explanation, Wang Siki didn't buy it in his heart. It didn't matter to her anyway. She was here for other purposes. Good brother. What's wrong, Sister 7? In order to promote our sibling bond and create a good family atmosphere. So I decided, sleep with me from today. Xiaoko was still listening to the cloud at first. Until he heard the last sentence he came to his senses. Seventh sister is trying to sleep with herself? Is good luck so deadly to sisters and aunts? No. I'm 5 years old and I can sleep by myself. He balked straight away. If I were to share a room with my sister, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to practice properly. Behave yourself. It's just for one day, okay? Really? You don't have to sleep with your sister tomorrow? Yes, my sister is as good as her word. Good drop. After some coaxing, Ko obediently followed his sister to the third floor. Entering the room, he realized that the seventh sister's room was a bit bigger than his own, and the arrangement was quite cozy. Plush carpets lay under the bed, which was soft and lined with objects in the same style as the decor. The whole room was a warm yellow color and felt very comfortable. Both of them were wearing pajamas. Wang Siki's a loose set of creamy white pajamas, and Ko's a set of cute dinosaur pajamas. Brother, do you know why someone would steal you? Wang Siki tenderly traced her brother's moist face with her hand. Ko shook his head. He didn't know anything else since his sister had told him about being stolen as a child. It goes back to the beginning. It has to do with our grandfather. Our father's name is Wang Yuehao. Our mother's name is Chen Hui. Neither of them are from Mordor. Our father is from Kyoto, the second youngest of the Kyoto Wang family. He's been gifted since he was a child, but he fell in love with our mother. The Kyoto family, they're very particular about noble marriages. Ko was listening very attentively when he suddenly realized that his sister had fallen asleep. The heart is too stifled to listen to a story halfway through without finishing it. It's like you can only eat half of a meal and you can't drink water to quench your thirst. It's so annoying. Seeing his sister sleeping so soundly, Xiaoko gently drew himself up and wanted to leave. He hadn't practiced yet today. Suddenly, immediately about to pull out, he was grabbed back by a pair of jade hands and held tightly in his arms. If he didn't have his cultivation in place, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch his breath. The strong scent of a young girl's fragrance came through, and it was very nice and refreshing. At this time he was so close to his seventh sister for the first time, and Xiaoko scrutinized his sister's sleeping appearance. Born with moist skin, snow-white arms, face like a silver basin, eyes with water apricot, lips not point but contain dan, eyebrows not painted but horizontal emerald, more than usual a point of flattery. Ouch! Yawning, he too began to snuggle into his sister's arms and sleep. Xiaoko was very good when he slept. A pair of small hands gently placed on his sister's waist to sleep, and no unnecessary movements. Early morning, dots of dewdrops dangled from the tips of the leaves, and the sun poured through the windowsill onto Ko's face. It's blinding. Coco rubbed her eyes with both little hands and sat up to stretch. It was a good night's sleep. The night's ample sleep had been a refreshing relief, and he had to say that his sister's bed was quite comfortable. After looking around, there was no sister's figure long ago, presumably downstairs. After washing up, Ko bounced downstairs. The seventh sister was indeed seated at the table, her beautiful eyes looking deep into her cell phone. Curious, he walked over to the side where his sister was swiping a bar of vlogs. There are a couple of threads up there with the word explosive attached to them. Hashtag shocked. 5-year-old boy gambles on a stone and opens $1 billion gem. Hashtag iceberg president Wang Siki's brother? Hashtag Wang Shirchi dominating and protecting her calf. Hashtag who is President Wang's brother? There are 4 out of 10 hot searches with the sibling duo. Now the siblings are completely on fire. Comments have been pouring in below in response. What a cute little boy. Just like a porcelain doll. Wow. Is he the younger brother of Mr. Iceberg Wang? What is the genetic composition of the two? Handsome boy. I can wait 13 years for him. Is it that posthumous son of the Wang family from over 5 years ago? Soon there were tens of thousands more comments under the hot post. Wang Siki looked serious and immediately called Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian, contact the publicist and squash the heat on your brother. Yes, Mr. Wang. Ko blinked his big innocent eyes. He didn't understand why his sister was so nervous. Was it necessary? Only when her sister turned off her cell phone did Ko curiously ask her sister why she was so nervous. Wang Siki just smiled bitterly and stroked her brother's head without saying much. The buzz went up and down fast this time. After breakfast, Ko slipped into the study again. It has become a habit for him to come here every day to read for an hour, and there is gold in books. Opening his cell phone, Ko deliberately went to Vblog to search for the hot search he had just seen. I found that the hot search about myself has disappeared. It seems that my sister is acting fast. The king's family in Kyoto? Ko's eyes stared into the void. Remember, Master said that if someone messes with you, you have to punch them back and make them feel scared. Retracting his gaze, he patiently looked at his 4th grade language arts and math book with a single glance and a steady stream of turning pages. Kyoto. It is called the capital of China, and the residence of the country's head of state is also established in Kyoto, controlling the country's finances. It's a concentration of power, a gathering place for wealthy businessmen. The Wang family in Kyoto, a bustling city within a city, inhabited by all the Wang family members. Those who lived at the edge of the city were collateral relatives, and the deeper inward the occupants went, the higher their status and identity in the Wang family. Inside the Wang family's council chamber, there are pictures of Ko and Wang Siki on the desktop. There were 5 people sitting around, and their faces were all a bit grim. Kirk finished reading and walked out of the study, and next thing he knew, he had to work out. After saying hello to Aunt Arisher, Ko walked out of the room and Black quickly followed. Seeing Blackie running with him, Ko laughed and picked up the pace. Before long, Blackie was exhausted. This little master could run better than a dog. At this moment, Xiaoka stood on the shore of the artificial lake behind the villa, enjoying the last breeze of summer. It's almost fall. Xiao Hei woofed straight, as if to say take a break. Don't run, tired woof. Ko hemmed and hawed and said to Kuro, Blackie, do you want to see your brother show you a hand? Blackie cocked his doggy head in confusion. What was his little master talking about? He ran his aura and symbolically pinched a set of hand gestures, so fast that only remnants could be seen. 9 fists of red flame. With a milky cry, he threw a punch at the lake, and countless starfires in the air coalesced into a giant fire fist. First punch, fire punch. Berserk aura wrapped around the huge fire fist, and a fire fist with a diameter of 2 meters crashed into the lake like a meteor at great speed. Boom! The water splashed around, and for a moment the surface of the water dropped a few centimeters, the whole lake bubbling with a wisp of hot air. Woof! Xiao Hei was so scared that his fur was about to explode, and his small eyes stared at the lake in horror. Scared the dog. Even if that punch didn't hit someone, just being close enough would make them melt right away, right? Ko shrugged it off. A fire fist depleting the aura in his body by 20%. It seemed that one still couldn't use martial arts at will before entering the foundation establishment stage. Turning around, Black was still staring intently at the lake, where a small patch of dead fish had floated to the surface. Ko tapped his head and broke into a run. Lifting Blackie, he disappeared into the distance in a puff of smoke. After a while, the security guards on their daily patrols looked in disbelief at the artificial lake bubbling with hot air and floating with dead fish. By the time the man and the dog returned to the room, it just so happened that my sister had gone back to the office to take care of her work. Placing Blackie on the ground, he looked at him with a serious face. Little Black, would you like to cultivate with me? Woof, good. This young master really didn't misjudge you. With a slight movement of his consciousness, Xiaoka took out a chi nascent pill from his storage ring and broke it in half. Half of it was swallowed by himself, and the other half was shoved directly into Blackie's mouth. He directly cultivated with his legs crossed, while Little Black was coiled in a ball and seemed to have fallen asleep, emitting dots of starlight around his body. Period. Ko's cell phone suddenly blinked. It was a message from Lin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 19, Kidnapping Ko? I don't want to hit anyone. By the time Xiaoka stopped cultivating, it was suddenly noon. Looking at Blackie, who was still sleeping on the side, he was bored and took out his phone to try to watch some cartoons. When I opened my cell phone, a V-mail message stood out. It was from Sister Xiaoxiao. He perked up and clicked on Lin Xiaoxiao's message. Sister Xiaoxiao Xiaoku, I'm sorry to bother you, but can you ask your family if they know any doctors? Sister Xiaoxiao, I know you have a good family. My mother has terminal stomach cancer. No hospital is willing to accept her now. I really have no choice. After reading it, he didn't reply right away. In advanced stages of stomach cancer, many hospitals will only prescribe painkillers. Chemotherapy is also just a costly ordeal, so hospitals usually don't accept such patients. You might die in the hospital one day, and it's not easy to explain to the family. It may be terminal for others, but for himself, As long as he is not killed by a single blow, he has a chance to snatch him from Hades. Ko was not confident, but trusted the medical skills taught by his master. When I think back to when I was in the dream, practicing acupuncture on countless people and prescribing medication tens of thousands of times, my spirit was numb. I have encountered difficult cases that are more difficult to treat than this stomach cancer, but they have all been gradually overcome by myself. Contemplating for a moment, he sent a message for Lin Xiaoxiao to send his location, and he would go over there now. Lin sent a locator. He flew downstairs himself, where Aunt Barb was polishing the furniture. Noticing Ko approaching, Aunt Arisher asks what he's up to. Aunt Barb, I need a set of silver needles. A full set. Auntie Lan simply waved her hand and refused. Children are not allowed to play with sharp things. Seeing that Aunt Arisher was unwilling to buy it for herself, she could only think of another way. Out of the villa, Ko ran near the entrance to find Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, who was in a state of cluelessness 13, was thus pulled away by him to act as a driver. Arriving at the garage, Ko pointed to a field of luxury cars and asked Lu which one he would drive. Xiao Lu's body trembled slightly. The young master is going to let himself choose the car. So many luxury cars to drive at will. It's too happy, isn't it? Xiao Lu quickly browsed around the garage and finally chose a Rolls-Royce Shadow. Before Xiao Lu could get excited, the young master hurriedly urged him to get into the car. Boom! The sound of the sports car spread around. With a kick of the gas pedal, the Rolls-Royce bounced straight off the starting block, and the strong pushback sensation made the two men's bodies lean back. Can you drive or not? Ko milked the rebuke, and if it weren't for the fear of exposure, he would have wanted to punch him out himself. Xiao Lu stabilized the car, familiarizing himself with the power of the sports car, and whistled out of the manor. The security at the gate saw the Rolls-Royce and opened the door directly to let them in. The duo also managed to leave the manor. In the diagonal corner of the manor, a thieving man turned on his walkie-talkie. Target has left the estate. Repeat, target has left the estate. When he finished speaking, the man disappeared into the dimly lit corner as if he had never been there. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Xiao Lu was only concerned about being pulled out of the door by the young master. He didn't know what he was going to do. Was he going to Wine's group? Ko said faintly from the back row. I need to buy a pair of silver needles. Lead the way. Hearing that the young master wanted to buy silver needles, he hesitated to refuse. After all, this kind of stuff is pretty dangerous for little kids. If you don't take me there, I'll tell my sister bad things about you. Be careful that you won't be able to stay in the Wang family. Oh. The milky boy opened his mouth threateningly at Xiao Lu. Mostly, he had to listen. He was really scared. God, why did you send a demon to torment me? Xiao Lu's heart was bitter. The Rolls-Royce whistled through the streets, attracting many beautiful women with different colors. This is the charm of the luxury car. If you have a Rolls-Royce, you are still afraid of not having a beautiful woman with you. Not long after, the car pulled up to the medical equipment store. Ko got out of the car and went to buy a pair of small and delicate silver needles, which were very convenient to carry around. After paying, he went out to get into his car. Seeing Xiao Lu, who was still indulging in selfies in front of the luxury car, was a moment of distress. I don't know if it's right or wrong to call this unreliable guy up. Getting in the car, Ko gave Xiao Lu the location Lin Xiaoxiao had sent him to navigate to, and now he was going to set off for Lin Xiaoxiao's house. The car began to drive toward Yinbei district. Behind them, a van followed closely, a line of men grinning sorrowfully. The car turned left and right and soon entered the Yinbei district. Ko viewed the familiar surroundings, the life he once lived vividly. Little brother Lu, stop the car. The Rolls-Royce leaned over the curb and Ko opened the door and rushed into the milk tea store. Xiao Lu got out of the car and gazed at the young master. It's true that if you're still a kid, you like good food. The sudden appearance of a luxury car on the street attracted the attention of a group of girls. Hey, look at that little brother, driving a Rolls-Royce? He's a rich man, right? Go, 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 go. Maybe it's a rich kid from some family. A group of young girls in revealing clothes, wearing stockings and ultra-short skirts with heavy makeup, stepped on high heels to meet Xiao Lu. Hey handsome, would you be interested in a drink? The sweet kind. A few of the girls' words were drawn out and whiny, teasing toward Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was not a fan of this kind of girl and just wanted to wait silently for the young master to go out. But the girl was even more reckless, her hand on Xiao Lu's chest groping and her body immediately pressed up against him. There was no other way. Xiao Lu could only deal with this group of girls first. The van followed, and the driver saw Ko, who was buying milk tea alone, and murmured a good chance. The vehicle was driven to a stop at the door, and the people inside it were fist-pumped and ready to carry out the plan. By the time Ko had finished buying the milk tea and tasting it with a smile on his face, there was no defense. Stepping out of the store, a marijuana bag came crashing down on me. Gotcha! Move! Four men carrying sacks quickly jumped into the van. Xiao Lu also noticed that the young master was being taken away and let out a cry of alarm, immediately rushing towards the van. Boom! with a kick of the gas. The van went straight into the driveway. Xiao Lu in the back ate a big mouthful of exhaust, cursed in his heart, and turned to rush to the car. Agu brother, come with sister. Sister will definitely make brother happy and comfortable. The girl stopped Xiao Lu again. I'm comfortable with you. Xiao Lu kicked the woman out far away. Damn it. Miss can kill the young master if he loses him because of this kind of broken woman. Get back in the car, fire it up quickly, and chase the van in front of you. Only the girl who had been kicked to the ground was left behind, looking around in great embarrassment, drawing contempt from the crowd. What are you looking at? A bunch of beggars. The girl cursed at the crowd as if she were spilling her guts. This behavior led onlookers to label him a shrew. The chase is on in the driveway of Goose North. A van, a Rolls-Royce frantically ran dozens of stoplights in a row. Eventually Xiao Lu lost the van. Damn it, ing pussy. Xiao Lu broke down. What should he do now? Calming down, he immediately called the police, then called Aunt Barb. Inside the van, Xiaoke was drinking milk tea inside the sack, and he knew exactly what was happening outside. This group of people must have a plan to capture themselves. Simply let him do it. What was he afraid of as a cultivator anyway? The van continues to drive for some time and enters an abandoned factory. The people in the car chatted with each other, not taking Ko seriously at all. The young master of the Wang family, TSK. I wonder how much the boss will pay. Don't worry, absolutely nothing less. This operation was too easy. Ha ha ha, that asshole kid in the back is still trying to chase our boss. Don't you know that my boss is a racer by trade? The car had stopped, so there was no need for Ko to continue his disguise. The aura around him shook slightly, and the sack instantly shattered. The crowd in the car was startled. What is this? A trick? My goodness. Are you a human or a ghost? The little boy stood up and sipped his milk tea with an innocent face, looking harmless. The boss in charge didn't care how he did it. Anyway, by the time we get to the place, our own mission has been accomplished. Opening the door, the 5 kidnappers stepped out of the car. Ko jumped out of the car on his own. At this time the factory had already gathered a dozen bodyguards, and there was also a woman with a hot body sitting right in the middle. The kidnapper boss spoke respectfully. Boss, the man is brought. The woman had been directly convincing in dumping a suitcase on him. Xiaoke dispersed his divine sense and realized that the box contained full of cash. She stepped lightly on her heels and took a step towards the little boy, the sound of her heels echoing through the factory. Coming to his side, he rubbed his fingers over Ko's face. What an exquisite little person. It's a pity your name is Wang Xiaoku. The woman smiled evilly. Having captured the young master of the Wang family so smoothly, the president would be very happy. What's wrong with you guys? I can't believe none of you are tied up. She turned to sit back in her chair and instructed the bodyguard next to her. Go, tie him up and take him to the car. Several bodyguards approached Ko with twine. Wait, sis, why did you kidnap me? Ko inquired with an innocent look on his face. The woman was also amused, not expecting a child to be able to ask such childish questions. Of course there's someone who wants to see you. Cutie, who's looking for me? Giggle, I can't tell you that. You'll find out when you get there. Ko sighed. No, you have to tell me or I'll beat you up. I don't like to hit people. Don't like to hit people? Ha 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 ha. The crowd in the room laughed with delight, not taking his threats seriously in the slightest. Ugh, I'm telling the truth, but no one believes me. In a flash, Ko's clothes were windless. A strong pressure swept toward the crowd. Chapter 20, Strength, but not much. The crowd only felt their bodies as if they were being crushed by Tarzan. The woman's face changed and she immediately ordered the crowd to grab Wang Xiaoku. The bodyguards were ordered to rush towards Ko. Only the boy's small hand was slightly raised, and the stones scattered on the ground were suspended in midair. When the bodyguard was still a few steps away from him, he pointed his finger out, and instantly a dozen or so stones shot at the bodyguard at extreme speed. Snap! The stones hit the bodyguards and for a moment the crowd stood still. The woman screamed in horror. What's going on? A bunch of... Come on! Ko took a step towards the woman. He had just used the stone to point the bodyguard's acupoints. If we don't stop the force, I'm afraid there'll be a bunch of corpses. Of course he didn't want to do that. The woman, seeing that the scene was now too weird, panicked and took out her cell phone to send out a message. By now Ko was standing in front of the woman, smiling sweetly at her. Can you tell me now? I don't want to punch my sister yet. The woman clenched her teeth. She was an adult who could still be intimidated by a bean-sized child. Taking a breather, the woman reached out her palm to grab the little boy in front of her. Pop! A crisp slap spread through the factory. Her ears were buzzing and the left side of her face quickly swelled with a small handprint. Master said, you have to take action when it's time to take action, or else you can only suffer in silence when you're bullied by bad guys. He recalled his master's words in his mind. Little brat, how dare you hit my mother? The woman kicks at the boy, but the boy ducks to avoid it. Pop! There was another crisp thud. and this time the right side of his face was similarly swollen with a small handprint. He. Snap. Me. Snap. After a few slaps, the woman's face had swollen into a pig's head and she no longer dared to say anything. SS. A sharp break sounded. Another group of bodyguards suddenly appeared outside, led by a bald middle-aged man. The bald man had an impatient face, dark complexion, and was nearly 2 meters tall. It was like a giant bear in human form, staring at him with a tiger's eye. Xiaoka stopped her hand, and a touch of shock surfaced in her turquoise blue pupils. He wasn't shocked at the size of the bald hunk. Rather, it was because there was a faint aura within this person. Weak and muddy. Are there other cultivators here? Impossible. Master said the aura is thin on Earth. There is even less than a second cultivator in the entire world now. It was very confusing in his little head. Never mind. We'll think about that sort of thing later. The bald man taunted at the woman, his voice as loud as a gong. Chen Chu-Chu, you woman can still be beaten up by a little doll. Did young Master Gao play you false? And still have to let this great master make a move? Chen Chu-Chu stroked her slapped and swollen cheek and whimpered. Black Bear, Lu, you, quickly, take this good rough monk, small, down. The black bear waved his hand and gibbered a bunch of words that he couldn't understand. Eyes shifted to the boy, and the two stared at each other. One fury, the other dull and sweet. Black Bear waved his hand and a dozen bodyguards swarmed behind him. Ko also began to move, as fast as no one could react. Boo! The soft punch directly sent the 1-meter-8 man flying 2 meters away. Everyone briefly froze. Is this something a ing child could do? Wandering through the crowd, every time Ko threw a punch or a kick, a bodyguard would fly out a long way. In his eyes, these people were too slow and too weak. Punching, kicking, and elbowing each other, he was able to pummel these people away with his physicality alone. 1 minute, not too long and not too short. All the bodyguards were already all lying on the ground wailing, bowing their backs like little shrimps. This was already Coco's way of collecting the force. Otherwise that soft punch could have killed someone. At the early stage of chi refining one could carry 300 pounds of alchemy furnace and walk. Now that he had stepped into the middle stage of chi refining, his physical quality was not simply 1 plus 1, but tens of times more. I told you, I don't want to fight. Ko huffed and puffed. All he wanted to do was ask who tried to kidnap him. Faced with this chaotic scene, the black bear was stunned. How is that possible? Slowly, he clasped his hands on his arms and spoke coldly. Humph, little doll. Don't know how you did it though, but stop now and follow me back to the king's house. The black bear spoke confidently, taking a step towards Ko. He could also crush this group of bodyguards at will, and although this doll was odd, he didn't think it could be stronger than himself. Facing the black bear, Ko also raised his spirits. This guy in front of him was quite a bit stronger than the group of bodyguards, and was probably an immortal cultivator. Whoosh! The black bear quickened his pace and rushed at the boy as if he were a bulldozer. An unstoppable aura burst out. Ko bit her lip and beamed as she stood still. In an instant, the two extremes of a large and a small were only a step away from each other. The black bear's sandbag-sized fist swung at the boy with the sound of breaking wind. Ordinary people are afraid that if they eat this punch they will be reunited with their ancestors. Just as the fist was about to land on the boy, a small white hand turned palm into fist and quickly met his fist. Boom! Fists clashed, and Xiaoka shook the black bear back and forth with devastating force. At this time, he had a look of contempt on his face. Without the nervousness he had earlier, he only used 10% of his own strength to make this big man unable to fight. That's so lame. On the other hand, Black Bear's right hand was trembling slightly, as if it had been broken. Ko spoke slowly. Why did you grab me? Who told you to grab me? You can't beat me. Give an account. The black bear was so angry he wanted to curse. This was too insulting. The words ended in a flash and Ko appeared in front of the black bear. With a stomp of his calf, the huge impact directly sent him flying backwards. It wasn't until he hit the pillar that he rolled to the ground. Unconscious. Ugh. The strength was exposed a bit then, but thankfully not completely. He muttered to himself. There was still Chen Chuchu and the few kidnappers standing in place on the field. The kidnappers don't know whether to stay or go now. This battle, the movie wouldn't dare to shoot like this. Okay? Ko walks towards Chen Chuchu, and after some cordial discussion finally learns some of the information. The Gao family, and the big shots in Kyoto. Who are the big shots in Kyoto? The Kyoto Wang family? After realizing that the people who wanted to arrest him were the Gao family, he nodded with satisfaction. As the crowd watched, Ko resumed his seat in the van. Hey, you guys get in the car and take me back. Ko frowned. These kidnappers are cuties. Are trying to make themselves run back? The kidnapper quickly took the money and got into the car, serving him with a fawning face. After determining the location, the van left the crumbling abandoned factory in a puff of smoke. Chen Chuchu looked at the messy grounds and didn't know what to do. In the van, a group of kidnappers didn't dare to breathe. fearing that this little monster with explosive combat strength would slap them away. "Young Master Wang, do you think you'd like a Coke? I have 2 more bottles here." Ko arrogantly stretched out his fat little hand, and the fat kidnapper hastily placed it in Ko's hand. "You're much better than those bad guys. I think you'd better change your ways. Child abduction is illegal." Listening to the little boy's chatter, the fat kidnapper nodded his head and said yes, making the group of kidnappers unable to stop sweating. And so, amidst the kidnappers' terrified fears, the destination was reached without incident. Getting out of the car, before Ko could turn around, the van immediately stepped on the gas and disappeared into thin air. He muttered in a small voice, "Am I that scary? Running so fast. Now I have to find Sister Xiao Xiao quickly. I guess she's waiting impatiently." Following the navigation in his cell phone, Ko walked into an ordinary neighborhood, 50 meters away from the finish line. Lin Xiaoxiao waved and shouted towards him. When Ko approached, Lin looked behind him and didn't see Ko's family. Seeing the disappointment in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, Xiaoke hurriedly explained that his sister would be here later. At those words, the light blossomed anew in her eyes, and she rushed to walk him home first. Lin Xiaoxiao's home was on the 12th floor, and it was obvious to observe her haggardness as she rode the elevator. When you're a student and you're about to go through life and death, it's a devastating and helpless thing to do for anyone. Entering the home, an odor of herbal medicine mixed with Western medicine reached his nose. Obviously the Lin family has used all the methods of Chinese and Western medicine. On the sofa, there was a group of people sitting around at this time. There was Lin Xiaoxiao's father, brother, uncle, and aunt. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao bring back such a cute little boy, everyone's faces were dissatisfied. Lin Xiaoxiao's brother was the first to speak. "Sister, what are you doing bringing an outsider, let alone a child?" At this juncture, the rest stayed silent, but their inner thoughts were the same. Lin Xiaoxiao retorted with red eyes, "You can't do anything with mom in this state. Coco's sister might be able to help us. Why can't I try?" Brother Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to say something else, but was stopped by her father's raised hand. "Well, I understand Xiaoxiao's feelings, but there's nothing we can do about it. What can a little kid like him do? You'd better send him back quickly." Ugh, why wouldn't he want his wife to suffer less? But the hospital side had said that even processing the treatment would be futile. The disease is already too severe and there is no chance of recovery. Lin Xiaoxiao's tears flowed down her face, and her lips were trembling slightly. She didn't want to accept that. Lin Xiaoxiao's father's nose was also sour. It was his own fault for not noticing it earlier, or else he would have had the chance to. "Auntie is still saved. Don't worry." A milky voice came into the crowd's ears. Chapter 21 Acupuncture for Cancer. The voice wasn't too loud, but it was like a giant hammer that shook the hearts and minds of everyone present. Lin Xiaoxiao cried with pearly blossoms and grabbed Xiaoke's shoulder to inquire. "Anything else I can do to save my mom? I'll do anything." The crowd shifted their gaze to the little boy, with expectations and more than a little skepticism in their eyes. Ko was also thinking about what he could do to heal his aunt without revealing his strength. While he was considering this, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Xiaoxiao's brother quickly ran to open the door. When he saw the visitor, Lin's father immediately squeezed out a far-fetched smile. A white-robed old man entered the living room with a medicine chest, and it was easy to smell the odor of Chinese medicine on him. Lin Xiaoxiao's father rushed forward to greet this honored guest. "Dr. Li, sit down, sit down." Dr. Li sat at the coffee table, stroking his goatee. "The body looks weak, but the essence is good. How has your wife been?" Dr. Li spoke slowly. Lin's father's eyes were bleak and his face was thick with sadness. "The last time Elder Li was here she was able to stand, but lately my wife has been crying out in pain, nausea and vomiting, and now she can't get out of bed anymore." Thinking of his wife's condition, such a good woman had suffered half her life with him and had suffered so much. "Now that I'm about to reach the age of happiness, I've come down with this disease." In front of the crowd, Lin's father finally managed to hold back his sobs. "Men don't cry. It's just not a sad place to be. Dr. Li can't help it. He's seen too many life and deaths." After a long sigh, he entered Lin's mother's room. Xiaoke followed suit, but was stopped in his tracks by Lin Xiaoxiao's brother. "Dr. Li is practicing medicine, so kids shouldn't go in and make trouble," Lin Xiaoxiao's brother said impatiently, directly blocking his way. Ko turned his head to him. "Brother, my sister is the vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Mordor, and can get auntie to receive treatment. I'll go and check out the situation, and turn around and talk to my sister." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's brother pondered for a while, also letting him in. Before entering, he seriously instructed Ko not to interfere with Dr. Li's treatment, or else don't blame him for being merciless. This threat was simply ignored by Ko and followed Dr. Li's footsteps into Lin's mother's room. The others looked at the ward with worried faces. Dr. Li looked at the little bitty man who followed him up and liked it. The child was not in a hurry and was very well behaved. This character is better than any of his peers and can accomplish great things. Inside the room, A mishmash of odors mingled and clustered together, making it very uncomfortable. Lin's mother lying on the bed was pale and depressed, without a trace of blood on her face, including her lips, which were lavender in color. Seeing Dr. Lee come in, Lin's mother forced herself to sit up and squeeze out a smile. Dr. Lee hurriedly made him lie down again. Dr. Lee, it's really troublesome for you. I'm already very contented to live to such a great age. The one at home still can't bear to have you come over for 3 days. After a few words, Lin's mother coughed violently a few more times. Upon entering the room, Xiaoke released his divine sense to check and found that Lin's mother was not seriously ill. Dr. Lee opened the medicine chest and took out a row of silver needles and Chinese herbs. It made him frown. The wrong herbs, and it looks like Dr. Lee wants acupuncture treatment too. As the two made small talk, he had figured out how to go about treating his aunt. Then I will begin, Mother Lin. Well, please Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee took out a silver needle, found the right points, and was about to start applying the needle. No! Lin's mother and Dr. Lee looked at the little boy in unison. Grandpa, you can't stab the baihui point with your first needle. Dr. Lee was infuriated. How dare a half-grown baby doll question his medical skills? After practicing medicine for decades, he had saved thousands of people. Could he not know how to cure them? Ignorant child. Get out if you dare to believe another word. Dr. Lee whisked his sleeve and angrily reprimanded the boy. Then he no longer paid attention to the boy and continued to want to apply needles to treat him. At some point Ko had grabbed Dr. Lee's hand that was applying the needle and frowned at Auntie Lin's body. Dr. Lee tried to break free, but found that his arm was as if it was clamped, and no matter how much force he exerted, he could not break free. If you can't heal, don't put on a frame to practice medicine. It's the basic quality of a healer. He spoke rather seriously, his boyish face somewhat earnest. With a small fling of his hand, Dr. Lee was shaken back a few steps, flicked off his face. He was just about to chide the boy for being unruly and disrespectful. Instead, he found the boy pulling out a box of silver needles and beginning to administer them. Dr. Lee froze steeply in place, only to see the little boy pinching the silver needle in his hand, slightly snapping his fingers. The silver needle pierced into the spirit bone point. What? Flying needles? How can you fly needles at such a young age? Flying needles were considered a technique of acupuncture, and it had taken him more than 10 years of administering needles to be able to learn it. But is such a precise and decisive stabbing of an acupuncture point normal on a doll? Auntie, don't be nervous. I'll be gentle. Although Lin's mother wanted to stop it, seeing such a cute doll, her heart's vigilance dropped quite a bit. Xiaoke continuously applied needles, a trace of aura converging on the silver needles to pierce the acupuncture points. It's the lead needle to cross the qi. Xianyang's 18 needles, the simplest one master has ever taught. Now that it was cast, it was quite skillful. Spirit bone, Dabai, Gong Sun, Xingma, outer bone, a full 18 stitches, all accurately stabbed at various acupoints. It's said that outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Dr. Lee looked at each acupuncture point stabbed by silver needles with an astonished face. This technique, ingenious. Cancer, in Chinese medicine, belongs to the blockage of blood flow in the human body and the formation of tumors that block the operation of airflow. So the general application of needles is to eliminate the location of the blockage and restore the body's qi flow. But what this stitching did, he couldn't even understand for a moment. Auntie, how are you feeling now? Ko blinked at Auntie Lin. Lin's mother smiled faintly, and in her heart, she liked this little guy more and more. Auntie feels warm and cozy with a hot stomach. Ko smiled and nodded. It looked like it was working well. Combined with herbs, it is estimated that you can recover most of it in 2 weeks. The 18 needles of Xianyang not only emphasized the techniques, but also controlled the input of aura, so as to achieve the effect of repairing the body. It's normal that Dr. Lee wouldn't. After all, he's an ordinary person. After doing so, Xiaoke took a pen and paper again, quickly writing down the prescription and handing it to Dr. Lee at the side. Looking at the beautiful words on the paper, Dr. Lee jumped like an electric shock. Snake's relic and gentian herb can still go together like this. It's. Looking at the harmless little boy beside him, Dr. Lee wanted to kneel down and worship. After practicing medicine for decades, today he was convinced by this small child. Ahem, may I ask your master's name and where he lives? Dr. Lee spoke with a red face, only blaming himself for being too impulsive just now. As soon as Xiaoke heard that he wanted to find out about his master, he quickly replied that he did not have one. He didn't want to expose his master, and besides, he didn't know where he was. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything more, Dr. Lee sat on the edge of the bed and examined Lin's mother's body. It's amazing, the blockage is slowly recovering. What a miracle, doctor. After the conversation, the two returned to the living room. As soon as he came up, Lin's father shook Dr. Lee's hand and asked about the status. The crowd also looked worried and waited for his sentence. Dr. Lee laughed brightly and patted Lin's father on the shoulder. Don't worry, your wife's health is improving. It won't be long before she's back to normal. What? A group of people gasped out in shock. The news was too good to be true. Elder brother Lin, you have to thank this little divine doctor. Dr. Lee told the story in a few words, his eyes shifting to Ko on the sidelines every now and then. Hearing the end, Lin's father bowed deeply to the little boy with tears in his eyes. The same goes for Lin Xiao Xiao and her brother. This one will not make Kirk whole. Uncle Lin, Sister Xiao Xiao, get up. His soft, fluffy voice penetrated the ears of the crowd, and Lin's father immediately responded. No matter what, little divine doctor saved my wife's life. You are a great benefactor to my family. Thank you. Ko pouted, always feeling a little awkward about that in her mind. After a conversation, he warned the Lin family to take the medicine on time according to his prescription and to pay attention to various taboos. The Lin family wanted him to stay for dinner and thank him properly, but he still wanted to get home quickly, or his sister would surely be anxious. After refusing the Lin family's request, Lin Xiao Xiao walked out of the house with Xiao Ko and Dr. Lee. On the way, Dr. Lee tried to get words out of him, but he wouldn't eat them. It was not until the cell door that Ko reluctantly added Dr. Lee's V-mail. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at Xiao Ko, who didn't take the car, and inquired in puzzlement. Ko, what are you doing here? No one picked you up? How did it get here? From the kidnapper's brother. Of course. You can't ask him to come back over and pick yourself up now. Ko shook his head in aggravation and explained. My sister dropped me off and something came up at the hospital and she rushed back, afraid that it would be dangerous for Xiao Ko to go home alone. Lin Xiao Xiao called a taxi to go home with Xiao Ko. Come to the Wang family manor. Lin Xiao Xiao stared blankly at the luxurious manor. What's going on here? He hurriedly lied and said that his house was in the neighborhood and that he could walk back on his own. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Ko made a point of leaving around the property. Chapter 22, Sister, I want to sleep alone. Wang family manor. Inside the villa, Xiao Lu trembled and knelt down the hall, and Wang Siki couldn't hide the anger on her face. Stealing a sports car, taking away the young master, watching the young master being kidnapped. What are you doing? Does my Wang family raise idlers? At this time, Xiao Lu was scared to death, and the lady had never been so angry since she was a child. You can get the hell out of here. Get out of Mordor. Get as far away as you can. Oh no. Just send you to my second sister for a good makeover. Wang Siki was about to be furious. When did her family raise this kind of waste? And she had caused quite a lot of trouble for herself. Xiao Lu lying on the ground and crying bitterly. He is willing to get out, but to the kind of frontier war-torn area of the second lady, maybe a small life. Ever since Xiao Lu returned to the Wang family in a state of disorientation, Aunt Lan sent someone to take him down. When they learned that the young master had been robbed, everyone was nonplussed and immediately told the seventh young miss. Aunt Barb was also given a bad rap, and the crowd was responsible for what happened to Ko. The veins on Wang Siki's wrists were visible, and she forced herself to kill people and ordered the whole city searches for the young master, especially Yanbei district. The surveillance is all lined up. Big data analyzes the kidnapper's characteristics and carefully compares each one. The underlings were ordered to set off quickly in search of the young master. Ding! Wang Siki's cell phone rang. It was the fourth sister calling. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the phone. The fourth sister was very happy, having just gotten out of the airport and now being almost home by car. Being able to see her dear brother soon was kind of exciting for her. Seeing that Wang Siki didn't say anything, fourth sister had a bad feeling in her heart. After Wang Siki's explanation, the sound of something breaking came from the other end of the line when he learned that his little brother had been kidnapped. Wang Siki, I asked you to take care of my little brother, and this is how you take care of him? Oomph. The phone hangs up with a beep. It seems that I also have to be scolded by the fourth sister. Suppressing her inner annoyance, Wang Siki also quickly joined the team searching for Xiao Ku. The other side, Ko circled back to the manor. In a flash, a luxury car stopped at the entrance of the estate. Ko also looked back, thinking it was the seventh sister who just happened to come home. Clunk! The door of the car opened and a sister wearing glasses and a black one-piece dress, who was very elegant, got out of the car with her long legs. The face is like alabaster under the sunlight, and the body is quite hot. Fat where it should be fat and thin where it should be thin. Her features were exquisite. Her beautiful eyes were flowing with autumn waves. Her lips were red and her teeth were white, and she looked like a lady of the world. The strange thing was that the obviously beautiful and elegant older sister's face was filled with indifference and some anger. Following them off the bus were a group of well-mannered middle-aged men. Keep saying something in front of the beautiful sister. I said I wouldn't choose any other college without consulting me. I'm titled Mordor University, that's just a name. Go to the Global Education Committee and say what's going on. After ignoring the raucous noises around her, The beautiful sister walked towards the Wang family's manor in large strides. A group of uncles could only return to their cars without any success. Ha! The beautiful sister saw Ko standing aside and muttered in her heart. Whose kid is this? He's so watery. He's even cuter than my little brother. Milky. The beautiful sister walked towards Ko and crouched down to inquire. What's your name? Why are you standing here alone and not afraid of being abducted? Ko shook his head. He wasn't afraid. My name is Wang Xiaoku. This is my home. After saying that, Xiaoku pointed to the Wang family manor next to him. A pair of big fluttering eyes and long, little brush-like eyelashes. The beautiful sister hugged Wang Xiaoku and rubbed him vigorously towards her chest. So it's my little brother. Quickly let sister hug. Ko was already buried in two peaks, whimpering something. Realizing that something was wrong with her behavior, the beautiful woman reluctantly put him down. Xiaoku, I'm your fourth sister Wang Wenya. You can also call me Sister Xiaoya, or Sister Yaya. Wang Wenya introduced himself to his little brother. Before Xiaoku could speak, Wang Wenya picked up Xiaoku again and walked towards the manor. It should be said, the fourth sister's strength is really not small. If she let the seventh sister carry herself up, it is estimated that she would be exhausted before taking a few steps. Entering the gate, the security officer rushed to inform on the intercom. Attention all units, the fourth miss is home and the young master is home. At this time, the cars in the Wang family garage drove out one by one, and the leader was none other than Wang Siki. She had to find her little brother quickly, just in case he had suffered. Boom! The sound of sports cars radiated out, one after another rushing toward the gates. Steeply, Wang Siki saw the fourth sister, and in the fourth sister's arms was none other than Xiaoku. Stop the car. SS. A group of limousines hastily braked again. Fourth miss is back. Isn't that the young master in her arms? Yeah, well, then you don't have to run out and find someone. Close up the line and take the car back. Wang Siki got out of the car and the bodyguards drove the car back. Fourth sister, why is little brother here with you? Goo, not that I'm talking about you. Seventh sister, it's too unreliable to put your baby brother in your place. Alright, I know it's wrong. You're the boss here now. Whatever you say goes. Giggle, giggle. Stinky sister. The three of them talked and laughed as they returned to the villa. Ko in his arms spoke weakly. Sister, I can walk at over 5 years old. I don't need to be carried. Wang Wenya directly retorted. What's wrong with 5, 10, 18? You're still your sister's brother. Besides, your seventh sister was 5 and still clamoring for a cuddle with dad. Fourth sister, don't you push me. Well, my Siki still wants to save face. Ha ha ha. The fourth sister put Ko down gently, and the little black one in the house ran over and pounced on Ko in a flash. Wang Wenya was startled by the sudden little one. There's a dog. She jumped right in front of Ko and kicked the puppy 2 meters away. Blackie made a beautiful parabola in the sky before falling to the ground. Ko immediately ran over and hugged Kuro. Blackie, are you okay? Wang Wenya was puzzled for a while. This dog was raised by his little brother? She kicked her little brother's pet away? Blackie was dazed on the ground, and it took a while for him to get up. Blackie, the dog, my duck, is a real pain in the ass. Ever since he had eaten Xiaoka's nascent soul pill, Xiao Hei was now not only smarter, he had improved a lot in all aspects. The kick was nothing to it. Wang Wenya smiled awkwardly and walked over to ask how Xiaoka was doing. Xiaoka wasn't angry. He could sense that Xiao Hei's body was fine and not in any serious trouble. The family quickly mingled and the two sisters chatted happily on the couch. For himself, he was watching Wolverine and Grey Goat with Blackie in perfect harmony. Wang Siki chatted off to the side in a low voice, obviously not wanting her brother to hear. However, within the range of his 20-meter mental perception, he still heard the conversation between the two clearly. Wang Siki Kyoto has been making a lot of moves lately, especially on the side of the main family. Wang Wenya, humph. My Magic City Wang family is not the sheep that was slaughtered back then. Wang Wenya, if the Lord's family targets our brother again, we don't have to choose to tolerate because of our father anymore. Siki Wan, what's going on in Kyoto these days? Wang Wenya, the other families are normal, but only the royal family has some problems. An hour passed and all three had dinner to go upstairs to bed. Ko darted into his room. Now that fourth sister has returned, I believe that seventh sister won't catch herself sleeping again. He had just been practicing on his bed for a while when he realized that he had thought wrong. There was an unusually loud knock at the door. Stiffly, Ko opened the door to the room. I just saw my fourth sister walk into the room holding a computer. Ko rubbed his face, unsure. Brother, I heard you're scared to sleep alone. Let's sleep together. Wang Wenya smiled sweetly at Xiaoku. The laptop in his hand was placed on the bed, and then he naturally lay down under the covers. Ko suddenly realized that seventh sister was actually very polite. Looks like I won't be able to practice again today, so I'll have to think of a way to prevent my sisters from coming in. Seeing his fourth sister tapping away on her computer, he climbed into bed to look at it as well. An informational video of Mordor University was playing inside. Seeing his brother welcoming him, Wang Wenya took him into his arms. Milk hoochie brother. That's adorable. Wang Wenya backhandedly pulled out his cell phone and snapped a picture to send into the group. Joy, Ing, who is this? Your son? Wang Wenya, get lost. This is our brother. Joy, how did it change so much? It's too cute. Wang Wenya, envy me. Knock knock. Another knock on the door. Before the two of them could say anything, the visitor pushed the door directly into the room. Wang Siki frowned slightly, and the two of them spoke almost simultaneously. Why are you here? What brings you here? Seeing that the fourth sister's situation was relying on not leaving, Wang Siki didn't care about the 3 7s and 28, lying on the other side of her little brother. Feeling the sharp gazes of the two sisters, KO's head grew big. I miss sleeping alone. In the evening, on the left is the hot-bodied fourth sister, and on the right is the temperamental seventh sister. How about not being able to sleep? Chapter 23, The Terrible Sister. Very early in the morning. It wasn't completely light yet. In the dream, Coco was being surrounded by slime monsters. A swarm of green slimes crawled frantically over his face. Slimy and sticky. Ah, phew. So it was a dream. Ko opened his eyes and felt the familiar surroundings, inexplicably feeling sticky on his face. Turning her head, the seventh sister was hugging herself intimately, her cherry mouth slightly open on her face. Turning her face to the other side, the fourth sister's sexy red lips were also pressed against her face, with the slightest bit of drool coming out. Ah, he couldn't take it anymore and stood up, casually picking up a small dinosaur doll. Huffing and puffing, he came to lie down on the couch on the first floor. Auntie Lan was being surprised that the young master got up so early, but then he saw him sleeping upside down on the couch and wondered what had happened. Another hour. On the second floor, Wang Siki, Wang Wenya woke up almost simultaneously. Having just woken up, the duo, who were in a daze, groped towards the center of the bed. Ha, why is it empty? Where's the brother? The two men sat up and looked at each other awkwardly, scanning the room again. Where's the brother? Where's little brother? The two who spoke at the same time were confused and rushed to find Ko. It was only when I reached the first floor that I realized my brother was lying asleep on the couch. Strangely enough, there were 2 lines of drool marks on his brother's milky face. Faint, as shallow as tear tracks. Wang Wenya was the first to speak. Seventh sister, what have you done to your brother? How can you still sleep on the couch? It's my turn to ask you that. Why is there a spit print on the side of Ko facing you? The two fell silent, and it was a little awkward. Maybe little brother sleepwalked. Yeah, it's possible. The two sisters smiled at each other and ran off together to wash and dress. It wasn't long before it was time for breakfast. Aunt Barb gently woke up Ko and told him he had to go wash up for breakfast. In a daze, Ko shuffled to the table. The fourth sister changed into a practice outfit and tied a high ponytail, looking full of energy. 7 was still in a black workplace outfit. The difference was that she looked like she was in a good mood and had a smile on the corner of her mouth the whole time. After dinner, the fourth sister went out for a run and the seventh sister returned to the office to take care of business. Ko finally has some free time to himself. In order not to waste a single second, the two sisters had just left the house when Ko tugged a whimpering Blackie and ran to the back garden. Coming under the gazebo, Xiaoke took out the Chi Nascent pill and both Xiaohei and Xiaohei began to cultivate. The aura near the back garden was pulled into Xiaoke's body and finally incorporated into the Dantian. Each time he practiced, Xiaoke's skin-like appearance would improve a little. The body that was previously affected by environmental causes slowly returns to its original form. Xiaohei's cultivation method was still sleeping, only that he slept more soundly after taking the Chi Nascent pill. A closer feel also reveals that Blackie's white coat is getting brighter and brighter, and an inconspicuous lump of flesh bulges on the dog's head. The entire morning was spent in cultivation by Xiaoku, and the entire garden came alive under the sunlight. The air was filled with the aroma of earth and flowers. The little boy who was sitting in the gazebo and cultivating slowly opened his eyes. His turquoise blue eyes had a slight glow flowing through them. Alas! At this rate, how long will it take to cultivate to the late stage of chi refining? Ko was already having troubles at such a young age. He had learned about formations, and one of them was able to gather the nearby heaven and earth aura, but he couldn't even set it up with his current cultivation level. Spirit gathering formation, a very special first-order formation. It had no offensive or defensive functions, but it could continuously absorb the nearby aura into the formation. When he advanced to the late chi refining stage, he had to set up a set of formations in the manor to speed up his cultivation. Thinking about this, Ko was again firm in his goal. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The fruit cell phone in his pocket rang. Ko took it out and answered the phone, and the voice of the seventh sister came from the opposite side. Brother, after lunch have your fourth sister take you to get organized and go with your sister to the feast today. Banquet? Hanging up the phone, Ko returned to the villa with Blackie. Lobby. The fourth sister was ordering a group of servants to bring in a bunch of boxes. The eye immediately piled up into a small mountain, and even already a little shaky. Noticing that his brother was home, Wang Wenya took Ko's hand and went to the bottom of Box Hill. "Brother, this is a gift specially flown in by my sister from M. Gift?" Xiaoke looked at Gift Mountain with his little mouth open in shock. Fourth sister is too tough too. Wang Wenya took the lead in unpacking a box containing small robots that could also walk remotely. Then she told Ko to take it apart himself. Thanks sis. Ko happily unwrapped a box containing an exquisite little toy race car. Wow, that's so cool. This is the happiness of having a sister preparing so many gifts for my brother to open. Wang Wenya just stood by and smiled gently, watching her brother unpack the boxes one by one. These things are all statistically the most popular gifts for boys. Another box was unpacked, a tiny sword with a gold-decorated scabbard. Rather kingly. The blade is made of very light, soft iron, and is not open enough to do any damage. Wow, what a handsome sword. I love you, sister. Wang Wenya was fluttering with compliments. His own little brother's mouth was so sweet. Boxes were unpacked one by one with small arms, gems, phone watches, clothes and shoes. Half an hour later, Ko's hands were tired from dismantling it, and there was still half a mountain left. Aunt Barb came just in time to tell the two that they could have lunch. The two of them did get a little hungry, so Wang Wenya ordered the maids to take the gifts to the storage room, and then held his brother's hand and went to eat lunch. Xiaoke asked fourth sister suspiciously how much these gifts cost and if they were expensive. Wang Wenya made a rough estimate. The gift fee, shipping, labor, and taxes add up to almost 8 million. 8 million. Looking at the fourth sister's tone of voice flatly said the figure of 8 million. A time to wonder if you sisters are all rich women? I've only made $20 million since I got rich off of Jade with great difficulty. How come it feels like the sisters don't give it about millions? Actually, that's really not a lot of 8 million for two people. Wanya Wang's presidency of the IEC is worth hundreds of millions of dollars a month. Then there's the sponsorships from colleges and universities, which alone amount to hundreds of billions of dollars a year. After all, every college can be rich. Wang Siki, on the other hand, needed even less to say, as the Wang Group's income amounted to tens of billions of dollars a year. Mainly, the Wang Group is the assets of the Wang family, and all the money earned belongs to the Wang family except for the salaries of the employees. At the dinner table, Wang Wenya molested his brother to play. Ko, is sister's gift good? And are you happy? Happy. Fourth sister is the best. Then reward your sister with a mwahahaha. Xiaoke obediently pecked Wang Wenya on the cheek. It drew a giggle from her, as sweet as honey. After a pleasant lunch, Wang Wenya also talked about business. Today was the Gu family's old man's 80th birthday, and every family in Magic City was invited to the banquet. The Gu family's strength was considered second only to the four families, so it was reasonable for the Wang family to just send someone to deliver a gift. Elder Gu had two sons, and the second son, Gu Biao, was very close to his father. Mainly Gu Biao is the father once born to die in the war, or sister's elders. This banquet Wang family must go. When Ko heard this, he realized that his dad was in the military before. What he doesn't know is that now his dad is a powerful general. Ko was about to ask his sister when his dad was coming back to see Ko when he was interrupted by his sister. I'll have to dress my brother up for this party and show them snobs my baby brother. Humph. From now on, with your sister protecting you, let's see who dares to touch my family's baby. Xiaoke could hear what his sister's words meant. The Gao family, the Kyoto Wang family. Before Ko could react, the fourth sister picked him up as she walked up the stairs. It was uncomfortable to have my feet dangling in the air. Xiaoke secretly vowed to grow taller in the future, and then see how his sister would still hug. Okay Kirk, let's start dressing up and getting cleaned up first. Ko smiled and nodded. It took a few seconds to realize that something was wrong. Why was my sister carrying herself to the bathroom? Ko looked in horror at his fourth sister who was smiling happily. Fourth sister, you can go out now. I'm going to start my bath. Wang Wenya revealed a puzzled expression. Wash it. What am I going out for? I need to give you a good bath. Ha! Xiao could directly break away from the sister's embrace to jump on the ground, but also deliberately insist her to maintain a meter of safe distance. Why? My brother still knows how to be shy. It's okay. Ko's face was red with shame, as if water could come out with a light pinch. No, sis, get out. I'm not taking a bath until you do. Eventually Wang Wenya walked out of the bathroom helplessly. Throughout the entire bath, Ko had put his mental perception to the maximum, fearfully noting every move around him. Hey, why is my sister so scary? Chapter 24, Gu Family Banquet. After showering and getting dressed, Ko cautiously poked his head out. Phew, looks like fourth sister should go. Ko walked towards his room, mentally saying that he would avoid his sister in the future. Back in his familiar little room, Ko jumped straight into the soft bed. Ha, Why does it feel like the bed has turned soft and sticky and quite warm? Ko raised his head, not knowing when he was lying in his fourth sister's arms. Fourth sister, why are you in my bed? Wang Wenya barfed on Xiaoke's cheeks, kissy face. Her voice was very melodious. I'm going to supervise you dressing up. No, and here's what you're going to wear this time. He whipped his head around and a very chic set of robes sat quietly on the bed. Wang Wenya urged at his brother to hurry up and change into the clothes he had carefully chosen. Under her sister's attentive care, Ko changed into the outfit. A small goose yellow gold-trimmed robe with a snow-white shirt underneath, and a pair of straight black pants underneath, with dots of glaze as decoration on the dress, glittering in the light. Standing there, it was like a flawless piece of beautiful jade cast as a jade man, with a strange and beautiful appearance, giving people a sense of nobility and purity. Wang Wenya's beautiful eyes had little stars swirling in them. So handsome. Xiaoku turned around, waving his robes, and with his delicate and cute face, he was a proper girl killer. Very good. Brother is so handsome. Fourth sister gave him a thumbs up. This look is inheriting the good genes of my Wang family. Wang Wenya clapped her hands at the door and made a few crisp sounds. A row of maids came in at the door, each carrying a tray of jewelry. There are rings, necklaces, bracelets. After a while of comparing and selecting, she only chose a diamond necklace and a silver bracelet, and a couple of rings. These things take the aura up another notch when you get your brother to wear them. It's perfect. Brother, don't move. Oh, sister, take a picture. After the maid went downstairs, Wang Wenya snapped a picture of her brother and sent it to the sister group. Now Ko really looks like the little prince. After helping Ko pack everything up, she rushed to dress up and put on her makeup as well. The room finally quieted down and Ko sighed helplessly. Wang Wenya said it was 10 minutes to go downstairs, but there's still no movement after the past 2 hours, and he's been watching cartoons for ages. Think about it. Xiaoke released his mental perception, and everything in the room was in his eyes. Curious as to what his sister was doing upstairs, he mentally probed towards her room. All I could see was a pile of clothes on my sister's bed, as if she had already tried them on and was now getting ready to change into the next one. He hurriedly withdrew his spiritual perception. After all, his master had told him that men and women were different, and it was not polite to look at them. Another hour of waiting. Wang Siki also returned home to clean up and dress up, and she couldn't help but rub it in when she saw the refreshed Xiaoku. Then she also confidently told her brother that 10 minutes would be enough for her to clean up. That's a statement Ko doesn't believe anymore. A woman's mouth can't be trusted. After practicing until the afternoon, the two sisters finally came downstairs. The fourth sister wore a very formal black princess dress and a valuable blue diamond necklace. It looked enchanting, like a fiery red rose, exuding a strong charm. Sister 7 wore a more formal, a green dress. The whiteness of her skin does not need to be embellished, and her constant work has given her the temperament of a high-flying goddess in her own right. The three soon walked out of the villa. This time it was Master Gu's birthday banquet, so the gifts prepared were carefully selected and arranged by the seventh sister. Taking a few bodyguards and maids with them, a few people got in the car and set off for Gu's house. At the same time the various clans in the Magic City made their moves. Although the Gu family was not as good as the four great families, it was still at a first-class level, and this birthday banquet was not simple. Devil's own dignitaries go to the banquet. Those small bosses, small families also want to use this to climb the powerful and noble Gu family. At this time, the villa was plastered with festive objects everywhere, and a large open space was vacated, enough to accommodate hundreds or thousands of people. There were glazed tables in the clearing set up with all kinds of desserts, alcoholic beverages and drinks. Gu Biao inspected the situation at the scene and put his heart down when he saw that everything was going well, just waiting for the guests to enter. At this moment, the periphery of the Gu family was neatly lined with rows of luxury cars. Maybach, Rolls-Royce and Bentley, which are usually hard to come by, are everywhere here. Various leopard license plate numbers gathered outside the Gu family's door, and there was no way around it. The front yard had been filled up long ago. $60,000 to $70,000 of luxury cars at the door to stop the qualifications or not, can only park in the distance to walk over. Gu Pingan, the boss of the Gu family, was arranging preparations in the hall. Knock! A dull elephant drum sound resounded throughout the Gu family. The Mordor Li family has arrived. The Mordor Chen family has arrived. The Wei family of Mordor has arrived. The doors opened and a dozen people entered the hall on a red carpet, with thick smiles on their faces. Gu Pingan only noticed the Li family's eldest son, Li Yenluo. After nodding his head at the Chen and Wei family members, Gu Pingan smiled lightly and chatted with Li Yenluo for a few moments. When a few people entered the hall, another dull drumbeat sounded. The Ouyang family of Mordor has arrived. The Linjiang Xie family has arrived. The Linjiang Hu family has arrived. The Mordor Hai family has arrived. There were a lot of people coming this time. and Gu Pingan was busy going to greet them with his many servants. The junior of the Chen family in the hall opened his mouth to ask what level the family in Linjiang was at. The elders of the family hurriedly signaled for silence. Linjiang has developed very well in recent years. The Hu family that came this time. The Xia family is even the existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great giants of the Magic City. SS. After the people from the several big families entered, the hall began to buzz with activity. A number of people began to exchange small talk. Gradually, the people outside began to pour into the hall in clusters, all of whom were small business owners and powerful people. More than 500 people were already standing in the large venue, and there were still people pushing their way in through the door. Gu Piao waited for something on the second floor, keeping his eyes on the person coming in through the front door. At this time, 5 kilometers away from the Gu family, Ko and his party were still traveling on the road, and it was now too late to get to the place. Wang Wenya kept nagging at Wang Siki. I told you to pack faster and you're still so slow. Now you're arriving later than everyone else. Sitting in the middle of the back row, Ko was argued all the way by her 2 sisters. Well, fourth sister, obviously you're slow to clean up too. He pouted, trying to get the 2 to stop fighting for a while. Wang Wenya was even more unhappy, a pair of beautiful eyes falling from Wang Siki to her brother. Wang Siki was also immediately pleased with herself. What's wrong, fourth sister? You're getting antsy when you're spit on by your little brother. Ha ha ha. The journey wasn't too lonely, and they soon arrived at the Gu family home. At this time, the road leading to Gu's house had been blocked by security. A small security guard saw the incoming car and wanted to come forward to stop it. Suddenly he was slapped on the back of the head, twisting his head. It turned out to be the captain. Asshole, open the door quickly. How dare you stop the Wang family's convoy? The small security guard immediately opened the door and let him go, while feeling a little glad in his heart. If such a big shot is in a bad mood, snap your fingers and you're done for. The convoy followed the road to the entrance of Gu's house. Ko saw a vacant lot and hurriedly pointed out that there was a spot to park. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a Lexus parked in that clearing. Humph. Ko frowned. What about all the parking spots here? Wang Siki laughed as she touched her brother's cheeks. Well, don't beep. We can pull in. At those words he brightened. Yes, oh, why hadn't he thought of that? The Maserati arrived at the gate, and there were already people who recognized it as the Wang family's special car. So he hurriedly released the license, and just like that, he drove into the courtyard of the Gu family unhindered. Parking the car, the trio walked toward the lobby. At the doorway, there were 2 bodyguards standing on either side of the door. Hello ma'am, please show me your invitation. Wang Siki took out a golden invitation from her bag and handed it to the duo. The bodyguard bowed respectfully and then let the 3 enter the hall. Knock. The familiar sound of the elephant drums sounded again. The Mordor Wang family has arrived. People in the hall looked at the trio coming down the aisle. Wow, what 2 beautiful ladies. I'd wake up laughing in my dreams if my dad got me a woman like that for a wife. You're crazy. Iceberg President Wang Siki is giving you a wife. See if your dad dares to dream about this. That little kid is so cute. I want to hug him. I heard that it was the lost young master of the Wang family, who was only recently recovered. The sound of conversation in the hall reached Ko's ears clearly. Not only that, he also saw several familiar figures here. Gao Jiajun, the eldest son of the Gao family. Chen Chu Chu. There were also several large families bidding on their own raw stones. The gazes of so many people fell on the trio, but they did not make them feel uncomfortable. Wang Siki, Wang Wenya inadvertently exudes an aura that not those small bosses can have. When Gu Biao on the second floor saw the 3, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. Chapter 25, Gu's Backyard. Shao Ke's assassination. The hall is divided into an inner and an outer hall, mainly to separate people with too much difference in rank and to avoid nuisance. Wang Siki, Wang Wenya took Shao Ke's hand and walked to the infield together, but he really didn't want to leave when he saw the assortment of small desserts set out on the table. Passing through a thick layer of people, they also came to a wider field. All the people standing here are of prominent status, either rich or noble. At that moment a man with a scar on his neck came to the 2 sisters. The man exuded a fury, and his calm, deep eyes were mysterious. Ko could conclude that he had killed people, and quite a few of them. Hello Uncle Bill. The 2 sisters opened their mouths to the man, and Ko, who had been nervous, dropped her heart. This man would be Gu Biao, Dad's comrade in arms. Gu Biao smiled towards the 2. You 2 kids, you're really getting the hang of it. Ha ha ha. Old Wang really give birth to a few good daughters. Ah, Uncle, I envy. Wang Siki covered her mouth and snickered, while Wang Wenya hurriedly waved her hand. Uncle, don't praise us. I heard that my younger brother was admitted to Kyoto University. His future is unlimited. The 3 of them talked and laughed, and it was only then that Gu Biao noticed the little pink boy on the side. He should be the little doll that the Wang family recently retrieved. Uncle hasn't seen it yet. quickly let Uncle hold it. Xiaoku looked at Uncle Gu's formidable looks and instinctively resisted. Gu Pao rubbed his head awkwardly. Ha ha ha, looks like I'm scaring Ko here. That said, your dad even discussed it with us when we were naming the little guy. Oh, right, Luna? Gu Pao called out towards the back. A little girl in a white dress slowly walked up to a group of people. The little girl was about 1 meter 2 in height, with a very clean look, definitely a beauty. Wang Wenya tenderly touched her head. Yo, little Yu has grown so big already. Last time sisters saw you were only this tall. Ko looked at the fourth sister very abstractly comparing a gesture, inexplicably feeling funny. Come on, there are seats up front. Let's talk over there. You, take your brother next to you and go play. Daddy has something to discuss. The little girl nodded obediently. The sisters and Uncle Bill walked away, leaving the two kids sizing each other up. Hey, what's your name? The little girl asked with big blinking eyes and a dainty voice. My name is Wang Xiaoko and I am 5.5 years old. My name is Gu Shallow Moon. I'm 7 years old this year. Oh, with the simple conversation over, Ko wanted to look around. There were so many desserts and drinks out there just now that he was craving them. After hastily saying goodbye to Gu Shanyue, Xiaoku eagerly walked towards the outer field. Hey, no going out there. Gu Shanyue caught up with Xiaoku, not allowing him to just run around. I don't know what's going on, but ever since he cultivated to the middle stage of qi refining, he always felt that his peers were childish, including Gu Shanyue next to him. Turning around, Xiaoku told Gu Shanyue in a serious tone, I want to go outside and get some air, if you want to go. With that, he entered the outfield area without looking back. Gu Shanyue stomped her little feet and puffed up to follow Wang Xiaoku. The outfield is bigger than the infield and the people come out quite a bit more than the infield. Most of them are small business owners who want to get acquainted with the big boys. When you come to the outfield, you realize that the circle is too chaotic, separate and mixed. Of course, none of these things matter. Ko's main concern at the moment was the dessert on the table. Arriving at the glazed table, Ko sat straight up on his ass. On the other side, Gu Shanyue also sat next to Xiaoku, lying on the table and observing the little brother in front of her. Ko didn't pay any attention to her, picking up her drink and cake and tasting them herself. The chubby face was propped up and rounder. Ko squinted happily. That was the happiest thing about the party, right? Looking at Wang Xiaoku who was happily eating, Gu Shanyue asked suspiciously, is this stuff that good? These words made him almost choke, and after swallowing the cream in his mouth, he immediately turned to Gu Shanyue. That's for sure. Cake and Coke is the best. Gu Shanyue tentatively picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Gee, where's the goodness? It's too mushy. The little girl hurriedly took a sip of the mineral water, which was sweet and creamy and did not feel comfortable at all. The two little ones sat obediently in the corner. For 10 whole minutes, he didn't stop chewing his mouth, and Gu Shanyue wondered if his stomach was a bottomless pit. The last of the Coke went down, and Ko patted his belly in satisfaction. Little belly, are you full? Little belly is full. Xiaoku's self-satisfied reply made Gu Shanyue unable to hold back her laughter. When Xiaoku jumped down from his seat, Gu Shanyue grabbed his small hand and said next to his ear, want to go play in the backyard? There are swings, little push carts, much more fun than this boring place. After thinking for a while, Ko nodded. He didn't want to stay in this boring party either. Anyway, he was full and there was nothing more to do. Gu Shanyue pulled Xiaoku and ran towards the backyard with a whine, and the adults on the road hastily dodged for cover. One of the middle-aged women couldn't help but chortle. Whose kid, and not watching his back, almost hit someone. This statement instantly drew strange looks from the crowd, like they were looking at cuties. Like, the woman's husband is the Chinese owner of Magic City, which qualifies her to enter the venue. Her husband realized that his wife had said the wrong thing and rushed to cover her mouth. The woman became even angrier and bit down hard on the man's hand, pointing at him in public and cursing to the point of being a psychopath. The man finally couldn't take it anymore and slapped her across the face. Those two, one is the Gu family's little princess and the other is the Wang family's young master. It's fine for them to normally be spilling their guts at home, but they're still not restrained in a place like this. With this commotion, the onlookers pointed at them, and in the end, the two of them left the Gu family banquet directly. The Gu family's backyard. It was a full moon today. The moonlight was not too bright and not too dark, and with the help of the decorative light strips and lamps in the backyard, the duo could still see clearly. Xiaoku sat on the swing with gusto, and Gu Shanyue ran behind him to push the swing. Woohoo! The swings flew high. One up and one down was fun, and the breeze cooled the faces of the two men. After a while, it was Gu Shanyue's turn to sit on the swing again. With a gentle push from Ko, the swing can swing high. Ah, Ko, slow down. I'm scared. Ko reduced his strength by another fraction, which made the swing lower. The backyard echoed with the sound of small children giggling and tired of playing, and it didn't take long for the two to subside. Sitting on the steps, The two looked at the moon in the sky together. Gu Shangyue cupped her small face and asked Xiao Ku, "Kirk, I'm about to start school, how about you? Starting school?" Ko shook his head. He had only just gotten home and hadn't signed up for school yet. "You don't even go to school?" "I started kindergarten when I was 4, and now I'm going into 2nd grade. Gu Shangyue looked at him with a surprised face and said in a proud tone, "Thinking about it, I think my sister said school would start in September, and it's only the beginning of August, so there's still a month to go. Looks like I need to go home and talk to my sister about going to school or I'll be too far behind everyone else." Ko, who was thinking like this, suddenly detected a hint of abnormality, as if he was locked by a poisonous snake. No good. Xiaoku immediately pulled Gu Shangyue up and upward. Whoosh! Several silver needles were inserted where Ko had been sitting, and the needles were still tainted with the poison. Too late to explain. Xiaoku pushed Gu Shangyue away, and several more poison needles brushed his shoulders. "Go back and find my sister." Gu Shangyue was terrified and scrambled towards the back door. Whoosh! A few more poison needles burst out. Only the target was changed to Gu Shangyue. Xiaoku hurriedly took out the small sword given by her sister from her storage ring and used the scabbard to block these silver needles. They were originally close to the back door, and in so much time Gu Shangyue had already run into the villa, using a silver needle as a weapon. Then others must be nearby, Xiaoku thought in his heart, his divine sense spreading rapidly, and the small sword in his hand was pulled out of its scabbard. He took a step forward, looking around warily. Finally, divine sense perceived a dark shadow was hiding in a tree, trying to kill me. "Who are you?" The childish voice reached the black-clothed assassin, directly causing him to freeze. "Has this little guy found himself? No way." Before he could react, Ko quickly rushed towards him, tapping his toes. His body flew up in the air. With a backflip, he stood with his feet on a tree branch, standing on the front foot of the killer. "Who are you? Why did you sneak up on me?" Ko pointed his little sword at the killer, his fat face with a hint of ice. "Master said there's no need to show mercy to those who want to kill you." The slayer did not speak, pulling out a steel dagger in his backhand and stabbing the young boy in front of him. Pust! The small blunt sword was plunged into the heart, and the killer's life was slowly draining away. How can? The killer never thought he'd die at the hands of a child until he died. Drawing out the small sword, Xiaoku's body was trembling a bit and his face was pale. It was the first time he had ever killed anyone, and his subconscious counterattack had cost the assassin his life. The small sword picked slightly, and the killer's face was revealed. It was a middle-aged man who was a complete stranger, and it looked like there were no clues. Forced himself to hold back the discomfort he felt inside. He performed a martial art and threw out a spirit fire that directly engulfed the killer. In the end, there was only a handful of ashes left, and the aura shook slightly as it was directly blown away in the sky. Somehow, the first time he killed someone, Ko recovered quickly. He waved his small hand, brushing the blood off his sword. A killer disappears completely into the world. At the same time, the footsteps of a group of people came from the back door in a hurry. Chapter 26. I'm not marrying her and I'm not going to kindergarten. No need to guess. It must be my sister and the girls coming. Ko tapped his toes a few times and floated right up to where the steps were. The back door of the villa was kicked open and a large group of bodyguards rushed into the backyard with weapons. The ones following behind were none other than Wang Wenya, Wang Siki, and Gu Biao. In order not to cause a panic, a few people rushed straight to the backyard with their bodyguards and didn't notify anyone else. The two Wang Siki sisters gasped for air, their gazes sweeping around the backyard, their mouths constantly calling out Xiaoku's name. "Sister!" Behind the green tree, Ko shuddered, revealing her body and rushing to her sister. Wang Wenya hugged his brother tightly and hurriedly checked for any injuries. Seeing that the body was not seriously hurt, her hanging heart finally fell. Wang Siki asked his brother with a serious expression, "What just happened? Did someone try to make a move on you?" Ko spoke weakly, his expression fearful. "Just now I saw a man in black throwing flying needles towards us. We dodged them, and then I had Sister Shallow Moon go and call out to you guys. When that man in black saw Sister Asagi go in, he ran toward the wall." Gu Biao's face was blue. If something happened to his elder brother's son in his own house, then he would really have no face to face the Wang family. Gu Biao called out to two teams of bodyguards and led them personally, carefully lining up in the backyard. Wang Siki walked to the steps, picked up a silver needle and carefully examined it, and found that except for the tip of the needle stained with an unknown liquid, there were no more features. Damn, an assassin who can use silver needles as a weapon is really hard to watch out for. Wang Wenya walked to her side and softly inquired, "Why don't we ask second sister to send some martial artists over, so that we can also protect brother?" Xiaoku clearly heard the fourth sister utter the word martial artist, but what did martial artist mean? Someone who practiced martial arts? Gu Biao probed around and found that there were no traces for the time being, so he let his bodyguard continue to patrol the backyard while he went back first. Coming in front of Xiaoku's family, Gu Biao said to the three, It's safe for now. I'll put more people on patrol. Father's birthday banquet is about to start. Let's go in first. The two of them, Wang Siki, nodded and returned to the villa with the frightened Xiaoku. At this time, the atmosphere of the scene was about to reach its climax, and everyone had already taken their seats, waiting for Elder Gu to step forward. Ko and his group returned to their seats, and just as he sat down, he sensed someone staring at him. Looking toward that gaze, he just happened to meet Gao Jiajun's eyes, and his eyes quickly retracted. Did the Gao family send someone to attack them? Resisting the thoughts in his mind, Ko turned back and paid no more attention. On the stage, Gu Pingon took the microphone and began to speak. Guests, thank you very much for taking the time to attend my father's birthday banquet. Everyone here today is a friend of my Gu family. After a speech, the crowd applauded. Next, my father would like to say a few words to everyone. Off stage, an old man clad in a tang suit walked onto the stage. The years had carved deep traces on his face, and his pale hair was still so erect. Already a senior old man, his figure does not show old age, but rather a rosy face and a strong aura. Xiaoku could sense that he was in good health and had at least 10 years of life left. The old man picked up the microphone and smiled as he scanned the crowd. Hello everyone, and thank you to those who came to congratulate Gu on his birthday. In order to fulfill the honor of being a host, each person here will receive a gift from my Gu family, which is not precious, but it is still a token of our appreciation. The old man walked to the back and sat down in the eunuch chair, pouring a cup of tea. The Li family of Mordor, presenting a famous painting, wishing the old master good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. The Chen family of Mordor, send a deep blue diamond to wish Master Gu. Lin Jianghu family, send a pair of ancient porcelains and a tiger king's fur. The crowd under the stage exclaimed in astonishment. No thanks to the big families, casually making a large sum of money. The Ouyang family of Mordor sends 10 sports cars and 100-year ginseng. Hearing 100 years of ginseng, the hearts of the people trembled. That was a rare and good thing. The Wang family of Magic City, presenting an imperial blue light Jade pendant, an original Tang poem, and a helicopter. Ko was surprised herself and tugged on the seventh sister next to her. Sister, do we still have helicopters in the house? Wang Siki looked at Xiaoku in dismay, as if the question was strange. Of course, little brother, we have a lot of them at home, and they're usually on the tarmac, so you can't see them. It dawned on Ko. That being said, how many secrets of the family have not been revealed? The next readings were all first-rate and second-rate families, so Xiaoku was not interested in continuing to listen. Elder Gu was on the stage smiling and facing the crowd, looking like he was in a good mood. Finally, after a sumptuous birthday dinner, the feast was officially over. Gu Biao was obviously still feeling guilty about what had just happened, and his face was a bit gloomy. Elder Gu deliberately drank a cup of tea with his sisters with a faint smile on his face. How's how? Didn't he say he was coming back? Elder Gu took a sip of his tea and spoke faintly. Father's border is in turmoil, so I don't think he'll be able to return for a while yet, and the second sister's sighed as well. Wang Siki raised a smile and explained to the Gu family head. Elder Gu took a sip of his tea and spoke faintly. Didn't you tell him about your brother's retrieval? No. If I did, who else would be left to guard the border? Ha ha ha. After some conversation, the Wang family finally left the Gu family. Gu Biao, Gu Pingan came over to see off the guests, and Gu Shanyue also pulled her father's hand to follow. Ko and her sisters are already in the car. Gu Biao looked at his daughter's disappointed eyes and looked towards the car. He couldn't help but snicker. Ha ha ha, your Wang family's boy has seduced my daughter's soul and can't let you guys go. The windows were not closed, and the occupants of the car could hear everything. Wang Siki responded to Uncle Gu Biao. Turn around and discuss the doll's marriage. Now Uncle Biao is our in-laws. Ha ha ha. Of course, everyone knew it was just a joke, but Ko believed it. Could it be that my sister wanted herself to marry Gu Shanyue? No way. Beating himself to death would not agree. The car drove out of Gu's house and sped in the direction of the manor. Xiaoku tugged on Wang Siki's clothes and looked at seventh sister pitifully. Seventh sister, I don't want to get engaged to Gu Shanyue. Wang Siki's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon and flicked her brother's forehead. Then don't order. Sisters want you to be happy and carefree. Whatever you want to do, the sisters will support you. Wang Wenyan nodded in agreement, agreeing with what the seventh sister had said. Wang family manor. The car quickly arrived in front of the villa, and the three of them stepped out of the car and entered the villa. Aunt Barb and the servants had already cleaned up the room. After washing up, Ko went back to his room and lay down, but his mood was tense again. He mentally counted 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. After the count, the door to his room was opened with a bam. The fourth sister had come to her room to rub her sleep again, and her original good mood was instantly gone. The fourth sister laid down on the bed and hugged Coco for a kiss. He had expected it. Seven sisters should make an appearance next. Sure enough, within seconds, The room was bursting with another fine figure. Wang Siki also entered the room holding a pillow. A bed lying 3 people. Lying in the middle of the small Ko want to move are difficult. Just afraid to turn over to be 2 people in the arms. Ko inquired in a milky voice in the darkness. Sister, am I going to sign up for school? Wang Siki's jade hand was pinching and playing on Xiaoke's face. Well, I've enrolled you in kindergarten. Ha, I don't want to go to kindergarten. Can I go to elementary school? Wang Wenya interjected at an inopportune moment. If you don't build a good foundation at a young age, the road to learning will get more and more difficult. Xiaoke thought back carefully. Now the knowledge of elementary school they have memorized. Even if they go directly to junior high school is okay. The alchemy stage's ability to learn was very strong, and with a single glance, coupled with an unforgettable memory, the contents of elementary school were too simple for him. In the end, Ko was pampered in the arms of his 2 sisters and finally got the 2 to relent and promise to give Ko a chance. If you can make first grade problems tomorrow, you don't have to go to kindergarten. In fact, Wang Siki had plans. He had seen before that Xiaoke could calculate how much 2 $16 cups of milk tea cost. This was already a first-grade addition problem, and my brother was still smarter than the average kid. The 3 men quieted down. The moonlight hung high in the sky and the servants went to bed to rest at the end of a busy day. Xiaoke looked at his 2 sisters. Although the flavor was sweet and his sister's skin was warm and bouncy, it was affecting his cultivation process. Eventually, the cold lips of both sisters were back on both sides of his face. Ko slowly drew himself up and went to the bed, then tiptoed to the 3rd floor. Arriving at Wang Siki's room, Xiaoke's heart was bursting with excitement. Finally breaking through his sister's encirclement, he sat on the large bed, swallowed 2 chi nascent pills in one breath, and fell into cultivation with his legs crossed. When practicing, there was a silver light flowing around Xiaoke, but it was suddenly interspersed with a flash of black light, as if everything was normal. Chapter 27, Brother, you can go to elementary school. At dawn, Wang Siki and Wang Wenya opened their sleepy eyes, and their gazes locked onto each other. An air of embarrassment spread. The 2 were seen cuddling intimately and their pajamas were a bit disheveled. Ahem, I'm going to go wash up first. Wang Wenya coughed dryly and immediately sobered up, putting on his shoes and walking out of the room. Wang Siki sat up and scanned the room. Looks like my brother ran out early in the morning. Xiaoke on the 3rd floor had just stopped cultivating, his eyes shining brightly. The one that suits me best right now and consumes the least amount of aura is the sword technique. Weapons added a great deal to one's battle power, and the consumption of aura was horrifying if one simply used it. However, by attaching Reiki to a weapon and using weapon moves, the consumption of Reiki would be much smaller. Having made up his mind, Xiaoke decided to practice a simple sword technique. After getting out of bed and washing up, Xiaoke took out his small sword from his storage ring and ran downstairs with gusto. The 2 sisters were already seated downstairs at the dining room table, and Aunt Arisher was about to call Ko for breakfast when he happened to come downstairs. Looking at the small sword held in Xiaoke's hand, Wang Siki frowned. Brother, come and eat. Wang Wenya beckoned and shouted. The 3 of them ate breakfast together, and Wang Siki spoke out the doubts in her heart. Little brother, is this a toy sword? Ko scratched his head, then reached out with one of his fat little hands and drew out his little sword. The sword wasn't long, only about 2 feet, and because it was a special material, the sword was white silver in color and flexible. Wang Siki was slightly surprised and questioned why she was playing with such a sharp weapon. It was too unsafe. Ko cast a look of help at his 4th sister. Wang Wenyashan laughed. 7th sister, this is a toy I bought especially for my brother. The sword is real, and so is the fact that it can't cut without hurting anyone. The blade is not open. Although the 4th sister was there to explain, Wang Siki didn't eat this. She had to make her brother hand it over. It was too dangerous. Ko was dead set against it. He still has to practice his swordplay. With that, the 2 chased each other around the room several times. The crowd giggled. To the back, Ko lifted the sleeping Kuro in one hand and rushed out of the villa, running to the backyard. Blackie, I really thank you for that. Polite, are you Blackie? Wang Siki panted and sat back at the table, while Wang Wenya on the side smiled shallowly. By the way, I see from the group that the 5th sister is coming back recently. Wang Siki was slightly surprised. She hadn't seen her 5th sister for a year. Recently, I've been watching her in the entertainment industry and she's already received so many awards. It also topped the list of most popular actresses. But isn't a public figure like her busy? Wang Siki opened her sister group, and because she hadn't looked at it for a long time, the message was already 99+. Reading the group message, she sighed. Alas, it seems the 5th sister has paid a great price to free up her time. Well, there's also the fact that I've already contacted my 2nd sister, and there will be martial artists coming over soon. The back garden. Xiaohei swallowed a nascent soul pill and proceeded to lie down on the side and sleep to death. I don't know if the Wang family's food is too good, but now Xiaohei's fur is like snow, and the little belly that is exposed is round, which looks like a snowball at first glance. When Xiao He breathed, a trace of aura entered its body. The other side, Ko was practicing basic sword moves with his small sword. At the very beginning of practicing the sword, you must learn the basic sword strokes of the sword, so that you can get twice the result with half the effort when practicing swordplay. Stab, chop, pick, point, sweep. Practicing these is laying the foundation for a 10,000 foot building. Mechanical movements that Ko repeated hundreds of times, practicing purely with his physical body. The morning passed and he swung thousands of swords. The young face was covered in sweat and the wrists were sore, but the determined gaze never changed. Phew! He exhaled and slowly put away the small peyote sword and sat down in the gazebo, urging his aura to recover his body's fatigue. Take a break. Check your cell phone time. It's almost time for lunch. Xiaoke picked up Xiao He, who was still practicing, and slowly walked back to the villa. By the way, I haven't seen little brother Lu for a long time. Running off to touch fish again? He said to himself. Since the day fourth sister came home, Xiao Lu seemed to have disappeared from the Wang family. Thousands of miles away inside the barracks, Xiao Lu was holding a steamed bun and chewing on it. Tears glistened in his eyes as he looked out in the direction of Mordor. Xiao Lu, a family? Who understands? This Thai place, I do not want to stay for a second. Xiaoko entered the villa. The two sisters were playing chess in the hall. The seventh sister did not return to the company. He put Blackie back in the corner and went upstairs to take a shower alone. When he gets downstairs, he's going to make good on his promise to his sister. Ko walked confidently over to the board and slapped his fat hand on the table. Sister, I'll initiate the challenge. Looking at the two sisters in a trance, he reminded again. Didn't you promise yesterday that I could do first grade problems and be in elementary school? The two nodded. They did promise their brother, so they sent the maid to print 2 first grade papers. Soon the language and math papers were printed. The servant respectfully placed the test papers and pens on the table, then retreated out the door. Wang Siki put away the chessboard and made her brother sit between the two. They both had to watch to see if their brother could write it, and even if he couldn't, it was fine. Go back and find a private tutor for your brother and go straight to elementary school as well. Making up his mind, this exam is official. The first paper was math. With a quick glance, the corners of Ko's mouth twitched slightly. 5 plus 3 18 plus 8 equals 24 plus 6 equals. There are also questions that ask you to count how many fruits are on the chart. Ko wanted to rip the roll up as soon as he could. It was an insult to his intelligence. The two sisters saw that their brother was hesitant to put pen to paper, and they felt in their hearts that he could not do it. Before the duo could be consoled, Ko began to answer the questions in rapid succession. There weren't many questions in the paper and he filled them up in 2 minutes. Before he could even start checking the papers, his brother was back to scribbling away on his language paper with his head down. Ha! The two sisters froze in amazement at the words Ko had written. The writing is just too neat. It's a very standard song font. It can't be. How come my brother's handwriting is so neat? It was quite unorthodox that this thought appeared in my sister's mind at the same time. It's still scribbling a bit more on purpose from Ko. Otherwise, Wang Siki would have realized that her brother's writing had a similar calligraphic rhythm to the president's room. The two papers were written and they checked them one by one. Wang Siki was surprised to say that she got a perfect score in math. And Wang Wenya also said that she got a perfect score in language. They looked at their brother scrutinizingly and Ko's heart tightened. Had they found something? Both sisters said the word awesome at the same time and gave their brother a thumbs up. Wang Wenya had a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as she told her brother. Then we'll skip kindergarten and go to elementary school when it starts. Yeah, hey. Xiaoke jumped up and down happily. In a few days he would be an elementary school student. After lunch, the three of them went shopping for clothes together on a rare occasion. The three were unusually conspicuous on the busy street. Two white-skinned and beautiful temperament goddesses with a soft and cute 5-year-old boy, wildly brushed the turnover rate. Coco was cheerful before she came out, but after walking around she regretted coming out with her sister. No, they don't get tired of shopping at the mall. In one afternoon, he looked at no less than 200 outfits, and the two sisters were quite happy. Ko sipped his milk tea bitterly, his expression puffed up and his eyebrows furrowed into little twists. He was almost moved to tears when his sister announced the end of the shopping trip. Immediately following Seven's comment about going to the amusement park, his mood sank again. What's so fun about an amusement park? It's just stuff for kids. The driver drove the trio and soon arrived at a nearby amusement park. The scene after getting out of the car stunned Ko. I thought playgrounds were kind of trampolines and bubble balls. Why these? At a glance, there was a gasp of surprise as the huge roller coaster sped up and down. The pirate ship was equally crowded, as were the flying swivel chair, the spaceship. Wang Siki dragged Xiao Ku, who had fallen into a stupor, into the garden, while Wang Wenya paid the entrance fee on the side. Wang Wenya inquired at the two, which one are we going to play first? Wang Siki pointed at the pirate ship while being a little worried in her heart. Will my brother be scared to ride this? Or should we go on the carousel? Ko knew he was being underestimated and immediately patted his chest. Don't worry. I'm not scared at all. Not going to play on the merry-go-round. The two women smiled at each other and took Ko on the pirate ship. The staff put on the seatbelts for the three of them, and their eyes lingered on Wang Siki's big white legs for a moment. Wang Siki noticed his sight and coldly warned him, if you want to die, you keep looking. The staff member kept his head down and hurriedly slipped away. He didn't have much strength to cause trouble. Wang Wenya laughed and teased. Geez, my sister's charm is just high. Unlike me. Wang Siki laughed and scolded. You roll too. The pirate ship started up and began to bob up and down, and Ko could already feel the weightlessness and the pushback. It was so suffocating. Ah! The childish cry made the two sisters snort with laughter. Just now it was manly. Now it's not. The pirate ship rose and fell more and more, and the crowd cheered with excitement. Woohoo! Ah, I can't take it anymore. Ouch! Why can't I breathe? Getting off the pirate ship, Ko was about to faint. It feels so good to have my feet on the ground. Chapter 28, 1 month, impacting the late chi refining stage. The two Wang Siki were not in any trouble, but felt that it was not exciting enough. Then he dragged his brother towards the roller coaster. A man should not be afraid of roller coasters, right? Wang Wenya snickered at her brother, her beautiful eyes carrying a smile. Ko then an okay sign. How can a man say he can't? The roller coaster could only seat 12 people at a time, and the three of them got on, all excited and ready to go. Of course, most of the people in the car were apprehensive. The coaster starts up and the car is slow. I guess grandma can walk faster than it can run. The car slowly made its way up the track and the crowd began to shift from disdainful to nervous. Climb to the highest point and the car stops where it is. The crowd looked downward, and there was a swoon. The roller coaster was now at least 50 meters from the ground, and the two sisters looked a little flustered. Ko's chubby hands were held tightly by both sisters. Don't be afraid, brother. It's okay. The words seemed to be addressed to his brother as much as to himself. Boom! A dull sound came from the roller coaster as it descended directly and vertically. Ah! I can't. I regret it. The crowd ghosted and Ko felt his sister's grip on his hand tighten. He secretly transferred a wisp of aura into his two sisters. He had just realized while playing with the roller coaster that as long as his aura flowed through his body, he couldn't feel any sense of weightlessness. It's just that he purposely spreads his aura when he plays, so that it's fun. The two sisters just felt the pressure plummet and their breathing flow freely. The others were in much worse shape. Not only could they not catch their breath, but the powerful stimulus caused a few to almost pass out. Phew! When they got out of the car, except for the three KOs, everyone else's legs and stomachs went weak and they fell to the ground. One chubby teenager even threw up straight away, so I guess he had to rest for a long time. Next, the trio ran off to explore a haunted house. A group of NPCs dressed up as monsters to scare them, and the nervous Ko wanted to draw his sword and punch them. After playing the haunted house, the group ran to ride the jumping machine, each person a seat, directly in the 88 meters high vertical drop. It caused Wang Wenya to retch and rest for a while. All afternoon, all of the amusement park's rides were clocked and played through. The three of them walked out of the amusement park happily. It just so happens that there is an event at the gate where anyone who comes to the amusement park today can win a raffle. Wang Siki walked over with Ko to check it out. There were a lot of people at the raffle and there was a big machine standing there. Read the rules. Just twist the raffle machine to drop the prize egg, which has the prize written inside. Not smoking for nothing, Wang Wenya twisted the machine one step ahead of the two. There was only a click and the machine spat out a green translucent prize egg. The three men surrounded the prize egg, and a note could be seen through the shell, as if a consolation prize. Wang Wenya sighed. It seems that her luck is not very good. After handing the egg over to the staff sent him a cartoon balloon, which made Wang Wenya cry and laugh. It was Cecilia Wang's turn to draw the prize, and she gently turned the machine. With a click, the machine spat out a blue translucent eggshell. She picked it up for a closer look and gasped. Wow! First prize, haha. Fourth sister's luck is really bad. Wang Siki arrogantly blankly glanced at Wang Wenya and handed the eggshell to the staff. The staff directly lifted out a rice cooker, which was the first prize. Xiao Ke thought to himself. It just so happened that he had fried the rice cooker by alchemizing the elixir earlier. Now sending back another one. Tie pants hot. The watching audience showed envious glances, and some called out that the beautiful woman was too lucky. Wang Siki ruffled down the hair at her temples and took the rice cooker. Next it's the little brother's turn. Xiao Ke is too tall to reach the machine. Wang Wenya purposely picked up his brother to let him turn. It clicked, and a golden, translucent eggshell rolled to the ground. Wang Wenya let out a soft eek. The eggshells were quite pretty in this color. Ko picked up the eggshell and glanced inside. Wang Siki was also curious and walked away to check it out. There was something different about the words inside the eggshell. The ultimate prize? Wang Siki exclaimed out in shock. No way, no way. Her brother's luck was even better than her own? I don't know what the ultimate prize is, but it sure beats a rice cooker. Xiaoko happily ran to the staff. Milky voice said to redeem the prize. The staff's hearts were adorable when they saw such cute little kids. Taking the eggshell, he realized it was unusual. Is this the ultimate prize? After double-checking, the staff member picked up the microphone and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, the final prize for this issue has finally appeared, and the winner is this cute little kid." The neighborhood slowly gathered and ran to check out the final jackpot. For a while Ko was being watched by countless people, making him shy. Kids are so cute. I didn't realize the winner was a kid. Look at the collagen on that face. I want to kiss and rub it. Little friend, do you prefer the red sack, or this blue one? Two staff members ran to the back to get the prizes, and the crowd waited with great interest. In no time at all, the two men drove a mini motorcycle. The scooter is about half a meter tall and a meter long, looks brand new and is great for little kids to play with. Although small, but it all the organs, should have a lot of configuration. The host shouts out passionately. The grand prize this period is a Kawasaki motorcycle, and since the kids are young, they're giving away a mini version instead. Ko exclaimed and ran to check out the scooter. What a cool ride. He got in the car and felt the joy of riding a motorcycle. Onlookers have taken photos to send friends circle. No way. Xiaoko is both cute in face, absolutely can break the circle of friends. The two sisters smiled lightly as they looked at their excited brother. There were surprises today. The trip wasn't wasted. With the help of the staff, the motorcycle was delivered to Wang's home along with the rice cooker. Wang Wenya rubbed his brother's little head and couldn't help but praise him. I see it says that the final prize is a 1 in 10,000 chance. My brother's luck is enviable. The three walked out of the amusement park, and Ko made a point of tying the balloons that the fourth sister had gotten to the roof of the car. The Maserati has a cartoon balloon hanging from it, making it only funny to see. Then the three of them returned to the Wang family. On the way, Wang Siki blurted out that her fifth sister was about to go home. Xiaoko was also looking forward to hearing this, and wondered if the fifth sister would like herself. He inquired towards the seventh sister. What's fifth sister doing out there? Busy? Wang Siki explained. Fifth sister is a big star. She's done so many movies. Ooh-hoo. Came home and had dinner with my two sisters. Ko then ran upstairs and unlocked the door to his room. He couldn't let his sisters interfere with his practice again today. After swallowing the chi nascent pill, he slowly closed his eyes. Wang Wenyo walked to the door of his brother's room as usual today and twisted the door handle. I was surprised to find that my brother had unlocked his room. There was nothing else to do, so she had to go back to her room to rest. After a while, Wang Siki also came to her brother's door. Like Wang Wenya, she found that she couldn't open the door, and she had no choice but to leave. For the next month, Xiaoko went out every morning to practice his sword skills, and in the afternoon he practiced with Xiao Hei in the back garden. At night, he cultivated gongfu in his room and occasionally refined pills. This month, Xiaoko had refined a dozen of first-grade pills, and his techniques were becoming more and more skillful. Later on, he even refined a first-grade high-level elixir like the face residence pill. Originally, he thought that he needed a late stage of chi refining to refine it, but he had made such rapid progress during this period of time that he had succeeded. Not only that, his aura had already accumulated and filled up, and he could attempt to break through to the late stage of chi refining at any time. Wang Siki has a 3-point day, going to the office in the morning to keep busy and coming back in the evening to spend time with her family. In contrast, Wang Wenya was much freer. After dealing with Mordor University, he stayed home with his brother, occasionally working out and studying, and keeping an eye on the movements of the International Education Center. Xiao Hei didn't know what was going on, but since taking the chi nascent pill, his body size had expanded extremely rapidly. What had been a tiny one was now catching up in size to a small Tibetan Mastiff, with a dotted line appearing on his forehead. Aunt Barb is wondering if Blackie is a dog. Normally he wouldn't grow so fast. Now Xiao Hei was all Snow White, and his eyes were full of hostility, making people feel horrible at a glance. But when it comes to the Wangs, he's a big, smart, dominant dog. Everything was calm and cozy. After dinner as usual that day, Ko excitedly returned to his room and locked the door. Today he was going to impact the late stage of chi refining. Returning to his bed, he took out a dark elixir. This was the Nayuan Dan that he had just learned to refine. The nascent soul Dan was slightly larger than the nascent soul Dan, but the spiritual chi in it was 5 times higher than the ordinary nascent soul Dan. Xiaoko swallowed the Nayuan Dan and began to operate the chaotic heaven melting skill. Strong auras rioted within his body. He gritted his teeth and endured it, his mind mulling it over. If you persist through today, you will be able to advance to the late chi refining stage. Chapter 29, Flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people. Darkness. The Wang family manor was quiet, and the servants had all fallen into a deep sleep. Everyone had gone to sleep, and Blackie was purring away in his kennel, which was still spacious. even though he was quite a bit bigger. Inside the room on the second floor, Xiaoke's aura flowed around him, emitting a bright light. This time, the breakthrough was even more difficult than when he was in the middle stage of chi refining. Inside his body, the clouds transformed by the aura were trying to break through that barrier. However, the barrier at the late stage of chi refining was exceptionally strong, and half a day in a row failed to shake the barrier. It was the latter part of the night. Ko didn't know how many times he had tried, and he was already feeling somewhat numb. Damn! Another nano-yuan dan was swallowed into his abdomen. As the gong method operated, the aura in the body was replenished in time. He controlled the massive aura to continue to impact the barrier of the late chi refining stage. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoke had already swallowed 4 na-yuan dan. When he was about to run out of steam, a dark aura suddenly appeared in his body and flowed into the dantian along the meridians. In Xiaoke's astonishment, the black aura spun uncontrollably in the dantian and accelerated. What is this thing? How did it appear in my dantian? Ko observed the black aura in shock, not knowing what to do. The dark aura was strangely fast and eventually shot towards the barrier as if it were a sharp arrow. Pust! A gaping hole was broken in the fortress of the late refinement stage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoke controlled all of his aura and slammed into the barrier like a sea churning. Boom! Late refinement. In this instant, Xiaoke officially stepped into the late stage of chi refining. Warmth flooded his body, and his bones tingled as if he were being transformed. At the same time, his divine sense expanded to a whole 100 meters in range, and his dantian expanded about 10 times. This was truly powerful. Ko could feel as if his tiny body had infinite energy. Afterwards, he began to continue cultivating to consolidate his cultivation. Early the next morning, Xiaoke opened his eyes and an aura shot out like substance. As before, a light layer of mud and dirt surfaced on him. With each breakthrough, the impurities in the body would be flushed out. Ko jumped out of bed and cast a purification spell. Purification mantra. A very common spiritual mantra that focuses on making the body clean. Ko walked over to the mirror and surveyed herself in it. After this breakthrough, the whole person had a unique aura, and at first glance, he looked like a little fairy child. The skin is also more tender and lubricated, and you can't pick out any flaws on your body. Phew! A month's time to finally break through to the late chi refining stage. Ko clenched his palms, carefully feeling the changes now. Before, he had an empty aura and was not good at performing martial arts. Nowadays some spiritual incantations, Taoist techniques, and martial arts can be utilized. Only he knew exactly how much of a boost he had gotten this time. Quietly, Kirk agonized a little more. Now that you look better, so is your sister going to hug and ask for kisses again? It's a shame he can't cast a disguise, or else just get uglier and your sister won't be so mad. After sighing, Ko carefully walked down the stairs, afraid of being seen. Realizing that the hall was empty, he eased his footsteps toward Black's. Seeing that Blackie was still huffing and puffing, he was directly hit with a bludgeon on the head. 10,000 storms. Black whimpered and wailed. Xiao hey, dog's eye sleep asleep can still be beaten awake. To fate. Ko covered the dog's mouth with one hand and made a shushing gesture. Blackie nodded his doggy head. This month, Xiao Hei's intelligence had improved a lot, probably due to following Xiaoke's cultivation. One person and one dog quietly slipped out of the villa, and Ko gently closed the villa door. What are you going to do, brother? A clear female voice came, startling Ko. He really regretted that he didn't use his divine sense to scout the surroundings in advance just now. Ko turned her head awkwardly to meet the fourth sister's gaze. Wang Wenya exclaimed, how my brother gets cuter every day. Just as he tried to drag his little brother to play, Ko quickly diverted his attention. Fourth sister, when will seventh sister come home? Wang Wenya stroked her earlobe and replied, the seventh sister should have to be home this afternoon. She has a meeting at noon and won't be back for lunch. Xiaoke nodded gently and ran towards the outskirts of the manor with Blackie in tow. Wang Wenya wanted to stop him, but his brother slipped away too quickly to make it in time. Looking at Xiaoke's running back, Wang Wenya smiled lightly. I wish my brother would grow up slower and allow myself to spend more time with him. In the back garden, Ko was happy to get rid of his sister. Kuro showed a look at the cutie. Gaze. Ko took out his small sword and began to train. It was already something he had to do every day. Practicing his sword. Closing his eyes, he pointed the tip of his sword at the ground, and the windlessness around him swept up a large swath of fallen leaves. The first of the 7 swords of hearing wind. Ko milked the heck out of it. Falling star. The sword moves with the heart, and the wind moves at will. The small sword chopped out a sword at extreme speed, and its crisp breaking sound could be heard. As the sword fell, a sword light shot out sharply towards the sky, eventually slowly disappearing into the sky. Ko took a deep breath. The power shocked him to his core. He could barely make the second sword of the hearing wind sword technique now. It was estimated that the other sword moves would have to be promoted to foundation establishment before they could be performed. Now that his mastery of aura was becoming more skillful, he knew how powerful an immortal cultivator was. Ko crouched down, picked up a very ordinary fallen leaf, and looked towards the stone pillar of the gazebo. Clenching his fingers, he flung himself gently towards the stone pillar. Whoosh! Falling leaves set against the stone pillar with a cracking sound, and half of the green leaves had penetrated deep into the stone pillar. The old saying that flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people is not false. Xiaoko pointed out another finger. The aura condensed in his fingers and a white light shot out, directly piercing through the stone pillar. Oops, got in trouble. He scratched his head and stared at the pierced stone pillar in embarrassment. Blackie was lying on his back inside the gazebo shivering, so scared of the dog. Xiaoko was satisfied with his current strength. He wouldn't be afraid of 10,000 more killers. Twisting his head, he stared at Xiaohei, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Little Black, I'm going to test the results of your cultivation this month. Blackie realized he was being watched and hurriedly shook his doggy head. Ko didn't care if it was willing or not. In the blink of an eye he disappeared from the spot, and when he came back again he was carrying a boulder. The boulder probably weighed 1,000 pounds, and the entire gazebo shook when it landed. Ko grinned and pointed at the boulder. Blackie, you come and break it and count it as passed. The little black dog's mouth was wide open, then it played dumb and acted like it didn't care. Ko's smile froze and he raised a meaty fist. If you don't break it, I'll break you. These words directly made Xiaohei explode and hurriedly ran to the stone. When he was ready, Blackie began to attack the boulder, only to see his hind legs violently stomping, directly slamming headfirst into the boulder. A dent appeared in the stone with a bang, but that was all. Ko shook his head in dissatisfaction and glanced at Korra with contempt. After regaining his footing, Xiaohei slapped a claw at the boulder, directly shattering a stone corner. Then Blackie made his best effort, biting, scratching, and bumping. It was so hard to break the stone completely that its head went numb. In the olden days, monks pulled up willows. Today there is a little black man hitting a rock. Xiaoko shook his head unsatisfied. It seemed that he had to strengthen the intensity of Xiaohei's training. Every time he cultivated, Xiaohei liked to be lazy and sleep. After finishing the morning's practice, one person and one dog returned to the villa from the back garden. At this moment, Wang Wenya was holding a cartoon school bag and kept stuffing things into it. Puzzled, Ko walked up and asked what the fourth sister was doing. Wang Wenya asked rhetorically, pretending to be mysterious. Do you know what tomorrow is? He shook his head. He hadn't paid attention to the calendar lately, so naturally he wasn't sure what day tomorrow was. Wang Wenya laughed lightly. You're going to school tomorrow. I'm helping you pack your bag, yeah. Ah, school started? He hadn't realized how quickly time had passed and that he had been home for a month. It was as if Blackie understood his sister's words. The dog's mouth gave a humanized, sinister smile. Thinking that school will start tomorrow, Ko started to get nervous inside. Wang Wenya continued. Don't worry, brother. You'll be at the Mordor University Elementary School, close to home. Wang Wenya didn't tell him that she was actually a titular professor at Mordor University now. Ko nodded, her nerves slowly easing. In the evening, Wang Siki returned home. In particular, she brought back two strange men. Wang Siki told his brother that this was the personal bodyguard sent by his second sister to specifically protect him. Ko's hand slowly loosened as he touched the small sword. Using divine sense to feel it a little, one could discover that the same aura was flowing within the duo's bodies. The aura was disorganized and turbid, barely belonging to a cultivator in the early stages of chi refining. But the duo's flesh was pretty good and looked quite sturdy. Xiaoko estimated that any one of these two men could finish off the bald black bear from before. It's nice to be a bodyguard, but he doesn't need one. And with the duo following them, how else could they practice? Ko rushed to protest to his sister. The protest was ultimately denied. Chapter 30, Starting School. First grade class? Evening. Ko lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to keep still. For one thing, I'm nervous about starting school tomorrow. Secondly, the sudden appearance of bodyguards is very disruptive to one's practice. He flopped down on his bed in agony, thinking of any way to get rid of the bodyguard, or else sneakily finish off the two? An evil thought flashed through Ko's mind. No, this is the bodyguard sent by the second sister. You can't lay a hand on them. The two bodyguards didn't realize that they had just been almost sentenced to death themselves. Ko came up with one scenario after another, all of which eventually fell apart. Don't think about it, cultivate, Ko muttered. He put away these thoughts and began to quietly run his gongfu. The nearby aura was pulled into him, and that's how the night went. The next morning, Ko was the first to go downstairs for breakfast in a rare moment. Aunt Barb smiled as she prepared hot milk and bread. Not long after, the two sisters came downstairs dressed up as well. After breakfast, the group was about to go out. Xiaoko looked at the large group of people following behind him and lived directly speechless. He turned back to the seventh sister. Sister 7, I'm going to school. I'll be fine on my own. What do you have these bodyguards? so many people following. Wang Siki pinched her brother's cheeks and spoiled him. My kids are going to school for the first time. What's wrong with us dropping them off? Unable to be stubborn with his sister, he could only allow them to follow. So many people crammed into 5 cars. Hesitantly, Ko picked up her small school bag and set off for school, surrounded by her sisters. Buzz, a Maserati Phantom started off, followed by a row of Cullinans in the back. The convoy drove to the Magic City Annex Elementary School, earning eyeballs along the way. Magic City University Elementary School. Today is the official start of school. The school's reputation and educational facilities have led to countless people clamoring to enroll. Nowadays, parents dropping off their children at the door are crowding the road. The entrance to the school was surrounded by the crowd in a semicircle. There was a buzzing clamor everywhere, rather like a zombie siege. Traffic police have long since blocked off the intersection and vehicles are not allowed to approach the elementary school. Only people are allowed to walk there. This is to prevent vehicle congestion and accidents. Soon, Ko and his group came to the intersection. Seeing the blocked road, Wang Siki frowned slightly. The male traffic police looked at a row of luxury cars approaching. After hesitation or stopped the queue, opening the window of the car, the male traffic police officer told the crowd in a forceful manner that the vehicle was prohibited from entering. Wang Siki faintly opened her mouth to inquire, "What area of traffic control do you belong to?" The male traffic policeman shuddered and told her it was the Chungkong Street Traffic Control Department. Wang Siki immediately made a phone call. The person on the other side of the phone sounded respectful, and she recounted the general situation. The phone hangs up, and Wang Siki touches her brother's head and says it'll be over soon. A minute later, the male traffic cop's walkie-talkie went off. Number 1246, Captain's order to release the vehicle in front of you. Repeat, number 1246, Captain. The male traffic policeman, upon hearing that it was the captain's order, immediately released the several people. When the vehicle was gone, he muttered to himself, "Those who drive luxury cars are really not to be messed with." Soon the convoy approached the entrance to the elementary school. There was no vehicular traffic in the vicinity of the school, and this incoming car could have drawn the crowd's attention to it. The crowd murmured, their eyes locked on Ko's convoy. The Cullinan fleet. What kind of people have such a big deal? My God, the world of the rich and powerful is something I really don't understand. Why should they be able to drive in and we can't? When you can afford a Cullinan fleet, you can drive in too. Ko watched the crowd through the car window. Whoa, so many people nah. As he looked around, he could only think that the scene was now spectacular. The gate of the Mordor Annex Elementary School was magnificent, with the name of the school written in gilt lettering on the doorplate. Not bad for the best elementary school in the Magic City. Due to the sheer number of people at the gate, the car stopped near the crowd. A group of people got out of the car, led by the 2 sisters and Ko's personal bodyguard. Following behind were 20 burly suited bodyguards. Noisy. Wang Siki snorted coldly, as if she was dissatisfied with the crowded environment. If she had known this was going to happen, she could have just flown into the school in a helicopter. Wang Wenya didn't resent it as she faintly commanded, "Get over there and make a path." The 20 bodyguards received the order and marched towards the door in a single, neat line. Ko's personal bodyguard walked at the front to open the way, while the rest of the group widened the path. The 3 followed closely behind, but it was quite easy. Soon, a few people arrived at the entrance of the school. It was just about time for the doors to open and the school gates slowly opened. When he entered the school, Wang Wenya separated from the crowd, saying that he wanted to talk to the principal. Ko's class is in the 1st grade class. The location of the class is also good, on the 1st floor of the school building, so at least you don't have to go up and down the stairs. Soon, led by Wang Siki, the group came to the class, presumably coming in early. There were only 2 students and parents in the class at this point. Ko picked the 3rd row seat, which not only had a good view, but was also right in the middle. The other 2 students happened to be at his table, and apparently the parents were on the same page. The parents of the 2 students looked at Xiaoka's family with such a big battle, followed by a dozen bodyguards, and greeted Wang Siki with some awe. Wang Siki responded with a light smile. After everything was arranged, it was time for Wang Siki to leave the school. She made a point of telling her brother before she left, "If you are aggrieved, you should tell your sister, and she will pick you up in front of the school when you finish school." Xiaoka nodded seriously and gave an okay sign towards the 7th sister. That look was so cute to the parent next to him that he wanted to abduct him home. The sister rubbed her brother's head down reluctantly and then left the school with a group of bodyguards. Walking out the door, she wondered if she should buy the Mordor Annex Elementary School. On the other hand, Wang Wenya was drinking tea in the principal's room. The tea wasn't great, but she was still smiling. The middle-aged man with glasses across the street is the principal of this school. After tasting the tea, Wang Wenya opened the door. "My brother, who goes to your school?" The principal nodded as he listened carefully to every word Wang Wenya said. "He's in the 1st grade class, and I'm here for one thing, to take good care of my brother. She spoke faintly, putting away that amiable smile. The only reason I'm here at Mordor University as a titular professor is because of my brother, so what to do should be clear to you. The principal replied seriously. Don't worry, Professor Wang. I'll definitely do what you order. After getting a reply from the principal, she simply left the principal's office. The principal was relieved to face the head of the Center for International Education and Research, who was under real pressure. A big official was crushing people to death, not to mention being so many levels older than him. Even if the president of Mordor University came in person, in front of her there was only a part of obedience. Contemplating for a moment, he took out his freshman file and checked up on the list of first-year students. It seems that I have to remind Mr. Lu that the young master of the Wang family has to be well provided for. Class. More and more classmates arrived. All boys and girls the same age as Ko. The children are new to school and many of them are reluctant to come and cry to go home. The clamor could make Ko upset for a while. A boy off to the side offered to greet him. Hello, my name is Du Zimmer and I'm 6 years old. The other tablemate was a girl, innocent and cute by the looks of it, and she greeted the duo as well. Hi, my name is Ding Still and I'm 6 too. The three were not familiar with each other, but they were soon chatting furiously. Du Zimo is chubby, and when he smiles he can see that one of his incisors is missing. Din is still cute, just talks very little and mostly listens to the two talk. Soon after, the classroom filled with students and began to whisper. At the door, a middle-aged female classroom walks up to the podium and greets everyone. The classroom fell silent as the students stared blankly at the female teacher. Hello class, I'm your new homeroom teacher. You can call me Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu spoke at length on the stage about the school rules and regulations within the school. Then she added, everyone is new to the school and a little unfamiliar with each other, so everyone come up to the stage and introduce yourself. The order of going on stage is by seating. The front of the room on stage are all the students from the second row of the first row. When it was Du Zimo's turn to go on stage, he shyly clasped his little hands and his eyes only dared to look at the ground. Hello everyone, my name is Du Zimo. A naughty student in the last row said quietly, why is this fat guy so shy? I think he's a pussy. It wasn't loud, but Ko could hear it. He swept his eyes back at the boy who had said the bad words and was a little angry. Du Zimo walked off the stage with a red face, and then it was his turn. Ko walked slowly up to the podium and scanned his classmates with wide eyes. He was unassuming and calm. Chapter 31, Fighting on the First Day of School. Hello classmates, my name is Wang Xiaoku. I'll be 6 soon, and I hope to be friends with you all. After introducing himself, he returned to his seat. On the first day of school, there were no classes for the entire morning. The main thing during this time is to get to know each other, and to distribute textbooks. It is worth mentioning that Mr. Lu directly named Xiaoku as the class president. Just now she realized that Ko had a calm personality and a talent for being an administrator. On top of that, he's so cute. Mordor Elementary School eats in the cafeteria at noon, so there is no need to go home. Ku went to lunch with Du Zimmer. He had thought that he was not a small eater, but he did not expect Du Zimo next to him to eat 3 plates of rice in one sitting. No wonder the body is chubby, so it has something to do with the amount of food. After dinner, the two of them wandered around the school for fun. Suddenly his divine sense sensed the bodyguard's aura and suddenly his face froze. Looking back, he saw that the bodyguard sent by his second sister was wearing a security uniform and was staring at him not far away. Is this the intimate protection that goes deep inside the school? Never mind, just pretend you didn't see it, Ko thought to himself. The duo went to the supermarket and bought a big bag of snacks straight away. When he took out his cell phone to pay, not only Du Zimo, but also the supermarket owner was stunned. No cell phones are allowed on school grounds. It's a school rule. With the supermarket owner in a daze, Ko had already paid and left. Walking out of the grocery store, he took a big gulp of the snack and dazzled it into his mouth. At home his sister does not allow him to eat junk food, as long as it is a snack. Who else can stop him when he gets to school? Du Zimo said with some concern. Ku, you're not allowed to bring cell phones to school, and if the teacher finds out you'll be called a parent. Called a parents? Ko swallowed his chips, puzzled. My sister told me to take my cell phone. She said to contact me anytime. Anyway, just listen to your sister. The two put their leftover snacks back in the classroom, drawing looks of envy from the other kids. Du Zimo suddenly had some urgency to urinate. He quickly asked Xiaoku if he was going to the toilet. Nodding, the two ran back towards the school's public restroom. Inside the public restroom, there was a group of 6th graders squatting on the steps smoking cigarettes, occasionally looking at their classmates as they came in. They think it's cool to smoke and dignified to be seen by others. After all, how many kids smoke? The two KOs walked into the restroom and smelled the strong odor of tobacco, which was very unpleasant. He frowned, glancing at the crouching senior with a look of disgust. Du Zimo didn't care so much. He was in a hurry to use the restroom first. the smoking yellow-haired teenager and Ko locked eyes on. Noticing the look in his eyes, the yellow-haired teenager growled in displeasure. Hey, that little kid over there, what are you looking at? Very displeased? The yellow-haired teenager screamed. Feeling too dignified in front of the crowd, Ko ignored such a silly lack and treated him as if he was barking at a dog. Yellow Hair threw away the cigarette in his hand, realizing that the boy hadn't even bothered to talk to him. He came to a standstill. Hey, did I let you go? The yellow-haired teenager blocked Ko's path, and the crouching teenagers behind him surrounded the two. This scene almost made Duzimo cry. Ko spoke coldly. 3 count, get out of my sight. 3. The yellow-haired teenager laughed out loud, not expecting to be intimidated by a little kid. 2. The yellow-haired teenager said mockingly. 1. Come on, come on, come on, I'll see how you make me disappear. 1. Ko quickly reached out his small white hand and grabbed him by the collar. The yellow-haired teenager suddenly froze, his feet slowly leaving the ground. Another fling and he flew straight into the Nya pool. Sticky and fishy. Ouch! The yellow-haired teenager roared angrily as he took the pain. Catch this little brat and beat him to death. 5 or 6 teenagers reached out and punched him in unison. A minute later, the 2 KOs stepped out of the restroom and headed toward their class. Inside the restroom, several teenagers were in a sorry state, wailing on the floor. The yellow-haired teenager, in particular, smelled so fishy that he didn't know how to get out of the restroom. He growled low in anger. Just wait, kid, I'll have you after school. For a while, a shocking message went viral in the upper grades of the school. 6th grade punk Zhang Hao was beaten up by a 1st grader. Countless students whispered, "Did you hear? Zhang Hao got beat up by a 1st grade kid and stuck all over the Niao in the restroom." No way. I heard he got his ass kicked all over sure. Humph, deserves it. Arrogant and bossy every day, pretending to be a big brother. By this time, the culprit, Ko, had sat down in class and started the lesson. It's just that the teaching is so simple that he can't even lift his interest. The teacher does her job, but she teaches simple addition and subtraction and is too slow. In language class, he simply huffed and puffed. The language teacher's chest was heaving with anger, and he looked at Xiao Ko with a hateful look. The afternoon was spent in a sleepy state for Ko. It was finally time for school to end. Ding still put on his small backpack and gently shook Ko awake, telling him that school was over. Ko, sleepy-eyed, wiped the drool that came out of his mouth with his cuff. Is school over already? It's so fast. He yawned and picked up his small backpack and walked towards the school entrance. The 2 bodyguards at the back also shed their security uniforms and changed into black suits to follow the young master from afar. Wang Siki had said to protect the young master without interfering with his schooling, so the duo didn't go near the young master all day. Walking out of the school gates, Ko was stopped in his tracks by a group of Ghostfire teens. At the head of the group was a chubby teenager, and standing next to him was none other than the yellow-haired teenager who had been given special care by him today. Fatty pointed at Xiaoko who was carrying a school bag and asked Yellow Hair incredulously, "It was this kid who beat you up. You amuse me?" Zhang Hao replied affirmatively. "Brother, I'm not kidding. This little kid is too much of a fighter." Fatty is a junior high school student and the big brother that Zhang Hao has taken the trouble to please. Every time Zhang Hao got into a fight, he was less likely to help, but this time he had to beat up a milky cute little kid, and he really couldn't bring himself to do it. "Zhang Hao, you're really getting wasted." Zhang Hao clenched his fists as if he had made a major decision. "Quinn, help Hao D this once. I'll give you all my pocket money this week." Fatty thought about it. This Zhang Hao was a waste of space, but his family lineage was not bad. Every week his mom and dad gave him $500 in allowance, which wasn't exactly a small amount. After thinking about it, Fatty and 7 or 8 junior high school students surrounded Ko. Ko sighed. Was it necessary to be so serious? The fat man opened his mouth with great righteousness. "We have rules though. We don't hit old people or bully children, but don't blame me if you make my old man lose face." The fat man waved his hand, and the 2 middle school teens swung their fists about to punch at Ko. Shasta. 2 tall men appeared behind Ko. Boom, boom. 2 middle schoolers were kicked straight out. The 2 rolled on the ground several times in a row, and ended up wailing like shrimps with their backs bowed. Fatty's face changed drastically as he looked toward the 2 tall figures. Only 2 bodyguards were seen standing around 1.9 m, their bulging muscles holding up their suits to the point of bursting open. A bunch of middle schoolers were like little chickens in front of the 2. Their gazes, in particular, were ferocious, like demons who wanted to kill. The fat man directly bowed 90 degrees and apologized, hastily saying that Zhang Hao had found him. After saying that, he hurriedly got on the tram and fled, and in no time he could not even see the shadow. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. I cursed in my heart, "Why didn't you bring me along?" The 2 bodyguards put their hands on his shoulders, their bloodthirsty gazes locked on him. Bang! Zhang Hao directly knelt on the ground and kept apologizing to Xiao Ku. He said that he would never dare to do it again and begged him to forgive him. Ko stepped forward and told him softly, "Be a good boy from now on. Don't smoke and fight every day. Then he left with 2 bodyguards. The scene dazzled the students who were on their way out the door. The little boy was too good for them. Walking down the road, Ko finally took a good look at the 2 bodyguards. I heard 7th sister say that 2nd sister was a soldier, so these 2 bodyguard uncles should be soldiers as well. Embarrassingly, he had never seen the 2 speak. Ko craned his head to inquire, "Uncle, what are you to my 2nd sister?" The 2 bodyguards who were walking spoke respectfully. "Young master's sister is our general, and we are subordinates." "General." Once again, Ko was shocked. Why is every sister so powerful? Then wouldn't you be able to just lay flat? Shaking his head, Ko pursued the question. "And what are the last names of the 2 uncles?" One of the bodyguards explained. "My last name is Pei, and this is my own brother." Ko nodded. "So Uncle Fu, what's your brother's last name?" "Uncle Pei." Ko glanced to the side of the road just in time to see the 7th sister's car. Chapter 32 Sister. The alchemy furnace has blown up too. Wang Wenyao wore a gentle smile as he picked up his brother. Carefully asked him how his first day of school was. Ko smiled and said it wasn't bad. Then he asked his 4th sister if he could go to 6th grade. Wang Wenyao was straight away not going to be able to. This is good. Why does the younger brother want to read the 6th grade? Ko commiserates that 1st grade is too easy to learn. Wang Wenyao was not impressed when he heard that the teacher did not teach too difficult content at the beginning of the school year. She thought her brother was feeling a little bored at first, and after a couple of days he'd probably be fine. "That's fine. I'll allow you to skip a grade when you get a perfect score on your midterm." Wang Wenyao smiled and promised. "Yes, 4th sister is the best." Wang Wenyao rubbed his head and inquired, "Better than your 7th sister?" Ko, ahem. "Good for both of you." Getting into the car, the siblings headed straight back towards the estate. Upon arriving home, he felt a sense of relief. Putting down his little book bag, he sat down directly in front of the TV and turned it on. Aunt Arashir packed Ko's bags and regulated them with a smile. The TV turned on, and a special breaking news item was playing in it. He wasn't interested in the news and simply chose to switch channels. Unexpectedly, several channels were switched in a row, and all of them were plugging this special breaking news in a loop. Not just here in Shaoku, the whole Magic City's TV sets, cell phones, and computers are all plugged into the same news. Ko watched the TV helplessly. Magic City local, a grand birthday party will be held on October 9th, and a mysterious tycoon is contributing $1 billion to create a grand banquet. The party includes an all-night fireworks show, and Mystic Rich releases 1,000 children with birthdays that day, spots to participate in the birthday party celebration. To participate, scan the QR code to draw places. Winners will each have a beautiful gift and can bring their family members, no more than 3, to join the celebration. After reading the news, Ko himself was shocked that this day happened to be his birthday as well. Then, in that case, he also had the opportunity to participate in the festivities. Xiaoko quickly took out his cell phone and opened the V letter and scanned the QR code. After filling in your information, the page displays the waiting for the lottery pop-up. At this time, Wang Siki also finished her work and returned to the manor, entering the villa just in time to see her brother sitting on the sofa. "What's going on, brother?" She sat down next to Ko and snuck a quick glance into her cell phone. "October 9th birthday celebration?" Wang Siki read it out softly and realized that it was so coincidental. "Is it a birthday celebration held on your brother's birthday?" Wang Siki rubbed Xiaoka's cheeks and smiled mysteriously. She then went off to find her 4th sister to go discuss business. On the couch, Ko stared patiently at his cell phone screen. Ding! A message popped up on his cell phone. "Congratulations to Mr. Wang Xiaoka's children for successfully qualifying for the October 9th birthday celebration. Entrance invitations will be sent to the receiving address within 3 business days." Yay! Ko jumped up from the couch, happy. After confirming it several times in a row, he was finally convinced he got his ticket. After the excitement, he opened the V-blog. The #1 V-blog hit was none other than the Magic City celebration event. Curious, he clicked on the comments section. Some people are asking who this mysterious mastermind behind the scenes is. Others regret not being born on this day, and had they known, they would have had an early C-section. Turning off his cell phone, he began to look forward to the day of October 9th. I'm sure the day was absolutely wonderful. After a while, the 3 siblings started dinner. At the dinner table, Ko happily told his sister that he had won the lottery and was able to take her to the party. But the sisters didn't seem to be surprised at all and just smiled gently at their brother. After dinner, all 3 went upstairs to rest. Inside the room on the 2nd floor, Ko didn't continue practicing. Having stepped into the late stage of chi refining yesterday, he believed that he already had the ability to refine spirit weapons. Previously, he had bought a piece of ebonite himself and had not used it until now. Xiaoko walked over to the alchemy furnace and grabbed it with one small hand, directly picking up the 300 pounds of the furnace. It was quite a bit of forcefulness. The scene was even more shocking than the last one. and this time Ko easily picked it up with one hand. It's like just picking up a stone with your hand. He walked to the center of the room holding the alchemy furnace in one hand and gently placed it on the floor. The ebony ore was not a small block, barely able to fit inside the Dan furnace. Artifact refining and alchemy had some similarities, so Xiaoko wasn't that rusty. According to the process, the ebonite should be refined into ebonite spirit iron, followed by repeated pounding and molding with aura. When he was ready, Xiaoko once again carved out a fire control formation, and a flame continued to burn underneath the Dan furnace. Xiaoko unfolded his divine sense and sat in front of the alchemy furnace silently waiting. It was an hour's wait, and the ebonite finally couldn't withstand the heat and began to melt. Next, his aura tugged at the impurities to expel them, leaving behind only a cloud of pure ebony iron water. The middle step was relatively simple. He needed to keep injecting aura into the iron water. After half an hour, seeing that the iron water would no longer absorb a trace of aura, Xiaoko stopped releasing the aura, maneuvering the fire control array to shrink its flame temperature by half. Ko began to wait for the iron to solidify. During the solidification process, he also needed to keep squeezing and molding with his aura, or else it would become a shapeless piece of iron. What Ko needed was a flying sword, so it was necessary to create a slender sword. Thinking of this, Xiaoko controlled his aura to squeeze the iron into the shape of a sword. When the shape was almost right, it would continue to be pounded with aura until it became a truly sharp sword. This is a very long step. Early the next morning, Xiaoko was still sitting beside the alchemy furnace, and there was already a slender flying sword suspended within it. On top of that, there was a small piece of ebony spirit iron that hadn't been used. Xiaoko thought to himself that he could turn around and make it into a low-grade storage ring for his sister. After a night of whacking, the flying sword had been cast, and there was still one final step to be taken. Xiaoko raised his palm and directly used his aura to cut a slit in the palm of his hand. Crimson blood quickly bubbled out, and he quickly channeled the blood to the flying sword. Then the wound quickly healed up. The flying sword suddenly trembled lightly after touching Xiaoko's blood, and the melodious sound of the sword's chirping traveled outward. Immediately afterward, the sword looked like it had been sublimated and directly erupted with a strong wave. Boo! A loud noise spread out in the Wang family manor, as if a grenade had exploded. Downstairs, Aunt Lan's body trembled in fear, and after reacting, she immediately brought the servants upstairs to check. Upstairs, Wang Siki was also disturbed and rushed to the door of her brother's room before she finished washing up. Wang Wenya was originally sleeping soundly when suddenly after a loud noise, the bed was shaken. Soon, the entrance to Ko was surrounded. The maid on the side said softly, "Why did this scene feel so familiar?" Cough, cough. Wang Siki asked Auntie Lan what was going on and how her brother's room had exploded with a black face. Aunt Barb twisted the doorknob, only to realize that the door was unlocked and scrambled downstairs to get a spare key. At this time, Wang Wenya also came downstairs in a daze and asked the crowd what had happened. Wang Siki covered her face and told her fourth sister with a soft sigh that there was an explosion in her brother's room. Wang Wenya came straight to his senses and inquired in shock. "What? The brother exploded?" Wang Siki slapped her on her arched buttocks and repeated with a sullen face, "There was an explosion in my brother's room. I don't know what happened." By now Aunt Barb had gotten the key and opened the door to the unlocked room. A thick cloud of smoke came directly to the face, choking the crowd in coughing. When the smoke had faded a little, the group cautiously entered the room. I saw a tiny figure in the smoke, and wasn't it Ko? At this point he was covered in black dust and his hair was standing up. Seeing so many people come to his room, Ko scratched his head and smiled awkwardly at the crowd. The crowd could only make out a row of snow-white teeth. A gruesome sight. "Sister, the alchemy furnace blew up." "Ha!" The crowd just felt so familiar with the scene. The last time was when the rice cooker blew up in the kitchen. This time it was in his room, blowing up the alchemy furnace he had bought earlier. Wang Siki couldn't help but chortle. "Brother, why are you blowing things up again? You don't remember. You're not afraid of danger, are you?" Wang Wenya was confused. What was meant by messing up and blowing up again? Had his brother ever blown up anything else? Under Aunt Lan's explanation, Wang Wenya snorted and couldn't help but say to Xiaoku, "I didn't realize my brother had a talent for making bombs." Ha ha ha. Coco picked at her little hands in embarrassment and ran off to the shower in a huff. It's so humiliating. Chapter 33 Building Spiritual Weapons, Daily Life in Elementary School. Inside the bathroom, Ko took a seriously hot shower. Although the alchemy furnace exploded and on the surface he wasn't upset, his heart was actually dripping blood. He only had an alchemy furnace, and the treasure that he had managed to obtain with great difficulty was now allowed to blow up and disappear. Ko sadly buried his head in the tub, gurgling and spitting bubbles. Having showered, he was in no hurry to get out. Just after the flying sword was refined, he hurriedly tried to hide it in order to prevent his sister from discovering it. Unexpectedly, even before he could put it into his storage ring, the flying sword directly drilled into the space of his sea of consciousness and hovered in midair. With a thought, The flying sword appeared directly in front of Xiaoko out of thin air. The only thing to see was that the sword was about 3 feet long. The blade was black and gold with a golden pattern inlay, and the hilt was made of a brass alloy. The whole flying sword gives a sense of spirituality, mystery, as if it is an immortal with a sword, flowing down to the mortal world. Ko nodded. Such a dominant sword looked good, or at least he was happy with it. He said to the flying sword, "You're made of ebony spirit iron, and your color is black and gold, so you'll be called Little White." The flying sword flexed its blade discontentedly, as if protesting against taking the name Xiaobai. Is such a childish name worthy of the handsome and mysterious one? The flying sword was not under Xiaoko's control and carved 2 words in the air, Jinwu. Xiaoko suddenly realized that the flying sword wanted to take the name Golden Crow, though he was reluctant. But at the strong request of the flying sword, he could only give up the name Little White. He was silently digging in his mind. Little broken swords, so unappreciative. Before Ko could continue to learn more about flying swords, Aunt Barb urged for dinner and school. Putting away the Golden Crow, Xiaoko went downstairs to have breakfast. After a bit of tossing and turning, Xiaoko rushed to the school in Wang Wenya's car. The second day of school. There are still a lot of parents coming to drop off their kids at school. Ko got out of his 4th sister's car and said goodbye to his sister with his little backpack. Then he ran to the school. Uncle Fu also put on his security uniform and entered the school to start a new day of protection duties. When Wang Wenya took the car to go home, he received a message from the 7th sister on the way. "It's my turn to pick up my brother for the night, so don't make the trip for nothing." She smiled softly with her lips, ignoring the message from the 7th sister. It was not like there were rules about who received it anyway. Back to class. Ko, who was one of the earlier group of students to arrive, put his small book bag in a drawer and started to get down to sleep. The students next to him were all reading with their textbooks clutched attentively, and he was the only one who seemed out of place. Jingle bells. It was time for class to begin, and the language teacher stepped up to the podium, textbook in hand. He was a rather young male teacher, who seemed well-mannered, elegant and easygoing. The language teacher noticed the sleeping Wang Xiaoku, and his heart churned with anger and blood. "Wang Xiaoku, get up!" The language teacher was not loud, but it still didn't bother him. Du Zimo hurriedly patted Xiaoko's thigh and whispered to him, "Hey, wake up, the language teacher is calling you." Ko stood up in a daze, and under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he asked his language teacher what had happened. The language teacher furrowed his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. He hated students who had no motivation and came to school to muddle through. In his opinion, Wang Xiaoko was a typical example of such a child. He spoke coldly. "I learned an old poem yesterday. You're going to memorize it, and if you can't memorize it, you're going to copy it 10 times. The language teacher revealed a bad smile. He had plenty of ways to clean up this kind of student. Ko yawned skillfully and quickly recited the poem Silent Night Thoughts. After memorizing, he made a point of translating the verses and recounting the context in which they were written. The students were stunned. Hadn't the class president been sleeping yesterday? Was he pretending to sleep? The language teacher was also shocked and waved his hand for him to sit down and listen to the lesson. After class, Ko was just about to go out to buy snacks when a large group of students gathered at the door. His divine sense spread out, and he was surprised to find a familiar person, Gu Shangyue. Gu Shangyue in the doorway smiled warmly and scanned the class for someone. "Hey!" Ko yelled after her, scaring her and making her scream along with him. Xiaoko laughed out loud from the sidelines. He knew that Gu Shangyue was in the 2nd grade. He just didn't know that she also went to school at the Magic City Annex Primary School. "Wang Xiaoku, you're so annoying." Gu Shangyue opened her mouth in warm anger. She just came to say hello to Xiaoku. Dad told her yesterday that Ko's brother goes to school here too. She was a little surprised at the time. Hadn't Ko originally said she was going to kindergarten? The two of them chatted for a while before Gu Shangyue left, followed by a large group of children. Xiaoko then realized that the original Gu sister has so many little followers. How can he not have one? After a trip to the grocery store for snacks, he returned to his class to continue. His thoughts drifted far away during class and he was thinking, I can go to the library later and borrow some books to relieve my boredom. I've long since finished this first year on my own. After lunch, Xiaoko dragged Du Zimo to the school library. The library is huge, occupying an entire building on its own. On the first floor are illustrated books, storybooks, and as you continue up the stairs, the variety and quality of the books improves. There was an old grandfather sitting at the counter who was also the librarian. The administrator, seeing such a cute kid, spoke up and asked, "What kind of books do you want to read? Little one, Grandpa can help you find them." Ko shook his head and replied that he would have to find out for himself. Then the two of them ran off to the fourth floor, and the janitor laughed and said how naughty children are. He felt that the two were just casually skulking around, and he probably couldn't read all those books on the fourth floor in front of them. After a bit of picking and choosing, Ko was already holding 6 books. Each book is thick and as tall as 8 centimeters. Duzimo looked at the Siku Kwanshu in his hands with a complicated expression and couldn't help but mutter, obviously I know all these words, why can't I read them? The two of them walked down the stairs and Ko placed 6 thick books on the front desktop. The administrator grandfather stared at Ko with a flushed face and inquired in disbelief. 5 years of simulation and 3 years of college entrance exams? Sherlock Holmes mysteries? A book of life aphorisms? You stop it, kid. You can't read these. Go get the storybook next to you. After saying that, the administrator thoughtfully pointed to the storybook shelves on the first floor. The administrator silently spat in his mind. First graders trying to read this kind of book can't even read it, right? Ko shook his head stubbornly and insisted on taking the books. Finally, the two returned to the class, clutching their books. All afternoon, Ko studied the borrowed books, and more knowledge accumulated in his mind. But in Du Zimo's opinion, Wang Xiaoka's speed of turning a page in 2 seconds could tell a thing. The last class was a study hall, and because there was no teacher to come to the podium, the class was noisy, especially the group of boys in the back that had been laughing and joking around. Ko was so upset by the noise that he just slammed down the table. Any more noise and get out. A milky sigh echoed through the first grade class. He stood up and coldly scanned the class of boys and girls, an intimidating force bursting from him. In a flash, the class was silent, and not a single person dared to speak again. When the homeroom teacher arrived, she found the class quiet and the students studying very quietly. With a smile on her face, she complimented her classmates and then made an announcement. Due to a major event in the Magic City on October 9th, there will be a collective day off. This made the students happy. This inexplicable extra day of vacation and being able to play at home again. Then the homeroom teacher called out to Ko alone to go out, and in the confusion of the crowd, Ko stepped out of the class. When he came to the office, the homeroom teacher asked him to sit down with a kind face. Xiao Ko in the future, if you have any problems or requests you can talk to me, haha. If you're bullied, Mr. Lu will help you out, and if you don't feel well one day remember to call your teacher for leave. Listening to Ms. Lu's chatter, Ko's first thought was of his fourth sister. Did fourth sister threaten Mr. Lu? He thought to himself. No matter what, Mr. Lu cared about himself, so he would cooperate more with the teacher. By the time he came out of the office, it was time for school to end. Ko was so excited that he ran back to his class, put on his little backpack and walked outside the school. Uncle Fu and his duo were still following the young master unhurriedly, only that they deliberately avoided the sight of others, making it difficult for people to notice. In front of the school, many students were gathered in a group at this time. Just a high-strung beauty leaning against the front of a Maserati scanning the crowd as if looking for something. Next to her was a beautiful woman with a hot body and elegant temperament wearing glasses. She leaned languidly against the door of the Rolls-Royce, watching the outgoing crowd in the same way. Many of the boys were filled with little stars, wanting to touch such a handsome sports car. Suddenly, the two beauties shot up and shouted at the door at the same time. Brother, come to your sister. Little brother, come to sister. Chapter 34, The Flying Sword Golden Crow. In the doorway, Ko's face was on fire. Too shy. Why are 4th and 7th sisters blocking the car in front of the school? In fact, at first Wang Siki's car was waiting for her younger brother who had gotten out of school. I didn't expect Wang Wenya to also drive over to pick up my little brother from school. And what's even more irritating is that she deliberately leaned toward the door. Wang Siki, of course, was reluctant and proceeded to pass Wang Wenya's car with a kick of the gas. The two overtook each other and got closer to the school entrance. The security guard at the door ran to stop him, but the other man simply told himself to get out of the way. Seeing that his seat was obviously not an ordinary person, he could only obediently concede. Eventually both cars were almost into the school before the duo stopped overtaking. Ko coughed dryly and hesitated in front of the 4th and 7th sisters. What should I do if I choose one of the sisters? Then the other one will surely be upset? Wang Wenya saw his brother hesitate and called out to him twice more. Brother, didn't you say that 4th sister is the best? Come to 4th sister. Ko hesitated for a moment to walk towards the 4th sister. Wang Siki angrily stomped her foot and opened her mouth to her brother. Brother, remember who picked you up and took you home? It was your 7th sister. 4th sister has given you a ride a few times and you wouldn't let 7th sister pick you up once. Speaking of this, Wang Siki revealed a pitiful look. Her eyes had a little tear in them. The boys next to him couldn't look away and wanted to punch the desperate brother in the face. Forget it, my brother doesn't like 7th sister. You go find her. I'll just go home alone. Xiaoka's heart sank, and he eventually turned a corner and walked over to Wang Siki. The chubby little hand tugged at the hem of the 7th sister's coat and said in a petulant manner, I like 7th sister. 7th sister, don't be sad. I'll go with you. Then he turned to his 4th sister and told her that he was going home in his 7th sister's car today. Sorry. When Xiaoka sat in the car, Wang Siki made a mocking expression towards Wang Wenya. When the two of them were in the car, a foot on the gas was pressed and the sports car left the school with a roar. Wang Wenya waved his hand angrily. The seventh sister was too hateful to trick her brother into being sympathetic. I'm going to learn more about it myself in the future. Buzz. The Rolls-Royce started up and rolled away from the school in a cloud of dust. The students on the sidelines were sorely disappointed by the scene. Why weren't they the boy? Why don't I have two beautiful sisters? Why don't I have a sister who drives a luxury car? Unfortunately, there's not that much why. Across the street from the school, two mysterious men watched the scene in front of the school from their car. Then the vehicle slowly left the place and made its way west. Maserati is traveling on the street. In the Magic City, although luxury cars everywhere, but the value of 10 million Maserati Phantom still firmly attracted the eyes of passers-by. Inside the car, Xiaoke was sitting in the co-pilot. Usually it was the bodyguard who drove the car, but I didn't expect that this time. The seventh sister came to pick herself up in person. Along the way the siblings were very cordial, talking and laughing, and he made a point of baring his sister's face. This can be Wang Siki Happy Flowers. Sweetheart, think of the fourth sister home alone, the heart even more freely. Back to the manor. Ko tried to watch some TV, but the news was still on a loop within the TV. He couldn't help but spit out the question. Was this TV being controlled by someone to only show this one piece of news? Meanwhile, Magic City TV. This place controls the entire city's channel program, but there's been a big incident recently. A rich mystery man paid $50 million to buy out an entire city's TV channels just to plug the news on a loop. The TV station's complaint line was all over the place, but the old boss insisted on plugging the news regardless of the storm outside. Meanwhile, all the media companies in the Magic City received a big order. That would be to top the hot topic of Magic City's October 9th birthday party. Hundreds of media companies, large and small, worked through the night in the first ever collaboration of the Magic City's media community. Not only that, but cake store pastry chefs throughout the city are getting high-priced invitations at the same time. I hope to be part of the cake making for the banquet on October 9th. And costumers, makeup artists, sound engineers, 10,000 a day each. Industries are shocked to find out who this godly man who buys out people from several industries is. The layout alone will consume $500 million, and that's just a conservative estimate. Inside the villa, Ko is moping a bit because he can't watch TV. Seeing Blackie, who was still asleep, he pulled him up again and ran to the backyard. The golden crow that was refined this morning hadn't been tested for power yet, so I just happened to take this time to try it out. Reluctantly, Blackie used the foot brake, a 4-foot brake, but there was no way he could help the difference in power. Arriving at the back garden, Xiaoku immediately released his divine sense to cover 100 meters. It's a bit consuming, but it's also an insurance policy against being seen. With a slight movement of his mind, the golden crow appeared in front of a man and a dog, the sword still flashing with golden light. Xiaoku excitedly gripped the flying sword. An aura of defiance of heaven and earth appeared for a split second and immediately disappeared. Xiao Hei whimpered as he lay on the ground. He could feel the aura of destruction attached to the sword. It's awesome. Jin Wu is so handsome. Xiaoku sweetly complimented the flying sword, stroking the blade with satisfaction. The sword somehow came with a devouring power, yet it made him feel close. Holding the golden crow tightly, Xiaoku attempted to invoke the sword technique. In a flash, the entire garden was wildly windy, and KO's aura was climbing. In a matter of seconds, Xiaoku's aura reached its peak, and the golden crow glowed with a dark golden light. The first sword of the Hearing Wind sword technique, Falling Star. Coco milked the heck out of it. The sword then chopped out a sword towards the sky, which was as fast as lightning. The sword marks continued to fly into the sky, and then they exploded. Aunt Barb put down the celadon in her hand and looked out the window. Who lets off fireworks in the middle of the day? That's weird. When he finished speaking, he continued to polish the celadon. Xiaoku hugged Jin Wu in surprise. This was so different from the power of the sword move he performed yesterday. Moreover, he realized that the golden crow was practically sharpening iron like mud, chopping rocks as if they were tofu. Finally, it's time to try out the most useful skills for flying swords. Flight. Xiaoku mentally controlled the flying sword and realized that it felt too wonderful. The flying sword can fly closely to one's heart and move up and down smoothly. He retrieved the golden crow and gently let it hover at the height of his feet. Then he carefully stood on the flying sword, his whole mood excited. Once he was standing firmly, he controlled the flying sword to fly slowly, while he himself was familiarizing himself with the feeling of imperial sword flight. Wow! Look Blackie, I can fly too. Ko wasn't so scared anymore at this point, controlling the speed and altitude of his flight more and more. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Xiaoku stood on the golden crow soaring freely in the sky. The thrill of the flight is nothing short of joyful. Woohoo! Ko laughed in the sky. Every now and then he does a spin, a dive, a fancy flight. Auntie Lan put down the tea set suspiciously. She seemed to have heard the young master's laughter. Above the sky, Xiaoku stepped on the golden crow and flew up into the clouds. Looking down on half of the Magic City, Now that's what it's like to have a view of the mountains and navigate half the city's bustle. He bent down, his feet stepping on the Golden Crow and rushing straight to the very center of the magic capital. Magic City Commercial Street. It was already evening and the sky was covered with layers of flaming clouds. Since they had just gotten off work, countless people were walking through the streets, discussing what to eat later and where to go afterward. At that moment a childish female voice rang out. "Mama, look, there's an airplane in the sky." The little girl pointed excitedly at the sky, and at the side of the room her mom smiled lightly and looked along. High in the sky was a small black dot flying at breakneck speed, but it didn't look like an airplane. The crowd, alerted by the little girl, also looked toward the sky, but the little black dots sure didn't look like airplanes. One man speculated, was it a kind of flying bird? But immediately there was an objection from an old man who was quite knowledgeable about birds. Birds can't fly that fast, and at this altitude visually at least 1,000 meters up, it would never be a bird. Some people grabbed their cell phones and zoomed in to take pictures, and even some people with cameras took pictures of the heights, except that the photos are still blurry when magnified dozens of times. This silhouette doesn't look like a bird. It kinda does. A human? Quickly, record the video. Tomorrow's explosive information is available again. A reporter urged his colleague to capture the small black dot in the sky, shouting with excitement. Of course, that person is Ko, who returns to the manor after a quick spin over Mordor. When he reached the ground, Shauka smiled and retrieved the Golden Crow. He could be sure that the flying sword was much faster than a car. Moreover, this Golden Crow was only a first-rank intermediate spirit weapon, and its power was already this strong. In the memories imparted by the master, there were even legendary immortal weapons. I wonder what an immortal weapon looks like and if it's powerful. Blackie waited until his master returned and circled around him happily. Seeing that it was getting late, one man and one dog walked slowly back to the villa. After a brief dinner, Ko returned to his room. Wang Wenya reminded him to remember to take a shower, and Shauka perfunctorily replied okay, then jumped into bed. He didn't need to take a bath now. There was aura running around him, and mortal dust could not come near him. After simply packing up, Shauko began to sink his teeth into cultivation. Early the next morning, the Wang family estate received a special package. Chapter 35, Try to Touch My Boss. Early morning, Ko washed up and went downstairs to eat. Today it looked the same as usual, but there was a square package on the table. This was the delivery that Aunt Arisher had gotten at the door that morning, and the consignee was written as the young master, so she moved the delivery inside the cottage, where it still sits on the dining room table. The two sisters ate their breakfast elegantly and did not open the package, apparently waiting for their brother to do so. After listening to Auntie Lan explain the origin of the courier, Shauko guessed that it should be an invitation to a birthday party. Not bothering to eat, he hurriedly unwrapped the package on the table. As the package was unwrapped, the contents surfaced. Wang Siki was also curious to check what little brother had bought back here. Only an ornate golden wooden box lay silently within the package. Opening the wooden box, the most conspicuous thing was a golden envelope, which was the invitation to the banquet. On the side is a broken diamond bracelet, as well as the address and notes for the party event. Wang Siki picked up the broken diamond bracelet, and her mouth said with emotion that it was so pretty. The bracelet was a silver-white color, set with 52 blue crushed diamonds, and looked beautiful. Ko placed the invitation carefully in his room, then handed the bracelet to Auntie Lan for safekeeping. After dinner, Ko had to go to school again. Aunt Barb was about to pack his book bag, and just as she picked it up, she sensed something was wrong. It seems that today's book bag is very weighty, even several times heavier than yesterday's. Puzzled, she unzipped her book bag and pulled out several thick books. Aunt Barb was stunned and lost in thought as she looked at the few books she pulled out. 5 years of high school exams and 3 years of simulation? Why language level 6 vocabulary? Life. Auntie Lan was both puzzled and confused as to how the young master had brought these books home. She ran to tell Wang Wenya, who was also stunned by the news. It seemed to her that her brother could not read these books. Did he have other secrets? It's Friday and we have 2 days off tomorrow, so every student is pretty happy. School entrance. Wang Siki walked Xiaoko to the door, said hello and then rushed to the company. Back in class. At this point the students were chatting about the TV news. The discussion about the birthday party was in full swing, as if it was something to look forward to. Ko also got close enough to listen, but who knew that several young boys in the back row were looking at him in disgust. Only the little girl was willing to talk to Ko about these things, presumably because he was so mean to the crowd. Ko wasn't embarrassed. It didn't matter if anyone else was as long as they didn't take it personally anyway. At a young age, he saw through a lot of things. That's right, I heard my cousin applied but wasn't selected. So did any of our elementary schools get an invitation? I know one. I think it's Su Junlin from the 3rd grade. He even showed it to my sister. Gee whiz, we can go over and watch the fireworks show anyway, and I hear we get free cake. After listening for a while, Ko came to his senses. So they were talking about the birthday party invitations, and one of the third graders was invited. He sat back in his seat, when Du Zimo was also discussing the news of the birthday party with Ding still in a whisper. Xiaoke sat directly in the middle of the duo and pulled out the thick Y language 6th grade vocabulary book from his small school bag. Du Zimo saw him coming and pulled on him to make small talk as well. Ko, who do you think threw the birthday party for whom? He wasn't sure about this question. Anyway, he could eat a big cake for free on the day of the banquet by going over to the event, and there were special rewards. It's probably some rich guy's birthday party for his daughter. Go over there and play and get free cake. You and still go too. Du Zimo smiled and said yes. He liked food the most, especially sweet ones. Ko pulled on the two men again to sneak in. I actually got an invitation to the birthday party. Oh, I'll even get my present then. Ah, the two of them exclaimed in shock. They had heard that this invitation was hard to obtain, but they didn't expect Wang Xiaoke to have one. As the TV said, there are only 1,000 invitations in the entire Magic City, and too few people can get them if they are spread out. Ding remained skeptical, looking at Ko with a skeptical face. Can you prove you have an invitation? Without proof you are lying. Xiaoke did not hide, took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened the winning message directly. Woohoo! The two men's exclamations of surprise echoed through the classroom, causing students to crowd around them. Everyone was surprised to see Ko with a cell phone. After all, they were not allowed to carry cell phones in school. A couple of naughty boys sitting in the back row looked like they had caught him in the act, whispering aside about telling the teacher. These words were heard clearly by Xiaoke, and with the increase in his cultivation level, he could clearly hear certain sounds even without using his divine sense. It's the elevation of the six senses. The crowd surrounded Ko and looked at his winning message with envy. Ko, can you take me with you? I want to go too. Yeah, we all wanted to go, but we didn't have an invitation. Xiaoke arrogantly said no. He also wanted to bring his sister and two people, so only one place left in the calculation. He looked towards Du Zimo who was enviously at the side, and in his heart, he had already made up his mind that he could bring his good friend along. Chi, the class president, is too stingy. That's right, it's a pity I don't have the means to draw. Let me draw, maybe I can win too. Along with the disgruntled spewing of the students, Mr. Lu slowly walked into the classroom. Seeing the teacher coming, the students immediately returned to their seats. Mr. Lu stood on the podium and was just about to speak when he noticed a student in the back row raising his hand to type a report. She propped up the heavy frames of her eyes and spoke softly. What's the matter with Tiger? A tiger-headed boy in the back row stood up and shouted in a shrill voice. Teacher, we saw Wang Xiaoke take the cell phone. The whole class can testify for me. The comment made Ko feel helpless for a moment. Himself, it seemed like he was being snitched at. The class looked at each other and eventually responded that they saw it too. Seeing that the class was starting to get restless, Mr. Lu gently scolded, which quieted everyone down. The students looked at her. Teacher Lu was also in trouble, but Xiaoke was the one who the principal had specifically said he wanted special care. But the school does have a rule against bringing cell phones into the school. After thinking for a moment, Teacher Lu told Xiaoke with a gentle face that he was not allowed to play with his cell phone in class or he would be punished for copying ancient poems. The students were shocked. Didn't the school rules say that parents would be invited? And wasn't there to be ideological education, and it was just brushed off by the teacher? If Mr. Lu could hear his classmates' thoughts, he would surely dislike them. The school rules are also the rules set by the principal and the school board. Can the principal still punish him? It's all about the human condition. Ko nodded and sweetly told the teacher she knew. Soon the morning session was over and it was time for lunch. Before Ko could leave the house, a group of third graders surrounded the first grade entrance. There were about a dozen third graders, and one looked at Ko inside the classroom with contempt. The visitor is not good, he muttered under his breath. When he and Du Zimo walked out of the class door, they were indeed stopped by the third-year boys. A tall, thin boy, as if he knew him well, swept right up to him and said he wanted to discuss something. Ko's brow furrowed slightly as he slapped the hand on his shoulder away. The tone of his voice was cold and told him he didn't want to discuss it. The first years weren't done walking and rushed to inform each other when they saw Ko being stopped by the upperclassmen. The third-grade boy is the class leader, named Wang Tianhao, and is equally gangly. Seeing that Ko wouldn't listen to himself, he opened his mouth to threaten. Come to the restroom if you can, and you'll see if I'm done beating you. Putting down a harsh word, he was just about to leave, but he didn't expect Xiaoke to take the initiative to say, yes, I'll go now. The crowd breathed a little harder and wondered if he was a cutie. This is the first time I've ever seen a man who begged to be punched in the face. With that, a large group of people wended their way to the restroom. Uncle Fu sighed from afar, not realizing that the young master would have a large group of followers so soon. I think I only had a dozen or so little brothers when I was in middle school, but that row was in the eyes of others. It's a dead giveaway. Du Zimo had seen Xiaoke strike. so he wasn't too worried in his heart and followed the crowd towards the restroom. Xiaowu also pulled a few friends to follow. The children already loved the theater, and the group gradually expanded from a dozen to 80 or 90. A line of people poured into the restroom and filled it right up. Only about 10 square feet of open space was left, on which stood the 2 KOs and a dozen third graders. The person who beat you up is called Wang Tianhao. Remember that. Wang Tianhao was just about to kick it up when he was cursed angrily. What the hell, Tianhao? Try touching my boss. Chapter 36, Martial Artists. He's not the only one. In the corner of the restroom, there was an angry shout. The crowd's eyes were drawn to it. The one who opened his mouth to speak was none other than 6th grade punk Zhang Hao. The restroom raved. Isn't that Zhang Hao from the 6th grade? Yeah, I heard it's pretty good at shaking people up. Last time he beat another 6th grade boy straight out of his nose. He's doing quite well in our elementary school. He has dozens of little brothers. Zhang Hao was also quite confused just now. A group of people were squatting in the corner and swallowing clouds, when a large wave of people suddenly poured in. After a while it turned out that there were third graders who wanted to beat up that horrible kid. He thought to himself that he could just take this opportunity to get close to him. It's an opportunity to deliver. Zhang Hao stuck one hand in his pocket and flicked the cigarette directly away, walking arrogantly and confidently. Wang Tianhao had naturally heard of Zhang Hao's great name. He just wasn't sure what was going on now. Zhang Hao brought 7 or 8 teenagers and stood directly in front of Wang Tianhao to confront him. The 6th graders are all, on average, a head taller than the 3rd graders. Wang Tianhao, who was being stared at by Zhang Hao, only felt hairy in his heart. He was usually used to bullying people, but in front of Zhang Hao, he could only be bullied. Zhang Hao rubbed his stomach and asked in an arrogant tone, "What are you doing? Still trying to beat up my big brother?" Aha, aha, aha. Small question marks popped up on the heads of the crowd. Zhang Hao said that this kid was his big brother? Wang Tianhao replied with a shivering smile. How you've got it all wrong. It's this kid I want to beat up, not anyone else. Before he could finish his sentence, he was directly slapped in the face. Bah, he's my Zhang Hao's big brother. You still want to beat him up? I think you have itchy skin. When he finished, he slapped him over a few more times. Waves rolled through the hearts of the onlookers. What a strange situation this was. Wang Tianhao's eyes were red with aggression. It was too humiliating to hit him in the face in front of so many people. After Zhang Hao educated him a bit, he asked him why he was looking for trouble with his big brother. He wailed that he wanted to ask Ko for an invitation to his birthday party. After learning the situation, Zhang Hao rewarded him with a few more kicks and cursed. You're still called Wang Tianhao. My name is Zhang Hao. Remember, if there's anything, just look for me. Get lost. Wang Tianhao covered his swollen cheeks and led a group of people to leave in disgrace. Zhang Hao smiled back and greeted Xiao Ke, saying that he would call out to him if anything happened. Xiao Ke nodded with satisfaction and led Du Zimo outside. When he was almost out the door, he turned around and reminded, "Don't smoke in the future. It stinks." Zhang Hao hastily echoed yes. When the duo had left, the audience in the restroom exhaled slowly. This was too unusual. How could Zhang Hao be afraid of a first grader? I'll have to ask around later. There must be a major inside story. The crowd dispersed in all directions and made their way out of the restroom. Soon, 3 heavyweights spread through the school. The first one was first-year freshman Wang Xiaoke, who beat up Wang Tianhao and Zhang Hao. The second piece of news is that Wang Xiaoke has 2 rich and beautiful sisters who drove a sports car to pick him up from school yesterday. The third piece of news is that Wang Xiaoke surprisingly has an invitation to his birthday party on October 9th. Since then, Wang Xiaoke has become a celebrity in Mordor Annexed Elementary School, and there are even quite a few senior girls who come over to peek at him. Because of Ko's cute looks, those girls went completely crazy and kept coming to play with him. This is making Ko sad, and he really regrets having caused all this. In the afternoon, Ko has been hiding in the classroom to study. As soon as she leaves the house, she is approached by her senior sister to talk and play. There was even a second-grade sister who handed him a little love letter. When it was time for school to end, Ko ran quickly to the school gate. He wanted to get away from his schoolmates' clutches quickly. Elementary school entrance. Xiaoke scanned for a long time without seeing the 2 sisters. Could it be that the sisters had forgotten themselves? He stood alone on the side of the road with his little book bag on his back, not knowing what to do for a moment. Are you going to force yourself to summon the golden crow to fly home? Drip! There was the sound of a car honking, only to see a black Maybach coming towards him. When the car pulls over, a man wearing sunglasses steps out of the car. Ko scowled at him, realizing that he didn't recognize the man and wondered what he was doing coming at him. With a warm smile on his face, the man walked over to him and crouched down. Your name is Wang Xiaoke, right? Ko nodded and looked at the man in front of him suspiciously. Your sister won't be picking you up today. She asked me to take you to dinner. Xiaoke was skeptical. Today in class the teacher was still talking about how there are more human traffickers lately, so be careful to take precautions. So he took a step back and called his sister. and then when the phone hung up, he was finally trusting the man in front of him. After the duo got into the car, he realized there was another woman in the car wearing sunglasses. Although she had deliberately covered up her face, under Xiaoke's divine sense, she still had an unobstructed view of her delicate features. It had to be said that she had to be prettier than her own two sisters just for looks alone. Getting in the car, Ko started talking to the man. "Why didn't my sister come to pick me up today?" The man answered with a sideways glance as he drove. "Your sister has something to do all day, so she asked me to take you to dinner and drop you off at home in a little while." Oh, because she was sitting in a stranger's car. Ko only felt a little unnatural and kept looking towards the window. Arriving at the hotel, the group got out and walked in. It's a pretty famous barbecue place that is almost always at capacity, especially Friday through Sunday. When he came to the front desk, the man opened a private room straight away, then let the woman take Ko in first and pick out the food himself. Entering the box, he sat dutifully on the bench, his legs swinging in the air. The woman, on the other hand, silently surveyed him. Ko couldn't help but ask, "Pretty sister, why are you covering your face when you're so good looking?" The words made her heart flutter, and she explained in embarrassment that she was used to it. Her voice was like the call of an oriole, so sweet and crisp that it sounded reminiscent of a sweet maiden. The woman initiated a conversation with Ko. She asked Ko, "How did my sister receive you? How did you live before? Were you happy with your life before?" Ko didn't show sadness either, but spoke lightly of his previous experience. From being abandoned by his parents, to having his grandfather take him in, to his death. He himself has been alone ever since, begging to fill his belly, living under dirty bridge holes and sleeping on worn-out quilts that other people don't want. A word was spoken and the woman's tears slipped out from under her sunglasses. "She's really heartbroken." It was like Ko was telling a story or reminiscing. He milked the woman's voice. "Pretty sister, why are you crying? Did the story I told make you sad? No need to be unhappy. My two sisters now love me and care about me. Oh, can be happy." The woman rubbed Ko's hair and whispered to him that she was going to the restroom. Coming to the restroom, Wang Xinru took off her sunglasses, a beautiful face already wet with tears. She is the top streaming actress in China, Wang Xinru, and Xiaoke's sister, who is the fifth in the family. She herself missed her brother, and it was even more heartbreaking to learn of his previous tragic ordeal. Gathering herself, she recovered her face and returned to the box. At this point the table was filled with kebabs, drinks, and pans of fish soup, rib soup. The three of them ate happily, and Wang Xinru kept putting food on her brother's plate. Ko commiserates that he's about to be fed to a piglet. It made the two men laugh. After dinner, the men drove him back to the Wang family estate. Ko happily waved goodbye to the duo before running home. When he was gone, the two slowly removed their sunglasses. The man spoke respectfully and inquired, "Miss, are you sure you don't want to go home and reunite with him?" Wang Xinru shook her head. "Now is not the time. I will recognize my little brother when he celebrates his birthday. My brother suffered for 5 years away from home, and this year, on his first birthday at home, I want the world to know. Wang Xiaoko is my Wang Xinru's younger brother. Even if it's the Kyoto Wang family, they still have to consider my wrath." Wang Xinru opened her mouth coldly, her sweet appearance causing the crowd to overlook her true character. Other people were afraid of his Kyoto Wang family, but in her case it was all floating clouds. The man sighed and reminded, "I heard that the Kyoto side recently sent martial artists to Magic City. Should we?" Wang Xinru lightly bit her lips. "Martial artists aren't the only ones they have. If you dare to touch my brother, just wait." The car started slowly and faded into the sunset. Chapter 37 Dad's News. Real Alchemy Furnace. Wang Family Manor. By the time Ko got home, he realized that the whole atmosphere in the house was a bit subtle. Just as he walked into the villa's lobby, a group of people looked toward him. It also contained the figures of two sisters, and a couple of imposing uncles. Uncle Gu Biao was among them. Only the faces of all of them did not look good. Sitting on the high seat was a middle-aged man in his 50s, who was currently wearing a black face. Wang Wing's cold face eased when he saw his brother coming home. The people were deliberating at the moment, so she instructed Auntie Lan to send the young master back to his room. When Xiaoko returned to the second floor, he immediately exerted his divine sense and spread out to the people downstairs. The middle-aged man sitting in the high seat turned pale and angrily slapped his seat and said, "This old Wang, at his age he had to go to the front line to fight. His old bones are loose, and he still dares to charge the battlefield and kill the enemy himself." Wang Siki inquired worriedly, "Uncle Zhang Lei, how is our father's situation now?" The veins in Zhang Lei's palm rippled as he lowered his voice and returned. "The northern border has been rioting in recent days, and M has instigated small nearby countries to keep harassing the border. Yesterday's great battle, your father bore the brunt of the battle. 200,000 Jinbei troops directly killed the border and defeated the other side. I didn't expect to be assassinated by martial artists at night. The old king has suffered several stab wounds, and the northern medical facilities can only help to stop the bleeding, so he will have to go to Kyoto overnight today to receive treatment. Wang Wenya reddened her eyes and angrily chided the Yim country for being so wolfish that they dared to send out martial artists to fight. It is important to know that martial artists, as well as nuclear weapons, are expressly forbidden to appear on the battlefield between countries. Wang Siki asked after her mother. Zheng Lei sighed with a heavy face. When Wang Mu heard the news of your father's serious injury, she was heartbroken and wanted to accompany the old king to Kyoto. Gu Biao's teeth clenched as several of them were brothers who had a lifelong friendship with Wang Yuehao. Learning this news would have angered him, and at the same time, he regretted that he had not accompanied his elder brother on his quest. Zheng Lei added that he didn't just come this time to notify about this matter, but also to bring his brothers to defend the northern border for Wang Yuehao. The lord of the country was slow to give the order, but the army could not be without a commander for a day, so he had decided to go and meet the lord of the country and request that he be sent to sit in the north. Everyone was well aware that the lord of the land was unwell, and that his highnesses were again building up their strength in preparation for a bid for the position of lord of the land. The north is a distraction for the royal family. Xiao Ku in the room on the second floor withdrew his divine sense. A layer of blood color surfaced on her white face. Damn martial artists, daring to hurt her father. He really wanted to run to the border to avenge his father's death, but unfortunately even imperial swordflight would take days. After all, one's own reserves of aura were small, and they were consumed too quickly. All night long, Ko didn't practice, didn't sleep. He was really worried about his father. Early in the morning, Auntie Lan came to call the young master to get up for breakfast as usual. It had been shouting for a long time and there was no movement in the room. When she pushed open the door to her room, she looked around and didn't find the young master's shadow. On the desk, there was a letter. Aunt Barbara apprehensively picked up the letter and read it out. Sister, I'm going to go play with my friends. Don't worry about me. I should be back in the evening. Ko. Auntie Lan hurriedly told Wang Siki about the contents of the letter, and Wang Wenya rushed to Kyoto by helicopter early in the morning to accompany her father. The other side. Xiaoko has come with Uncle Fu to an ordinary neighborhood in the middle of Yanbei district. Uncle Fu didn't want to bring the young master here, but when he saw the young master huffing and puffing as he walked towards Yanbei district, he couldn't care less. Anyway, with the two of his brothers guarding the young master, nothing major would go wrong. The three of them made their way to the front door of a family's house, led by Ko. After knocking on the door, Lin Xiaoxiao saw the three people standing at the door and hurriedly welcomed them into the house. The two Uncle Fu brothers sat on the sofa with expressionless faces, their gazes surveying the room. They couldn't figure out when the young master knew such a girl. Not long after, Lin's father and mother also walked out the door to greet the three of them warmly. Lin mother joyfully let Lin Xiaoxiao set out fruits and bring hot tea. After Xiaoka probed at Lin's mother, he found that the tumor had decreased quite a bit and her body had recovered well. Not only does your blood and qi recover a bit, but you can also get out of bed and do a moderate amount of activity. Lin's father was even more excited and ran to the kitchen to make a few hot dishes, fearing that Xiao Ku would be hungry. In his heart, he had long since taken Xiao Ku as his savior, and his heart was filled with gratitude. This time, Xiaoka came to ask Lin Xiaoxiao if there were any more alchemy furnaces in the vicinity, and in the meantime, he would treat Lin's mother with acupuncture again. After Xiaoko had given Lin's mother acupuncture, he also talked to Lin Xiaoxiao about business. Lin Xiaoxiao was first taken aback when she heard that Xiaoko was looking for an alchemy furnace, then recalled where he had seen an alchemy furnace. After thinking about it, Lin Xiaoxiao told him that there was a venerable Dan furnace in the Idol Cloud Taoist temple. Ko says with a sad face that the furnace was bought and used up. After thinking for a while, she remembered the story Yi Xing had told herself. She then recounted the story to Ko as well. It is said that Taoist Master Idol Cloud had an alchemy furnace before he sat down, but it was lost when he fought a demon. Subsequent Taoist priests then built a replica and placed it in the Idol Cloud Taoist temple. At those words, a flash of essence erupted from Xiaoko's eyes. In that case, is Taoist Master Idol Cloud's real alchemy furnace still at the Idol Cloud Taoist temple? She shook her head. Further back she wasn't sure. No one knew where the real alchemy furnace was. After getting this information, Xiaoko left Lin Xiaoxiao's house in a hurry with Uncle Fu. Sitting back in the car, Xiaoko tells Uncle Fu that he is going to the Idol Cloud Taoist temple. Xiaoko inside the car was excited. He thought that the alchemy furnace would not be available anymore, but he did not expect that there would be a few more chances. If he lost the increase of the elixir, it might take about a year for him to break through the foundation establishment stage. The vehicle moved along smoothly. Idol Cloud Dojo. Ko stepped out of the car and entered the dojo, followed by Uncle Fu and his duo. Arriving at the main hall, Xiaoko saw the thieving old Taoist priest again. Ahem. Ko coughed dryly and walked towards the old Taoist priest. Old grandpa, may I ask where Taoist Idol Cloud's alchemy furnace is? The old Taoist priest was still drowsy when he heard his words and his eyes suddenly became sharp. The old Taoist shook his duster with his back to him and said with his hands folded, "Little fellow, the ancestors' alchemy furnace has already been bought by you. Are you forgetting?" Ko immediately shook his head. "That one is just a replica. The real alchemy furnace is here with you, right?" Then he retold the story Lin Xiaoxiao had told. The old Taoist priest's expression stuttered, and he hastily vetoed it. "There is none here at the Poverty Road. What little friend has heard are just folk rumors." Xiaoke's divine sense had been observing his every move, and the hint of panic in that expression was immediately captured by him. "I'm afraid this Taoist priest is cajoling himself. He really had no choice, so he opened his mouth to discuss it. Tell me where the alchemy furnace is and I'll pay 5,000. The old Taoist priest directly waved his hand in rejection. 10,000. The old Taoist was still impassive, and now it was as if he had no interest in money again. "How did you change your attitude so quickly? Last time I was here the old Taoist priest was very money-minded. Seeing that soft doesn't work, then he'll do something hard." Xiaoke pulled over Uncle Fu to explain something. Uncle Fu looked a bit unnatural after hearing this, but he still walked forward. The old Taoist sighed. "Little friend, don't dwell on it. If you don't have a destiny, how can you meet? Alas, don't move." While the old Taoist priest was talking, Uncle Fu walked under the stone statue of the first Heavenly Father and directly lifted the statue with one hand, just waiting for the young master to give the word. "This stone statue will be smashed to pieces." The old Taoist priest blew his beard and eyes and was about to break his defense and scream. He flicked his dust and a soft force gently lifted the stone statue. Xiaoke's face was shocked. He hadn't felt it before, but this old Taoist priest was actually able to exude his aura, and after feeling it carefully, the aura in his body was disorganized, but the capacity was not small. Now he was really curious about what secrets the old ways had, and what a martial artist was. Uncle Fu's brother also rushed forward to lift up a stone statue, and that one was Dao Tianzuan. The old Taoist priest was about to explode with anger and scolded the two of them for being assholes and daring to insult the supreme immortal. Ko threatened from the side. "Old grandpa, tell us about the alchemy furnace and I won't let them smash this Taoist temple of yours." He revealed a harmless expression and stared at the old Taoist priest expectantly. After half a day of tug-of-war, the old Taoist priest finally gave in to him. The three men stood beside the old Taoist priest and listened carefully. The old Taoist sighed long and slow as he recounted the deeds of his ancestor. Hundreds of years ago, demons emerged in the world, slaughtering and bullying humans everywhere. There was once a great demon in this place, whose body was originally a snake, but its character was brutal and murderous. It devoured the people and ate human flesh and blood to enhance its cultivation, and later it was even on the verge of fading into a snake and turning into a jiao. Ancestor Idol Cloud traveled here in the clouds and naturally could not bear to see the people being slaughtered wantonly. That's why Master Idol Cloud fought with the great demon for 3 days and 2 nights, and both of them were seriously injured. Chapter 38 Martial Artist Appears. Assassination of the Wang family. And then, Ancestor Idol Cloud dispersed his cultivation and used his own magic weapon, the alchemy furnace, as a prisoner to seal the great demon. However, the Master Ancestor's cultivation was dispersed and he was seriously injured, so he sat down and died here not long afterward. The great demon was also sealed in the back of the mountain, while anyone was forbidden to go up the mountain. In order to worship their ancestor, the villagers financed the construction of the Idol Cloud Taoist temple, and the back of the mountain was named Idol Cloud Mountain. The old Taoist priest sighed longingly, wishing to die in immortality for the sake of the living, and the ancestor was a saint. Xiaoke was deeply touched by what he heard, as if he had witnessed a prolific Taoist master fighting a snake demon. He opened his mouth to inquire, "So Taoist Idol Cloud's alchemy furnace is on Idol Cloud Mountain, is it?" The old Taoist priest gently shook his head. "This is all a secret that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Taoist temple, and no one can confirm the specifics." As the group walked out of the Taoist temple, Ko looked at the large mountain behind them. Idol Cloud Mountain is densely wooded, in the form of a trapped dragon, and the mountain is so high and steep that few people dare to climb it at will. Uncle Fu reminded Ko, "Young master, it's time to go home. You can't go to Idol Cloud Mountain. It's too dangerous." Xiaoke's eyes burned. This alchemy furnace. She was bound to get it. Back to the manor. Today's seventh sister was in a low mood and returned inside her room after dinner. "I don't have to think about it, but my sister must be worried about Dad's injuries." Ko also went back to his room to prepare for what he had planned for later. The sky was gradually engulfed in darkness, and the Wang family manor was silent today. Xiaoke summoned the golden crow and was just about to fly from the window to the Idol Cloud Mountain when he suddenly sensed several special auras. He unfolded his divine sense and swept through the Wang family estate. On the outskirts of the manor, several masked men easily rolled over the fence and slowly approached towards the interior. In the darkness of the night, a few people were like ghosts, not making a single sound. There were 5 men in black, and by now they had already touched the vicinity of the villa, and Ko clearly sensed the enemy. "Who? Uncle Fu, who was guarding the villa?" saw a dark shadow and asked in a stern voice. Whoosh! A flash of cold light shot towards Uncle Fu's face, emitting a faint white aura under the pale light of the moon. Under the crisis of life and death, Uncle Fu subconsciously inclined his head, just passing by it. It was a flying knife, stuck straight into the wall. Brother, come quickly, a martial artist has struck. Uncle Fu shouted violently while taking a step towards the direction of the silhouette. There are martial artists? The silhouette in the darkness let out a soft eep, and then also revealed its true form. The entire 5 men in black appeared in unison, and the 2 Uncle Fu brothers faced off with each other from a distance. Without a word exchanged, both sides took out their weapons and rushed at each other. Right off the bat, it was a rough physical fight, with the black-clothed man's weapon being a threaded dagger, and the Fu family brothers having military bayonets. Surprisingly, it's an advanced martial artist? The black-clothed man set out in shock as the other 2 fought back and forth with his 5 brothers. Uncle Fu fought 1 against 2 and was comfortable under the dagger attack. A black-clothed man tried to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, and his morose dagger stabbed towards Uncle Fu's neck. As if he had expected it, Uncle Fu kicked one person away with his foot and quickly stabbed back. Pust! The black-clothed man who tried to sneak attack was directly stabbed with a bloody hole in his abdomen. Lao Si! The black-clothed man who was fighting with Uncle Fu's younger brother was in a rage as he called out to the back. Black robe, don't do it yet. As the black-robed man called out, a masked black-robed man slowly came from the back. The 2 of the warring Uncle Fu pulled away from him and stared at the black-robed man with a serious expression. This scent, it's someone from the Black Robe organization. He felt a strong sense of crisis. This black-robed man was strong. Not bad. The Wang family still has 2 senior martial artists. TSK. The black-robed man spoke playfully. 5 wastes, don't go and kill that little one yet. The 5 men in black directly bypassed the 2 brothers of the Fu family to enter the villa. Uncle Fu went straight forward to block the way, but was stopped by the black-robed man. You 2 are up against me. Jia. Uncle Fu's face was grim as the 2 brothers directly rushed towards the black-robed man. The military bayonet was about to touch the black-robed man but was deftly dodged. The second member of the Fu family directly blasted out with a punch. To his surprise, his full-force punch was held in one hand by the black-robed man, unable to move. Inner strength master. Boo! The black-robed man lightly kicked him straight out. Upstairs, Ko coldly monitored the battlefield, and his eyes turned icy cold when he saw the 5 men in black slipping into the villa. The blue pupils radiated a faint chill. Ko stroked the golden crow. It may be about to get blood on it today. Entering the hall, the black-clothed people were preparing to search the room, and only Lao Si stayed where he was because of his injuries. Tada! There were footsteps on the stairs, soft but loud in the silent darkness of the night. Who? The black-clothed old man watched the stairs closely, his heart growing more and more nervous. He had a gut feeling that he was going to die if he didn't run away. Whoosh! A cracking sound came from the air, and Lao Si's eyes were wide open, but there was a bloody hole in his eyebrow. The 4th of the black men, D. When the other 4 had explored the first floor, they didn't find a target. Back in the hall, the 4 of them looked in horror at old 4, who was lying on the floor, dead in his eyes. Who killed Lao Si? Whoosh! A cold light appeared, and the 3 of them, just like the oldest 4, slowly lay on the ground, their eyes wide open. To the hell? Who is it? Don't play dumb, come out. The last black-clothed man trembled in fear as they were killed in seconds without even seeing their enemy. Another mellifluous sword sound, and the last of the black-clad men lay on the floor. In the darkness of the night, the golden crow trembled gently, as if it was excited. Come outside the villa. The black-robed man had already knocked the 2 out and was about to strike. Ko called out to him directly. The black-robed man looked at the voice and was suddenly startled. Why is the target not dead, and what about the 5 losers thing? Ko opened his mouth to inquire. What is this martial artist you speak of? And who are you? The black-robed man laughed under his mask. There's no need to know so much when you're about to die. With that, he stormed towards Xiao Ku, like a ferocious wild wolf. Ko lifted his finger and pointed it forward in vain. A white light directly penetrated the black-robed man's shoulder. As the black-robed man's miserable screams came, Xiao Ku pointed out a few more fingers. He directly wasted the black-robed man's limbs. Tell me. Ko threatened the black-robed man menacingly. At this point, the black-robed man could only kneel on the ground. His limbs no longer under his control. A huge wave rolled inside him, and his face went white. You, how could you? He roared epileptically. How can a small child like you have the means of a martial arts master? Fake. It must be fake. Ha ha. Slowly, the voice of the man in black became smaller and smaller, and his head lowered. After probing, Ko was surprised. Poison? I can't believe I took poison. Seeing that he didn't get the information he wanted, Ko was a bit discouraged. After checking the injuries of the 2 Uncle Fu brothers, Xiao Ku sighed in relief. When he had acupuncture, He estimated that the duo would be awake in less than half an hour. Once that was done, Ko cleaned up the mess. After taking care of the 6, he was going to make a trip to Idle Cloud Mountain, and had to find the alchemy furnace as soon as possible. As soon as he thought of this, Shauka stepped onto the Golden Crow and flew to the distant Idle Cloud Mountain. The darkness of the night was affecting one's vision, but in front of Shao Ku, who was in the late stage of chi refining, it didn't have the slightest effect. High in the sky, he was like a shooting star, cutting through the night sky of the magic city. Soon, Ko arrived at Idle Cloud Mountain. He spread his divine sense in the air with his feet on the flying sword, and just slowly searched for the location of the alchemy furnace. At night there are all kinds of animal cries in the mountains that sound really oozy. Shauka was also a little scared at first, but with his aura running around him, the hint of fear dissipated. In this way, he searched the mountain all night. Wang family manor. The 2 brothers of the Fu family awoke one after another, surprised to find that they hadn't been killed by the black-robed man. It was important to know that the Black Robe Organization was the most mysterious group of assassin organizations, and its insiders were all martial artists. Not only that, they kill without hesitation. They will cut the grass and get rid of the roots. Why is it different this time? After slowing down, Uncle Fu dragged his injured body and rushed to the young master's room. After pushing the door open, he went limp and couldn't help but fall to the floor again. Young master, missing. Chapter 39, Taoist Master Idle Cloud, the snake demon who wants to transform into a jiao. Early morning, Idle Cloud hillside. It was sunrise, and the sun was gently caressing all parts of Mordor. Shauka had already searched for a night in the mountains, and at this time, his divine sense aura was a bit deficient. Not realizing that the alchemy furnace was so hard to find, he wondered if the old Taoist priest was cajoling him. With his small feet on the Golden Crow, he continued to feel his way up the mountain, carefully sweeping through it. By noon, Ko was quite tired. Suddenly, his divine sense probed a hollow stone wall. The location was at a cliff near the top of the mountain, and if it wasn't for a divine sense search, it would be impossible for the average person to notice this. With a slight movement of his mind, the Golden Crow carried him to the stone wall of the cliff. Don't ever let me down. Ko milked his mutterings and prayed silently. Thunder palm. He stretched out his small soft white hand, and a thunder arc coalesced in the center of his palm, the violent fluctuations gradually increasing. A palm was launched, and the stone wall was shaken to the point that smoke rolled and debris collapsed. Not long after, a narrow passageway emerged through the smoke. Is this the cave where Taoist Idle Cloud suppressed the great demon? Ko exclaimed, heading toward the cave. Meanwhile, at the Taoist hall at the foot of the mountain, the old Taoist priest also heard the commotion. He stiffened. The sound is coming from the mountain. Did that asshole kid have someone blow up the mountain? With no time to think, the old Taoist priest hurriedly walked into the Idle Cloud Mountain. He was really regretting telling him about Master Ancestor yesterday, and he hoped that Master Ancestor, his old man, wouldn't blame him. As you enter the cave, the light becomes dim. Just in case, Shauka first swallowed an Yuan Dan to restore the aura in his body. Making some adjustments, he gathered up his Golden Crow and walked into the cave. This cave was dark and damp, and there was a faint aura fluctuation coming from the depths. He became more and more certain that the alchemy furnace was here, and his mood was agitated. The deeper you go, the wider the cave gets from narrow to wide, and the more space you have to move around. Finally, after a corner, he came to a chamber which was the end of the cave. Alchemy furnace. He cried out in excitement as his figure entered this chamber space. There was very little in the chamber. Other than the bare stone walls, there were only a few items on the center stone table. Approaching to check, he suddenly sensed a figure sitting behind the alchemy furnace. Ko tiptoed up, his breath catching. This is a Yuan condensation stage cultivator? Only the figure's eyes were tightly closed, and his body emitted a deadly aura, as if he had been dormant for a long time. The condensation stage is the stage of cultivation after foundation building, and one can live 1,000 years by stepping into the condensation stage. Even if one's body dies, the flesh that has been scrubbed by the aura for a long period of time can remain incorruptible for 1,000 years. Shauka's heart couldn't be calmed for a long time, not realizing that there were still Yuan condensation realm cultivators in the world. In the middle of his thoughts, he raised his eyes to glance at a stone wall to the side. It's got words on it. In the year of the Great Song Gengzi, this Tao traveled here. Observing the demonic snake slaughtering the people, he fought with the great demon on the top of a mountain. The snake demon was defeated and I was seriously injured, so I used my own Taoist weapon, the Three Suns Alchemy Furnace, to seal the great demon. 1,000 years later, the great demon died by itself, and posterity bears that in mind. Cultivators of the way should stand up for the people's livelihood, and should rise up for the people's pawns. Ko slowly stepped forward. A touch of gravity added to his plump face. He has learned a lot lately and he can understand the meaning of a sentence. Taoist Master Idol Cloud was a saint when he was seriously injured by a snake demon and died in order to protect the people. Since the Taoist priest had said that the great demon would die out after 1,000 years, it should be possible to take away the alchemy furnace now, right? He walked towards the stone table, on which lay an alchemy furnace the height of an adult. The alchemy furnace was reddish-yellow in color, and its overall shape was extremely similar to the alchemy furnace in the previous Dao Hall. Xiaoke looked at a few more items on the side, which were 2 books, a token, and a small jade pot. The 2 books he flipped through casually. They were Taoist mind techniques and were of no use to him. The token had the word Wu written on it, and it was not clear what purpose it served. Instead, it was the small jade pot that had him intrigued, and there was a letter underneath it. He picked it up and read, "I am trying to impact the divine realm, but I can't help that my life is in danger from a serious injury. The divine liquid is given to the person who has the destiny, so I hope to send the token back to Wudong." God realm? Divine liquid? Xiaoke opened the jade pot, and a rich breath of life surged out. Surprisingly, it's an innate spiritual liquid. He had heard from his master that there were cavernous places that could produce innate spirit liquid. Taking it not only improves your physique and transforms your bones, but also greatly benefits your cultivation. You could say this is a real gem. This time, when he came to Idol Cloud Mountain, Xiaoke could be said to have really earned it. Holding down his excitement, he sat down cross-legged in place. The jade pot didn't have much innate spiritual liquid, so Xiaoke only took 1/6 of it and poured it into his mouth. "Why don't you feel it?" He beamed and poured another 1/6 into his mouth. Buzz! A huge aura directly shattered Xiaoke's meridians. Intense pain erupted within him. Had he known that he wouldn't drink so much, he didn't expect the aura to be so huge. Boom! Boom! Another 2 tendons were burst. If he continued like this he would lose all his tendons and cultivation. It hurts. Ko's milky face turned paler and paler as the immense pain made him about to pass out. Suddenly, another black aura appeared in his body, and it even traveled directly to the damaged tendons and veins, repairing them automatically. Beads of sweat broke out on his face, and his tiny body trembled slightly under the onslaught of aura. The sinews were broken and repaired, and it went on like this for half a day. On the mountainside, the old Taoist monk cursed as he climbed the mountain. If the place where the ancestor was located were to be broken into, he himself would be a sinner of the Taoist family. Thinking of this, the old Taoist priest's speed accelerated by a few points, but there was still a long way to go to the top of the mountain. Inside the chamber, Ko lay deflated on the ground, the pain finally disappearing as he held on. Just what was that mysterious black aura? Feeling the aura that immediately condensed into liquid within his dantian, he felt that everything was worth it. Adjusting his state, he felt much stronger again, and could even feel the barrier of the foundation establishment stage. Xiaoke got up and wanted to lift the alchemy furnace and put it into his storage ring. However, he realized that there seemed to be an inexplicable suction force that made the alchemy furnace stick to the stone table. What's going on? Ko didn't know what was going on. He just felt a force fighting against him. He took a deep breath and grabbed the alchemy furnace with both hands. With the Dao milk drink, the alchemy furnace was forcibly separated from the stone table. A muffled thunder roared in the outside world. Xiaoke felt bad. It seemed that there was a Dao fluctuation inside the Dan furnace. Placing the alchemy furnace on the ground, the furnace began to tremble violently and even jumped a few times on the ground. Boo! The Dan furnace was toppled open, and a small black snake flew from the top of the furnace to the mid-air of the chamber. The body of the small black snake then began to grow in size, eventually growing into a 20-meter-long giant black snake. How could that be? Didn't Taoist Master Idol Cloud say that the snake demon would be extinguished in 1,000 years? Xiaoke stared with a grave expression at the giant snake that was hundreds of times larger than himself. Jia. Idol Cloud. I didn't think that this king would still be able to reappear in the world. Right, your plan has still failed. Xiaoke released his divine sense and was shocked to find that the strength of the black snake was impervious to himself. Only that the aura pressure was not too strong. Kid, you're the one who let this king out. I have to thank you then. The scene was truly frightening as the black snake opened its mouth and spat out human words. Ko suppressed the hint of panic in his heart and asked Orochi, "Hey, you're the snake demon. Why aren't you dead yet?" The snake demon opened its bloody mouth and laughed evilly. That old boy Idol Cloud's array can continuously weaken this king. After another 10 years this king will really be annihilated. Jia. The snake demon rotated its massive head closer to Ko. Also, this king is a dragon, so to punish you, you'll be the first meal when this king returns to the world. On top of the snake demon's head, there were 2 tiny horns, clearly showing signs of transforming into a dragon. Ko ignored Orochi and analyzed it silently in his mind. Since the snake demon had been sealed for so long, his strength must be at its weakest right now. As the snake demon opened his mouth to swallow, Xiaoke made a death stance to avoid his abyssal maw. You're a cultivator too? Humph, the blood and flesh of a cultivator is delicious. The big snake turned its snake body and attacked Xiaoku again. Unable to hide his strength any longer, Xiaoku directly summoned the golden crow to shoot at the great snake. Prickle! A metallic scraping sound rang out. The flying sword made a small cut on the snake demon's body, but it wasn't deep. Ko couldn't help but marvel at how strong the snake demon's defense was. With the golden crow flying sword, his own strike was capable of splitting through an armored tank, but it could only leave a mere scratch on the snake demon. The snake demon was also stunned that this little guy was able to break through his defense. Demon! Chapter 40, listening to the wind sword skill chopping snake demon. Two words popped into the snake demon's head, demon. It was clear that this human looked weak, but his strength had already reached the Foundation establishment realm. 1,000 years ago, a human who could step into Foundation establishment before the age of 20 was already a demonic talent. Could it be that the cultivators after 1,000 years have cultivated faster? The demonic snake spat out its snake letters, its icy eyes staring at the little boy. Sword come! Xiaoku extended his palm and guided the golden crow to fly back into his hand. The demon snake couldn't care less about so many doubts. He needed to quickly recuperate to regain his strength. So the boy in front of me had to die. The snake demon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of green slime that flew straight at the boy. The slime bubbled green and the flowers and plants wilted on the flight. Poison! Ko leapt up gently, stepping against the stone wall to avoid the slime. Pust! The slime stained the stone wall and instantly corroded a cavity, and the sound was as strong as magma into water. It's even corrosive? Ko is in a bad way. His opponent is too tough this time. He gripped the golden crow flying sword in his right hand and leapt up into the air, chopping towards the snake's body. The snake demon naturally saw his movement and raised his tail to fling it at him. His speed was so fast that the Xiaoku in the air couldn't dodge in time and was directly jerked away. The brute force made him hit the stone wall before he stopped flying. Blood spilled from the corner of Xiaoku's mouth, feeling that his internal organs were damaged by the shock. Although the strength of the snake demon was greatly discounted, it still had the strength of the Foundation establishment stage. A stunt must be pulled. He forced himself to stand up through the pain, and his sword, which he held tightly, moved. For a while, a fierce wind swirled inside the chamber, and the broken pieces of stone on the ground were swept up and spun in the air. Xiaoku slowly raised the golden crow, and the light of the sword gradually grew stronger. The first sword of the Hearing Wind sword technique, Falling Star. The golden crow's light flourished, and the 3-foot black sword transformed into a 3-foot giant sword in vain, slashing toward the front. The snake demon's icy pupils instantly dilated. This sword actually made him feel a hint of threat. The snake demon hurriedly converged its demonic power above its head and directly clashed with the giant sword. Boom! Terrifying aura fluctuations spread out in all directions, and the sound of blasting traveled directly out of the cave. On the mountainside, the old Taoist priest was struggling to climb the mountain when once again he heard a loud noise. How much dynamite did this kid get? Is he trying to collapse the mountain? The old Taoist accelerated his pace in anger. He really wanted to beat up that little doll. Inside the chamber, the giant snake coiled up and coldly attacked the little boy. That sword just now had caused him to feel pain himself, and he wanted to have a quick battle and then recover to his peak strength. Ko dodged the attack while thinking about how to defeat this behemoth. Master had told me that the greatest weakness of snakes was at the 7 inches, where the defense was also the weakest. The secret room wasn't big, only about 100 square meters, so the snake demon couldn't move easily or dodge attacks. With that thought, Xiaoku already had a response in mind. With a turn of the mind, the golden crow attacked the giant snake directly offhand. He, on the other hand, confronted the snake demon head-on, while golden crow harassed and attacked the giant snake from the side. Thunder palm! Xiaoku's palm lightly pushed, and a lightning handprint flew towards the giant snake. The snake demon directly flicked its tail to break up the palm prints, but it was also electrified at its tail. In the corner, the golden crow flying sword charged straight at the snake demon 7 inches. Deception! The snake demon felt the attack of the flying sword and quickly dodged backwards. Unable to do so, the stone wall sealed off the action directly, and the golden crow made a bloody scratch directly at the 7-inch mark. Hiss! You kid! You've angered the king! The snake demon growled, followed by his eyes flaring green as he frantically attacked Xiaoku. Ko made a face and laughed. Stinking snake, come and hit me. He raised his speed to the extreme and dodged the snake demon's attacks without any danger every time. 9 fists of red flame. Xiaoku clenched his hand into a fist and blasted it directly at the attacking giant snake. Golden Crow. The flaming giant fist collided with the snake's head, and Golden Crow took the opportunity to stab at the giant snake. Roar! The giant snake was enraged and directly used its brute force to break through the shadow of the fist and crash into Xiaoku. The flying sword was also blocked by him with his snake tail. Damn kid! What other tricks are there? Ko climbed to his feet and recalled the Golden Crow. His gaze was firm as he met the snake demon's icy eyes. Stinking snake! You plagued the people and hurt people's lives at will. I will not let you go today. Hearing Wind's sword technique second sword. Xiaoke's aura grew stronger and stronger, and his clothes and hair were windless. Chopping moon. This sword was quick, and the sword mark was like a broken moon. The snake demon could sense that this sword was powerful, and he opened his mouth to spit out a dark green bead, forming a barrier around him. Boo! The golden crow chopped at the barrier, directly causing it to crack a small opening, but it couldn't go any further. Pulling away, Ko let out a big breath. The snake demon also retrieved the beads, its ink-colored snake face somewhat surprised. He spat out the snake and opened his mouth. Little doll, I admit that you are the most outstanding human I have ever seen. Even that old thing Idle Cloud is inferior to you. Now I'll give you a chance to let me plant the snake venom and do as I tell you in the future, and I won't kill you. Xiaoke wore a cold smile on his face and rose with both hands on his sword. Rascal snake, you've killed so many people. Don't you understand the principle of eliminating the roots? If I agreed, you'd kill me with snake venom in an instant, wouldn't you? For the sake of the innocent people who died, I will kill you today. The snake demon threw back his head and laughed. Jia. You little doll can still perform a few attacks. What can you kill me with? If it was me in my heyday, you would have been blown to death by my breath. Xiaoke slowly raised her white face and said in a single word, to kill you, only one sword is needed. Steeply, his aura was fully activated. As if sensing his master's thoughts, the body of the golden crow sword also trembled violently. This time, Xiaoke's sword slowly vaporized into a giant sword of black flames, and the heat made the chamber a bit more dry. Listen to the wind sword technique. The snake demon's face changed drastically. The sense of crisis was too strong this time. He was not sure he could carry it off hard. What kind of demon was this little doll? How could he have such a strong sword move? The snake demon said in his heart, then spat out dark green beads once again, forming a barrier around him. Third sword, flame-breaking blade. The giant sword chopped out with Xiaoke's furious shout. The barrier came into contact with the sword and was instantly chopped to pieces. No way! The snake demon opened its mouth to roar, and then it was chopped on its body by the giant sword. Boom! The entire Idle Cloud Mountain shook for a moment. Thick smoke and dust rolled up inside the chamber, and the cave entrance was shaken and caved in. The entrance to the cave was completely buried by debris. Outside, the old Taoist climbed to the edge of the cliff at noon, and his old face twitched. Has the seal of the master ancestor been broken? Am I going to be the world's sinner? He fell straight to his knees at the cliff and burst into old tears. Inside the chamber, it took a while for calm to return. Xiaoke had drained his entire body of aura with this sword, and at this point, he no longer had the ability to move his hands. The snake demon lay flat on his back on one side, a huge sword mark along his neck up to 7 inches. He was also badly injured, but still had a breath of life left. Seeing that the giant snake fainted, Xiaoke sat down cross-legged and swallowed a Nayuan Dan to restore the aura in his body. An hour later, Xiaoke had recovered most of his injuries, and he dragged his golden crow sword and slowly walked over to the giant snake. A sword goes down. The serpent demon, who is a murderer and is about to turn into a scaly dragon. Pawns. Phew. Xiaoke exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, finally killing the stinky snake. In that case, Taoist Master Idle Cloud would finally be able to rest assured, right? He sighed as he stared at the dust-covered Idle Cloud Taoist, then threw out a spirit fire that engulfed the fleshly body. Looking at the huge snake demon corpse, Xiaoke was about to throw out spirit fire when the golden crow in his hand suddenly stabbed uncontrollably at the huge snake. In his stunned gaze, the snake's body quickly dried and flattened down, and in the end, only a snake's skin and a dark green bead remained. When the golden crow returned to his hand again, Xiaoke could clearly feel that the quality of the golden crow had been raised by 1 level. It was promoted from its original grade 1 intermediate spiritual artifact to a grade 1 advanced spiritual artifact. Ko said darkly, could it be that the golden crow's devouring ability, devouring the serpent demon's flesh and blood, was what promoted its quality? Then he studied the dark green bead. Master said that when a demonic beast has accomplished its cultivation, it will condense the demonic pills in its body, and the cultivator can absorb the spiritual power therein to enhance its cultivation. This kind of good thing fell on his head again. Ko was so happy. Now that he had not only touched the threshold of the foundation establishment stage, he also had the innate spiritual liquid, the demon pill, around him. Then one can try to impact the foundation establishment stage here. Originally, I thought it would take at least a year, but I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to impact the foundation establishment after coming to Idle Cloud Mountain. He disposed of the snake skin and put it into his storage ring. It was a good thing. It was hard to break through the snake demon's defense by himself. That skin alone is probably capable of carrying bullets hard. Xiaoke picked up the demonic pills and sat directly on the stone table. Next, impact the foundation stage. Chapter 41, Rejoining the Wang family, KO's parents. Someday, a hole was punched through the cliff of Idle Cloud abruptly. Gradually, a little boy with tattered clothes but a delicate face came out of the hole. He blinked his azure eyes as he surveyed his surroundings in Chauvet. Although his clothes were tattered, his white face and fairy-like aura were extremely lethal to others. Upon closer inspection, his skin was smooth and delicate, his eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, and his hair, already slightly long, rippled against the breeze. What an exquisite little fairy child. Cole looked into the abyss at his feet and lifted his leg to step in midair. As if there was an invisible staircase, he stepped on the void and ascended to the top of the mountain step by step. All of a sudden, the 9 heavens were covered in dark clouds, and black thunderclouds slowly piled up at the top of the mountain. Master clearly said that only at the Jindan stage will you cross the lightning tribulation. Why is there one at the foundation stage as well? Xiaoko grunted in dissatisfaction. Ever since his breakthrough in the cave, he felt locked in by the thunderbolt. Now that he had just come out, the thunderbolt was about to strike him. Thunder tribulation was the sharpening of a cultivator's breakthrough. Cultivation was originally about reversing karma and turning yin and yang, and the stronger the natural talent, the stronger the thunderbolt tended to be. This time, after he made a breakthrough inside the cave, he took some time to open the second layer of the storage ring seal. Right now, he not only had a large amount of weapon refining materials, but also numerous Gongfu memories left behind by his master. After he had fused his Gongfu memories, he refined numerous pills. Among them were not only elixirs to enhance cultivation, but also elixirs with various effects. This time, he reaped the rewards. Buzzing, thunder rolled in the sky, a precursor to the descent of the thunder tribulation. Suddenly, a thunderbolt as thin as a finger struck Xiaoku. In just a moment, Xiaoku felt his entire body numb and his qi and blood churning. Boom! Before he could react, another thunderbolt struck down, but he could still barely withstand it. The power of the last thunderbolt directly doubled several times, and the arm-thick white lightning directly split his entire body scorched black. Xiaoku clenched his teeth and swallowed an elixir to repair his injuries. As the 3 thunderbolts struck down, the thunderclouds slowly dissipated. At this moment, Xiaoku officially became a Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivator. A 6-year-old Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivator was a heavenly talent even in the distant cultivation world. Half a day later, Magic City, Wang Family Manor. Wang Siki and Wang Wenyo were sitting in the hall. Both of them looked haggard and their eyes were lifeless. It's like losing your mind. Wang Siki's eyes were blue and swollen. She had cried many times these days and often saw her brother's figure in her dreams. Wang Wenyo sighed lightly and looked up at the clock in the hall. Today is the 27th day of his brother's disappearance, and during this time the city of Mordor has been turned upside down by the 2 men, but there is still no news about his brother. Wang Siki spends a lot of money to contact the Black Robe Assassin organization, but comes up with the news that the mission to assassinate Wang Xiaoku has failed, since the brother wasn't assassinated. Where is he? Crunch! The door to the villa was pushed open and a clean and gentle-looking woman pushed her wheelchair into the hall. Wheelchair sitting is a middle-aged man, his face cold and angular, eyes like a hawk, thick eyebrows like a sword. The kingly aura that was simply exuded gave off a feeling of being a king in the world, holding power in his hands. Wang Siki and the 2 of them walked forward and inquired with concern. Dad, how's your health these days? The 2 people who entered the door were none other than the owner of the Wang family manor. Xiaoku's biological parents, Wang Yuehao, Chen Hui. Wang Yuehao smiled faintly, basically unhindered. It's just that it's bitter for your uncles and granduncles. They also have to temporarily guard the border for me Rome. Chen Hui, the mother of the 2 daughters. She slapped Wang Yuehao on the head and said with great dissatisfaction, You, can't you go home earlier to enjoy your happiness? Now it's good. You can't go to the north even if you want to. The man hemmed and hawed, then intoned a question to the pair. Little Ko, any more news? The eyes of the crowd darkened, and for a while the atmosphere of the hall froze. Wang Siki shook her head and couldn't help but shed tears again. She really missed her brother and she would do anything to have him back. Chen Hui took her daughter in her arms with heartache. How could she not be sad? My son has been missing for 5 years, and I've been a mess for 5 years. I just learned a while ago that my son had returned, but I didn't realize that he was missing again. The couple even bought their children's clothes while on the battlefield, just waiting to come home to their baby boy. Wang Wenye took off his glasses, his voice a little shaky. I've learned that the person who hired the assassin is the Kyoto Wang family. Second sister said that when they come back, she will definitely double the grudge of all these years. Upon hearing this, Chen Hui looked at Wang Yuehao with a complicated expression. Magic City Sentinel 5-star Hotel. Wang Xinru lay on the bed, staring blankly at Xiaoka's picture on her cell phone. Her hair was loose and she wore her clothes casually over 2 pieces. The tweets are already getting national attention for the Magic City birthday party in 3 days. Countless tourists flocked to the Magic City in advance just to witness what this unprecedented event was like. Wang Xinru walked out of bed to wash up, looking at her disheveled self in the mirror. She was stunned for a long time. Then she made up her mind to keep the birthday party that belonged to her brother going. no matter where he was. Also to announce to the world that her brother's name is Wang Xiaoku, the Wang family in Kyoto. Inside a villa, a middle-aged man in a suit angrily hung up the phone as he slammed it to pieces. Damn it, to hire the Black Robe organization at a high price to capture my son. How do I know where Wang Xiaoku is? He did issue a bounty to assassinate Wang Xiaoku before, but in the end, someone from the Black Robe organization declared the assassination a failure. So where the little bastard is now, he doesn't know. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door and a white-haired old man pushed his way in. The man respectfully shouted elderly. The old man said as he waved his hand and pushed a boy directly in front of him. I just saw a black-robed man at the door, so I took care of it in passing. The man excitedly picked up the little boy and bowed to elderly in gratitude. My Wang family is fortunate to have patriarchy in our midst. Thank you elderly. In the sky above the devil's capital, Xiaoka stood on the golden crow sword with his hands behind his back. I don't know how many days this practice took, and how my sisters are doing, Ko said quietly, pulling his fruit cell phone out of his pocket. His cell phone was shattered when he fought against the snake demon, and he was cleaved several times during his transitions. Today's fruit phones are dismal and still smoldering. Boom! The fruit cell phone in Xiaoka's hand directly exploded, scaring him so much that he almost fell off his flying sword. Better go home first. My sister must be worried sick. A sweet smile spread across his small face at the thought. The flying sword picked up speed again and cut a cloud of smoke over Mordor. Returning to the vicinity of the manor, Xiaoka put away his golden crow and headed towards the gate. The security at the gate looked away from the little boy and thought only that something looked familiar. It wasn't until he got closer that he got a good look at the boy. Young master. The security immediately opened the gate and respectfully welcomed the young master into the manor. Ko frowned and inquired of him, "What month is today?" The security guard stared at first, then told him it was October 6th. Xiaoka's face was full of incredulity. He had actually stayed in Idle Cloud Mountain for almost 30 days? He hurriedly ran towards the villa, and the Wang family servants were all looking at the young master who was flying away with a shocked face. Young master is back? Entering the villa, the only people in the entire hall were Auntie Lan and a few servants cleaning the rooms. Aunt Barb, where is my sister? Ko shouted at Aunt Arisher. Aunt Barbara's form stalled and she stared blankly at the boy in the doorway. Woof woof. Blackie pounced directly on him from a distance and licked his little hand frantically. Geez, Blackie, wait a minute, take it easy. He milked Blackie to get rid of him. At this time, Xiaoka released his divine sense and directly enveloped the Wang family manor, realizing that there was no figure of his sister. Barta! The sound of a glass breaking came from the living room. Ko looked over at the sound and noticed another woman on the couch and a man in a wheelchair next to her. He locked eyes with the two, somehow sensing a warmth from them. Auntie Lan was just about to open her mouth when she was stopped by Wang Yuehao's eyes. Chen Hui pushed her wheelchair in front of Xiaoko and gazed tenderly at the little boy. Ko blinked suspiciously and ran his hands over his face. Auntie, is my face dirty? Chen Hui held back the sour feeling in her nose and told him. Nope, Ko is the cutest kid in the world. How did Auntie know my name? Ko looked at Aunt Arisher in disbelief. But Aunt Arisher didn't say anything and just did her chores with a smile on her face. Ko, go change your clothes, look at them rotting, the woman reminded gently. Ko spat out her tongue and bounded up the stairs with Aunt Arisher in tow. Chapter 42 Reunion. Mom and Dad's Concern. On the second floor, Ko washed up and went back to his room to change into fresh clothes. Once he was downstairs again, he noticed that the middle-aged couple had been gazing softly at him. Ko couldn't help but ask the two, Uncle, Auntie, are you relatives of Ko? Wang Yuehao couldn't help but laugh, not realizing that his son was quite witty and looked so cute. Chen Hui hid her mouth and snickered, complaining to the man in the wheelchair. Why don't you tell our baby what you are to him? Wang Yuehao said as he opened his arms to Xiaoku. Ko, come here and I'll tell you who I am. Xiaoka half-heartedly walked forward and was held on Wang Yuehao's lap. Chen Hui frowned her pretty eyebrows and reminded. You can be careful, your chest is still healed. Don't get your wounds tugged. Wang Yuehao had no qualms about looking at the Jade sculpture villain sitting on his lap with a kind smile. Xiaoku in his embrace instantly recalled what his sister had said before, that his father had been stabbed by a martial artist in a sneak attack. Could it be that? Wang Yuehao pinched Xiaoka's face and spoiled her. My name is Wang Yuehao. Guess who I am? Dad! Xiaoko exclaimed out in surprise, and this sweet name-calling made Wang Yuehao rejoice. He pointed his finger at Chen Hui and asked Ko, right guess, so who do you think she is? Mom? Chen Hui snatched Xiaoko from his arms and carried him directly into her own. Good son. You're hungry. Mommy will take you to dinner. He even barfed him a kiss on the cheek when he finished. Okay, I'd like lobster, chicken, milkshake. Ko rattled off thoughts of his favorite foods while leaning back in his mother's arms. He hadn't expected to see his mom and dad in this way, and at first he was worried that they wouldn't like him. It seems all those worries were redundant. Chen Hui gently led Xiaoko out of the villa, leaving Wang Yuehao alone in his wheelchair. Hey, Wife, take me with you. How can you have a son and forget about me? He looked comical as he propelled his own wheelchair to keep up with Chen Hui. Finally, with the help of the servants, the group got into the automobile. Chen Hui gave him a disgruntled blank look. Just go out and sleep today. I'm going to sleep with my son. Wang Yuehao was dumbfounded. How come his wife changed her mind once his son came back? No, surely we have to sleep as a family. Besides, I'm injured. I can't take care of myself. Xiaoko in Chen Hui's arms watched his mom and dad fight with a helpless face. Why did it always feel different than he thought it would? He really wanted to interrupt the duo and say weakly, I want to sleep alone. Obviously, it's impossible, even if one opens one's mouth. The black Audi S6 leaves the Wang family estate, and a closer look reveals that the car's license plate number is Army 0003. In the car, Xiaoko unfolded his divine sense to probe his father's body, and the results surprisingly surprised him a bit. His father's stab wounds were fake, his body was fine, and there was a weak aura flowing within him. So, Dad came home faking an injury and Dad is a martial artist? For a moment, Ko couldn't figure out what his dad was thinking, as long as his body was fine anyway. Chen Hui shushed him from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Wang Yuehao didn't talk much, only occasionally following with a couple of words. Soon the family arrived at the underground mall. As soon as they got off the bus, the crowd was gazed at by many passers-by. Military license plates? License plate number 0003. Such a forward plate number is at least a major general rank. Ko looked around, checking out the stall stores around him. Chen Hui ignored the gazes of the crowd and led the group into the mall. The couple shopping in the street looked at the little boy in his arms, long and fleshy, extremely cute, and with an immortal aura. Xiaoko couldn't stand the strange gaze and raised his head to look at Chen Hui. Mom, I want to go down and walk. He beamed and said he wasn't a kid anymore. Chen Hui directly scraped in an irresistible look and said gently, my baby, no matter how old she is always a little kid to us. Solid. Mom wants him to be a mama's boy. Before he could continue pouting, Wang Yuehao in the wheelchair also spoke. Honey, let me hold my son. Don't get tired. Chen Hui ignored him. She only had her baby son in her eyes now. Lying flat in Chen Hui's arms, Ko was tempted to inquire if her sisters were treated like this when they were young. Chen Hui looked at some clothes at the clothing store but found none of them good. With that, the crowd ran through several clothing stores in a row. During the process, Chen Hui's arm hugging sore, which is reluctant to put down Xiao Ku, holding his little hand to continue shopping. Wang Yuehao in the back had a helpless face. In the army he is the iron-blooded general of 10,000 people. In front of Chen Hui he is a little sheep. Dare to talk back to her and be prepared to be kicked out of bed at night. At a certain children's clothing store, Chen Hui's eyes lit up, and she walked up and asked the clerk to take down a set of clothes. The outfit is cowboy style and Ko is simply adorable and handsome in it. She was about to pay for the outfit right away. The clerk explained with difficulty that this was a parent-child set and could not be sold separately. Hearing that it was a parent-child suit, Chen Hui didn't say anything more and directly took the mom's suit and went to the dressing room to change. When she came out she shocked the clerk, wearing a denim lab coat on top and a matching set of skirts underneath. She looked both energetic and sophisticated. Chen Hui raised an arched eyebrow at Wang Yuehao. I changed too? I still have injuries? Without waiting for him to say anything, Chen Hui grabbed the wheelchair from the maid and pushed him directly into the dressing room. After dropping her clothes in, she said through the doorway, parenting clothes must be worn as a family nah. You let me wear it with your son. Can you not wear it? Ko just thought it was funny that his dad wasn't hurt anyway, so he had nothing to worry about. Instead, this scene showed him the family status. Mom, Dad. After waiting for a moment, Wang Yuehao pushed the wheelchair and left the locker room. Used to wear plain clothes, Wang Yuehao, change body lines surprisingly show very handsome. The English eyebrows and eyes give a very reliable and safe feeling. This family is so colorful? The female shopkeepers are stunned. Chen Hui Shan smiled, paid the bill and left the clothing store with her family. On the pedestrian street, the trio's face was so impressive that many people were talking beside them. I have to say, even though Ko's mom and dad are in their 40s, they still look young. Arriving at the small restaurant in the mall, the family sat neatly at the table. The waiter brought the menu and Chen Hui let Xiaoko pick it out. Steamed hairy crabs, braised pork ribs, sweet and sour carp. Ko stretched out his fingers and ordered 7 or 8 dishes in a row, handing them to the waiter as his mom and dad looked on in shock. What's wrong, Mom? Ko inquired uncertainly. Wang Yuehao opened his mouth to ask after dryly coughing twice. Can you finish all the food you ordered? Son, Ko patted his chest and said confidently that he could. Half an hour later, 7 or 8 plates of food were swept off the table. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao were stunned that their son had such a good appetite. In fact, Xiao Ku was really a bit hungry, having not eaten for more than 20 days in a row at Idle Cloud Mountain. Although he could not eat or drink at the foundation establishment stage, It had only been a short time since he had broken through, and he would still feel hungry without eating. At the dinner table, Wang Yuehao carefully asked his son how he spent these years. Ko told his life to his mom and dad with no care in the world. In the end, Chen Hui tearfully hugged him tightly, almost smothering him. Good boy. In the future, with mom and dad here, I'm sure they won't let you suffer anymore. Ko's heart warmed and he nodded his head yes. Wang Yuehao stroked his son's hair, as if he had made some kind of decision in his heart. After dinner, the family got in the car and headed back to the estate. Stopped the car in front of the villa. Xiao Ke ran down joyfully, while Chen Hui shouted after him. Ko, run slower, don't fall. Pushing open the door of the villa, he raised his eyes to see the haggard seventh and fourth sisters. Sister! Wang Siki's beautiful eyes finally regained their vigor and ran forward to hug her brother tightly. Wang Wenya also happily stood aside and looked at the two. Stinky brother, why did you disappear for so long? Do you know how worried my sister was? Ko froze and hugged his seventh sister, a little embarrassed to open his mouth to explain. Anyway, the family was finally reunited. Chapter 43, Fighting for Your Father? My family is very powerful. Evening. Ko was lying on his bed and suddenly remembered that he was about to celebrate his birthday. And it looks like the Magic City birthday banquet is about to start. He found the invitation and carefully put it away in his storage ring. Wait until your birthday and have a big lunch at home first. And then it's fun to think about going to a birthday party and hanging out and watching a giant fireworks display. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room and Ko wrinkled her nose in confusion. Divine sense probed out. And at that moment, the seventh sister was standing at the door. He opened the unlocked door to his room, and Wang Siki came in and directly lay on his bed and refused to leave. Sister, what are you doing? I have to sleep. Xiao Ke wanted to dissuade his sister again, but he didn't expect Wang Siki to make the first move. She pursed her red lips expressionlessly as she swept Ko into her arms. My good brother, what have you been doing these past few days? Why didn't you call me earlier? Honestly, the cool words reached his ears, and Ko couldn't help but shiver. He poked and prodded his little hand. Commiserating. I woke up from my sleep and saw a Taoist grandfather who said I was too intelligent and wanted to take me as his disciple. Ko made up a bunch of nonsense, his fat face slightly flushed. Wang Siki gazed at him and nodded slightly. The refreshingly girlish scent lingered in his nostrils. Smelling sweet, Wang Siki hugged Ko and recounted what she had done in the days after her disappearance and how much she missed her brother. Without realizing it, Ko had fallen asleep quietly in her arms. Wang Siki poked his soft face and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing her brother sleeping soundly, she gently pecked Ko on the forehead. Early the next morning, Ko was uncomfortably illuminated by the glaring sunlight from the window. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up. The seventh sister on the bed had disappeared, apparently long gone out the door. With a sleepy look on his face, he put on his clothes and ran downstairs. Around the dinner table, the families had all eaten breakfast and were now gathered to discuss something. Ko listens carefully and realizes that Sister Seven is telling everyone why she disappeared. Chen Hui was still quite shocked when she opened her mouth to inquire. Could it be that our Xiaoku is a seedling to become a Taoist priest? That said, how could the Duke break into the king's house in the middle of the night and then rescue his brother? The man eavesdropping from the sidelines felt a headache. This kind of lie was so unskilled that it was about to be revealed. He tiptoed up to the table and cupped his sandwich and chewed away at the scrutinizing stares. Wang Wenya put down the hot tea and pressed on Xiaoke's face to interrogate. Oh brother, you said the old Taoist priest took you, so where is he? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Ko's forehead, and an embarrassed smile froze on his face. The crowd looked odd, as if they weren't buying his story. Which? Ko's brain raced. My master won't let me reveal just anything, but he gave me something. When he finished speaking, he fumbled pretentiously in his coat before pulling out a book and placing it on the table. The crowd immediately greeted them to check, and even Wang Yuehao had temporarily forgotten that he was heavily injured. Wudong free mind? Waves of shock rolled through the hearts of the four. A large family like theirs had some knowledge of the clan. The Wudong sect appears to the outside world as a place to pray for blessings and cultivate karma, but inside it is one of the holy places of Taoist cultivation, and the monks are even more powerful than the ghosts and gods. If that Taoist priest wanted to take Xiaoke as his disciple and then save him, it would all make sense. When Xiaoke put away that book, Wang Yuehao instantly reacted and sat back in his wheelchair. Wang Xiaoku. Wang Yuehao almost revealed himself. Wang Siki then took out a brand new fruit cell phone and instructed her brother. I had a new cell phone purchased, so keep us informed of anything that happens in the future. And remember to answer when family members call. He picked up his cell phone and realized that he was logged into his Vmail, just like his previous phone. After Ko had eaten, it was time to pick up his backpack again and go to school. This time, the family piled into the same car to drive to Mordor Elementary School. Xiao Ku, who was squeezed and could only lean against Chen Hui's arms, drooped his face. I'm only going to school, do I need to be followed by so many people? If the other sisters were as clingy as the 7th and 4th sisters, then I'd have to ride in a motorcade to school every day? Come to the school gate. Ko jumped out of the car and waved goodbye to his family, then turned and ran into the campus. First grade class. Walking into the familiar and slightly unfamiliar class again, he felt some emotion in his heart. How time flies. It's been a month since I've been to school myself. Just returning to his seat, Ko had just put down his book bag when a boy yelled at him. Hey, this is my spot. Turning his head, he saw a short boy staring angrily at him, baffling him. You're Wang Xiaoke who hasn't been here since school just started. Right, now your place is over there. With that said, the shorter boy frowned and pointed to a spot in the corner of the classroom. It just so happens that that seat is near the trash can, so no one wants to sit over there. This left Ko speechless for a while. Where did this little kid in front of him, who was half a head shorter than himself, come from, and how come he had never seen it before? It just so happened that Du Zimo also walked into the classroom with his backpack. Noticing the two, he excitedly ran over to them with a playful grin. Wang Xiaoku, why haven't you come to class for so long? When he realized that something was wrong with the situation, he hurriedly pulled Ko aside and muttered quietly. This is Dong Wonwon, the freshman who transferred in right after you left. I heard his dad is on the school board. Let's not mess with him. The school board? Xiaoko opened his mouth in confusion, and Du Zimo continued. The school board is just something more powerful than the principal, and the school teachers are afraid to mess with him anyway. Listening to Du Zimo's explanation, Xiaoko probably understood the meaning. Humph, who cares what the club is? No one can take my spot. Xiaoko ignored Dong Wonwon's words and directly sat down in his original position. Dong Wonwon raked him angrily, trying to get him out of his seat. There was no doubt that this amount of force was of no use at all. After a while, Dong Wonwon's tired and panting didn't move Ko who was on the seat. Seeing that he refused to give way, Dong Wonwon stretched out her small hand towards him and hit him. Snap! A crisp slap echoed through the class, and a slap mark quickly surfaced on Dong Wonwon's face. Ko didn't even look him in the eye. If you want to make a move on him, you don't have to look at how much weight you have. It was estimated that Dong Wonwon wasn't even enough for that snake demon to stuff his teeth. Whoa! Dong Wonwon, who had been slapped, directly cried out in pain, tears falling down without money. He trotted out of the class as many of his classmates looked on in amazement. Du Zimo stood in the doorway watching from afar, and saw him run to the telephone as if to make a call. Wang Xiaoku, it's not good. Du Zimo returned to him and anxiously reported to him. Dong Wonwon might have to call his dad, so you should change your seat quickly, or else Mr. Lu won't be able to help you once his dad comes. Ko raised his eyebrows down, halfway out of his mouth. Is this the proverbial, hit the little one to get the old one? He skimmed his lips and took out the 5 years of simulation and 3 years of higher education examination from his book bag and looked at it with great interest. The class chattered as if they had already visualized the overflow. It wasn't long before the sound of hurried footsteps came from the classroom door. Du Zimmer muttered in horror that they were coming. All at once, two middle-aged men burst into the class. One of them, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, was holding Dong Wonwon in his hand. The other middle-aged man was full of horizontal meat and had a few tattoos on his arms. Looking menacing, the man looked around the class coldly, then bellowed out angrily, "Who is it that slapped my baby boy?" The class was silent as all eyes shifted to Ko, but he continued to bury his head in his thick books as if he hadn't heard. Dong Mingjie said towards his son, "Who hit you? You find him and daddy will take it out on you." Dong Wonwon arrogantly walked down the podium, pointing her finger at Xiaoke who was reading a book. "That's him, daddy, he slapped me in the face and it's all swollen." Dong Mingjie and the tattooed man walked up to him and said angrily, "You're the one who hit my son?" Ko closed the book and nodded softly. Dong Mingjie directly kicked over, and Xiaoke's pupils steeply flashed with a hint of essence. He picked up his book and easily underhooked Dong Mingjie's kick. "Why did you hit me?" He innocently questioned the man while silently pulling out his cell phone and turning on the recording. "Humph, you dare to touch my precious son? Of course I'll educate you on behalf of your parents. So you're not even going to inquire why I hit him and what happened? Does the school board get to bully people?" Dong Mingjie snorted and deliberately lowered his voice. "My son did everything right. It's just that you dolls messed with the wrong people. Guess your parents weren't any good to raise a bastard like you." A murderous intent grew in Koyo's heart, but he calmed down. "Then I'll show you what kind of parent it is that can educate me." He milked the words and took his cell phone out of his pocket to dial the number. "Hello? What's up, brother? Sister? Other people's parents bully me." Doh! The phone hung up. Inside the meeting room of the Wang group, Wang Siki angrily slapped on the tabletop. "Arrange for a special car, bring the bodyguards, and set off for the Magic City Annex Elementary School." On the other side, the beautiful eyes of Wang Wenya, who had gotten the news, were clenched with cold air. She sent out a direct mass message notification to the Magic City University Board of Regents. All members rushed to the Magic City Annex Primary School immediately. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao, who had nothing to do at home, had cold eyes and proceeded to make a phone call. Elder brother Huang, now send someone to make a trip to the Mordor Annex Primary School. Someone is bullying my son. The officer on the other end of the line responded gravely. I'll send someone right away. Chapter 44. Offer him up as a father. Ko put away her fruit cell phone and looked out the window with a beep. Dong Mingjie coldly grunted. Carrying a cell phone in violation of school rules and having the nerve to call your sister. Let's see how I educate you siblings when your sister comes. The tattooed man next to him was full of impatience and glared at Ko with his hands on his chest. The other students sat honestly in their seats, not daring to breathe. Not long after, Mr. Lu walked into the class with a textbook. When she saw the scene in front of her, she opened her mouth slightly nervously. What's going on here? Why are the school board members so angry? Dong Mingjie's eyes were filled with disdain. None of your business. Today I'd like to see if this little brat can turn against the sky. Noticing the encircled Ko, she made a mistake. The principal had explained himself to treat him with care, but the visitor was from the school board, and she didn't dare intervene to plead for mercy. If you upset him, you might ruin your teaching career. Mr. Lu sighed languidly and announced to the children that there would be a study hall. The other side. Dozens of luxury cars rushed towards the Magic City-attached elementary school in a windy manner, followed by several military jeeps. There were also a few special cars from Mordor University. Only the faces of the people in the cars were not good. The people in the board of trustees of Mordor University looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing why Professor Wang had called himself to the affiliated elementary school. The Magic City annexed primary school they usually do not make attention. After all, it is only an elementary school. Not long after, dozens of cars drove up to the entrance of the school. The security guards watching the door were scared out of their wits. It's a luxury car and a military vehicle. What are you going to do now that you've surrounded the school? Did some violent people sneak into the school? Xiaolian anxiously got out of the Maserati Phantom. Walking to the door, she informed the doorman to open the door in a commanding tone. The doorman responded dolefully. We can't let cars into the school without permission from the school director. Snap! The doorman eats a big biker straight from Xiaolian. Who the hell are they? If they dare to treat my young master badly, none of them will have a good time. He opened the gate shakily and burrowed aggressively into the janitor's hall. Vehicles fishtailed in, and the line of the sports cars drew the entire school to run out of their classes to watch. In 6th grade, Zhang Hao was sleeping on his desk when he was suddenly shaken awake by his little brother. MD, can't you see I'm sleeping? The little brother told him in surprise. Brother Ho, something big has happened. Dozens of sports cars have come outside, and there are many military vehicles. What? I'm not awake yet. When he ran out the door and looked down on the floor, that's when he realized it was all true. Let's go. Check it out. A group of students quickly descended the stairs, and the rest of the class followed suit, following to see what the big deal was. In the school square, the vehicles were lined up, and Wang Siki Wangwenya stepped out of the car. The two men's gazes were morose as they stepped towards their brother's class. Humph, dare to touch my baby brother. I'd like to see who's so bold. The trustees of Magic City University also quickly followed the two, their gazes constantly scanning the surroundings. Behind them, Wang Yuahao's eyes signaled the troops to follow. 30 soldiers quickly jumped down from the military vehicle to guard the neighborhood and prohibit anyone from approaching. And then 20 soldiers quickly followed the two women. Because it was the northern general himself who gave the word, the magic capital military region valued this piece of work. In the eyes of the other elementary school students, the scene was too dominant and spectacular and cool. Inside the classroom, Xiaoko revealed a sweet smile, which he had detected with his divine sense when the family members first came to the school. Dong Wonwon was still arrogantly clamoring. Humph. Your sister come or not you will not be picked up. The family does not care about you. Boo! The door to the classroom was kicked in. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, the two Wang family sisters walked into the classroom. The two men's gazes were grim, exuding a strong hostile aura. Who dares to bully my brother? Dong Mingjie slowed down and said impatiently. You two girls are his sisters? The tattooed man gave the duo a lustful look, a beauty not often seen. At the same time, there was another footstep outside the door. The 6 old men of the Magic City University Council walked into the class one after another. Just as he entered the classroom, one of the older men looked shocked. You're Xiaodong? Dong Mingjie? As soon as the words left his mouth, Dong Mingjie cast a shocked look at the old man. Seeing the person coming, he immediately changed his fawning expression and walked forward to offer a few words of courtesy. Wang Wenya's expression was icy cold as he looked at the old man and said, Looks like you know him well. The old man instantly understood and hastily waved his hand to explain. Not familiar. I've only met him a few times. Dong Mingjie's expression stiffened, as if the old man was afraid of this woman. Boo! The back door of the classroom was kicked open, and several soldiers from the military district poured in front and back. The captain of the soldiers at the head of the group shouted, The Mordor military is on duty. Unrelated personnel evacuate immediately. Teacher Lu on the podium had long been frightened, and quickly organized the students to leave the classroom. In no time at all, the entire class left. Wang Siki ran forward and hugged her brother, softly asking what had happened. Xiaoku aggrievedly told what happened, and also took out the cell phone recording and played it again. Listening to the words insulting her brother on the recording, Wang Siki clenched her silver teeth. Xiaoku tugged on her coat corner and complained that Dong Wenwen's father kicked him. Snap! Wang Wenya couldn't control it and slapped him on the face. Dare to touch the Wang family, insult my brother, and bully others? I'll show you today what it means to bully people by force. The soldiers were instructed by Wang Wenya to fatally beat him and the tattooed man directly in the classroom. Dong Wenwen was directly frightened and cried. In the end, Dong Mingjie's glasses broke before the crowd stopped. The tattooed man wailed softly beside him, without the slightest hint of the ferocious aura he had just displayed. After the whispered deliberation of the several trustees of the Magic City University, a faint announcement was made towards it. Dong Mingjie, it has been deliberated and decided by the Council of Mordor University to revoke your status as a council member of the Mordor-affiliated primary school. At this moment Dong Mingjie's face was ashen. One is no longer a member of the school board and has nothing left. Under the escort of the soldiers, the two were put on a military vehicle and Dong Wenwen was sent home. Ko walked out into the square and sighed. Who do you want to mess with but me? Don't you know that my family is not to be messed with? Surrounded by his family, the principal bumbles over. He had just gotten the news and had come from home, and by the looks of it, it was too late. The middle-aged principal bowed respectfully to Wang Wenya. Professor Wang, I'm really sorry, Stop it. Wang Wenya spoke coldly. If we had come back later, my brother might have gotten his ass kicked by your school board. The principal looked panicked and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Professor Wang, please give me another chance. I promise this won't happen again. In the future, I'll incline my resources towards Xiaoku, and make sure he won't suffer a bit. Wang Siki waved her hand to refuse. Forget it, let's change schools for our little brother. There's no point in staying in this one anymore. The principal choked right back and stopped speaking. On the side, Xiaoku pulled Wang Wenya's hand and spoke. Sister, I don't want to change schools. Hearing their brother say this, the two sisters did not continue to make things difficult for the principal. Wang Wenya snorted coldly. Then listen to my brother. But I'm warning you, if he gets aggravated again, you're done as principal. The principal was so moved that he was about to kneel down to Xiaoku. If his aunt really took him away, he would definitely be abolished by the Board of Trustees of Magic City University. The farce ended when the military took away Dong Mingjie for abuse of power and maliciously assaulting a child. Dong Wenwen was also expelled from the school. The students who watched the drama from afar looked on in amazement as the principal bowed his head to Ko and admitted his fault. And the Mordor-affiliated school board members were escorted to the military vehicle. That's too scary. Wang Xiaoku's family is so great. After the families drove away, the principal personally walked Ko back to his class. Teacher Lu's legs were going weak. There was still a great Buddha in his class? When she walked into the class, the principal angrily pulled her out and beat her up. Dong Mingjie came to school to cause trouble. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If it wasn't for KO's words at the end, his own title of principal would have been removed long ago. MS. Lu cried and mourned. That person is the school board. How dare she mess with it? Who knew that Wang Xiaoku was even worse? If she had known, she would have rushed to block it. The principal dropped a few harsh words. From now on, take good care of Xiaoku. Don't let him suffer a bit. School resources are freely available. Meals are free. Tuition is free. Materials are free. Everything is free. Offer him up as if he were God. After saying that, the principal left the place with a gloomy face, leaving only Mr. Lu in the wind. Teacher Lu, the principal, is offering Xiaoku as his godfather. Chapter 45, Exposing Strength Under the Guise of Magic. One by one, the students returned to their classes. This time, everyone looked at Wang Xiaoku in awe. In their eyes, the scene just now was too shocking, especially Tiger, who secretly vowed never to go against Ko again. In case Uncle Soldier came back again, his little heart couldn't take it. Teacher Lu straightened the hair on his temples and made a harumph as he walked into the class. Class, give notice. Regular classes are in session this morning, and there's a 4th of July cultural performance event in the afternoon. Every class is required to have a talent show, so any child in our class who has a talent can actively sign up. A question mark pops up over KO's head and asks what's on show next door for Duzimmer. Duzimo scratched his head and thought for a moment before answering. It's where the school has a talent show competition, and then each class puts on a show and gets their classmates to perform their talents on stage. Ko realized as he listened, and then pursued the question. So who's signed up in our class? Duzimo shook his head and spread his small hands helplessly. It's been days and no one has signed up. Ahem. Teacher Lu is also very anxious. Other classes have already prepared their programs, but no one in his class has signed up to participate yet. Looking at the dull-witted students in the class, Teacher Lu really wanted to vomit blood. So here's the deal, class. Let's vote for a child and then the teacher will teach him how to put on a show. Good. The students spoke in unison. Seeing this scene, Mr. Lu was finally relieved. Okay then, each student writes down the name of a classmate, and then the teacher tallies the votes. With that, the class began to whisper and exchange ideas. Ko also took out his book, but didn't know whose name to write. He looked to the side at Duzimo, and although he was half hiding his small hand, he could still make out the 3 words Wang Xiaoku. Good for you, Duzimo. I treat you as my friend, and you sneak up on me. With that, he secretly wrote Duzimo's name on the paper. Once all the slips of paper were turned in, Mr. Lu began to count the votes. Her face grew harder as the votes were recorded. Ahem. Class, I'm going to announce the votes. 2 votes for Little Tiger, 1 vote for Ding Still, 2 votes for Chen Ziang, 1 vote for Duzimo, and 1 vote for Wang Xiaoku. 24 votes. Wow! The class erupted into a clamor, not realizing that most of the people unanimously voted for Wang Xiaoku. Sitting in the 3rd row, Ko's little face was stunned. How come he had just come back and was voted out of the show? Teacher Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke gently. Ko, are you okay with this? If not, get someone else. Ko looked around and met the expectant gazes of his classmates, making him quite embarrassed. How can a man say he can't? He patted his chest and said confidently that he could. In this way, Ms. Lu finally lost her scruples. She was worried just now that this big Buddha would not be happy. Well then, does Ko have any talents? If not, the teacher will teach you. Ko replied hastily that there was. He didn't want to learn to sing children's songs and do those girls' dances from his teacher. Well then, the whole class will be cheering for you then. The matter was discussed and the class returned to peace. The entire morning, Ko hadn't run out of the classroom door, and the outside of the window was filled with his little fanboys and girls. Only his little fanboys and fangirls are older than him. At noon, Xiaoku and Duzimo went to eat as usual. When they came to the restaurant, the aunt who was playing not only didn't ask for the 2 of them to pay for their meal, but also played a lot of extra meat. Duzimo said excitedly with him, I didn't realize I didn't have to pay for dinner with you. Then I could buy snacks for my daily meal. Ko hastily interrupted him. If you recognize me as your big brother, I promise to let you eat chicken legs and drink Coke every day. Really? Then I'll call you Ku. After dinner, the 2 ran to the grocery store again and bought a ton of snacks and colas. As Ko walked out holding the bag, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Uncle Fu and Uncle Fu's brother in a long time. He put down his snack and messaged his sister to ask about it. Soon after, my sister replied that the 2 pay uncles had returned to my second sister, who said she was going to resend them. Needless to think, it must be that my sister thought that Uncle Fu and the 2 of them couldn't protect themselves. Picking up their snacks, the 2 KOs tiptoed back to the class. Upon entering the class, several students greeted him proactively. This was a bit disconcerting for Ko, who then generously gave them each a bottle of Coke. Some more students then greeted him. Seeing that the Coke in his hand was already glowing, he went straight back to the supermarket and bought a case of Coke, lifted the case with one hand and left the supermarket. The supermarket owner looked at the tiny figure in the distance with a surprised face. Is a child that strong? It's hard for an adult to carry it alone. When they got back to the class, Ko directly gave a few of them a bottle of Coke each. Soon, more people gathered around him to say hello. In less than 2 minutes, the class already had a bottle of Coke in hand. Tiger squirmed and ran to greet him, saying hello. Ko was just about to hand him the Coke when the girl on the side immediately spoke up. Squad leader, don't give it to him, he just asked for it once. Tiger scratched his head with a red face and said he didn't drink enough. Ko went straight to both eyes. Come on, this is treating yourself like a self-serve water fountain. Soon came the first afternoon class. The students lined up and walked into the performance hall under the organization of Ms. Lu. Entering the interior, the space becomes spacious yet simple. Not only that, but the entire performance hall accommodated dozens of classes and thousands of people. Ms. Lu brought the students to the first grade class to sit down for a break. It was a long wait of half a bell before the radio came on. Ko looked around curiously. This was his first time attending a school event and it was quite crowded. Looking toward the front, he saw several directors sitting at the end of the judges' table, with the principal's seat, currently empty, in the very center. Mr. Lu inquired toward Xiaoku. Ko, what do you need to prepare for your performance? Straight off the stage? Ko replied thoughtfully. I'll just have a black hat, and if there are sunglasses too, even better. Mr. Lu immediately ran backstage and returned with a top hat and sunglasses in no time. She instructed patiently, don't be nervous on stage in a moment, just relax. Ko took the item and nodded. When the stage was ready, the announcement came on. In celebration of. Next, please enjoy the talent show presented by each class. For each performance, there will be a school director judge to score the performance. The class with the highest score has a mystery reward. The students on stage clapped and cheered as they waited for the show to begin. Okay, please welcome He Huan Huan, the 6th grade class, for a street dance show performance. To cheers, a white, skinny boy walks onto the stage in hip-hop pants. Music, up. Dynamic music was then played, and He Huan Huan began to dance to the rhythm of the street. Just a single street dance starting move had a large crowd screaming like crazy, and then he quickly performs Thomas pirouettes, windmills, and scorpion swings on stage. Even the teachers couldn't help but applaud. Finally, the show ended with one of his handstands. The crowd at the judges' table conferred and scored a high 90. Next, please welcome Zhang Hao from the 2nd class of 6th grade, presenting the program Shanghai Shake. What? Little question marks popped up on the heads of thousands of students at the same time. Zhang Hao walked onto the stage with a smile on his face, and today he deliberately wore tight pants and beanies just to show off the wave of talent properly. Not long after, the DJ sounded. On stage, Zhang Hao shook his hand and bobbed his head, and although it was all jammed to the beat, the scene, everyone's toes inexplicably clenched as they gouged the ground for 3 rooms. It's so embarrassing. In the end, the judges scored 59 points. Zhang Hao frowned with a defiant face, as if to say, do you guys know how to appreciate? The next students out were singing, or doing somersaults and splits. The highest score the judges gave was no more than 90. Next, please welcome the 2nd grade class, Gu Shangyue, for her solo piano performance. Ko was also interested and looked curiously at the girl on the stage. Gu Shangyue wore a small white dress today and had 2 pill heads tied on her head, which was very cute. She took small steps over to the piano, took a deep breath and began to play. For a moment, the entire performance hall echoed with ethereal piano music. Although she is not very old, her skill in playing the piano has surpassed many others. The piano sounds with a bit of lilt and coolness. The crowd closed their eyes as if they could see fairies dancing under the full moon. She was empty beside her, only a cloudy wine, singing to the wine, bleak and fast. The piano stops and the scene is very calm. After a few seconds, loud applause came from the stage. The judges smiled at each other and finally scored a high 95. Gu Shangyue bowed in thanks with a small red face before walking off the stage. Mr. Lu then rushed to remind Xiao Ko to get ready to go on stage. Ko stands up and comes behind the stage curtain. The host asked him what talent he was going to perform and he whispered to the host. Upon hearing this, the host revealed a surprised look before picking up the microphone and saying, next, please welcome Wang Xiaoko, from the 1st grade class. To you all, magic show. Boom! The stage erupted in applause. After all, no one can resist a great magic show. Chapter 46 Magic Show. Stunned, Ko took a deep breath. He wore a black hat and placed his sunglasses smoothly on the bridge of his nose. With that, he walked to the stage alone. The stage whimpered and kept discussing the gossipy deeds of Wang Xiaoku. Did you hear? So many luxury cars came today that belonged to his family. More than that, I heard that the military in our city listens to his father. Wow, such a small, cute little brother. I want to hold and play with him. His sister I hear is very good looking, prettier than a star. You haven't heard about his fat beating of Zhang Hao before. I'll tell you, the toilet. Watching the discussion on the stage get progressively noisier, the moderator rushed to remind his classmates to be quiet. In a flash, everyone stopped talking and looked at Wang Xiaoku in the center of the stage. Phew! Ko took a deep breath to settle his nerves. He walks to the edge of the stage and removes his hat, giving a simple gentleman's salute. At the same time, he showed the class that there was nothing in the hat, and to verify this, he purposely turned it down a few times. Then his little hand pretended to dig in his hat. His classmates on stage stared unblinkingly at his movements, trying to dismantle his poor acting skills. Xiaoka's consciousness moved slightly, directly summoning a wood from his storage ring. Snap! The wood fell right out of the hat, causing a gasp from the students under the bleachers. Still, someone in the crowd countered. It must have been put in the hat ahead of time, and then there was a compartment in it, and when you opened the compartment the wood fell out. Yeah, Barta. As if to punch him in the face, another, larger log fell to the ground. The students were shocked. What kind of maneuver is this? It must be a little big for the compartment. If there's more, I'll just eat Ali raw for it. Yeah. If I can still get something out, I'll just wash my hair upside down. +1. I'll run straight up and eat whatever he drops. The corners of Xiaoka's mouth twitched. Were all the older brothers so strange nowadays? Boo! This time a boulder fell straight out of the hat, that was several times larger in size than the hat. The moment it landed it smashed a small crater right out of the stage. The students were confused. What kind of magic is this? It's too much. Where's the brother who just said he ate Ali raw and washed his hair? I know, those two are from the 2nd class of 6th grade. and the one who said he'd eat whatever he dropped. Get up there and perform a raw boulder swallowing act. In the second class of the 6th grade, Zhang Hao and his diehard friends lowered their heads in unison, afraid that others would recognize them. The two of them screamed the loudest just now. On stage, Ko is lost in thought. How about performing what looks like magic? Boom boom boom. The hat is still dropping things. Herbs, rocks, swords, guns, sticks, books, elixirs. Knock. A giant alchemy furnace suddenly appeared out of nowhere, directly flashing the eyes of the students. The ground was shaken, and the stage floor was directly smashed into several pieces. Hold the groove. What the hell is this giant furnace? The judges almost burst out in foul language as well. This is too much. Xiaoke secretly said that it was not good, and accidentally messed up the 3-yang alchemy furnace. Sure enough, the crowd under the bleachers had stiffened. Ahem. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ko picked up the ground and put it back in his hat. The moment he put it into his hat, he secretly put it into his storage ring again, and in the end, only a huge stone and the alchemy furnace were left. Ko didn't know how to round it off for a moment. Steeply, he remembered the cartoon he had watched earlier. To the confused eyes of his classmates, he slowly raised his hat to the stone. Stone, do you dare say yes when I call you? Classmates, the crowd was unsure, momentarily confused as to what Ko was trying to do. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the boulder on the ground suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Gu Shangyue under the stage opened her small mouth and looked at Wang Xiaoku incredulously. Seeing that the stone was successfully retrieved, Ko turned to the alchemy furnace again. Alchemy furnace, do you dare to say yes when I call out to you? As soon as the words fell, the alchemy furnace also disappeared into thin air in front of everyone. The students on the stage no longer knew what to say. This was beyond their knowledge. They had discussions and thought about how it was done. Classmate A, my head is itching to grow a brain. Classmate B, how the hell did that happen? Brain overload. Ko looked at his classmates on stage and realized that they hadn't applauded yet. Hadn't they seen enough? He muttered under his breath. I should have known better than to come up here. What a pain in the ass. He then picked up the hat and threw it into the air, before releasing his spiritual energy and controlling the hat to hover in mid-air. Zhang Hao on the stage spoke eloquently again. There must have been wire dangling from the hat, and that's what kept it afloat in mid-air. Then the hats flew toward the stage, spinning around above the heads of the students. Someone tries to jump up and grab it, but comes up short every time. Eventually the hat returned to the stage and landed on Ko's head. The crowd thought it was over here, but they didn't realize that Ko was on stage again with his little hand outstretched and gesticulating. Not a moment later, he snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame emerged directly from the void. Under his control, the flames turned into a tiger roaring ferociously at one moment, and an elephant waving its trunk at another. The flames shifted randomly and had changed into many kinds of common animals. Collect! As Xiaoke gave a milky drink, the fire control formation he had just carved out was shut down by him. He then gestured toward the void. As he snapped his fingers, pink smoke suddenly rose from the entire stage. In the smoke a few sexy girls twisted and danced, hidden in the mist. This was an illusionary formation that he had casually set up, not exerting the true strength of the formation. Several of the judges and teachers watched with such fervor that they almost had nosebleeds. Can't top it. Just can't. Collect. The formation was removed and the illusion instantly disappeared into thin air. That should be about it. Push me any further and I'll really be exposed. Ko gave a gentleman's salute toward the stage. At once, the entire performance hall erupted into a mountain of applause. The teacher of the jury scored the highest score of 100 straight away. When he saw the scores from the judges, he quickly ran off the stage. When he returned to his seat, Duzimo stared at him with a look of adoration. Ku, this is so cool. Teach me. Ko waved his hand and smiled proudly at him. I have something more powerful. I just haven't used it. If he summoned the golden crow on the stage and stood up and flew around his head twice, he could definitely stun Duzimo. The show continued on stage, except that after everyone had seen Ko's performance, they found these tasteless. Soon the curtain came down on all the class talent shows. The moderator has a microphone in hand to get the performers on stage while announcing the scores. First place, first grade class Wang Xiaoku. Upon hearing his name, Ko ran up to the stage on his ass. Second place, second year class Gu Shangyue. At this time, Gu Shangyue on the stage covered her small mouth and slowly walked to Xiaoke's side, glancing at him shyly. I don't know what's going on, but the little girl's face was as red as an apple, and Ko wondered if she had a fever. Third place, sixth grade class He Huanhuan. In the distance, He Huanhuan walked up to the two with a vice-confident smile. He greeted the duo politely. Little brother, your magic show was great. Oh, and your little sister's piano music was great too. Hearing the blunt compliment, the two smiled and said that their brother's dancing was also very good. Fourth place, fifth place, one by one, performers from all the classes poured onto the stage. and soon there were dozens of people lined up neatly. 33rd place, 6th grade class 2, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao lowered his hat and walked slowly onto the stage. This time, I was humiliated and took the bottom spot. The classroom teachers in the first row on the stage were talking and laughing, especially Mr. Liu, who was constantly praised by the other classroom teachers. She smiled brightly, rising hard to the waves this time. In past talent contests, the underclassmen have run the gauntlet. This term, because of Ko's arrival, she even got the first place. She really didn't expect it and didn't dare to think about it. In the corner, a male teacher turned green. He was Zhang Hao's homeroom teacher, who had now become a laughingstock in the eyes of the other teachers. He secretly vowed that he would go back and take good care of Zhang Hao and make him happy and cheerful. The heavenly suite at the Magic City Sentinel Hotel. Wang Xinru joyfully talked to Wang Wenya on the phone. Well, I purposely dragged the 8th sister over here this time. Anyway, it's good to have your brother back, and you can wait to meet us the day after tomorrow. Hanging up, she bounced playfully twice. Walking up to the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can observe the event venue set up in full swing. Over Linjiang, first class on a Boeing 747, a girl in a light Chinese dress was resting her eyes, and the bodyguard following beside her was always scanning the surroundings. The airliner was flying in the direction of none other than Mordor. Chapter 47, V-Blog Hot Search, Really Bully the Dog. At the end of the afternoon, Ko walked out of school happily holding his trophy. At the door, Wang Yuehao and Chen Hui watched him with smiles, and the difference was that Dad wasn't in a wheelchair anymore. It seems Mom and Dad didn't let their two sisters come over to pick themselves up. Ko's mind flooded with mutterings. Why didn't Dad pretend to be sick today? When he walked over with his small school bag, Wang Yuehao picked him up in a hug. My baby boy, did he even get an award today? Ko had been holding the trophy, and when he heard his dad notice, he probably picked it up and shook it. I won the talent contest today. Wang Yuehao was a bit surprised. Does his son have any other talents? He cradled Ko on his shoulder and gently scratched at the tip of his nose. Good baby, any reward you want, just mention it to Daddy. Then I want a chef who specializes in fried chicken. And then I'll eat fried chicken and drink milk tea every day for. Chen Hui hurriedly interrupted the two of them. Eating fried food every day. What's wrong with that? Ko beamed, all aggravated that his dad had told him to mention it casually. Chen Hui directly twisted hard on Wang Yuehao's body, causing him to grimace in pain. Is Dad's injury healed so he won't have to use a wheelchair anymore? Kirk knows that the counselor. Chen Hui smiled faintly. Your father. His skin is as thick as a city wall. He's almost healed. Oh. The three of them got on the bus for the return trip, and Ko handed his mom the trophy to check out. It clearly says, Magic City Annex Talent Show Champion. Chen Hui petted his little head favorably and praised him to the skies. Ko opened his cell phone and swiped the V-blog. Suddenly noticed a couple more pop-up hotspots. He clicked in with his small hand to check it out. National pianist parachutes into Magic City for birthday party. Magic City birthday banquet construction successful. Fireworks show ready. Mysterious tycoon predicts it could be a certain female celebrity. Magic City feast, attracting hundreds of thousands of people to visit Magic City, more than the total number of tourists in a year. The Magic City birthday bash, and the fireworks show has had over 1 billion comments. Coco was dumbfounded. Will a lot of people come to see it then? He pressed the screen with his small hand and watched the video of the setup and several truckloads of fireworks. Chen Hui, who was sitting on the side and was looking at her cell phone, exclaimed in shock, her face full of incredulity. Wang Yuehao's expression tightened and he opened his mouth to ask what had happened. Chen Hui excitedly took his cell phone and showed him the video on the screen. You can just see Ko pulling out all sorts of things from his little hat in the video. At the end of the day, a big rock fell out, and I thought it would end there, but I didn't expect that a giant Dan furnace would suddenly fall again. The couple is in deep thought. Son, how did you do that? Wang Yuehao asked him to look at the video, which played none other than himself performing the program. That's just like that, and then that. Ko swallowed his words, but drew even more suspicion from the pair. Wang Yuehao had a scrutinizing gaze, and looking at him, his little face was tight and he was so nervous that he couldn't catch his breath. Dad, what does this mean? Ko pointed to the thumb pattern that kept pouring out under the video. Chen Hui snatched the cell phone and opened her mouth to explain after taking a closer look. Here's a nod to the video. Someone else is giving my baby a nod. Ko inquired again as to where her mother had seen it. Chen Hui picked up Xiaoka's cell phone and made a few gestures, then found his video in Vo. The number of likes is now 13,000, but it's still skyrocketing at a rate visible to the naked eye. It went up to 14,000 likes in a matter of seconds. Look at this trend. It's going to be 50,000 or even 100,000 soon. Gulping, Ko gulped and nervously opened the review. A flood of comments was unfolded. with all the internet users asking incredulously how it was done. Even a professional magician couldn't figure out the maneuver in the video. Turning off his cell phone, Ko closed his eyes and recalled his master's teachings before he left. Never reveal your strength or let others know your identity as a cultivator. What to do now that you have aroused the suspicion of your family? The car passed by Sentinel Square. At this time the huge plaza had been cordoned off, and its interior was being set up for a banquet. Curious, Ko poked his head out to check it out. It was clear that the day of the feast had not yet arrived, but the neighborhood was crowded with visitors to the area. Soon, the car whistled back to the Wang family manor. Chen Hui entered the villa holding his small hand. In the hall, Wang Siki and Wang Wenya were drinking hot tea, each fiddling with their cell phones. Sister, Ko ran up to the duo with gusto and pulled out the trophy from behind his back in a mysterious manner. Look, here's the trophy I just won. Wang Wenya smiled faintly and picked up Xiao Ku, placing him on her own beautiful lap to sit down. The two sisters weren't overly surprised, and Ko was puzzled. Then, both of them put their cell phones on the table at the same time. The video playing on the screen was exactly the same as the one Mom had just made herself watch. Only the number of likes has come to 200,000 and seems to be spiking. Good brother, come tell your sisters how it's done. We're very curious. Wang Siki stared at Xiao Ko with a smirk. Again? He was tempted to play dead to avoid it, and after a moment's thought, he had a flash of insight and explained sweetly and crisply. It's a prop from school. That rock and stove are inflatable. The two women pressed themselves against each side of his face, exhaling and speaking. Really? Good brother? Really? Really? Ko nodded frantically, his little heart pounding. Chen Hui reminded warmly from the side. You two sisters should stop. Look at how nervous Ko is. Wang Siki and the two of them laughed at Shan Shan, which led to the retrieval of the cell phone. It didn't take long to eat dinner. Ko hadn't brought Blackie along to play in a while, and today he made a point of dragging him along on a run to the backyard. Koro, who was lying dead, was forcibly dragged away by the boy, who was a circle smaller than himself. Resistance was written all over his doggy face. A man and a dog arrived in the backyard, and Ko scowled at Blackie with a wicked grin. Last month with the help of the elixir, Xiao Hei was already as big as a small Tibetan Mastiff. Now after such a long time, Xiao Hei was also more massive in size, with snow-white fluff, and his eyes were animated, no different from a human. What was even more peculiar was that there was a demonic aura constantly flowing in its body, which was equivalent to his aura, just called it differently. Xiaoka stepped into the foundation establishment stage, and the aura in his dantian compressed and condensed into a liquid. His aura was transformed into spiritual energy, and his overall strength was dozens of times stronger than it was originally. With the increase in mental power, Xiaoko was not only a lot smarter, but the knowledge that he had to memorize a few times from reading a book was now imprinted into his mind by casually flipping through it. Ko stared at Blackie in disbelief, pondering whether or not he should teach his family to cultivate immortality. But Master had said not to tell anyone else or reveal his secrets. The thought threw him into agony. But Xiao Hei has followed his own cultivation. Does it count as breaking the rule? Moreover, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. And in a hurry, dozens of years, when the family members grow old one after another, they themselves will still be very young. After all, foundation stage cultivators all had a lifespan of around 200 years. Ko shrugged it off. He couldn't bear to see his sisters turn into grannies. Koro crouched down and stared at Ko, who was shaking his head. Blackie, this guy is out of his mind. It had just spat it out internally when it felt an inexplicable pressure coming from it. Ko, who had been fuming, looked back and smiled brightly at it. Blackie, I haven't been home for so long, so now I'll see how well you've practiced. Xiaoko directly levitated in midair and spoke. I'll be light. Let's see how much strength you can take from me. Woof. In midair, a thin layer of white mist enveloped Xiaoko's body as he flexed his fingers. A small thunder snake opened its mouth and quickly rushed toward Xiao Hei. Woof woof. Blackie scattered and fled, and before he could take a few steps, he was hit on the buttocks by Thunder Snake. All it felt was a tightening of its asshole and a burning pain coming from its ass there. Luckily, it didn't take long for the pain to disappear completely. Ha ha ha, again! Xiaoka flicked out another fire snake, which was obviously quite a bit stronger than the Thunder Snake. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, Xiao Hei directly jumped up and opened his mouth to swallow the fire snake. Falling back to the ground, it coughed a few times and opened its mouth to exhale 2 smoke rings. He actually comprehended devouring? Xiaoka marveled slightly. Every demonic beast could possibly comprehend an innate skill when it first cultivated. There were strong and weak innate skills, and devouring allowed demonic beasts to absorb heavenly treasures faster and accelerate their cultivation. Very well, show me again how much strength you have left. Blackie, what a bully for a dog. Ouch. Miserable wailing sounds kept coming from the Wang family's backyard. Chapter 48. Do you know about martial artists? At night, Blackie dragged his bruised body back to the kennel. There was also a visible burn on his buttocks and a couple of large swollen bumps on the dog's head. Isn't it just better than it is now? Blackie exhaled 2 streams of white air through his nostrils. It's not too late for a dog to take revenge. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the dog, brother poor. After the fantasy session, Blackie dove headfirst onto the mat and huffed and puffed. As it slept, a stream of light red air washed over its wounds. The wounds were recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the swelling of the large bag on his head was rapidly subsiding. Xiaoke returned to his room and pulled out a jade bottle filled with round pills. We have to find a way to make our family members eat the resident pill before we start cultivating. He was distressed. It was fine for him to fight with the rascal snake, but it was not easy for him to figure out how to bring his family to cultivation. No matter what, first refine the marrow cleansing pills. In the future, sisters must first cleanse their muscles and marrow for cultivation. After all, the family practiced too late to lay the foundation as children. With this thought, Xiaoke no longer hesitated and directly summoned the Three Suns alchemy furnace. The marrow cleansing pill was very special, and its main function was to cleanse the tendons and marrow, expelling impurities from the body. When practicing, toxin impurities in the body will very much affect the speed of cultivation, especially the older you get. The more impurities will accumulate in your body. On the ground, a bunch of spiritual herbs and medicines appeared out of thin air, which were all medicinal materials for refining the marrow cleansing pill. As for the marrow cleansing pill, it belonged to the second-grade top-grade elixir, and Xiaoke wasn't sure that he could succeed at once. When he was ready, he floated a crimson spirit fire from his palm and threw it directly under the alchemy furnace. The spirit fire was quite a bit hotter than the fire control array, which was derived after he stepped into the foundation establishment stage. Soon, the temperature of the alchemy furnace rose to a certain level, and Xiaoke put the herbs into the alchemy furnace in order. This process lasted all the way to midnight. Under Xiaoke's careful control, the Dan furnace let out a muffled sound. The potion, it's done. After a while, he took out 3 pills with warmth from the Dan furnace. Only 3. Xiaoke sighed in dissatisfaction, but it was good that he didn't fail in his first attempt to refine a second-grade elixir. When he put away the alchemy furnace, he immediately sat down on the bed and fell into cultivation. The next morning, Ko opened his azure eyes and slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. Coming downstairs, Ko accompanied his family for a simple breakfast. Auntie Lan packed his little book bag for him and rushed to the school with Wanya Wang in tow. Wang Siki at home put down her teacup and looked out the window thoughtfully. Chenhui is still discussing with Wang Yuehao what gift to give her son tomorrow. Wang Siki interjected faintly. Dad, you were faking your illness before, weren't you? The ripple-free words came, and Wang Yuehao's pupils shrunk slightly. Ha ha, it's still Siki who's smart. Your fourth sister didn't even see it, but you realized it first. Wang Yuehao slowed down his speech and looked helplessly at his daughter. I've long investigated Dad's hospitalization records and diagnosis, and it's obviously a forgery. Is it because you are afraid that your brother will be targeted by the Lord's family again this time when you come home? Wang Yuehao's brows were more than a little sad, and Chenhui also sank down with a despondent look. Ko is the only boy in our family, and what they want is for me to have no one to succeed me, to break our family line. If I'm here, they won't dare to act rashly, unless the sovereign master of the main family comes in person. Wang Yuehao took a step towards the window and looked out. Girl, you know about martial artists, right? I'll tell you about it today. A martial artist in layman's terms is a person who practices martial arts. And there are also grades. Usually martial artists are divided into 4 major orders and 12 minor orders. The 4 major ranks are External Force Martial Artist, Internal Force Martial Artist, Grandmaster, and Martial Arts Grandmaster. An external strength martial artist has a strong physical body and quick reflexes. One person is enough to ruffle dozens of bodyguards. Internal strength martial artists, and not only the physical body is powerful, its body nourishes the dark energy. The attack can shock people's lungs. A patriarch is even more like a celestial being, against whom firearms are useless, and all parts of his body are like weapons, with the power to cut steel with his hands and break boulders with his fists. I've never seen a martial arts master before. I've only heard that they can do things like flying flowers and picking leaves to hurt people invisibly, picking things up in the air, and treading water. So, you get it? Wang Siki had long been listening with a shocked face. She knew that martial artists were special, and even the Uncle Fu brothers sent by her second sister were martial artists. But she didn't realize that there were so many kinds of martial artists, and that flying flowers and picking leaves hurt people, which she thought only existed in costume dramas. Wang Yuehao turned around and said seriously, that's why the existence of zongshi is not allowed in the military. After all, they don't fear cold weapons and are like killing machines on the battlefield. The whole of China, too, does not allow martial artists to strike at will, especially the zongshi powerhouses. The Martial Artists Association specifically sent people to keep an eye on them and not allow them to mess around. So much information that Wang Siki couldn't take it in for a moment. No wonder Uncle Fu and his duo could easily injure dozens of strong bodyguards. So then, Dad was emboldened because, seemingly reading her daughter's mind, Chen Hui smiled lightly. Don't underestimate your father. He's actually a dark force martial artist as well. Ha! Wang Siki felt her worldview collapse. On second thought, without a strong strength, how can you be a northern general? And how can you be powerful in the military? She desperately needed to be alone right now. I'll just have to let Xiaolian keep an eye on the company today. Xiaolian, listen to me say thank you for warming the Mordor Annex Elementary School. After waving goodbye to her 4 sisters, Ko ran into the campus. Today he changed into a green dinosaur suit and was bouncing around looking really milky and cute. Wang Wenxiu looked at the door, then put on his sunglasses and drove away. First grade class. Ko saw from a distance a group of adults with microphone cameras, standing at the window scanning the class. What's going on here? He walked slowly to the door and a gasp erupted from the crowd. Here it comes, that's the kid. In a flash, a group of people surrounded him and cameras kept flashing to take pictures. There were a dozen other microphones handed to his mouth, and even one ant's microphone almost poked into his mouth. The scene confused Ko. The female reporter next to her hung a vice-like smile and inquired, "What's your name? This cute little kid?" "My name is Wang Xiaoku. Your magic show has attracted so much attention. Everyone is curious about how you do it. Can you tell us about it?" Ko finally realized why a reporter was looking for him. Yesterday's magic trick seemed to have exploded on the internet. He flashed a soft smile and milked his reply to the crowd. "Those are school props, they just look realistic." Saying so, he inquired again, "Auntie and uncle, can you let me pass? I have a class to teach." Looking at the cute little white boy dressed in a dinosaur suit, the crowd quickly moved out of the way to cross the road. It wasn't until he returned to his seat that the large group of reporters dispersed in all directions. Du Zimmer poked his arm and reminded him in a small voice, "You need to be careful these days. These guys sneaking in and filming you are definitely not good people." Shao Kahn nodded seriously, then put down his book bag and pulled out his advanced mathematics book and flipped through it. Du Zimo was already not surprised by Shao Kahn's strange behavior. "Can't read it anyway, and I don't know what COR is learning." The bell rang for class. Teacher Lu walked into the classroom smilingly, while a teenager followed behind him, looking only 17 or 18 years old. The teenager wore a top hat, a lollipop in his mouth, and was thin, with pale white skin that looked soft. However, his look was arrogant, and his eyes revealed contempt for everyone. "Mr. Lu stood up on the podium and announced to the students, "This is the new student in our class. His name is Zhang Nan." Speaking of which, Mr. Lu himself felt embarrassed. I don't know what the principal was thinking, shoving such a big teenager into his hands. Anyway, it was arranged by the principal. She just had to accept the arrangement. "Alright, John-san will take that seat at the very back first." Zhang Nan swept through the class and found Xiao Ku, who was reading in the third row, and walked straight towards him. Ko sensed someone approaching and raised his head to notice Zhang Nan in front of him. At that moment, he realized that this big brother seemed to be a martial artist as well, and was even stronger than Uncle Fu. Zhang Nan walked up to him and stiffly squeezed out a smile. He then continued to take 2 steps backward and pointed at Du Zimo beside Xiao Ku. "You, go sit in the back." "Ha!" Du Zimo looked at him in horror, and at the same time looked at the teacher as if for help. Teacher Lu was in conflict again. John's indifferent attitude gave her a headache. The key she still couldn't afford to mess with. Seeing that the teacher acquiesced, Du Zimo sadly packed up his school bag and his eyes gradually turned red. He was just getting up when Ko grabbed him. "You, go sit in the back." Chapter 49. See you tomorrow. Good brother. Xiao Ke frowned and confronted Zhang Nan without any fear. The class was taken aback. "I'm afraid this big brother will be angry." "Good." Zhang Nan responded in a nonchalant manner, then walked towards the back. The whole class was in an uproar. Zhang Nan actually listened to Xiao Ku and sat in the last row. Seeing that things didn't get out of hand, Mr. Lu breathed a long sigh of relief. "Now I have to worry about every day in class. When will this misery end?" "Mr. Lu, no one is to be messed with. It's crumbling, I'm really crumbling." The first class was rushed through. Zhang Nan had been silently watching Xiao Ke's back from the very back. Near the end of the class, the language teacher specifically reminded the students that the midterm exam was coming up in a few days, so remember to review more. Ko put down the literary dictionary and raised his head to float around. The 4th sister had promised before that she would skip a grade in the senior class if she got a perfect score on her midterm. He was already looking forward to a quick midterm exam, which he was sure to get a perfect score on anyway. Classes end at noon. Xiao Ku and Du Zimo went to the cafeteria to eat as usual, but there was someone right behind them, followed during meals, and followed when he went to the bathroom, always keeping 3 meters away from him. Out of the toilet, Ko's face was suffocating red. He couldn't take it anymore and turned back to milk the drink. "Hey, can you stop following me?" You're still next to me in the bathroom. Jiang Nan stuck his hands in his pockets, glanced at him indifferently, and didn't say anything. This made Xiao Ke angry and bulging. After trying to find a way to detach Du Zimo, he then pulled Jiang Nan up and walked inside the gazebo in an unoccupied part of the school. The scene was scorching as a large and small group of people stared at each other, wide-eyed. Hey! Ko was the first to speak, pointing a chubby little finger at him. Were you sent by my second sister? Jiang Nan pulled out his ears and gently nodded in acknowledgement. Then can you do the same as Uncle Fu and stay away from me so you don't interfere with my work? Jiang Nan spoke faintly. It was an order from the general. We just did what we were told, and I was the only one following you. Us? Aren't you the only one? Ko couldn't figure out what Jiang Nan meant for a moment. The teenager looked into the distance and pointed in that direction. Ko looked back and saw two men in their 20s watching them not far away. Exploring with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that the duo's strength was similar to that of the black-robed man. Second sister had sent 3 more martial artists to protect herself? His little face drooped, and he was even less free to do things later. Ko was just about to leave when he suddenly turned around and sized up Jiang Nan. That, you tell me what a martial artist is. Jiang Nan's still as water expression finally changed. He bit his lip lightly and inquired with a complicated look on his face. Where did you hear about martial artists? And why should I explain it to you? Ko's mind raced, thinking of suitable excuses. My dad said that. He told me several times and I didn't remember. So explain it to me. Without blushing or jumping, Ko directly brought out his father as a shield. Wang Yuehao inside the Wang family villa suddenly had his right eyelid jumping, and his heart was not good. It is said that the left eye jumps to wealth, and the right eye jumps to disaster. Does it mean that you should not go out recently? Jiang Nan's expression was grave, and he looked at Xiao Ke with some skepticism. Instead, he was greeted with his innocent, dopey grin. Ahem. Jiang Nan observed the surroundings and after realizing that no one was there, she began to explain to him. A martial artist is someone who practices martial arts and cultivation. When he finished speaking, Ko looked at him with his little mouth open in awe. So you're an external strength martial artist? Jiang Nan undeniably nodded his head, while coughing to remind that it was a peak external force martial artist. He was the youngest peak external force martial artist in the frontier barracks, and would soon be able to attempt to impact internal force martial artists. Others said that he was a one-in-a-million genius, so it gradually developed his condescending personality. Xiao Ke probed his divine sense to feel it faintly. External strength martial artists were simply sharpening their physical bodies, with a faint aura in their bodies, though they were unable to manipulate it. Looking towards the two men in the distance, the aura in their bodies was incredibly thin, but it traveled through their meridians in a regular manner. This should belong to an inner strength martial artist. So Dad is an inner strength martial artist too? The previous Uncle Fu was about a late-stage external force martial artist, and the black-robed man was an internal force martial artist. So it's no wonder. For a moment, Jiang Nan's words seemed to open the door to a new world for him. What was once not understood is now finally being answered. Smiling at the thought, Ko turned and walked back to his class. Jiang Nan's eyebrows rose. Why was he not shocked at all looking at him like this? You're a 17-year-old talented martial artist, so it's okay for you to be surprised. He blacked out and followed Ko, mentally reassuring himself. Little kids don't know anything. Normal. The two returned to the classroom, where the class was making a lot of noise. Ko sat back in his seat and took out his cell phone to check the V-blog. The top of the hot search list today is still the Magic City birthday party, and down the road are some gossip blurbs. National treasure pianist Wang Lele terminates ball tour performance, suspected to return to China. Ko was surprised to find that the name was the same as that of Sister 8. Looking further down the list, the end of the hot list piqued his curiosity. Magic show for first grade kids in Magic City, shocking countless professional magicians. Ko dry gulped and apprehensively clicked on the hot video. Sure enough, his video was pushed into the hot seat. He nervously looked at the number of likes. 30 million. The number of comments is even higher than 1 million. Now can you keep your own vest? Clicking on the first comment, it was a comment from Tooth, a magician at the national level. It's not like a magic trick, and the boulder and the Dan furnace in the video don't look like props. They're just too realistic, and there's no extra movement when the little boy performs it, and the items appear completely out of thin air. There's a bunch of other programmers at the bottom to go along with that. The video has no trace of a batch of pictures. It's an actual video, not an edit. I have to say, he really makes one have to say. Bull asterisk. Staring at the fruit phone in his hand, Ko's head went numb. It's over. I'm about to be discovered by everyone. Will the scientists arrest me for research? XX. Turning off his cell phone, Ko leaned over the table and closed his eyes. Taking advantage of this, he recalled Jiang Nan's words in his mind. Legend has it that martial arts masters can fly flowers and pick leaves to injure people, pull grass as a sword, and take things from the air. But these are things that one can also do at the late stage of chi refining. Therefore, he was now already more powerful than the legendary martial arts masters. But Daoist Master Idol Cloud was clearly a Yuan condensation realm cultivator. So why was the gap so large? These things didn't matter to him, and they didn't matter. It's better to think about how to bring your family to practice. Near the beginning of class, Mr. Liu cheerfully entered to announce things. All elementary and middle schools will have a day off tomorrow due to a large event taking place in the Magic City, except high schools. Meanwhile, tomorrow afternoon the teachers are leading the classes to a fireworks show. Yeah, the students were happy to be able to not only have free cake tomorrow, but also a hilarious fireworks display. Tomorrow I'm going to wear the prettiest dress. My dad bought me a white princess dress yet. I'll show you tomorrow. The fireworks display will be great, and I'll get my brother to go with me then. Cheering, Ko raised his hand to the teacher. Puzzled, the teacher inquired what was the matter with him. Teacher, I have an invitation to go backstage for an event tomorrow. Wow. The students looked envious. I've heard there are great gifts for those who are drawn, as well as a chance to appear on stage. Looking to Du Zimo next to him, Xiaoko would smile and continue. Also, I'm giving Du Zimmer a share of my 3 spots, so he gets to go backstage with me too. As a large number of exclamations rang out, Du Zimo shook his head incredulously. He froze straight in place, not expecting Ko to give himself a quota. Du Zimo excitedly beamed and kissed Ko, only to be mercilessly smacked away. Sorry, didn't hold back. Xiaoko smiled and retracted his slap, gently patting Du Zimo's shoulder. It's been a long afternoon, probably because of tomorrow's vacation. The students' minds have drifted in the direction of home. Ding, 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 ding. The school bell rang and the class hurriedly packed their bags and ran out the door. Jiang Nan, who was sitting in the back row, stretched and stood up, lamenting how boring school could be. In the third row of the classroom, Xiaoko and Du Zimo are writing and drawing on paper. Jiang Nan curiously walked up and found an address written crookedly on the paper. This is my house. Cor, are you really going to pick me up? Du Zimo scratched his head and looked at Wang Xiaoko expectantly. Of course, a gentleman's word is his bond. Just you wait. For horses chasing what? Ahem. Nothing. Xiaoko folded the address into his book bag and walked out of the school with Jiang Nan. At the entrance of the school, after waiting for Ko to get into the car, a Maybach in the distance slowly left. Wang Xinru told the man driving with a light smile. Now, it's time to announce some hotspots. The more people the more buzz. The man listened and took out his cell phone to dial the number. Wang Xinru took off her sunglasses and looked out the car window. See you tomorrow, good brother. Chapter 50 The Eve of the Pageant. Upon returning to the manor, Ko stepped out of the car with an aggravated look on his face. This can make the 2 sisters look at the heartache bad. Brother is aggrieved? Wang Siki adjusted her tone and gently opened her mouth to inquire. What's wrong with your brother? Who upset you? Xiaoko deliberately lowered his head downward and complained that the people sent by his second sister had been following him. After saying that, he also made it a point to emphasize that Jiang Nan had to follow when he went to the bathroom. Someone sent by the second sister? The 2 sisters looked at each other, rather embarrassed. If you want to say who's the worst in the family, it's definitely the second sister. After all, when she started her temper, even her big sister had to look her in the eye. Seeing that the 2 sisters didn't speak again, Ko deliberately squeezed out 2 tears. Chen Hui and Wang Yuehao, who had arrived late, rushed to pick up their baby son. Noticing his son's aggrieved expression, Wang Yuehao asked the duo with a stern face what had happened. When Wang Wenya repeated Xiaoko's words, Wang Yuehao roared in anger. Then tell him to off. Does my son need such close protection? Next to her, Wang Siki just wanted to go up and persuade her father, but she was directly interrupted by Wang Yuehao. I declare that they are not allowed to interfere with Ko's normal life on campus and are only allowed to follow from a distance. I still don't believe that her second maiden can turn against the heavens. Look at how aggrieved my precious son is. Wang Yuehao wiped his son's tears in pain and coaxed him to be happy in a low voice. Wang Siki and the 2 girls nodded their heads and said yes, and immediately called their second sister. The call was answered and Wang Siki retold her father's again. The woman on the other side of the phone tapped rhythmically on the countertop. Without saying a word, he was able to make Wang Siki sweat through the phone. All right, it's up to his old man. A British, bright female voice came out of the cell phone. And after that she hung up. Cecilia Wang breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing the 2 didn't get into a fight, or it would have been another fight of the century. Ko in his arms blinked his eyes wide as he heard his second sister seem to agree. Seeing his plot succeed, he gloated and snickered. That follower of Jiang Nan was finally gone. The family returned to the villa, and in a rare moment of unity, they sat on the sofa and watched television. Ko told her sister she wanted to see how the Magic City birthday party was prepared and how good the venue looked. He's going to play there tomorrow and is so looking forward to the ducks. Wang Siki squeezed a meatball on his face with an okay gesture and barfed, kissy face, a bite. Then he opened his cell phone to cast the screen and connected to the TV to play the promotional video of the Magic City Fest. It was the preview of the fireworks show on the big screen, and Ko watched the TV intently. Only a dozen cannons quite similar to tanks were seen being pulled out by the workmen. The crew in the back carried out several boxes of rounded shells. Ko frowned. Were the fireworks that big? He looked at the TV and then at his fourth sister's chest. He muttered darkly, still coming up short. Several of the staff members in the video are dressed in military uniforms and look heroic. Take the fireworks, load them, light them, a set of moves that flowed like water, and it was mesmerizing to watch Ko. Suddenly, Wang Yuehao's cell phone rang, and a majestic male voice came from his cell phone. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your Italian artillery? Pull it up and blast the out of it. By the time Wang Yuehao hurriedly hung up the phone, the cannon on the TV also happened to fire. A group of people from the Wang family sweated. Hell, there's nothing wrong with it. Shen Hui pinched him on the waist and chided. I told you to watch less Sword and Shine, but you're good. And you set a bell? Ko sat in the center and nuzzled, watching carefully as the fireworks flew high into the sky. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions rang out as the fireworks exploded in midair. Gorgeous flowers glowed brightly in the darkness of the night, and several chrysanthemum-shaped fireworks illuminated the heavens and earth as if they were day. All of a sudden, the chrysanthemums exploded again into countless small chrysanthemums, beautiful purples and reds. The light embellishes the night sky in a beautiful, graceful way. Petals fall like rain, seemingly out of reach. Ko stared blankly at the TV, as if he had already imagined the spectacle of a million flowers blooming. It's beautiful. It's so nice to look at, Ko said to himself, his turquoise blue pupils dotted with several colors. Wang Siki smiled lightly and slid down in her phone to see other videos. I didn't realize it slid right into the next hot search. A video of Ko being interviewed popped up on the TV, and the cute dinosaur suit was particularly eye-catching. In the eyes of the reporter, Xiao Ku is short, cute and love a small group, and there is other children do not have the fairy spirit. Wang Siki was shocked. How come there was a video of her brother being interviewed and it topped the hot search? Wang Siki opened the comment section and looked seriously at other people's comments. Wang's father and mother, as well as Wang Wenya, also stared at the TV curiously. So cute baby, what color sack do you like? Auntie has blue, red, pink, purple. Whoa, I declare the little baby to be my goose from now on. I want to have such cute babies. My son looks like Kueli, cheating people to have goose children. Ha! The faces of the Wang family members grew gloomy as they looked at Xiao Ku. Blackie, who had just been playing outside, returned to the villa. Coming to the kennel next to the couch, he looked curiously at the crowd. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Ko spoke weakly, a bit at a loss for words. The crowd withdrew their gazes and looked up at each other, nodding heavily as if they had made some major decision. Next to the kennel, lying flat on his back, Blackie looked confused at the crowd on the field. Blackie, no. You guys can still make eye contact? Turning off the cell phone cast, Wang Siki resumed her sweet smile. Brother, there's a lot of fun and good food waiting for you tomorrow. Ko blinked excitedly and hugged her sister tightly in happiness. 7th sister is so nice, Ko said in a milky voice, his mouth closing in a smile. By the way, I have 3 spots on my invitation. I'll give 1 to my best friend and 2 to my 7th and 4th sisters. That said, he made a point of reminding his sister to pick up her best friend and go with her tomorrow. Wang Wenya, Wang Siki directly sandwiched Xiao Ku in the middle and said with a smile. With that said, the 2 women gave Coco a kiss on both cheeks. This could make Xiao Ku blush with shyness, and her pink face seemed to be able to squeeze out water. But seeing his mom and dad next to him made Ko feel hurt again. Chen Hui smiled sweetly and said softly, Son, don't worry mom and dad, we both have invitations too. Ha! Ko was at a loss as to why mom and dad had it too. Had they grabbed the other kids' invitations? Seeing his brother's strange eyes, Wang Siki coughed lightly and explained for him. Our Wang family is one of the organizers for this event, so we have extra invitations. Wang Siki didn't explicitly say that the celebration was actually considered to be organized by the Wang family. Oh, so, without being overly skeptical, Ko jumped off the couch on his own. After saying hello to his family, he was going upstairs to practice. After all, he was a self-disciplined boy. Before going upstairs, he made a point of coming to Blackie. Xiaoko approached Xiao Hazier and mysteriously told him that he would also take you to play tomorrow. Blackie, no, can I say no? The sound of firing is quite scary to the dog. Coming to his room, he hurriedly unlocked the door. Downstairs, after seeing Xiaoko leave, the Wang family gathered around to confer. Are the costumes and everything ready? There can be no mistakes tomorrow. Don't worry, it will definitely be a surprise for my brother. That said, what is the daughter going to get her brother? Sorry, no comment. You girl. At the same time, the people of the entire Magic City completely boiled over. Just got the news. Tomorrow the Queen of Piano, Wang Lele will be parachuting into the Magic City birthday party scene. Several big names in the entertainment industry will show up in unison to celebrate the mystery man's birthday. Citywide pastry chefs, costumers, makeup artists will collectively serve the banquet tomorrow. Magic City Military Zone. The police sent a large number of troops to maintain order and fully guarantee the personal safety of tourists. A media outlet revealed that the mystery person having a birthday was a child. The Magic City fireworks show is expected to burn overhead for 12 hours. The Queen of Wasia Film and Television, Wang Xinru, posted late at night that she would be attending the event. Hundreds of media companies rushed to the event overnight, ready to create exclusive and hot news. Tonight in the Magic City, there is a dark current. Chapter 51, Where's My Birthday Present? Early the next morning, Ko had long been excitedly waiting downstairs for the family to come downstairs. I heard from Aunt Arisher, who came back from grocery shopping, that it's very busy out there right now. As usual, the crowd had dinner downstairs. Ko looked at his family expectantly, his eyes twinkling with little stars, and his heart cried out urgently, "Why don't you give me a gift duck yet? I'm looking forward to it." Yesterday he heard Duzimo say that on birthdays his family would give birthday gifts and wear new clothes. There are toys, snacks, and cakes too. Ko walked anxiously around the hall, wanting to ask and dismissing the idea. He thought darkly that his family should have given him a present by noon blah blah blah. Wang Yuehao gazed suspiciously at his son who was pacing back and forth in the hall. He said quietly towards Chen Hui, "What's the son doing? He seems to be in quite a hurry." Chen Hui surveyed for a while and spoke faintly. "Probably wants to go to the fifth girl's place soon. My son was quite excited yesterday." Ko just couldn't take it. He walked to Wang Siki, who was drinking tea, and Wang Wenya, and tried to remind him, "Sis, it's Ko's birthday today, right?" Wang Siki put down her teacup and opened her mouth with a bland expression. "Well, it's today. And then what?" His heart fluttered as he nervously waited for his sister to answer. Wang Wenya suddenly let out an "oh." Ko thought that her sister understood what she meant and looked at her fourth sister excitedly. Wang Wenya took out a small delicate box from behind his back and handed it to him. Ko's heart was pounding as he smiled and unwrapped the box in front of the two men. As he unwrapped it, he milked the fact that his sister was so nice. The box was unwrapped and his smile froze on his face. "Collar." "Collar?" Ko spat out two words in a raw voice. Inside the box lay quietly a collar. "And a leash." Wang Siki opened her mouth with a faint smile. "This is the dog collar that your fourth sister carefully chose to take Blackie with her today in case he wanders off." Boom! A bolt from the blue rang through Ko's mind. His nose flared and he felt the urge to shed a tear. Did my sister get herself a dog collar for her birthday? Why couldn't it have been something else? Even if it was a pleasant wolf doll. He aggressively picked up the collar and leash and took a step toward Blackie. Looking at her brother's disoriented appearance, Wang Siki frowned. "Fourth sister, are we doing this right?" Wang Wenya withdrew his gaze with impatience. "After all, the surprises are all ahead of us, and my brother is sure to be cheered up by the end of the night. Today, let's make him the happiest and most joyful kid in Magic City." Next to the kennel, Blackie grinned with a mocking look on his face, not realizing that he was so important in his sister's minds. Ko noticed Koro's look and became furious. "Hey Blackie, what's in your eyes? Follow me to the back of the mountain to train." "Woof." Blackie quickly put on a sunny smile and fawned as he licked his little hand. "Humph, don't think I didn't see it. Blackie, brother, I was wrong." Finally, one man and one dog walked out of the cottage and headed straight for the back garden. Wang Siki worriedly watched her brother leave. Wang Wenya said with a light smile on the side, "Looks like my brother isn't upset and is in the mood to walk the dog." Well, that makes sense. In the back garden, Koro looked nervously at the fist-pumping Ko, whose legs were shivering, and the fear of being dominated yesterday hit me instantly. Hey, Blackie, don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. I'll try to be gentle. Oh. Woof, ouch. The mournful wail resounded from the backyard once again, only this time it was louder. At noon, Black limped into the villa. Under the two women's astonished gazes, Blackie dove headfirst into the kennel, his body shivering. What's wrong with Blackie? He looks fine too? Wang Wenyao was puzzled. I guess only the brother who took Xiao Hei out knew. Not a moment later, Ko returned to the villa wearing a big smile. Kennel. Blackie noticed him return and immediately buried his head in his kennel, facing the crowd with his butt. Blackie, I'm a dog, but he's really not human. After educating it a bit, Ko's anger washed away. He bounced over to his sister and asked, Sister, when is the birthday party leaving? I can't wait. Can we leave now? Wang Siki covered her mouth and laughed. If you can't wait, let your fourth sister take you to pick up your best friend first. Ko nodded happily. Arriving at the underground garage, the siblings got into the Rolls-Royce and drove out of the garage first. Behind him, several bodyguards and the three Jiang Nan drove close behind. A touch of helplessness surfaced on Jiang Nan's arrogant expression. Yesterday the general himself sent word that he would not be allowed to follow Xiaoko closely in the future. At the same time, he also scolded him and inquired why the young master had to follow him even when he went to the toilet. Was he afraid that he would fall into the pit? He really wanted to retort that it was clearly the general himself who ordered him to guard the young master closely, but in the end he blamed himself. Magic City Street. The Rolls-Royce Phantom turned left and right and eventually came to an ordinary residential neighborhood. The guard watching the door was startled and rushed to open the garage door. A Rolls-Royce. He used to drive it in his dreams. By the time he had just calmed down, 2 more Rolls-Royce Cullinans pulled up. His ass missed his seat and he fell straight to the ground. With no time to think about himself, he immediately opened the garage door and let the car inside. When the car went in, he realized that he seemed to have fallen on his back. It's really evil. Where is this kind of luxury car in this neighborhood on weekdays? In the small area, Wang Wenya looked at the crooked words on the note and was somewhat speechless. He asked, pointing to the numbers on the slip of paper, "Brother, is that a 4 or a 9? Xiaoko replied affirmatively with 4. Only Du Zimo's writing was so ugly that it looked like 9. The bodyguards behind them neatly followed the 2. The group followed the address to a resident's doorstep. Thud. Wang Wenyan knocked on the door of the room, and it was Du Zimo's mom who opened the door. She looked confused and inquired tentatively, "Who are you looking for?" Ko stepped forward and spoke. "Pretty auntie, I'm Du Zimo's friend. My name is Wang Xiaoku. I'm here to play with him." Hearing that they were here to see her son, Mother Du warmly welcomed the crowd inside. She had met Ko before when she dropped her son off at the beginning of the school year, and she loved the cute little boy too. Well-behaved and understanding, with a sweet, delightful little mouth. "And my son said yesterday that his classmates are picking him up tomorrow to play at the banquet." She had thought it was a joke. As the guests entered, she slowly became dumbfounded. One by one, the bodyguards entered, and in just a few dozen seconds, a dozen people were standing in the living room. The bodyguards were all dressed in suits and imposing. Du father heard the commotion and came out of the bedroom in a set of pajamas. He shivered just as he reached the living room. A dozen heavily armed bodyguards looked at him in unison. And the point was that the aura was too intimidating. He weakly inquired of his wife, "Wifey, you haven't borrowed from a loan shark lately, have you? And this is to collect a debt?" Noticing the discomfort of the 2 men, Wang Wenya instructed his bodyguards to go downstairs and wait. At once the large group of bodyguards went out one after another, and the whole living room was empty again. The 2 exchanged a few words and Du's father was all smiles, so it was his son's friend. "It looks like my son has been lucky and made some pretty unusual friends." He went back to his room and called his son, who was watching TV, over and ran to prepare the fruit plate and tea himself. When Du Zimo heard that Xiaoko was here, he immediately turned off the pig out that was playing and hurriedly jogged to the living room. Just after meeting, Du Zimo shouted happily, "Ku, you really came to pick me up?" Wang Wenya glanced at his brother strangely. It's only been so long and Xiaoko has accepted a little brother? Sitting on the sofa, Wang Wenya elegantly sipped his tea. Instead, it was the dukes who always felt uncomfortable sitting next to her. It couldn't be helped that Wang Wenya was not only delicate and beautiful, but also had a strong aura that made the 2 of them not dare to do as they wished. Du Zimo and Xiaoko were chatting so much that their mouths couldn't stop discussing what good cartoons there were recently. He also specifically recommended to Xiaoko a pig out which is quite popular these days. Inside, the piggies protect the forest and fight the bad guy Bald Lu. This drew quite a bit of curiosity from Ko, and he secretly wrote down the name, so that when he got home he would ask his sister to find it and show it to him. Before I knew it, it was lunchtime. Wang Wenya was the first to speak. "Let's go out to eat together. Both kids should be hungry." The dukes nodded in agreement. The group left the house and went to the neighborhood garage. At this point, Du's father, who was quite knowledgeable about cars, exclaimed in shock, "Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Cullinan." Noticing his outburst, he laughed awkwardly and dryly. He loves fancy cars, so he didn't hold them for a while. Coco asked her sister suspiciously, "Is this car expensive?" Wang Wenya shook his head and touched his head and said, "It's also just under $10 million. Ko let out a soft "Oh." That really wasn't expensive either. He could have bought 2 of them with the balance in his V-mail. Du's father almost vomited blood. "What do you mean by just under $10 million? On his salary, he couldn't afford this luxury car even if he saved for 10 years. Sitting in the car, Wang Siki looked at her brother. "Cor, what do you want for lunch?" "McDonald's." "No way. It's better if I choose myself." Ko beamed. Wang Wenya helplessly fastened his seatbelt, and with a kick of the gas, the car drove straight out of the garage. Chapter 52 Immortal Court Square. Preparation. New Canaan Restaurant. Wang Wenya and his party ordered a private room. The dukes were a bit flattered. Just outside they had noticed that the restaurant was upscale. The price list hanging on the signboard clearly states the minimum consumption of the box, $88.88. The price is worth a few months of food expenses for your own family, so it would be a lie to say that it doesn't hurt. The waiter entered and respectfully handed the menu to Do's father. Do's father, who received the menu, looked at the menu and immediately the hand that was squeezing the menu was trembling. Steamed king lobster, $48.88. Signature Buddha jumping wall, $38.88. The Eight Immortals and the Haunting of Luohan, $36.66. Mackerel in soup, $28.88. He laughed dryly and handed the menu to Wang Siki, mouthing that he didn't know what to choose. Wang Siki picked up the menu and looked at it, then said to the waiter, "Bring me all the store's signature dishes." She then asked her brother what he would like to drink. Xiaoko didn't even think about it and directly grabbed the answer. Kwaku. Wang Siki's eyes were closed. She couldn't understand why her brother liked Wallace and Coke so much. The waiter took the menu and bowed respectfully and left. The meal was served on a plate, looking lavish and colorful. Do mother secretly snapped a photo and sent it to her group of girlfriends? The corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Ko saw that there was still a prawn on the table, and was somewhat reluctant to waste it. He lifted his shirt and patted his round little belly. Small belly, call small belly, can you still eat prawns? This behavior caused the Deuce to laugh, and the two of them looked at Xiaoko with loving eyes. I have to say, Ko is really quite likable. Du Zemo poked his stomach in surprise. No cor, can you still talk to your stomach? Xiaoko nodded confidently and told Du Zemo. His own little belly said he couldn't eat. Wang Wenya guffawed and purposely asked the waiter to pack the lobster. Otherwise his brother might miss it for a day. Walk out of the box and over to the cash register. Du's father was quite embarrassed. He was tempted to go and grab the money. After all, the others were the guests. He was petrified on the spot when the cashier blithely stated the consumption of $37,000. How much? Wang Siki was just about to pay when Xiaoko tugged on his sleeve from the side. Sister, Zemo is my friend. I have money. I pay blah. She nodded softly. Her brother was getting the hang of it. Xiaoko pulled out the Fruit 14 Pro, opened the V-letter balance. A large series of numbers flashing the Du family couple dizziness. Mother Du swallowed and told her husband. KO's balance seems to. There's $20 million. How much? In just 20 seconds. It directly shocked him twice. For some reason, his heart suddenly hurt and he was dizzy. The payment was made and the group rejoined the car. Looking at the time, Wang Wenya raised his eyebrows and smiled. It was almost time to go to the event site to arrange the follow-up. The sound of engines rang out as 3 Rolls-Royces headed straight for the Immortal Court Plaza. Sentinel Hotel Suite. Wang Xinru excitedly picked out her clothes, and the clothes she tried on were already scattered in a pile on the bed. On the couch, a girl dressed in a long plain green dress sat on it. Her eyes were bright and clear, brilliant as stars, and her silver hair fell down her back like a waterfall. She looked at Wang Xinru with a smile on her face. Her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, and even if she didn't move a muscle, she could still make people feel her dignified elegance, especially that pair of jade hands, white and slender, as if they were a stunning work of art. Wang Xinru threw down the white dress in her hands in distress and said to the girl behind her, "Eighth sister, don't look at me, just help me pick out some clothes." The girl sitting on the end of the couch had a very gentle tone. "Sister Xinru, you look good in anything nah, there's no need to strive for better." Wang Xinru dropped another set of peach-colored princess dresses, frowning and spitting. "It's too hard to choose, but we're going to meet with my brother in a little while. Joy, aren't you going to change your clothes?" The girl on the couch is none other than the national pianist Wang Lele. She is also KO's older sister, the 8th in the family and the youngest of the 8 sisters. "I'm fine with this set, but it's you, sister, who obviously looks good in anything. How come you're not satisfied with any of it?" Indeed, Wang Xinru's looks were definitely at the top of the pyramid in the entertainment industry. The clothes she just tried on were also all new to the brand for the season, and none of them were on sale yet. But for some reason, none of the costumes had the effect she wanted. Knock knock. The door to the suite was knocked on, and Wang Xinru's assistant's voice came from outside the door. "Miss, your clothes have arrived." Wang Xinru was overjoyed and hurriedly opened the door of the room to receive the box in the hands of her assistant. Wang Lele inquired curiously, "Sister Xinru, where did you get these clothes?" Wang Xinru smiled sweetly and mysteriously told her, "This is the costume that third sister personally designed for me. It's said to be one of his most satisfying designs, and it's definitely going to blow people's minds." Upon hearing this, Wang Lele was relieved. The third sister is one of the world's top fashion designers, single-handedly founded the FD Tide brand, and is even known as a trendsetter. A dress designed by her personally can't be bad. Wang Xinru opened the box. Inside lay a small and large exquisite gift box. The gift box had 2 names written on it in a dragon's hand. Wang Xinru, Wang Xiaoku. Wang Xinru laughed with a fluttering smile. not realizing that third sister had even prepared her brother's costume. Wang Lele turned her head to look out the window. Soon, the Magic City Fest will begin. On the other hand, Xiao Ku and his group arrived at the Immortal Court Plaza by car. Sentinel Square was, until then, just a large open space where many ants came to square dance every day. There were also a lot of vendors with stalls, teenagers on roller skates. A month ago the government suddenly announced that it would temporarily occupy and build a site. The Fairy Court Plaza is now a new place. A giant stage was erected in the center of the open space, which came with a giant screen as well as sound and other amenities. Various types of ambient lighting are also neatly installed throughout the plaza to ensure that there are no dead ends. Behind the stage, there is a sizable office building, while the top floor is equipped with transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, just enough to get an overview of the entire plaza and stage. To make sure more people could see the stage, so the construction team purposely built circular bleachers around the plaza, cascading upwards. Even though it was still daylight, thousands of people were already sparsely seated in the stands waiting. Crowds came early to take up the best viewing spots in order to witness the grand fireworks show. The Rolls-Royce pulled up at the guard rail, and immediately a guard approached to alert them. "Hello ma'am, please understand that parking is prohibited in the event area." Wang Wenyan nodded his head silently, and his party got off the car obediently. Looking at the wide and majestic plaza stage, Xiao Ku and Du Zimo were bouncing with excitement. If his sister hadn't been here, Ko would have had to spread out in the square and run around like crazy for a while. Wang Siki handed the car keys to the bodyguard and led her brother slowly into the square, with the three members of the Du family following closely behind. Ko was looking around the square, smiling and lively as he walked and jumped. When I came to the office building behind the stage, there were actually hundreds of people gathered around the door. At a glance, Ko saw the family standing in the doorway, and Blackie on a leash. He ran over to be picked up by Wang Yuehao and leaned on his shoulder. The seventh sister and her mother smiled gently, their eyes full of favor. Wang Wenya approached the crowd and softly inquired, "Can we go in now? I'm still waiting to get dressed up." Wang Yuehao nodded his head, while looking at the three members of the Du family on the side with some doubts. The heart of Du's father, who was stared at by Wang Yuehao, trembled. He could sense that the man in front of him was unfathomable, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. What kind of family is this? After Wang Wenya's explanation, the Wang family members greeted them amiably. Duzimo hid behind his dad and looked at Blackie with fear. "Ku, is this your dog? Does it bite?" Duzimo said bitterly toward Xiao Ku. The large white dog in front of him was about his height and looked ferocious, especially that mouth, which would fit his head in a heartbeat. Ko waved his hand confidently. "Don't worry, my little Black is very good and obedient." The corners of the Duke's mouths twitched. Why did the nice white dog have to be called Xiao Hei? Blackie naming is a gift. Golden Crow +1. I was almost named White. Come on, let's go in first. The Du family's parents spoke with difficulty. "We don't have an invitation. My Zimo can just go in with you guys. Let's go sit in the bleachers." Wang Siki explained softly to the two men. "We have extra invitations, and you're the parents of KO's friends, so you're on your own." The Dukes thanked the crowd gratefully. A group of people approached the door and lined up to enter the office building. Up front, security scrutinized each invitation. "Sister, why are their invitations different from KO's?" Ko gazed curiously at the invitations in the hands of the people in line in front of him. The invitations they were holding were all silver and white, while the one they were holding was gold in color. Wang Wenya bent her eyes and said close to his ear, "That's because brother's invitations are awesome." Soon, Ko and his party arrived at the door. He stood first and nervously handed the golden invitation to security. The pupils of the security guard who received the invitation shrunk slightly, and he quickly picked up his walkie-talkie to report. "Reporting to the chief, the men have arrived." Chapter 53, cluelessly walking on stage. The security guard had just put down his walkie-talkie, and a large group of tall, statuesque waitresses quickly assembled at the door. A well-mannered middle-aged man walked quickly to the door and warmly welcomed the Wang family members. Ko entered the building in such a daze. The crowd outside the door, invitations in hand, murmured, wondering why security was welcoming them with such pomp and circumstance. A woman with a child sneered, "Egu, what kind of security are you guys doing? Aren't you afraid of biting someone if you put such a big dog in there?" "Blackie, who did I bite?" "Blackie is lying innocently." The middle-aged man always wore a Wensu smile and looked kind. "Don't worry about this lady. If anything goes wrong we are fully responsible to the end." Okay, cut the crap." The woman was about to speak, but was stopped by her husband who stepped aside. The middle-aged man squatted down and inquired towards Ko. "You're young Master Ko, aren't you?" Ko looked back to his family and nodded yes. The middle-aged man beckoned for two waiters and softly ordered a few words. The waitress walked towards Ko and spoke crisply. "Young master, come with us to the locker room first." Wang Siki also went up to tell her brother. "Every kid has to get a new outfit, but they're going to be on stage in a little while. Ko asked suspiciously. Didn't we come here to eat cake and watch fireworks? Why do we have to go on stage? Wang Wenya also came up to explain. Put on a nice dress and go around the stage to receive the mystery gift for the party. He thought back, as if the invitation had mentioned a mystery prize for the child drawn. Seeing both sisters say that, Ko was also curious about the mysterious prize. Eventually, Ko behaved himself and followed the two attendants into the elevator. Wang Siki and Wang Wenya looked at each other and smiled. The plan was successful. The next step was up to Shinru. Shenhui turned back to remind the three members of the Du family. On the top floor there is a dining and viewing area with a great view, so feel free to call on us if something comes up. After saying that, the four members of the Wang clan took Xiao Hei with them to leave in the elevator as well. The dukes breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling the pressure plummet. Then, the two took Du Zimo in the elevator straight to the top floor. Third floor, the waitress took Ko into a spacious room. There were a dozen people standing neatly inside the room, and when they saw the trio push open the door to the room, they immediately saluted respectfully. Hello young master. You. Hello. Seeing this scene, Ko was nervous and didn't know what to continue. The waitress nodded at the crowd, then closed the door to the room and left. Immediately a fashionable young girl in the crowd came up to Ko and warned him. Young master, let's put on our makeup first. Ha, I don't want it. Ko immediately shook his head no. He thinks makeup is for girls, but he's a boy. The young girl explained with difficulty that this was the young master's sister's request, and she did not dare to disobey. OKW. Ko was reluctantly brought to the dressing table, and at this moment he suddenly regretted coming here a little. The makeup artist stared at his face in heartfelt admiration. Young master's skin is too good. Even without makeup it's perfect, especially these big eyes. The nose. Too cute. Coco twisted her head pathetically to look at her. Then can I not wear makeup? It was a moment that made the makeup artist's heart turn over with adorableness. The closer one got to Xiao Ku, the more one felt that his appearance was cute and delicate, like a little fairy child. No, let's just go light on the makeup. After some tossing and turning, Ko was sleepy and drowsy under the skillful hands of the makeup artist. Young master? Ko blinked sleepily and looked toward herself in the mirror. It's like, it hasn't changed much. The makeup artist only wanted to say that the young master's face is absolutely perfect, and makeup only serves to embellish it. Is it over, sis? Can I go eat cake now? The makeup artist stared at first, then told him with a smile. It's not over yet, young master. There's hairstyling, changing clothes, and choosing jewelry to come. Hearing that there were so many other programs, Ku was in tears, and he really regretted coming here. The makeup artist gave a look and immediately two men walked out the door. A short while later, two men entered the room pushing a cart full of various cakes. Don't worry, young master. There are plenty of cakes here, enough to fill you up. Looking at the cart of delicate cupcakes, tears of happiness, drool, flowed from the corners of Ko's mouth. With the cupcake with him, he could still hold on. On the top floor, Du Zimmer had long since indulged in a blissful heap of desserts, quickly stuffing creamy cakes into his mouth. He thought of Ko silently in his mind. Ku, come on, it's just too delicious for me to eat alone. Mr. and Mrs. Du lost their voices and laughed. Zimmer, eat slowly, there's still more. Time passes in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye it comes to evening, and the magic city is slowly swallowed up by the darkness of the night. By this time the stage had already put on the warm-up song. Dynamic beats with brilliant ambient lighting make for an exciting experience. In the stands, a dark crowd sat close together, excitedly waiting. Today's birthday party was too special and too grand, and there were a lot of unknowns. It was the unknown that made the party all the more interesting. Police and military personnel temporarily disguised as security personnel were as busy as bees. The row closest to the stage has long been occupied by major media outlets well in advance. They all smell the heavy hitters, and getting the pop is getting the big bucks. Du Zimo's father looked outward and only felt his scalp tingle. In his mind, he said that there must be more than 100,000 people. The crowd at the bottom surrounded the stage, and I'm afraid that if you fell in, it would be hard to squeeze out again. Gorgeous ambient lighting swept gently through the crowd, mapping out smiling faces. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Over the square, several helicopters flew simultaneously in all directions, each with banners. The attention of the sea of people was all drawn to it. Is this the opening ceremony of a rich man's birthday banquet? Wow, honey, those two are powder airplanes. Che, what's so surprising? I've got two airplanes as well as peace warmer. Look at the words. 6 years old, as fresh as a flower. Laughter adds years. So, it's a 6-year-old's birthday party? Hiss. The stage was crowded with people taking out their cell phones to take pictures and record the event. Suddenly, all the lights went out, and the entire square became pitch black. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Qinglan. A deep male voice rang out on the stereo. Extremely magnetic. A beam of light suddenly hits the center of the stage and the ambient lights turn on. As the opener today, I'd like to celebrate my friend's brother's birthday and wish the children who have birthdays today. Lu Ching Lan, Lu Ching Lan. Wow, hubby, my husband is here. The stage instantly erupted in shock as countless girls shouted out his name. He is a popular male entertainer in the entertainment industry and has more than 20 million fans. Lu Qinglan's figure was zoomed into the big screen, his handsome face perfectly displayed on the screen. Next, I'll deliver my song. Soft music from the stereo, with his unique low magnetic voice instantly made countless girls crazy screaming. Behind the stage, Ko stood dumbfounded behind the group of children, somewhat at a loss for words. The children standing next to them were all in uniform, with black robes on top and plain white pants underneath. He was the only one who looked out of place. He was well groomed and then he was sent here to do what next? Ko, what are you putting me in here for? Why don't you remind the duck? On the stage, Lu Qinglan finished her song, and the stage instantly resounded with warm applause. The cheers echoed in the square for a long time, enough to see the enthusiasm of the crowd. He smiled faintly. 1,000 lucky children have been randomly selected for this event, so let's have the children on stage. Crunch! Ko saw from afar that the door leading to the stage was open and all the children walked up to the stage in an orderly manner. He froze for a moment and tiptoed along with the group. On stage, several spotlights swept back and forth over the children. Ko walked on stage in last place. Wow! Coming to the stage, he looked down in surprise. The entire stage was surrounded by countless people in a black mass. He had never seen so many people or been watched by so many people. A slight feeling of dizziness and leg weakness struck him, and the slightest movement of his spiritual energy immediately dissolved the discomfort. Watching the other children circling the stage, he followed the formation with a tiger's head. Ha! The crowd noticed a little boy in the group, who was out of place among the other children. While everyone else was in black and white, he wore a green and white costume. From a long distance away, the crowd couldn't see his face, but the figure gave off a sense of aura. Lu Qinglan saw the right moment and shouted into the microphone. Stop! Chapter 54, Wang Xinru, Wang Lele. All the kids immediately stopped in their tracks, and Ko almost didn't react to bumping into the person in front of him. The crowd in the stands giggled at its cuteness. The screen image returns to Lu Qinglan. He explained to the crowd, "These children are the lucky children we have drawn, and we have specially rewarded each of them with $100,000, as well as beautiful gifts." The audience on stage exploded into gasps of surprise. That's a lot of money for the man behind the curtain, isn't it? It adds up to 100 million. Some were filled with envy, but unfortunately the children on stage were not themselves. Why wasn't I born 10 years later? That's 100,000 nah. It's not your turn to be born 20 years late. Can you guarantee you'll be born on October 9th? Laugh it up. Rao won't let my mom have an early C-section? Coax the hall to great filial piety now. Family, this is the filial son. There was a lot of talk in the sea of people. Lu Qinglan looked at the stage and picked up the microphone to speak quickly. Southeast, northwest, and west. In a flash, thousands of children scattered in all directions and quickly rushed back to the back of the stage. The formation was well organized and every kid ran fast, like they had trained, while Ko was flabbergasted. He was the only one left of the 1,000 children walking on stage. The audience froze and stared at the stage as well. What the hell is this? Returning to his senses and feeling the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he lifted his robe and tiptoed to the back of the stage. Ko was running like a goose. Only the robes were too long, as he was about to run to the back door of the stage. With a creak, the door closed. Ko looked accusingly at the closed door. He had just wanted to use his spiritual energy to fly in, but he was afraid of being exposed in front of so many people. What now? Where are the sisters? In the stands, the crowd looked at the little boy with interest, while others were covering their mouths and snickering. Lu Qinglan said as she took the microphone. What's the matter, cutie? Fallen off the wagon? Ko turned and nodded. He scanned around, trying to find his sister in the crowd. Boo! Several spotlights all hit the tiny figure on the stage, while the big screen projected him. Wow! Seeing the boy on the big screen, everyone was viciously awed. A long white shirt hung down softly, while a strip of greenish-white robe was draped over his back, and black boots with gold filigree decorations were on his feet. The boy's hair was coiled into a ball and secured with a blood-red jade pin. Looking closely at his robes, a black belt was tied around his waist, embellished with star points made of pure gold. The boy's face is shown magnified on a large screen, a pair of large turquoise blue eyes, in which seemed to flow endless stars, and white and soft skin that seemed to be blowable. A small, cherry-like mouth hung under a high, small nose, and the ears on either side were like cotton balls. With all the decorations and his spiritual temperament, he seems to be a fairy boy from the 9 heavens. Thump thump thump. The square of more than 100,000 people was temporarily plunged into silence, and people could only hear the beating of their own hearts. Ko's eyebrows arched in a frown, wondering why so many people were staring at him. Under the stage, as one person exclaimed, the entire square also boiled over with loud conversations. Whoa, little fairy boy, whose fairy boy is this? I want the same baby. My sister's heart was struck. Honey, why don't we find a way to abduct him later? I want to keep. Isn't he the kid who did the magic trick last time? I think I've seen him a couple times in the hot search. No more. I declare him my precious goosey from now on. And I'm his mommy fan. Then I'm his daddy fan. Ha, why is that a little weird? On the stage, Lu Qinglan signaled everyone to be quiet, while asking the staff to bring a pair of earphones to put on Xiaoke's ears. After that, Lu Qinglan spoke gently. Who are you, little brother? Ko picked at his little hands and milked them for everyone. My name is Wang Xiaoku. I just turned 6 today, Lu Qinglan said with a smile, facing the stands. Wang Xiaoku, do you think he's cute? The sea of people in the stands quickly chanted cuteness, and it was even louder than it had been a moment before. It had to be said that Lu Qinglan's ability to control the scene was still quite strong, and only then did Wang Xinru feel relieved to let him take the lead. Lu Qinglan smiled back at Xiaoku. Looks like everyone loves Ko. Are you turning 6 today? Ko nodded, his head wondering how he was going to get out of this to get to his family. Lu Qinglan saw that the time was almost right, so he walked over and took the initiative to hold Xiaoke's chubby little hand. Then why don't you stay on the stage with your brother for now, and I'll let someone else wish you a happy birthday, okay? Xiaoke looked up at Lu Qinglan and nodded his head yes. He couldn't just fly down anyway, so he just stood on the stage as a mascot. Lu Qinglan said mysteriously towards the crowd. Actually, I'm not the only one who came to congratulate you today, so guess who? The sea of people is boiling again. Are those hot searches real? Are there other big celebrities out there? A dynamic melody plays and the back door of the stage opens again. A rather delicate girl walked onto the stage as the smoke rose. Hello everyone, I'm Angela Wang. The sweet voice rang out, drawing another gasp from the sea of people. Weibo 27 million followers. One of the 4 little flower girls, Huang Inger. Inger is really here. Quick, 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 lighted signs up. At the same time, the media immediately began taking pictures and writing articles to send back to headquarters. Crunch, the stage door opens again. This time 3 tall, delicate-faced girls came out in a row. Hello everyone, I'm Dushu Chi. Hello everyone, I'm Natsu Chigo. Hello everyone, I'm Ananuki. As soon as the 3 women came on stage, they took the initiative to stand beside Huang Inger and greeted the crowd. In the sea of people, the cries became stronger and stronger. Cell phones turned on the flash and kept waving, and some even held up a light sign. Whoa whoa whoa, holy, the 4 little flower girls are all gathered on stage. My god. Who on earth could hire so many big stars to stand on stage? Hundreds of media were busy sweating by the stage. All get faster. Give me a good shot. Scripts and hotspots catch up on editing. We have to race against the clock now. Get the earliest hot search, and we'll be the first to explode. Dozens of media executives anxiously rushed their teams. The crowd was so anxious and sweaty that at this point they were like donkeys on a production team. Lu Qinglan's voice once again came from the stereo. Don't worry everyone. There are still a few friends who haven't met you yet. Boo! The stage erupted in brilliant sparks and the stage door was opened once again. 2 male figures gradually emerged into view. Hello everyone, I'm your good friend Ji Luoxuan. Hello everyone, I'm Woofy. The surprised spectators sitting at the end of the stands grew numb. These celebrity big shots are usually hard to see, and today they seem to have fallen out of the star's nest. Ji Luoxuan, Wang Yang. The media was also surprised by the fact that not only do these 2 have huge fan bases, but they are hard to get hired. In private, it is rare to hear about them. The 2 are all real screen god. Come on, give me a close-up. If the camera doesn't smoke, you're dead on. 7 stars, all in one place. Ko was a little out of it, always feeling something strange. Boom boom, 2 fireworks flew into the air from either side of the stage and bloomed into colorful shooting stars. The entire stage shuddered steeply for a moment, and then a light female voice came from the sound. Ko scanned the 7 and realized that no one had opened their mouths to sing. Squeak! In the center of the stage, a large circular hole slowly opened in the empty space. Under everyone's gaze, a circular platform slowly rose, and a thick fog enveloped it. Ko stared at the circular platform suspiciously. 2 figures with their backs to him loomed in the smoke. Steeply, the soft piano sound spread out in the square. Gentle notes brushed through the sea of people, and ethereal songs hummed along. All of a sudden, everyone was immersed in this beautiful music. Closing their eyes, it was as if the crowd could see a woman of great beauty dancing under the snow. A cold moon in the sky reflected on her shapely figure, but the moonlight could only spill onto the thin veil in front of her. Wang Leilei's hand struck one of the keys, and the piano tone gradually became lighter. In the stands, the crowd with closed eyes raised the corners of their mouths in time with the tone. The shapely woman in his mind's eye came under a dead tree, took a small shallow sip of spirits, and drew a soft sword from her waist. Under the moonlight, the woman elegantly danced her long sword, and the change of various moves was wonderful. The piano stops and the song falls. The sea of people erupted into a mountain of cheers and applause. As the smoke cleared, two beautiful figures slowly emerged, and their appearance was revealed in the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Xinru. Hello everyone, I'm Lei Wang. Ko cocked her head. These two names she had heard from her seventh sister. It seems to be the names of his other two sisters? Chapter 55, Is This Party For Me? Wang Xinru, the queen of Chinese film and television, and her fan base is even as high as 60 million. Our Lei is a world national treasure pianist. I didn't expect her to come to Magic City. Wang Xinru is really here. My wife, love Tiger Oil. Xinru baby, please accept my kiss. Manhwa. Wang Lei, I'm your fan. I got into vocational college from high school by listening to your songs. Get lost. Don't discredit our piano goddess. Lei is the best. The sea of people cheered wildly, and some were even so excited that they became dizzy and were directly carried on a stretcher and sent out of the square. Wang Xinru wore a white dress while Wang Lei was dressed in a green hanbok. Both of them are sweet and clean in appearance, but they are very different in temperament. Wang Xinru is sweet and dusty, and in this white dress, she looks like a descending fairy. Plus, her skin was already white and tender, giving her an even more offbeat air. Wang Lei was elegant and dignified at all times, looking gentle and serene. It gives the impression of a small family. Wang Lei stood up and walked over to Wang Xinru. The cheers of the crowd had no tendency to abate, and more people were being urgently carried out of the square. Wang Xinru looked at Xiaoku, who was not far away and couldn't stop smiling. On this grand occasion, one is finally going to recognize one's brother. Lu Qinglan had already opened his mouth several times to the crowd. Don't get excited. Quiet down first. Nah, nobody listens. The crowd was only focused on the queen of film and television and the national treasure pianist. It made him quite embarrassed, but his own curiosity was really too much inferior to the two. After a while, Wang Xinru waved and bowed in all directions. She then took a deep breath and lightly opened her red lips and said, "My friends, thank you for coming to our Wang family's birthday banquet event." Wang Lei also politely thanked the crowd. These words made the crowd confused. Why did they say it was the Wang family's birthday party event? As if to confirm everyone's suspicions, Wang Xinru said with a smile on her face, "Today is my brother's 6th birthday." At those words, the whole audience was in an uproar. When did Xinru's wife get a brother? You fake fan. 2 months ago my family's Xinru's wife announced that she was giving up the shooting of her new Hollywood movie for my brother-in-law. You hoo-hoo. When did you become your brother-in-law? Standing in the corner, Ko was a bit puzzled. Were these two his sister? Wang Xinru scanned the sea of people, then looked toward Xiaoku in the corner. Looking at each other, Ko was surprised to find that this sister's eyes seemed very gentle. Brother. Wang Xinru and Wang Lei simultaneously looked at Xiaoku in the corner. Ha! Ko touched his forehead and milked it. You are my sister? Wang Xinru slowly spoke. Of course Ku, Lei and I are your sisters. Ah, come to your sister. Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. What? Wang Xinru and Wang Lei are close sisters. Why haven't I ever heard of them? What? That little boy is the brother of two? What? The little boy doesn't know they're his sisters? What? He's my brother-in-law? For a while, everyone's brain was on overload. Audience A, the scalp is a little itchy, like it's going to grow a brain. Audience B, abba. The media beside the stage were frantically tapping words and taking pictures. Their hands were getting tired and scrapping, and they were writing hot search after hot search. Learning that the two were his sisters, Ko happily ran to the two. Looking at her cute and adorable younger brother, the two women tenderly took his small hands left and right. At this moment, Wang Xinru felt that it would be good for time to just stand still, holding her brother's small hand. The warmth of her touch was a constant reminder that this was not a dream. Lu Qinglan finally had a chance to interject as he cleared his throat and said, "People might be a little confused as to why little brother doesn't know sister Xinru. Next, I will answer for you." After that, the image on the big screen on the stage suddenly disappeared, and after flashing a bit more the video was played. Our younger brother, Wang Xiaoku, was accidentally lost 5 years ago. Wang Wenya's voice came out from the video, with a somewhat soft tone. The brother was taken in by a kind grandfather who chose to raise the baby despite the fact that that grandfather's life was already hard. Before I knew it, my brother was 4 years old and that grandfather had cancer, liver cancer. In life, my brother and my grandfather depend on each other. And every time there is something delicious and fun, my grandfather will give it to Ko first. Grandpa is old and relies on collecting junk to support the two of them. He works hard every day just to make his brother's life better and grow up. Bad luck picks on bitter people. When my brother was 4.5 years old, that grandfather died of terminal cancer, leaving behind only my younger brother. When grandpa left, His brother was supposed to be sent to an orphanage, but he'd heard his grandfather say before he died that Ko had a family. He just hadn't found him yet. Unnoticed by the police, he stole away to live a life of vagrancy and begging on the streets, wandering while expecting to find family. The place where my brother lived was also shifted to under a dilapidated bridge hole. The quilt spread on the floor was his bed, and the coverlet was a green coat that no one else wanted. Chronic malnutrition caused his brother to be thin and weak at the time. During this year of wandering, my brother suffered a lot of cynicism and aggravation. If a woman hadn't bullied Ko and just happened to sell his brother's personal jade pendant upside down, we wouldn't have found him so quickly. When the family found his brother, he was still too self-conscious to get into the car and waste food. The big screen kept scrolling and a dozen photos cycled through. Among them are a tattered quilt under a bridge hole, Ko's precious box of money, and a photo of him begging on the street. Wang Xinru, who told the story, choked up a few times and held back tears to finish the story. The video was played and the crowd in the stands had already been sobbing. Men and women, young and old, all looked painfully at the boy on the stage. At an age when he should have been happy and carefree, he had to live in the dimly lit sewers of Mordor. Emotional men and women were in tears and their hearts felt like they had been pierced by sharp blades. Wang Xinru couldn't hold back her tears every time she saw the video. 2 streams were now hanging from her delicate face. Seeing his sister in tears, Ko was a bit at a loss for words, raising and lowering his small hands, lowering them and then raising them again. He tugged on his sister's sleeve. Wang Xinru leaned down and inquired in a slightly trembling tone, "What's wrong, brother?" Ko reached out his sleeve and wiped the tears from his sister's face. "Sister, don't be sad. Xiaoku is happy now, and sister loves Xiaoku. I'm happy ah." When he said that, he gave a warm and cute smile that was very healing. As the duo had their headsets hooked up, the conversation once again spread through the stereo in the plaza. "It's so taut. Family, heartburn, the bullies, oh no, the bullies of Ko are simply. From now on, I'm going to protect Ko, and I'm going to be Ko's mom fan. Little Ku is our baby. We'll guard him from now on." Wang Xinru snorted and rubbed her brother's head. Standing up, she wiped away her tears and shouted to the crowd on the stage, "Xiao Ku, it's my Wang Xinru's brother. He is the treasure of our Wang family. We will definitely do our best to guard him." It's a profound statement, like a self-assurance and a warning. Wang Lele said intimately to her brother, "It's my brother's birthday today, so guess what my sister has prepared for you." "Ha, is this birthday party for me?" Ko's nerdy words made people go from crying to laughing. The crowd cried out in their hearts, "Who else could it be for if not for you, sweetie?" Upon seeing her sister's affirmative nod, Ko exclaimed in shock, "So this was a birthday party that belonged to him. Was this the legendary surprise?" Wang Xinru gathered her emotions and spoke faintly, "Come on up." At the back door of the stage, a couple of ceremonial ladies walked up to the stage with gift boxes and came in front of Ko. Wang Xinru let him open it himself. With excitement, Ko opened all the gift boxes in one breath. The big screen gives a close-up of the gift, again causing awe. The first box held a white gold necklace with a pigeon egg-sized blue diamond. The second box held an exquisite ring, made of white gold and set with many crushed diamonds that sparkled in the light. Inside the third box, a white gold bracelet similar to it was placed. The eyes of the crowd were glistening. "Damn, the putrid smell of money." Ko's eyes went wide. "This thing is so shiny nah. Buring. Wang Lele narrowed her eyes and coughed gently into the microphone. "Brother, come and see Sister Lele's gift. It's definitely better than your sister Shinru's." Ko looked back at her 8th sister expectantly. Ko's sad face wavy dash. Chapter 56, The 4 Daughters of the King's Family's Pouring Capital. Wang Lele softly spoke into the earpiece. "Put it on." Behind the stage, the crew heard the sound and quickly lit a firework. Whoosh! The fireworks went straight up into the sky and exploding sparks formed the likeness of a helicopter. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crowd looked to the sky in confusion, and then to the few people on the stage. Ko was looking forward to it, but after the meeting, it seemed like nothing happened. "Sister, is your gift to Ko fireworks?" Wang Lele hung a gentle smile as she shook her head. Then, she pointed to the sky with her scallion finger. Ko looked alone, and the people in the stands looked curiously into the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 2 black helicopters flew in from the distance. The helicopters were engraved with Wang Xiaoku's name, and they kept circling over the square. "Here are the 2 helicopters my sister sent you." Wow! This time, except for Wang Xinru and Wang Lele, the rest of them all opened their mouths wide. "Birthday, airplane delivery? That's a pretty ho-hum gift." The crowd in the stands no longer wanted to open their mouths. The word envy had been uttered long ago. Coco cheered excitedly, making the 2 women giggle. "Sister, is this a little airplane for me?" "Yeah, they'll be your personal helicopters from now on. I'll have them sent to the Wang family tarmac later." "So, well, can I name him?" Wang Lele smiled and nodded. telling him to make himself at home. He grinned and pointed to one of the helicopters. This one will be called Coco 1. Let's call that one Coco 2. In an instant, Wang Lele was petrified on the spot. A picture suddenly came to her mind. On the tarmac, the helicopter pilot shouted, "Co 2 is ready to land." Wang Lele shook her head and discouraged Xiaoku. "Brother, the name. Start it later." In the stands, the crowd laughed. "Coco 2 ready for takeoff? Ha ha ha. Holy, that's a loud name. Don't do it next time." I admit that I, Goosey, really don't have a talent for names. Ko nodded yes to his 8th sister, the name he had already decided on anyway. "Brother!" Another clear female voice rang out. Smoke erupted from the back door of the stage, and 2 slender figures slowly emerged from it. The sea of people looked for the sound, and Ko looked back happily as he heard his 7th sister's voice. 2 women with delicate faces and outstanding temperaments walked into view. Wang Wenya's outfit was very energetic, plus Ben was very capitalized and looked extremely hot. In comparison, Wang Siki's outfit was very understated, just a black dress with various accessories as a dress-up. However, the ice-cold aura emanating from its body seemed as if it could reject people from 1,000 miles away. "Sister," Ko called out to the 2 with a grin. "Sister?" The crowd in the stands tingled all over. "This little guy has 4 sisters." The 4 sisters smiled at each other and surrounded Ko in the center. The crowd was talking. "Hiss, that woman seems to be Wang Siki, who was often on the list of Financial Weekly? Wang Xiaoku, Wang Siki, Wang." The crowd looked at each other as if they had discovered something extraordinary. "That beautiful woman is Wanya Wang, president of the International Education Center. I'll go." Wang Xinru has so many other sisters. Why was there no news before? Bolt Q. I haven't heard of Wang Lele having so many family members either. When did Iceberg President Wang Siki have a sister? In fact, before this, the Wang sisters were developing on their own and did not often return home for reunions. The most chatter is exchanged by sending messages to the group on cell phones. The outside world knows very little about the relationship between the sisters, the 4 daughters of the Wang family, who are all powerful and imposing. In comparison, that showbiz 4 little flower girls can only be reduced to a companion. In terms of status, face value, figure, and temperament, the 4 women were all descending blows to him. Wang Wenya opened his mouth in a mysterious manner. "Do you want a present from your sister, brother?" Ko nodded repeatedly, and Wang Wenya leaned down to poke her cheek. He stepped forward with a good-natured barf, teasing the 4 women. At the back of the stage, a trolley was brought on stage. The cart was covered by a red cloth and looked quite mysterious. After getting a sign from his sister, Ko slowly pulled off the red cloth. At once, a humanoid figurine appeared in view. The statue was carved according to Xiaoka's appearance, and its material was made of pure gold, making it look extremely luxurious. Ko touched at the statue with joy. His heart had been happy for a long time. Wang Siki sneered in a cold voice. "It's just a gold statue. I thought how golden your gift was." The crowd in the stands gritted their teeth and a nameless flame rose up in their hearts. "What do you mean? It's just a gold statue? It's not precious?" Wang Siki seemed to have prepared for this, and directly took out a contract from her pocket, as well as a bank card. "I don't have anything to give away. Just give my little brother 10% of my company's shares. This card has $1 billion in it, and the money from future divisions will be automatically credited to my brother's card. Sister has nothing else but money." Gulp. A gulping sound rang out in the square. "How much? $1 billion? 10% of Wang Group's shares. That's hundreds of millions of dollars a year share, isn't it? Hundreds of millions? Who are you looking down on?" "That's the Wang Group, the top company in Magic City. I'm not asking for anything, just to be KO's brother-in-law. All I can say is that toads want to eat swan farts." At this moment, Ko felt like a dream. So happy. Wang Xinru curved her eyes and softly spat out the words, "Fireworks, release." Dozens of crew members behind the stage have long been ready to load and fire immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Gorgeous fireworks illuminated the entire night sky, and the sparks that exploded were like stars falling. The entire Magic can see this grand fireworks show. A little star at this moment reduced to a supporting role. The crowd immediately stirred, picking up their cell phones to take pictures of the card. Wang Xinru conducted her command in an organized manner. A large staff handed out cakes, desserts, snacks, and drinks to the sea of people. The 7 supporting stars took turns performing to the delight of the crowd. Finally, under Lu Qinglan's drive, Xiaoka heard the loudest blessing. "Ko, happy birthday!" The cries of over 100,000 people resounded through the immortal court square. He was politely thanked, curtsied, and was well behaved. With that, the Wang family members greeted the sea of people before returning to the office building. The Duke stood on the top floor gazing at the stage, staring in disbelief. 4 sisters, one is a movie and TV queen, one is a national pianist, one is an iceberg president, and one is a you can just lie down in this life. The two men withdrew their gazes, unable to figure out how he could be friends with their son. On the fourth floor, Wang Yuehao smiled and stroked the dog's head. This action he maintained for half an hour. Blackie, can you stop smiling at me? It's creepy. Shenhui smiled as she looked out the window at the fireworks and couldn't help but take a picture with her cell phone. Honey, I can't zoom in on my fruit phone to take a picture. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuehao pulled out Huawei Mate 60 from his pocket and handed it to her. Shenhui took several shots in succession, and the fleeting splendor was framed in the photo. Crunch! The door to the room was opened and four beautiful figures walked into the room. Shenhui had just put away her cell phone when her two daughters ran to hug her. Ha ha, good girl finally came home to see mom? Wang Xinru playfully spat out her tongue. She turned her head and looked at Wang Yuehao, whom she had not seen for a long time, and her heart was a little sour. The last time I was reunited with my mom and dad was 2 years ago. Since the loss of their brother, the king's daughters have gone their separate ways, and their mother has followed their father to the north. Daddy! Wang Xinru slowly walked towards her father, but on the way, she felt like stepping on a blanket. Ow! A loud barking dog startled her out of her wits. Even Wang Lele followed with a shiver. Xiao He drew his tail from the bottom of Wang Xinru's shoe and showed his teeth at her. Ah, big dog. Wang Xinru jumped back to her sisters in 2 steps, looking at the big white dog in horror. It tried to bite me. Blackie, are you polite? Ko said as he tugged on her sleeve. Blackie doesn't bite, she's well behaved. Wang Siki, Wang Wenya and the two of them followed suit. After some explanation, she realized that the big white dog was brought home by her brother. Wang Xinru was somewhat speechless. Why is the big white dog called Blackie? It could be named Dubai. Whose talent for naming is this? All hungry. I'll have a room prepared and we'll eat first. Wang Xinru had thought of everything, and the family reunited at the dinner table after a long time. Ko ate with his mouth full of oil, his little mouth barred. The few remaining people talked to each other about their experiences during this time. The Magic City night sky is illuminated by fireworks, and the show will go on all night long. The media team by the stage had already put up a hot post on the vlog. Chapter 57, Tricking Sisters into Taking Pills. In the middle of the night, the whole Magic City was still flashing brightly, and countless young boys and girls were kissing under the romantic fireworks. Wang family manor. Xiaoke's family returned to the villa and the party activities were left to the underlings to look after. Returning to the familiar living room, Wang Xinru and Wang Lele slowly adapted to the feeling of home. Ko fiddled with the bank card 7 had given him with both hands, tapping it happily. The family sat in the living room, surveying today's birthday boy. Wang Siki guffawed and asked her brother for his cell phone to bind his bank card. He purposely transferred a portion of the money to the balance to make it easier for his brother to make payments. 7th sister, give me your brother's cell phone. Wang Xinru took the cell phone from Wang Siki's hand. Then it was a bit of pounding. 5th sister, what are you doing? Wang Lele inquired suspiciously. Wang Xinru took care of it and re-handed her cell phone to Xiaoku. Accepting the phone, Ko looked towards the screen to double-check what was different. Wang Xinru covered her mouth and laughed. I helped my brother open vlog access. Now Xiaoku is a little staro. Sure enough, he found himself with one more fan. Tap in and open it to view it. And it's clearly the 5th sister. Ko pouted and muttered with some grumbling. 5th sister lied. The star has many fans. I only have one. That sultry little look made a few people laugh. Wang Xinru pinched his cheeks and said softly, then can my sister show you a magic trick and can you give my sister a kiss too? After a few choices, Ko booped her on the cheek. At once, her heart warmed and her cheeks felt tingly. Wang Xinru took out her own cell phone, took a picture with her brother, and then started scratching the screen. At the same time, countless cell phones around the world simultaneously sounded. Ha! Xinru's wife updated her vlog. Happy 6th birthday, baby brother. And this is my brother-in-law? What a cute boy. Is he Shinru-san's brother? Quick, quick, quick. Fan backers, cover fire and get the post to the top. Get on the bayonet. Families forward. My goddess's brother is really like a fairy child. Wang Xinru noticed the number of likes skyrocketing, so she slowly put away her cell phone and opened her mouth to say, brother, look at your fan count again. Hearing his sister's reminder, Ko opened the vlog again. At this point the message is already 99 plus and the number of followers has broken into 4 figures and is still skyrocketing. Curious, he clicked on the message and a screen full of birthday wishes kept popping up. He was in a beautiful mood when he received blessings from others. Wang Yuehao coughed lightly and pulled out a pistol from his pocket. This startled the women. In the distance, Blackie sniffed out something unusual. Wang Yuehao smiled awkwardly. Dad really didn't know what to get, so I customized a toy gun. The women breathed a long sigh of relief when they heard it was a toy gun. Shenhui also asked the maid to take out a gift box containing backpack pants that she had designed and made herself. She had recently heard that kids are great for wearing backpacks. It was getting late and the family had gone to their rooms to get ready to rest. Back in his room, Ko lay on his bed and rolled around. Today was his first birthday since he was a little boy, and it was his happiest. He grinned nervously at the thought of gifts from his family. After slowing down, he pulled out a bottle of resident pill. I'll have to act on it myself tomorrow and get people to eat it. Retrieving the elixir, he plunged into cultivation with his legs crossed. The next day, Ko came downstairs early to wait for his family, the resident pill in his hand warmed by his warmth. Sisters came downstairs one after another to greet him. The women also realized that there was something odd about their brother today. Ko's smile was stiff as he sat at the table, as if he had been waiting for them for a long time. Brother got up quite early today. Are you waiting for sister? He swallowed and shook his head. Suddenly he realized something was wrong and quickly nodded again. The king's father and mother also came down from upstairs and joined their daughters at the table. Shenhui raised her eyebrows and touched her son's forehead. What's the matter, good son? Don't look too good. Are you not feeling well? He immediately shook his head. Then his eyes swept over his family. The series of strange behaviors of his brother made the Wang family look puzzled. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Xiaoke slowly pulled out 6 pills from his pocket. Ha! Seeing the black pill in her brother's hand, the women were uncertain. Brother, is this a mud ball? Looks pretty much like a pill to me. What's it for? Where did you get this? Don't eat anything you don't know. A few of the sisters chattered on about him, especially Wang Siki, trying to get her brother to throw the thing away. Ko pondered for a moment, then explained. Sister, this is an elixir that's good for the body. Eat it and you'll be able to become beautiful. The family looked at each other in disbelief, and Wang Wenya even covered her face and snickered. Brother, you've been tricked. Where in the world is a medicine that can make you pretty if you take it? Yes, yes, yes. If there was such a medicine, wouldn't it be sigh for everyone? Giggle, giggle. Just what can this little ball of clay do? Ko huffed and puffed, secretly saying that her sister didn't know what she was talking about. As his sister laughed, a sudden flash of light went through his head. Sister, this elixir was given to me by my master. His old man said that it can make people beautiful. The two of them, Wang Xinru and Wang Lele, were a bit puzzled. Did their younger brother still have a master? Wang Siki did have some impression. Before his brother went out for a month, it was said that he was taken away by the Taoist priest to accept the apprentice. Is it true? When the two Wang Xinru listened to Wang Siki's explanation, they felt that their brother's experience was so dreamy. Although it was given by his brother's master, the ingredients of the potion were unknown, and no one could guarantee what would happen if they ate it, or take it to be tested. Why don't we let Blackie try? Wang Lele opened her mouth tentatively, and the women nodded their heads. Blackie, is that a good thing? This scene could make Xiao Ko anxious, and he hurriedly took back the elixir in his hand. Sister must trust Ko. My master is a good man. Wang Siki was still about to open her mouth when she was sternly interrupted by her mom. All right, I believe my son. What's there to be afraid to eat? Can this little pill still be poisonous? At those words, the crowd nodded silently. Ko blinked and pulled out the resident pill again and distributed it to his family. Wang Siki picked up the elixir and observed it for a while, gently placing it on her nose and smelling it. Wang Wenya instead directly opened his mouth and swallowed it. Wow, it's still sweet, Wang Wenya said with a smile, her beautiful eyes looking around the crowd. In the end, all of them ate the resident pill, and their hearts were quite nervous. Chenhui hugged her son and doted on him. How did your master take you and how did he let you back? Where is he? Our Wang family will have to come to the door to thank him. Ko spilled the beans at that point on what he'd been thinking about saying for a long time. My master took me to cultivate and taught me the skills and then went on a cloud journey, so I was sent home by my master. He's just a bearded Taoist priest. After a vague storytelling, the Wang family was still in a state of confusion. Breakfast was brought to the table and Ko immediately gagged himself with food. After eating, he scrambled to grab his small book bag. Before the crowd could say anything, Ko was hyperventilating about going to school. Wang Xinru got up from the table, but was directly stopped by Chenhui. Wang Yuehao opened his mouth with a smile. Let me and your mom give Ko a ride today. It's not easy for you sisters to reunite, so you can talk more. With that, the opportunity to send my brother to school was stopped by my parents. Wang Xinru had a black face. With that, the four women watched the trio leave in their car. Back in the hall, Wang Xinru couldn't help but spit. I haven't sent my brother to school yet, and mom and dad are so inwardly curled. Wang Lele softly comforted sister Xinru. Steeply, Wang Wenya exclaimed in shock. Eighth sister, what kind of makeup have you been applying lately? Why is your face so white? Yikes, Siki, your face. Puzzled, the two women took out their mirrors and looked at them. Soon, the four sisters were surprised to find that it seemed as if their skin had become smoother and whiter. Not only that, but the whole aura of the person is more ethereal and divine. Wang Siki stroked her face in surprise. Could it be? It's from eating Xiaoke's pills? Mordor Annex Elementary School. An Audi S6 is parked on the side of the road. Xiaoke said goodbye to his parents with his backpack, and Chen Hui in the car smiled in response. He then trotted to the front of the school. Hey, so many parents? There was a full circle of people around the Mordor Annex today, all with cameras in hand and briefcases. The security at the gate has repelled them several times, but like hyenas, they just hang around, and just as soon as they've been chased away, they come around again. This is baffling to the security people. Ko rounded the crowd, and a sharp-eyed woman immediately called out, coming, come on. A large group of people looked toward Ko, and the scattered crowd quickly converged into a mass rushing toward him. The scene scared Ko so much that he took off running. The crowd rushed into the school after him, looking vast. The security guard had just taken a sip of hot tea and squirted out a mouthful of water straight away. He put down his glass of water and chortled at the crowd. Don't go in there. Come back. Stop. Chapter 58, Little Daddy K's Fan Exchange Group. A magical scene plays out at the school. An adorable little boy flies with his backpack. Behind him were dozens of people frantically chasing after him with camera backpacks. Further back were several security guards panting and chiding the crowd not to run. What's more, dozens of people couldn't catch up with that tiny figure no matter what. One of them couldn't help but spit. Is this little guy a rabbit? Running faster than me. Such a chase soon attracted a crowd of students. Ko approached his class and took a sharp turn to run to the playground. If he ran to the class, he would surely be surrounded and intercepted by the crowd. And he wasn't stupid. Just like that, the three waves ran 4 full laps around the playground under the dumbfounded 13 gaze off-tier classmates. Sitting on the bench, Zhang Hao's 4 men ate breakfast while watching the play. He took a sip of his coke and said silently in his mind, I didn't realize that the Elder Assembly would be chased by so many people. Is this a violation of heaven's rules? Security had long since been powerless to catch up, and could only stand in place with a bullhorn to call out and warn the crowd to stop. After a while, one by one, dozens of people fell to the ground in exhaustion, their sweat having long since dampened their clothes. It wasn't until the last man staggered to the ground in exhaustion that Ko slowed down. He muttered softly, still trying to run and catch me. You guys just can't catch me in an airplane. Ha! Under the stunned gaze of the onlookers, Ko bounced back to the class. The incident soon alarmed the entire school, and the vice principal rushed off to deal with the trouble. When the group was kicked out of the school through and through, the security staff at the entrance to the school quadrupled. First grade class, Ko finally returned to his familiar classroom. In the class, Duzimo was being surrounded by a group of people chatting, and could hear that he was talking about the banquet yesterday. Ko coughed lightly. His classmates suddenly turned their attention to him, and their eyes changed to both envy and admiration. Wang Xiaoku, do you have 4 pretty sisters? COR, was your birthday present 2 airplanes? Does Ko have a lot of celebrity sisters? Isn't your family rich na? Did you throw the birthday party? A series of questions were put before him, while Duzimo stared blankly at him from his seat. No need to think. It must have been Duzimo's slip of the tongue. Ko slapped his forehead helplessly. My family seems to be pretty rich. I have 4 sisters. I got 2 airplanes for my birthday. After answering all of his classmates' questions, he sat back in his seat and put down his book bag. All the children looked at him enviously, and little Tiger even clamored to be his little brother. Ding, 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 ding. The bell rang for class and Mr. Lu came to the podium with his books. Today's class was strange. Mr. Lu looked at Xiaoko from time to time, and that look contained tenderness and sympathy. Ko always felt strange today in his heart. Why are so many people arresting themselves first thing in the morning? And the teacher has gotten weird. All morning, the teachers of the subjects on the podium looked at him differently than usual. Jiang Nan's seat was still vacant, and it looked like she was no longer planning to come to class. The sun slowly hung directly overhead, and so, the morning study time eased by. Xiaoko pulled Duzimo and ran to the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Mordor Annex Elementary School is lavish and the food is plentiful. The two of them ate a huge bowl full of chicken thighs and rice and didn't spend a dime. Xiaoko smiled and stroked his round belly, contentedly walking out of the cafeteria with Duzimo. Just as he walked out the door, Ko suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy. His expression stuttered as he immediately released his divine sense to probe outward. On the roof of the teaching building, a white-robed old man stood with his arms folded, staring at the little boy from afar. At that moment, Xiaoko also spotted the old man and looked towards his position. The two of them stared at each other from a distance in the air, which caused the white-robed old man's face to change abruptly. Had this little doll found out about herself? Impossible. It's impossible to spot the old man from such a distance apart. It must be a coincidence. The white-robed old man withdrew his line of sight and walked straight towards the back of the tall building, jumping directly off the roof. At a height of 20 meters, The average person would have been splattered with blood from the fall, let alone an elderly person. But the white-robed old man's feet lightly pointing to the ground, back in the back of the hands are not action, so stable landing. Ko withdrew his gaze. That old grandpa was spying on him just now. What's more, that person exuded the aura fluctuations of a mid-stage chi refining stage, but his aura was disorganized and turbid. The purer the aura in the body of a cultivator of the same realm, the more strength he could exert and the more powerful his moves would be. So that old man was considered to be at the bottom level of the middle stage of chi refining, and it was difficult to make any further breakthroughs. Du Zimo inquired towards Xiaoku. "Cor, what are you thinking?" He looked back and smiled and said it was fine. The two ran off to the supermarket again to spend money on chorizo, ice cream, cola, a big bag full of them. As the payment was being made, the owner of the store, who had never spoken to the two, spoke up in surprise. Wang Xiaoku? Uncle knows me? Coco looked innocent, with big doubts in her big eyes. The store owner gave him a compliment and then said, "Who doesn't recognize you now? You've already dominated the hot searches." Ha! The owner of the store didn't take Ko's money and just graciously offered to treat him for free. The two staggered out the door, clutching their snacks, and sat down on the bench by the door to rest. Ko took out his cell phone and opened the vlog, his face looking serious and earnest. It just so happened that the director of instruction and a couple of teachers were walking this way in casual conversation. The head teacher noticed the young boy playing with his cell phone and his face immediately grimaced. He stepped forward with his hands behind his back and snatched up the phone, glaring solemnly at Ko. "What class are you in? Don't you know that cell phones are forbidden in school? Who's your homeroom teacher? Invite your parents here and I'll see how he educates you." Ko was a little confused by the heckling. In the distance, Jiang Nan was holding a lollipop in his mouth, keeping an eye on the young master's movements. He patted the two men beside him, a smirk appearing on his face. "Let's go." Something happened at the young master's place. The two men grunted coldly. After waiting so long, it's finally come to life. "Go!" The three of them quickly rushed towards the young master's side, as fast as cheetahs. The head instructor's mouth was still moving. Suddenly, his shoulders felt pressed by two men. The head instructor looked back, and this time it was his turn to be confused. The female teacher next to him jogged up to alert the director. "Director, that little kid is Wang Xiaoku." "What Wang Xiaoku? No one is allowed to carry." "Wang Xiaoku?" The director of instruction was thunderstruck. Wang Xiaoku is familiar with him. He was there the last time the school manager was taken away, but he was just a little far away and he didn't get a good look at him. Jiang Nan threw down the lollipop in his mouth and opened his mouth with a smile. "Director of instruction, right? Come with us." In the opinion of the director of instruction, Jiang Nan was hiding a knife in his smile and didn't have a good heart. He immediately switched to an amiable demeanor and turned back to hand the phone to Ko with both hands, muttering about how he said the wrong thing and that it's okay to bring a cell phone into school. In the end, he was taken away by Jiang Nan's trio with a bitter face, his heart filled with regret, and he could only blame himself for looking away. Du Zimo's mouth was slightly open. Ku was really powerful. Ko ignored this little tidbit as he scrutinized the Weibo hot list. Wang Xinru's brother, Wang Xiaoku, the protagonist of Magic City's birthday party. Wang Xiaoku, the misery of Wang Xiaoku. Wang Leilei's brother is actually him? The four sisters of the Wang family, all his sisters. How luxurious is the lineup introduced by the Magic City birthday banquet. Sky-high birthday presents. Pop. The long list of hits has had billions of views and tens of billions of plays. All 10 hotspots were about their birthday parties and themselves being publicized. He didn't realize that yesterday, the back-end of Vblog's system crashed a dozen times because of excessive traffic. Xiaoku clicked on his homepage, and the number of fans had exceeded 2 million, which was more than 2.5 million. Millions of fans overnight. That's an unbelievable statistic. It looks like the fan base is still growing, and KO's fan support group is being created. It's just that the name of the fan support group is a bit strange. It's called Cuckoo Eat Fatty. Not only that, but his various fans call themselves KO's mom fans, sister fans, brother fans and dad fans. His little face twitched. These uncles were exaggerating. Ko put away his cell phone and slowly calmed down. No wonder people are looking at themselves so strangely today, and there are so many people chasing after them. Then in that case, Mr. Lu might be his own mom's fan too? Wait, KO's mind tightened at the glimmer of something wrong. The store owner had just been so nice to himself. Did that mean, inside the store, the boss laughingly opened the vlog and smoothly entered the Xiaoku's father's fan exchange group and posted a photo of Xiaoku's back. Someone in the group immediately replied, "Heart like water at Ko is so cute. Groupies look fast. Black, where did you shoot Coco baby? The heart is like water, Mordor annexation." The owner put away his cell phone, hemmed and hawed, and went back to business. Chapter 59. No wearing backpacks for basketball. The two KOs returned to the class. holding snacks that drew the mouths of their classmates. Tiger and a few other students clustered around him, casting longing looks. The blazing gaze was too much for him to bear, so he generously took out a few packets of chili fries and gave them to a few people. Xiaowu happily accepted the spicy noodles, naively baring his large white teeth, except he was missing an incisor and looked rather funny. Thank you, Cole. Cole is so nice. From now on, you are our big brother, and I will go to heaven and hell for big brother. Ko hastily interrupted them. He didn't like the feeling of being patted on the back. Soon, the afternoon bell rang again. The door to the classroom was pushed open and a well-built, dark-skinned man pushed his way in. Which teacher is this? And why haven't I seen him before? Xiaoko questioned Du Zimo suspiciously. He's our gym teacher. There's a gym class every week, but it seems like you haven't had a gym class yet. Upon hearing that, he also knew the reason for it. On my own, I've only had a total of 6 days of classes in the past month or so. Most of the time is delayed, and just about all of it avoids gym class. The gym teacher stepped up to the stage and spoke in a loud and clear voice. Hello class, I'm your gym teacher, Kai Guangkuan. This class your teacher is going to take you to the basketball gym. All students line up. The class walked out the door and quickly formed 2 columns in front of the classroom, led by his gym teacher. Ko walks into a basketball gym he's never been to before. The basketball gym is spacious and well equipped with all kinds of facilities, especially the basketball court and rubber floor, which are extremely neat. The gym teacher told the students to stand still and began instructing them to be safe. What followed was a gushing speech. Students, in this class we will practice two-handed racket and talk to the teacher if you have any problems. Also, from now on, no skirts for the girls and no backpacks for the boys in gym class. With that, he made a point of pointing at Ko. Remember not to wear backpacks when you have gym class later. Can you play basketball in backpacking pants? Ko looked at his clothes in confusion. Today he had purposely worn the backpack pants his mom had made. There were big question marks in his little head. Why are you not allowed to wear them if they look good? The gym teacher spoke and went to the equipment room to bring up dozens of basketballs. Du Zimmer whispered in his ear, Ku, this basketball is bigger than your head. Ko lived directly speechless. Basketballs were handed out to the students, and both he and Du Zimo embraced one as well. Next, students learn from EO. The gym teacher picks up the basketball and proceeds to slap it around the floor with both hands. With his patience, the students soon scattered in all directions and went to practice shooting the ball. Seeing this scene, Kai Guangkuan nodded in relief and then sat down to rest. The job was easy for him. All he had to do was watch the kids play and keep an eye on their safety every day. Every day sitting in the gymnasium, a month's salary of $8,000, on 5 off too, but also get 5 insurance and 1 gold. This is how many people dream of work. Kai Guangkuan smilingly took out his cell phone and swiped the V-blog. On the other side, Ko and Du Zimo were in the corner shooting basketballs. He finally understood why the gym teacher hadn't allowed backpacks. Every time I take a few shots, the straps want to slide down. Ko ran his psychic energy and attached the straps tightly to his body. With a couple of casual practices, he became proficient at basketball play and now shoots the ball consistently with one hand. Kai Guangkuan, who was sitting and brushing his V-blog, frowned as he surveyed the information on the hot list. Ku, how do you know how to shoot the ball with one hand? Our teacher let practice shooting the ball with both hands. Ko stopped moving inside, feeling like shooting the ball wasn't fun at all. He then noticed the basket beside him. I remember my teacher talking about throwing the ball into the basket in basketball. So Ko picked up the basketball and made an aiming motion. He threw it lightly, and the basketball went straight into the net hollow. The students who were still shooting the ball next to him looked puzzled and focused on Ko. Du Zimo exclaimed in shock at the awesomeness and jogged over to pick up the ball and hand it back to Ku. Taking the ball, Ko took a few steps back to aim again and throw. The basketball traced a beautiful parabola and went airborne into the net. Wow! The onlookers applauded. Kai Guangkuan sat on the bench and swiped hot searches about Wang Xiaoku, completely not noticing the unusual behavior on the basketball court. The ball is picked up again and Ko enjoys the joy of pitching. He shot several times in a row, and the distance to the basket was slowly expanding. Hollow into the net. Wow! Another hollow into the net. Wow! Hollow! 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 The students looked at Wang Xiaoku in surprise, and the applause became louder and louder. When Ko ran out of balls, his classmates handed them to him. Outside the three-point line, Ko gently leapt and the basketball fell into the basket with precision. Kai Guangkuan looked at the picture of the little boy in deep thought, always feeling as if he had seen it somewhere. As he was thinking about it, a basketball bounced and flew at him. Boo! Headshots! Kai Guangkuan was hit by the basketball and looked up at the basketball court. The look nearly dropped his jaw to the floor. A small, milky boy was seen standing at half-court, picking up a basketball and aiming for the basket. He scrambled to his feet and tried to block, but the boy had already thrown the ball. As everyone watched, the basketball spun and made a parabola in midair. It was a beautiful arc. and everyone looked on in awe. Hollow, into the net. Kai Guangquan was dumbfounded. What kind of strength? What kind of luck is this? Ko gave a yay sign, then took the basketball from his classmate and jogged to the end of the court. A full 28 meters away, Ko confidently took aim with the ball. The gym teacher darted toward him, nervous as hell. If this little ancestor hits another student, you can't take the blame. But he couldn't run fast enough to keep up with Ko's pitching. The little boy's body crouched down, his body like a spring, jumped straight up a meter high, and the basketball was thrown out in the process. Don't! Kai Guangquan exclaimed out in shock and gestured towards Xiaoku, accompanied by the crowd's exclamation of surprise. The basketball drew a curve in the air, like a shooting star in the dark night. Du Zimo's mouth opened wide in excitement. Boo! The gym teacher was dead set on the basketball. The ball went in. The gym rang with cheers from the kids, and a few of the tigers were jumping around and laughing. The basketball bounced off the floor a couple times and came to rest. Kai Guangquan's brain went blank as he looked at the basketball and then at Xiaoku. How? It simply turned his perception upside down. What kind of monster is a first grader who throws in an airball on the full court side? Also, he was wearing backpacking pants. He tried to calm down and walked towards the boy, standing in front of him and frowning. Kids, the teacher didn't ask you to throw the ball. What if it hits another student? Ko rubbed his head in embarrassment and looked at the teacher with a small grin. Kai Guangquan was suddenly surprised by the boy's face, which was too cute and milky. No! Kai Guangquan took out his cell phone, and the screen was displaying Xiaoku's picture. He looked at the picture and then at the boy. Hiss! The looks were identical and the boy in front of me was a little cuter than in the photo. He tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. Little friend, is your name Wang Xiaoku? Ko nodded and replied in the affirmative. Kai Guangquan is out on his feet. He had just read that Wang Xiaoku had 4 million fans. He's seen living stars today, and they're his students. He crouched down excitedly and took Ko's hand. Ko, can you take a picture with your teacher? Not much, just one, though somewhat reluctant. He was his teacher after all, and Ko agreed after a moment's consideration. Click, click, click. A dozen or so shots were taken in a row before Kai Guangquan smiled and put down his cell phone. His whole face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum, and he ran to the bench to tinker with his cell phone after taking the picture. Ko was puzzled. Was the gym teacher also a fan of his? Kai Guangquan clicked on Wang Xiaoku's vlog homepage and directly applied to join the Xiaoku Dad Fan Exchange group. Once the application was approved, he checked off a dozen or so photos to send to the group directly. Knowing what's good for you. Where's baby Coco? Black, are you blind? Can't you see this is a basketball court? Black, at Cohen. Where is this basketball court? Quind Mordor Annex Elementary School. School basketball court. In just one day, Ko's fans surpassed 4 million. Unbeknownst to him at this time, his photo was frantically reposted in various fan groups. Chapter 60. He is Wang Xiaoku. Go after him. It's time for school to end at Magic City Annex Elementary School. Next to the school gate, a milky white boy with a small backpack was posted at the gate fence. He peeked his head out furtively to peer out, his eyes scanning back and forth over the crowd in the doorway. At this point in time, the entrance to the Mordor Annex Elementary School is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Not only did a lot of people with microphones and cameras on their backs make the rounds, but there were also men and women with fan signs blocking the doorway. The fan sign was clearly Wang Xiaoku's name and picture. Ko sighed helplessly, having to go through so much trouble at such a young age. He silently spat his 5 sisters out all over again. He should have known better than to become a star. At the door, Ko covered her face with her hands and walked out of the school with her head down, mingling with the crowd. Patrolling media reporters keep a close eye on every elementary school student who walks out the door. Does that kid look like Wang Xiaoku? Seems quite similar. A few reporters noticed Ko, who had gone out with his face covered, and were skeptical. The 4 of them then stopped him in his tracks and inquired in a rather gentle tone. Little brother? What's your name? Ko lowered his head, the little fat hand covering his face still not lowered. With the 4 fighters clinched against the cage, Ko goes straight for the clinch. He ran as fast as his little feet could go as if they were greased. That's him, Wang Xiaoku. Where is it? Brothers after it. I still don't believe it. I can't catch up with a brat like him today. Brothers, give it all you've got. What? Where's my baby boy? Here come the mom fans. Come on, little Kodak fans. Get after them, cover fire. The chase was on again. Only this time the numbers rose into the hundreds. Jiang Nan and the 3 of them followed the young master closely, directly transforming into human shields as the crowd approached. Then, hundreds of people migrated like brute cows, directly knocking the 3 to the ground. If they didn't have the strength of a martial artist, I'm afraid the 3 of them would have been trampled by the crowd. Jiang Nan lay on the ground in silent tears. His handsome face was now imprinted with several shoe prints. The entire entrance to Mordor Elementary School was chaotic, with shouting and yelling going on and on. The scene confused the parents who picked up their children. On the opposite side of the road, Wang Xinru inside the car wore a mask and sunglasses, carefully watching the school entrance. She looked away from the students heading out the door, slow to notice her brother. It was driving her crazy, and she couldn't wait for Ko to go out the door of the school. But a movie and TV star like her wouldn't dare to show her face freely, and once she's recognized, she's in trouble. Ha! She suddenly noticed a large wave of people rushing towards her. She took off her sunglasses and frowned. That crowd was vast and black, looking like there were at least 200 or 300 people. On top of that, the little boy who was striding ahead seemed to be his own brother. The running Ko couldn't help but spit. There's no need to chase so hard. He quickly rushed towards his sister's place. Just now his divine sense sensed the location of his fifth sister. Ko picked up speed again, his running calves already turning into stumps. But the army behind him was also in hot pursuit, and it looked like they wouldn't stop until they caught him. When he ran to the car, he pulled hard on the Maybach's door handle. Tragically, Wang Xinru had long ago unlocked the car door. Xiaoke's bitter face, anxiously tapping the car window. That expression shows the aggrieved. Who in the family understands? My sister won't open the door for me when it's so dangerous. Wang Xinru had just been a bit stunned, and when she saw her brother's anxious expression, she fumbled to open the unlocked car door. Although the doors were eventually unlocked, it was too late. The crowd rushed to the Maybach with great vigor, and that crazy scene shocked Wang Xinru. Ko cried out in aggravation. Sister punked me. Leaving the sentence behind, Ko continued to run forward. Wang Xinru blushed in embarrassment, as if she had gotten her brother into trouble. I don't think my brother would blame my sister. She took silent comfort in her mind, then started her car and chased after the crowd. Don't be afraid. Good goose. Mommy will help you. Stop running. We're not going to eat you. Geez, how come you can run so well? Good boy. I'm your daddy fan, not a paparazzo. Coco huffed and puffed and turned back to her milk. No running is cutie, and I have to get home. Wang Xinru could only tail carefully, but also avoid bumping into people. It was really too suffocating. She said a silent prayer for her brother over and over again while calling her sisters. Wang Wenya, who was playing chess with his seventh sister at home, received the call and directly slapped the chess game to disrupt it. What? The brother is being chased by over 200 men? Wang Siki's freshly drunk tea directly sprayed out, her beautiful eyes wide. Ha? There's 200 people chasing Ko? Wang Wenya quickly hung up the phone, her brows furrowed. Let's go. Take the bodyguard and go pick up your brother. Wang Siki nodded in agreement and then looked at the chess game. Count me in for this round. On what grounds? We haven't finished playing yet. You were on the verge of being extinguished by me just now. CHCH changes, the game is falling apart. This game doesn't count. Fourth sister, you can't afford to play. Wang family manor. A car whistled out of the gate. Blackie in the kennel raised his head to look out of the villa, then continued to fall into a deep sleep. At this point it is slowly changing in some way. The huge body began to get a little smaller, and the black lines and small bags on his forehead became more and more visible. On a certain street in Magic City, the lively pedestrian street is now crowded. Street-side barbecue stalls, food stalls early set up ready to receive customers. Auntie and uncle make way. A rather loud milky gulp came from the crowd, drawing suspicion from the crowd. With nimble steps, Ko weaved frantically through the crowd. Before the crowd on the walkway could react, the sound of dull footsteps came from the distance. Come on, it's right up ahead. I've been chasing you for 2 blocks. Can't the little ancestor stop? It's right down the street. Dash! The crowd on the pedestrian street was bewildered, only to see more than 300 people rushing towards them. The crowd stepped out of the way, fearing that they would be knocked off their feet by so many people. The sound of rumbling footsteps echoed throughout the walkway. Once the crowd had rushed past, the crowd was just breathing a sigh of relief when another rumble of footsteps came. Still coming? Looking down the road, he saw a clear line of black-clad bodyguards running towards him in a neat column. Young master, they're right in front. Chase after them. The ones behind you. Follow me. If anything happens to the young master, you'll be held accountable. The crowd rushed to avoid the bodyguards again and couldn't help but spit in their hearts. It's been a hell of a day. Is this a game of cat and mouse? The sun slowly set and a curtain of fiery red gradually hung in the sky. A pair of rats in a dark alley are eating rotting fruit scattered outside a trash can. The ground trembled slightly as the black crowd ran straight towards them. By the time the crowd had left, only one mouse against the wall had survived. The other has been stomped alive into a rat cake. It slowly crawled over to the rat cake and let out a squeaky, miserable cry, as if it were crying. Suddenly, another footstep came. It didn't take long for another rat cake to appear on the ground. Mouse, I'm going to see the old man today. The box next to the trash can shifted slightly and a young boy lifted it off. Noticing that no one was nearby anymore, he exhaled slowly. Where is my sister? Where am I? Ko's eyebrows twisted into twists as he felt around the neighborhood. Divine Sense was released, directly enveloping a 1-kilometer radius. Someone. Ko's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked towards the roof of the building. Sure enough, there was an old man with a white beard standing on the roof of the building at that moment. He was dressed in a white practice uniform, his hands naturally behind his back, and he was currently staring at him dead in the face. The old man looked about 80 years old, but his actual age was over 100. He smiled coldly and landed directly in front of Ko. The two scowled at each other, neither of them speaking. You're very uncommon, little one. The old man in white took the lead, a stiff smile on his face. Ko wasn't frightened by the old man jumping from the heights. The one in front of him was the white-clothed old man who had spied on him at noon. Ko inquired suspiciously, "What do you want?" The old man laughed out loud, then couldn't help but cough a few times, looking like a late old man. However, the aura fluctuations coming from his body revealed his strength. According to Xiaoke's estimation, this old grandpa should belong to the Zhongshu masters that Zhang Nan was talking about. Little doll, you shouldn't have the blood of the Wang family flowing in your body. Why did you come back again? Did you have to find death? Ha ha ha. Saying that, the white-clothed old man instantly dodged to Xiaoke's side, closing his hand and transforming it into a palm to slap at his heart. This slap, quickly, his withered palm carried thousands of pounds of force, enough to slap a robust bull to death. The corners of the old man's mouth floated up into a smile, and his palm was already almost pressed against the little boy's body. Boo! His palm struck the little boy, and the airflow in all directions shook the cardboard boxes around him and slid them backward. How? How? Chapter 61, Fourth Sister Leaves. Something happened to Blackie. The old man in white stared at the boy in front of him in shock. The scene he had fantasized about didn't happen. His own palm was capable of slapping a cow to death, but when he slapped on this boy, he didn't react at all. The picture just stays still. The white-clothed old man pressed a withered palm on Xiaoke's heart. Xiaoke stood frozen in place. His body was like a sea pin in the ocean, and he did not take half a step back even after taking this blow. He revealed a mouthful of large white teeth and opened his mouth with a smile towards the old man. Grandpa, why are you hitting me? The white-clothed old man quickly stormed back as he sensed a hint of something wrong. This boy is just too weird. Shattering fist. He turned his palm into a fist this time, and with a roar, his fist carried a cracking sound and attacked Xiaoke's heart. Boo! A dull voice spread out. No, no way. Ko stood intact, that innocent smile still on his face. The old man threw 5 punches in a row, his fists carrying huge power, and his moves were deadly. My lightning 5 consecutive fists. I can't even hurt him? The old man lost his voice and exclaimed in shock, his eyes about to fall to the ground. He nimbly retreated, turned around and transported his energy, focusing his entire body's internal chi to converge on his right fist. He only saw his legs crouch down and gently leapt up, his fist carrying endless killing aura blasting towards the boy's face. It was the most vulnerable spot in the human body, and he didn't believe the little doll would survive. With this punch, he vowed to kill. Seeing that the fist was only a centimeter away from his nose, the boy remained unresponsive. The old man couldn't help but let out a jijijia laugh. Snap! A chubby little hand suddenly raised, directly blocking this imposing fist. Gramps, you're the one who wanted to beat up Ko. Don't blame me then. Milky words reached the old man's ears, and he immediately felt a coolness come over him, trying to jerk my hand, but that fist couldn't get out of that milky white palm. Snap! A slap sent him flying directly into the wall, and the entire wall was directly dented. The old man in white staggered and struggled out of the wall. He had lost several teeth in his mouth and kept bleeding out, tiny red handprints floating on his cheeks. Monster! Snap! With another slap, the old man was slapped into another wall, and the entire wall heralded another dent in the silhouette. The old man was directly struck dumb. His own generation of masters was brutally beaten by a small doll. It was too humiliating. He crawled out of the wall trembling, his mouth full of teeth half gone. Ko still had that cloudy, harmless expression. A dark golden flying sword hovered above Xiaoke's head, and at that moment, the tip of the sword was pointing directly at the white-clothed old man. The old man shivered and directly collapsed to the ground. No, no, how can you be a martial grandmaster? A 6-year-old martial grandmaster? Ha 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 ha, this world has gone mad. From this sword, he felt the threat of death. He had traveled across China for decades and had never seen such a strange thing. The golden crow flying sword vibrated slightly, and it only took an instant to decapitate the old man. Suddenly, Xiaoke put away his golden crow and left directly over the wall from the end of the alley. The old man stared blankly at the back. Why didn't he kill himself? What's that noise? At the mouth of the alley, several men and women approached the old man with furrowed brows. A loud noise had just come from downstairs and the whole building was shaking, so they quickly went downstairs to check. Looking at the strange scene in front of them, and looking at the human-shaped indentations on both sides of the wall, the crowd fell silent. Wang family manor. At this time, the Wang family's crowd had long been in chaos. The Wang family bodyguards and servants swarmed out as Wang Siki set off in search of the young master. Inside the villa, Chen Hui held her cell phone, her soft face a little warm and angry at this time. Shinru, look at the drama you had to put up. Now the media out there is gawking at Ko. If you don't get your brother back, you're not coming into the house. The phone hung up and her chest rose and fell with her breath. Wang Yuehao put his arm around her and said comfortingly, "It's okay, wife. My daughter can definitely bring Ko back." Hearing these words, Chen Hui's beautiful eyes flashed with a fierce light. Only hearing a pop sound, Wang Yuehao received a slap on his arm. "Tell me about you. Your son is being chased all over the streets and you still have the patience to stay home? Why don't you get out and look for him?" Wang Yuehao, who ate a pain, still hung a gentle smile as he slowly got up and walked towards the villa gate. Just as he was about to push the door open, it opened on its own. A small figure appeared at his feet. "Dad, son!" Wang Yuehao exclaimed in shock and squatted down to directly hold Xiaoko in his arms. "Daddy, your beard is too prickly. Put me down." Ko pushed the head pressed to his face away with a look of disgust. Wang Yuehao smiled and hugged him to his wife. Seeing Ko arrive home safely, the two men's taut heartstrings finally relaxed. After the two had made their phone calls, a few of the sisters quickly returned to the villa as well. As soon as they entered the door, the four sisters ran straight over and hugged Xiaoko. Pian. "I have to say, being held by my sister is really more comfortable than being held by my dad. It's soft and bouncy to the touch." Soon the villa was filled with laughter again. Sitting on the couch, Ko clamored for Pig Out. The last time he was at Duzimo's house, he made a point of memorizing the name of this cartoon. "I heard all my classmates talking about how good the animation is." Under Wang Siki's control, Pig Out played on the TV. Xiaoko watched the cartoon seriously and joyfully watched Piggy Big, Piggy 2 and Bald Lou fight with each other. The crowd began to talk about family matters. Wang Wenya's face was a bit ugly, accompanied by a sigh that said, "There's been some trouble with the International Cultural and Educational Conference lately, and I've had to leave the house for a while." Wang Siki was a bit surprised, but when she thought about the fact that her fourth sister was the president of the International Education Research Center, it was not hard to understand. Wang Lele stuffed a strawberry into her mouth. "When is fourth sister going to leave?" "Flight's at 7 tomorrow morning." "In such a hurry?" The crowd lapsed into silence, but soon returned to normal. Wang Xinru spoke faintly. "This New Year's Eve, our family should be able to reunite completely." "Well, I've heard that big sister and third sister will be going home for the new year, and sixth sister will be going home during this time. But it's second sister." Wang Yuehao frowned tightly. To say that his several daughters, only the second girl let him worry the most. With the recent friction between the Chinese border and the nearby countries, Irma's place could be considered the most dangerous. Ko was listening with his ears perked up, and at the news that his fourth sister was leaving, his heart fluttered. "Is sister leaving?" He reluctantly flung himself into Wang Wenya's arms, batting his bushy eyelashes. Wang Wenya rubbed his little head, a sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. "Good brother. My sister went over to take care of some things and will be back soon." Receiving his sister's reply, Ko flopped down on the small of his back in aggravation. Suddenly he raised his head and looked at Wang Wenya in a daze. "Sister, didn't you promise me before that I could skip a grade if I got a perfect score on my midterm?" Wang Wenya tilted his head to think back a bit, as if he did promise. "Well, does your brother think first grade is bad?" "No good. First grade is too easy. I want sixth grade. We have midterms tomorrow, so wait and see." "Sis." The family just felt the sky spinning when they heard that Ko wanted to go to sixth grade. "Is this 6 years old and you're at the rebellious stage?" Wang Wenya coughed lightly and opened his mouth to say yes. Then she told the crowd she had to go to the bathroom and got up to leave. Coming to the bathroom, she quickly unlocked the door and pulled out her cell phone to dial. "Hey, does Professor Wang have anything to order?" The principal of the Mordor Annex Elementary School inquired testily. "Tomorrow, all first grade midterm papers will be replaced with third grade papers." "Professor Wang, this isn't appropriate. Just do what I say." "Good." Hanging up, she gave a wry smile. "In case my brother does get a perfect score on the test and jumps to the 6th grade, he probably won't learn anything and will lose his motivation to learn." In her opinion, learning is a gradual process. The TV was showing the image of Inuyasha violently beating up Bald Lou, making Ko laugh. Suddenly Aunt Erishur came hurrying over, saying something as she went. As she approached the crowd, she still couldn't stop breathing. Young master, something happened to Little Black." With that, she placed what she was holding in her arms on the table. Only a small mass of snow-white dogs lay still on the tabletop, looking like they had passed out. Wang Siki covered her mouth and exclaimed, "This is Blackie? Why has it suddenly gotten smaller? Before, Blackie had a huge body and looked handsome and fierce, The body now went straight from over a meter tall to a dozen centimeters. Chen Hui questioned Auntie Lan suspiciously. Is it the wrong dog? Blackie is bigger than that. Aunt Arisher didn't know how to explain. Originally when she left the house Blackie was sleeping on his back. When she returned, she noticed that Kuro was still sleeping, but in a much smaller body. Xiaoko carefully observed Xiaohei and realized that it was undergoing a metamorphosis and had already broken through to a first-stage demonic beast. This was equivalent to an ordinary person breaking through to the Qi refining stage and officially stepping into the immortal path. Wang Yuehao grabbed Xiaohei with one hand and shook him, realizing that the dog did not respond. Snap! Snap! Under the crowd's dumbfounded 13 gaze, Wang Yuehao slapped it several times in a row. Chapter 62 Tiny is cute too. Is it dead? Puzzled, Wang Yuehao put Xiaohei down, just in time to meet the shocked gazes of the crowd. Why are you looking at me like that? The corner of Wang Siki's mouth twitched, resisting the urge to spit. After all, this was her father. Woof! A faint little bark came from the table. Blackie lifted his furry head and struggled to his feet. Just a small, snow-white mass of fur glistening with a glistening white light. Wow, that's cute. Wang Siki picked up Xiaohei and carefully examined him, then placed him back on the ground. Ko called out towards Kuro. On command, the dog whooshed into Ko's arms. Is this really Blackie? How come I've never seen a dog that develops backwards? Hiss, it's really a forest for all dogs. The people of the Wang family were talking, and even Aunt Lan was stunned speechless. Blackie a high harm high. Didn't expect that. The little black in his arms gave a humanized smile. Nowadays he was no ordinary dog. Wang Wenya came back from the bathroom and at once also noticed the puppy in his brother's arms. Brother, this is Blackie's child? So cute. She picked up Blackie and rubbed him hard against her chest, almost burying him in it. This made Xiaohei happy, and a pair of round eyes swept over the women. Noticing Xiaohei's treacherous expression, Xiaoko instantly snatched Xiaohei from the fourth sister's arms. One kick, and the puppy made a graceful parabola in the sky. Hey, a woohoo! The corner of Wang Siki's mouth twitched. Was his own brother too cruel? When the crowd realized that the dog was Blackie, they gave their brother a look of wonder. Brother, where did you pick up this dog? Yeah, what breed of dog is it and how does it still grow upside down? These were questions that Ko didn't want to hide anymore. And anyway, he was about to find his sister to confess about the cultivation. Sister, actually, Little Black is my little apprentice. He can cultivate, Ko told his sisters with a serious face. But all they got in return were giggles from their sisters and disbelieving looks. Well, brother is awesome. Sister, I'm telling the truth oh. Aha, sis trusts you. A few of the women said they believed him, but it was obvious that they were cajoling him. Ko ran upstairs in a huff and went straight to his room, closing the door with a bang. He secretly vowed never to talk or play with his sisters again. A few of the women couldn't help but laugh again when they saw their brother huffing and puffing up the stairs. If a dog can cultivate, then wouldn't all the dogs in the world have to become immortal? Besides, how should a dog practice? Blackie would just plop down on the ground and sleep all day. Upstairs, the more Ka thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't even quiet his mind to practice. That night, the moon was dark and windy. Once again, the mournful sound of a dog barking came from the backyard. Early in the morning, under the unwilling gaze of her family, Wang Wenya got into the car. As soon as the car started, Ko rushed out of the villa in a hurry and came to the crowd. Sister, this is for you. His small hand fumbled with a jade pendant from his pocket. Wang Wenya received the jade pendant in surprise and happily proved out to give him a kiss on the cheek. Coco's face was imprinted with a faint red lipstick. Sister, you must always hang on to the jade pendant. Oh, don't take it off. Wang Wenya smiled faintly and directly pulled off the diamond necklace on her neck, and put on the jade pendant seriously. She stretched out her slender fingers and assured her brother. Good, a gift from my brother will be worn well by my sister and I promise not to take it off. Hearing his sister's words of reassurance, Ko nodded happily. This was a protective jade pendant that he had refined overnight. Earlier, the seventh sister processed the imperial blue light jade material she had opened into 8 jade pendants. After he found it at night, he purposely took out one of the pieces and engraved a formation on the jade pendant. Now that a trace of his spiritual energy was stored in this jade pendant, it would be able to save his life in critical moments. After greeting his family, Wang Wenya left the Wang family in a car. At this moment, Xiaoka's heart was a little empty and felt very uncomfortable. After breakfast with his family, he got in the car and left for school. To prevent further harassment by fans and reporters, the Wang family sent dozens of bodyguards to escort them. Arriving at the school entrance, looking at the black crowd, Wang Siki's scalp was a little numb. The crowd consisted of both journalists and fans of his brother. The Mordor Annex Elementary School has already reported the situation to the public security, but they won't be able to get to the scene for a while. Under the escort of Wang's bodyguards, Xiaoko managed to squeeze into the school with great difficulty. The bodyguards and school security tried desperately to block the group, finally blocking them outside the school. Wang Siki was puzzled by this behavior, and she pulled out her phone to open Vlog. After clicking on her brother's homepage, she sucked in a breath of cold air. Today the brothers' fanbase has surpassed 8 million and is even slowly rising. 2 days, up to 8 million followers. When he came to class, Ko sat listlessly in his seat. Seeing that he was unhappy, Duzimo purposely handed him his most precious piggy big toy. Ku, why so unhappy? Nah, wanna play? Xiaoko raised his eyelids and looked at the toys in Duzimo's hands without any emotional fluctuations on his face. Duzimo put away the toys again, not knowing how to make him happy. And so, by the time the bell rang, Ko was still slumped over his desk in a daze. All he could think about all the time was his fourth sister leaving. The classroom door opened and the language teacher stepped up to the podium with a thermos and exam papers. Taking a sip of his goji tea, he cleared his throat. Today is our school's midterm assessment. And the paper. The paper is a bit difficult. Come on everyone. Even if you get a 20 on the test, it's still impressive. The teacher on the podium looked embarrassed and lowered her head in some embarrassment. The question papers were handed down one by one to each student. Duzimo confidently took out his pencil and was about to write when he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the paper. The class's hanging pen was fixed in mid-air, hesitant to fall. Tiger, there's a problem. I saw that the test paper was densely packed with words, and there were so many words that I didn't recognize. Ding still raises his hand to fight the report. Teacher, we haven't learned any of these vocabulary words. How can we do them? The language teacher's eyes flashed with panic. It was time. He also came to know that the question paper had been replaced only this morning. What is even more exaggerated is that the difficulty of all first-year papers is raised to that of the third year. It's a downward spiral for a first grader. Going to someone to inquire about it, I eventually learned that it was a request from the principal himself. He even wondered if the principal had Alzheimer's. What kind of bizarre operation is this? But anyway, that's what happened. And I heard that the papers in the math group next door were replaced. The language teacher spoke gently. Class, this paper is hard, so even if you can't do it, it's okay, just try to write on it. Exams will be held as usual. Before long, the entire class was sweating with anxiety, and the sound of children crying even came from the second class of first grade next door. This scared the language teacher and kept calming the students in the class. Unhurriedly, Ko took out a pencil and quickly wrote the answers on the test paper. Duzimo had a constipated look on his face, looking at the rolls and not knowing how to start. A box, chrysanthemums, clothing. The first question alone was a difficult one for a group of students. Every now and then there was a crisp bird call from outside, and the screams of a child breaking down. When the time was up, the language teacher gathered up the language papers and fled the classroom. He was afraid to linger for a second for fear that the children would cry out. He had just returned to his office to put down his test papers when the head of the language team came to find him. Teacher Su, bring your class Wang Xiaoka's paper. I'll correct it. After handing the papers to the team leader, he also corrected them. A box of cigarettes? This tiger guy wants to get his ass kicked, doesn't he? A hand? Seems like that too. Nice daisies? Nice costume? The language teacher could only sigh quietly, guessing that no one in the class could get past 20 points. Soon, the language teacher was a bit overwhelmed with the full marks test paper from Wang Xiaoka sent by the team leader. First in the class, perfect score, Wang Xiaoku. Second in the class, only 19 points. Inside the classroom, the students scratched their heads as they looked at the math test papers in front of them, the pens in their hands trembling slightly. Tiger or this question? Simply, tie pants are hot. The classroom echoed only with the sound of Ko writing furiously. There's multiplication in a first grade paper? May I ask which is heavier, a kilogram of cotton or a kilogram of iron? Duzimo collapsed. 5 minutes into the exam, Ko had already made it to the last question. Question Ming left home at 8:45 and walked 900 meters to school just before 9:00. How many meters per minute? Writing down the answers at random, Ko fell asleep on the table. Chapter 63, Exaggerated Exam. Tie pants spicy. Exam over. The math teacher waved his hand loudly and there was a lot of crying on the floor. Forcing back the piercing cries, the math teacher quickly gathered up the test papers and left the classroom in disgrace. Not long after, Mr. Lu anxiously rushed to calm the child. 2 exams directly traumatize the fragile minds of children. Straight from the heart. 10,000 blows. Sprawled out on his back, Ko was awakened by the sound of crying, and he slowly lifted his head and changed position again to continue sleeping. Inside the office, the math teacher put down the paper and reluctantly corrected it. The head of the math team walked up to him and asked for Wang Xiaoka's exam paper. When he had the papers drawn away, he plunged headlong into the task of correcting them. A paper was graded with a 0, causing his mind to explode. Why does the principal want to make the test more difficult, with first graders doing third grade papers? Isn't this purely about sending the kids home to get 7 wolves? In the end, the papers were all corrected and the highest score was a mere 5. I can only say that it's not easy to get 5 points. Just when he was helpless, the head of the math team returned Wang Xiaoka's test paper to him. 100%? Surprised, he picked up the test paper and pored over it. It took several checks in a row before he was finally convinced. The entire first grade cried continuously and all classroom teachers immediately went to their classes to calm the children. This spectacular scene has transformed the other grades into melon-eating powerhouses. Zhang Hao stood on the roof of the building and shook his head, spitting in a small voice. Children are children. They can still cry in fear when they take a test. Unlike me, who is still dashing when I take a 10-point test. At the thought, he gracefully shook his yellow bangs from his forehead, completely forgetting the pain of his parents' mixed doubles. Ms. Lu had a hard time getting the kids to settle down, and the English teacher stepped into the class with a stack of test papers. Inside Mr. Lu, it's fine not to take this test. The English teacher smiled at her awkwardly, somewhat helplessly. After all, it was arranged from above, and she could only do as she was told. And with that, the English exam was thoroughly underway. Teacher Lu stood outside the door worriedly, her eyes constantly observing the students in the class. English papers were handed down one by one, and the children's faces grew rosy. Ko was woken up by his English teacher gently shouting at him and handing him a test paper. Receiving the paper, Ko took out his pen straight away and started working on the questions. The first question is a translation of a word that doesn't come up until 3rd grade, which brings the difficulty right up to full speed. Pencil, ruler, hot dog, thank you, woohoo, tiger, 10, 000 blitz. With a loud cry, the class cried as if there was a chain reaction. Seeing this scene, Ms. Lu and the English teacher immediately ran to the front line to coax the children. This exam came to a slow end with the cries of the children. During the process, only Ko hung on to a breezy look. At this time the culprit who triggered this incident was sitting on an airliner bound for M country. Wang Wenya kept stroking the jade pendant given by her brother, and a happy smile hung unknowingly at the corner of her mouth. For some reason, after wearing the jade pendant she felt refreshed and her mind became flexible. She picked up the International Finance and Economics, which recorded none other than the queen of the Chinese business world, Wang Jiqiu. She squeezed her way into the top 3 of the Forbes rich list as the queen of the Chinese business world. Wang Wenya couldn't stop smiling. It seems that it is still my own eldest and second sisters who are the most capable. I don't know when the two of her will see their brother, but I guess it's soon. Thinking of this, Wang Wenya put on an eye mask and began to rest. The clouds outside the window were traced by the airplane in a white trail, leaving a faint wake in its path. Borderlands. Xiao Lu is carrying combat supplies under the hot sun. In a little over a month, he had fully adapted to military life. Only those who have actually been in the military know how difficult it is to be a soldier. Today, Xiao Lu's body is getting stronger and stronger, with rock-hard biceps at his arms. All he wanted to say was that he was no longer Patty. If he were to return to the Wang family, he was confident that he would definitely be able to outrun the young master. Inside the general's residence, a woman dressed in black with a black robe sat on a high platform gazing into the distance. She had short shoulder-length hair, a sharp gaze, and her skin was tanned from her long time in the barren Northwest barracks. Under those stern sword eyebrows, the eyes were slightly lighter in color, cold like glazed beads, revealing a solemn killing aura, as if they could penetrate everything. Although there is no Jiangnan woman as gentle as the beauty of the lotus flower, but quite a few valiant, ancient Mulan posture. She tapped the desktop slowly, holding one hand to her forehead as if she was thinking about something. General. A middle-aged man in military uniform knocked on the door and gave a respectful military salute. Wang Ying scanned him and looked away. She lightly opened her red lips and coldly responded. Say, General, lately E-country has been sending out S-class Ultrans to harass the front line regularly, and the casualties have broken 100. Now that our army is without a patriarch, casualties will only increase if we don't counterattack. Wang Ying's sword brows were slightly frowned, and the aura of solemnity gushed out. Ha ha ha, what an E-country. Is this eating us up? Violating an international agreement and using an S-class alien without authorization. It seems that one cannot choose to hold back any longer. The middle-aged man froze and inquired tentatively. General, what should be done? Wang Ying stopped tapping his fingers on the desktop and tapped heavily on it. Contact the Martial Artists Association and request that a Zhongshu expert be sent to support the front line. The only way they'll feel pain this time is if they see blood. The middle-aged man led the orders and retreated, leaving Wang Ying alone in the empty room. Mordor Annex Elementary School. Ko was currently chowing down on fried chicken with a bottle of Thousand Things cocktail next to him. It was something he begged the store owner to go out and buy. After all, the school didn't sell it. Jiangnan several people also do not help themselves to buy. Now he slowly realized that there were benefits to being a star. He grinned and slid his phone with his other little hand, scrolling through the well wishes and greetings sent by his fans. Ko is going to eat fat and grow tall. Can you take a few more pictures of Coco baby? The mom fans are dying to see you. Cuckoo baby. It's too bad you don't make a movie when you look so cute. Variety can also be. Can you share the routine? Too curious. Seeing so many fan messages, Ko heatedly smiled. He tapped out a quick line on his phone and lifted it to snap a few more pictures. After clicking the confirmation button, a dynamic is sent out. In an instant, KO's fans noticed the dynamic update. Xiaoka crab everyone's concern and blessings. Crab my fans. Eat KFC today oh. Matching picture, matching picture. For a while, his fruit cell phone ding 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 ding. Luckily, Xiaoku and Du Zimo were sitting in the corner of the restaurant, or else they would have definitely attracted attention. He opened the comments section of the dynamic and felt a slight headache just reading a few of the comments. Kirk, your daddy fans are here to support baby. Ko, your sister will always support you. Be happy and grow up. Mom fans are here, get out of the way. Why are you eating Wallace today? It's not good for your health. You should eat less in the future. Ko covered her eyes. A group of self-proclaimed daddy fans in their own comment section were frantically sending out mwah 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 emoticons. The thought of uncles who were about the same age as his dad trying to kiss him gave him a little thrill. Wang family villa. Wang Yuehao was smiling as he lay on the rocking chair, and his cell phone was displaying the dynamic that his son had just sent. Opening up the comments section, he casually posted a mwahahaha emoji. After returning to the homepage, he directly clicked into the Little Kodai fans exchange group. Shockingly, Wang Yuehao is the group leader of the fan group. In fact, it wasn't that long ago that he wasn't the leader of the group. At that time, he directly sent a big red envelope to the group leader, and the position of group leader was instantly inherited by him. As the real dad, he has to be the leader of the group. It's a matter of face. Beside him, Chenhui was smilingly checking the information in the Xiaokumam fan exchange group. Like Wang Yuehao, she was also the group leader. Blackie approached the duo with small steps and slowly lay down on the floor to sleep. Ko ate KFC and looked at the sullen Du Zimo. You're not happy? Du Zimo put down the spoon in his hand and looked at him with a crying face. Today's test was so hard. My dad is going to kick my ass, and I don't think I'll ever be allowed to watch Pig Out again. Hearing his cries, Ko expressed his dismay. Was today's test hard? Walking out of the cafeteria, the two went straight back to class. Seeing the red eyes of the other students crying, Ku felt the difficulty of the paper only as an afterthought. This depressing aura spread throughout the class. As the bell rang, the language teacher entered the class holding the corrected papers. He informed everyone with a warm smile on his face and some nervousness. Class, this time it's normal to have fewer tests because the paper is super difficult. Now give out the papers. Don't feel bad. It's the papers that are too hard. Language teacher, don't cry. Little grandparents. Chapter 64, Achievement. What is variety art? Tiger, 0 points. Fidgeting in the last row, Tiger slumped over his desk in tears. When I get home today, maybe dad's belt will get a new one. Chen Ziang, 0 points. Li Yino, 0 points. 8 children in a row received 0 grades. Seeing this scene, Xiaohu was miraculously happy. Ding Still, 4 points. Du Zimmer, 6 points. Zhang Wenwen, 19 points. Wang Xiaoku, full marks. Wow! The whole class looked at Wang Xiaoku in surprise, revealing expressions of disbelief. After the exam papers had been distributed, no one in the class was crying, and the reason for this may be that the children's attention was drawn away from Wang Xiaoka. He mentally gave Ko a silent nod of approval. The language teacher gave a token encouragement to his classmates and then left the classroom in a hurry. Soon, the math teacher also walked into the classroom holding a test paper. To say that it hits kids the hardest would definitely have to be math. I can at least write a little in the language, but I can't understand any of the English, and I don't feel bad about not being able to do it. But I know every word and every number on my math paper, and it doesn't look too hard, but I can't do any of it. Keep in mind that first grade hasn't practiced memorizing multiplication facts. To ask them to do multiplication directly now is like hitting a lantern inside a toilet looking for sure. With a long sigh, the math teacher began to announce the scores. Tiger, 0 points. Pay Snow, 0 points. Ding Still, 0 points. 12 students in a row got zeros, and the rest of the class got all 5s or less. Xiaovu, I'm going to black out. Ah, Wang Xiaoku, full marks. The math teacher herself couldn't believe that any of her students could get a perfect score. Full points for first place and 5 points for second place. That's really not a big difference. Ko's chubby white face added a smile. This time the children who were about to burst into tears were once again drawn to Ko's accomplishments. Du Zimo stared blankly at the 2 perfect papers on the next table. He suddenly wondered if Ko was human, possibly an alien in disguise. This seed of doubt took root in his little head. The math teacher walked out the door just in time to come face to face with the English teacher. He tried to ask how the English test went. The English teacher smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had just nearly broken down as well. I can't help it. This exam paper is too hard. But one child got a perfect score, which kind of surprised me. The math teacher raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to inquire. Isn't it Wang Xiaoku? The English teacher nodded yes. The math teacher spoke in surprise. This kid got a perfect score in math too. What a genius. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, the English teacher entered the class holding the test papers. Not a moment too soon. More than 20 students stared at the English 0-mark paper in their hands in deep thought. Woohoo T-bar. The class instantly erupted in broken down sobs, which were even more heartbreaking than the crying in the morning. Xiaowu's hands were shaking as he held 3 0-score test papers in his hands. He could already picture mom and dad in mixed gender doubles. It hurts. It hurts too much. Tigers, totally crazy. The cries came in waves like ocean waves. The English teacher on the stage shakily called out the last student's score. Wang Xiaoku, 100%. At that, the children stopped crying. Perfect scores on all three. That's awesome. She breathed a slow sigh of relief when she saw that her classmates had stopped crying. The students turned to think. Xiaoku can get a perfect score. They are still 0 points in 3 subjects combined. The inner collapse even more. Before the English teacher could react, louder cries came at her. This time no amount of coaxing on her part would help. At the end of the afternoon, all students walk out of the campus with their backpacks and test papers. The entrance to the Mordor Elementary School. Dozens of police officers stood at the entrance patrolling back and forth. Parents who saw the scene for the first time were a bit shocked that in the past there were only a few school security officers to maintain order after school. Why are you sending so many guards nowadays? Is it necessary? A fat officer stood in the doorway and kept patrolling the passing crowd. He looked tired, holding the wall with one hand and pinching his waist with the other, and couldn't help but crumble. This group of reporters is so troublesome. This moment has taken away more than 30. This is to tire us out. Having just spat, a young man with glasses and a slung camera approached the school in a furtive manner. The two were tens of meters apart, looking at each other through the air. In this moment, the air spread with embarrassment. Grandma, another one. The fat officer cursed angrily and dragged his tired body after the youth. The youth also reacted quickly, running faster than the officer with his camera in hand. Such interludes have been played out dozens of times here, and the number of journalists brought back to the police station has reached a high of more than 30. A large group of students walked out of the school with the sound of clattering footsteps. What was noticeable was that each child was holding a test paper in their hands. Some of the students were full of excitement and looked like they had gotten a good grade. The first graders slowly followed the crowd out of the schoolyard, all crying. Notice the sockets in their eyes. They've obviously all cried several times. All the kids had red bags under their eyes and looked scared, like they were afraid of something. Duzimo's parents came to the school gate early to wait for their son. Seeing their son come out with his exam papers, the two were full of smiles as they asked him about his grades. Duzimo put the roll behind him and shook his head, not daring to speak. Noticing that something was wrong with their son, the two men frowned. Duzimo's dad grabbed the test paper with one hand. 6, 0, 0? Bright red crosses were all over the test paper. The two men's smiles faded as a nameless karmic fire surged to their hearts. Good big son. Your total score in these 3 subjects combined is not as old as you are. Not bad. Not bad. Ha ha ha. Sensing his mom and dad's anger, Duzimo responded with a trembling voice. I came 8th in the class this time, and my teacher said I got a low score because the paper was too hard. The two men simply ignored their son's words. They were already consumed with rage. The 3 of them then got in the car and set off for home. Sitting in the car, Du's father has begun to think about what brand of belt is wear resistant and durable, cost effective. 7 people, pick me pick me. There was a chorus of heckling at the entrance to the campus, and the children bowed their heads in aggravated silence. On the other side, little Tiger is running away quickly. Behind him, a man with a tiger's back drew his belt and was coming after him. When he handed his dad his 0 paper, this scene occurred. It's too vicious, too violent. Across the intersection, Wang Xinru inside the car anxiously waited for her brother. It wasn't long before Ko walked out of the school with his little backpack. He probed for a while to make sure there were no annoying reporters nearby. When he came to the 5th sister's car, Xiaoku breathed a sigh of relief and then excitedly told Wang Xinru, Sister, I'm first in my class. He took 3 test papers out of his book bag, with large 100% scores written on them. Wow, not bad for my brother. That's awesome. After praising her brother, Wang Xinru obediently took over the test paper to check it. Having just scanned the language paper, she froze in place. Frozen in place. I saw that the script on the test paper was beautiful and neat, and it looked exactly like it came from the hand of a calligraphy master. How could my brother write so beautifully at such a young age? Absolutely not. Wang Xinru coughed softly and returned the test paper to her brother. Ko, be honest with your sister. Did you do the test paper yourself? At that, Ko froze slightly. Seeing this scene, Wang Xinru was even more sure of her judgment as she spoke faintly. The writing on this paper is so neat. I know you didn't write it, but why did you cheat? Ha, Ko reacted. So it was because of the font. However, he had already deliberately written it in a very scribbled manner, not realizing that it still aroused his sister's suspicion. Sister, I really wrote this myself. With that, he rummaged through his small book bag for a pen and paper. Under his sister's disbelieving gaze, he slowly wrote a line of poetry on a piece of paper. Lit. The apes on both sides of the river cannot stop crying. The lightboat has crossed 10,000 mountains. This sentence alone directly caused Wang Xinru to cover her small mouth in surprise. This one stroke not only neat and elegant, but also a cool and bold flavor, and the poem closely echoed. She looked over at Ko with complicated eyes, suddenly feeling that there was something unusual about her brother. Calming down, Wang Xinru instructed her bodyguard to return to the manor. The vehicle started and she browsed the scenery outside, feeling as relaxed as she had in a long time. Since embarking on her journey to stardom, she has spent every day figuring out how to make a movie, acting emotions and character detailing. Now that she has her brother and family with her, she just feels relaxed every day. Wang Xinru guffawed and tenderly looked at Xiaoke, who was leaning against her side. The little guy is so pink and looks really nurturing. Tu Dolu. The cell phone rang, and Wang Xinru raised her hand to pick up the call. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Miss, recently there are many movie and variety show directors who want to talk to you about cooperation. Put it off. I'm not available these days. Recently, Miss Brother has been in great hot water, and several first-rate directors have already extended invitations to us. The call wasn't loud, but it was still audible to Ko. When variety was mentioned, he instantly remembered a message from a fan at lunchtime. That fan also mentioned wanting to see himself in movies and variety shows. Ko beamed and inquired of her sister. Sister, what's a variety show? Chapter 65. What are you barking at? Go on. Variety. It's documenting your life and then showing it on TV for everyone to see. Wang Xinru looked at her brother beside her and said casually, why would my brother ask that question? Ko picked at his little hands and responded with a grin. I heard a fan say today that he wanted to see me do a variety show. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinru instantly became interested, and she asked her brother after him. So, do you want to do a variety show, brother? Ko showed a contemplative look, then nodded to his sister. It should be fun to do a variety show, right? Wang Xinru took a deep breath and hesitated a little inside. She wasn't sure if bringing her brother into showbiz was good or bad. The water here is too deep for Ko to grasp. Before the phone hung up, she instructed the man faintly. Keep an eye out for a few variety shows with siblings in them for me, and put off the rest. Hanging up the phone, she doted on Ko and pinched her cheeks. Wang family manor. Ko got out of the car and went straight to the villa. At this moment, Wang Siki and Wang Lele were sitting in the hall, the two of them drinking tea and chatting. Noticing his brother pushing through the door, the two gently gestured for him to come over. Ko scanned the empty hall, his eyes slightly dimmed. In the past, the fourth sister would also welcome herself home in the hall, but now the fourth sister had gone out. He walked over to the two women and sat down, lowering his head without saying a word, looking a little sad. Wang Lele took her brother's small white hand and her vermilion lips lightly opened. Brother, did you miss fourth sister? Ko nodded his head, a little listlessly. Fourth sister will be back soon. Don't be sad. By the way, do you want to go see your two helicopters? The words immediately cheered Ko up. In all the time I've been home, I haven't seen the king's tarmac myself. The two helicopters the eighth sister gave herself are still parked there. Seeing her brother cheer up, Wang Lele smiled sweetly. Immediately several people set off for the Wang family tarmac. The location of the tarmac is not on the estate, but is located in an empty field behind the estate. This place is guarded, and no one other than members of the Wang family is allowed to enter. The three women took their brother all the way to the center of the field unimpeded. Ko curiously surveyed his surroundings, his open little mouth unable to close in surprise from the moment he entered. Only a giant airliner was parked in the center of the empty field. It was a Boeing 747 airliner that the Wang family had purchased earlier and usually didn't use it much. Parked next to them are ordinary helicopters. Ko counted 13 frames just from what he had seen. He softly inquired of his sister, how much duck does it cost to buy this big airplane? Wang Siki held out a finger and didn't explicitly say so. $10 million? Wang Siki said with a smile as she pinched his soft bouncy cheeks. Guess further up. Oh, 100 million? Ko blinked her blue eyes, a little shocked. Wang Siki still shook her head. Nope, guess further up. A billion? This time she nodded and rubbed her brother's little head. Ko sucked in a breath of cold air, not realizing that this big toy was so expensive. How many cups of milk tea and fried chicken can I buy? He excitedly ran up and stroked the shell of the airliner, a moment when he suddenly realized that it was good to be rich. Are all the sisters little rich girls? The airport staff gathered to salute and welcome the crowd. Wang Siki spoke faintly. Show the young master the 2 helicopters. The staff was ordered to lead the way ahead of the 4. Ko looked left and right along the way, viewing all kinds of helicopters. Before long, the crowd stopped in front of 2 helicopters. The helicopter is black in color, with Wang Xiaoku engraved on the fuselage, exuding a mysterious aura. Ko happily hugged the helicopter, her face pressed against the nose, and her little hands kept stroking on it. Wang Lele snorted and reminded her brother, who was getting excited. Do you want to try a ride, brother? And I'll have the pilot fly you around twice. Ko, who was hugging the fuselage, immediately spread his hands and jumped up and down to say yes. Wang Lele swept aside the staff and spoke gently. Come up, 2 pilots. Go and take the young master for a test flight. 2 middle-aged men immediately stepped out of the crowd, and the 2 looked at each other before walking towards the helicopter. When the 3 KOs were ready in the helicopter, the pilot methodically started the engine. During the process, the propeller spun faster and faster, and the surrounding area was fanned by strong gusts of wind. As the rest of the group watched, the fuselage slowly left the ground and rose toward higher altitudes. Wang Lele protected her hair, which was about to be messed up by the strong wind, and looked out at the helicopter high in the sky. Sitting within it, Ko excitedly looked down at the window below. It's not as exciting as when you're flying on a sword, but it's different and fresh. The pilot carried the young master around the neighborhood in 2 rotations, and then he slowly landed on the ground. Opening the door, Ko was carried off the helicopter by Wang Xinru. Regaining the ground, he looked at the fuselage and launched himself. He said to his 8th sister with a rather serious face, Sister, I want to carve my name on the helicopter yet. The women were unsure and asked their brother what it meant. Ko was on his hands and knees, explaining in a colorful manner that was really funny. I've named him, can I carve the name on the plane? Wang Lele inquired in astonishment. Did my brother name the helicopter at the birthday party? Ko nodded seriously. Yeah, this one's called Coco 1, that one will be called Coco 2. This time even the staff froze in place. What kind of strange name is this? Wang Lele let out a bitter smile and instructed the staff. Change the fuselage name, just like the young master said. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and silently picked up their tools and began to modify the helicopter. It didn't take long for the refreshed helicopter to surface. Satisfied, Ko looked over at the helicopter and said that he was a genius at naming things. As the sky gradually darkened, the 4 of them did not linger any longer and returned to the Wang family manor. Inside the villa, Wang Yuehao looked serious. He was talking to his 2nd daughter's cell phone at this time. Shen Hui sat on the side and clenched her hands, looking at Wang Yuehao with worry. Asshole. Disregarding the treaty and sending out an S-class alien is the equivalent of letting a Zongshur step into the battlefield. Wang Yuehao smashed the porcelain cup with a slap, and the veins on his neck rippled. What's the status at your place? And what did the people from the Martial Artist Association say? An English female voice came out of the cell phone. My side is fine for the time being. The Martial Artist Association has already sent people to the border, and the E-country's aliens have already caused a considerable amount of damage to the border. I've decided to launch an onslaught when the people from the Martial Artist Association arrive. Faint words reached his ears, as if he were speaking of a trivial matter. Wang Yuehao's pupils shrunk slightly, and a fine cold sweat oozed from his face. No, that's too risky. Before he could continue to dissuade him, the female voice on the phone directly interrupted him. Dad, didn't you say that to me? Even the fiercest of beasts can feel fear when they are hit hard. Don't worry, I'm fine and nothing will happen to me. The phone was hung up. The door to the villa opened and the 4 siblings walked into the hall with a smile on their faces. The king's father and mother then switched to a normal expression, smilingly letting people bring in the food. Wang Siki glanced meaningfully at her father. After dinner, Ko went straight to his room. He sat down on the edge of the bed and directly operated the chaotic heaven melting skill. The thin aura in the air was pulled into him. In the dantian, the liquid condensed by the aura had already gathered into a small stream. The moon hung directly overhead, and all the people in the Wang family went to sleep. Xiaoke stopped his cultivation and raised his eyes to look out. He rolled out of bed and tiptoed to the door and downstairs. In the darkness, Blackie was curled up in a comfortable ball and sleeping lazily. Ko gently stepped forward and grabbed Koro's tail to carry in his hand. Sleeping Blackie suddenly dreams of soaring 10,000 meters in the air, rolling on the clouds. The door to the villa was gently pushed open, and Ko sneaked out to the backyard, carrying Blackie. When he got to the place, he let go gently and the dog's head disliked the ground directly. Blackie snapped open his round eyes just in time to see Ko's grinning expression. Woof, Koro, having a nightmare? It struggled to its feet and looked around before realizing it had been taken to the back garden. Ko gently stroked the dog's head, scaring Blackie. Dear Blackie, I want you to try out my newly learned martial arts skills for me today. Scream if you agree, and if you don't, you agree by default. Blackie, isn't it all the same? It raised the dog's head to look at the bright moon, rather forlornly. A poem was created in its little head. A dog's head looking at the moon. Look down and think of home. Ko put away his chubby little hands and addressed it. Let's get you out of the way today. I'm not going to beat you up. Come on. Kuro stared at him suspiciously, a little hesitant to listen to his bull *******. At KO's urging, Black unfolded his attack pose. It yelled twice, roaring silently in its mind. Today, new grudges and old scores are settled together. Dog, I want revenge. Ko impatiently urged again. What are you barking at? Get on it. Chapter 66, Border Warfare Rises. Xiaohei forked his two little short legs, and his body flashed with a demonic purple light. Suddenly, its body began to expand extremely rapidly. In 2 breaths, it changed from a small puppy to a giant white dog the size of a tiger. The long white hairs flowed with the wind, and his eyes gleamed, reflecting a gleam of cold light in the moonlight. Looking at Xiaohei's claws and teeth nowadays, they were about 10 centimeters long, and a tail was like a viper stooping down, looking formidable. The most special thing was that there was a black line residing in the center of that forehead, which looked very demonic. Ko was slightly surprised, a scene he really didn't expect. It seems that Xiaohei broke through to a first-order demonic beast. The change is very big. So many nascent pills hadn't been in vain after all. Xiaohei growled and raised his giant claws to lunge at him. Even a few meters apart, one could still feel the sharp aura of those claws and teeth. Xiaoka's mind moved slightly, and his body was immediately covered with a layer of golden armor. This was the yellow rank technique he had obtained in his storage ring golden armor body protection. At that time, when he broke through the foundation establishment stage, he purposely practiced some martial arts techniques in the idol cloud cave. The golden armor wrapped his body securely, resembling a small general. The golden armor shone blindingly in the darkness. Xiaohei's sharp claws were already about to grab onto Xiaoku, and a ferocious aura swept over him. Jab! There was a loud bang, and the sharp claws made brilliant sparks on the golden armor. Such power was feared to be able to easily tear through a 10-centimeter steel plate, but it didn't hurt the little boy. Xiaohei quickly backed away while Xiaoka stood still, grinning a mouthful of white teeth. Not bad, Xiaohei. This attack is already comparable to a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. Xiaoka smiled and gave a thumbs up, praising the ferocious beast in front of him. The blow failed, and Blackie cautiously spun around him. Despite its huge size, its speed was several times faster than even a cheetah, and its figure even appeared as a stump. Steeply, Black launched an attack towards the boy in the center. Madaka! Xiaoka's back was slashed with large sparks, but the golden armor was unharmed, not even a trace of it. Xiaohei once again built up his strength and launched attacks at him one after another. Clanking! The sound of metal clashing was incessant, and each collision scratched brilliant sparks on the golden armor. Like a pine and cypress in the snow, Ko remained calm and collected under the powerful attack. Stopping, Black stared at the little golden man in shock. It shook its head and slowly opened its mouth as a strong suction force swept over it. All the dirt and leaves in the garden and even potted deadwood are sucked into its mouth. This scene made Ko quite curious. Could everything be devoured? He stretched out his white fingers and aimed them at Blackie's doggy mouth. Yellow ranked martial skill. Thunder drawing finger. The white tender fingers were steeply covered in purple thunder light, followed by a thunder ball bursting out. In only a split second, the attack came to reach it. After the thunder ball was swallowed, Xiaohei immediately twitched, and even rolled up his white eyes. Its limbs stiffened, and it stood still for a while before it came to its senses. Ko told Kuro with a grin, "Let you fight for so long, now it's my turn." Oh. Blackie sweat dropped and looked at him in shock. "I thought we agreed not to fight back, but now we've broken our promise?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiaohei immediately turned into a white shadow and flashed to run away. Putting away the golden armor, Xiaoka sacrificed the golden crow without delay. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped on his flying sword to stop the white shadow from going. Blackie reversed its direction to escape again, but a circle of flames suddenly emerged from the ground to trap it. Ko hemmed and hawed, slowly approaching the panicked Kuro. Spectral ghost eyes. His azure pupils slowly floated up a layer of demonic green light. One person and one dog stared at each other, and a layer of green light slowly emerged from Blackie's pupils. This was a martial art that Xiaoka had recently found within his master's storage ring. It is a Xian rank martial art, which has the effect of controlling and charming the mind, as well as attacking people's spiritual souls. Cultivated to a great extent, it can annihilate a person's spirit and soul without even realizing it, killing people invisibly. He had only cultivated to the introductory level even now, but he was already able to control Xiaohei's behavior. Withdrawing the encircling flames, he saw Blackie bouncing and rolling in place under his control. Then, Blackie lowered his head and rammed it straight towards the pillar. That made him laugh. Sure enough, human pleasure is based on the pain of others. Blackie, I thank you for that. That night, Xiaoko practiced several martial arts through and through. The next day, as the family eats breakfast, Ko excitedly pulls out his exam papers. My sister promised me that she would allow me to skip a grade if I got perfect scores on all of them. I can go to 6th grade now, right? He looked to his family expectantly, little stars twinkling in his eyes. The people of the Wang family received the exam papers in shock and gathered in a group to deliberate. Wang Siki left the table and went out to call her 4th sister. Soon the call was answered. Something wrong? 7th sister? 4th sister? My brother has perfect scores in 3 subjects and is making a fuss about skipping to 6th grade. What? My brother got a perfect score? Well, what to do? Wang Wenya, who was sitting in an office in M country at this time, was shocked. She had already had the papers switched and didn't think her brother would get full marks. If you don't let your brother skip a grade, he's sure to get mad at you. But will my brother be able to handle the intensity of 6th grade at such a young age? Wang Wenya turned back to the 7th sister. You tell your brother to skip a grade until next semester. We'll discuss it when I get home. Wang Siki nodded darkly and hung up the phone. Just now she also noticed that the difficulty of those papers had long exceeded the range of the 1st grade. Your own brother. There's something unusual about him. She rejoined the table and gently told her brother that his 4th sister had given him permission to skip a grade. Oh yeah. Ko jumped up from his chair in excitement and hugged Seven's thighs joyfully. Wang Siki turned the tables and told his brother. But it will have to be discussed when your 4th sister returns. Ko blinked and nodded yes. The rest of them didn't mean to stop it. It doesn't really matter to them if they skip a grade or if they can learn anyway. The Wang family has the means and the strength. Even if Ko wanted to lie flat, that wouldn't be a problem at all. The sisters have the strength to make him lie flat. After dinner, Ko happily ran to his room to bring a gift box. Wang Siki was slightly surprised, and the rest of the group looked at each other, wondering what Ko wanted to do. He set the gift box on the tabletop and explained as he unwrapped it. This is the jade pendant prepared by the 7th sister and I. The 4th sister's share I already gave to him yesterday. The box was unwrapped and the 7 jade pendants were lying quietly inside the box. Wang Yuehao couldn't help but pick it up and examine it, his face gradually becoming grave. Isn't this imperial blue light jade? Why are there so many jade pendants? Wang Siki patiently explained to her family. When it came to Xiaoka's gambling on the stone to open the very best jade, everyone's faces were shocked. Is Ko so lucky? Chen Hui kindly picked up her son and poked his smooth little face. Is this a gift from Ko? The munchkin in his arms proudly nodded his head and said yes. The 2 girls, Wang Lele and Wang Xinru, picked up the jade pendant and couldn't get enough of it. The jade pendant was smooth and translucent, moist, emitting a faint cool aura, and a spirituality could be vaguely felt. The 2 rubbed their brother's little head affectionately and didn't mince words of praise. Inside each jade pendant was sealed a piece of Xiaoka's spiritual energy. Just that none of the people knew about it. He looked thoughtfully at the gift box. Now that there were 2 jade pendants left, how should they be distributed to the other 4 sisters? Why don't we go to a gambling store and get some more? He dismissed the thought from his mind and thought no more about it. We'll figure these things out later. And the other sisters aren't home yet anyway. Wang Siki had a big project to talk about today, so she went ahead and rushed to the company. Grabbing his small school bag, led by Wang Lele and Wang Xinru, Xiaoko also got on the bus to school. On the frontier front, the 2 armies faced each other from a distance of several kilometers. The military friction that preceded it had brought the 2 armies to the point of saber rattling. The configuration of the soldiers on the Chinese side was a clean 95 rifle and camouflage combat uniforms. The 96 tanks at the rear of the army were lined up in horizontal rows, exuding a murderous aura along with the proximity missiles next to them. The army on the opposite side was no less well equipped and in no less favorable condition. The generals of both armies knew very well that the strength of the enemy army must be much more than that. The Real killers can't be in plain sight. Wang Ying sat on a high platform looking out from afar with a rather serious expression. She wasn't worried that the armament strength was weaker than the other side, but that the threat posed by the S-class alien was too great. That was a killing machine equivalent to a Zhongshe powerhouse. If they were allowed to step into the battlefield, they would soon be able to exterminate hundreds of elites. Reporting to the general, someone from the Martial Artist Association seeks an audience. The middle-aged officer led 4 old men to her. The 4 old men had rosy cheeks and sharp eyes, yet they looked unfathomable. Wang Ying's eyes flickered as she said in a conciliatory tone, "Thank you for traveling 1,000 miles to come. I don't know how to address you." The 4 men curtsied slightly and stepped forward in turn, saying, Wan Guei, Wan Zongshi, Song Rulong, Patriarch Song, Su Jianghai, Patriarch Su, Chen Songhai, Patriarch Chen. Listening to the 4 people, Wang Ying laughed up at the sky and his eyes became cold. It's a blessing to have 4 great masters sitting on my Chinese border. Pass on my military order to attack his army at night today and start a complete war. Yes. The middle-aged officer retreated in stride, and the 4 patriarchs were sent to rest. Beacon Christmas Eve. Returning dreams to the home mountain. She fished a picture out of her pocket, and the image was clearly of Ko when she was laughing. Her gaze softened momentarily as she gently stroked the boy in the photo. Little brother, when things settle down on my sister's side, I'll be able to come home and meet you. Chapter 67. Something happened to the second sister. The entrance to the Magic City Annex Elementary School. Since it was inconvenient for his sister to show her face, Ko could only walk into the school alone. There were still police officers constantly patrolling in front of the school, which kind of eliminated a lot of trouble for him. Ko jumped out of the car, arms bent in the shape of a heart, her body crouched downward, comparing hearts toward her sisters in the car. This adorable gesture coupled with a sweet smile adored both of their hearts. They suddenly had the urge to grab their brother and get in the car for a wild kiss. Bye sis oh. Ko waved goodbye and bounced into the schoolyard. Wang Xinru smiled bashfully, then dialed the phone. Not long after, the phone was picked up and a male voice rang out. Miss, what are your orders? Any of the variety shows that I've asked you to keep an eye out for lately, are there any suitable ones? There are 3 for now, and there's a pop-up, and the director is already looking for the right person. Email it to me and I'll take a look at it. Hanging up the phone, Wang Lele inquired with some astonishment. Fifth sister, are you trying to get your brother to do a variety show? You're tying up your brother's future by doing this. No longer free when you become a public figure. Wang Xinru raised her hand to interrupt her. I'm on the fence about it too, but my brother is interested in it, and I think our brother is so cute. He's perfect for being a star. Upon hearing this, Wang Lele was a bit unhappy. After all, she thought that her brother should learn piano from her the most. How happy and joyful it will be when the 2 siblings tour the ball and perform together. At this time, far away in Kyoto, the Wang family, a white-robed old man was lying quietly on the bed, his face still wrapped with several circles of bandages, looking very wretched. In the room next to his, several middle-aged men were gathered around discussing things. They were the oldest 2, oldest 3, oldest 5, and oldest 6 of the middle-aged generation of the Wang family. Several of the men grimaced and frowned. Elderly couldn't even help that bastard. How is this possible? The third oldest member of the Wang family said in a deep voice. Humph. I don't believe he's so evil that a 6-year-old doll could hurt elderly so badly. The oldest 5 of the Wang family chimed in. That's right, or we'll try again, and we can't keep this little doll anyway. The second member of the Wang family, who hadn't spoken all along, opened his mouth blandly. Quiet. There was no more sound from the field, and it was clear that he had authority over the men. Let's see. The assassination is even. Patriarch Li was seriously injured and returned. Is it hard to invite those people? I just didn't expect that his Wang Yuehao's 4 daughters were actually branch phoenixes, hiding quite deeply. The oldest family, too capable of stoicism. The oldest member of the Wang family roared low in anger. Back then he was expelled from the Wang family and swore he would not give birth to a male child. He even dared to have a son with that, polluting my Wang family's bloodline. This is provoking the majesty of the Wang family. Wang Xiaoku must disappear. The delayed Wang clan's elder 6 opened his mouth with a wicked smile. Brothers, I think we can find another way to get rid of Wang Xiaoku. The crowd turned their attention to him. Oh, tell me about it. When Ko returned to his class, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong with his classmates. I saw 7 or 8 students in the class standing and reading, hesitant to take their seats. Tiger's face was red and swollen as if he had been stung by a bee. There were also some boys with visible stripes on their bodies, presumably from being beaten with sticks. He slowly sat back in his seat and suddenly realized that Duzimo was also standing dumbfounded. He slapped Duzimo at his ass and was just about to ask why he didn't sit down. Steeply, Duzimo bounced up and broke out into a pig-killing howl. Small hands kept stroking the spots where he had slapped them. Duzimmer, what's going on? Why are you guys standing? Duzimo sadly squeezed out a line of tears. He felt a tingle in his ass at the thought of last night's encounter. He commiserated, explaining to Ko, I did so poorly on the test. My dad beat me up and broke my belt. The others should be about the same. Tiger's worse off than I am. The words just fell. Xiaoku released his divine sense to probe a bit, and indeed found that Xiaohu's buttocks were pumped black and purple and swollen. Looking at Duzimo who was standing, Xiaoku couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your ass is harder than a belt. Ha ha ha. Schadenfreude. He's pretty good at it. After scoffing, he released a stream of spiritual energy to wrap around Duzimo's injured area. The soft spiritual energy slowly penetrated into his body, actively repairing the injured parts. In 10 seconds or so, the swollen ass from the belt was as good as new. When Ko slapped him again, he wailed as if he had been electrocuted. He was then pleasantly surprised to find that his ass didn't hurt at all. Ha, I'm not in pain anymore? After a few joyful attempts, I found that it had returned to normal. He sat back in his seat excitedly and plopped down comfortably on the table. Standing for so long had kind of worn him out. As usual, Ko pulled out the thick books from his small school bag and looked at himself. Under Du Zemo's surprised gaze, he quickly flipped through the pages of the book. Can you read ancient poetry? Of course, I can still memorize it, Ko replied flatly, her white, round face written with seriousness. Du Zemo said decisively, you're bragging, the words in there are hard, not to mention you're flipping through them so fast. Can you memorize them? Xiaoko domineeringly put the book down in front of him and spoke confidently, take your pick, and if I can't memorize it, I'll give you Coco 1. Although Du Zemo didn't understand what Xiaoko no 1 foot was, he still picked up the book and selected it. Then you'll memorize. We'll enter the wine. Ko smiled confidently and cleared his throat as he began to recite. Don't you see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and run to the sea without return. That loud recitation echoed through the classroom, instantly attracting the attention of a large number of students. The kids were wide-eyed, one more shocked than the other. A common thought came to the minds of the crowd. Could it be that Wang Xiaoko is a genius and knows everything? Born to be wild. 1,000 golds are scattered. The language teacher pushed the door in and at the same time noticed Wang Xiaoko, who was reciting an ancient poem. All the sages of old were lonely, but only the drinkers left their names. At this moment, the language teacher was dumbfounded. A 6-year-old is memorizing will enter the wine? Is he still dreaming? Huey will come out to change the wine, to share the sorrows of the ages with you. After reciting a poem, everyone was stunned, and in the eyes of his classmates, Wang Xiaoko was already a godlike existence. Snap! The language teacher's thermos fell to the floor, spilling goji berry water all over the place. Families who get it were scared by little kids today. The sun slowly moved to the west and the day slipped away. As the school bell rang, all the students swarmed out. Xiaoko also got in the car and returned to the Wang family manor. As soon as he entered the villa, he happily jumped into Wang Siki's arms. The faint scent of her body hit her nose and the air was sweetly scented. At this moment, the 3 sisters surrounded him, all showing a bad smile in unison. Wang Siki crouched down and gave him a peck on the cheek. Brother, do you want to be president and make lots of money? Wang Xinru pushed her aside. Brother, do you want to do movies and variety shows and be a big star like your sister? Wang Lele said sweetly as she gathered her brother into her arms again. Brother, do you want to be a pianist? Learn piano from your sister and let's go to perform around the world. President, star, pianist? Facing the strange questions from the 3 sisters, Xiaoko picked at his little hands and puckered his mouth to answer. I don't want to do anything. I want to cultivate immortality. Ha, what cultivation? The 3 women looked at each other, then spoke in unison. You can only choose between these 3. This makes it difficult for Ko to the extreme, but he still prefers being a star to being a star. Getting the answer, Wang Xinru happily picked him up and rotated 720 degrees. The other 2 sisters stared at the duo with loss and some sourness in their hearts. After dinner, Ko returned to his room. He took out his cell phone and clicked on the V-blog. At this point his followers were already stuck at 8 million, no longer rising. After some maneuvering, he posted out a dynamic. Do people want to see Ko do a variety show? As soon as it was posted, it was immediately liked. After a while, the word want to see appeared clear in the comments section. He muttered to himself, it looks like everyone wants to see me do a variety show too, and I don't know if it's fun. Putting away his cell phone, he sat down on his bed and fell into cultivation. At midnight, Ko once again went downstairs and dragged Kuro to the backyard to practice his martial arts skills. He spent the next 3 days eating, studying, cultivating, and practicing martial arts. In the middle of the night that day, he was ready to go downstairs to look for Blackie. As usual, he had just stepped out of his room when he heard some noise in his parents' room. Out of curiosity, he unfurled his divine sense and probed inward. Inside the room, Wang Yuehao was talking to someone. What did you say? What happened? The voice on the other end of the line trembled slightly. General Wang and the 4 patriarchs are being besieged by 10 S-class exalts on the front line. The 4 patriarchs have been severely injured, and General Wang, whereabouts unknown. Snap! The cell phone was pinched and crushed by Wang Yuehao. His eyes were red and his veins rippled. Asshole! Shen Hui hid her face and cried, muttering impossibilities all the time. Wang Yuehao quickly put on his clothes and said to his wife, I'm going to the frontier now. You call Feng Tianxiao and tell him to bring people to the frontier front. Also, notify the Martial Artists Association to immediately send additional manpower to support the frontier. Don't tell your daughters about this. I'm going to fetch the second girl home. Sensing the footsteps approaching, Ko scrambled to hide back in his room and close the door. He looked out the window in surprise, his heart shaking. Second sister. Something happened? Chapter 68. It's over. This is coming for me. Noticing that his dad had left the villa, Ko probed out of the room. His delicate little round face was covered with worry. Second sister is in danger. Can father save her sister? thinking of the dangerous situation his sister might face. His heart was as anxious as a hot pot. No, I have to get my sister back. He clenched his small fists, revealing a touch of determination and stubbornness between his brows. Ko walked lightly down the stairs, passing by the kennel. Curled up inside his kennel, Blackie caught a glimpse of him and stifled a shiver. Every day at this time, the young master would come and drag him to the backyard to practice, but to its surprise, Ko walked straight out of the villa today and didn't grab it to go to the backyard. It stared incredulously. Surprisingly, he didn't come to trouble himself today? Has the heavens opened their eyes? Walking out of the villa, Xiaoko directly called out the golden crow. His figure leaped and stepped on the flying sword, secretly trailing on his father, King's tarmac. Although it was midnight, there were still staff on duty patrolling. Wang Yuehao walked towards the duty officer with an iron collar. Go call the driver over and come with me to the frontier. The duty officer replied yes, and immediately went to wake up the sleeping driver. The two pilots woke up still stupefied, but as soon as they heard that it was an order from the head of the family, they were immediately refreshed. Shortly afterward, the trio boarded a helicopter and headed northwest. High in the air, Xiaoko watched from afar with his flying sword on his feet, his ice-blue pupils flickering with a faint light. He murmured softly, "Second sister, don't let anything happen." In the morning, the family sat together at the dinner table as usual. The only difference is that the main seat is empty today. Wang Siki seemed to be sensing something and inquired to her mother, "Daddy, where did he go?" Chen Hui replied in a cloudy voice, Early in the morning he ran off to Linjiang City to find your Uncle Feng for a drink, and I don't know how long he's going to stay there." Although it sounded reasonable, Wang Siki still frowned. "Do you need to go to Uncle Feng first thing in the morning? Can't you wait until after breakfast?" And as far as he knew, Uncle Feng was also a bit of a martial artist, even stronger than Dad. "I'm afraid something big is going on." She couldn't help but think of her second sister, who was far away at the border, and had a bad feeling in her heart. After breakfast, Xiaoko was sent to the school entrance by Wang Xinru. Ko hadn't spoken much since morning, and his round head had been hanging low. Wang Xinru stayed close to her brother and inquired suspiciously, "What's wrong, brother? Not happy?" He immediately raised his milky little round face and told his sister with a smile, "No, I'm going to school. Bye sis." With that, he jumped out of the car and waved his chubby little hand at his sister. Wang Xinru smiled and nodded, a smile at the corners of her eyes. "It seems that I was overthinking it. My brother is so young. What could be on his mind?" The car started and slowly drove away from the Magic City Annex Elementary School. Entering the campus, Xiaoko didn't go back to the classroom, but went straight to Jiang Nan's trio. A few people were sitting in the gazebo at the moment, swiping through short vlog videos. Inside the screen, a hot beauty in costume dances to the music, smiling back. A dynamic theater voice came from the cell phone, captivating the trio's eyes. A partridge cries in falling ink. Who knows the meaning of the song? The broken string waits for you to tie it. Goo, don't worry about your lover. I'll only roll up my sleeve for you in this life. 3 rounds of drinks and the moon on a branch. My heart is in the right place. Aga little lady, you don't worry. Ahem. Ko closed in on the trio and coughed twice. Jiang Nan was so shocked that her cell phone almost fell to the ground. Looking back, the young master had stood behind himself at some point. He put away his cell phone with an embarrassed look on his face, his originally high and arrogant face gilded with a blush. "Young master, what do you want from us? Did someone upset you?" Ko shook his head and gazed at him with bright eyes. "I want to ask you if you know where my second sister's barracks are?" The three of them looked at each other and smiled. "Needless to say, young master, of course we know, but why are you asking this question?" "Hardly. Do you want to go to the general?" Ko lifted her round face and gave the three a harmless smile. "Sick dog." "Right answer. Spectral ghost eyes." He gave a milky cry, confusing a few people. Suddenly, a flash of green light surfaced at the three people's pupils, and several people's expressions became stagnant. Jiang Nan only felt a blackness before his eyes, and his consciousness was gradually engulfed by some mysterious force. Seeing that the job was done, Ko rubbed his little hands together in excitement. This was the first time he had used this martial art on someone else. The result was just as he expected. Not only Little Black, but Jiang Nan's three were also able to be controlled by himself. Ko grinned. It seemed he was pretty smart after all. It was only that he couldn't manipulate too many people at once, and the other person's strength had to be far lower than his own in order to control his mind. He thought for a moment and looked up to ask, "Where is the location of my second sister's barracks?" Jiang Nan responded dully, "Northwest Frontier Land, more than 20 miles south of the Great Wasteland mountain range." Satisfied with his answer, Ko left the place and headed straight for the school entrance. Not long after, Jiang Nan and the three of them came to their senses, only feeling dizzy. Where is young master? He was just here? I'm not sure. What's going on? I feel dizzy. What were we doing? I don't know. Walking out of the school gates and looking at the empty driveway, Ko gave a dark cry. Now that there are no cars on the road, do we have to fly with our swords under the eyes of the crowd? And while he was mulling over the doorway, he suddenly recalled Xiao Xiao-san, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He quickly took his cell phone out of his pocket and opened Vmail, flipping to Sister Xiao Xiao in his friends list. Immediately, Ko dialed her to explain the situation. Not long after, Lin Xiao Xiao and Lin's father both drove up and pulled up in front of him. He sweetly called out Sister Xiao Xiao and then got into the car. Along the way, the two of them talked and laughed, and Lin's father amiably struck up a conversation with Xiao Ku. Lin Xiao Xiao picked up her cell phone and swept him up, taking several pictures in a row. When she smiled, her two dimples were deeply recessed and durable. Ko came out of her arms, a cute face red like a ripe apple. He blinked his big watery eyes and beamed. Sister Xiao Xiao, why are you taking so many pictures with me? Lin Xiao Xiao hid a smile and pinched him on the cheek. Xiao Ku is now a big star. Oh, I do not know how many people want to take a picture with you. Other people have to envy me to death when they see it. With that said, she checked the box to send the photo directly to her group of girlfriends. There was a frenzy of messages popping up from the group of girlfriends, and the phone dinged and dinged. Ko couldn't help but look up in question after hearing her words. Sister Xiao Xiao, I'm wondering if I want to do a variety show. It feels like fun. The words made her freeze. Then she turned her head and exclaimed, "What? For a variety show?" She sized up Ko once more and smiled like a warm spring breeze. Of course you can film it. Ko looks so cute. There will be a lot of people who like you, and it's fun to do a variety show, so your fans should be looking forward to it. Hearing Xiao Xiao's sister's reply, Xiao Ke silently made up his mind in his heart. 10 minutes later, the car was smoothly parked at the Wang family manor. Xiao Xiao sis, I'm going home. Oh. After greeting her, Xiao Ke walked straight into the Wang family manor. Looking at the magnificent manor in front of them, both of them were ruthlessly shocked by the large sum of money. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at the little boy's back through the car window, a sweet smile emerging on her face. The last time the little guy had told himself that his home was near the manor. Sure enough, with such awesome sisters, how could the accommodation be bad? Dad, go home. The car slowly disappeared in front of the Wang family manor. The door to the villa was quietly opened, and Ko stepped gingerly into the hall, afraid to startle her sisters upstairs. Aunt Erishur was doing her chores in the living room at the moment, and when she noticed the tiny figure, she spoke up in confusion. Young master, why did you run home? Ko's heart tightened and he quickly gestured to her to silence her. Although Auntie Lan didn't understand what the young master was trying to do, she didn't open her mouth again. After a while, seeing that there was still no movement upstairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he tiptoed toward the kennel and grinned at Blackie. Blackie, it's over. This is coming at me. It was just about to escape when it suddenly realized that it couldn't move its body. There was a spiritual force around it that tightly imprisoned it in place. Then the tiny figure walked up to it, picked it up and ran out of the villa. The young master should have skipped class, right? Auntie Lan hesitated to report to Miss, and after thinking about it, she continued to organize her household chores. Xiao Ke ran out of the manor in a single breath and didn't put down Xiao Hei until he was tens of meters away from the Wang family. Blackie, let's go save sister together. He spoke in a milky voice, his eyes serious. My sister had an accident in the battlefield, and this time our mission is to rescue her. Still, if you're willing to go with me, just holler. If you don't scream, it's a tacit admission that you're going to accompany me to save my sister. Blackie, do I have a choice? 6. Chapter 69, Xiao Ke 2 takes off. Dark currents rise. King's tarmac. A man and a dog poked their heads out of the enclosure and peeked inside to see what was going on. Remember to stay close to me in a bit. We have to move fast. Remember to watch my eyes. Ko whispered a command to the dog beside him. Little Black humanely nodded his doggy head, as if he understood him. At the door, the two officers on duty looked around vigilantly, fearing that any breeze could be detected. At that moment a delicate little boy approached the gate and milked his drink at them fiercely. Hey, take me in. I'm going to check out Coco too. The duty officer looked at him in surprise, then spoke respectfully. Yes, young master. The two men opened the gate and welcomed the young master into the parking lot. Xiao Ke calmly walked in, and behind him, Xiao Hei followed closely with his short legs. One of the officers on duty noticed the little white dog and blocked its path straight away. Woof, woof. The sound of two barking dogs reached Ko's ears, and he looked back suspiciously just in time to notice the scene. Another staff member explained it for him. Young master, the housemaster has said that no uninvited people are allowed to enter the tarmac, and dogs are no exception. Otherwise, I'll get someone to look after it first. Ko couldn't help but spit out in his mind that the rules set by his dad were a pain in the ass. He said with a cold little face and an aggressive voice towards the two. Blackie is my best friend, and the rules dad set up don't include my friends. The staff looked embarrassed and a little overwhelmed. He continued to speak toward the two. If you don't let Blackie in, I'll tell my sister that you're bullying me. Let my sisters come to you then. Speaking of which, the staff only felt a chill down their backs and rushed to get out of the way to let the dog in. He said darkly in his mind, rules are dead, people are alive. Anyway, it's a pet brought by the young master, and it can't be a big deal for such a small dog. Waiting for Black to follow, the staff led Ko into the arena. Any staff member he met on the road saluted and greeted him. Soon, a few people arrived at the Coco 2 helicopter. He happily walked up to pet the big toy. Blackie stared at the giant in front of him with round eyes, curiously surveying it. Ko turned back to the two men and calmly instructed them, I want to play in an airplane, so go call the pilot. The two staff members looked at each other and then called for a senior driver. By the time the driver arrived out of breath, Ko couldn't wait to get going. Young master, please. The crew respectfully opened the door to the plane and lowered the gangway. Ko shot a look at Kuro, signaling him to follow. A man and a dog quickly boarded the helicopter. The staff member was still trying to stop the dog, but his eyes went black and he suddenly froze in place. The driver turned back to check on the condition of the young master once everything was ready. Just as he turned his head, he came face to face with a delicate little face. Uncle driver, do you know the Great Desolate Mountain Range? Ko inquired expectantly, her large, watery eyes gazing at him. Why is young master asking about the Great Desolate Mountain Range? This place is on the border. The driver furrowed his brow. He'd been to this place before. Not long ago, he had just happened to send one of the Wang family's sweeping maids to this neighborhood. That said, that young man nearly drove him crazy with his ghostly cries along the way. Xiao Ke secretly rejoiced. It was really a good idea to save himself the trouble of groping around on the map. Spectral ghost eyes. Steeply, the driver's pupils were wrapped in green light. Departure. South of the Great Desolate Mountain Range. Ko waved his fat, tender palms and laughed happily. The helicopter started slowly with the pilot at the controls. The propeller spun faster and faster, whipping up a gale on the flat. Woohoo! Take off! Blackie, I'm going to fly. Ko removes the controls from the two men by the helicopter. Recovering their senses, the pair stared in disbelief as the helicopter rose high into the sky. It wasn't until the plane got farther away from the two men that the staff realized something was wrong. What just happened? How come that helicopter flew away? What's going on? Where is this going? Who flew the helicopter and where did he want to take the young master? Not a moment later, the helicopter disappeared completely into the sky as the two watched. Asterisk. The young master has been taken away. Quickly, notify the director. Don't let anything happen to young master. Damn it, in case Miss pursues this, you and I are both doomed. In the distance on the helicopter, a man and a dog were dancing with joy. The plan is going very well. Now we just have to wait to fly to the place. Inside the Wang family villa, Wang Xinru, who was doing yoga, split her two beautiful legs into a zigzag horse. The cell phone beside her rang and she got up to answer it. What? The young master flew away in a helicopter? Who's the pilot? Contact him quickly. On the other end of the line, the director of ramp management's voice was shaking. Miss, we can't reach the driver. Wang Xinru hung up the phone and dialed a Vmail call to Xiao Ku. But no matter how long I waited, the call was delayed. She quickly dressed and rushed to the tarmac. The other side. Several men in suits walked out of the door from the Magic City airport. Their faces were cold, exuding a thick fury around them, and their icy eyes were oozing like poisonous snakes. The crowd all took the initiative to make a way in front of them. Fearing to provoke them, one of the men pulled out a file. The information recorded the specific information of Wang Siki, as well as the location of Wang's group, Frontier Front. Several days of fighting had left over 100,000 Chinese soldiers dead or wounded, and only 350,000 of the original 500,000 soldiers were now left. The sky is nothing but fire and smoke, and outside the trenches there is nothing but fear and death. The E-Army fighters were still in the air, circling and exchanging fire with the Chinese fighters. The anti-aircraft missiles and tanks on the ground kept firing, and the entire plain was cratered by the shells. Blood, flames, gunfire and dust filled the air, and the constant hissing of heavy machine guns, anti-tank guns and rocket launchers created a perfect picture of hell on earth. The sound of some piercing wails resounded through the battlefield, and the air was filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Looking to the north, broken limbs and debris littered this scorched earth, blood coloring it red. Countless wounded Chinese soldiers were transported back to the base from the front line to receive treatment. The doctors and nurses of the entire military base were so busy that many of them had not even closed their eyes to rest for 3 days. Since yesterday, a large number of media reporters have been arriving to film the record and send the information back to the company. Meanwhile, media news across China reported the events of the border war at the same time. For a time, all 130,000 Chinese people learned the brutal truth about the border war. On the internet, the topic of border war was the first to occupy the top of the hot search list. The crowd at the bottom was talking. Country E is ambitious, and has been secretly harassing my China before. Is it deceiving me that there is no one in China? I'm willing to rejoin the army and guard the gates of our Chinese nation. Why hasn't the Lord of the Land sent troops to support them when the war has been going on for days? Born as Chinese, my generation should be the first to lead. Who would like to rush to the front with me? The soldiers of the northwest frontier should be remembered, so the lord of the country should quickly rise to support the front line. Wang's group president's room. Wang Siki scanned the media information icily, her heart feeling more and more uneasy. Something had indeed happened on her second sister's side. She just didn't expect the situation to be this serious. At that moment, a cell phone rang off to the side. She picked up the phone and her body instantly froze in her seat. Say that again. Wang Siki gritted her teeth and said, a layer of frost shrouding her beautiful face. The person on the other end of the line repeated timidly, Miss, the young master left Magic City in a helicopter. He should be heading to the northwest. Wang Siki kicked over the table and chairs beside her and couldn't help but curse. Asshole, how dare you let the young master get on the helicopter? Rubbish thing, a child can't even look after you. What's the use of my Wang family raising you? Hurry up and prepare the plane. Snap. She kicked open the door to the president's office and jogged into the elevator, a fire burning in her heart at that moment. After a while, Wang Siki rushed to the tarmac in a panic, and the two girls, Wang Xinru Wang Lele, were already on the helicopter. She angrily walked up to the director of management and slapped him hard twice. If anything happens to the young master, you'll wait for death. The icy words reached his ears and scared him so much that he almost cried out. At this point, he had the heart to kill those two staff members. He had been absent for only half a day, and he had stirred up such a big mess. The three women boarded the helicopter and quickly headed northwest. Meanwhile, the whole of China was surging with dark currents. The northern military region received Wang Yuehao's military order and quickly sent 100,000 elite troops to rush to support the northwest. The Martial Artists Association once again sent personnel to the northwest military region. Netizens throughout China denounced E-State's wolfishness and harassment of China's borders. Countless hot-blooded men rushed noisily to join the army. On the contrary, on the side of the state lord, there has been no news coming out. It wasn't until late in the evening that an official message was released through the media. The lord said he would send reinforcements and called on the country's medical personnel to support the front line. In addition to this, Chinese officials are shouting internationally about why country E has repeatedly harassed Chinese borders and provoked wars. The World Peace Organization deplored the atrocities committed by the E side and demanded that the E side end the war and withdraw its troops. But E never responded positively and the war continued. In the evening, another piece of news came to light. General of the Frontier Military Region, Wang Ying. The whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 70, How did Xiao Lu sneak here? The nation is in an uproar. Generals generally reside behind the scenes and are also usually surrounded by a large number of guards. But it is puzzling that General Wang Ying could have disappeared in a strange way. The crowd didn't have to think much to realize that this must have nothing to do with E. Just how could the crowd not figure out what means he used to get past the heavy forces to capture the general? After all, martial artists and psychics were secrets sealed by various countries, and ordinary people had nowhere to learn about them. It was getting dark. The war on the frontier gradually ceased, and both armies tacitly retreated back to their military bases, seemingly building up their strength for a more violent offensive. Inside the base council chamber, the four great masters and dozens of military district executives are sitting around here. Nowadays, the four great patriarchs were in a sorry state, all of them suffering from minor injuries. Patriarch Chen had even lost an arm. The wound had been treated, but there was still crimson blood seeping through the gauze. The faces of the people were grim, and they all lowered their heads in silence. With the general gone, the military district had completely lost its backbone, and now they were as scattered as a sheet of sand. Patriarch 1 smacked his lips, but only spat out a long sigh. Squeak! The door to the chamber room was opened and a middle-aged man in military uniform entered the room. Strikingly, his epaulets are 3 gold stars, neatly arranged above the golden branches. This is clearly the rank of general. With the exception of the 4 great patriarchs, the top military region executives present immediately stood up and gave a military salute. At the same time, a few people curiously surveyed the general, only to find something familiar. The middle-aged man walked towards the conference table with a serious face and sat on top of the main seat. After scanning the crowd, he spoke slowly. I am General Wang Yuehao of the Northern Military Region. Report General Wang Ying's situation to me in detail. At those words, all of the military region's top brass shook with a tiger's body. The name Wang Yuehao may not be known to ordinary people, but it is well known in the military. It was said that he had climbed step by step from a new recruit to the position of general, leading his generals to guard the northern border of China for 10 years. He won hundreds of battles, large and small, and was known as the undefeated god of war in the army. A high-ranking person gazed at Wang Yuehao adoringly and stood up to say respectfully, 2 days ago, we had the upper hand in the battle, but yesterday, 4S-ranked Tabarans suddenly appeared on the front line and wantonly slaughtered our soldiers. General Wang swiftly led the 4 great patriarchs to step into the front line. I didn't realize that the other side had far more than 4 S-class adepts. After the patriarch stepped into the battlefield, 6 more S-class exalts appeared on the front line, ignoring the others and heading straight for the general. In the end, General Wang was captured. The 4 patriarchs were seriously injured, and the frontline soldiers were defeated. Wang Yuehao clenched his fists, not hiding the anger on his face at all. How dare they disregard the treaty and send out 10 S-class adepts who are comparable to a sovereign? Squeak! The door to the council chamber was opened once again, and a group of middle-aged men with extraordinary aura entered the room. The middle-aged man at the head shouted respectfully towards Wang Yuehao, "Big brother, I'm late." Wang Yuehao's angry expression eased slightly and hurriedly let him sit down. The 4 great patriarchs stared at this man with wide eyes, somewhat surprised. The middle-aged man looked at the 4 great patriarchs and revealed a bold smile. Patriarch 1 opened his mouth in surprise. Wind Patriarch, Feng Xiaotian? Feng Xiaotian nodded his head in greeting and then opened his mouth in front of the crowd. Early tomorrow morning, 100,000 elites from the Northern Realm will be able to arrive, while the Martial Artist Association has sent 10 patriarchs this time. Among them, there are 2 late Zhongshe martial artists, 3 mid-Zhongshe martial artists, and 5 early Zhongshe martial artists. In addition, the State Lord's side didn't make a move, just a verbal statement. Presumably, Wang Yuehao waved his hand, and his face softened considerably. Thank you, Brother Wind. I will personally lead the army tomorrow and will definitely defeat the enemy army. Feng Xiaotian laughed loudly and said archly, Big brother, there's no need to be polite. My life was saved by you. Why say thank you? Soon, Wang Yuehao planned an attack strategy according to the terrain. The entire military region's top brass had a sleepless night, all fully preparing for tomorrow's battle. 100,000 elite soldiers were delivered one after another in the early hours of the morning, and the 10 great patriarchs also came to the base without incident. Medical personnel and medical facilities were also brought to the military area, and all kinds of military weapons, ammunition and supplies were sent here in batches. High in the air, Ko was bored, resting his cheeks and looking out the window. Blackie next to him had been sleeping since he got on the helicopter and had been sleeping all night. It's so boring. How much further is it? Xiaoke beamed and looked towards the sleeping Xiaohei, a bad smile surfacing on that round face. All you do is sleep every day. I wonder if you're a dog or a pig. He stretched out his fingers, and suddenly purple lightning arcs emerged from his white fingertips. A finger pointed out. Xiaohei, who was originally lying down to sleep, suddenly felt his body tingle and couldn't help but tremble. When he lifted the dog's head, he realized the boy beside him was huffing and puffing. The entire cabin was quiet and everything seemed normal. Blackie, what the hell? It got its head down in confusion, and within a few moments it was asleep again. A wave of numbness hit it again just as it was dreaming of a big, fragrant chicken leg. The dream of a big chicken leg abruptly dissolved into nothingness and was replaced by the long unseen taiyaki. Ha 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 ha. Ko smiled broadly and withdrew his fingers, once again pretending to look asleep. Blackie lifted his head dizzily. It glanced aside at the sleeping boy and became deeply suspicious. After carefully surveying Ko for a long time, it bent down and closed its eyes to pretend to be asleep. It didn't take long for it to notice that a chubby little hand was reaching towards him. This time it took the initiative, quickly jumping up and biting hard at the small hand. I don't know that my hands are electrified. A crackling sound echoed through the cabin. This time Xiaohei was directly electrocuted on the outside, opening his mouth and spitting out 2 smoke rings. In the dream, the Teiyukai was waving to herself, hundreds of kilometers to the east of the helicopter. A helicopter quickly followed. The 3 women in the cabin had a sleepless night, looking out the window with grave expressions, and no one opened their mouths to speak. Wang Siki called her brother dozens of times, but all showed no answer. Fortunately, the Wang family helicopters all came with a localization system, and the 3 of them were now getting closer and closer to their brother. She wasn't sure why the driver had taken her brother to the northwest or what he was thinking. When we meet, everything will be known. Early in the morning, all the soldiers of the military base urgently gathered in the square. Wang Yuehao walked up to the high platform with his arms in his hands, a pair of sword brows coldly erected as he swept his gaze over the 450,000 strong army. Behind him, the entire 15 patriarchs stood in 2 rows, and dozens of military district executives were full of solemnity. Guys, Wang Yuehao's voice was amplified, clearly reaching everyone's ears. As a Chinese man, I am not afraid of injury or death. You are soldiers, standing at the border of Chinese territory, and every point you retreat is a point of territory ceded. If the country is broken, then the family will die. The E country is wolfish and commits crimes against Manhwa. What shall we do? Kill, kill, kill. 400,000 soldiers raised their arms. Xiao Lu Heping was also in the crowd, and due to the shortage of manpower, he was transferred to the front line. Wang Yuehao's words seemed to have given everyone chicken blood. At this moment, his blood was boiling and his whole body was hyperactive. Rage against the fence. 450,000 generals, led by Wang Yuehao, recited Man Jianghong in unison. The chants are so amazing that they can break mountains and rivers. After all the soldiers had returned to their respective positions, a great battle was about to begin. War! After a shout, the horn of the charge was blown. Each general stepped into the battlefield according to Wang Yuehao's instructions. At the same time, soldiers also stepped into the battlefield. Airplanes, tanks, missiles, long-range artillery shells, they all went into battle. The whole venue was gun-shy and the shouts went straight through the clouds. On the front lines of the war, 4 men in odd costumes stormed into the Chinese war zone. Bullets and shells were dodged with such ease and speed. Only one of the men with red hair casually struck out, and a large ball of blazing fire poured out towards the crowd. In an instant, more than a dozen soldiers were engulfed in flames, and amidst the agonizing wails, the soldiers slowly ran out of life. Bruce, dare you to compete with me on who has killed more people? A blond man said towards the redhead. Well, who's afraid? Bruce strikes again, killing several people with each attack. At the high platform, Wang Yuehao stared closely at the 4 figures. On the side, Patriarch 1 explained for him. These 4 are country's S-rank psychics. The red-haired man is called Bruce and has the fire attribute. The blonde man's name is Adam, and he's a lightning attribute alien. The tall man next to him is named Austin, an earth attribute alien. The last one is called Arthur, also a fire attribute alien, but stronger than Bruce, with the strength of a late sect master. Listening to Patriarch 1's explanation, Wang Yuehao nodded. Then his eyes signaled the 4 patriarchs to go forward to meet the battle. The rest of the clerics continued to stand by, ready to deal with any other results that might show up. In the chaos of the battlefield, Xiao Lu huddled in the trench shivering with his rifle in his arms. At this moment, he suddenly missed the days of running with his young master. Although it was very tiring, but he couldn't die. Whoosh! Xiao Lu looked up at the sound, only to see a warplane in midair suddenly drop a shell. The oval shell gradually enlarged within his pupils. At this moment, it was as if he saw his great-grandfather, who had been dead for decades, beckoning to him. It was too late to run, and he slowly closed his eyes, hoping only that the death would not be too painful. Suddenly, a flash of golden light cut through. Boo! 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xiao Lu opened his tightly closed eyes and froze, feeling around his whole body. Ugh! I didn't pass away? Where are the shells? Over the battlefield, a flying sword exploded and shot away from a distance. Finally, the golden crow slowly fell back into Shao Ka's hands. He blinked and spoke in surprise. Why did little brother Lu sneak here? Chapter 71. Master won't blame me, will he? Inside the helicopter, Ko looked off into the distance in confusion. By now he was close enough to Second Sister's military base to prepare for landing. He took control of the pilot and slowly flew towards the military base. At the same time, sirens sounded in the air defense sector. Warning, warning, unidentified flying object approaching. Noticing the red markings on the radar detector, the soldier immediately looked through his electronic binoculars. Another soldier next to him eagerly inquired, is it an enemy plane? Should we attack? I'm not sure. It's a regular helicopter with kanji on the fuselage. What's the word? Coco too. Both of them froze at the same time. What was this helicopter doing with such a strange name? The soldier next to him said with a light cough, try to make contact when he gets close. If he doesn't respond, it's not too late to attack. Both men nodded at the same time, staring intently at the red mark on the radar. Until the aircraft approached the communication range, the soldier sent a communication signal to the helicopter. At this point, Ko was still all excited and ready to land. Suddenly, a strange man's voice came from the console. Black helicopter, you are approaching our military jurisdiction. Please indicate your identity, purpose, sector. Cluelessly, Ko listened to the man finish his sentence and finally came to a realization. So he was asking what he was doing here. Of course he came to save his sister. He leaned forward and replied in a milky voice. I came to find my father. My father's name is Wang Yuehao, and Wang Ying is my second sister. The helicopter continued its descent, and once again the strange man's voice came from the console. You are approaching our military jurisdiction. Please state your purpose immediately or we will take offensive measures. Ko stared at himself with round eyes. He can't hear me. What should I do now? Blackie, do you know how to make him hear? Blackie, is it appropriate for you to ask me? The black helicopters continued to land downwards regardless of several inquiries from the air defenses. The two soldiers spoke solemnly. Launch infrared guided attack on UFO. The controllers who received the order immediately activated their anti-aircraft weapons, aiming at the black helicopters and launching an attack. Instantly, countless missiles flew towards Xiaoku's side. Whoa! Xiaoku exclaimed and immediately urged his spiritual energy to form a transparent protective film around the helicopter. Dozens of missiles slowed down steeply as they were about to hit him. Finally, the missiles were eerily still around the helicopter, never able to go any further. Watching this scene, the Air Defense Department was collectively dumbfounded. The missiles were still aiming and firing, and in just a few tens of seconds, hundreds of missiles were hovering around the fuselage. From a distance, it looks like a giant hedgehog. Ko finally let out a sigh of relief as he frowned and spoke in a disgruntled voice. Bad guys, when I find my sister, I'll let my sister take care of you. He is very vindictive. The crowd in the Air Defense Department had their mouths open, not knowing how to express the shock in their hearts. What the hell is this? Why does it look like this? Ko 2. Landing. As he shouted excitedly, the Ko 2 landed smoothly, and the missiles hovering around the helicopter slowly fell to the ground. The Air Defense Department rushed to inform soldiers to check out the mysterious helicopter that landed in the military area. Inside the cabin, Xiaoku released his divine sense to observe his surroundings. Blackie, come with me. Someone's coming. Opening the hatch, Ko lifted the dog with one hand and flew off to the side. He was fast and had divine sense to sense every move around him, perfectly bypassing the arriving soldiers. A soldier from the Air Defense Department exclaimed, "Just now, I think a little boy ran out of a helicopter." Boys? The crowd was baffled, completely confused as to what was going on with this sudden and mysterious helicopter. On the ground, a large number of soldiers approached the helicopter with rifles in hand, all of them with a wary look on their faces. Strangely, no movement had been coming from inside the helicopter, which made them even more suspicious. Several soldiers entered the cabin and pointed their guns at the pilot. "What are you and what is your purpose?" The driver, who came to his senses, was confused. 13. Didn't you just get on a helicopter yourself? Who are these soldiers? Speak. The lead soldier prodded impatiently, pressing the muzzle of his gun forward in an aiming motion. The driver was almost scared now by the scene and stammered out an explanation. I'm the driver of the Wang family, and our family head is Wang Yuehao." The soldier opened his mouth in disbelief and followed up. "Why didn't you just respond? Trespassing on military property, and why are you here?" This series of several questions made his scalp go numb, and he just felt his brain go haywire. I don't know. Take it away." The driver almost cried out. How did he get here? Mainly because he really didn't know. Meanwhile, in one of the corners of the military base, a man and a dog poked out their two little heads, carefully observing the situation nearby. Ko silently made plans in his mind. "Blackie, if you want to find your sister, isn't it better to ask where she is first?" The little black man at his feet nodded humanely. "Dad definitely won't tell me, so let's go find little brother Lou first. Ask around and then try to figure out how to save your sister." With his idea finalized, he was ready to act. But then a dilemma suddenly occurred to him. There are so many people at little brother Lou's place. I'm sure I'll be discovered if I go directly to him. Ko said to himself. What should I do? I'll be found out if I go over there like this. He pouted in aggravation and paced back and forth in the corner. Woof, woof. Blackie spun around in place a few times, as if trying to make some sort of point. He muttered impatiently at Black. What are you barking at? Shut up. Suddenly, a light went off in his head. Since you look young, it would be nice to change your appearance. Thinking of this, he silently pinched the spell and used transfiguration on himself. This technique was similar to the pure body technique, except that one would not be able to use it at the refined chi stage. Now that he had stepped into Foundation establishment, he was just able to put this technique to use. Only a thick smoke filled the area around Ko, and when the smoke cleared, a white-robed gentleman appeared in place. Xiao Hei's eyes were almost bursting with shock, not realizing that the little master would still have this skill. On his handsome face, he had three-dimensional features and clear lines, a face that was exquisite beyond reproach, with a fair face, a high nose, and lips the color of jade. Under the heroic sword eyebrow, there is a pair of bright like stars eyes, like a cold pool like deep, always flashing with perseverance and wisdom. A white robe was attached to his body, and he looked like an immortal under the sunlight. Ko scowled at himself and inquired in a low voice towards Kuro. Well, it shouldn't be discovered now, should it? Blackie stretched out his paw in approval, but there was always a feeling that something wasn't right. Not being able to care so much, Ko picked up Kuro and rushed to the battlefield, bypassing the soldiers' patrol. At this time, both sides of the combat are killing red eyes. The fire is very fierce. Xiao Lu in the trenches took advantage of his comrades' inattention to sneak around the army and hide in the earth pit with the weakest firepower to get down. Unluckily, a small group of these soldiers quickly ran towards the mound, looking like they wanted to occupy it. The leader of the soldiers saw Xiao Lu, and Xiao Lu noticed him. It's awkward to look at each other. Shoot! The lead soldier shouted in fluent E, and dozens of enemy soldiers picked up their rifles and fired at him. This time it's really over. Xiao Lu bawled his eyes out. I'm going to die this time. The bullets were a dozen centimeters away from his face when they came to a standstill in midair. The scene left Lu at a loss for words. Little brother Lu. A male voice suddenly sounded beside him. He turned his head to look, and a handsome young man appeared beside him at some point. He forced back his fear and questioned him in disbelief. You know me? Ko instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing, and then reopened his mouth. Shoot. The enemy opened his mouth to interrupt him, and countless bullets burst towards the two. Ko frowned with his sword brow. These bad guys are trying to kill themselves. He held out a white palm forward. All the bullets were once again strangely suspended in front of Xiao Lu. Flexing his fingers slightly, all the bullets reversed their direction and shot at the enemy at a faster speed. In an instant, the dozen or so enemy squads all fell in a pool of blood. Xiao Lu fell to the ground in fear and reached out a trembling hand to him. You're a human or a ghost? Xiao Ke sighed helplessly. Just now he was thinking that it should be fine to expose his strength like this. Master won't blame you, will he? Of course I'm human nah. Tell me quickly. Sis, where is General Wang Ying? Xiao Lu saw that the other party had no malicious intent and gradually relaxed his guard. He leaned down and gave Ko a full account of this incident. E-country? Alien? Ko recalled the modern history book he had read earlier, mentioning the aggressive behavior of the E-country. 100 years ago, when China was weak, the E-army and the R-army, they burned, looted and plundered here. The second sister was taken away by a shifter. What's a shifter? He stroked his chin and asked Lu what the shifter was. Xiao Lu explained by pointing to the few people who were fighting the four great sect masters in the distance. Getting this information, Ko finally understood a general idea. Those so-called aliens must know the whereabouts of my sister. At the thought of a new face, there was no need to worry about exposing his strength anymore. He darted directly toward the four. His speed was astonishing. Just a few steps into the run, a shell came blasting toward him in a hail of gunfire. Xiao Lu hurriedly yelled at the top of his voice. Danger! Get down! Swish! The golden sword light flashed, and the shell split in half a meter away from him. Xiao Lu couldn't help but exclaim. Is this mysterious youth a god? You've just been saved by an immortal? Chapter 7200-meter giant sword. White-robed immortal. The battlefield was a mess, with the wails of wounded soldiers everywhere. The ground was littered with shell-shattered limbs and severely wounded and dying people. The scene was so revolting to Ko that he was dizzy from watching it. Although he had killed bad guys himself, the scene wasn't as horrible and bloody. Spiritual energy running around his body, he forced down the discomfort in his body and continued to run towards the front. Make sure you get your sister out. Thinking of this, his gaze became firm. At the shirt, a puppy head burrows out to look around. Kuro finally realized what was wrong. Everyone else is wearing military uniforms. The little master's clothes are too flashy. On the high platform, a group of senior officers led by Wang Yuehao carefully observed the battle. Who is that white-robed youth? Why isn't he in uniform? Feng Xiaotian, who hadn't spoken for a long time, pointed to the southeast in surprise. Everyone looked curiously at the figure. Ko darted across the front line, defending himself from bullets while observing the four men fighting the trunks in the distance. He was completely oblivious to the fact that he was already being watched by a crowd of people. The three enemy tanks roared and crushed forward, not noticing in the slightest that a white-robed youth was speeding this way. As the steel behemoth was about to crush the white-robed youth, he moved. Sword come. A dark golden flying sword appeared in the palm of his hand, and with his toes lightly tapping the ground, Xiao Ke directly leapt up tens of meters. In mid-air, his robes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair hung behind him like a waterfall. The jade hand lightly waved, and the sword she drew out a round of curved moon, carrying a powerful might towards the tank. Boom! Under the stunned gazes of hundreds of people around them, the three tanks were cut in half. What? The crowd on the high platform exclaimed in unison. Wang Yuehao looked at the white-robed figure with disbelief, feeling that everything was so unreal. Falling back to the ground, Ko continued to run towards the front. In the sky, two enemy planes seemed to notice the figure on the ground, aiming at him and firing continuously. The bullets fired were all deflected by the psychic shield around his body, and Ko stared impatiently at the enemy planes in the sky. Stinking mosquito, watch me shoot you down. After saying that, the golden crow flying sword automatically disengaged itself and flew towards the warplanes in the air at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Boom! Two enemy planes disintegrated and exploded directly in the sky, the wreckage slowly falling to the ground. On the high platform, the crowd stared at each other. This is the patriarch sent by your martial artist association? Feng Xiaotian inquired towards Wang Yi in surprise. Instead, he shook his head, the same shock hanging over his vice-like face. I don't know. I've never seen this person among the clansmen. Everyone was nonplussed this time. The mysterious man who suddenly appeared split the tanks with a sword and cut down the armed fighters with a sword. Who the hell is he? Patriarch 1 gruffly opened his mouth to the crowd. There's no way the Zongshire could have destroyed the armed tanks so easily. He's most likely martial arts grandmaster. SS. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air and looked toward the white-clothed figure in horror. Martial arts master. These 4 words were too intimidating. Feng Xiaotian gazed at the figure suspiciously. What exactly is he trying to do? I'm afraid it's not that simple. In the center of the battlefield at this moment, the 4 great sect masters and the 4 great aberrants circled back and forth. An empty field formed in the vicinity, and none of the soldiers dared to set foot in the area. Guns and cannons were completely useless against experts of this level, so the soldiers all silently moved away from the 8. Old MO. Fight them in close quarters. Shifters are tough at long range. No. The 2 patriarchs quickly closed in on Bruce and Austin. The 2 people on the opposite side were also very smart, deliberately pulling back and launching long-range attacks. The 4 of them fought hard, and each attack went straight to the vitals, with deadly moves. However, the strengths of several people were not too far apart, and it was difficult to separate the winners from the losers for a while. With equal strength, if a Zongshire was close to an exalt, it would be easy to suppress the latter. On the other side, Arthur was fighting an old man in the middle stage of the clan. With each attack, Arthur releases a searing blaze. The old man's beard and hair had long been burned, and he looked a mess. He gritted his teeth in anger. The man in front of him was clearly not an ordinary S-class alien, and his strength was estimated to be approaching the late Zongshire stage. ********. The old man cursed angrily and continued to accelerate towards him, wanting to rely on close combat to get the advantage. Arthur snorted and raised his hands above his head, the majestic flames quickly coalescing into a large fireball that externally radiated a terrifying heat. Old man, no more games with you. Meet death now. The old man's figure lurched and looked at the fireball in shock, not realizing that he still had a hide. Arthur dragged the fireball and quickly threw it at the old man. The fireball shone like a small sun, emitting a blinding light. Countless soldiers couldn't help but feel trembling in their hearts as they looked at the fireball that was several meters high. That's too scary. Reacting, the old man quickly stormed back, trying to dodge the attack, but the fireball seemed like it had eyes, and trailed the old man closely. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, the old man roared and raised his hands to protect his face tightly. Boo! A shocking explosion rang out, the sound echoing in every part of the battlefield, and the ground swirled with thick smoke and dust. The hearts of all the Chinese soldiers jumped, and they couldn't help but fall into suspicion. Is the guy across the street the devil? Do we have a chance of winning? Morale took a hit and the enemy's fierce attack gradually overwhelmed the Chinese army. For a while, the balance of victory tilted in favor of the army. The old man shielding his face lowered his hands and suspiciously checked his own condition. Didn't pass away? He raised his head, only to see a white-robed youth in front of him with his back turned. Even though I could only see the side of his face, I could imagine how handsome he was. The old man couldn't help but speculate. Had he saved himself? The smoke cleared and Arthur's mocking smile froze on his face. The old man wasn't dead, and a young man had appeared at some point. Hey, my sister, where is our General Wang? Ko frowned coldly at Arthur and inquired in fluent E. Luckily, he had studied several languages before, so it seemed that reading was useful. Arthur stared at Ko and laughed hideously, then lowered his voice. Chinese, your general was tortured 18 times. I guess the body has already been disposed of. Boom! A shocking aura erupted around Xiaoke's body, and a flash of scarlet flashed at his blue pupils. You said my sister is dead? The icy cold words spread out, and the winds in 100-meter radius were fierce, as if the celestials were about to be furious. Arthur responded with a snort of laughter as he clasped his arms in front of him. What sister? That woman's mouth is hard yet. 10 silver nails pierced through her fingers without uttering a single scream. Ugh, what a bore. When he said that, he licked his lips mockingly, like he was having fun. Die! With a furious cry, Xiaoke's suppressed anger completely exploded. He grew up with no family, and had just gotten the attention of his family when one of his sisters died at the hands of the bad guys. With Arthur's words echoing in his mind, the thought of his caring sister being tortured to death, anger, completely consumed him. Buzz, as if sensing his master's indignation, the golden crow sword trembled and shone brightly. Ko gripped his flying sword tightly and slowly walked towards Arthur. With every step, his aura rose. Arthur's face was grave, and he raised his palm to build up his strength for the attack. Fiery palm. A palm-shaped flame blasted towards the white-robed youth, hitting with precision. Arthur couldn't help but let out a laugh, and as he did, he was shocked to realize the youth was surprisingly unharmed. Even his white robe was spotless. He launched attacks one after another, but to no avail, unable to stop his advance at all. How? In this moment, he panicked. Xiaoke slowly raised the golden crow. His robes were windless, and his entire body's spiritual energy madly surged into the sword. The long sword transformed into a 3-meter giant sword, and then proceeded to transform into a 10-meter giant sword. In the end, a 100-meter giant sword shot straight up into the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hundreds of thousands of generals stopped fighting and looked at the giant sword in shock. The 100-meter giant sword was somewhat illusory, with colorful streams of light on its body, looking quite mysterious. A sharp sword aura pierced straight through the clouds, and even thousands of meters apart. It made people feel the raw pain of a knife cut. On the high stage, Patriarch 1 suddenly felt that his heart was a bit unbearable. Where was this a sect master tactic? Even a martial arts sect master would be nothing more than that. Everyone stared blankly at the white-robed youth. Suddenly, a white-robed fairy appears. The 3-foot longsword sets the stage. Is he a god who came down to earth? Ko gazed icily at Arthur as a huge sword blasted away. The strong pressure crushed Arthur's bones. Before the sword fell, he collapsed to the ground. Now he was afraid. The white-robed youth was too terrifying, and he was like an ant in front of him. With all his might, he shouted at Ko, "Please, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit to you." It was too late to say anything more at this point, as the giant sword with its endless might chopped down on him. In an instant, Arthur was dead beyond death, and the entire ground was chopped out in a 100-meter-long chasm. This sword instantly killed thousands of enemy soldiers. Feeling not yet relieved, he once again swept his sword across the room. Wherever the giant sword swept, all the enemy troops exploded into blood mist. Even tanks and armored vehicles were directly cut up. The army was shocked. How should they fight with such a terrifying existence? Thousands of people aren't enough for a single sword cut. For a while, all the Chinese soldiers raised their arms and their morale was at its peak. The disadvantage of the battlefield was instantly reversed, and the Chinese soldiers were all valiant, beating the enemy to rout. On Shao Ka's side, the other 3 Xenos froze and looked at this killing god, their legs trembling. He twisted his head and gazed icily at the 3 before raising his long sword once again. "If you dare to kill my sister, you'll all die." Austin, sweating profusely, fell to his knees. "My lord, General Wang isn't dead. She's still at our base. I'll take your excellency there." Upon hearing this, Shao Ka's pupils flashed with a hint of clarity as he slowly put away his golden crow. "My sister, our General Wang is not dead?" Ko blinked and stared blankly at Austin. This appearance was simply like a different person from the god of murder just now. On the other side, a silver-white helicopter slowly landed inside the base. Chapter 73. You're so old, let me call you who? Before they even got out of the helicopter, the 3 women noticed Koji 2 nearby, opening the cabin door. Wang Siki was the first to jump out of the helicopter and walk towards the nearby soldiers. A group of soldiers swept over her in surprise, secretly saying that she was a special creature on Earth. They had just gotten word that General Wang's daughter had landed in the military area, so they had specially run to meet her. When Wang Siki walked in front of the soldier, he eagerly opened his mouth to inquire, "Where are the people who came down from that helicopter?" The head soldier immediately responded, "Miss, he's being taken to the interrogation room." "What?" Wang Siki's face changed drastically. A layer of frost floated on her pretty face, and Wang Xinru and the 2 of them rushed over. "Who in the entire military district dares to interrogate my brother? It's your general who will have to take good care of him when he sees him." Several soldiers simultaneously made a jolt and looked at Wang Siki in surprise. The lead soldier tried to open his mouth to inquire. "Ms. Wang, your brother shouldn't be this old, right?" "What?" Sometime later, several people were taken to the interrogation room. Inside the room, there was a middle-aged man aggressively explaining to the interrogator. When the driver saw the 3 daughters of the Wang family, it was like seeing a savior. "Miss, save me, I'm not some spy." Wang Siki pushed her way in and slapped him across the face. "Asshole, where is the young master? Why did you bring him here?" The driver snapped back to his senses and cried out in pain as he explained. "Miss, I really don't know. Young master said he wanted to take a plane ride for fun, and just as I was getting ready I felt dizzy, and then when I opened my eyes again, I came to this place." Wang Siki clenched her fists, a wave of anger that she had no way to vent. Beside him, Wang Lele let out a long sigh, then commanded the soldiers, "Quickly check the surveillance of the helicopter landing and send someone to search for the young master." Wang Xinru was filled with worry. Now that the war is raging outside, what if my brother accidentally runs over there? On the high platform, a crowd was dumbfounded. That shocking sword was so shocking that it instantly turned the battle around. Wang Yuehao slowed down and took a long breath. He had joined the army for dozens of years, and had seen many scenes big and small, but none of them were as shocking as this visit. Feng Xiaotian lowered his voice and sighed. This sword should only be found in heaven. Wang Yuehao stared at the white-robed figure dead on. Now it seems that this mysterious man should be on our side. At least he's not an enemy. Pass the word. Launch a fierce attack and destroy the enemy army. The officer on the side heard this and immediately went down to pass on the military order. Wang Yuehao turned back and solemnly scanned the patriarchs present. With the help of this godly man, all of you can set foot on the battlefield and follow the army to break through the opponent's base in one fell swoop. The 10 patriarchs smiled at each other and clasped their fists as they walked off the high platform. The old man's hands have been itching for a long time. Ha ha ha. Yesterday's shame will be avenged today. This time, we are also considered to be generals protecting our country. Ha ha ha. With a few loud laughs, the 10 sect masters finally officially stepped onto the battlefield. When they arrived at the front line, they would strike at will, and there would be violent deaths of enemy soldiers, and even the most powerful soldiers would be no more than a one-trick pony. This is the reason why patriarchs are not allowed to get involved in wars internationally, killing people like chickens and not being afraid of cold weapons. Frontline, Ko voiced an inquiry toward Austin. My sister, how is General Wang now? Is he injured? A fine cold sweat oozed down Austin's back, his eyes fluttering. As far as he knew, the woman hadn't died after the torture, but she was close. But how could he dare to tell the truth? In case the youth in front of him got angry, he could split himself into slag with a single sword. Arthur, who was arrogant just a moment ago, is now not even left with ashes. Dang. Of course it's fine. General Wang is in good health. He's just being held in our base. Austin smiled awkwardly, his legs shaking. The 4 great patriarchs on one side didn't understand the language, so they couldn't understand what the two were exchanging. Good. Then take me quickly. Naive Ko believed it and didn't even recognize the other side's lies. The only 3 remaining Xenos huddled together and respectfully stepped forward to lead the way. Seeing that the 4 were about to leave, a patriarch couldn't help but voice his question to Xiaoku. This, immortal, where are you going with them? Ko looked back and grinned. They said General Wang is at the base and is now going to lead the way for me. What's wrong, old grandpa? That patriarch's body trembled as he hurriedly arched his hand in response. I don't dare to let the immortal address me like that. Strength is honored amongst all martial artists. You can call me Xiao Hu. Immortals should not be gullible enough to trust their enemies. I'm afraid there's a trick in it. The corner of his mouth twitched. This old grandpa in front of him was even older than his father, and he even asked himself to call him Xiao Hu. How rare. It's okay. I'm good. I'm not afraid of him. Ko confidently patted his chest, not taking this at all seriously. At the shirt, Blackie poked his head out to survey the surrounding area, his round eyes sweeping over several people. It doesn't look like dog even needs to make a move. At that thought, it retracted its head and huffed again. With that, Ko stepped away ready to head to the base with Austin. Suddenly, in the distance a flare shot straight up into the sky. Seeing this scene, all the enemy troops retreated, frantically fleeing behind them. The 3 alien power users' faces were grave, and they looked at each other before splitting off in several directions to escape. The Chinese soldiers were a bit shocked at how the enemy troops fled when they saw the flare. Whoosh, whoosh. Several giant missiles suddenly rose from the distant sky, and just by looking at their size, one could tell how powerful they were. Wang Yuehao on the high platform cursed, his forehead oozing cold sweat. Surprisingly, it's a Ray 14 missile. Is this their hidden strength? With no time to think, he quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and gave the order. Air defense, launch interceptor missiles urgently. Ground combat troops, fall back quickly and withdraw from the attack. After the command, the Air Defense Department rushed to detect the Ray 14's flight trajectory and quickly launched an interceptor missile. Meanwhile, the Chinese soldiers were ordered to withdraw quickly. Dozens of interceptor missiles were raised in the border military region and flew toward the front line. In a short while, only Xiao Ko and several sect masters were left at the front line of the battlefield. Patriarch who anxiously reminded the crowd, "Get out of here. Missiles of this power are simply not human enough to fight. Immortal, you should also evacuate quickly." The 4 patriarchs looked at each other and quickly withdrew to the back. Ko frowned as he looked around the room and couldn't help but mutter, "Is this thing that scary? By the way, that guy said he was going to take me to my sister. Why did he run away?" He slapped his forehead and stepped onto his flying sword, quickly chasing after Austin. The rest had nothing to do with him and there was no need to ask. Austin, who was frantically fleeing, suddenly felt his body stiffen and his entire body was fixed in place like an ice sculpture. A white-robed figure stepped on the sword and came before him in an instant. He held one hand in a false grip, firmly imprisoning Austin's steps with his psychic power. "Duh, my lord, please spare me. I have a 108-year-old mother and 32 children at home. What will they do if I die?" Austin squeezed out a few tears and cried out for mercy towards the white-robed figure. After an exaggerated explanation, he was surprised to find that his body could move again. Ko looked at him sympathetically and spoke softly to him. "It's sad that you have 32 kids and a 108-year-old mom. Then take me to General Wang and I'll let you go." Austin's eyes widened in shock. How can he believe this illogical bull asterisk 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 asterisk? "Yes, my lord, please follow me." With that, he ran ahead to lead the way. "Wait, Ko let out a low growl and gazed at the airborne missiles with a grave expression on his face. Only the Chinese interceptor missiles were seen hitting several Ray-14 missiles precisely at a distance of kilometers from the ground. The waves of the explosion stretched for hundreds of meters, and the rising smoke looked quite spectacular. Whoosh! In the smoke, a giant missile burst out, faster than the Ray-14. With the help of binoculars, Wang Yuehao, who had seen a lot of things, instantly recognized that this was a Ray-15 missile. That's the bottom line for the E Army. Emergency launch of tracking interceptor missiles. Wang Yuehao yelled towards the intercom, having a bad feeling in his heart. In the air, dozens of tracking interceptor missiles met the Ray-15. Seeing the immediate success of the interception, the soldiers withdrawing to the vicinity of the military area breathed a slow sigh of relief. Suddenly, the Ray-15 tail came off. Under the stunned gaze of many soldiers, the Ray-15 accelerated steeply and dodged the interceptor missiles. Looking at the direction of its flight, it wasn't going to attack the front line of the battlefield, but was coming for the border base. At this moment, all the Chinese soldiers' faces were like ashes. On the ground, Ko looked away in the direction of the high platform, and he sensed the giant missile heading toward his dad's place. Dad's in danger. With no time to think, he quickly stepped onto his flying sword and shot straight up into the sky. It's over. Ray-14 is so strong. This Ray-15 mustn't level the base. What should we do? The interceptor missiles are useless. Everyone watched in horror as the missile came closer and closer to them, and extreme fear gripped the crowd. Look! What's that? That white light. Why does it seem like a human figure? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't that the immortal from earlier? What is the immortal going to do? Chapter 74, a man blocking missiles? An immortal? Feeling the strong air currents, the awakened Blackie couldn't help but poke his head out to check the situation. At this look, it was immediately startled and woofed. I don't know when, but the little master had already taken himself to 1,000 meters in the air, and he was still continuing to rise. Woof! It daisy-chinned and cowered in Ko's arms. If I had known, I wouldn't have followed it. If it fell, I'd be a dog cake. The missiles are getting closer to the base and the air defense sirens have been sounded. The entire base was in chaos, with everyone scattering in all directions. Wang Siki's 3 girls were also urged by the soldiers to evacuate the base. The 3 women were about to cry in a hurry. Their brother hadn't been found yet. What should they do now? Wang Siki had already thought about the fact that if anything really happened to her brother, all the people involved would have to pay the price. The Air Defense Department launches another interceptor missile as the crew nervously stares at the screen. The interceptor missile met the Ray-15 again, but unfortunately, the Ray-15 was too fast and just missed it. Wang Yuehao's palms trembled slightly as he sat on his butt on the chair and gasped. He forced himself to calm down and think about what else he could do to defend himself against this attack. But in any case, he couldn't think of a way to deal with this dilemma. The Ray-15 missile is the newest new thermal weapon developed by E, and the level of knowledge of countries about it is really too low. Whoosh! A white-robed figure stepped on a sword, blocking the middle of the missile and the military base. The white-clothed figure looked very small, as if it was a flatboat in the ocean. Immortals fly. He can fly. He must be an immortal. Immortals above. Please save my Chinese generals. With the immortals around, there's still hope for us to survive. Is he our patron saint of China? So handsome. The army below was talking. Xiao Lu stood in the crowd and looked at the silhouette in a complicated manner. The immortal had just spoken to himself, so even if he died, he would have no regrets. Hundreds of thousands of generals looked at the white-robed figure in unison, hope rising in their hearts. At the E military base, a blond man stared at the youth in the picture and sneered. No matter who you are, you're just a praying mantis in the face of our state-of-the-art missile attack, and you don't know what you're doing. In mid-air, Ko was also only 1,000 meters away from the missile. Is it that big? He exclaimed, blinking his wide eyes as he gazed ahead, just seeing that the missile was the size of a truck. The previous anti-aircraft missile was really too small in comparison. A flicker of hesitation flashed through Ko's head. This missile looks like it's not to be trifled with. What if it blows up and injures you? I'm scared. Turning back to his father in the distance, he looked down again at the soldiers in the military area. Humph, Daddy can't get blown up by bad guys. He pouted, his blue eyes locked on the missile that was about to fly by. Golden Crow. The flying sword fell back into his hand from under Shauka's feet, and he worked his spiritual energy to briefly stop it in the air. Listen to the wind's 7 swords. As he cried out, the surrounding heaven and earth aura quickly surged into the sword, and the Golden Crow sword slowly emitted a terrifying aura. He raised his sword and instantly split thousands of sword shadows, each of which had a notable spiritual power fluctuation. Stepping into the foundation establishment stage, he was also able to successfully execute the 4th sword of the Hearing Wind sword technique. 4th sword. Seal the demon. Hop. All the sword shadows merged with the Golden Crow. At this moment, It was as if the crowd could hear the melodious sound of the sword. A sword cut out, and heaven and earth changed color. The missile and the sword she touched and were instantly detonated. A shocking loud noise spread out, and everyone covered their ears in unison. Immediately after that, the explosive fluctuations stretched for thousands of meters, and the entire battlefield was gusty. The thick smoke and dust could not be dispersed in midair for a long time. Seeing the danger lifted, all the soldiers below laughed heartily and raised their arms in a shout. Guardian God of China! Guardian God of China! The chants of the 400,000 generals broke through the clouds. The dozen or so journalists on the base had their mouths open in a hell of a way. Before that, the soldiers were not allowed to step into the battlefield, so they were not sure what kind of scene the battlefield had. It's even less clear that there are martial artists and psychics in the world. Even filming was allowed to go to the edge of the battlefield to carry out its work only after the ceasefire. Not long ago, the 100-meter giant sword came into view, and the crowd at the time was amazed. But at this moment, witnessing the white-robed man rushing up to the sky and blocking the missiles with his own strength, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. They had thought of countless possibilities. How could they not expect this outcome? Stupid journalists are still in shock. Clever journalists are already taking photos and videos. On the high platform, Wang Yuehao resisted the gale and worriedly searched for the white figure in the smoke. Everyone prayed silently in their hearts and waited patiently, waiting for the safe return of the immortals. The smoke slowly cleared and the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. Eventually, the sky regained its clarity, but the area was empty. The white-robed youth had disappeared without a trace. Where are the immortals? Where are the immortals? How can that be? Even immortals get blown up? Impossible. How could an explosion of that magnitude leave an immortal without even a scrap? Everyone hated to admit the disappearance of the immortals, but the facts were right in front of them. After the explosion, the white-robed youth completely disappeared. The dozen or so patriarchs who had rejoined stood on the high platform and looked at the sky, their eyes somewhat despondent. A tall man, saving hundreds of thousands of generals with the power of one man. He deserves the title of Guardian God of China. Wang Yuehao sighed, feeling only some regret that he was not able to personally thank the mysterious man for his assistance. The base was back to normal, and Wang Siki's 3 girls came to the monitoring room. The staff respectfully greeted the crowd to the computer. Wang Xinru bent down, and her proud S-shaped curve made the surrounding staff members unable to stop their blood from spurting. They immediately averted their eyes and pushed down the heat in their bellies. Picture: the helicopter had just landed and the cabin door was opened. A boy ran toward the east with a small white dog in one hand. Wang Lele raised her beautiful eyebrows, not expecting her brother to bring Xiaohei a piece to run to the base. The surveillance footage continued to track until the little boy and the puppy dog went into a surveillance dead zone together, and there was no more information. Wang Siki said with a frown as she lifted her fragrant cheeks with her jade hands. Is there any more surveillance in the neighborhood? Bring up the surrounding surveillance and time it to within 15 minutes of the brother entering the dead zone. The staff did as they were told and quickly pulled up 8 surrounding surveillance images. The video continued to play, and soon, a white-robed youth suddenly appeared within the 0521 surveillance screen. Stop! The video was paused, and Wang Siki carefully surveyed the white-robed youth in the picture. The sudden appearance of this man was so strange that not only was he not in uniform, but he was in the neighborhood where his brother had disappeared. Go on! The video continued to play and no second person appeared until it finished. How is that possible? Wang Siki couldn't believe that. According to her own analysis, her brother should appear in the surveillance. At the same time, the photos and videos collected by the media reporters were transmitted back to the company via Vmail. Various live border news stories were pushed to the V-Blog hotspot. Shocked, a 100-meter large sword suddenly appeared on the frontier front. Mysterious immortal, blocking Ray 15 missiles by himself. Mysterious immortal suspected to be Guardian God of China. Our side got the battlefield advantage. The topic of the border war was already a hot topic, and this sudden word immortal was even more eye-catching. For a while, hundreds of millions of people in Huaxia simultaneously clicked to view hot topics. There were only hundreds of photos taken, but the one that attracted the most attention was a photo of a 100-meter giant sword. Just seeing that colorful light sword pointing straight up into the sky, that size alone left people shocked and speechless. This has led to a lot of buzz on the net. If this were to come down, it would collapse my house? Upstairs, if I had this sword, I'd let you run 99 meters first. Holy, the owner's sword is so handsome? Keep scrolling. There's a small video at the end. When it opened, the video showed a white-robed figure. The mysterious man was floating 1,000 meters in the air, his white robe fluttering like an exiled immortal, only to see him make a sword move. The missile directly exploded in mid-air. SS. Countless people watched the video and sucked in their breath. The scene was too dreamy to imagine. It is certain that my China is blessed by the immortals. You guys don't believe me? I even saw a real dragon when I was a kid. It's normal for immortals to exist, alright. Don't brag about it upstairs. Believe it or not, I'll stab you in the throat with a 100-meter sword? Just as the matter was still festering, the entire vlog video photos of the immortal as well as the topic was deleted in its entirety. The comments section was all wiped out as long as they were related to the mystic immortal. A large number of Water Army ran to say that just now the video is fake. It is a programmer's own picture production. Please do not believe it. All the netizens were in a daze, not knowing who to believe. Kyoto, some office. A video of Ko stopping the missile is playing in the projector. A white-haired old man leaned back in his seat and crossed his legs to look out the window. Inquiring mind, what realm do you think the man in the video is in? The old man spoke indifferently, his gaze cast to the middle-aged man beside him. President, I think this person's strength is unfathomable, and I guess the seniors on the heavenly ranking are slightly inferior. A smile flashed across the old man's vicissitudes of face as he squinted his eyes and opened his mouth. The heavenly ranking? Oh, he has long since transcended the realm of martial grandmaster. The heavenly ranking cannot accommodate him. Chapter 75, Charging into the enemy base. Second sisters seriously injured. Behind the slopes of a mountain thousands of meters from the border military region, Xiaoko looked around with his feet on the golden crow, carefully searching for a certain figure. The explosion fluctuation just now was truly terrifying. If he was still in the chi refining stage, he might have really been injured. The first time the missile was chopped and exploded, he rushed to turn on his golden armor protection, along with his spiritual shield to counteract most of the impact. Where's that what's his name shifter? Where did he go? He raised his sword brows and couldn't help but mutter. Whatever, my sister is at their base. I'll just go straight there. With that, he flew in the direction of the retreating enemy forces. At this time, within the border military region, Wang Yuehao reorganized his army. He was ready to take the initiative while Li's army was demoralized after a recent defeat. When he thought that the second girl was still in the hands of the enemy, Wang Yuehao was anxious. The dozen or so patriarchs looked at each other in dismay and finally nodded firmly. General, though little, the ladies are here. The officer ran up to report. Father, with a dainty cry, 3 delicate and beautiful girls stepped onto the high platform, looking anxiously at their father. This sudden scene made the crowd a little uncertain. Wang Yuehao grimaced and lowered his voice. You 3 girls, the older you get, the more unlikable you become. There's a war going on at the border. What are you doing here? Go home. Wang Siki greeted her father and said in a trembling tone, Father, Ko ran away to the military area privately, and now we can't find him. After listening to his daughter's explanation, the veins in his neck rose, and his face was suffocated with a reddish color. What? Why don't you guys watch your brother? Alas, it's just a matter of passing out military orders. He spoke coldly toward the officer next to him. Send 20 squads to carpet search for the boy's tracks. The rest of you stay put. The officer received the order and quickly passed it on. Noticing the reddened eyes of his 3 daughters, he stepped forward to comfort them. Don't worry, Ko didn't go to war. He must be playful hiding somewhere in the base. He lifted his head to look into the distance, his anxiety increasing. The second girl is already in a bad way, and now even her son is nowhere to be found. Near the army base, Xiao Ku, who had his feet on a flying sword, hovered high in the sky and looked at the steel giant city in surprise. His own sister should be in there. He just didn't know what his second sister looked like. Looks like there's still some inquiries to be made. With a slight movement of his mind, he continued to fly towards the base. 10 tracking missiles came at him when he was only a few hundred meters away from the base. He immediately dropped back to the ground, and a few flashes of sword light caused the tracking missiles in the air to explode. Immediately afterward, dozens more missiles came at him, as if they were endless. Blackie, Blackie? He called out twice into his robes, but was slow to see Blackie poke his head out. Needless to say, it must be huffing and puffing again. Ko probed towards the shirt and grabbed it, throwing the dog directly at the speeding missile. Boo! There was an explosion and a black mass fell from the sky. Heck, it's the dog that's been blasted in shard. Just awakened from the blast, Blackie was so groggy that he nearly declared the end of his dog's life. Koro, you've gotten darker now. Ha ha ha. On the sidelines, Ko walked up to him and couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Blackie exhaled a smoke ring and struggled to his feet, staring angrily at his young master. Blackie, you dog. Are you a dog? Ko patted him down and arched an eyebrow playfully. Little Black, you quickly become bigger and carry me to save my sister. As reluctant as it was, he didn't have the strength to defy him himself. The current little master could probably poke himself to death with one finger, so it was better to be less provoked. 50 years east of the river, 50 years west of the river. Don't fool the dog brother poor. When he is strong in the future, he will ravage him hard for revenge. With this thought, Xiao Hei's body expanded extremely fast, and in no time it was the size of a tiger. Ko rolled over and sat on Blackie, grinning and showing a mouth full of white teeth. Blackie, charge! A man and a dog rushed toward the enemy base, where all the enemy shells and missiles were intercepted by the Golden Crow flying sword. Approaching within 100 meters of the base, he saw a giant steel door standing in front of him, looking thick and solid. If it was an unusual clan master or a tank, it would probably not be able to break through the steel door's defense. But this time it was facing Wang Xiaoku. He revealed a wry smile as he gripped the Golden Crow and casually flung out a sword chi. The two collided, and the steel door was cut with a long sword mark. Seeing that the gate was not broken open once, Ko once again threw out two swords. This time the giant steel door was broken through a gap just large enough for two people to pass through. Woohoo! A man and a dog rushed through the iron gate. When he came behind the gate and looked up, the street was empty. Blackie, a 48-count empty city? With his divine sense probing out, he realized that all the soldiers were hiding on the other side of the base. He looked around suspiciously. Just now he sensed that a dozen people were hiding nearby. Ko frowned and yelled, "Stop hiding! I see you! Come out!" After the meeting, still no one showed up. Ko stretched out his fingers, aiming for an ordinary wooden barrel. Lead thunder finger. The slender fingers quickly condensed a huge ball of thunder with a diameter of 3 meters and attacked the barrel in the blink of an eye. The barrel was instantly blasted, and the alien hiding inside was electrocuted all over, fainting instantly. This scene filled the hiding alien with horror. This mysterious youth was too strong. "Hey, not coming out yet are you? I don't like playing cat and mouse. Don't make me electrocute you." As soon as his words fell, a dozen silhouettes leapt up around him at the same time. "Brothers, use all your strength." As one of the Ultrans opened his mouth, a dozen or so people joined together to launch an attack on Ko, and in the crowd there was clearly Austin, who had just escaped. There were not only hot fireballs in mid-air, but also purple thunderbolts, giant rocks. All the attacks surrounded Ko, seemingly trying to kill him with a single blow by sneak attack. Golden armor protects the body. He pouted as a suit of golden armor was quickly wrapped around his body. All of the attacks landed on Ko. After an explosion, the ground was blown out into a large crater. The dozen or so people had just landed back on the ground when they were shocked to find that the youth was not even a bit of trouble. A pair of golden armor shimmered in the sunlight without a trace on its surface. Xiaoku sighed helplessly. Return their sister obediently cannot, have to move their hands. He stretched out his palm and a dozen small thunderballs exploded onto all the Xenos. The crowd was convulsed with electricity. At this moment, everyone was fearfully moving away from the white-robed youth. Can't win at all. With a flash, Ko came directly to Austin. Austin stepped up to see a British human face smiling at him, and his heart suddenly went straight to his chest. He really didn't have the confidence to fight any longer. The other side wasn't human at all. "Hey, take me to sister, General Wang. I don't want to fight." Austin nodded numbly and immediately shook his head again. Seeing this scene, Xiaoku directly maneuvered his flying sword against his forehead. "Hurry up, I'll take General Wang away and won't do anything to you. Trust me." Austin's body went violently limp, and his entire body was unhinged. The rest of the shifters dutifully stood aside and looked at Austin with some sympathy. With that, Austin could only lead the way under KO's menacing threats. Inside the surveillance room, the blonde man angrily slapped his computer, his palm bleeding from the glass. "Damn it, I can't believe I'm not dead. Come on, ready the plane, we gotta get out of here." Inside the massive basement, Austin led Ko through room after room. It wasn't until he came to the end of the corridor that he spoke to Ko with a shaky voice. "My lord, Wang, General Wang is here. I'll roll." Ko ignored the fleeing Austin and opened the door to his room to himself. Just as I opened the wooden door, a violent stench hit me. Ko covered his nose in disgust and stepped into the room. Sister? He looked around the room and finally noticed the figure in the corner. Just as he broke into a smile and looked toward the corner, his body froze abruptly, only to see a woman in tattered clothes tied backward to a wooden frame, with 10 silver nails inserted all over the 10 fingers of both hands. She was cloaked and in a state of near death. The spilled blood dried on the wooden frame, and the mouthful of silver teeth had been destroyed to the point of no return. There were not only obvious whip wounds on the body, but also clubs, needle pricks, the scars left behind. In some of the wounds, the flesh had rotted a bit, showing signs of pus and maggots. Being injured to this state, if it wasn't for the faint aura in her body, coupled with her tough will, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. Ko trembled as she approached her second sister, and tears kept welling up in the corners of her eyes. Sis, Ko has come to take you home." Blackie, who was following behind, had the good sense to walk out the door as well. He quickly rummaged through his storage ring to find a healing elixir and fed it into his sister's mouth. Immediately after that, he surged a spiritual force towards his sister's body to protect it. Carefully setting his sister down, he forced himself to pull out the silver nails through the pain that was drilling through him. With each one pulled out, a faint wail could be heard from my sister. With each one he plucked, he quickly released his spiritual energy to stop the bleeding and restore the wound. During this process, KO's hands couldn't stop shaking, and tears slowly soaked the shirt at his chest. It was covered in scars that seemed to tell the story of how cruelly she had been tortured before. When all the silver nails had been pulled, he picked up his sister and slowly walked out of the basement. The originally clear eyes were gradually taken over by a blood-red color. Blackie lowered his head and followed closely behind the two. Chapter 76, Army Base swept away. Step out the door. Xiaoke's eyes were completely covered in blood red, and the aura emanating from his body grew more and more terrifying. Junior, Little Black, take sister away. A hoarse voice came from his throat. After placing his second sister gently on Little Black's back, he held his right hand in a false grip, and the golden crow flying sword immediately appeared in his hand. Liars, all die. At this moment, it was as if his consciousness was being devoured and his body was instinctively making movements. When he recalled the inhuman torture his second sister had suffered, he couldn't help the teardrops hanging from the corners of his eyes. I was foolish enough to listen to the lies of others, thinking that my sister was only imprisoned. Die! He let out a roar, and a fierce wind rose up around him. Even the clouds in the sky consciously blocked out the sunlight. Seeing that the little master was out of control, Xiaohe no longer hesitated and quickly disappeared in the same place with his second sister on his back. Xiaoke's divine sense covered the entire military base, and the golden crow sword emitted a piercing mournful sound. A splash of crimson surfaced in surprise on the black and gold sword. Milky white spiritual energy madly surged into the sword, once again manifesting a 100-meter giant sword. A huge multicolored sword rose up into the sky, emitting a sharp sword intent. At this time, Wang Yuehao led the Huaxia army, as well as a dozen patriarchs. To the north, the crowd looked into the distance in shock, and the huge sword could be vaguely seen. Immortals aren't dead? It looks like the immortal has single-handedly killed the army base. We'll go and help the immortals. The hundreds of thousands of Chinese armies behind them seemed to have been pumped up as if they had chicken blood, and their marching speeds had all increased by several times. At this point the troops hiding inside the base looked horrified and prayed that they wouldn't be cut down. But it's not up to them. Ko hissed and dragged his sword, first chopping out and then following up with a sweep. The terrifying sword chi directly killed tens of thousands of enemy troops in seconds, and blood dyed the ground red. Warplanes, tanks, and steel buildings were like papier-mâché under the sword. The sounds of explosions, buildings collapsing, and enemy wailing inside the base were endless. Anyone who insults my sister deserves to die. Roaring, Xiaoke dragged his 100-meter giant sword to frantically chop at the enemy army. Inside the Dantian, the spiritual energy was rapidly consumed. Hundreds of swords later, the entire army base was completely leveled. The once bustling steel city was now more like ruins, and the smell of blood was everywhere. Hundreds of thousands of enemy troops had been killed to the point where only 30,000 remained, all fleeing frantically towards the outside of the base. The soldiers had only one thought: flee, flee from the devil's killing. Xiaoke's eyes gradually regained their clarity as the 100-meter giant sword slowly dissipated. A feeling of emptiness that made him dizzy spread throughout his body. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees as a violent dizziness flooded his mind. At this time, he also had less than 10% of his spiritual energy reserves left, and even his spiritual energy was not much left, most of it being consumed. Thinking of the alien who deceived himself and brutalized the Chinese soldiers, his eyes went cold as he used the last of his strength to throw out the golden crow. 3 kilometers away from the base, dozens of exalts looked at the base from afar, gasping for air, almost killed by this monster, but fortunately managed to escape the base at the last minute. Austin snickered at the chaotic military area and was just about to speak when he suddenly froze in place. Hey Austin, have you seen Bruce? Adam tapped Austin on the shoulder and questioned suspiciously, but just as he touched him, Austin fell straight to the ground. A small opening appeared at the center of his eyebrow at some point, and blood was oozing out. The crowd exclaimed in shock, and before they could react, a golden sword light flashed by. Soon, dozens of corpses lay neatly in this place. The golden crow flew back to Xiaoke and drilled directly into his brow. He grinned as his vision faded to black and he eventually passed out on the ground. The youth-like body also returned to its original form. The other side, Xiaohe carried Wang Ying towards the frontier military area. It took careful steps, keeping an eye on the condition of the woman on its back. If anything happened to this woman, the young master would poke himself with a finger. Just as it was passing a small hill, it suddenly sensed someone nearby. Not far away, Bruce, who had escaped the base, was breathing heavily. Both sides noticed the movement at the same time and turned their heads to look. A man and a dog were facing each other in all directions, just tens of meters apart. Bruce noticed the woman on the dog's back and gave a wicked grin. Is this woman still alive? Then let me send her on her way. Jia. With that said, he extended his palm to aim at Xiaohe, and the searing fireball coalesced in the palm of his hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, Blackie squatted down and carefully lowered the woman on his back. When Wang Ying landed safely on Xiaohei's back, it took a fighting stance towards the man. Bruce snorted a little. A white-furred dog, and he was trying to stop himself. Even if it was a tiger in the mountains or a bear in the forest, he could easily abuse it. Whoosh! The fireball shot towards Kuro, and along the way he could notice the air was distorted from the heat. Blackie met him and raised his paw to slap the fireball, only to hear a woof sound. Little Black's paws were reddened by the heat, and the nearby fur became scorched black. Bruce's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling a little incredulous. Even a tiger, the king of all beasts, couldn't have been injured to this extent, could it? Woof! Blackie, the dog is angry. The large white dog growled and quickly charged towards Bruce, faster than even a cheetah. While Bruce was frozen, Blackie had pounced on him. Sharp claws bubbled with an eerie chill, slashing at his neck. At the moment of crisis, Bruce quickly stormed back while urging the flames to counterattack. By the time he pulled away, a thin scar had appeared on his neck, and a few moments deeper would probably have picked off a major artery. Little Black, who was burned by the flames, felt a raw pain and raised his eyes to glare at him in death. Eat a fire fist from me. He bellowed and shot a fist-shaped flame forward, but it was nowhere near as powerful as KO's fire fist. Raising his head, Xiaohei opened his mouth to emit a suction force. The fire fist flew straight into its mouth, and then Blackie burped comfortably. Ha, you're actually eating it? Bruce's expression was grave, followed by a dozen more attacks. Without exception, all of the attacks were swallowed by Xiaohei into his stomach, and finally turned into a long burp. As if in mockery, it actually humanized itself and threw a wink. Kuro, you go on, brother. Looking at the oddly large white dog in front of him, he broke down. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, he felt a coldness in his back. Turning back, Xiaohei tilted his mouth, and his round dog eyes appeared with a treacherous color. Not a moment later, Blackie jumped off Bruce, shaking the dog's head in dissatisfaction. And by now Bruce had been hurt beyond recognition by Blackie. A face covered with scratches. The entire body's tendons were bitten off by Blackie. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Rumble. Footsteps sounded in the distance, and Blackie stood up on the hillside to look out suspiciously. 400,000 Chinese soldiers as well as planes, tanks, and armored vehicles are heading this way. It took a look at Wang Ying, who was lying on the ground, and after hesitating, it quickly ran towards the E-army base. Soon the army marched here. The leader, Wang Yuehao, exclaimed in shock when he saw the young girl lying on the ground and quickly ran up to investigate. Second girl, you, quickly take General Wang back for treatment. Pick up the scaly daughter. Wang Yuehao, grief and anger, heart like a knife. Especially the 10 bloody holes in his daughter's fingers made his nose sore at the sight. The world says that 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and this pain is equivalent to 10 spears running through the heart. The pain was so severe that it was unimaginable. Wang Yuehao's eyes were red, and the rest of the generals looked up at the sky in grief. For dozens of years in the military, he had never shed a single tear, even when he had suffered the heaviest injuries. But this time, a cloudy liquid came out of the corner of his eye. A military vehicle drove up, and the two medics carefully lifted Wang Ying into the vehicle and turned back toward the base. Only when his daughter was sent to the car did Wang Yuehao notice the paralyzed Bruce. He was then ordered to be escorted back to the base for proper interrogation. Feng Xiaotian looked around suspiciously, not sure why General Wang Ying appeared here. And then there was the sudden appearance of a seriously injured alien. What the hell had just happened? Wang Yuehao rejoined the army and scanned the army with a gloomy face. General Wang is suffering from this. What should we Chinese men do? Kill, kill, kill. The army continued on its way, each with hatred and anger. Half an hour later, the Chinese army stared at the ruins in front of them in a daze, somewhat incredulous. Feng Xiaotian rubbed his eyes and cried out in surprise. This is an E-army base? Why does it look like ruins? The rest of the soldiers mingled. Do you think an immortal did it? Most likely. There was also sword light coming from here just now, so I guess it was the immortals who made the move. Humph. It must be that the E-army is so wolfish that the immortals couldn't stand to see it and personally descended to Earth to teach them a lesson. The crowd was genuinely not expecting this scene and scanned the base in some consternation. Only a large hole was broken through the base door, and the surrounding walls and buildings appeared to have been destroyed by brute force. Most notably, a wall of steel buildings had actually been split in half and looked rickety. Woof woof! The sound of a childish barking dog rang out, instantly attracting the attention of the first few people. Looking around, there was a small white dog staring dully at the army at the front gate. Wang Yuehao raised his eyebrows and spoke tentatively. Kuro, is that Blackie? The pure white puppy took a step and quickly ran to Wang Yuehao. After determining that the dog was Blackie, he immediately looked around for any sign of his son. Wang Siki had told him that Xiaoko had brought Xiaohei along. Now that little Black appeared here, then his own son should also be in this neighborhood. It's just too dangerous in this neighborhood. And where's the son? Wang Yuehao turned back and ordered in a loud voice. Round up the E-Corps and carpet search for signs of the little boy. The army received orders and quickly rushed into the base to sweep it up. Chapter 77, Sleeping Soundly. The Huaxia army swept through the base. And the more they looked, the more alarmed they felt. Hundreds of thousands of enemy corpses were scattered all over the base. And there were even countless broken limbs scattered on the ground. The soldiers who survived were all mercilessly shot by the Chinese soldiers. Everyone knows that if the winner in the end is the E-Army, they will only be more brutal. A group of soldiers were doing their rounds when they suddenly saw a young boy lying on the ground. Remembering the order Wang Yuehao explained, the people hurriedly brought the boy to him. Seeing that it was his son, Wang Yuehao nervously examined him and eventually found, son sleeping soundly? After exhausting his entire body's spiritual energy, Ko closed his eyes in exhaustion. Consciousness slowly sinks into endless darkness. He only felt his soul sinking, as if he was slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. I don't know how long I slept, as if it was only a few minutes, and as if I had spent decades. When consciousness gradually cleared, Ko opened his eyes tiredly. He glanced around curiously, his eyes filled with shock. Where is this? Wasn't I just at the base? How did I show up here? Xiaoko was surprised to find that he had appeared next to a majestic great white palace. Above the gate, the doorplate was engraved with a special script, not belonging to any font he had learned, but he could read this writing, and the doorplate clearly read, Chaos Temple. The steps outside the palace were taller than an adult, and there were two stone statues of divine beasts next to the steps that looked lifelike. One was the divine beast Golden Dragon and the other was the divine beast Fire Phoenix. The two stone statues were hundreds of meters tall, and a divine pressure radiated around them. For some reason, he felt that there was a mysterious aura within the palace that attracted him, as if it was calling him over. Ko ghosted forward and eased his way to the steps. The closer he got to the stone statue, the more he could feel the inexplicable sense of oppression, a double feeling from his body to his soul. When he touched the steps with his hand, the violent repulsive force instantly bounced him dozens of meters away. After 2.5 consecutive rolls in mid-air, Ko fell heavily to the ground. Drilling pains came from all parts of his body that seemed to be happening for real. He raised his eyes accusingly to the palace and stepped over to it again. Why did you fly me? What the hell is it? And why do I feel some kindred spirits? He muttered to himself, huffing and puffing as he made his way to the steps. This time he carefully lifted his fingers and gently touched the steps. It was still the same as last time. The strong repulsive force instantly bounced it off. Unconvinced, Ko tried several times in succession and ended up failing. Ouch! So annoying. Ko beamed and sat on his butt. No matter what he used, as soon as he touched the steps he was instantly bounced off. Where is this and how do I get out? Sitting on the floor, Ko frowned and scanned around suspiciously. I had just been so focused on touching the steps myself that I had forgotten that this was not an e-military base. The thought that his second sister was still seriously injured made him anxious. Just as he stood up and prepared to look for the exit, a loud popping sound came from the two divine beast statues not far away. He looked toward the statue in surprise, only to see the stone on its body rapidly crumbling. In no time, the two stone statues actually turned into real golden dragons and phoenixes. A divine and terrifying pressure spread out. Roar! Madaka! The two beast roars echoed within the space, and the terrifying waves of sound shook his head. The golden dragon exuded supreme divine might, and its two millstone-sized eyes glanced at Xiaoku. The fire phoenix on the other side had red flames coming out of its body, similarly sizing up this tiny human. The two divine beasts simultaneously rose into the air and hovered around the boy. The golden dragon then opened its mouth and spat out a drop of golden blood, while the fire phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a drop of red blood. 2 drops of blood instantly disappeared into the little boy. As Ku froze, he was suddenly stunned by the monstrous pressure, and his consciousness fell into darkness once again. Seeing the little boy fall unconscious to the ground, the two divine beasts spit out waves of light to envelop him. The fainting Ko was lifted up by a soft power and slowly sat down in the void. Ancient and sacred aura emanated from his body, and a dark gray aura lingered around his body. Within its body, the originally milky white aura liquid was transformed into a dark gray color. 2 drops of divine beast blood were suspended within the dantian, occupying both sides of the dantian. I don't know how much longer it took, but Ko slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was the clean white ceiling and the worried gazes of the 3 sisters. Realizing that her brother had finally woken up, Wang Siki immediately stuck to his side and asked, "How are you feeling physically, brother? Is anything uncomfortable?" The refreshing fragrance came from the heart, and Xiaoko dully surveyed Wang Siki. Perhaps it was because she hadn't rested for a long time. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was quite haggard. The remaining 2 sisters were not far behind, all watching themselves anxiously. A rush of heat surged through Ko's heart, and she happily opened her mouth toward her 3 sisters. "Sister, I'm fine. I'm in great shape." With that, he sat up and jumped right out of bed, flashing a sweet smile at the trio. Seeing this scene, the three women's hanging hearts finally dropped. Ahem! A man's cool cough sounded at the doorway, and it was Wang Yuehao who issued it. Ko looked at his dad suspiciously, with a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Wang Yuehao took out a small wooden stick from behind his back and said with a gloomy face, "Brat! How dare you come to such a dangerous place?" Not saying a word, running off to sleep in an enemy base. Aren't you afraid someone will eat you? Causing the family to worry so much. I'll educate you today. He lifted his wooden stick and took a step towards Ko with a rather serious look on his face. They're the ones who can't eat me. Ko muttered in a low voice and quickly hid behind the hem of Wang Siki's skirt, hugging her sister's thighs tightly. I must say, my sister's legs are so white, smooth and soft. Seeing his dad getting closer and closer, he seemed to really want to beat himself up. He lifted his head, aggressively pouting at his sister. Sister, Ko is wrong. Dad is going to beat me up. I'm afraid of the pain. Wang Xinru slightly raised the corners of her lips, and then let out a low laugh without control. Wang Lele blocked in front of her father and spoke softly. Okay father, I know you can't afford to beat up Xiao Ku, he knows he's wrong in his heart, just scare him a little. Wang Yuehao coughed twice in embarrassment, then put away the small wooden stick. He really didn't feel like punching his baby boy. Wang Siki picked up her brother who was glued to her lap and spoke with dissatisfaction. Why did you come here and why didn't you answer your sister's phone? Lifted in the air, Ko grinned and stammered his reply. I want to find second sister to play. Jiang Nan told me to come here and I would find second sister. In the heat of the moment, he just dumped it. Hearing Jiang Nan's name, Wang Siki secretly wrote it down and went back to clean him up. Jiang Nan, who was inside the Magic City Annexed Primary School at this time, couldn't help but sneeze, feeling like he was being targeted by some great terror. Thinking of the second problem, Ko fumbled around in his pockets for a bit before pulling out the battle-damaged Fruit 14 Pro. The screen of his cell phone shattered completely during his fight and now it won't turn on. Wang Siki frowned, curiously surveying the phone. Suddenly, white smoke came out of the charging port of the cell phone, and the temperature rapidly rose at the back case. Seeing this familiar scene, Ko hurriedly threw his cell phone out. Boo! The cell phone that fell to the ground exploded open, sending the three women's blossoms into a frenzy. The corner of Wang Siki's mouth, who was hugging her brother, twitched and couldn't help but guess. Is it the quality of the fruit phone that is not working? Or is my brother using the phone too violently? How can this still explode? She secretly decided that she would go back and buy her brother a Huawei Mate 60 to try. Fruit phones are too easy to play bad. Now that Xiao Ko and Wang Ying had successfully returned to the base, the crowd was relieved. Xiao Ko was still thinking about her second sister's injury, so she tried to ask her seventh sister where her second sister was. Wang Siki didn't answer her brother when she remembered her second sister's miserable condition and the horrible scars. Wang Lele pursed her red lips. As far as she knew, second sister should still be in the operating room right now. In the evening, dinner time in the military district. Inside the room, although Wang Yuehao was still worried about the second girl's injury, his mood was too much better than the previous 2 days. This time, he not only recovered his daughter and son, but also wiped out the enemy army. The outcome of this battle is expected to shock the nation and the world. Before long, after dinner, Ko was sent to an exquisite bedroom by her three sisters. The sisters patiently urged him to rest and depart for home tomorrow. Ko nodded obediently and raised his little fat hand in an okay sign. It was hard to imagine with this cute look that he was the god of murder who had razed the E-army base to the ground not too long ago. When his sister was out the door, he stepped lightly like a thief to the window and looked out. The bedroom room was on the second floor, a good 4 meters above the ground. He jumped straight through the window from a height of 4 meters and landed firmly on the ground. Looking back to his room on the second floor, he guessed that his dad and sisters wouldn't be able to spot him anytime soon. Expanding his divine sense, he was about to lock onto his second sister's location. Suddenly he was surprised to find that his own strength had once again been enhanced. Not only did the range of divine sense coverage become larger, the spiritual energy in his body was also enhanced several times. The original milky white spirit liquid was transformed into a black and gray spirit liquid, and there were also 2 light clusters suspended within the dantian. One was as bright as the sun and one was as elegant as the full moon, each occupying one side of the dantian. What was even weirder was that the 2 light clusters in his body kept emitting pure spiritual chi, allowing his cultivation speed to grow by leaps and bounds. Did you get it at that strange palace? Xiao Ko couldn't help but speculate, always feeling that that mysterious palace wasn't simple. Shaking his head, although he didn't know what this ball of light was, it was imperative that he quickly went to heal his second sister. Divine sense enveloped the base. He easily bypassed the patrolling soldiers and ran towards the military hospital. Chapter 78, Healing Second Sister's Wounds, Sleeping and Sleeping. Alas, those even hurt General Wang so badly. The bloody holes in those fingers look oozing. The scars on his face are also hard to recover from, as well as the teeth in his mouth, which must have been disfigured. It's a pity that General Wang, such a talented woman of the world, ended so tragically. Military hospital, 5th floor. Inside the building, 2 female nurses leaned over the window and whispered with a hint of regret in their tones. Unbeknownst to them, a young boy quietly poked his head around the corner of the stairs to survey the pair. Just these 2 nurse sisters left. Ko skimmed his mouth and quietly walked towards the duo. Sister nurse? The 2 female nurses heard the commotion and turned their heads in disbelief, only to find nothing. It wasn't until he lowered his head that he saw a delicate, cute little boy waving at him. Wow, what a cute little guy. What's your name? One of the female nurses smiled faintly and crouched down to gently rub the boy's head. His white face had some baby fat, and his chubby little round face was extremely lethal to the 2 women. Ko replied with a grin. My name is Wang Xiaoku. I'm here to find my sister Wang Ying. General Wang? The 2 exclaimed out in shock, glancing at each other. Another female nurse told him with an embarrassed look on her face. General Wang has just finished an operation and now needs to rest. Upon hearing that his second sister had even had surgery, Ko couldn't help but furrow his brow. Spectral ghost eyes. The 2 female nurses looked progressively dull and froze in place. If you look away, you'll see that a few of the soldiers on duty downstairs are also standing frozen, green light flickering at their pupils. Where is my sister? Take me there. The 2 women nodded stiffly and then led him towards a high-class ward. Pushing open the door to his room, he hurried to his second sister's bedside. Wang Ying is still in a coma, and serious wounds on his body have been surgically stitched up. The necrotic flesh was excised and bandaged again after being sterilized, but a mouth full of teeth, as well as facial burns and tiny scars have yet to be dealt with. But these injuries were not difficult for Ko. Even cancer he could heal easily, and this kind of injury was even more so. Take out the silver needle, close the door to the room and draw the curtains. Once everything was ready, Ko began to remove the hospital gown from her sister's body while covering the private parts. It wasn't until she was completely undressed that the scars on her body became completely visible. Dense wounds, bruises, one can't help but look at them and feel numb. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiaoku coldly grunted in exasperation. Big bad guys, it's so cheap to die. Quietly, he took out a small jade bottle from within his storage ring. Inside was a second-grade elixir that he had concocted in his spare time, the Vitality Elixir. Its function was to regenerate muscle and build bones, and it was used as an elixir for treating the skin and flesh injuries of cultivators. Originally, within the enemy base, he had used the first-grade chi replenishing pill and his body's spiritual energy to temporarily protect his second sister's life. Now, he wants his sister to be completely healed. Gently breaking open his second sister's mouth, he directly stuffed the vitality pill into her mouth. The elixir melted in his mouth, and he hurriedly released his spiritual energy to help his sister absorb the medicinal effects. Immediately afterward, Ko picked up the silver needle next to the bed and began to apply the needle. Each drop of the needle took only an instant, and the 18 silver needles accurately pierced into the corresponding acupoints. A warm current appeared in Wang Ying's body, cooperating with the medicinal power to flow and circulate in his tendons and veins. If a master acupuncturist were here, he or she would probably be able to be shocked by the unique acupuncture technique. Ko closed her eyes and kept channeling spiritual energy into her sister. The potency of the elixir was transported throughout her body by the aura, and her body began to react. First the tiny wounds begin to scab over, then rather the surgically stitched wounds, and the areas where the bad flesh has been removed give rise to new flesh. The part that has changed the most is her teeth. The teeth that were missing regrow and line up neatly in 2 rows. Ko stood happily on the bench and leaned down to observe the new teeth growing in her second sister. Unexpectedly the bench shook and his whole body accidentally fell forward. 2 soft meatballs instantly wrapped him, and the unconscious second sister suddenly grunted softly. Ko was so scared that he hurriedly braced his little hands on the edge of the bed and pulled his head out. Taking 2 greedy breaths of fresh air, he couldn't help but exhale. Why do all the sisters have these things on their chests? What's the point? Shaking his head, he observed the silver teeth in his sister's mouth once more and nodded in satisfaction. Recovering nicely, just missing the burns on my face now. On the left side of the second sister's face, there was a 5-centimeter long scar. Looking at the scars, I guess they were branded with a red-hot iron. Under the effect of the vitality pill, the scars on his face had already recovered for the most part, but there are still scars left behind that look shocking. After a moment's thought, he took out a resident pill and stuffed it into his second sister's mouth. The elixir melted in the mouth and soon began to exert its medicinal effects. Wang Ying's skin began to become white, and the burns on her cheeks gradually disappeared, looking smooth and white. With that done, Ko slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was just a matter of sitting on the edge of the bed and silently waiting for the second sister to wake up. According to his estimation, his sister would be able to recover more or less in one night, and would probably wake up early tomorrow morning. Sitting on the bench, Ko was bored and leaned over the edge of the bed. He was going to just guard his sister all night to prevent any further emergencies. In the middle of the night, a great drowsiness set in. Lying on the edge of the bed, Xiaoko only felt his eyelids a little heavy, and slowly, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Feeling that sleeping on his back wasn't very comfortable, he sleepwalked and squirmed to climb into bed, and then proceeded to squirm his way into the second sister's comforter. Leaning into his second sister's arms, he was content to stop moving. On the other side, inside some room, Wang Siki was flipping through the surveillance video on his cell phone, and the white-robed man appearing on the screen made him couldn't help but be reminded of Xiaoku. The things that had been going on with her brother lately were so odd that a lot of the time she couldn't figure out the cause. For example, when my brother took his exams, he managed to get full marks for such a difficult paper. Then there's the case of the brother who disappeared for a month in a strange way and then suddenly appeared again. There was also the previous gambling on stones, which opened a dozen or so pieces of top-quality jade in a row. This one was even more outrageous when his brother somehow managed to get the driver to drive him to the border. And according to Dad, he was still lying asleep in the enemy base when he found his brother. Also, lately it seems like Blackie has gotten a lot smarter. Not like a normal dog at all. All signs were pointing to the fact that the brother was definitely hiding something. Wang Siki organized her thoughts and sighed softly, her beautiful eyes looking at the night sky through the window. Early the next morning, Wang Ying's eyelashes fluttered gently for a few moments and snapped his eyes open to scan the room. Military hospital? Why am I here? Her voice was a little hoarse and she was sore and weak. Suddenly, she felt a warm mass against her chest. She frowned as she lifted the covers and the tiny figure appeared steeply in her eyes. I saw the boy holding his waist with his little mouth slightly open, his lips red and his round face white and delicate. Wasn't this the brother she had longed for? Ko felt the sunlight and couldn't help but cover her eyes as if she was uncomfortable by the light. Wang Ying immediately covered the quilt and tightly wrapped Xiaoko in his arms. It was a moment when she wondered if she was dead. Was this heaven? Smothered. Ko reached out his chubby paws to feel his way forward. This touch directly caused Wang Ying to shriek out in shock. Her cheeks instantly colored with a touch of scarlet. Ugh, if it's heaven, why do I feel it? Wang Ying sensed that something was wrong and sat up to look around the room, realizing that this was indeed the military hospital. If this is all true, then this little boy under the covers, is that Ko? Wang Ying lifted the quilt again and realized that she had been stripped down to her underwear, and her heart was a little ashamed. She grabbed the boy's shirt and lifted it straight up to get a better look. The sleeping Ko was awakened by the movement, blinking her big watery eyes as she gazed at her second sister. Wang Ying similarly gazed at Xiaoko with her beautiful eyes wide open. Second sister, are you awake? The soft, fluffy voice reached his ears, and Wang Ying smacked his lips in surprise. What are you yelling at me for? Ko cocked his head in confusion. Did the second sister not recognize herself? He rejoined, rubbing his eyes. My name is Wang Xiaoku. You are my second sister. Chapter 79, recovered by taking my medication. Hearing the little boy's reply, Wang Ying's body trembled and he tightly embraced him into his arms. Ko didn't really understand why her second sister reacted so violently. Squeak! The door to the ward was opened and several military doctors stepped into the room carrying instruments. Hearing the footsteps at the door, Wang Ying frowned and said in an undoubted tone, all out. These cold and serious words scared a few doctors straight and they exited the room in a panic. Among them, the old military doctor who was supposed to do a full body checkup for the general was even more shocked. According to his analysis, it would take at least 3 days for the general to awaken. But now that the general had completely awakened after only one night, he really didn't expect it. Inside the hospital room, Wang Ying gently placed his brother on the bed and looked at his body in surprise. The skin was smooth and white, even better than before, and the scars from the torture were gone. She had been imprisoned in a fashion that made her conscious. The blonde general hadn't been able to torture herself, and she herself was subjected to all sorts of tortures on a daily basis. Teeth were pulled out by a vice and cheeks were burned with a soldering iron, but all are now as good as new. It's just amazing. How on earth did that happen? Wang Ying guffawed and gently pinched Xiaoko's plump cheeks. Brother, what are you doing here? Ko's mouth was open and dopey. I'm here with the 7th sister, the 8th sister, the 5th sister, and Dad. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, followed by quickly putting on her hospital gown. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, and the several military doctors outside the door spoke respectfully. General Wang, we're going to examine your body now. Please let us in. Wang Ying's face was quite unhappy, but he still responded towards the door. Come in. The door to the hospital room was pushed open again, and the 4 military doctors carefully walked to the bed. What? Several people exclaimed out in shock and looked at Wang Ying sitting on the bed in shock. Her frown deepened and her face clouded over. Usually she loathed people yelling. If there were soldiers here, they would have told these doctors that the general was going to be angry and just wait to be punished. Noticing their outburst, the four hurriedly bowed to her and apologized. Right. I'm sorry, General Wang. We were momentarily surprised. So, there. Wang Ying opened his mouth to interrupt a few people and ordered impatiently. Check everything. And move fast. Several military doctors looked at each other and stepped forward to give her a full body check with their instruments. In the end, several people looked at the results of the examination with astonishment and found that not only were General Wang's physical indicators normal, the scars from yesterday's surgery had also disappeared. Even a mouth full of teeth grows back, and scars, large and small, scab off. Overnight, serious injuries healed, scars disappeared, and even missing teeth grew back. This was unheard of for them and confused the crowd. Wang Ying stroked the skin on his face and inquired suspiciously. Who treated me? One of the military doctors spoke in a panic. Back to General. It's a few foreign medical professors, and I heard that the main surgeon is Professor Shen. Professor Shen? Tell him to come see me. Several military doctors rushed out the door and in no time brought a middle-aged male doctor. He was brought to the general's ward at this time, and his mind was somewhat puzzled. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the handsome woman sitting on the hospital bed. Imperious. Wang Ying raised his head to survey the man and did not find anything special. Coughing lightly, she spoke faintly to the man. Did you perform my surgery? Professor Shen nodded, looking at her cheeks and mouth in wonder. So, you healed and repaired my scars and appearance as well? Hearing this, Prof. Shen was also a bit confused. He didn't have that ability to eliminate scars quickly, but thinking that this is a general in front of him, if he can get the general's favor, won't his career be on the upswing? He bowed down and spoke with a serious face. Back to the general. I'm the one who healed it. It was unbearable to see General Wang all bruised and disfigured, so my colleagues and I fought for hours. After a speech, Ko looked at the middle-aged man in surprise, wondering how he had the good sense to say those words. The second sister was obviously cured by herself, so how did it become this man's credit? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Ko poked her second sister in the back, trying to tell her the truth. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out, and three clear and stunningly beautiful girls pushed their way in, precisely the three daughters of the Wang family. Noticing the arrival of his sisters, Wang Ying commanded towards the people in the room. Professor Shen, I'll remember this favor first. You guys get out first. The middle-aged man almost laughed out loud and hurriedly exited the room, and the remaining four military doctors obediently left the room as well. Upon entering the door, Wang Siki looked at the hospital bed and saw her brother's figure. The three of them went to yell at their brother to get up early in the morning, but were slow to respond. According to her guess, her brother would probably go to her second sister, so the three of them rushed to the military hospital. Next to her brother, her own second sister was watching herself with a smirk on her face. Second sister, your body? Wang Siki raised an eyebrow and opened her mouth, and kept scanning over her body, realizing that it had indeed returned to normal. Wang Xinru and Wang Lele were also shocked speechless. Yesterday's tragic situation of their second sister was still fresh in their minds. Wang Ying smiled faintly and said to his three sisters, I don't know how Prof. Shen did it. It's really amazing, and I feel that my physique has improved quite a bit. Xiaoke stood up from the bed with a puff of anger, and just when she wanted to speak, she was held in Wang Ying's arms, and the words stuck in her throat were blocked. Wang Lele hesitated and opened her mouth to ask the question that everyone was curious about. Second sister, why did the E-Army arrest you and what happened in between? Wang Ying Shanshan smiled and looked up at the ceiling. Sister, the world is full of wolves, like E. Huaxia and them have been feuding for a long time, and the Lord of E has recently had thoughts of going to war with Huaxia. The three women looked stunned and shocked as they listened to their second sister's account, while Ko lay on the bed eavesdropping. Our Lord of the land is approaching the end of his days, and soon there will be times of turmoil. Several highnesses are vying for high positions and have no desire to send troops to guard the borders. So, they've captured me, and they're just trying to get me to submit to the E, in the vain hope that I'll order the withdrawal of my troops to make way for the E. Army. If they set foot on Chinese territory, I'm afraid they'll start a big war again, just as they did back then. Hearing this, several women's hearts could not be calmed for a long time. Several people sat around and recounted recent events, including the 2 days of war with the E-Army. When he heard that the E-Army base was completely swept away by the mysterious immortal, Wang Ying revealed an expression of disbelief. How can there be any immortals in the world? And how can the E-Army base be wiped out by one person? As if knowing that her second sister would not believe it, Wang Xinru took out her cell phone that had long been prepared to play the video. What was shown inside was none other than the E-Army base that had been turned into ruins, and the scene of the white-robed youth blocking the missiles. What? One man blocking a Ray 15 missile? Wang Ying only felt his brain buzzing. He really couldn't believe that someone could really do it. That's the equivalent of someone telling you that ants can play basketball, and there's evidence to prove it. When he was unconscious, He seemed to feel the warmth of someone who had rescued him. If the army base was swept away by the immortals, then it was likely that he was the one who saved his life. She followed up with another question. Do you know who brought me back? All three sisters shook their heads at the same time. All they knew was that their father had found their second sister on the way to marching in attack. Wang Siki suddenly thought of something and replied to her second sister. We're not sure, but someone should know that there was someone lying next to you when father found you. Ko was a little nervous, wondering if he should just tell his sister that the man in white was himself. Sister will believe in herself. Right. Soon, the news of General Wang Ying's awakening spread through the army. Soldiers shouted in surprise, passing the happy news to each other and to more people. The entire military area was bustling with activity, and the sound of gongs and drums echoed throughout the base. Wang Yuehao, who was busy dealing with official business, put down his burden, handed over his work to the vice general, and rushed to the military hospital immediately afterward. Before he left, he grabbed Blackie, who was lying asleep on the ground, in his hand. Blackie, I'm sleeping. When he arrived at the hospital and pushed open the door to his room, several of his daughters were chatting and laughing, while Xiaoko was held in Wang Ying's arms. Noticing the white, smooth skin of the second girl, he was surprised and stepped forward to investigate. Second girl, what kind of elixir have you taken? Seeing the opportunity, Ko broke out of her second sister's arms and milked her voice. Second sister took my medicinal herbs to recover. Chapter 80, Me. Yes, cultivation, immortal, the one. Everyone shifted their attention to the little munchkin, leaving Ko a little overwhelmed. Did he say the wrong thing? Wang Ying flexed his finger on his forehead and Xiaoko hurriedly stretched out his little fat paw to protect his head, a scene that made all the women giggle. What kind of medicine did you make your sister take? Wang Ying's eyebrows are curved, like the bright first moon hanging on the branch. Noticing her second sister's expression, Wang Siki secretly said, ever since I was a child, I haven't seen second sister smile. It seems that second sister does like her younger brother a lot. Ko crossed his arms, his childish face hung with some seriousness. What I said is true. The scars on my sister's face disappeared after she ate the resident pill. Face residing. Dan. Wang Ying looked at his sister in confusion, only to see that Wang Siki and the others looked like they were thinking, and even his father nodded towards him. Previously, they had also taken the resident skin pill given by their brother, and their appearance, skin and temperament had indeed improved a lot. Even Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao looked years younger, the wrinkles on their faces spreading out flat. If she said that her face had returned to normal under the influence of the resident pill, the three women were also half believing it. Wang Siki's eyes looked at her brother with some complexity, and the suspicion in her heart grew stronger. Noticing Blackie in her father's arms, she snatched the dog up and addressed it with a serious face. Blackie, can you understand me? The family looked at Wang Siki with a surprised expression, and Wang Yuehao even pulled his voice with a red face. Seventh girl, what are you doing? Wouldn't it become a spirit if it could understand? Wang Siki frowned. When she was at home she realized that Little Black was extremely intelligent and extraordinary. Nod your head if you can understand. I'll give you a chicken leg for lunch. Wang Xinru and Wang Ying were filled with black lines, while Wang Lele was snickering. Woof! Hearing that there were chicken legs, Blackie wagged his tail and nodded his head, living as a little licking dog. Ha! This time it was the others' turn to be confused. The four of them looked at each other in shock. Seeing this scene, Wang Siki was even more determined in her heart. She slowly took out her cell phone from her pocket and played the video that had been saved long ago. The footage is the very same footage of the white-robed man appearing within the surveillance. She slid both fingers across the screen and the image was enlarged and the youth's figure became clearer. Ko cocked her head, suddenly feeling a little flustered. Could it be that my sister had found out that she was an immortal cultivator? The pony vest is about to explode? The crowd greeted them to check, only to see that the white-robed youth was grasping a mass of white objects in his left hand. The image continued to zoom in, and the white mass was actually very similar to Blackie. Wang Siki pointed at the man in the video and spoke softly to Xiao Hei. This man in white, is he Xiao Ku? Boom! The people of the Wang family only felt a thunderclap ringing above their heads, not expecting Wang Siki to ask this kind of question at all. Actually, Wang Siki wasn't sure, but her brother had never appeared in the surveillance footage, and the only one who showed up was this white-robed man. And how did Little Black appear on the white-robed youth? The corner of Wang Yuehao's mouth twitched as he spoke again. Good daughter, isn't this that mysterious immortal? Look at his height. How can he be Xiao Ku? Wang Lele and Wang Xinru also chimed in. Yeah, that's two people at all. At this time on the hospital bed, Xiao Ku's face was white. He dry gulped and gazed at his sister in a panicked manner. Is it true that, found out, you're such a bad actor yourself? He also wanted to tell his family about the fact that he was an immortal cultivator, but it always felt a bit abrupt. Picked up. Black's eyes rolled and he stole glances at his young master. Blackie, should I say it? Noticing Xiao Hei's gaze, Xiaoku immediately signaled with his eyes that he should not nod his head. One person and one dog making eye contact with each other. Ahem. Wang Siki coughed lightly twice, arched her eyebrows and leaned close to Xiao Hei, saying in threatening words, Blackie, if you answer correctly, you'll have meat to eat. If you dare to lie to me, giggle. The midair Xiao Hei's body stiffened and looked at Wang Siki in fear. Its brain spun rapidly, and it finally shook its head firmly. In contrast, it was more afraid that its little master would slap it to death. Wang Siki smiled contemptuously and closed in on its ear to open her mouth seductively. 2. Chicken legs. The little black ears immediately perked up and nodded frantically at her, like a woodpecker. Everyone shifted their gaze to Ko, scrutinizing him for a moment. Wang Ying also looked at his brother in surprise. Except for his delicate and cute looks, there is nothing special about him. Putting down Xiao Hei, Wang Siki took a step to walk and talk. I realized a long time ago that my brother was smarter than the other kids. Not only are there rare and strange pills, but they can also come to the border without God's knowledge. Before, he could do magic tricks, and now he can even do disguises and cross-dressing. His brother should be hiding some secret. Is my sister right, little brother? After saying the last sentence, Wang Siki gave a light smile toward Xiaoku. After the crowd heard her analysis, they did feel that Ko was very wrong. Ko's heart stuttered, and a fine cold sweat broke out on the top of his round head. Damnable Blackie, I treated you as a brother. For 2 chicken legs, you betrayed me. Now, since it was sister who took the initiative to discover it, the words handed down by master don't count, right? With that in mind, Wang Ying kneaded his face for a while, as if checking if his brother could change his face. Ko pulled his head out, huffed and puffed, and took a step back, admitting graciously as his family watched. That's right, I'm actually immortal. The 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ko looked around the crowd curiously, noticing that there wasn't a hint of shock in the family. The scene was a bit of a disappointment to him. The imagined look of his sister's shocked disbelief hadn't happened. The Wang family members were puzzled. They had never heard of immortal cultivators, and they didn't know what they did. But looking at their brother's proud demeanor, the 3 women still cooperated. Whoa, awesome. Oh, that sounds awesome. Black Cowhide 666. Xiaoku coughed lightly and repeated it to the family once again, but the Wang family members still had no response. Wang Siki stroked her chin and opened her mouth towards her brother to inquire. Brother, what is this cultivation of immortality you speak of? And what is the use of it? Hearing this, Xiaoku reacted to the fact that his family didn't know what cultivation was, nor did they know about immortal cultivators. To demonstrate for his family, he slowly walked over to the bed and jumped in. In mid-air, Wang Ying quickly caught him and gently placed him on the ground again, as if he was worried that he would fall and hurt himself. Coco's disgruntled mouth puckered up and milked her voice towards the crowd. I'm so good. I'm fine even if I fall out of an airplane. Wang Yuehao immediately laughed. Did not expect his son to have the gift of bragging, just do not know who inherited. Sensing that he was being underestimated, Ko grunted lightly and turned around to use his disguise technique. A puff of smoke rose, and a white-robed youth appeared in place. He had handsome eyebrows and sword eyes, lips as colorful as jade, long hair draped behind his back, a fair face with knife-like features. The family stared blankly at Xiao Ku, and Wang Yuehao remained in a cupped position, like he was fixed in place. Turning around again, Ko transformed into the form of Wang Siki. That dimpled figure is also perfectly replicated. It's just that the two are very different in terms of temperament. Wang Siki's temperament is high and cold, while Xiao Ku is just pure and cute. Turning around again, he reverted to his original form and looked at his family with a smile on his face. This should convince Dad and my sisters. I wonder if it scared my sister. After slowing down for half a day, Wang Yuehao lowered his voice and said, Son, can you turn into Blackie too? What? Everyone froze, wondering what their father was thinking. Wang Siki reached out to interrupt him, then asked Ko, You're the white-robed immortal that the others are talking about? Xiao Ko nodded proudly, although the title white-robed immortal was also quite overbearing, but Master had said that it should not be exposed. Then he himself would reveal a drop of strength, and would not be considered to have completely failed his master's instructions. Wang Siki continued to press toward him. How did you deflect that Ray 15 missile? Ko thinks for a moment and makes up a lie on the spot. Master gave me a very powerful treasure that can block missiles, but it hurts so much to be blown up. I'm still in pain here. Ko pointed accusingly at his chest and pretended to be tender. Wang Ying, who was sitting next to him at this time, was in a state of confusion, not realizing that he had only just met his brother and was so surprised by him that he didn't know how to speak. Ko recounted briefly how he came to the base and how he rescued his sister, which omits a great deal of the course of the battle. Hearing his brother's account, Wang Ying was touched and wiped his tears, and hugged him with a face full of heartache. When his sister asked him where he learned to cultivate immortality, he stammered out an answer. My master taught me that. All four knew that Ko had an old Taoist master, so they didn't speculate much. Throughout the exchange, Ko answered dozens of questions, which really wore him out. It wasn't until the end, when he noisily said he was hungry, that the Wang family stopped to inquire. When Wang Ying got dressed, the family walked out of the hospital room and came downstairs. At the entrance of the hospital, dozens of soldiers lined up in 2 rows with rifles in their hands, respectfully welcoming the crowd to the car. Wang Ying was just about to get on the car when he heard a shout, and when he looked up, it was Professor Shen. At this point he wanted to use the excuse of checking the general's health to brush up on his face again. General Wang, where are you going? Wang Ying coldly looked at him and spoke to him with a displeased expression. What's it to you where I go? Dr. Shen, look at yourself clearly and don't cross the line. The middle-aged man's body trembled and he unconsciously took 2 steps backward. He wasn't sure why the general wasn't giving himself face, when he had obviously been polite to him just a moment ago. Xiaoko made a face at him and smiled as Wang Xinru carried him to the car. The cars started and 3 military jeeps rolled away from the hospital in a cloud of smoke. Professor Shen, who was standing next to him, ate a mouthful of dust. Chapter 81, Xiaoko no 2 takes off. Back to Magic City. At the dinner table, Ko was holding a steaming chicken leg in one hand and rib soup in the other small hand. Wang Ying looked at his brother's mouth full of oil as he ate, and drew out a paper towel from the side to help him wipe it off. He chewed heavily while thinking silently in his mind. Immortal cultivators don't need to eat. If you don't go to eat such a delicious meal, is there any fun in life? Wang Siki picked up a chicken leg and put it into the bowl. Then she set it in front of Xiao Hei. Blackie, build him and be done with it. The family was happy, and Wang Ying looked at his brother from time to time, the corner of his mouth secretly hanging a curve. After eating, Wang Ying remembered that the 7th sister had said that she had been discovered with a badly wounded enemy around her, so the crowd rushed to the base cell again, led by Wang Ying. While in the car, Wang Ying questioned Xiaoko suspiciously. Brother, did you hurt him? Kids shouldn't fight. Don't hit anyone in the future. Listening to his 2nd sister's nagging voice, Ko glanced at Koro grudgingly. Wang Lele also couldn't help but ask his brother, Ko, can you still fly? This sentence put Xiaoko in a difficult position. He could fly with his sword, but he couldn't fly in the air yet. That required reaching the condensed Yuan realm to do so. He shook his head and told his sister that he couldn't fly yet and that he needed a special method to do so. Wang Yuehao rolled his eyes, his mind recalling the scene on the battlefield. What martial arts realm does your son belong to? I'm afraid he's already in the realm of a grandmaster. To think that his 6-year-old son was a martial arts grandmaster, while he was still a dark force martial artist in his 40s. It was simply a difference between clouds and mud, and Wang Yuehao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. After thinking about it, he said seriously toward his son, Xiao Ku, don't feel free to reveal your identity as an immortal cultivator, just let your family know. A few of the other sisters nodded in agreement. After all, this sort of thing was so bizarre. Moreover, Xiaoko was still a public figure, so if his identity as an immortal cultivator was discovered, he was afraid that it would cause a lot of trouble. Hearing his family's instructions, Ko nodded his head seriously. He understood these truths. The military jeep stopped and several people came to the underground cell. The soldier on duty saluted towards the crowd, and Wang Ying nodded slightly and opened his mouth to the soldier on duty at the side to command. Led by the soldiers, the crowd passed through the barriers into a long corridor, surrounded by cells holding enemy soldiers and deserters. The eerie atmosphere was immediately uncomfortable. Wang Siki took her brother's small hand and comforted Xiaoko not to be afraid. Continuing deeper, you can see cells with many imprisoned enemy soldiers. When they saw that the visitor was Wang Ying, they burst out in foul language, and their shouts of curses were really unpleasant. The soldiers on duty shouted angrily and picked up their iron bars to intimidate the prisoners, and the scene quieted down. Nearing the end of the long corridor, the soldier stopped by a cell and turned to tell General Wang that the enemy was here. Looking in, he saw a man lying half dead on the ground. Bruce had long since been bitten off by Blackie's tendons in his arms and legs, and at the moment it seemed very difficult to even move. Even his food and water were fed by the guard soldiers, otherwise he would probably have starved to death alive. Little Black, who was held in Wang Lele's arms, bared his teeth and had a smug smile on his face. That's what happens when you go against dog. Opening the door to the room, Wang Ying approached Bruce and communicated with him in fluent E. Who are you, and what branch of shifters do you belong to? Bruce responded with incomparable arrogance even though he was already a wreck. General Hua, it's kind of a mistake for you to choose to go against us, the E Nation. Wang Ying gave a look to his family. Wang Siki immediately understood and covered her brother's eyes with her hand, and Wang Lele also covered Xiao Hei's eyes with her hand. Blackie, can't I see it? Ko, I'm sorry, I'm divinely aware. She then drew her pistol against Bruce's forehead and opened her mouth at him in a threatening manner. Give me one piece of information that won't kill you, and I'll consider sparing you. Icy words reached his ears. but he couldn't stop laughing. Foolish Chinese, your royal family is in disarray. Our god has awakened. Just wait for our army to overwhelm us. Ha ha ha. I advise you to surrender early, and you may still be alive, or else you will all have to be buried with me. Wang Ying retrieved her pistol and got up to walk out of the cell. She didn't want to do the killing in front of her brother. After signaling to the soldiers, she led her family out of the dungeon. Ko mumbled, God? Royalty? What are these things? In any case, these things are not relevant and need not be heeded. Seeing the sunlight again, Wang Siki also spoke faintly. It's time to go home. I'm guessing my mother is impatiently waiting. Hearing his daughter's words, Wang Yuehao also secretly nodded his head. He also quite missed his wife. Wang Ying just looked at his brother lightly, then took out his cell phone to notify the military region's senior management to gather for a meeting. Once she had given her notice, the Wang family and their group rushed to the base conference room under her leadership. Not long after, one after another, more than 40 people gathered in the conference room, and everyone had a pleasant smile on their faces. Ko looked dully at the crowd, and there were a few familiar faces in there as well. For example, those 4 old grandpas. Remember, one of them even asked himself to call in Xiao Hu. Seeing that the people had almost come, Wang Yuehao and Wang Ying walked onto the stage with faint smiles. During his speech, Wang Ying did not mince words as he complimented all the military region executives and also thanked the Martial Artist Association for their help. The dozen or so patriarchs simultaneously arched their hands and smiled. General Wang Ying is polite. It's an honor for us to serve China. Feng Xiaotian also opened his mouth with a faint smile. General, there's no need to thank me. Just let me go to your house to drink and eat meat later. Ha ha ha. In the end, the dozen or so patriarchs left first, preparing to take a flight back. The 100,000 Northern Territory generals who supported the border were also transferred back to the Northern Territory military region in batches under Wang Yuehao's arrangement. The doctors and nurses who had rushed to help needed to go back later. After all, at the moment the wounded in the military area were still waiting for their treatment. After the meeting was dissolved, Wang Ying also went to busy himself with various chores, and it was estimated that he could not spare any time in a short period of time. Before she left, she knelt down and told her brother that she would be home again after she took care of her work. Learning this, Ko nodded his head yes, albeit reluctantly. After Wang Ying left, Feng Xiaotian led a few people to the Wang family smilingly. The 3 daughters of the Wang family politely greeted each other, and Xiaoku also followed suit and said hello to Uncle Feng. Feng Xiaotian smiled and crouched down to survey Xiaoku, reaching out to give him a gift. It was a well-crafted medal made of gold and silver, with an eagle engraved on the front. I have long heard Brother Wang mention his son. His appearance is indeed exquisite and lovely, and when he grows up he will definitely be more handsome than Brother Wang. Feng Xiaotian flirted, and Wang Yuehao, who was on the side, gave him a punch without any good reason. Don't you make me talk about your old scores in public. The 3 daughters covered their mouths and snickered, eating like melons as they watched Uncle Wind and their father fight. Walking out of the conference room, Xiao Ku, who was playing with the medals, suddenly remembered Xiao Lu's brother. He pulled Wang Siki's finger and inquired towards her. Why is little brother Lu here? Can you take little brother Lu home? Wang Siki was a bit unfamiliar with this name, and it took a while of careful recall to remember it. A month or so ago, in a fit of pique, he himself sent that sweeper maid here. If it wasn't for his brother's reminder, this little Lu would probably have to spend a few years in the barracks before he could go back. She explained to her brother with some embarrassment. There's too much work here. Lu is here to help. Does brother want to take him home? Xiao Ku nodded. After all, Xiao Lu had helped himself and was considered an acquaintance. Hearing her brother's thoughts, Wang Siki nodded slightly. Since my brother wanted to take him, it wouldn't be too much trouble to pick him up on the way home anyway. Once she had called and instructed her, the family happily walked towards the Wang family helicopter. In no time at all, Xiao Lu, dressed in military uniform, ran to the crowd. The moment he saw the young master, he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Life in the army was too hard. It was still the young master who loved himself and remembered to bring him along when he went home. Xiao Lu wanted to tell young master out loud, do you know how I have been living this month? Boarding the helicopter. Ko cheered happily. Coco too. Take off. The propellers turned quickly, carrying the 6 men high into the air, heading southeast. Kyoto. A gilded palace stood in the center of the bustling Kyoto. The world knows that this is the royal residence and the place where the Lord of China's offices and affairs are conducted. Inside the Changle Palace, a demonic man in a brocade robe leaned lazily on a palace chair. Several beautiful women in revealing clothes danced in the hall, and they all made secret glances at him from time to time. If they were lucky enough to be taken in by the Second Highness, they would have endless glory and riches for the rest of their lives. Ha ha ha, second brother is so elegant. With a feminine voice, a long-haired man burst into the hall. He had a faint smile on his face, but the disdain in his eyes was not hidden at all. he walked straight towards the demonic man, only to be stopped by 2 guards. The man in the palace chair stretched out and waved to one of the girls. The girl trotted up in surprise, and the man swept her around the waist so that she was leaning smoothly against the side of his chest. The ancient scent made the girl a little smitten, and her cheeks reddened a little. "Third brother, I'm a bit unwell, so you'd better return." His third highness sneered, turned around and left the room. He didn't curse in disgust until he was out of the room. Moe is indeed a waste of space obsessed with gentleness. It's useless to pull him in, but it's just as well. This king can have one less opponent again. Ha ha ha. He left with his hands behind his back and a big smile on his face. It was a day when major media outlets scrambled to report on the victory in the border war. As the leader of the army, Wang Yuehao was naturally pushed into the limelight. About his previous military service was also dug deep by the netizens. Netizens are wondering what rewards the lord of the land will give to this national meritocracy. International. The news that the 400,000 strong army of the E-army had been overthrown surprised the countries, and they couldn't help but re-examine the war power of China. Chapter 82, Sister is the most important. I'm flying directly in the school Imperial Sword. At midnight, a black helicopter slowly approached the Wang family's tarmac. The 2 staff members picked up binoculars to observe and realized that it was actually the young master's helicopter. They immediately notified the director of the message, and a large group of staff members were quickly on the ground to direct the landing. Once Coco 2 was firmly on the ground, the director of management took the brunt of the people. He immediately stepped forward and lowered the gangway, putting on a fawning smile to welcome the crowd, lest the ladies should be blamed. Wang Yuehao was the first to step out of the cabin. In his arms, Ko seemed to have fallen asleep and was now lying obediently in his arms with his eyes closed. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, was unusually excited and kept looking around the neighborhood after getting off the plane. The people were exhausted from the boat ride, and Wang Siki instructed the management director to prepare a car. Getting in the car, the group of people left the tarmac to return to the Wang family manor. Watching the crowd leave in their cars, the director of management wiped cold sweat off his forehead. He was secretly glad he hadn't been held accountable by the ladies for what he had done earlier. Wang family villa. Auntie Lan was busily clearing up the dining table, while Chen Hui sat in the eunuch chair and sipped her tea. Suddenly, the door to the villa was opened. Wang Siki stepped lightly into the hall, and behind her, Wang Xinru and Wang Lele also stepped into the home. Surprised, Chen Hui ran forward and hugged her daughter, then worriedly asked where her son was. Just after saying that, Wang Yuehao also entered her field of vision. She happily walked up to hug her husband, but was stopped by Wang Yuehao's outburst. Upon closer inspection, my son was dutifully sleeping in my husband's arms, with one foot stretched out in an unfaithful manner. Seeing the family at peace, the dark clouds in her heart finally dissipated. Wang Yuehao carried Xiaoko to the second floor gently, and after putting his son under the quilt and covering him up, he turned back to the hall. The table was set with a fruit plate, and the family gathered around to recount the events of the period. Wang Siki also told her mother about Xiaoko's identity as an immortal cultivator. Chen Hui was at a loss. She didn't know what cultivating immortality meant. The crowd patiently explained it to her, but none of them could tell the difference. They only knew that Ko had all sorts of rare things and skills. They didn't know much about the specifics. Outside the villa, Xiao Lu was cheerfully wandering around the manor, the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. Still familiar surroundings, familiar streets, so nice. Early in the morning, the dark shrouded Mordor was illuminated by the sun. Through the window, the sunlight poured on Ko's face, showing it off as even whiter. Feeling the harsh sunlight, Ko stretched sleepily, then stood up and walked out of the room. When he walked downstairs to sit at the table, he suddenly realized that it appeared to be his second sister sitting next to him. Thinking he was lost in sleep, Ko rubbed his eyes to look at the figure again. "Second sister, you're back?" He covered his little mouth in surprise and arched an eyebrow at his second sister. Wang Ying picked up Xiaoko with one hand and placed him in his arms, pinching his plump face with a face full of favor. Wang Siki explained from the sidelines. Second sister but rushed home all night long, and didn't even have time to deal with the affairs of the army. At that, Xiaoko tilted his head up and gave his second sister a peck on the cheek, causing Wang Ying to giggle. "Sky Wang, I'm a little sour." Wang Lele, the coincidence. At this time, thousands of miles away in the frontier military region, the stocky vice general was faced with a large pile of documents and fell into deep thought. "I'm a military general. I'm not good with offices." Chen Hui and Wang Yuehao also walked downstairs. Now there are 7 people at home. The atmosphere can be considered lively. Chen Hui looked at her second daughter with heartache. She had heard yesterday that her precious daughter had suffered a lot of torture in the military. She stepped forward and took her daughter's hand for a closer look, her eyes reddening slightly. Wang Ying comforted Chen Hui with a faint smile. "Mother, I'm fine now, and thanks to Ko, I'm able to fully recover my body." She looked over at her brother with a soft face and poked him in his milky face. Auntie Lan led the servants to bring breakfast, while handing a set of gift boxes to Wang Siki. The crowd was immediately attracted to the gift box, and Wang Xinru teased with a bad smile. What's going on, seventh sister? Is it a gift from your boyfriend? Ha ha. Wang Siki glared at fifth sister without any good humor, then opened the gift box under everyone's gaze. Didn't my brother's old cell phone break? This is the new one I asked Aunt Erisher to get. Ko blinked her wide eyes at the phone, feeling that this one was not quite the same as the previous one. He inquired, pointing curiously at the phone. Seventh sister, this is not the same as the one I've used, yay? Wang Siki's face rippled with a smile as she opened her mouth to explain for her brother. The previous fruit phones are all broken, so I'll buy you a Warwick Mate 60 phone. I've heard it's very durable and doesn't break easily. Ko clutched his phone and studied it, playing with it for a while before muttering softly, why is the screen so big? He picked up the phone and compared it to his own face, not realizing that it was as big as half his face. The crowd burst out laughing as they watched the little guy tossing his cell phone. Wang Ying also couldn't help but stroke his round head. After dinner, Wang Siki hurried to the company. In the past few days, the company's small and large affairs were all handled by Xiaolian for herself. If she didn't clean up this mess, she guessed Xiaolian would go crazy. Wang Xinru also left the manor in a car. She was going to personally pick the variety show. Back in the day, she was planning to take her brother to record a variety show. Finally, Ko picked up her backpack and left for school, escorted by her 8th and 2nd sisters. This time, Wang Ying did not let her bodyguards follow her, and very few people knew that she was also a martial artist, and still a mid-range inner-strength martial artist. Even if something went wrong, she would be able to handle it herself. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of the manor and traveled in the direction of the Magic City-attached elementary school. Getting in the car, Ko opened Bo, and just after entering the interface his cell phone rang frantically. After not logging in for a few days, his message was already 99 plus and his follower count was up quite a bit. Wang Ying curiously came over to check it out, and then questioned the 8th sister out of confusion. Our brother still has over 8 million followers? Wang Lele recounts the birthday party to her and mentions the idea of 5th sister taking her brother to do a variety show. Unexpectedly, Wang Ying directly took hold of Xiao Ku and said to his brother with a serious face, Xiao Ku, let's not shoot these useless things. I see you have amazing bones. Grow up and join the army with 2nd sister. Wang Lele was a bit stunned. Although she didn't dare to refute her 2nd sister, she still hardened her heart and discouraged her. 2nd sister, it's too dangerous to let my brother join the army. Why don't you let him learn piano with me? I think my brother is very talented. Seeing that the two sisters couldn't stop talking, Xiaoko covered her ears and told the two women, Sister, don't argue. I'm still young. Wait until I grow up and then decide. The car quieted down at that, but Ko always felt that her sisters weren't listening. The two sisters scrolled down to swipe their cell phones, and he snuck his head up to check. The 2nd sister is browsing through children's military uniforms, and the 8th sister is picking out a piano at an online store. Ko, 6. Arriving at the school's entrance, Ko jumped out of the car as if fleeing and waved goodbye to her sister inside. He then bounced into the campus as the two women watched, eventually slowly disappearing from their view. Wang Ying clasped her arms with her hands, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Since she saw her brother, she was in a much better mood. The car started, and in no time at all, the Rolls-Royce disappeared into thin air. Back on campus, Ko walked to his 1st grade class humming pig out music, pushing open the class door. All the children looked at him in surprise, and Duzimo exclaimed out in shock, Wow, Ko, you're finally back. Xiaoko returned to his seat and put down his book bag, followed by Duzimo pulling him into a chat. Ko, what have you been doing the last few days? I'm off to war. Before he could say a few words, the English teacher pushed his way in, noticing that Ko was back in school, and he smiled softly at him. All morning, Ko had been studying that complete geography of the world as well as that atlas of the weapons of recent wars. At the end of class at noon, Ko closed his book and stared at the blackboard, seemingly pondering a difficult problem. Atomic bombs are so powerful. If I were to be blown up by such a weapon, will it hurt? Shaking his head, he stopped rambling on about how such weapons were internationally banned anyway. Calming his thoughts, he pulled Duzimo and ran to the cafeteria to eat. Jiang Nan and the three of them sat under the shade of a tree, their faces grim as they paid attention to the young master's movements from afar. Recently I got the news that General Wang Ying was captured, and the young master even ran off to the frontier military region alone. Although the young master returned safely, it was also the fault of the three of them. With the general's character, he will definitely pursue the matter, and when the time comes, he will inevitably be heavily punished. Having just walked to the entrance of the cafeteria, Ko's heart suddenly trembled. His little face was suddenly serious and he closed his eyes like he was feeling something. Duzimo curiously called out to him twice, but Xiaoko did not respond. When he opened his eyes again, he said eagerly to Duzimo next to him, You go eat. I have something to do. I'll go first." With that, he flew away from the cafeteria, looking quite anxious. Zemo cocked his head in confusion. Could it be that urinate? Nan and the three of them also noticed the young master's movements and quickly chased towards the young master. Ran inside the school gazebo, muttering under his breath, "Sister 7 is in danger, but I'm still at school. How do I get there?" He anxiously unfolded his divine sense to observe his surroundings, and after realizing that no one was nearby, he directly sacrificed his golden crow. Whatever, sister is most important. With a gentle leap, Shauka stepped onto the sword, and under his control, the flying sword quickly rose to a height of 1,000 meters. Whoosh! Shauka flew towards the north with his sword, like a flash of streaming light, and soon disappeared into the sky. Nan and his group rushed to the vicinity of the gazebo, but no matter how much the three searched, they couldn't find the young master's figure. Could it be that the young master has lost it again? Chapter 83, Who gave you permission to leave? Gao's group. Inside the conference room, Wang Siki held a contract in her hand and carefully browsed through it, and finally she slowly placed it on the desktop. Mr. Gao, since you're willing to make such a concession, you must have some conditions, right? Don't sell yourself short and tell me straight. The eyes of Gao Jiejun, who was sitting opposite her, fluttered and stared suspiciously at the teacup beside Wang Siki. He had drugged her cup with ecstasy. After all this time, how come she hadn't reacted? Ha ha, Mr. Wang is really smart. Since I'm willing to concede 5 points, I'm telling you with the utmost sincerity, we at Gao are partners who can work together for a long time. Wang Siki snorted. In front of businessmen like them, there were only higher interests and no permanent friends. Save that kind of crap for fooling 6-year-olds. Early this morning, Gao Jiejun told himself that he had business to discuss, so she came to check it out, just wondering what the hell he was up to. Boo! The door to the conference room was pushed open vigorously, and 4 men in black stepped into the room, their ferocious aura instantly spreading out. These men looked out of the ordinary, each of them had a fury about them, and their eyes were filled with cold malice. Xiao Lian, who was scared to the side, backed up, and Wang Siki frowned towards Gao Jiejun. What does Mr. Gao mean by this? Who are these 4 people? At those words, he looked embarrassed and didn't open his mouth to explain. His own task was to ask Wang Siki out, and what happened next was none of his business. The man in black at the head sneered as he slowly approached Wang Siki. The Mordor Wang family is nothing more than stray dogs abandoned by their master's family. He reached out towards Wang Siki and grabbed her, and when he was about to touch her, his palm was blocked by an invisible barrier. The man in black looked at the woman in front of him in surprise, and then increased his force to strike again. But even with all his strength he was never able to reach Wang Siki. His palm could not advance any further at 10 centimeters from her. Black bear, black panther, black pig, why don't you 3 hurry over and help? The remaining 3 men in black ran quickly, each probing towards her. Miraculously, all 4 were unable to reach Wang Siki. When they get close to her, a mysterious force stops them. Everyone, including Wang Siki, froze on the spot, not knowing what to do for a moment. Feeling some warmth on her chest, she touched her chest suspiciously, where the jade pendant her brother had given her was hanging. Could it be the jade pendant? She hadn't noticed that the jade pendant under her shirt was flashing blue at the moment. The ecstasy placed by Gao Jiejun earlier was dissolved by the spiritual power in the jade pendant. Otherwise she would have already fallen into a coma. What's going on? The leader of the black-robed man was surprised. The 4 of them were all inner-strength martial artists, and now they couldn't even catch a woman? Noticing Xiao Lian dressed as a secretary on the side, he instantly thought of a way out. He grabbed Xiao Lian's neck with one hand and lifted her up. The strong sense of suffocation made Xiao Lian's face reddened and her body kept struggling in midair. Wang Siki, obey and come with us and I won't kill her. Otherwise, sitting on the chair, Wang Siki clenched her fists. Seeing Xiao Lian's agonized appearance, she really couldn't bear it. Fine, you let her go and I'll go with you. The man in black gave a devious smile and flung Xiao Lian away like he was throwing trash. The 4 of them led Wang Siki out of the door, and as they passed by Gao Jiejun, Wang Siki said in a chilling voice, "Has Mr. Gao considered the consequences? If your Gao family's century-old foundation collapses because of you, don't regret it then." Closing the door to the room, Xiao Lian also quickly ran out of the room to inform the president of the arrest. Inside the conference room, Gao Jiejun sat paralyzed in his chair. He felt a chill on his back and some uneasiness in his heart. After a long time, he suppressed his inner anxiety and lit a cigarette for a few puffs. He was doing something for the Kyoto Wang family this time. The Mordor Wang family. Could it be compared to the Kyoto Wang family? One is a loach in a mud puddle, and the other is a dragon soaring in the sky, so there is no need to make comparisons at all. And the other party had assured himself that if this matter was accomplished, he would support the Gao family to become the #1 family in the Magic City. This kind of temptation, I believe that even the Ouyang family, The Li family, great probability can't help but be tempted. He stood up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look out into the distance, thinking about what to do about what was coming next. Suddenly, he noticed a small black dot appearing in the sky, which slowly grew larger and seemed to be flying towards here. Unimpressed, Gao Jejun exhaled smoke to shield his vision, then turned towards the door. Boo! A loud shattering sound rang out. Glass shards scattered all over the entire conference room, and the strong air currents blew his figure shaking. Gao Jejun was surprised to turn back to check. The scene shocked his mouth wide open. Half a day unable to speak, only a white-robed man with a rich and handsome appearance stood on the black and gold sword, which was currently suspended in mid-air in the conference room. The person who came was none other than Xiao Ku, and to prevent exposure, he had even performed his disguise technique on the way here. He couldn't help but wonder what a little genius he was. Looking around here, Ko didn't see any sign of the seventh sister, so it seems that the seventh sister should have just left. Noticing the frozen Gao Jejun, Ko called out at him, "Hey, sorry for breaking your window. Have you met my sister? Have you met Wang Siki?" Returning to his senses, Gao Jejun immediately shook his head. He still hadn't understood the situation. How can this man in front of me fly? What does he want with Cecilia Wang? Xiaoke once again felt the orientation of the jade pendant. His consciousness turned, and the golden crow flying sword carried him and instantly disappeared in the same place. Gao Jejun looked at the mess in shock, and his heart had already set off huge waves. That man just now can fly. He got the tempered glass smashed right through it. Inside the black Range Rover, the four men in black stared at Wang Siki closely, and the man in the lead took out his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers. Not long after, Wang Yuahao's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello? Who is this?" "Wang family master. Your daughter is in my hands. If you want her to live, obediently hand over Wang Xiaoku." "You guys dare? Are you sent by the Kyoto Wang family?" Master Wang, hand over your son and we promise we won't touch your Wang family. Don't presume to provoke the authority of the main family. You're the smart one, so make your own choice. Tonight at 8 o'clock at. The phone hung up, and the man in black put away his cell phone to show a smile, but that smile was worse than crying in the eyes of others. Wang Siki still maintained her composure, her beautiful eyes sizing up the crowd, always observing her surroundings. "I'm willing to pay double the price of what you're being offered over in Kyoto." She spoke faintly to the man at the head of the group, but the man laughed even more wildly. "Don't talk to us about deals. We're not killers. You might as well be honest." The car travels at breakneck speeds, with fewer cars and pedestrians around, and eventually the car drives towards a deserted factory. Wang Siki's beautiful eyes wrinkled deeper as she pondered how she could get out of her predicament. The black pig driving the car yawned when suddenly there was a flash of lightning directly in front of him, and the ground was instantly blown out into a deep crater. Black Hog immediately slammed on the brakes, and the powerful inertia sent Black Bear crashing headfirst into the seat. This sudden scene surprised the black-clothed people. Would there still be thunder on this sunny day? The black pig stopped the car and then continued on around the deep pit. Whoosh! A flash of light and a sword was instantly thrust into the ground in front of the car. The sword was black-golden in color, and even though it was separated from the crowd by a few meters, the sharp sword intent could be felt. The odd scene left the car's occupants dumbfounded, and Black Pig couldn't help but sputter. "It's thunder and falling swords. Could it get any more outrageous?" Just as he said that, a white-robed silhouette descended from the sky, landing firmly on the hilt of the sword with one foot. I only saw that the gentleman had a face like a peach blossom, a show like Yenyu, a body like a dragon, and an aura like an immortal. The visitor was none other than Ko, who had sensed that his sister was in the car, and that her body was thankfully unharmed. At the direction of the leader of the black-clad men, the black pig stepped out of the car and scowled at him in surprise. "Hey, what are you looking at? Ugly." Xiaoke pointed at the black pig in disgust and cursed, especially the last three words, which he intentionally shouted loudly. Wang Siki inside the car looked at Xiaoku in surprise, with a few moments of worry in her brows. Although she knew that her brother was an immortal cultivator, she still felt that he was no match for these four. The black pig who was called Ugly was furious and charged towards him without thinking. "Young man, you can't find a place to die, can you?" Black Pig was an early-stage inner strength martial artist, and an ordinary person might just go straight to his grave if he took a punch. He attacked Ko with a stunningly powerful punch to the solar plexus. Inside the car, Wang Siki clenched her hands nervously, afraid that her brother would get hurt. Snap! Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, the black pig was smacked away by Xiao Ko, spinning 2.5 times continuously in the air before falling heavily to the ground. The side of his face was instantly red and swollen, and his entire body was almost smacked right out of his head. The other three black-clothed men quickly ran out of the car to check the injuries of their companions, and the leader of the black-clothed men arched his hand towards Xiaoku. "Greetings, Senior. I am Black Tiger." The black pig accidentally bumped into Senior. "Please be magnanimous. The four of us brothers will surely be grateful. He was smart enough to see at a glance that the white-robed man in front of him was not ordinary, and was most likely a sovereign. Ko couldn't help but snort and point at the fallen Black Pig. His name is Black Pig, so is he a friend of Piggy Big and Piggy 2? Hearing these words, black lines hung on Black Tiger's face. If he wasn't unsure of defeating this person, he would have already made a move to educate him. Elder is joking. We'll leave now. We won't disturb Elder's tranquility. Black Tiger let the two men pick up the Black Pig and turned around to get into the car. But unexpectedly the youth's voice came from behind him again. Who gave you permission to leave? Chapter 84. Young master disappeared again? Who do you want to beat up? The Black Tiger's figure trembled and looked at Xiaoku in surprise. Elder, what else do you want us to do? We are working for the Kyoto Wang family. I hope that senior will give us face. Hearing about the Kyoto Wang family, Xiaoku asked him rather curiously, is the Kyoto Wang family powerful? The Black Tiger used to look at the little cutie's gaze at Xiaoku. Does this kind of question still need to be asked? Senior should be a sect master powerhouse, right? The Kyoto Wang family has a martial arts sect master sitting in their midst. I believe you should be well aware of what a martial arts grandmaster represents. Oh, Ko responded softly, then continued to speak. I know, you can go, but I'm taking the people in the car. Hearing this, Black Tiger tensed his body vigilantly and asked the white-robed youth the reason in a low voice. He clasped his hands on his arms and told Black Tiger in an extremely serious tone. I don't care. Hand her over quickly. Don't make me beat you up. Oh. If it wasn't for the fact that the man in front of him looked to be in his 20s, Black Tiger would have to wonder if he was a child. Why does that sound so milky? Seeing the other party's delayed response, Xiaoku frowned his sword brows and said impatiently, hurry up, I have to get on. There's something else. The Black Tiger revealed a hesitant expression, followed by a long sigh. Elder, then you can take her away. Xiaoku smiled and gave a thumbs up, and in his heart he couldn't help but think, he's still weirdly good. He gathered up his gold crow and walked past the four, gradually approaching the car. Suddenly, Wang Siki pushed open the car door and anxiously shouted at him, danger, run. Behind him, Black Tiger had drawn his pistol and aimed it at his head. The distance between the two was only 2 meters. At such a close distance, even a Zhongsher powerhouse could die inadvertently. As Wang Siki's cries ended, Black Tiger grinned and pulled the trigger. Boo! The sound of the gunshot rang out, and Wang Siki instantly turned ashen, staring blankly at the white-robed youth. Has the brother been shot? Ko bristled in disdain and turned to face Black Tiger. The bullet was strangely still in the air, as if the pause button had been pressed. Protecting the astral body? A martial arts master? Black Tiger lost his voice and opened his mouth, as if he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. You're not a sect master. You're a martial arts sect master. Ko thought back carefully to what Jiang Nan had said. Remember that the martial arts master's ability he was able to do at the late stage of chi refining. Then one should be more powerful than a martial arts master, right? Retracting his thoughts, a smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he slowly walked towards the four. I didn't say I was a clan master. At the moment, Black Tiger didn't even have the courage to fight. The other party is a martial arts master. Seeing the white-robed youth gradually approaching, he directly fell to his knees with a thud. From a young age his mom taught him that a great man should be able to bend and bend. The remaining two also fell to their knees and bowed their heads in awe. Ko spread his hands helplessly. Kneeling down at the drop of a hat was not a good habit. Coughing lightly twice, he spoke slowly towards Black Tiger. Why do you have her? And who are you? In front of the martial arts patriarch, Black Tiger also stopped lying. He replied respectfully towards Ko. Back to senior. The four of us brothers are from the Kyoto Wang family. We were sent from above to arrest Wang Yuehao's son. Hearing that he was going to be arrested, he became even more interested. Why? Elder doesn't know. More than 20 years ago Wang Yuehao refused the marriage union and turned around to like an ordinary girl. The head of the family was furious when he learned that Wang Yuehao is the fourth youngest of the Wang family. How honorable his status is. But no matter what, he wants to take this woman as his wife, and even the elders of the clan can't persuade him. In the end, he was expelled from the Wang family and all his assets and power were taken back. At the request of the family head, he swore within the ancestral shrine that he would not be allowed to give birth to an heir for the rest of his life. But 6 years ago, he broke his vow to have a son. Hearing so much powerful news in a row, Ko felt his head spinning. After sorting it out, it became clear to him what was going on. Dad is a member of the Wang family in Kyoto, or the fourth young master of the Wang family, with an honorable status. But when the big families talk about marriage, Dad chose to marry Mom and was kicked out of the Wang family. But not allowing Dad to have kids is too heartless a request, isn't it? At this moment, Wang Siki stepped out of the car and looked at Xiaoku in surprise. She didn't realize that her brother was unafraid of firearms. Is this the tactics of an immortal cultivator? It's unbelievable. Xiaoku's eyes rolled. his head pondering whether or not to go directly to the Wang family in Kyoto to beat up the head of the family. It's so bad that they not only kidnapped my sister, but also themselves. Elder, can you let us go if we give you our people? Black Tiger smiled sarcastically, looking at Ko with an expectant gaze. When he heard Black Tiger speak, he smiled and turned his head to survey the other man. Yes, but you have to tell me the location of the Wang family in Kyoto. Don't lie to me. Oh. Question marks popped up in Wang Siki's head as she wondered what her brother was thinking. The four men in black explained the address and then quickly ran to the car. In no time at all, the car disappeared into thin air. Wang Siki suspiciously stepped forward and lightly opened her red lips to speak. Is that Ko? Hearing seventh sister calling out to her, Xiaoko withdrew his disguise and jumped straight into her arms. Sister, are you okay? Ko tilted her head, blinking her wide-eyed question at her. Wang Siki stroked her brother's head and responded with a light smile. I'm fine, but you, brother, are not afraid of pistols, so powerful? Of course I do. Sis, do you want to practice with me? Then you won't be captured. Wang Siki snorted and pinched his cheeks, then picked up her cell phone and dialed. Soon, 3 automobiles drove into the factory and pulled up beside the 2 men. Xiao Lian panicked and ran out of the car, pulling up Wang Siki for a closer inspection. Finding that Mr. Wang was not injured, her hanging heart finally landed on the ground. Mr. Wang, do you want to go back now? Wang Siki nodded and took Ko by the hand to sit in the car. Xiao Lian also noticed that the young master was here, and she inquired suspiciously. What just happened? Why is young master here? Where are those 4 men in black? To these questions, Wang Siki only answered perfunctorily. Her brother's secret could not be revealed. The car came first to the Mordor Elementary School, where Ko had to continue his classes. He jumped out of the car and smiled sweetly at his sister, then trotted into the campus. Wow, oh you, Mr. Wang's younger brother is so cute. I wish I had a younger brother too. Xiao Lian covered her mouth and snickered, her gaze going to the tiny figure. Come on, back to the office. Starting today, officially start a business war with Gao. I will let Gao Zhejun witness, with his own eyes, the destruction of the Gao family. Wang Siki rested her jade hands on her cheeks, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. Re-entering the school, it was the middle of the school day. Ko pushed open the class door and smiled awkwardly at the teacher. The math teacher grimaced, but put on a kind smile when he saw the visitor. Go back to your seat first. Ko, who was standing in the doorway, walked back to his seat and took out the map of China to look through it carefully. Du Zimo curiously came to his head, and when he saw the complicated map, he opened his mouth towards him in a small voice. Hey, what are you looking at the map for? Ko turned his head to face him and replied faintly. I'm going to Kyoto, so I'm studying the map ahead of time. What's the point of going to Kyoto? Going to beat up? Go meet my family. Du Zimo stared at Xiaoko with round eyes and saw that Xiaoko had a serious look on his face, so he didn't bother him anymore. After class, Ko confidently closed the book, then took out his cell phone and opened the navigation. Following the address provided by the man in black, he quickly located the Wang family in Kyoto. Walking out of class, Ko sneaks furtively toward the school gazebo. Unexpectedly, he had just arrived near the gazebo when he met Jiang Nan's trio. At that moment the 3 were sitting crouched on the steps with sad faces. What are you doing? Ko walked up to the trio inquiring suspiciously. Crouching on the ground, Jiang Nan let out a long sigh, seemingly troubled. How could the young master suddenly disappear? Alas! Xiaoko cocked his head pondering what Jiang Nan said. Returning to her senses, Jiang Nan snapped her head up and looked at the boy in front of her in surprise. Young master? The 3 stood up in surprise and gathered around him to inquire. Young master, where did you just run off to? Why did you suddenly disappear? This. Ko scratched his head awkwardly, then blinked at the trio. You guys, look at my eyes. Is there something in them? The 3 of them came forward to check and found that the young master's pupils were indeed somewhat green. Spectral ghost eyes. A milky voice came, and the 3 of them instantly stayed in place, their eyes floating on a layer of green light. Excuse me. Xiaoko spat out her pink tongue, then summoned the golden crow once again. 2 small feet stepped on the flying sword, and with a slight movement of his mind, he instantly climbed up to high altitude. The body of the golden crow sword flashed and flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed. When Jiang Nan and the 3 of them returned to normal, they all froze and looked at each other. Where's the young master? I don't know. He was just talking to us. Young master disappeared again? Chapter 85, 100 fried chicken, 100 cokes. A few hours later, the Wang family in Kyoto. The entire Wang family was like a city within a city. It covers an extremely large area with buildings, recreational facilities, restaurants, everything. Occupying such a large area in a place like Kyoto where every inch of land was gold, one could imagine how huge the Wang family's energy was. In the air, Ko unfolded his divine sense and secretly landed in an unoccupied corner. In order to make things easier, He put away his golden crow and once again performed the transfiguration technique. Is this the Kyoto Wang family? Dad's previous home? Ko looked at the magnificent villa complex in front of him in amazement. At the entrance there was a huge stone monument with Kyoto Wang family written on it in gilt script with a dragon flying. It had to be said that the Wang family in Kyoto was indeed a bit more grandiose than his own. Xiaoko bristled and walked straight to the Wang family gate. As he was about to approach, 6 well-built doormen chortled coldly. Within the boundaries of the Wang clan, idle people are forbidden to pass through. Ko let out a soft "oh" and then turned his head away. Just 2 steps away he reacted. One is here for revenge. Why should one listen to the doorman? Get it wrong and come back. He stepped forward aggressively and slapped the stone tablet inscribed with Kyoto Wang family. Ishiba, what have I done to you? The several gate guards looked at the visitor in stupefaction, and then at the stone monument that had been smashed. Thousands of kilograms of stone monument, and let him smash it with a slap. What kind of strength is that? Hey, I'm going in. Don't stop me, Ko said with a stern face, then slowly walked towards the door. Big brother, what to do? One of the janitors whispered an inquiry toward the man in the center. The captain of the 6. The gate captain cursed angrily. Goon, it's a shame you're still an external strength martial artist. Together. After saying that, he directly drew the iron rod from his back and swung it at the white-robed youth. The rest of them reacted and drew their iron bars as well. Snap! The 5 were just about to rush up to help when they noticed a silhouette flying backward. The captain tumbled 2.5 times in a row in midair until he crashed into the crowd before dropping to the ground. The corners of the 5 people's mouths twitched as they looked at the white-robed youth in shock. Ko takes a step forward and the crowd takes a step back. It wasn't until there was no more way back for the gatekeepers that he opened his mouth to the crowd with a grin. Who is the boss of your Wang family? What? The 5 people looked at the white-robed youth in a daze 13, not expecting him to ask such words. Buzz. A Koenigsegg came speeding by. That was at least 160 yards. Ko looked at the car suspiciously. Was this Stentz trying to run himself off the road? Fizzle. The car came to a sharp stop as it approached Ko, and a long tire brake mark appeared on the ground. Do you want to find death or not? What are you doing blocking the entrance of our Wang family? The door of the car opened. A hot fashionable young girl stepped out of the car. Looking at her appearance she was only 18 or 19 years old. Wang Lingwei took off her sunglasses and surveyed the white-robed youth and the several gatekeepers in astonishment. Ko looked around and realized that he was just in the way of the car's progress. Wang Lingwei approached him with her arms wrapped around her hands, and then the corner of her mouth lifted into a smile. He's quite handsome, and his clothes have an old-fashioned flavor. What's he doing here? The captain of the janitorial staff struggled to his feet and pointed and growled at Ko. Miss Lingwei, he's going to force his way into our Wang family. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the white-robed youth in astonishment. He hadn't heard of anyone daring to forcefully break into Wang's house since he was a child. Had this guy been kicked in the head by a dog? The scene at the moment messed up Xiaoke's impatience. He just wanted to teach the Kyoto Wang family a lesson. Today they dared to kidnap my sister. Tomorrow they dared to bully mom and dad. The day after that even meeting Blackie might be a kick in the pants. Thinking of this, he no longer paid attention to the crowd and directly turned around and walked into the Wang family. Wang Lingwei noticed his movement and raised her hand to toss the car keys to the doorman. You guys park the car and I'll go check it out. She trotted to catch up with Ko, flashing what she thought was a sweet smile and striking up a conversation with him. Little handsome, why did you come to our Wang family? Ko advanced on his own, his eyes sweeping over the cluster of villas along the road. Hey, you're a cutie. This lady is talking to you. Wang Lingwei walked up and blocked his way with her hands pinching her small waist. I'm going to find the Wang family boss. He bullied my sister. I'm going to beat him up. Ko replied rather seriously, but was quickly mocked a bit. What king family boss? You're not a nerd, are you? Xiaoko bypassed her and continued on, his divine sense covering the entire range of the Wang family. In an instant, he detected dozens of spiritual power fluctuations. Seeing that the white-robed youth didn't take care of himself, Wang Lingwei spoke again. By the Wang family boss, do you mean our family head? Our family head lives there. With that, she reached out and pointed forward. Following the direction she was pointing, Ko saw a 6-story building. That tall building was situated on the hill in the center of Wang's house, and the whole was in the shape of a tower. Inside that building, he also felt a few not-so-weak fluctuations of spiritual energy, stronger than that of his own. Sure, you're a nice guy, aren't you? Golden Crow. An arcane golden longsword instantly appeared in Xiaoke's palm. Next to her, Wang Lingwei was stunned as she curiously approached the sword, her beautiful eyes rippling. And you can do tricks? What a cool sword. Can you sell it to me? Just as she tried to stroke the sword, Ko gently leapt onto the roof of a villa. Listen to the wind sword technique. A whispering voice came out as he slowly raised his golden crow flying sword. The robes around his body were windless, and 3,000 black silks fluttered behind him. Third sword, flame-breaking blade. The sword steeply ignited purple flames, and a terrifying aura spread out. For a moment, the martial arts masters of the entire Wang clan opened their eyes in unison. Chop! With a furious shout, Shao Kahn swung his sword towards the building 1,000 meters away. A red-colored sword light chopped at the 6-story building at extreme speed. In an instant, the towering tower-like structure collapsed. Wang Lingwei covered her small mouth in surprise and stared at the figure dead on. What kind of spell is this? Is he a god? The loud roar instantly attracted countless Wang family members to go out and check. Upon seeing the collapse of the center building, everyone froze in their tracks. What's going on with the head of the family? As the smoke cleared, 4 silhouettes ran out from the ruins, that looked quite distressed. One of them was holding an old man and looked very respectful to him. When the old man stood still, the 3 of them looked at the white-robed figure in the distance in unison. The heart of the old man located in the middle of the 3 trembled. Who could have issued this attack? Spiritual power fluctuations at the late stage of chi refining. A martial arts master? Ko murmured, his gaze sweeping over the 3. They were all dressed in plain clothes with silver hair. The skin on his face was pale, but his face was rosy and full of energy. With their hands behind their backs, the 3 of them quickly jumped onto the roof of the villa complex. Tapping their toes, their figures lightly traveled across the roofs of the various villas. On the other side, dozens of patriarchs arrived at the news and surrounded Shao Kahn in a moment. Wang Lingwei was taken away from here by a patriarch, and the surrounding people and servants were quickly evacuated. When the 3 of them arrived in front of Ko, they were all stunned. They had thought that the enemy should be of the same age, but they hadn't expected the white-robed youth in front of them to be so young. The martial arts grandmaster in the lead stepped forward and spoke. Who is your excellency, and why are you making a move against my Wang family? Ko replied very seriously. I've come to beat up the head of the Wang family. He bullied my family. These words caused him to be a bit startled. When did the Wang family provoke this powerful man? Could it be that the juniors had made a mistake outside and messed with this mysterious youth? That martial arts patriarch paused and spoke again. I wonder what your excellency intends to do. Ko's face was pensive. He had only come today to teach them a lesson. If a fight might result in a death, he or she would not be able to kill anyone. A smile surfaced on his face at the thought. Tell you what, I've come a long way. You're going to have to pay me some hard-earned money. The other 2 martial grandmasters had cold eyes, running to the Wang family to sow their wild oats. How dare they ask for hard-earned money? Listen to this. Is this human language? The 2 of them ran their true chi to make a move, but they were stopped by the old man in front of them raising his hand. Just say what you want, little friend, and I'll see if I can afford to give it. Hearing this, he began to think about claiming something. Money? I have it in my own family. I'm not short of money. A car? I have one in my own home, and I can't drive under 18. Suddenly he had a flash of light in his mind and said towards the old man in front of him, then you'll pack me 100 servings of fried chicken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd was all speechless to the point of being rendered speechless by this entire statement. Ko looked at the faces of the crowd. Could it be that he was going to get less? Then pack another 100 bottles of Coke. Make it 1,000 Pepsi. I don't drink grams of Coke. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone was once again rendered speechless to the point that the corners of the mouth of the old man at the head twitched. And then he commanded the bystanders. Go on. Prepare as he says. Soon, Ko happily walked out of Wang's house carrying a sack full of cola fried chicken. I've come to teach them a lesson, and I've got so many goodies along the way, so it's nice to have a needle. Seeing the white-robed youth come out intact, the 6 gate guards were like seeing a ghost. Coming to a deserted alley, Ko put the fried chicken Coke into his storage ring, calling out the golden crow. He directly flew high into the sky with his sword and soon disappeared into the sky. The Wang family, in front of the collapsed building, the 2 martial arts sect masters stared at the other plainclothed old man, their faces somewhat gloomy. Sensing the emotions of the 2 men, he said with a long sigh, old friends, I know what you're thinking, but we have to give in. To be able to destroy a 6-story building 1,000 meters apart, I'm ashamed of this kind of strength. If we really go to war, even if the 3 of us can capture him, I'm afraid that the entire Wang family will be affected. The old man looked out at the sky with his hands behind his back. The other party didn't hurt any innocents. They should have just come to take out their anger. In the end, he demanded the fried chicken condition and used it to give both sides a leg up. This person has great wisdom and should not be messed with. In a moment, order them to go down and interrogate the juniors to see if they've caused any trouble lately. Chapter 86, Don't Bite Me, Dog, Pre-Variety, Mordor Annex Elementary School. Ko had a fried chicken leg stuffed into his mouth and chewing in one hand and a bottle of drain Coke in the other. It was already time for school to end, and through the clouds he could see a large number of students pouring out of the school gates. After putting the food away, Ko landed vertically in the corner of the campus, a sight that did not attract attention. Removing his disguise, he quickly ran back to his class to pick up his small backpack. Coming to the front of the school, he stood at the curb and looked around. Where are the sisters? He beamed, muttering to himself. A Maybach exploded with a roar and pulled up beside Ko. The car window slid down and Wang Xinru waved at him with a faint smile on her face. Fifth sister, you're the one who picked up my duck today. Ko jumped in the car and smiled into her arms. This made Wang Xinru a bit out of the blue. Then she reached out and lightly rubbed her brother's face twice. My brother is so happy today. Did something good happen to him? Hearing this, Xiaoke couldn't help but think of the 99 fried chicken and 99 coke in his storage ring. The storage ring also serves to keep it fresh, even if the fried chicken is still hot when you take it out again. He smiled sweetly, his eyebrows arched into the waning moon. Sister guessed right-o. So what's my brother's reward for my sister guessing correctly? Wang Xinru suggestively reaches for the side of her face, and Ko looks up and nudges her in the face. The warmth of the touch made her body tingle, and she suddenly had the idea of letting her brother kiss her twice more. The man driving the car Ko had seen before, the same big brother who had taken himself to dinner not long ago. The Maybach started up and made its way east. Ko leaned over the car window to admire the scenery along the way, and suddenly he realized that this was not the way home. Sister, aren't we going home? He inquired in a milky voice, blinking his big shiny eyes. Wang Xinru reached out and rubbed his head, softly explaining, there's no rush to go home yet. I'm taking you to meet the director. Director? Why do you want to see him? We're going to shoot a promo. Otherwise no one will know that Ko shoots variety. Oh, half an hour later, the Magic City Nebula Entertainment Company. Wang Xinru held Xiaoke and took the elevator to the third floor. Walk into an empty room where several men and women are researching information on computers. Hearing the commotion, a kind-looking uncle greeted Wang Xinru. He is the head of this variety show and also a famous director in the movie and television industry. Dozens of breakout movies have come out of his hands, as well as several hit variety shows. This was also the reason why Wang Xinru chose to seek his cooperation. The rest of them also put down their hands and greeted the two with smiles on their faces. Wang, you're finally here. Have a seat. Director Hua is welcome. Once they were seated on the couch, they also formally discussed the program. Ko sat obediently on the couch, his two little legs swaying casually like paddles. The rest of the group eyed him closely and couldn't help but marvel at the boy's face. The delicate features, white and lovely face, big blue eyes, small pink mouth. It's just like a little fairy. Wang, the location for our variety show is the countryside, and the conditions may be a bit tough. Roughly an older sister or brother leads children on various tasks. It will also involve wilderness survival at a later stage. Hearing this, Wang Xinru frowned and spoke. Director Hua, it's not appropriate to let small children go to the wilderness to survive, right? If it was a normal rural life she could accept it, but asking her to take her brother to the wilderness to survive, as if he could see his sister's dilemma, Ko confidently raised his claws and paws. Sister, we can do this. Wang Xinru let out a faint smile and shook her head. She didn't dare to take her brother on a risk. Seeing her look, Director Hua explained anxiously, you can rest assured about safety. We have a specially equipped medical team. Rural subjects haven't been so hot lately, and wilderness survival is much more interesting and hotter. Ko looked blearily at her fifth sister and reached out her little hand to tug at her coat. Sister, let's shoot this. Wilderness survival, yeah, it'll be fun. After some hesitation, Wang Xinru nodded her head and agreed to act, and the two of them formally signed a contract with the director's team. This pleased Director Hua to no end. With movie and TV superstar Wang Xinru in town, do you still need to worry about the program not having any heat? I'm afraid it's going to cause a stir when it's released. The siblings were taken to shoot a promotional video and were kept busy until dark. Director Hua, who was satisfied with the effect, turned around and handed it to the staff for second editing. Walking out of the office, Ko was bouncing around happily. The thought that he was about to record a variety show excited him. Sister, there's still a few more days to go for the variety show? Wang Xinru sat in the car and looked at her brother with amusement. Don't worry, it's 5 days before we can go record. Ugh, why are there still 5 days left nah? The car started up again and drove all the way back to the Wang family manor. Inside the villa, Wang Ying called for 2 servants to carry the clothes, which were all small military uniforms that she had carefully selected. And there are all kinds of children's weapons like pistols, grenades, automatic rifles, sniper rifles. On the other side, Wang Lele commanded several male servants to carry a piano. It was a customized Mason Hanlon piano that she had commissioned, specially flown in from M country. Xiao Lu was carrying it seriously towards the front, not even noticing the sleeping Xiao Hei on the ground. His paws lifted and the next moment he was stomping heavily on the dog's head. Ouch! In an instant, Blackie was directly stomped out of his pain mask. Xiao Lu's feet slipped and his body planted itself uncontrollably on the ground. A man and a dog just happened to be looking at each other. Being stepped on to wake up, Xiao Hei opened his eyes to see Xiao Lu. The memory of the point was instantly awakened. Remember a month or so ago when this man tied himself to a tree and ate sizzling chicken legs in front of it? Blackie's eyes lit up with fire and he stood up and showed his teeth at him. Woof, woof, ugh, dog don't bite me, ouch, my ass, I was wrong, dog. Not long after, Xiao Lu lay on the ground in a state of weakness. His clothes had been bitten out by Blackie with a dozen or so holes, and he looked truly wretched, especially the ragged hole in the ass position. Just enough to see his pink panties. Blackie raised his head and shifted his position to continue sleeping. Wang Lele looked at the scene awkwardly and took a step toward Xiao Lu. Thinking that the lady was distressed, he quickly stood up, patted the dust on his clothes and said he was fine. But Wang Lele skipped right over him and scrutinized the piano leg that fell to the ground. Xiao Lu was petrified on the spot. Xiao Lu, are you polite? Luckily, the piano was not in any serious condition, and she continued to order the servants to carry it. Once the piano was set up, the two women glanced at each other, and the hall was ablaze with gunpowder. Second sister, Ko sure doesn't like uniforms and weapons. Giggle, that's hard to say. Pat, kids don't have the patience for piano lessons. While the two were talking, Wang Xinru pushed the door in holding Xiao Ku. Noticing the uniforms, toys and piano in the hall, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Ko looked around curiously, not understanding what her sisters were up to. Brother, come on. Ko, come to your sister. The two women opened their mouths at the same time, causing him to be a bit overwhelmed. Wang Ying walked forward in large strides and directly lifted Xiaoko with one hand. This made Wang Lele anxious, but she didn't dare to grab someone with her second sister, who let her be born a few years late. Wang Ying walked over to the pile of uniforms and toys he had prepared and gently set down Xiaoku. Brother, do you like these? He stared blankly at the weapons and uniforms in front of him, especially since there was a giant barret in the weapons pile. Although he didn't like it, he pretended to be happy and told his second sister, Ko loves it, this cannon is so cool. Like? Well then, come back to the barracks with me in a few days and I'll let you play every day. Wang Ying nodded in relief and was happy. Ko instantly went numb and realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Wang Lele ran up and picked up his brother and moved him to a piano. She guffawed and pointed to the piano. Brother like piano. This is eighth sister carefully prepared. Oh. Looking at the similar scene in front of her, Ko looked at her fifth sister as if for help. Wang Xinru smiled as she took a step closer to the three. Second sister. Eighth sister. Xiaoku was going to record a variety show with me in a few days. Two fierce gazes instantly shifted to her. Like being targeted by a fierce beast, a powerful sense of oppression came over him. Wang Ying stepped forward and stared at Wang Xinru with a gloomy face. Fifth sister. You're not mistaken. Xiaoku is not suitable to enter your entertainment industry. The water there is too deep for him to grasp. Wang Lele chimed in. Indeed, it would be better for my brother to take piano lessons from me. Being coaxed by the three girls, Ko showed a hopeless expression. He actually didn't want to learn anything. If you have this free time, you might as well be practicing. At this time, Wang Siki also returned to the villa tiredly. The king's father and mother walked downstairs, and the three of them curiously surveyed the scene. What the hell is this? The family sits on the couch and discusses KO's recording of the variety show. When they heard that they would have to survive in the wilderness later in the recording, the crowd took the position that their brother should never take the risk. Ko narrowed his eyes and held out a small, fat paw in offer. Fifth sister and I can do it. No. 5 voices rang out simultaneously, instantly cancelling out KO's offer. Wang Xinru also felt a big head and kept opening her mouth to her family to explain. Hearing that there was a specialized medical team as well as a safety and security group, the faces of the crowd eased a little. In the end, with Wang Xinru's assurance, the rest of the group agreed for Xiao Ke to record the variety show. Wang Ying looked at his brother and said seriously in front of the crowd, "Don't go to school for the next few days, brother. I'm going to train you professionally. Life in the wilderness is tough. You have to learn some survival skills." Chapter 87 Survival of the Jedi will be recorded soon. Back in his room, Ko immediately jumped into bed. Taking out the fried chicken and coke from within his storage ring, his little face instantly blossomed with joy. He couldn't help but float the idea. I can make a few more trips to the king's house in Kyoto in the future. After all, my sisters don't allow me to buy fried chicken for dinner. After eating and drinking, he crossed his legs and entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Wang family in Kyoto. Several middle-aged men received the message and all of them anxiously rushed back to the clan. Upon seeing the collapse of the center building, each was left jaw-dropped with shock. Inside the conference room, the air was filled with a depressing atmosphere, and the feeling was suffocating. Everyone's faces were grim, their eyes staring grimly at the tabletop. Old Six's plan failed, and a mysterious man stepped in to save Wang Siki, and that mysterious person should be the same person who attacked the Wang family. Previously, when Elderly failed to capture Wang Xiaoku, it was most likely this person who made the move. Wang Linfeng spoke flatly, his eyes casting towards the middle-aged man at the head of the group. the second oldest member of the Wang family. Wang Zhonghua angrily slapped the desktop and lowered his voice. Humph, no matter who he is, if he dares to come to my Wang clan to sow his wild oats, he must be made to pay the price. At that moment, the oldest sixth member of the Wang family in the corner interjected. This mysterious person is of extraordinary strength. The great provider is not even sure of taking him down. I think it's better to give up on this game and find another way. Wang Zhonghua looked at his sixth brother in confusion and couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. You have another way? Wang family's oldest six grinned a grim smile and spoke faintly. Since that white-robed man is in Mordor, can he run out of Huaxia? Wang Linfeng looked at him with a shocked expression, not knowing what that meant. Wang Yuahao's daughter, Wang Wenya, was recently heard to be attending a conference in early morning. Inside the room, Ko exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and slowly opened his eyes. Cultivation has sped up so much. Within the Dantian, the two balls of light kept emitting pure aura, which could be directly transformed and absorbed by him. At this rate of cultivation, one could attempt to impact the middle stage of foundation establishment in about 2 months. He stood up joyfully, packed up and hurried downstairs. Just as he arrived in the hall, he saw Sister Seven browsing the computer at the dining room table. Driven by curiosity, Ko stepped gingerly over to her sister. A round head poked towards the computer screen, only to see that it was full of tiny text. Seventh sister, what are you doing? Wang Siki turned her head and explained for Ko in a soft tone. This is the business plan of our Wang group. Shortly afterward, the rest of the family came downstairs and sat down at the table in unison. Today Wang Ying was wearing a military green physical fitness suit that set her off in a valiant manner. Wang Xinru also had a helpless look on her face as she hugged the set of small-size physical fitness clothes, seemingly reluctantly. Brother, go change your clothes and I'll take you to training in a few minutes. The corners of Wang Ying's lips rose as he talked and smiled towards Xiaoku. Training? He froze and took the small-size physical suit handed to him by his fifth sister and ran upstairs to change obediently. In no time at all, he changed his clothes and came before the crowd. Looking at the aura-rich little boy in front of him, Wang Ying nodded with satisfaction. Aunt Barb brought breakfast and the family quickly ate breakfast. Led by Wang Ying, the three of them walked out of the villa. Just stepping out of the gate, Ko suddenly thought of something and turned around to turn back. Soon he came to his sisters with a sleeping Blackie in his arms. Wang Xinru looked at Xiaohei in confusion, not knowing what her brother wanted to do. A few people walked towards the backyard, and once they reached the place, the two women were dumbfounded in unison. Only the entire backyard was cluttered with broken rocks and scattered flowers and branches. Doesn't anyone take care of the backyard? The culprit at the moment was beaming, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. Wang Ying frowned and scanned the circle, immediately dialing Aunt Lan. In no time at all, Auntie Lan led a few people from Shaolu to come and clean up the site. She was also surprised when she saw the scene in front of her. Usually the backyard doesn't even need to be tended to, just send someone to clean up the leaves once in a while. How come so much debris has accumulated in the meantime? The pressure was instantly on our Wang Xiaoku. The servants quickly cleaned up the site, and seeing that it was almost cleaned up, Wang Ying also started to give out today's tasks. I'm going to train you rigorously for future wilderness survival. From now on, obey my orders carefully and start counting. Wang Xinru 1, Ko 2, milky voice. Ko looked to the sleeping Kuro in his arms and tossed him out of his arms. The dog's head hit the ground, instantly making a crisp sound. Ow! The two women held their foreheads and glanced at Xiaohei with some sympathy. Okay, now for the first task. Run 3 kilometers. Wang Xinru stared at her second sister with wide eyes, incredulously. Begin! As she gave the order, Ko took the lead and ran around the backyard. That speed left the two of them dumbfounded. I'm afraid this is more blocky than a world champion's run, isn't it? Though reluctant, her brother both started running, and Wang Xinru had no choice but to keep up. Xiaohei was still frozen in place and turned his head to meet Wang Ying's oppressive gaze. Its body shook and it took short legs to chase after its master. Blackie, what's going on, family? The two men and the dog were running in the backyard in big strides, and Wang Ying nodded his head slightly, his eyes full of smiles. It was now autumn, but the weather in the magic city was still sweltering. The hot sun scorched the earth, and soon Wang Xinru was panting with exhaustion. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao and the three of them, Wang Lele, also came to the backyard to visit Xiaoku. Shockingly, Coco and Blackie were walking around the yard and looked like they were still swimming. And as a sister, Wang Xinru is tired and sweaty. Physical fitness clothes are soaked with sweat. Could it be because Ko is a cultivator? He has better stamina? The thought popped into everyone's head at the same time. One person and one dog quickly run through 3 kilometers, while Wang Xinru just finished 800 meters. Xiaoku returned to his family, and Wang Lele covered her small mouth in surprise. My brother has been running for so long and he's not even sweating yet? Wang Yuehao couldn't help but praise him as he picked him up. My son is just awesome. He has the style I had back then. Ha ha ha. After a long time, Wang Xinru finally finished running 3 kilometers. Rushing to the crowd, her legs were shaking. Second sister. Now, is it over? Wang Ying let out a faint smile and responded towards her. Take a 15-minute break before moving on to the next item. And, I can't do it anymore. She crouched limply on the floor, a little broken inside. My brother's so fit, he's training himself exclusively this time, isn't he? Although Chen Hui was a bit distressed, she didn't stop the second girl's behavior. After all, they will have to face wilderness survival in the future, and the training now is for their own good. 15 minutes flew by. Wang Ying looked at the 2 men solemnly, then spoke in a loud voice. Time for a break. Start the count. Wang Xinru 1, Ko 2, Blackie a woof. Very well, field knowledge training is next. Saying so, a servant moved 3 books and volumes, respectfully placing them in front of the team. There is definitely a lot of food and a lot of inedible things in a wild environment. This book contains some of the more common wild foods and poisons. Now start studying. I'll test you later. Now start. Looking at the booklet in front of her, Wang Xinru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly glad that this time it was no longer physical training. She picked up the book and pored over it with a look of fascination. Ko held up the tome and turned the pages quickly, seemingly scanning it with only one glance before turning to the next page. On the other side, Blackie squatted on the ground, staring at the books placed in front of him in deep thought. The people of the Wang clan had their eyes on Xiaoku. Is this reading a book? What kind of international joke is that? 10 minutes later, he confidently closed the book with a sweet smile. Wang Ying's face was unhappy as he slowly opened his mouth towards Xiaoku. Brother, if you don't study hard, you'll easily eat the wrong things when you're in the wild. Seeing his second sister talking at length, Ko raised his hand to interject. Second sister, I've finished reading it, and I've written it all down. Wang Ying suddenly froze and inquired towards his brother in astonishment. You, really memorized it? She picked up the booklet and flipped to a random page. Then she covered the details of the picture and asked him about it. Is this mushroom edible? Ko immediately took off. You can't eat it. It's a lead-green pleated mushroom and people can suffer organ failure if they eat it. Wang Ying looked serious and casually turned another page to quiz him. Can I eat this? Yes you can. It's a caper, one of the wild vegetables you can eat. Now everyone was nonplussed, not expecting Ko to be able to accurately say what was in the book. Does it also have something to do with cultivation? Seeing his brother overachieve, Wang Ying smiled and nodded in relief. Brother, go to the gazebo first and rest. Let your 5th sister continue reading. At that, Ko jumped up and ran to the gazebo to sit down. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao and Wang Lele also followed Xiaoko and ran to rest inside the gazebo. Black saw the moment and quickly ran into the gazebo. For a while, only Wang Xinru was left reading alone. Her silver teeth clenched as she continued to bury her head in the sand under the pressure of her second sister. Inside the gazebo, Ko pulls out his cell phone and opens the V-blog. Then he noticed the words on the hot list. General Wang Yuehao's glorious battle record. The border war is over. 400,000 army all destroyed. What reward will the lord of the land give to General Wang? Predicted. After scanning the hot list, he couldn't help but look aside at his dad. He then continued to slide down the list, and at the end of the hot list, a hot search caught his eye. Director Hua's new variety show, Jedi Survival, will be recorded soon. Chapter 88, Second Sister's Training. Blackie's luxurious kennel. Curious, he clicked in to check it out, not realizing that the picture at the top was of the older man he had seen today. And reading the introduction, he's also the director of this variety show. Sliding down the page, he noticed a slew of celebrities in the photo with a flourish. A few of them Ko had seen at birthday parties. One is Ji Luchuan, the national male god with 40 million followers on V-blog. The other was one of the 4 little flower girls with 31 million followers on V-blog. Xia Chang'e. The rest of the stars Xiaoke do not know. The same is, each star in the publicity photos stand beside a child. He excitedly scrolled down, trying to find a picture of his sister and himself. But until I slid to the bottom, I didn't see the promotional picture that my sister and myself had taken. For a moment, a million little question marks popped up in his brain. Why is that? Tapping on the comments section, Ko looked at the comments posted by netizens. Ji's husband and brother are going to make a new variety show. Support, support, support. Our family Chige is here too. Top me up. White skin and long legs. That's what my family's white goddess is talking about. White family fans quickly top me up. Stars and rivers turn in the sky. Gu Xingha on earth. Gu fans are here. Ugh. Ko sighed in disappointment. Wang Lele noticed her brother's difference and inquired curiously. What's wrong, brother? Not happy? He shook his head and looked up at his fifth sister in the distance. At the moment he wanted to run over to his sister and ask her why she didn't have a picture of herself. Blackie yawned and got down to go back to sleep. Wang Yuehao and Shen Hui looked at each other and then talked in whispers. Honey, do you think your son doesn't want to train? Maybe, or else, let the fifth girl train on her own? Aren't you being biased? I'll be biased. You want to move out and sleep, don't you? I'm sorry, wife. I was wrong. Ko looked at his dad with contempt. He had heard the conversation clearly just now. It's true that mom is the boss of the family. Dad is so lame. Wang Lele, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke up. Brother, can you show us what a cultivator can do? After saying that, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao also cast their gazes. They were also quite curious about what superpowers their son had. Ko patted his little face and jumped out of the seat. He contemplated what he was going to perform to his family, and suddenly he had an idea. As the three watched, he ran to the pond not far away. Inside the pond there are various colors of goldfish swimming. The water surface also has some lotus leaves for embellishment. It looks peaceful and quiet. Looking at Ko standing by the pond, the trio secretly speculated on what he was up to. Is it hard to perform a children's freestyle? When Ko was ready, he leapt straight forward into the pond. Son! This scared Wang Yuehao and hurriedly got up to fish for his son. But when the crowd saw the figure on the pond, they suddenly froze in place. In a surprising sight, Ko jumped into the water and then stood firmly on top. The water is like flat ground. Chenhui was the most surprised as she opened her mouth in wide-eyed shock. Son, you know how to float on water? At this moment, Wang Ying also looked at his younger brother dumbfounded. And even Wang Xinru, who was memorizing, did the same. Ko slowly walked to the center of the pond, then crouched his body down and tapped his toes. With a whoosh, he leapt directly up to a dozen meters in the air. The center of the pond looked like a boulder had been thrown into it, instantly creating ripples that dispersed the surrounding fish. In mid-air, Ko raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. 9 fists of red flame. He milked his voice and gathered spiritual energy at his fists, emitting a crimson blow. First punch, fire punch. A giant flaming fist several meters in size manifested. Boom! The fire fist hit inside the pond, instantly rolling up huge waves, the searing heat evaporating a large amount of water vapor. Shortly afterward, the water returned to calm and Ko dropped back to the surface. The pond looked like boiling hot water that kept bubbling out. Large goldfish flopped up on their bellies and floated on the surface. He walked step by step, looking immortal surrounded by mist. The scene was just too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Ko walking head-on. The family didn't react until he was close to the crowd. This is the ability of an immortal cultivator? It's too powerful, isn't it? Noticing the shocked expressions on his family's faces, Ko couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Did I expose too much of my strength? No way. I only used 10% of my strength? Wang Yuehao laughed dryly and picked up his son and praised him. That's great, son. Almost catching up to your old man. Ha ha ha. Chen Hui pinched her hard in the waist. You're only half as good as my son. The family laughed and laughed, all of them doting on Ko. Goldfish, who can give me a voice? An hour later, Wang Ying picked up the booklet and randomly selected several plants to test Wang Xinru, but she stammered and had no recollection of it at all. In the end, she was punished by running 2 kilometers. Soon it was time for the next program. With 2 men and a dog lined up neatly in a horizontal line, Wang Ying scanned the 2, then faintly opened his lips. The most important thing for survival in the wild is food. The second is shelter. Sleeping in the wild can be dangerous. So for the third task, use the props to build the shelter within the time limit. She clapped her hands and a large group of servants came to the crowd carrying things. These are all twigs, leaves, sticks and mud. In normal times, this would all be trash in the eyes of the crowd, but the wilderness only had these materials. Wang Xinru looked at her second sister accusingly. It was simply not too much to ask her to touch the filthy mud. She immediately protested. Subsequently, the protest was ineffective. Curious, Ko lifted the sticks and arranged them in a raft shape in the clearing. Although extremely reluctant, Wang Xinru had no choice but to get her hands dirty and build the shelter. Half an hour later, the 2-man, 1-dog build was all but complete. The Wang family members also acted as judges and looked towards the works in the open space. The first shelter was a tent-shaped nook crafted by Wang Xinru. Wooden sticks served as tent supports, leaves were spread inside the tent as a bed, and a layer of mud was applied to the outside for protection. The overall look was not bad, and Wang Ying offered his first praise towards the fifth sister. Looking at the second shelter, it was a carefully assembled creation by Ko. The whole thing looks like a bamboo raft with a few wooden sticks put together as a bed. There was also a layer of mud on top and leaves sprinkled on top to make a simple crib. The only downside, this shelter has no shelter from the elements. If you sleep on it, you are afraid that you will be drenched in a storm. Although it wasn't good, Wang Ying still praised his brother a few times. Continuing to the side, I saw that Koro had made a work even after half a day's effort. It was a small nest made of sticks and leaves that looked similar to a bird's nest. The Wang family members surveyed Xiao Hei in surprise, not expecting it to be so smart. Wang Lele couldn't help but remember what her brother had said. Could it be that Xiao Hei was really her brother's disciple? It's a dog that can cultivate immortality, so it's very spiritual? At the end of the morning's training, the group returned to the villa together. Just as he entered, Ko ran to his room to bring a strip of jade pendant. Wang Ying froze and accepted the jade pendant from his brother. As soon as her hand touched it, she realized that the jade pendant was warm and moist, and was obviously worth a lot of money. Thanks brother, that's good. She gently stroked Ko's head, a warmth welling up in her heart. It was a warmth she had never felt on the battlefield. Aunt Barb sent someone to bring lunch, and the table was soon filled with a dozen dishes. When eating, Wang Ying kept pouring food into his brother's bowl. Soon his little bowl was stuffed to the brim. Even Wang Yuehao couldn't help but cover his forehead. The second girl is bewitched, isn't she? Can her son eat it all? If you like your brother more, you can't feed him like a pig, right? After eating, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Ko ran alone to the study and found the Wilderness Survival Guide among a dozen bookshelves. After getting the book, he ran back to his room in a huff. All afternoon he had been studying wilderness survival techniques. Not only that, but he made a point of watching a couple of Master Bull wilderness survival documentaries on his cell phone. It was boring, but he insisted on watching it. On the other side, Wang Xinru was lying comfortably on the bed. Not needing physical training was just soothing. Ding, 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 ding. The cell phone beside her rang and she rolled over to answer it. MS. Wang. The program team would like to ask if you need wilderness survival training? The main reason is that I'm afraid the guests won't have the survival skills to withstand it when the time comes. Wang Xinru frowned and replied unhappily. No need, we're not going to training. Hanging up the phone, she continued to rest in her bed. After laboring for so long, she didn't bother with this so-called training. For the next 4 days, the two repeated Wang Ying's training every day. Although it was tiring, Wang Xinru's physical strength and wilderness survival ability had improved a lot. Not to mention Ko, whose stamina is like inexhaustible. Even Blackie, who was a chaperone, was able to build a luxury kennel on his own. Koro, take it. The two are gradually satisfying Wang Ying, just waiting for the program to be officially recorded. Meanwhile, the internet is gradually heating up about survival of the Jedi carrying out recordings. This variety show is for celebrities to go live in the wild. Not only that, but each celebrity guest will also bring along a little brother or sister to participate in the recording. This is undoubtedly a big hit, and it instantly attracted countless eyeballs. The show has announced that a mystery group will also be joining the recording. The speculation grew louder and louder, and the voices of doubt grew louder and louder. Could it be the other 4 little flower girls? I think it should be Wang Yang. Don't forget he has a sister. Upstairs, his sister is an adult. Do you think it's possible? I think it should be Huang Inger. Her brother is only 9 years old. It's definitely my family Kai Pigeon Dove, so don't make any wild guesses. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Ko surreptitiously rattled the door of his room and tiptoed out of the villa. He quickly ran to the backyard while his family was huffing and puffing. Jinwoo. Just after arriving at the backyard, he immediately summoned the golden crow. With a gentle leap, Xiaoka stood on his flying sword and shot straight up into the sky. Chapter 89, the same old trick? 100 more chicken coke. The Wang family in Kyoto. The sky had just dawned, and the people of the Wang family began another busy day. 6 janitors and their night shift co-workers switched shifts and went back on duty to guard the gates. The captain yawned. He had played all night yesterday with peace and warmth. At the end of his shift today, he was still sleepy and both eyes were bloodshot. A few of the men shot up and stood in the doorway, chatting quietly in private. Captain, how much money have you put into the game lately? Not much, just 3 car skins, a couple $1,000. TSK, turn around and take me to experience. Recently no car skin. The girls are willing to ignore me. In the middle of the conversation, a white-robed youth came before the crowd. He looked up and greeted the doorman with a grin. Good morning, brothers. Good morning. Ko passed by a few people and walked slowly towards the villa complex. One of the janitors couldn't help but look at him twice and turned his head toward the captain to inquire. Captain, why does he look so familiar to me? You're full of. He looks familiar to me too. Wait. He looked back at Xiaoka's back and suddenly recalled the white-robed youth who had forced his way into the Wang family not long ago. Before waiting for a few people to react, Xiaoka flicked a few steps and instantly leapt to the roof of a villa. Looking at the reconstructed center building, he grinned a grin that showed 2 rows of white teeth. Golden Crow. A 3-foot Xianjin sword floated onto his palm, and the fierce spiritual energy instantly spread out. Listen to the wind sword technique. Xiaoku exuded a terrifying aura around him, blowing a gale out of thin air. The nearby Wang family members looked at the roof of the villa in shock, only feeling that the figure was somewhat familiar. Second sword. Chopping moon. With a furious shout, the sword was quickly wrapped in silver-white sword chi. A sword was swung out. A hurricane blew up in a 100-meter radius, and the curved moon-shaped sword light chopped towards the center building. Boom! The freshly constructed building instantly collapsed, and the roar was transmitted throughout the Wang family. Amidst the smoke and dust, the three martial arts patriarchs ran to a clearing while holding the old family master. Wang Qingshan coughed violently a few times and stared angrily at the ruins in front of him. Since the last time the building was destroyed, the Wang family had managed to construct another main building. I didn't realize that it had only just been built and then it was raised again. Go kill him. Forget about chopping down the building the first time. This time it's coming back. This is trampling the face of the Wang family underfoot. The three martial grandmasters' faces were gloomy as they took one step and instantly appeared 10 meters away. A step of 10 meters. Soon they arrived in front of Shao Ku, and a dozen or so patriarchs also arrived at the sound of their voices. After evacuating the surrounding servants, the crowd leapt onto the roof and surrounded him tightly. Unlike the past days, this time, all of them had angry faces and their sights were locked tightly on the white-robed youth. The martial arts patriarch at the head of the group stepped forward and said in a morose tone, "Is your excellency being too deceitful? Violating the Martial Artist Association's treaty and wantonly attacking my Wang family? Shouldn't we give a statement?" Ko was at a loss. What's the treaty with the Martial Artists Association? He's never heard of it. Seeing the other party's delayed response, he said with a cold snort, "Old me, Bu Jingtian, is initiating a patriarchal battle to your excellency? Please." All the sect masters scattered en masse, and even the other two martial arts sect masters silently backed away. "What do you mean? What's the clan war?" Xiaoko was just about to open his mouth to inquire, when he felt a killing intent coming from him. Several tiny arrows of spiritual energy shot towards his brow. He quickly sidestepped the blow. With his hands behind his back, Bu Jingtian gently leapt in midair, instantly manifesting dozens of ice spears. As he stretched out his palm, the ice spear exploded towards Xiaoku. He quickly dodged back and forth on the roof of a nearby villa, easily deflecting the attack. "Hey, I'm not here to fight." Steadying himself, Xiaoku shouted loudly towards Bu Jingtian. Bu Jingtian landed on the roof and quickly rushed towards him. Despite his advanced age, his body was exceptionally agile and he was as fast as a gunshot. "Would I believe you? Attacking our family head twice in a row. Today, I will behead you." After saying that, Bu Jingtian's right hand gathered majestic true chi and blasted towards his heart. Xiaoku let out a long sigh and spoke helplessly. "I really didn't mean it." He saw that Bu Jingtian's attack was about to blast on his chest. A white palm suddenly resisted this furious blow. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, staring at the scene in front of them in shock, only to see him blocking Bu Jingtian's fist with one hand. His body had not even taken half a step back. No one was more surprised than Bu Jingtian. His martial arts grandmaster's full-strength strike was actually lightly caught by the other party, and by the looks of him, he should still have some power left. Who is such a young martial arts expert? Bu Jingyun drew back his fist and quickly stormed back. "Arrogant child, eat my move." He raised his chi and ran his gong. His plain-colored robes were windless, and a majestic aura gushed out. By the time his breath reached its peak, his hands were already covered in majestic true chi. Paiyun palm. The huge palm of true chi came towards Xiaoku to suppress him at an astonishingly fast speed. As the giant palm approached Ko, he only casually swung his sword. As the sword light flashed by, the true chi palm was instantly chopped in half and dissipated in midair. Bu Jingtian's expression was grave. The other party's strength was too odd. He couldn't see through it at all. "What exactly does your excellency want?" Xiaoku looked blearily at the plain-clothed old man. "I'd like another 100 fried chicken and 100 cokes, just like last time." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone without fail exploded in foul language, not being able to figure out what he was thinking at all. "By the way, I'll have 100 more burgers. Some more fries would be nice." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bu Jingtian slowed down, his figure trembling slightly from anger. He spoke through gritted teeth. "You destroyed my Wang clan's building just to want this food?" "Yeah." Ko beamed and whispered to herself. "When you go to the wilderness to survive, you have to stock up on food. If we can't find food, my sister will starve." "I'm so smart, duck." Bu Jingtian broke the tiles of the villa with one foot and blew his beard and eyes. "You're using my Wang family as a wishing fountain. Want all this and you won't ask for it? You could eat hundreds of thousands of chickens for the cost of one building alone." He was so enraged that his eyes went black and he almost fainted. The surrounding zone master experts all had black lines on their faces and didn't know how to describe their mood at this moment. "I was afraid I wouldn't find you." Xiaoku scratched his head in embarrassment, then looked at the vegetal-clothed old man expectantly. At this time, Bu Jingtian was also silently calculating in his heart. This mysterious expert in front of him was not to be messed with, and his strength was even more impenetrable even to him. If they fought to the death, the loss of the Wang family. After some hesitation, he turned toward the crowd and commanded, "Go do what he says." The dozen or so patriarchs looked at each other in dismay and went to prepare this food as ordered by the grand provider. Ko squinted happily and waited in place for the food to arrive at his door. He thought darkly in his mind, "Anyway, the Kyoto Wang family are all bad guys, kicked dad out of the house, and have kidnapped my sister. And it's not too much to ask for some food after I've flown so far." Soon, 2 trucks loaded with food pulled up nearby. There was more food this time and it wasn't good to carry it, so he could only stow it in his storage ring first. Although the neighborhood was surrounded by people, but having already used the disguise technique, there was no fear of being suspected again. With a gentle leap, Ko landed his form next to the truck. Under the crowd's stunned gaze, 2 large piles of food suddenly disappeared out of thin air. This bizarre scene caused everyone's brain to die instantly. Is this a trick? Bu Jingtian's eyes were wide open, and he didn't know how this was done. This white-robed youth was becoming more and more mysterious in his eyes. "Thank you. Oh, you guys are so nice." Xiaoko flashed a big smile and swaggered away from the Wang family. The 6 men of the gatekeeper looked appalled as they watched him walk out of the gate with mixed emotions. Magic City, Wang family villa. Wang Xinru was looking around for Ko. The 2 also had to prepare ahead of time as they had to follow the show to the countryside today. In the morning she went to her brother's room to wake him up, but who knows, he wasn't in his room. Just as Wang Xinru was about to notify her family, the villa door was slowly pushed open. A small figure walked into the hall and smiled sweetly at her. "Isn't this the brother who disappeared? Brother, what have you been doing?" Wang Xinru walked over and took his plump little hand. He babbled an explanation that he had gone for a run in the backyard. At this time, the rest of the family members also went downstairs. Only Wang Siki's figure was missing. Lately she's been spending all day at the office, so I guess she has something important to take care of. Aunt Arisher prepared a large and a small suitcase. Xiaoka's divine sense to explore a bit found that inside is actually all of his own and his sister's change of clothes. Wang Xinru explained for him, "It's time for us to leave for the recording session now." Hearing this, Ko hurriedly ran upstairs with his suitcase. Auntie Lan couldn't help but sigh. Young master is really strong. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao looked worried, not knowing if their son could withstand the later stage of wilderness survival. It took a long time before Ko reappeared downstairs. "Alright sis, let's go." He smiled and opened his mouth toward Wang Xinru, the small, bulging suitcase beside him attracting particular attention. 2 servants ran to lift the suitcase and followed the 2 out of the villa. There had long been a Maybach parked next to the villa at the door. Loaded with luggage, the 2 got in the car. Under the family's unwilling gaze, the car slowly left the Wang family villa. Wang Yuehao let out a long sigh and spoke softly, "Or send someone to watch over the son. I don't know how they're going to fare with this departure." On the side, Wang Ying carried his hands behind his back and responded indifferently, "Don't worry father, I've already sent someone. If my brother is not happy with his stay, I will take him home myself." Wang Lele smiled leisurely. If her younger brother was really not used to it, her second sister would definitely be able to do what she said. After all, everyone in the family knew that second sister was notoriously stubborn. At the moment the Maybach is sneaking up behind a Cullinan. Inside the car sat none other than Jiang Nan's trio, and the car also contained all kinds of ingredients and pots and pans. Jiang Nan had a black face the entire time. It was even if this martial arts genius of his own spied on the young master, and moonlighting as a chef. It's too much. Chapter 90, Rural Mountain Village. Eve of recording. A few hours later, the Maybach pulls up to a remote, rural mountain village. The car pulls up next to a bed and breakfast in the middle of the village. There was a large group of staff at the entrance who were busy all the time. Upon seeing Wang Xinru get out of the car, the crowd immediately erupted into a burst of exclamations. She's not surprised by this. After all, she has fans in all walks of life. Vlog fans more than 60 million. The hottest actress in Huaxia deservedly. It's not her. Wang Xinru. Ko jumped out of the car and scanned the surrounding area joyfully. It was an environment he had never seen before. There is no urban hustle and bustle, no downtown lights. There is only the fragrance of flowers, grass and earth and the cries of chickens and ducks. Led by the staff, the 2 walked into a guest room on the 2nd floor of the B&B. Just as they put down their bags, 4 staff members came to the duo. "Ms. Wang, by the request of the program team, we need to do a routine inspection of both of your suitcases, mainly checking for food, any contraband." Wang Xinru frowned slightly, and although she was a bit resistant, she didn't refuse. But Ko on the other side heard it like it was blowing up. He plopped down on the small suitcase and wrapped his arms around it like an octopus. Even Wang Xinru froze for a moment, confused as to what her brother was afraid of. Look at that stance like a tiger cub protecting its food. Coco obeyed and cooperated obediently with her brothers and sisters in the examination. It was only when he heard his fifth sister speak that he let go of the suitcase with an aggravated face. Wang Xinru's suitcase was checked by 2 female staff members, and it was soon finished. Finally it was Ko's turn for his suitcase. The 2 staff members had just unzipped their zippers when a huge pile of snacks gushed out like a flash flood. Everyone froze in amazement, looking at the chorizo, chips, and Coke all over the floor. It's all the snacks that Ko loves to eat at school. Brother, what are you doing with all this junk food? He scratched his head in embarrassment, his face flushed. Since no food was allowed, Ko could only watch as his precious snacks were confiscated. The inspection was completed and the 2 suitcases were carefully regularized and repositioned. The staff then left the room holding a large bag of snacks. Since the official recording doesn't start until tomorrow, the 2 of them rest for the night at the B&B. Wang Xinru lay on the bed, her gaze cast to where her brother was. She flashed a wicked grin and whispered towards her brother. Come here, brother. Sister has something nice to look at here. Ko was reeling from the loss of his snacks. Hearing his sister calling out to him, he took a step towards his 5th sister. Suddenly, the defenseless man was taken into his arms by a pair of jade hands. Before he could slow down, a red lip printed wildly on his face. Mua mua mua. When he reacted, he immediately struggled to escape his sister's embrace. Giggle. Little brother is so cute. Sister didn't hold back, looking at Xiaoke's clueless expression. Wang Xinru was amused and covered her mouth with a long laugh. Anyway, her brother belonged to her alone now, and no one could stop her. I'm afraid the other sisters are going to be jealous. All morning, Ko stayed in his room and didn't go anywhere. It was boring, but luckily there was a big TV in the room. With the help of his 5th sister, the TV played Wolverine and Grey Goat. He watched the TV intently, his 2 little feet wiggling gently at the end of the bed. Wang Xinru's gaze was soft as she looked at her brother lying in her arms, the corner of her mouth raised into a curved moon. At the same time, a Cullinan drove into the village. Jiang Nan and the 3 of them got off the bus and wandered around the village, also observed the surroundings of the mountain village. Eventually the 3 rented a private house and stayed here temporarily. Soon the time came to noon. The staff knocked on the door of the room to invite the 2 men downstairs for dinner. Wang Xinru turned off the TV and took her brother's hand and walked out of the room. Inside the hall on the 1st floor, sitting at the round table were 6 people, who were also the stars and children involved in the taping of the program. The 2 walked down the stairs, instantly catching the eyes of 6 people. The young girl's temperament is pure, her skin is as fair as beautiful jade, and her lips are as red as cherries. A pair of snow-white legs casually with a short skirt, more enchanting and charming. That stunningly beautiful face made people marvel at what a beautiful fairy. She was holding a little boy, who was also extremely delicate, a pair of eyes that shone like stars, and some baby fat hanging on her white face. Not only that, the boy had a fairy-like aura about him, giving off a sense of spirituality and cuteness. The 2 stood together and their facial features were simply outstanding. Wow! Sister Xinru actually came? Xia Chang'e took the initiative to stand up and greet her. She was also one of the invited guests. Hello Wang Xinru. A rather handsome-looking man rose to greet him. His name is Gu Xinghe, and he is also a movie and television star with 21 million vlog followers. The last man also stood up and greeted her. Wang Xinru, I didn't expect you to be here as well. He was one of the national male gods that Xiaoke had met earlier at the birthday party. Ji Luchuan. Wang Xinru smiled and nodded, politely responding to a few people. Ko looked up at her 5th sister in surprise. He didn't realize that these people knew his sister and looked like they had a lot of respect for her. The 2 of them sat at the dinner table, and Wang Xinru quickly blended in and chatted with the 3 of them. It was the first time he had eaten with so many strangers, and Ko looked a little formal. Will tools be handed out for this late wilderness survival? From what the show's crew said, it doesn't seem like it. Ugh. By the way, who are the kids you brought? Introduce them? Ji Luchuan was the first to speak. This is my younger brother, Ji Zichuan, who is 10 years old. Gu Xinghe also went on to reply. This is my younger brother, Gu Xinghai, who is 8 years old. Xia Chang'e spoke softly. This is my sister, Xia Yuha, who is also 8 years old this year. The 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, were all a little older than Ko. Xia Yu's gentle temperament resembles her sister's. Gu Xinghai is lively and active, with 2 thieving eyes that look shrewd. Ji Zichuan was also like his brother, with a gentlemanly demeanor at a young age. Everyone else has been introduced. When it was Wang Xinru's turn, she was just about to open her mouth when her brother grabbed her answer. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Xiaoku and I'm 6 years old. The 3 of them looked at Wang Xiaoku in unison, and a few of the children also looked at him curiously. Ha ha ha, Sister Xinru's brother is different. I heard that Wang Xiaoku vlog has 8 million followers. That's awesome. Cute looking too. I want a brother. Xia Chang'e gazed at Xiaoke tenderly. Gu Xinghe, who was sitting across from him, couldn't help but look at him twice more. After a few moments of casual chit-chat, the crowd began to eat. Meanwhile, the internet is in an uproar. Two heavyweights quickly topped the Hot 100. The first rule is that the Lord of the Kingdom enthrones Wang Yuehao as marshal. The official enthronement ceremony was held in Kyoto 2.5 months later. In the second article, the Queen of Chinese Film and Television, Wang Xinru, recorded the variety show Survival of the Jedi with her brother. It is important to know that Wang Xinru had never recorded any variety show before this. If her brother hadn't been interested, she wouldn't have made this kind of program at all. An overwhelming number of fans crowded under the official Survival of the Jedi account, shouting and cheering for Wang Xinru. The official comments section was quickly overwhelmed by the clear Wang Xinru is the best. Brushed the screen. By herself alone, she overpowered the rest of the stars. The heat of the program is soaring, and it has already rushed up the hot search list even before the official recording. That's how Wang Xinru ruled the movie and entertainment world. Scary as hell. Country M, Center for International Education and Research. Wang Wenya was browsing through the information on the hot list, her beautiful eyes flickering with a faint light. My brother's doing a variety show. Ugh, I wish I could go home sooner. On the other hand, the Financial Trade Street in M. The blonde sitting at her desk put down her cell phone. She was dignified and elegant. Her eyes were like electricity, and she looked as if she was unchanged. Even sitting there quietly, one could feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. She is the queen of the Chinese business world. Forbes' rich list comes in at number 3. Wang Xiaoke's eldest sister, Wang Jiqiu. Fifth sister is so nonsense to bring her brother to a variety show. Elder Chen. The office door was pushed open and an older man in a suit wearing glasses pushed his way in. He respectfully came before Wang Jiqiu and spoke with a puzzled face. What are your orders, miss? She raised her eyes to gaze out the window as if she was thinking about something. Accelerate the acquisition of the Rooker Group. It's time to clean up the flies and pack them away. Yes. The old man bowed respectfully and left. If Ko were here, he would have noticed. This old grandpa was surprisingly still a grandmaster. When the old man left, Wang Jiqiu looked at the photo of Xiao Ko and Wang Xinru on the phone screen. Her indifferent face finally rippled a little. Brother, it's almost time to meet. Inside the B&B, the group ate and went back to their rooms. Ko still stayed in his room and watched Wolverine and Grey. Wang Xinru, on the other hand, was lying on the bed taking a nap. Later in the afternoon, the B&B moved in another star duo. Xiaoke prodded out his divine sense to scan the area and then paid no more attention to it. Time passes slowly, and the sun gradually sets into the western mountains. At dinner time, the staff makes it a point to bring dinner to your door. Also a reminder to each guest combo. Starting tomorrow, the cameraman will be recording everyone throughout the day. After dinner, Ko was bouncing with excitement. He was already looking forward to what would happen tomorrow and what fun it would be. Sleeping at night, Ko suddenly realized something was wrong. There's only one bed in the whole room. How is this supposed to sleep? Unbeknownst to him, this was what Wang Xinru had specifically ordered. She asked the program to remove a bed in order to sleep under the same covers as her brother. Ahem, come on up to bed, brother. Wang Xinru gently called out to her brother while patting the bedsheets. Unmoved, Ko surveyed his sister with a skeptical gaze. Just now, his divine sense probed out and found that there were 2 beds in each room. Coco, no, there's something wrong. Eventually, in the sound of Wang Xinru's satisfied laughter, Xiaoko obediently lay down on the bed. Behind her back, she was happy inside. *omega****. Chapter 91, Fifth Sister, don't troll me. I'm your brother. When he went to bed, he was held tightly in the arms of his fifth sister. 2 small mountains nearly buried his head in them. Wang Xinru gently stroked her brother's back, and the 2 of them soon fell into a deep sleep. The rising sun lit up the dark mountain village. A large rooster fluttered its wings and flew up to the roof of the private house where Jiang Nan lived. Clearing its throat, it tilted its head and let out a shrill cry. Giggle. The sound of chickens crowing echoed long and loud within the mountain village. Jiang Nan lifted a pillow to cover his head and eventually sat up impatiently. Already up and about, he was in an irritable mood. Where are the chickens from? Grandma, I'll catch you for stew. With that, he went straight to dressing and going out. After searching for the sound and finding the rooster on the roof, he quickly stepped on the wall and leapt onto the roof. Just as Jiang Nan aggressively grabbed at it, the rooster immediately fluttered its wings and flew off the roof. A man and a chicken go on a chase through the yard. Chicken, Nan, I'm sorry. Ko got out of his sister's arms in a daze and sat frozen on the bed. It was then that he noticed he was in a B&B room. In this moment, he suddenly wanted to go home. The family consists of not only mom and dad, but also 3 sisters, and Blackie and Lou. Wang Xinru also sat up sleepily. Just after getting up, she pounced on her brother and barfed on his creamy face. Wiping the drool off his face, Ko couldn't help but fall into disbelief. This couldn't be a trap set by fifth sister to kiss herself every day, could it? He himself had already been kissed dozens of times by his fifth sister. Knock knock. There was a knock on the room door and the staff called out to the two men to get ready to go downstairs. Wang Xinru took the lead and walked out of bed to wash up, while Xiaoke jumped and ran to open the door. He stood on tiptoe to twist the doorknob and the door to the room was slowly opened. Immediately afterward, Ko was targeted by two pitch-black cameras. Two photographers and a staff member stood outside the door. The crowd was stunned, and the staff thought it would be Wang Xinru who opened the door. I didn't realize it was the little munchkin in front of me. Wang Xinru hurriedly stopped washing and talking to a few people, then closed the door to her room. The two of them shuffled downstairs to meet under the B&B. At this time, the entrance was surrounded by staff, and Director Hua was clearly among them. More than a dozen cameras were aimed at Ji Luchuan and a bunch of other stars. There was another sibling duo besides Xia Chang'e, apparently guests who had arrived yesterday afternoon. The two just went out and immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Wow! Hello Sister Xinru. A whiny voice came. Bai Qianlan greeted Wang Xinru with a faint smile. In front of the cameras, she purposely wiggled her way towards the duo. This can't help but remind Ko of the snake charmer in Hulu Saves the Master. That snake charmer wiggled his ass and walked like that too. In the end she was suppressed under the five-finger mountain by the gourd Vajra. As she was dressed somewhat revealingly, her two white legs were particularly harsh in the sun's light. Ko looked at her sister in confusion. Was this woman a friend of her sister's? In fact the two had only met a few times at large parties. To be a friend, that's not even close. Out of politeness, Wang Xinru talked to her for a few words. Her name was Bai Qianlan, and she had 24 million vlog followers. The little boy standing next to her was her 9-year-old brother, Bai Xiaofei. The collection of 5-star combinations is now complete. Director Hua coughed lightly and picked up the megaphone. Welcome, guests, to the taping of Survival of the Jedi. At that, the crowd erupted in applause. Ko grinned back and looked at the director uncle expectantly. For the next 5 days, each group will be followed by 2 photographers. These 5 days require the group to complete various competitions to earn points. Points can be exchanged for items in the wilderness survival afterward. The show goes up in 3 days. It changes to live streaming when you're surviving in the wilderness. Also every 3 days, a video will be edited and broadcast. As the director finished recounting the rules, the crowd got the general idea. It means that the teams need to play on these 5 days. Points earned can be redeemed for items while surviving in the wilderness. Sounds simple nah? Director Hua paused and continued. To incentivize the groups, the results of the competition also determine the living conditions of the groups. What? The crowd was a little unsure, and Director Hua continued to add. Each day, teams with higher points will have better living conditions. Next, please ask each group to take a combination name. Ko was still in a daze as he looked around holding his sister's hand. Gu Xinghe gave a faint smile to the camera and opened his mouth. Let's call the combination of my brother and I the twin star group. Xia Chang'e discussed a few words with her sister and then opened her mouth to the crowd. Our group will be called the Thousand Rain Group. The name of the group of Ji Luchuan and his younger brother Ji Zichuan is called Zichuan Group. The combination of Bai Shalan and his younger brother Bai Xiaofei was called Fei Fei Group. Seeing that everyone else had already taken their combination names, Ko anxiously tugged on her sister's finger. Wang Xinru rubbed his head, then walked forward and said softly, a combination of me and my brother. Let's call it the Fat Ko Group. Ha! Coco said with a huff and a pinch. I'm not fat sister named really no talent. Not as good as me. Hearing this, Wang Xinru couldn't help but think of the name Little Black. What a talented. She knelt down and pinched her brother's cheeks, snickering. It's not even fat. Meaty. When all 5 groups had taken their names, Director Hua eyed the staff. 6 business cars came from a distance and pulled up beside the crowd. Next, I'd like to invite the teams to begin today's competition. Now please get in your cars to arrive at the competition venue. 10 people got into 5 separate cars and quickly drove away from the village. Residential houses at the east end of the village. Jiang Nan let out a jia 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 laugh and walked into the room with a steaming bowl of chicken soup in both hands. Hey, don't fall asleep. Here's the chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. The 2 men took the chicken soup suspiciously and hesitated to move their mouths. Jiang Nan, where did you get this chicken? I don't know. I had a headache from the noise this morning, so I stewed it. 6. Behind the small mountain village is a small river with countless fish swimming in it. Occasionally, you can see large fish come to the surface with their mouths open and spitting bubbles. The program's motorcade pulled over and the group was taken to the creek. Xiaoke joyfully ran towards the river, but was grabbed by Wang Xinru. Brother, follow me and don't run around. The river is dangerous. Oh, when I came to the creek, I saw fishing rods and baskets neatly arranged along the river. Director Hua also began to talk about the rules of the competition. Today we're having a fishing contest, and a pound of fish counts as a point. The group with the highest score is first place. 3-hour time limit. Starting now. Shiranui sprang at the camera with a disgruntled pout. Oops, I don't know how to fish. What should I do? Gu Xingchen's throat tickled and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't know before that Bai Shalan was such a do-gooder. This was afraid that he had slippers stuck in his throat. Ji Zichuan jumped straight up in excitement and shouted under his breath. Wow! My brother fishes a lot at home. We're going to take first place. Ko looked at her fifth sister and softly inquired. Fifth sister, do you fish? Wang Xinru shook her head, a touch of helplessness surfacing on her delicate face. When it comes to filming, she can play any role with ease, but it does seem a little strong to ask her to go fishing. Are movie and TV queens and fishing masters related? There are 10 fishing rods in all, 5 big ones and 5 small ones. The little fishing rods are obviously for the little ones. Once everyone was ready, the game was officially played. The crew had the bait ready to go and eliminated a lot of hassle for the groups. Ji Luchuan taught his brother how to operate it while flinging the pole out. That calm operation and skillful maneuvering is simply 8 blocks away from the others. Not long after, Gu Xingha and his brother also flung their shots. The rest of the group hung up their bait and started fishing. Looking at the fat Ko group again, Wang Xinru was busy hanging up the bait with her hands and feet. Just as he swung the rod, the hook hung on Ko's shirt. With a push, she nearly dumped her brother in the river. Luckily, Xiaoko had his cultivation in place, so he wasn't thrown out by his sister. Wang Xinru laughed as she hurriedly removed the fish hook from her brother. It's okay, I'll be able to catch fish once my sister is familiar with it, she reassured her brother, then defiantly flung the pole again. The hook drew a semicircle in midair and hooked Xiaoko with precision. He beamed, not knowing how to describe his feelings. 5 sisters. It's a bit of a pit. After some effort, Wang Xinru finally cast the hook into the river. At this time, Ji Luchuan next to him had already caught a 2-pound grass carp. Ko also started fiddling with the small fishing rod. Following the actions of the others, he grabbed the bait and hung it on the hook. With a small flick of the hand, the hook made a graceful parabola into the water. What's so hard about it? Ko muttered darkly. Next to her, Wang Xinru looked out of breath, not expecting her brother to be more skillful than herself. A cameraman videotapes around Ko. At first he wasn't used to it, but he slowly adapted. Little by little, time passed. Next door, Ji Luchuan had already caught 7 or 8 fish, and even Ji Zichuan had caught a small chub. A rough estimate is that their group has had more than a dozen pounds of fish. Other groups have been catching fish as well. Even Bai Shalan caught a small fish weighing 8 taels. On the other hand, on Ko's side, an hour had passed and there was no movement. Sister, why can't you catch any fish? Ko had lost his patience. His eyebrows furrowed like twists. Wang Xinru only smiled and reassured him that he would be able to catch a fish after a while. Another half hour. Exasperated, Ko retrieved his rod, not realizing that the bait had already been eaten. It's amazing how this bad fish eats for nothing and doesn't bite. Chapter 92, Mixed Up Fifth Sister. Ko casts the hook again. During this time, he immediately unfolded his divine sense and released his spiritual energy to probe into the water. At the bottom of the river, 2 big fish are swimming happily. Suddenly a small fishhook falls slowly from the surface of the water and hovers in front of them. There was no bait on the hook and one of the walleye wiggled its tail trying to get away. Instantly, an invisible force bound it tightly. Fish, second uncle save me. Under the control of the spiritual power, the big fish was drawn to the hook and took a bite. Bad fish, making you disobey, Ko muttered, and then pulled the rod. The river rippled, and that was quite a commotion. Wang Xinru was shocked, not expecting her brother to catch a fish. Smaller rods bend into a semicircular shape as they are pulled. It's hard to imagine how much this fish weighed to pull the rod like that. The scene instantly catches the attention of the crowd as the photographer quickly focuses his lens on the rod. Ji Zichuan reached out and pointed at Wang Xiaoku, calling out to his brother in surprise. Brother, look, Wang Xiaoku seems to have caught a big fish. Upon hearing this, Ji Luchuan, who was sinking his teeth into fishing, shifted his gaze to that tiny figure. Wang Xinru stood up and tried to help her brother. She had just snatched the rod from her brother's hands when her body stumbled so violently that she was almost dragged into the river. Coco covered her face, unable to look away. You're so lame. While Wang Xinru was still trying to pull the fishing rod, he ran his spiritual power to drag up the big fish. A giant greenish-golden grass carp soars out of the river into midair. The fish scales shimmered yellowish in the sunlight. The grass carp was more than half a meter long and weighed, I'm afraid, a dozen pounds. The walleye landed on the bank with the fish still flopping around. He presses the big fish with a little tiger pounce. There's a sense of Munchkins versus behemoths. He wore a pale yellow tiger jacket selected by Seven and paired it with black pants. It looks extra spunky and cute in front of the camera. Now that cute exterior adds a touch of fierceness. The crowd was dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of them incredulously. Who would have believed that a little doll could catch such a big fish? Wow, what a big shark. Does it bite? Gu Xinghai crouched on the ground and stared at the big fish with some trepidation. Gu Xinghe, who was his older brother, pressed a slap on his head. Oh little brother, no one takes you for a cutie if you don't talk. He looked at Wang Xiaoko and then looked at his brother in disgust. Why is your 8-year-old brother not as capable as other 6-year-olds? Ji Luchuan, who was a veteran angler, was even more shocked. By the time the crowd reacted, the big fish had already been put into the fish basket by Ko. The three children cast adoring glances. Bai Xiaofei had a disdainful look on his face and muttered in his heart, "Isn't it just the luck of catching a fish? What's there to be so goddamned proud of?" Bai Xiaolan looked at their fish baskets jealously and skimmed his lips. Wang Xinru picked up her brother and praised him happily. "My brother is awesome. Fantastic." In her fifth sister's arms, Ko sighed softly. "Looks like you'll just have to take your sister flying by yourself." With an hour and a half left until the end of the match, Ko could only speed up. One's goal is first place. The little episode passed quickly and the rest of the group put their minds back to fishing. Xiaoko raised his fishing rod and tried to fling it, but Wang Xinru raised her hand to stop him. She eyed the rod carefully, then pointed to the hook. "Brother, did you forget to put the bait in?" He scratched his head and pretended to hang the bait on the hook. With a wave of his small hand, the hook slowly fell into the creek. It wasn't long before the tiny fishing rod bent again. "Ha, another fish?" The crowd was in a state of stagnation, not knowing how to express their feelings. "It's simply too much." Ko exerted a slight force and the rod lifted quickly. A chub weighing more than 10 pounds was flung and flew to the bottom of Wang Xinru's feet. She was instantly stunned and her mouth opened to let out a scream. Unperturbed, Ko picked up the chub and put it in the fish basket. He looked at his fifth sister in disbelief. Could it be that she was afraid of fish? The photographer pulled the camera in close to perfectly capture the scene. Only after Wang Xinru took several deep breaths did she slowly soothe her excitement. She's not afraid of fish, but it was indeed quite scary when such a big fish suddenly flew in front of her. Ji Luchuan's expression was grave. How can a little kid be so strong? The more expert you are, the more you know how hard it is to catch a big fish. This is not only related to technology, but also to the physical strength of the individual. To catch a fish weighing more than 10 pounds, then you need to have an arm strength of about 60 pounds. The 10-year-old brother in his own family couldn't even lift a 30-pound dumbbell, as far as he remembered. Wang Xiaoko had also just turned 6. Are 6-year-olds that strong? The fishing tournament continues with Ko catching big fish after big fish. A few people next door were already numb with shock. This little munchkin kept lifting and flinging the rod, making it impossible for anyone else to sink their teeth into fishing. The fish baskets of the Fat Ko group were gradually being filled to what looked to be over 70 pounds. The fish baskets were also bustling with several large fish flopping around. Yo, what brings you here? Uncle too? Uncle Fish, your aunt and I are here. Auntie Fish, you really don't say. Let me tell you, all these fish were caught by Ko alone. The entire process Wang Xinru had become transparent. All she could do was watch as her brother landed the fish and lay flat. In any case, the fish caught by my brother also belonged to my own group. She just needs to be a jerk. Ko was fishing hard when suddenly a little girl ran up to him. Unknown to him, he opened his mouth to inquire. Sister Yuho, what can I do for you? The little girl smiled sweetly at him and shook her head. My sister and I can't catch fish. I came to see how you fish and learn. Ko lowered his head in embarrassment and muttered in a small voice. I have psychic powers. You won't learn. Putting down his rod, he jogged over to the fish basket of Xia Chang's group to check it out. Their fish baskets contained only one small fish, estimated to weigh only half a pound. Tiny and cute. Xiaoko also remembered that Xia Chang had previously sent his blessings at his birthday party. Once he thought of this, he secretly decided to help the Thousand Rain group. Turning around, Ko ran to his fish basket and grabbed a large fish. To the amazement of the crowd, he put the big fish into the Summer Sisters fish basket. War Director smacked his lips and tried to speak out to stop it. After all, there's no such thing as giving away fish between groups in the tournament rules. But when he met Wang Xinru's sharp gaze, he swallowed the words in his mouth again. Forget it, people have backgrounds, can't afford to mess with it. Bai Qianlan was staring at Wang Xiaoko in a daze, and immediately afterwards she revealed a wicked smile. Ko's brother. Bai Xiaolan waved her hand at him and complained in an aggravated manner. Brother Ko? Sister, I can't catch a fish either. Can I give one to my sister? Gu Xinghe, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyes and looked at Bai Qianlan with an odd expression. Fishing is all in the hands of the individual. How could she ask for what she wanted? Everyone else was surprisingly consistent. Ko looked at the duo quizzically, then replied with a grin. Sister, we have a race to run. I can't give you the fish. Bai Xiaofei was taken aback, not expecting Wang Xiaoko to directly reject his sister. Why is Wang Xiaoko so petty? Even though she was upset in her heart, Bai Qianlan still smiled lightly and opened her mouth. Then why did little brother could give the fish to sister Xia? Why not me? Is it hard not to like my sister me? This is a very tricky question, and no matter how you answer it, It's not right. If it had aired later in the season, it would have caused a war of words among fans. Wang Xinru's beautiful eyes grew colder and colder, and there was already some anger in her heart. After thinking about it, Ko smiled sweetly and explained towards her, Sister Xia helped me, and I can give the fish I catch to whoever I want, right? Bai Shalan was left speechless by the rhetorical question. People catch fish with their skills. They can give them away to whomever they want. They really have no right to care. She cursed mentally and could only turn her head and continue fishing. Wang Xinru looked at her brother with satisfaction and couldn't help but secretly praise him. She didn't mind kicking Shira out of the show just now if she targeted her brother again. With her strength, it was still very easy to seal a Bai Qilan in the movie and entertainment circle. 3 hours passed quickly and the show called a halt to the competition just in time. The crowd put away their fishing poles and breathed a sigh of relief as if relieved. Staff came forward to collect the fish baskets from each group. When it was the turn of the Fat Co group, one of the staff members struggled slightly to lift it. Director Hua called for another staff member before carrying him away. The next moment was the weigh-in on rankings. It also determines the living conditions of the groups today. Everyone was extraordinarily nervous, praying that they would be ranked higher. After Director Hua got the weigh-in results, he announced loudly to the crowd, 5th place, Team Fei Fei, 3 pounds. 4th place, Double Star Group, 7 pounds. Gu Xinghai smiled faintly. At least he and his brother weren't at the bottom of the list. Upon hearing the rankings, Bai Qianlan clenched her hands and glanced at Wang Xiaoko with indignation. She blamed the two Wang Xinru for her countdown. 3rd place, Cho Group, 18 pounds. Xia Yuha happily compared to Ye and looked at Xiaoko gratefully. If it wasn't for the fish sent by Ko, 5th place would likely have been theirs. 2nd place, Zichuan's Group, 43 pounds. Hearing such a heavy fish, the crowd showed envious eyes. Ji Luchuan furrowed his eyebrows and looked curiously at Wang Xinru. He was curious about the duo's grades and wondered how much higher they would be than himself. 1st place, Fat Kirk's Group, 89 pounds. SS. Even the crew in charge of filming was startled. An 89-pound fish is simply too raw. Xia Yuha blinked her big eyes and opened her small mouth in surprise. Wang Xinru happily rubbed her brother's head and came close to his ear to praise him. A pound of fish is 1 point, and the Fatco group is now up to 89 points. I'm afraid the program didn't expect any group to catch so many fish. When the rankings came out, some were happy and some were sad. Once the crowd had packed up, they turned back to the mountain village in the show's car. Sitting up in the car, Cole looked at the cameraman curiously. The two stared at each other wide-eyed the whole way. He was curious what the video the cameraman would make would look like. It's just that he's too embarrassed to ask. Chapter 93, Why does it smell like fried chicken? The car pulls up in front of the B&B. The crowd got out of the car and just instantly flaxed and froze. Only a dozen suitcases were seen neatly arranged in the doorway. These are all the bags that the various guests brought with them. Only they were taken out for some reason. At that moment Director Hua stepped out of the car and reminded him, according to the rules of the competition, everyone's accommodation will be redistributed. Residency conditions are determined by tournament standings. With that, he waved his hand toward the staff. The crowd looked at each other and picked up their respective suitcases and waited for the arrangements to be made. Congratulations to Wang Xinru and Wang Xiaoko for moving into their luxurious mountain village cottage. Ko excitedly hugged her sister's big white legs tightly with a big smile. Luxury mountain village cottage. As the name suggests, congratulations to the Zichuan group, staying in the Wingya small courtyard. No air conditioning. Ji Zichuan pulled his face down in aggravation and cast an envious glance at Xiaoku. Congratulations to the Thousand Rain group, staying in a small country-style courtyard without air conditioning, TV or washing machine. Xia Qianyu and her sister were a bit dissatisfied, but they could only accept this reality. Congratulations to the Double Star group, for moving into the little courtyard of love. Since it does not support high power usage, no appliances are provided, only light bulbs for illumination. Gu Xingha's face was gloomy, not expecting the program to be so diabolical. This is for him and his brother to come and be aggravated. Finally, congratulations to the Fly group, staying in the easy little room with amenities. None. Bai Qianlan's heart thumped and she looked at the director with disbelief. No facilities and such a lofty name? Director Hua coughed lightly. There's a line mentioned in the ugly house. It's an ugly room, but we are all the same. I'm sure Ms. White will be able to overcome her predicament and rest happily. Just a reminder that groups have to figure out their own food issues. What? Everyone stared in disbelief for a moment. Gu Xinghai beamed and inquired curiously. Uncle Director, where are we going to find food? Food? It's the fish you guys caught today. Cook your own food. Here's wishing the teams a good rest and plenty of preparation for tomorrow's games. The corner of Wang Xinru's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling that the program group was a bit treacherous. Each group is led by 2 staff members towards their new accommodation. Soon, Ko and his sister came to a small two-story cottage. Just as they entered the villa, the exquisite layout of the room caught the eyes of the two. The interior is clean and tidy with all kinds of appliances, and there's a kitchen and bath, bedroom, living room. Wang Xinru scanned slightly and realized that this villa was quite a bit better than the living conditions of a B&B. Ko was secretly pleased as well. The new house has 2 bedrooms, so he can finally sleep alone. On the other hand, the Thousand Rain Group, Twin Star Group, and Zichuan Group moved into 3 sets of tiled houses respectively. None of the 3 houses are big. Ji Luchuan checked around the room. It was found that except for the lack of air conditioning, there was no shortage of all the necessary amenities. It's in pretty average condition, but it's fair enough. The 2 sisters, Xia Qianya, toured around their house and also felt that it was okay. Gu Xinghai jumped up and down just as he entered the house, his little mouth muttering, "Brother, there's no TV." "Well, I know, brother, no washing machine, no air conditioning." "Aha, brother, no bathroom, no kitchen." "Well, I know." "What?" Gu Xinghai's eyes widened as he slipped around the house. At this moment, he felt like the sky was falling. How can you go to the bathroom without a bathroom? How can you cook and eat without a kitchen? The show is putting itself in a dead end. Looking at his dumbfounded brother made him even more angry. Same brother, same little kid. Why can't his own brother be as competitive as Wang Xiaoku? Bai Shalan and her brother Bai Xiufei were led by the staff to turn left and right, eventually walked into a small, dilapidated dirt house. That wall had become tattered from long exposure to the elements. The roof is afraid that it will still leak in the rain. This is the Yorin little room? Bai Shalan's face turned green with anger, and she almost cursed. Where does this look like a place to live? At a glance, there were only 2 beds in the entire room. No bathroom, no color TV, no air conditioning, nothing. She was really devastated. It wasn't as comfortable as staying in her own kennel. "Sister, how are we going to cook and eat?" The 2 staff members were also slightly embarrassed and turned away quickly after escorting the duo to their place. Bai Shalan clenched her hands, her nails digging deep into her palms. She couldn't afford to have a fit because the cameraman was recording. "Sister, why don't we go to the neighbor's house and borrow some vegetables?" Shira stroked her chin as she looked around at a few houses. The mayor of the mountain village had known for a long time that a big star was recording a program in the village, so the villagers were ordered not to come near the onlookers. She nodded darkly. "You're a big star yourself, and you go to a villager's house to rub your nose in it. It's a little embarrassing, but I don't think they're going to say no, right?" It had to be said that Bai Xiaofei's brain was still quite clever. Soon after, the program staff delivered the fish caught by each group to their respective residences. Ji Luchuan took the fish basket and walked into the kitchen to cook while the camera was recording. In no time at all, he returned to the room with 2 plates of steaming fish. A male celebrity who sits on millions of followers has both looks and can cook. It's simply not charming. Xia Qianya also carefully stewed a pot of fish soup with the large fish that Xiaoku had given him. On the other hand, the Gu brothers sat dryly at the dinner table. There's no kitchen in this house, even though there's fish sitting next to it. It's the equivalent of giving you a Coke when you're thirsty. The key you can't unscrew. Gu Xinghai's stomach rumbled and his face became increasingly ugly. Wow. His eyes reddened and he eventually couldn't help bawling. Crystallized tears slid down his round face. A small mouth pouted high, as if it had suffered a great grievance. Gu Xinghai was stunned by this scene and scrambled to get up to comfort his brother. "Don't cry, brother. I'll go make you some food." At those words, Gu Xinghai slowly stopped crying, but was still hiccuping. Ugh, he is a superstar with millions of fans. It's amazing that nowadays you can be worried about not having food. It's too bad. After thinking about it, he decided to take the fish to Wang Xinru. Going to her place to borrow the kitchen for a bit, thought I shouldn't mind. Inside the luxury cottage in the mountain village, Wang Xiaoku plopped down in front of the fish basket and scanned the few big fish he had caught. Wang Xinru also stood aside, but her face was a bit ugly. "Fifth sister, you'd better cook." He turned his head and pointed to a fish and spoke with a grin. "I'm going to eat this fish. It's big. Uncle Fish, okay, I'll go first." Wang Xinru smiled awkwardly and explained towards her brother in a small voice. Sister can't cook." A proud daughter of heaven like her had been waited on by servants since she was a child. How had she ever cooked with her own hands? And she had to kill the fish before cooking, which she didn't dare to do. Ko's eyes darkened, and then he looked to the side at the cameraman. He inquired softly, "Uncle, do you cook?" The sudden words straight away made the cameraman whole. As the recording was in progress, he could only pose in silence. Suddenly, Ko had a flash of insight. He rushed forward and tugged on his sister's coat, saying mysteriously towards her, "Fifth sister, I'll take you to a place." "Ha?" Wang Xinru was frozen in her tracks when she was dragged into the room by her brother. The cameraman rushed to follow the two with his camera raised. Just as he was about to enter the room as well, the door closed with a bang. The cameraman was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Excuse me, Uncle Cameraman. We're going to bed. Ko's milky voice came from the room, and it seemed quite excited by that tone. The corner of his mouth twitched as he turned to look out the window. It's clearly noon. Does this little doll need a nap? There was nothing he could do but leave resentfully. Is sister hungry? Inside the room, Ko looked at her fifth sister with a smile in her eyes. Although Wang Xinru was puzzled, she still gave a light. She hadn't eaten since early in the morning and had been fishing for another half day in quick succession. Now she was indeed hungry. Ko smiled and told her fifth sister to close her eyes. Wang Xinru dotingly rubbed her brother's face and obediently closed her eyes. Taking advantage of this, Xiaoke took out food from his storage ring. Sister can open her eyes. Just as her beautiful eyes slowly opened, she suddenly realized that there were several bottles of Coke on the bed. Not only that, but the brother was holding a fried chicken. Sister, taste it. Ko narrowed his eyes and smirked as he opened his mouth at her. Where did you get this? Wang Xinru inquired in astonishment. I brought this in secret. Sister, eat it. For some reason, the fried chicken was still steaming. The fragrant smell spread around the room. Wang Xinru steeply frowned and educated a flurry toward Xiaoku. Brother, we've told you several times. No fried chicken. It affects IQ. It affects growing taller. Coco retrieved the fried chicken in disappointment. Tears in her eyes. One big tearful eye seemed sad. Seeing her brother in this pitiful state made her heart ache violently. Alright, only one time. Immediately back to normal. Ko stood on her tiptoes and handed her sister the fried chicken. Under her brother's expectant gaze, Wang Xinru pinched up a small piece of chicken and stuffed it into her mouth. She had just chewed it twice, and then she had a flash of light. Maybe it was the long hunger. Fried chicken, which she usually didn't care to savor, was fine today. Crispy fried chicken enters your mouth and the meat flavor blooms at your taste buds. The chicken was tender and slightly chewy. Just too much oil. Ko ripped off the chicken leg and joyfully handed it to his fifth sister. She wanted to refuse, but for some reason her hand involuntarily took the chicken leg. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the room. The cameraman was immediately back on duty, lifting the camera to record the video. Why does it smell like fried chicken? He surveyed the pair suspiciously, but found nothing. Chapter 94 Grandpa Village Chief knows me? Ko raised his sleeve and wiped his mouth, burping happily. A strong smell of fried chicken spread out. The distinctive odor instantly alerted the cameraman. Standing beside her brother, Wang Xinru's face flushed red. She just stole a fried chicken leg too. This would be teased if the sisters knew about it, especially the seventh sister, who was under the impression that she hated this kind of fried food. Fifth sister, I want to go out and play. Just as he said that, a burst of knocking sounded at the door of the villa. The little munchkin bounced and ran to the door. Opening the door to the villa, he saw two figures standing outside the door as well as two cameramen. The man was dressed in black through and looked both mature and stable. The boy next to him, slightly taller than Ko, was wearing a blue cartoon jacket and had a somewhat stocky frame, a little chubby, to be precise. At the feet of the two men lay a fish basket, in which two fish were lying quietly. Gu Xingha revealed a warm smile and spoke towards him. Wang Xiaoku, where is your sister? My sister's in there. Is something wrong, brother? Coco, who was blocking the doorway, responded sweetly. As he opened his mouth to speak, the little boy next to Gu Xingha exclaimed in shock. Wow, that smells like fried chicken. Wang Xiaoku, did you steal the fried chicken? Can I have a taste too? Gu Xingha excitedly leaned over him and sniffed, and didn't find any fried chicken. Since it's not on my body, it must be in the room. He had been hungry for so long, he couldn't wait for a dry meal. He took small steps in place, like a young racehorse poised for a race. Noticing this agitated appearance of his brother, Gu Xingha couldn't help but cover his forehead in dark hurt. He was kind of regretting bringing his brother to the variety show. It'll be a shame if it's broadcasted. Wang Xinru stepped closer to a few people. When she saw the visitor, she raised an eyebrow and inquired with some confusion. Gu Xingha, what's the matter with you guys? Seeing Wang Xinru, Gu Xingha felt as if he had seen his savior. Here's the thing, we don't have a kitchen. Can we borrow your kitchen so we can cook? In front of the queen of film and television, he was still a little apprehensive inside. In case the other party refused to borrow it, he himself could only leave in disgrace. Gu Xinghai on the side also looked at the big sister in front of her with a face full of anticipation. Today Wang Xinru wore a white casual jacket and a pair of khaki pants underneath. It shows its shapely figure in a more delicate and lively way. Gu Xinghai looked at her dumbfounded and muttered in a small voice, "What a beautiful big sister." Hearing Gu Xingha's request, Wang Xinru graciously allowed the two to enter. She couldn't cook anyway, much less use the kitchen, so she just let it be. The two walked into the villa and were instantly stunned. It's also a house, but the difference is a bit too big, isn't it? Compared to that, your own house is a slag. After finding the kitchen, Gu Xingha smoothly lifted two large fish and went in to cook them. In a short while, He brought out 2 plates of braised fish with a smile on his face. Ko eyed the fish and secretly spat his sister out once. How nice it would be if 5th sister could cook too. Wang Xinru, who was leaning on the sofa, sneezed. I wonder who was gossiping about themselves. You guys come and eat too. There's still plenty of food left. Hearing Gu Xinghe's invitation, Xiaoke had no problem sitting at the table. The flavorful meal did make him crave for more. Wang Xinru looked at her brother with amusement, and then sat down at the table as well, raising her hand to hold up her jade cheeks. Her beautiful eyes were gentle and watery. Ko, eat well and grow up fast. Ko, who was eating his meat with his head down, heard his sister speak. He lifted his head and grinned. Nah, I'm going to eat as tall as my sister. These words made Wang Xinru snort with amusement. She reached up and gently caressed her brother's round head. Eat more and you'll grow taller than your sister. Ko cocked his head. What's the use of growing taller? The bodyguards are all 5 feet 9 inches tall, but they still can't beat themselves. Ko said he could beat up 100 bodyguards. No, 1,000. After a beautiful lunch, the 4 of them got together to go out and hang out. Several people were intrigued by this new and unfamiliar environment. The air is scented with flowers and plants on the country roads. Being so close to the natural environment, Wang Xinru's mind seemed to be cleansed. A few occasional cries of chickens and dogs brought her back to reality. Wang Xinru, I heard that your last appearance in Peach Blossom Fairy had $9 billion at the box office. How enviable. It's okay, I'm sure you can do it too. Hey, I'll be satisfied with $1 billion at the box office. Gu Xinghe chatted side by side with Wang Xinru on the road. Gu Xinghe, who was following behind, came close to Xiaoku and covered his mouth towards whispering. Hey, Wang Xiaoku, my brother and your sister are such a good match. If my brother had married your sister, I'd have a sister. No, it seems to be sister-in-law. Hey. Hearing this, Xiaoku's face changed drastically. He frowned and stopped where he was. In his mind, although this brother cooks quite well, he doesn't deserve his sister. There's no reason for it. It just doesn't match. Next to him, Gu Xinghe was still speaking at length, not noticing the change in Xiaoku's expression in the slightest. A cool word entered his ears. If you talk any more nonsense, I'll beat you into a Porky's big. He froze instantly and followed the voice to Wang Xiaoku. Only his azure eyes flashed with a cold aura, like a monster that wanted to eat people. This sent a shiver down his spine, and instantly his little face went white with fear. The 2 Wang Xinru who were walking in front of them didn't notice that something was wrong. Ko also stopped paying attention to him and continued to keep up with his sister. Gu Xinghe swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly hid next to his brother. Seemingly sensing his brother's fear, Gu Xinghe glanced at him suspiciously. Several people continued to walk along the winding countryside dirt road. Looking into the distance, you can vaguely see the villagers working hard on their farms. There were also a few newly cleared fields nearby, like they were going to grow vegetables. There were many houses on both sides of the road, and dozens of villagers were standing on the path. They all knew that a big star had come to the village to record a program. Although the village chief forbade everyone to gather around, he couldn't help the curiosity of the crowd. After all, everyone wants to see what the stars look like up close. My god, it's Wang Xinru, even prettier than on TV. I was watching her movie yesterday. It seemed that someone recognized the 5th sister, and Ko curiously sought out the sound and looked into the crowd. A group of villagers gathered not far away, waving their fingers and talking. The crowd included old people, children, and even some young adults. The atmosphere of the entire village gradually came alive, and exclamations of surprise filled the air everywhere. Mountain villages are not big by nature. The commotion here soon drew more villagers out to check it out. Coincidentally, Jiang Nan's trio had suddenly appeared in the crowd as well. All 3 were dressed in a black suit with a pair of sunglasses hanging from the bridge of their noses. Jiang Nan and the 3 of them immediately hid in the corner of the wall after noticing the young master. But how could all this be hidden from Ko's probing? As long as he spread out his divine sense, he could sense the wind and grass within the entire mountain village. Ha, Jiang Nan and the others are here too? Strange, why are you avoiding us? Ko said to himself. Jiang Nan's trio roamed around the village early in the morning. The general has made dozens of phone calls since yesterday. Without exception, all of them were inquiring how the young master's condition was. They started looking for the young master in the mountain village early in the morning, but they couldn't find him. Every time General Wang Ying called, Jiang Nan's heart fluttered violently. After all, he never found the young master. Unexpectedly, just as they slipped up to here, it just so happened that they ran into a few people from the young master. When Xiaoke's people approached, the villagers excitedly took out their cell phones to take pictures. Wow, I've really seen Wang Xinru. Take a picture of it and show it to my sisters. Sister Xinru, can we have a group photo? That one is Gu Xinghe, right? My sister even watched his dramas. Wang Xiaoku, quickly let mama hug you. I'm your mom fan. The villagers surrounded the few people and greeted them warmly. Wang Xinru and Gu Xinghe were busy responding. Just then, the dazed Xiaoko was gently picked up by an ant. She was the woman who claimed to be Ko's mom fan. This startled Wang Xinru. With a cry of alarm, she quickly peeled through the crowd and snatched her brother from the woman's arms. The scene was chaotic for a while. An old gray-haired grandfather with a cane came from the intersection. This old man is the village chief of the small mountain village, Li Yushan. He was seen walking to the front of the crowd, clad in an army green overcoat and in an old-fashioned manner. A few gentle taps on the cane and the scene immediately quieted. The villagers dispersed in all directions with good sense, and everyone looked at the village head with respect. Li Yushan yelled at a group of villagers at the top of his voice. Look at you. Are you trying to scare your honored guests? Stay where you are. Hearing the village chief's order, the villagers quickly dissipated into place. At that moment, he revealed an amiable smile and explained to the Xiaoko few people. Honored guests, we mountain villagers don't know the rules, so don't worry if we say the wrong thing. My name is Li Yushan. I'm the village chief of this village. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Wang Xinru gently put down Xiaoko and let out a long breath. Just now that woman had almost carried her brother away in front of her. There's still a pang of fear when I think about it now. Ko smiled, her eyebrows arched. Grandpa Mayor, can you find us an aunt who can cook? My sister doesn't know how to cook, and I'm afraid she'll starve to death. Upon hearing the little munchkin's words, the crowd froze, then burst out laughing. Wang Xinru's cheeks blushed and she knelt down to pat her brother on the head. It's so humiliating to have this kind of scandal exposed by your own brother. Gu Xinghe, who was on the side, laughed softly. So Wang Xinru doesn't know how to cook nah. No wonder the kitchen has no signs of use. Li Yushan hunched over the little munchkin in front of him. A yellow jacket paired with black work pants. Living like a leprechaun. You're Wang Xiaoku, aren't you? What a cute kid. Ko cocked his head and inquired in a milky voice. Ha, does Grandpa Village Chief know me? Chapter 95. All steal away to find their brother. Li Yushan laughed out loud and didn't hold back a couple coughs. Boy, don't you know you're famous? Your birthday party was so lively that even an old man like me heard about it. Ko blinked his big eyes. I didn't realize my sister threw such an awesome birthday party for herself. Even such a remote village is known. No wonder there are still mom fans of my own here. Wang Xinru just smiled gently and didn't explain. Magic City birthday banquet won family recognition. There must be countless people who know about this kind of domination of the Hot 100, and only the younger brother was stupid enough to figure it out. The group talked to the village chief for a few moments and then continued to stroll through the village. Jiang Nan in the corner poked his head out to check. Noticing the young master leaving, he turned his head to the two. The three of them nodded their heads in tacit understanding, then secretly tailed the young master's few people. The other side, Bai Shalan and Bai Xiufei knocked on the neighbor's door carrying fish. Not long after, a burly man opened the door. He gazed menacingly at several people and glanced at the cameraman. Before Bai Qianlan could say anything, the big man impatiently waved his hand and said, "You guys go shoot the variety show aside and leave me alone." Boo! The gate was heavily closed and the two men ate the door. That loud voice echoed in Bai Shalan's mind. Her cheek felt like it had been slapped, and it burned. Bai Xiufei tugged on her sleeve and whispered accusingly, "Sister, let's go to the side and try again." With that, the siblings knocked on the door of another room. This time they waited a long time. A gray-haired grandmother opened the front door, her hand hanging in midair trembling. Seeing the two of them, Bai Qianlan, her voice was hoarse as she inquired, "You guys, what's the deal?" After a long pause, Bai Shalan squeezed out a far-fetched smile. "Granny, can we come to your house for dinner?" The grandmother, seemingly deaf, inquired again to the two men. "What, you need to use the restroom?" The corners of Shira's mouth twitched, raising her voice a few degrees. "Granny, can we go to your house for dinner? The restroom? You go use it." "No, I said can I have dinner at your place?" "Eat? What kind of dinner is it to go to the restroom?" The scene made the cameraman burst out laughing. Bai Qianlan was infuriated and roared, "Granny, can I have a meal at your place?" The white-haired grandmother frowned and replied in displeasure, "Why are you screaming so loud? I'm not deaf." Now the beggar's temper is still so strong. "You go away. I have no food here." Boo! The door to the room was closed again, and Bai Shalan was practically furious. "You are a big star. I don't know how many people want to invite you to dinner. I didn't expect to be treated as a beggar by the villagers here. It's too bad. Is it your fault? It's clearly the show's too doggy. The room given didn't even have a kitchen, and the food was pressed into service. It's a way to feed yourself on the northwest wind." Bai Xiufei lowered his head in aggravation. Still a child after all. Two failures made him red-eyed with difficulty. Crystalline tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, as if they would come rushing out in the next second. With her brother in this state, Bai Qianlan, who was her sister, did not go up to comfort him. Turning her head, she spoke coldly. "What's there to cry about? Look at Wang Xiaoku, he can catch fish. Why can't you?" Bai Shalan impatiently yelled at his brother, his face all a bit grim. Hearing his sister criticizing him, he cried out with a wow, as if he was greatly aggrieved. Bai Xiaofei's voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely penetrating, piercing Bai Qianlan's ears with raw pain. Stop, try crying again. Her words caused Bai Xiaofei to instantly stop crying, desperately restraining himself from crying out, but he was still hiccuping and crying. The two continued to try in the neighborhood with Bai Shalan leading the way. In the end, the Emperor's day was not to be missed. At a woman's home, the siblings finally had a hot meal. Soon the groups returned to their accommodation to rest. The afternoon went by in a flash. At night, the darkness swallowed up what light was left. Maybe it's on the program's conscience. Director Hua gathered all the guests at the B&B for a dinner. Slightly dim lighting illuminated the room. A dozen colorful and flavorful meals were quietly placed on the table. Bai Xiaofei wolfed down his food, seemingly hungry for a long time. The rest of the group was no better, with their meals apparently all going up quite a bit. At dinner, Wang Xinru was as elegant as ever. That beautiful figure looked like a princess who had traveled from the fairy tale world. She picked up the meal from the table and gently placed it in her brother's bowl. Ko had eaten a lot for lunch, and now he didn't have much of an appetite. He grinned as he picked up an orange and peeled it off himself. Sister, eat the orange. The crowd looked over and saw a little munchkin smiling sweetly. The small hand held the peeled orange and handed it to Wang Xinru. In the crowd's opinion, he's really too good and cute. Wang Xinru took the orange and stuffed it into her mouth, a smile floating on her delicate face. That's a good brother, rewarded with a kiss. With that, she cupped her brother's cheeks, kissy face, and kissed him. Xia Chang'e retracted her gaze to look at her sister and couldn't help but sigh darkly. At this time she actually envied Wang Xinru a little. Gu Xing had gently patted his brother's head and pointed at the orange. Just learn more from little brother Ko. Be understanding. Gu Xinghai pouted and returned with dissatisfaction. You're not a pretty sister. I'm not going to peel it for you. Good brother. Say that again. And so, under his brother's forced gaze, he picked up the orange and peeled it rustily. As if a chain reaction had occurred, Ji Luchuan also looked at his brother. Soon, the two younger brothers peeled the oranges and handed them to their older brother. Without waiting for her sister to say anything, Xia Yuha handed over a peeled orange. The three were satisfied to compliment their siblings. Bai Xiaofei picked up the orange and looked at his sister. When he peeled it and handed it to his sister, he was only met with a cold grunt. I don't like oranges. After eating her fill, Bai Qianlan put down her chopsticks and looked at the director with dissatisfaction. Director Hua, the environment my brother and I live in is too bad. Can we get a different house? Director Hua laughed dryly and spread his hands helplessly. You'll get a house swap if you place high in the rankings at the game tomorrow. It's decided on the basis of race results. Bai Xiaofei instantly deflated, skimming his mouth in aggravation. Not far away from the big tree, Jiang Nan stood on the branch dressed in black. He picked up the Warwick Mate 60 and zoomed in dozens of times to take a few pictures. Turning his head he sent it to Jen. Hey, Jiang Nan, do we still have to cook for the young master? The two figures under the tree spoke softly. Of course. We'll send the chicken soup to the young master and young lady's room in advance. Jiang Nan was afraid of causing a commotion and deliberately lowered his voice. The three of them hit it off and quickly rushed to their place to make chicken soup. In the meantime, Wang Ying, sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, received the photo. Her frown that had been furrowed all day finally unfurled. Jiang Nan's trio's efficiency was too low, and she had long been impatiently waiting. Wang family manor. Wang Siki, who had labored all day, pushed open the door of her room and rubbed her eyes tiredly. Recently Wang's group officially launched a business war with Gao's group. As president she is under the most pressure. Fortunately, Wang's group is on the dominant side. Now she has acquired 8% of Gao's group. I believe that soon, the Gao family will come crying and begging themselves to stop. Scanning the hall, she didn't spot her parents or her second and eighth sisters. Puzzled, she walked into the hall and inquired of Aunt Arisher, who was busy. Aunt Barb, didn't my father come downstairs? At those words, Auntie Lan turned around and replied respectfully. Miss, master and mistress have been away from home for half a day. Wang Siki raised her eyebrows in surprise and pursued the question. What about my second sister? Aunt Barb continued to reply. The second young lady left home 2 hours ago as well. Where is my eighth sister? Miss 8 also left the estate about an hour ago. This confused Wang Siki. How come every one of them is gone? She looked around the hall, puzzled. At the kennel. Where's Blackie? Back to Miss. Little Black was also taken away by Miss 8. What? Now, the entire Wang family is left to themselves? As if thinking of something, she paused and inquired in alarm. Did they go looking for the young master? Aunt Barb nodded and said yes with a smile. Wang Siki was completely speechless. Is everyone in the family so inwardly curled? All of them stole away to her brother's side while she was away, and no advance notice to bring yourself along. She pulled out her cell phone and asked the 8th sister for the location, then instructed towards the servants, "Prepare the car. I'm going out too." Chapter 96, Gathering in the Mountain Village to Meet Your Brother? Inside the small mountain village, as it was getting late, the groups returned to their lodgings to prepare for rest. Inside the small courtyard of Vineyard, Ji Luchuan and his brother simply cleaned up and lay down on the bed and couch. Perhaps overworked, the two soon fell into a deep sleep. Small country-style courtyard. The two summer sisters are very unaccustomed to their new place of residence. The two beds in the room were not big, and the mattresses were also on the hard side, causing Xia Qianya to suffer. The bed was made and the two of them changed into fuzzy pajamas to try and fall asleep, but they can't sleep at all for a while. Love the little patio. Gu Xinghai jumped into bed just as the Gu brothers entered the room. He was yawning on the way back, obviously dozing off. Not even 3 minutes later, a slight snort came from the little chubby boy. Gu Xinghai let out a long sigh, looking somewhat helpless. He had to squeeze in with his brother since the room for two only had a queen-sized bed. Easy lodge. Shiranui clenched her teeth and scanned the room in disgust. There were only 2 cribs and nothing more in the whole little dirt room. Even sleeping in a bridge hole is better than this, right? At the very least the space is bigger than that. The little dirt room was estimated to be only 20 square meters. Just standing in the room gave one a feeling of suffocation and was extremely uncomfortable. We have to take first place tomorrow. Sleep. She secretly resolved to stay at the cottage tomorrow. A large and small group soon lay down on the bed, but couldn't get to sleep. The other side. Inside a luxury country cottage, Xiaoke rubbed his round belly and said with a smile towards Wang Xinru, "5th sister, which room are you going to sleep in? Sleep. The cottage has 2 bedrooms. He held out his little finger and pointed to the 2 rooms, waiting for his sister to pick. But Wang Xinru was not following the rules. She let out a light laugh and spoke close to Ko's ear. "It's the first time my sister has slept in a mountain village, and she's so scared. Why don't you have my sister sleep with you, so I won't be afraid?" Ko cocked her head, eyeing her 5th sister suspiciously. That kind of lie would only fool a 5-year-old. He's 6 years old. Because of his cultivation, his intelligence was far higher than his peers. My sister's deception is too low end for him. Let's get some early rest. We still have a game tomorrow. After saying that, Wang Xinru took her brother's plump little hand and entered the room. Just as I entered the door, the smell of incense hit me. At some point, a rice cooker suddenly appeared on the tabletop. When I got close enough to check it out, it was actually half a chicken simmering in chicken broth. Floating on the golden-colored soup surface are fungus, shiitake mushrooms, exuding a refreshing aroma. The odd scene puzzled the 2 men. Xiaoku immediately expanded his divine sense. In an instant, he spotted the Jiangnan trio near the villa. He murmured in a small voice, "Is it the chicken soup that brother Jiangnan sent?" Wang Xinru frowned and secretly guessed, "Is it a special chicken soup from the director?" She had just pulled out her cell phone and was about to ask the director when she was startled by the scene in front of her. Just by lifting his little hand, Ko lifted the chicken soup from the rice cooker into the air. "Chicken soup that flies?" Xiaoke waved his fat little hand, and the chicken soup even flew into the bowl on its own. She swallowed hard and surveyed her brother in shock. Immortal cultivators, can they still make things fly? When she slowed down, she saw that her brother was holding a small bowl, happily drinking chicken soup. Wang Xinru pursed her lips and couldn't help but ask out loud, "Brother?" Ko put down his bowl with a curious expression. Can you make things fly?" After some thought, he nodded to his sister. When he was still in the late stage of qi refining, he was able to fetch objects from across the sky. Wang Xinru, who got the answer, opened her mouth wide and secretly said in her heart, "Are immortal cultivators this powerful? Will my brother really become a god in the future?" After a pause, she reminded her brother, "Ko, don't drink yet. This chicken soup is of unknown origin, and I don't know if I can drink it. Sister will ask the program first." She pulled out her cell phone and was about to make a call when her brother interrupted her with an outburst. "Sister, this is from brother Jiangnan. Do you want to taste it, sister?" Wang Xinru's jade hand froze in the air, her eyes filled with confusion. Noticing the look on his sister's face, the little munchkin explained in a milky voice, "I saw brother Jiangnan today. He came with me. He's the one who sent this chicken soup." The barrage of information sent Wang Xinru into deep thought. She knew that Jiangnan was second sister's man, and should have been sent by second sister to watch over her brother. Delivering chicken soup in the middle of the night. You're afraid your brother will go hungry. Figuring out the cause, a light smile lifted the corners of her mouth. Looks like the second sister has been keeping an eye on her brother. In no time at all, Ko drank the entire bowl of chicken soup. Wang Xinru rummaged through her suitcase to find her pajamas. She turned around and changed into a pair of plain white bunny pajamas, and then she put on her brother's brown bear pajamas. Once everything was cleaned up, the two of them lay down comfortably in bed. Ko bristled and sighed softly. Today, I slept with my fifth sister and couldn't practice in peace again. Wang Xinru turned off the light and happily wrapped her arms around her brother. The unique milky scent of Coco's body lingered in her nostrils, intoxicating her a little. Soon, Wang Xinru fell into a deep sleep, and Xiaoke soon fell asleep snuggled in his sister's arms. It's an unusually cold night today. At midnight, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the small mountain village. The car arrived at the B&B and the two bodyguards and Wang Ying stepped out of the car. Wang Ying deliberately draped a black coat, a pair of camouflage pants with black boots, will set off its valiant. Jiang Nan and the three of them seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, and when they saw the general they immediately stepped forward to greet him. General! The three men gave a neat military salute. Wang Ying scanned the three of them and nodded slightly before striding into the B&B. After opening the room, she turned to Jiang Nan and instructed him, "You will first stand guard here and wait to greet my family." Yes. Wang Ying withdrew his gaze and walked up to the second-floor guest room alone. Jiang Nan led the two men to continue guarding the door. Moonlight poured down, reflecting the blurred figures of the three. An hour passes and an Audi S6 comes in the distance. I could tell from the license plate that this must be some big shot from the military district. The car pulled up next to the B&B, and Wang Yuehao led Chen Hui out of the car. He had a deep gaze and wore a black jacket. In the darkness that enveloped the night, it made it difficult to see his figure. Chen Hui was a little afraid of the cold, so she wore a thick, cream-colored down jacket. Jiang Nan respectfully stepped forward and reminded the two of them to rest inside the B&B. Chen Hui nodded and followed Wang Yuehao into the B&B. Shortly after they left, another Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up to the B&B. The car door was pushed open and Wang Lele, wearing a cashmere jacket, stepped out of the car. Behind her was a cute little white dog. Blackie got out of the car and looked around curiously, wondering what he was thinking. "Blackie, I'm coming." Jiang Nan led Miss 8 into the B&B. After opening the room, Wang Lele picked up Xiao Hei and walked upstairs. Just as Jiang Nan was about to go back to sleep, Wang Lele turned around and reminded him, "You wait here for my seventh sister, who is also coming over." Hearing this, Jiang Nan's trio sucked in a breath of cool air. "The ladies and the head of the family are all here? Young master is just filming a variety show. Why all the fuss?" Jiang Nan expressed his confusion. There was nothing they could do but continue to wait. Looking at the time, it was now 2:30 in the morning. "I don't think I'll be able to get a good night's sleep today." At about 3 o'clock, a yellow-green Maserati whizzed into the mountain village. Because of the speed of the car, a large cloud of smoke rolled up from the rear of the car. Jiang Nan and the three of them all looked dumbfounded. Coming to the side of the B&B, the Maserati gradually slowed down, and finally came to a steady stop in front of the door. The driver and bodyguard were the first to get out of the car and respectfully opened the rear door. A delicate and high-strung beauty stepped out of the car. The person who came was none other than Wang Siki. Because she had left in too much of a hurry, she hadn't had a chance to change out of her workplace outfit. Her beautiful eyes crinkled deeply as the cold wind blew. The bodyguard respectfully handed over a faded gold fleece jacket. Led by Jiang Nan, Wang Siki stepped on the steps to the second floor. When she was far away, Jiang Nan's trio stretched tiredly and prepared to go back to rest. The original directing team chartered all the rooms on the first floor. Now the Wang family crowd had bagged the second floor as well. Following Wang Lele's instructions, Wang Siki pushed open one of the guest rooms. As soon as she entered the door, all the Wang family members in the room looked at her in unison. "Sit down, seventh sister." Wang Lele arched her eyebrows and greeted Wang Siki at the door. When she sat down, her eyes swept over the crowd. "Why didn't you guys say something when you came running over here?" She inquired of her family in a disgruntled manner, a hint of sultriness in her tone. Wang Yuehao couldn't help but laugh. Wang Siki inclined her head and continued to speak. "Father, you have long since recovered from your injuries, and now you are also about to be made a marshal by the lord of the land. Uncle Gu Biao and the others are still guarding the northern border for you. What should we do?" As the words turned, Wang Yuehao stopped laughing and coughed dryly twice, his face a little flushed. When he learned that his son had been recovered, the couple was in a hurry to get home to hold him. But a military region cannot live without a general. So he faked a serious injury and took the opportunity to go home and recuperate. "It just screws up your own brothers." He gave a snort and opened his mouth to reply. "There's no hurry, I have my own way." Thousands of miles away in the Northern Realm's military camp, the crowd of Gu Biao who were sleeping collectively sneezed. The Wang family members chatted for a while, then went to their separate rooms to rest. The moon is setting over the western mountains. The entire mountain village was silent and seemed serene and peaceful. Chapter 97 Third Miss, Welcome Home. Early in the morning, several chicken cries echoed within the small mountain village. Villagers get up early to work on their farms and go to their fields with the sunrise. A few sharp-eyed villagers exclaimed in surprise as they passed by the B&B. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Maserati, Cullinan, and an Audi S6 with military plates. The shrieks attracted many villagers to stop and watch. Talking about the luxury cars. I've only seen these cars on TV shows. How much does it cost to buy this car? $500,000? $500,000 won't even buy half a car door. Hiss, which side of the rich and powerful is this? Doggy, are you blind? Isn't that a Magic City license plate? The staff of the program also came to the door one after another. Director Hua had just stepped out of the B&B when he noticed the crowd of onlookers. Looking down the road, he saw a row of luxury cars parked neatly in front of the entrance. The most noticeable was the Audi S6 with the license plate number Army 00003. Needless to say, this must be some military high up on some side. So many luxury cars gathered in the small mountain village. Even the WA director, who was used to seeing big scenes, was shocked and sucked in a sharp breath. For some reason, the yellow-green Maserati looked familiar. It seemed like he'd seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember for a moment. Could it be some rich guy from Magic City coming to the mountain village for a vacation? It's a remote place, but it's got a nice view and it's pretty good for a vacation. Director Hua slowed down and took out his cell phone to check the time, then rushed to the staff for some instructions. Upon receiving the director's order, 10 cameramen rushed to the group's residences with breakfast. The rest of the staff evacuated the villagers' luxury cottage in Mountain Village. Ko was still huffing and puffing, but he was having weird dreams. In my dream, the black guy kept licking his face and couldn't get rid of. Knock knock. There was a knock on the villa door and Ko grunted twice to move. Feeling sticky on his face, he subconsciously raised his hand to touch it. This touch scared him so much that he immediately opened his eyes, just in time to meet Wang Xinru's eyes. Sis, Xiaoko milkily called out to Wang Xinru, then sat up in a daze. Did my sister steal a kiss from me? It's so sticky. He beamed and wrinkled his nose. Hearing her brother's words, her eyes became fluttering. No, how could I steal my own brother? It must have been you drooling on your face. Wang Xinru's defense was full of holes in Xiaoko's eyes. How can drooling make both sides of your face sticky? Your sister must be lying to herself. Knock knock. There was another knock at the door. Wang Xinru stepped out of bed in her white rabbit pajamas and called out towards the door. Just a moment. We have to wash up. With that, she led Ko to wash and dress. It didn't take long for the cottage door to open. Ko wore a green jacket hand-picked by her sister and simple black sweatpants underneath. And Wang Xinru changed into a curry shirt and a pair of white casual pants. The two come into view of the cameraman, getting notified by the program team that the teams need to rush to the designated venue for today's competition. Wang Xinru took her brother's hand and walked out of the villa. The show's car was parked in front of the entrance at the moment. Halfway across the country, Ko was gorging himself on meat buns in the car. This is the breakfast prepared by the program. Only buns and soy milk. Wang Xinru didn't have the appetite to eat. She only looked at her brother quietly. No one noticed that there were two Rolls Royces trailing them in the rear. The people sitting inside the car were clearly Wang Siki and the others. Early in the morning, Wang Ying called and sent Jiang Nan to keep an eye on the young master's movements. When they learned that their brother had gone out, they moved hastily to follow him. The vehicle traveled on a curvy country road and soon came to an orchard. Several cars were parked near the orchard gate. At the door, a dozen or so workmen gathered beside Director Hua, seemingly conferring on something. The car pulled up next to the orchard, and Wang Xinru let her brother out of the car. The remaining 4 groups of guests had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Surprised, Ko glanced around, and through the fence he could see so many apple trees. Does today's game have something to do with apples? Seeing Xiaoko's arrival, Xia Yuho revealed a sweet smile and took the initiative to greet him. Gu Xinghai also came close to Ko to chat. Little children seem to be very unmemorable, forgetting all about yesterday's unpleasantness. Wang Xiaoku, guess what will be competing today? I think it should be a race to eat apples to see who eats more. He. Gu Xinghai crossed his arms, very confident in his guess. Xiaoku gave him a blank look. Why does this fat brother know how to eat? A large hand clasped on Gu Xinghai's head, and he looked up to see that it was actually his brother. Gu Xinghai obviously hadn't slept well and was now wearing a pair of faint dark circles under his eyes. My good brother. No one takes you for a little fool if you don't speak. Gu Xinghai purposely bit the words good brother very heavily, as if there was a resentment in the bottom of his heart. The clueless Gu Xinghai didn't notice anything wrong with his brother. Standing on the left side, Bai Qianlan's face was a bit haggard, and it was hard to hide it even with heavy makeup. Her hair was unkempt. After all, there were no amenities in the small dirt room. She was already having a hard time staying just one day. At this time when she saw Wang Xiaoko again, she was even more furious. If Wang Xiaoko had been willing to give herself a fish yesterday, her place would have been a lot better. Why can she, Wang Xinru, live in a villa, but she can only live in a dirt house? The two G brothers were in good shape, looking like they had rested quite well last night. All the guests had arrived at the venue and Director Hua picked up the megaphone and announced, "Teams, Today we will have the second round of the tournament. The trees are ripe with apples in the golden fall. As you can see the orchard in front of you. Today's game is Brave Fruit and Fruit. The rules are simple. Each group collects apples and puts them in each group's big basket in a set amount of time. We will be ranked by the number of apples. 3-hour time limit. Kids, be careful. Don't get hit by an apple. After going over the rules, the staff brought in 5 pairs of long scissors, 10 helmets, and 10 fruit baskets. 5 large baskets with each group's name written on them were quietly placed in the orchard. Wang Xinru took the small helmet and put it backhandedly on Xiaoke's head. The little helmet is yellow-green with a cartoon design on it. Everyone all wore helmets and picked up small fruit baskets. Sharp scissors are only allowed to be used by older siblings. This is for fear that children may poke someone. With everything ready, Director Hua officially announced the start of the match, accompanied by the laughter of small children. The 5-team group rushed into the orchard and the cameramen quickly took their positions. Ko followed closely behind her sister with a small fruit basket. Director Hua grinned a grin. Suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning back, he came face to face with 2 large, burly men. Those 2 had a rigid and courageous temperament, as sharp as a sheathed sword, and were obviously not ordinary people. You, who are you? Director Hua opened his mouth in panic. The staff immediately flocked to the side. Just as the crowd was wondering, the 2 spread out left and right. The 2 men had just obscured Hua Guan's line of sight, and now he could see a group of people walking in front of him. When they got close to him, Hua's director was not calm. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The one standing in the middle of that crowd was actually Wang Yuehao. Recent events regarding the border war have set the country on fire. Wang Yuehao slaughtered E Kingdom's 400,000 troops with 450,000 troops and suffered less than 50,000 casualties. He even became a national hero in the eyes of the Chinese people. What a dazzling record. Such national heroes were a million times greater in his eyes than the so-called stars. Wang, General Wang? Director Hua's legs were trembling with excitement, and his brain had a dizzying feeling of lack of oxygen. He glanced over to a few people next to him, and when he saw a high-strung beauty, he froze abruptly. Wang's group, President, Wang Siki? Suddenly he recalled the Maserati. No wonder I felt familiar. That was the car assigned to the president of the Wang Group. Continuing to look to the side, his mouth dropped open into an O. Genius pianist, Wang Lele. As a first-rate director of inner entertainment, he naturally knew about Wang Lele's exploits. At only 19 years old, she has gained tens of millions of fans by relying on her melodious and beautiful piano music. What's even scarier is that she has fans all over the world with great energy. I didn't expect her to show up. Hua Guan's trembling legs became more violent, and the last one didn't hold back. Flop. Everyone froze. Wang Yuehao looked at the director in surprise, then turned his head to his several daughters. This dude is also too polite. Just meeting and performing such a great gift. I can't afford this. Chenhui slapped him lightly on the waist and opened her mouth to spit. You, why don't you kneel too? As a return gift? Wang Yuehao smiled brightly and walked up to pull up the director. And in the process, he also patted the dust on him. The staff moved a couple of benches. The Wang family members sat around with Director Hua and chatted. During the conversation, it was revealed that Wang Yuehao was Wang Xiaoke's father, and the valiant beauty next to him was actually a general of the border military region. 1 door and 2 generals. Hua Guan only felt his brain buzzing, and he was actually a bit out of breath. Earlier, he thought that Wang Xiaoke only had 4 absolutely unrivaled sisters. I didn't realize that his father was Wang Yuehao. Now that I think about it, to have 4 sisters with powerful backgrounds, their fathers really shouldn't be nameless. The king's tarmac at this time. A helicopter slowly landed on the ground. The cabin door opens and a young woman, stylishly dressed and fair-skinned, steps onto the gangway. She had a standard melon face with red lips and white teeth, and her beautiful eyes were soulful and clear. Her long, light red hair hung behind her like a waterfall, and her white skin looked as if it could be pinched out of water. A long, pure white dress draped down and a snow-white jacket that sets off a delicate, innocent. Surrounded by staff, the director of management arrived in a panic. As he ran to the helicopter, he immediately leaned down and spoke respectfully toward the woman. Third Miss, welcome home. Chapter 98, Third Sister, Wang Yingying. Her name is Yingying Wang and she is also known as the International Fashion Queen. 5 years ago, she founded FD clothing brand alone in Y country. With its unique design, FD soon dominated the whole clothing market in Y. Today, there are FD subsidiaries throughout the world, and the total annual revenue is in the hundreds of billions. FD is also known by many as the trendsetter of the. 2 more basilisk-clad old men came out of the helicopter and stood behind her on the left and right. An inexplicable sense of intimidation came from these 2. One of the eagle-nosed old men looked around, his gaze like electricity. Just based on that aura of arrogance, one could tell that this person was extremely extraordinary. prepare the car and go home. Wang Yingying spoke faintly, her eyes filled with excitement. The management director immediately prepared the vehicle and respectfully escorted the lady to the car. Within a short time, the car pulled into the estate at breakneck speed. In the center of the road, Xiao Lu was leisurely sweeping the floor, humming a light-hearted tune under his breath. Smart and brave and resourceful, I really envy. Since he returned to the Wang family from the military camp, Xiao Lu has fallen in love with sweeping the floor. There was no battlefield fighting, no strenuous armament training. Sweep the floors on time every day and play piece warmer after work. Nice needle. Tick-tock. The sound of a sharp car honk came from behind Xiao Lu. Before he could turn around, the car whizzed past him. That's just not fast enough. And the fallen leaves he had just swept into a pile vehicle rolled up in the strong wind and blew away, floating everywhere. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lu was on fire. He grabbed his broom and slammed it down hard on the ground, cursing angrily at the car. Out of breath, he had to pick up the broom and sweep the floor again. Wang family villa. Aunt Barb had nothing to do, so she picked up a rag and wiped down the kennel. Suddenly, the villa door was pushed open. Wang Yingying stepped into the hall and scanned the circle with a slightly unfamiliar gaze. Noticing Aunt Arashir in the corner, she called out softly, "What are you up to, Aunt Arashir?" Upon hearing the clear female voice, Auntie Arashi's figure lurched as she looked for the sound. Noticing the gorgeous figure standing in the doorway, she covered her mouth and nose in surprise. "Third Miss is home?" Slowly, Aunt Arashir stopped moving to respond to him. "I see this kennel getting dusty, so I'm cleaning it up. Why didn't Third Miss come home without prior notice? I'll go clean up the room for the lady now." Wang Yingying led the two old men to Aunt Lon and opened her mouth back to her. "I wanted to surprise my brother." Saying so, she inquired with a puzzled look on her face. "Aunt Barb, where is my family? And where is my baby brother?" Auntie Lon said with a bitter smile after hearing this. "The master and mistress of the house left home yesterday. Second Miss, Seventh Miss, and Eighth Miss have all left the manor to look for young master as well." Wang Yingying was a bit surprised. She didn't know that her second sister was also at home. "I wanted to surprise everyone, but I didn't realize she was the only one left in the house." Wrinkling her nose, she continued to press the issue. "Where did the young master go?" Auntie Lon thought back carefully and then told the third young lady. "Young master was taken by fifth young miss to record a variety show. It seems to be in a mountain village." Wang Yingying frowned tightly and spat out in dissatisfaction. "Nonsense. Even if the fifth sister is not doing her job, she still wants to drag her younger brother onto her thieving ship. Did mom, dad and second sister let it happen too?" With that, she pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and quickly edited the text message to send to the sisterhood. "Wang Yingying, where are you and your brother? Send the location. Wang Siki, I'm at the office. Wang Lele, has third sister gone home yet? I'm on a plane to Linjiang for a performance. Wang Ying, ahem. I have a bad signal here. Wang Wenya, yo 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 yo. Second sister can still send messages even if the signal is bad? Wanya Wang, I can't live without laughing at my family members." She clenched her silver teeth when she saw the messages her sisters had replied to. These humanoids are trying to dominate their brother, aren't they? And they're trying to swindle themselves. There's even the odd reason of bad signal. Is this the legendary plastic sisterhood flowers falling on my house? Wang Yingying rummaged through her address book and then called a few people. Siki Wang, refused to call. Lele Wang, refused to call. Wang Ying off. Wang Xinru, no answer. Yuahao Wang, no response at this time. Chen Hui, no response at this time. This one call went like a stone dropped into the sea without any movement. Wang Yingying stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do. Orchard entrance. All the people in the Wang family put away their cell phones with smiles on their faces. War director was a little uncertain. Did something good happen in the family that made them all so happy? Wang Ying coughed lightly and slowly walked into the orchard. Director Hua was just about to open his mouth to remind him, but he realized that Wang Ying was only watching from afar and not influencing the recording. He took a long breath. If this female general really wanted to get together, he wouldn't dare to stop her. Inside the orchard, the scene was hot as all the groups indulged in the joy of apple picking. At first, the team members didn't work together. They just competed to see who had the fastest hands. Double star group. Gu Xinghe picked up the scissors and cut the apples one by one to the ground. When he saw that the number of apples on the ground was about the same, he led his brother in picking up the apples. Just 10 minutes had passed and the two men were halfway through the apples in their fruit baskets. Counted almost 30. The other side. Ji Luchuan quickly cut the apples on the branches, and Ji Zichuan followed to pick up the fruits that fell to the ground. The brothers look in tune with each other. But soon, they were in a situation. As Kid Chuan's fruit basket gets fuller, the basket gets heavier. By the end of the day he couldn't lift the fruit basket with his little hands. Ji Luchuan can only take the basket one trip after another into the Zichuan group fruit basket. The progress is also much slower. All groups were busy. As a girl, Wang Xinru was not in an advantageous position. Combined with not having done farm work, apple picking was quite a bit slower than the rest of the group. Ko covered her face and sighed helplessly. Sister 5 is a real pit. At this rate, it's probably going to be a countdown. There were cameramen around, and he didn't dare to use his cultivation easily. This is going to make him anxious. Suddenly he was struck with a great idea that came to his head. Lifting the small fruit basket, he called out in a milky voice towards Wang Xinru. Sister, I'm going to look over there. Wang Xinru stopped her hand movements and turned to him in response. No, you just follow your sister and pick up apples and don't go anywhere. With that, she raised the scissors and continued to cut the apples with vigor. Half an hour passed. The fruit baskets of the Fatco group contain only a small pile of apples. Ko sighed darkly. You can't rely on your sister this time, or you'll really be at the bottom of the list. Looking around, his eyes revealed a sly glint. When her sister wasn't looking, Ko lifted her feet and ran off into the distance. A cameraman saw it and immediately got up to catch up. A large and small group of people weaved their way through the fruit trees and soon came to the corner of the orchard. By the time Ko stopped, the cameraman was panting with exhaustion. He couldn't help but spit inwardly. Are this doll's legs a perpetual motion machine, so capable of stomping? Ko turned around and smiled sweetly, asking him softly, Uncle Cameraman, is there something in my eye? The cameraman looked puzzled for a moment, then scrutinized the little munchkin's eyes. Only his azure-colored pupils were as clear and pure as gemstones. Spectral ghost eyes. The cameraman suddenly noticed a flash of green light floating at Ko's pupils. Immediately afterward, his entire body froze in place, his consciousness engulfed by endless darkness. Ko grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Stepping out of camera range, Ko milked a drink. Golden Crow, an arcane golden longsword instantly appeared in midair. With a slight movement of his mind, the flying sword instantly transformed into streams of light that flashed around. Knock, knock. In an instant, the surrounding fruit trees rained apples in a spectacular scene. He opened his hands, and dozens of apples were pulled into midair by his spiritual power and flew neatly into the fruit basket again. Hey, I'm a little genius, Xiao Ke said. Sister 5 can just lie down. I'll take the flyer. He lifted the small fruit basket and ran quickly to the Fatco group fruit basket. As Xiao Ke poured the apples into the basket, Wang Ying, who was watching from a distance, beamed. 5 minutes passed. Like a hard-working bee, Ko had already made several trips back and forth. The number of apples in the large baskets is also gradually overtaking the other groups. On the other side, Wang Xinru's arms were sore from exhaustion. She turned back to Ko to inquire, Brother, why don't you pick up the apples? Ha, where is everyone? Sweeping his eyes, where was his brother nearby? Wang Xinru panicked as she searched for her brother in the orchard, and the cameraman kept pace with her. Soon she found Ko in the corner of the orchard, picking up apples. There were probably hundreds of apples scattered all over the ground. The scene froze her momentarily, and her eyes became odd. The cameraman couldn't figure it out either, and he was curious as to why. Wang Xinru said in her heart that it must be her brother who had used the spells of the immortal cultivators. How else would you drop so many apples? Chapter 99, the variety show is over. Can we go home now? Seeing his sister arrive, Ko picks at his fingers in embarrassment. Wang Xinru did not ask her brother why. After all, there were still people recording, and he couldn't expose his brother's identity as a cultivator. She leaned down to pick up the apples on the ground with her brother. The 2 men transported it back and forth, quickly filling the fruit baskets. During the process, the 2 also meet the Gu brothers. Gu Xinghe looked at the fruit basket in Xiao Ke's hand in surprise. That basket full of apples was estimated to weigh 20 pounds. Could Wang Xiaoke lift it? Is he the reincarnation of Lu Zhishan, born with huge strength? He laughed at the thought himself. Greetings were exchanged and the 4 parted ways, just as Xiaoke and his sister went back to pick up the apples. Bai Qianlan led by Xiufei towards the group fruit basket. She noticed the fruit baskets of the fat cohort in the corner of her eye. The apples had piled up and were about to overflow. On the contrary, on my side, the basket was only half full. She frowned and looked around for a moment. Noticing that no one was next to her, she gave a wicked smile. Cameraman, can you go get me some medicine? I'm so dizzy and it hurts. Do you have any painkillers? White Sharon covered her head and sat crouched on the ground, weakly asking the cameraman about it. Seeing Bai Qianlan in this state, the cameraman also panicked and rushed to the director's office to get medicine. Plan for success. After he left, Bai Xiaolan quickly got up and ran over to the Fatco group fruit basket. She quickly picks up the apples and puts them in the flying group basket. A few moments later, seeing that the pretense was almost done, Bai Xiaolan sneered. Wang Xinru, I really have to thank you today. Giggle. Bai Xiufei looked dully at his sister and muttered in a small voice. Sister, it's not right for us to do this. Shira glanced impatiently at her brother. He immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak again. When the cameraman arrived with the medicine, Bai Xiaolan immediately crouched down and sat on the ground. She rose with a feigned shudder. After taking her medication, the cameraman kindly reminded her to sit down and rest. At that moment, Wang Xinru and her brother arrived with a fruit basket. Walking up to the basket, Ko froze. The pile of apples that had been bubbling just a moment ago was now only mostly baskets. Noticing Shiranui on the side, Ko gave a strange look. He remembered that the flying group had only had half a basket of apples a moment ago, but now it was about to fill up. It was hard not to suspect her of this bizarre change. Wang Xinru obviously also realized that something was wrong. She looked serious as she walked slowly towards Bai Shalan. Why are you stealing apples from our group? Do you choose to speculate when your own group is slow? These words caused Bai Qianlan to instantly explode, like a civet cat whose tail had been stepped on. Wang Xinru, I respect you, but it doesn't mean you can slander me at will. Which one of your eyes saw me steal your group's apples? Don't spit blood. Everything is based on evidence. White Xiaofei on the side was a bit scared and hid tightly behind his sister, not daring to raise his head. Ko huffed and furrowed her eyebrows, saying in her heart, this woman is so bad. Wang Xinru was really exasperated by these words, and she instructed the cameraman beside Bai Qianlan. You play back the video from earlier. The cameraman obeys and picks up the camera to play back the footage. In the video, Shira says it's a headache. Immediately after the video jumps to after she has taken her pills. Obviously the video is missing a part. Wang Xinru frowned. It was probably during this time that Shiraz secretly shifted apples, but no matter how much she questioned her, Bai Qianlan flatly denied it. And it's true that she has no evidence in her hands. This could make Wang Xinru furious. Just as the two were arguing, a tall figure came from the distance. She had a high and cool temperament and an innate sense of nobility. The hands and feet show all the majesty and heroism. Noticing the approaching figure, Ko called out excitedly towards her. Second sister, what brings you here? At those words, several people looked at the woman. Wang Xinru, who was on the side, was also surprised by the appearance of her second sister. Wang Ying stared at Bai Qianlan without blinking, his pace steady and strong. When she came closer, she raised her hand and slapped it. Snap! Crisp slaps echoed through the orchard. This slap made Bai Qianlan straighten up, and her cheeks quickly reddened and swelled. In reaction, she was ashamed and indignant. Don't you dare hit me! Snap! Another loud slap and the other half of her face was red and swollen. Bai Qianlan completely lost her mind and pounced on Wang Ying with her teeth and claws open. Snap! Wang Ying, who was already an internal strength martial artist, slightly exerted his force and directly slapped her over on the ground. You deserve a beating for being shameless yourself. My Wang family's people, will you be allowed to mess with them at will? Ko stuck out his thumb in praise of his second sister, his eyes full of admiration. Tie pants are hot. The director and a host of other crew members quickly arrived on the scene. Looking at the wretched Bai Qianlan, Director Hua was a bit at a loss for words. He didn't expect this to happen either. Stop recording. Director Hua sent word to all departments and instructed all teams to stop playing. Wang Ying didn't pay attention to the others and turned around to pick up his brother. The cold face transformed into a soft smile. Good brother. Miss your sister? Ko smiled sweetly and nodded repeatedly. At this time, Wang Siki and the others also came to Xiaoke's side. He then realized that the family had come over. Originally, Xiaoke didn't expand his divine sense, so he didn't know that his sisters were coming over. The family surrounded Ko, all with smiles on their faces. Brother, shouldn't the seventh sister be rewarded for traveling so far to find you? Wang Siki lifted her finger and pointed to the side of her face, as if on cue. On the side, Wang Yuehao blocked in front of his daughter and also said towards his son, baby boy, daddy has come so far, shouldn't he reward daddy with a kiss too? No. Ko's head shook like a rattle. Wang Lele hid her mouth and snickered, suddenly realizing that her father, who was originally solemn and serious, had become much more childish. The family was so happy that no one paid any attention to Bai Qianlan, who had collapsed on the ground. Seeing his sister being beaten, Bai Xiaofei cried out with a wow. It instantly drew everyone's eyes to it. Director Hua sends someone to assist Bai Qianlan, and then asks him about the reason. Who knew that she shook off the staff's hands and pointed at the Wang family's crowd and roared, "You're beating people up for no reason. I'm calling the police." Wang Ying turned her head, then she pulled out her cell phone and played out a video for the crowd. It was a bit blurry due to the distance, but the crowd could still make out Bai Shalan's movements after the cameraman left. In the video, she puts an apple from Wang Xinru's group into her own group. Wang Ying wrapped his arms around himself and said in a nonchalant manner, "Being a public figure makes it all the more important to discipline your behavior. This video of me is also evidence of your theft. You can call the police if you want. I'm the one who moved." This made Director Hua's mood even more apprehensive. Who do you, Bai Qianlan, not want to mess with, but want to mess with them? These big names move their fingers and your entertainment career is over. Wang Siki was the first to turn back, her beautiful eyes revealing a chilling aura. Meeting her gaze, Bai Shalan felt a chill run down his spine. Wang Xinru walked up to stop her sisters, then pulled out her cell phone and dialed. A short while later, there was a surprised voice on the other end of the line. Xinru, why did you remember to call me? I've seen you go to Mordor recently. And now, Wang Xinru opened her mouth to interrupt him. Mr. Zhang, Bai Shalan is your underhanded artist, right? Cancel the resource rights and interests of Shining Star Culture and Entertainment to her. The man on the other end of the line visibly froze, then inquired suspiciously. Did she mess with you? Good. Da. Hanging up the phone, Bai Shalan and the director and the rest of the group were dumbfounded. U-Star Culture and Entertainment was also Bai Qianlan's signing company. It is said that the owner of their company is named Zhang. Can't it be that Wang Xinru contacted the boss of their company? The consequences of a popular actress being rumored to be black would be unimaginable. If there are no more resources, her entertainment career will really come to an end. The movie queen seems to have moved on. Bai Qianlan's entire body was like falling into an ice cellar. Her original anger transformed into fear. She wanted to rank higher, and had no intention of provoking Wang Xinru, but she seemed to have gone a little too far herself. But is it necessary to block yourself just because of this petty quarrel? Before she could come to her senses, the cell phone in her pocket rang abruptly. It was actually a call from the agent. She shakily picked up the phone and an unusually loud female voice reached her ears. Shira, what have you done? The boss reached out to me and said he was canceling all resources for you. Get your ass back here. Da. The phone was hung up and she was in a trance, her eyes completely dull. Director Hua, I withdraw from the program recording. Bai Shalan uttered the words breathlessly. The rest of them sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to believe this outcome. A phone call from Wang Xinru was able to get popular actress Bai Qianlan to voluntarily withdraw from the program. How terrifying should the power behind her be? As an industry insider, Director Hua naturally knew that she had a lot of energy in the entertainment industry, but he still underestimated Wang Xinru and didn't expect her to be able to contact the boss of U-Star. The rest of the group arrived at the scene puzzled, looking at the mentally depressed Bai Qianlan, as well as the Wang family. They were a bit puzzled. Director Hua respectfully came to Wang Yuehao's side and spoke softly. General Wang, please excuse yourself. We want to record the results of the match. The Wang family nodded slightly and walked out of the orchard together. Bai Shalan hung her head, her nails embedded deep into her palms. A strong sense of remorse filled her heart. Director Hua coughed lightly twice and opened his mouth to everyone. The tournament is over, and the teams will now be judged on their results. Staff walk up and count the number of apples in each group's basket. After a while, Director Hua announced, this tournament Fei Fei's group violated the rules by taking the Fat Co group's apple without authorization. So Fly's group deducts 100 apples and Fat Cole's group adds 100 apples. Every 10th apple is credited as a point. 5th place, Thousand Rain Group, 182. 4th place, Team Fly, 196. 3rd place, Zichuan Group, 248. 2nd place, 2-Star Division, 270. 1st place, Fat Co Group, 388. After the results were announced, some people were happy and some were sad. Xia Qianya, in particular, looked extremely despondent after learning that her group was the bottom one. Director Hua and the crowd of directors gathered around, seemingly discussing something. With one less group, how will the rest of the game go? The plan was disrupted and we had to find another guest, but it was too late in the day. There's 2 days of footage now, so why don't we? Eventually Director Hua looked at the crowd with complicated eyes and let out a long sigh. Turning around, he faced the groups and said, the Fei Fei group has temporarily withdrawn from the recording of the program due to special reasons. The original plan was to record for 5 days, and due to a lack of guests, it is now ending early. The footage has been edited and will be broadcast as usual. When the new guests arrive, there will be a recording of Wilderness Survival. When he said that, everyone froze. The later arriving panelists, in particular, had no idea what was going on. It was fine just now. Why would the Fei Fei group suddenly announce their withdrawal? Ko blinked, her little mouth slightly open. Sister, can we go home now? Chapter 100 Black Robe Organization, Wang Wenya's 200 million commission. Wang Xinru lightly rubbed her brother's head and replied with a light smile. Of course, it's the director's own words. We can go home, but there's a Wilderness Survival to record in a week, and this is just the first installment. Ko narrowed his eyes and said yes with a grin. Since the recording was over, there was no need for them to stay here. Wang Xinru took her brother's small hand and walked towards the gate. Halfway through the line, Bai Qianlan quickly stopped in front of her, perhaps overly excited. Her body trembled slightly. His eyes also instantly reddened, and tears gushed out of the corners of his eyes like no money. The scene made the uninformed few even more puzzled. Flop! Bai Qianlan fell to her knees, forcibly holding back the gusts of soreness coming from the tip of her nose as she said with tears in her voice, Wang Xinru, I'm sorry, please spare me. If I lose the company's resources, my entertainment career is over and so is my life. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The surrounding people all stared at the figure, and Director Hua spat out words helplessly. If I had known, why would I have made a demon? The other groups of celebrity guests looked at the scene in front of them in amazement, only feeling that it was somewhat unreal. Can someone please come and tell themselves what's going on? This is too sudden, isn't it? Seeing her miserable appearance, Ko was a little too happy to do so. He tugged on Wang Xinru's coat and said, "Fifth sister, she's so pitiful. Even though she did bad things, she didn't hurt us. Spare her this time." Wang Xinru sized up by Qianlan in front of her and stroked her cheeks and thought. After a long time, she opened her lips lightly. "Get up. You should be glad my brother is too kind." Bai Shalan looked up violently, revealing a tear-stained face. "Wang Xinru, are you willing to forgive me?" She seemed to be seeing a ray of hope, and her aversion to Wang Xiaoke completely dissipated. Wang Xinru shook her head and responded lightly. "I can take back the order, but you were in the wrong and must be punished." She giggled inwardly. In those 2 minutes, Bai Shalan's mood was like riding a roller coaster. "You go to Vlog and post an apology to my brother." Bai Qianlan's face stiffened. She had 20 million fans, so if she apologized to Wang Xiaoku in front of her many fans, it would definitely cause controversy. Not only that, but her reputation will take a huge hit, and the black fans will be more than willing to let this opportunity go. Seeing her delay in responding, Wang Xinru's beautiful eyes grew cold. "What? Unwilling? Is it because you're afraid of losing face?" Hearing this, Bai Qianlan said with a heavy nod as if she had made up her mind. "I'm willing to publicly apologize, and I thank Sister Xinru for her forgiveness. What's the point of losing face? What's more important than your own stardom?" Wang Xinru waved her hand and responded perfunctorily. "There's no need to thank me. If my brother hadn't begged for mercy, even if you kneeled for the rest of your life, it would be useless. In the future, just put away those bad thoughts of yours, or I can make you lose your reputation at any time. Understand?" The voice was not loud, but it shook her to her core. Bai Shalan's eyes became softer and softer as she looked at Xiao Ku. It was gratitude from the bottom of her heart. She braced herself and led Bai Xiufei to slowly leave the orchard. That's when the rest of the guests reacted. Xia Chang'e was secretly happy that the recording was now stopped, so she wouldn't have to go back to living in a broken house. Is this a blessing in disguise? After Director Hua sent people to clean up the venue, the groups of guests followed the program to leave the place. Wang Xinru's siblings, on the other hand, were ready to return in their own car. Walking out of the orchard, Ko and his sister came to their families. Wang Yuehao gleefully picked up his son and inquired curiously, "Son, was it fun taping the variety show?" After a moment's thought, Ko milked his voice towards him. "It's fun, but fifth sister is too pitiful, and my sister drags me back every time I compete. Besides, fifth sister doesn't know how to cook, and we're almost going to starve." Chen Hui, who was on the side, had a stern face and a serious look as she reprimanded Wang Xinru. "You're going to learn to cook from Aunt Barb when you get home this time, and cook for yourself. I let you take Ko to record a variety show. Do you still want to starve your brother to death?" Wang Yuehao laughed brightly, and the rest of the sisters didn't hide their laughter. Wang Siki and Wang Lele made sarcastic remarks in a conspiratorial manner. "Really? Let my little brother follow you to suffer some aggravation." Wang Xinru raised her fist in shame and anger, threatening towards the munchkin in her father's arms. "Good brother, how dare you set off your sister's bottom? Let's see how I'll clean you up." Hearing her fifth sister's threat, Xiaoko was unimpressed and even deliberately spat her pink tongue at her. The family got in the car and drove back to the small mountain village in style. Arriving by the bed and breakfast, the sisters sized each other up. Now it's time to go home, but they both want to ride in the same car as their brother. With so many people in the Wang family, one car definitely won't fit. After discussing the matter, Ko rode in a car with his mom and dad, as well as his second and fifth sisters. Wang Siki sat helplessly inside the Maserati, thinking darkly in her heart. If the family had not been informed when the brother came home, then the brother would have been able to have it all to himself. She rubbed her forehead, darkening it. Why didn't you think of it earlier? Several cars started up at once, and a wave of sound rang out momentarily by the BNB. Nearby villagers stepped out to check, only to see the luxury cars gradually drive away from the mountain village. A burly woman inquired of the villagers, "Has everyone seen my rooster? I skipped around the village twice and couldn't find it." Through the car window, Ko browsed the roadside scenery. In a trance, a fluffy mass crawled on top of his head. Wang Yuehao frowned and lifted the small black on his son's head in midair. "Woof, on the way just now." Blackie was huffing and puffing in the trunk, so I guess he's just now waking up. 24 hours a day. It sleeps for 21. If he didn't look like a dog, the crowd would have wondered if he was a pig or not. A normal dog can sleep this long? Blackie lolled Biden. "I advise you to put me down quickly. Wang Yuehao hung a faint smile and casually threw Xiao He into the trunk. 2nd Battalion Commander, UING Italian. A majestic male voice rang out, and it was clearly Wang Yuehao's exclusive ringtone. Puzzled, he pulled out his cell phone. When he saw the Kyoto number on the screen, his whole body became grave and serious. Ko looked at his dad curiously, wondering what had happened. After turning down the volume of the cell phone, Wang Yuehao attached his ear and answered the call. General Wang Yuehao, a tiny female voice, like a mosquito, sounded within the phone. The volume was low, but with Ko's keen senses, he could still hear everything. After a pause, the woman on the other end of the line continued to speak. I'm Cho Tong. The Third Highness would like to invite you and General Wang Ying to come to the capital to catch up. Wang Yuehao's thick eyebrows rose coldly. You're one of the Third Highnesses? Convey for me that the two Wangs will rush to Kyoto tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, he let out a long sigh, his eyes full of complexity. The Third Highness wanted to see himself, so he must have intended to pull the strings. Now that several of his highnesses have seized the throne, the royal side is in chaos. Even the border war-torn areas have no intention of being regulated. Plus he's about to be made a marshal, so he's sure to be pulled into line. Xiaoke's pupils flashed with a fine light. He had read modern history books and naturally knew what his highness was. That's the son of the Lord of China. But why would someone so powerful want to meet dad and the second sister? Collecting his thoughts, Ko stopped thinking about it. It's okay with him as long as it doesn't affect him or his family. Blackie once again leapt from the trunk onto Ko's head, then jumped into his arms. Vehicles need to travel for several hours to Mordor. During the process, Ko snuggled into his mom's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Blackie was napping on his master when suddenly a large hand lifted him in the air. Wang Yuehao casually flung his hand, and Blackie flew back into the trunk. The group traveled towards Mordor. Kyoto royal family. Inside the Palace of Ultimate Bliss, a light woman approached the third prince and respectfully reported to him. Third Highness, Wang Yuehao and Wang Ying are rushing to meet you tomorrow. The handsome man seated in the palace chair smiled bashfully, then looked at the photo on the desktop. It was a white-robed youth, with a handsome appearance paired with a dusty temperament, just like an immortal. If the two can be subdued, the chances of seizing the throne will be even greater. It's a pity that there is no news of this mysterious person. If he had assisted this king, Mo Yi, what would Mo Lanchan take to fight me? He stared at the photo on his desktop with a death glare, veins rippling at his wrists. House father's side. Akito leaned over and replied. It's going well on the state lord's side, so it'll probably last another 3 months. There's news that tomorrow Mo Yi is going to lead the little princess to M country to attend an international conference. At those words, a fierce smile surfaced on the man's face. The position of the country's lord, he was bound to win. As for Mo Yi, it's just a waste. On the other hand, the top international assassination organization, Black Robe, received a commission. Kidnap Wang Wenya. Mission commissions are as high as $200 million. The executives who received the mission immediately obtained the relevant information about Wang Wenya and sent assassins to M country secretly. The Black Robe organization is sending out the appropriate assassins according to the commission offered. If the assassin dies, it will be counted as a mission failure and the client will need to compensate double the amount. Previously, for the assassination of Wang Xiaoku, the Kyoto Wang family had also only released a commission of $10 million, and the assassin sent out that time was an inner-strength martial artist. This time, the commission given by the Wang clan had doubled 20 times. Chapter 101. This is no ordinary pig. Magic City, a city full of charm. The traffic on the driveway is endless, the streets are full of people, and as far as the eye can see, there are many high-rise buildings, revealing its prosperity everywhere. Wang Family Manor. The watchman gatekeeper noticed the approaching fleet of limousines and hurriedly got up to look out. When he realized that it was a Wang family vehicle, he immediately opened the manor gate. In the center of the road, Xiao Lu was working diligently to clean the road surface. He swept the leaves around him into a pile while a wave of automobile noise was heard. Just as he looked up, several cars came roaring toward him, scaring him so fast he ducked to the side of the road. When the car left, he looked at the fallen leaves scattered on the ground and fell into deep thought. The convoy pulled up at the entrance of the villa, and the Wang family members stepped out of the car one after another. At this time, Xiaoke was obediently lying in Wang Yuehao's arms and sleeping, and one little foot was still restlessly sticking out. Several women walked up to open the door, and Wang Yuehao lightened his pace for fear of waking up his son. Squeak! Just after pushing open the door of the villa, they saw Wang Yingying sitting on the hall seat. Several women had awkward smiles on their faces as they walked slowly into the hall. Wang Yingying's face was as gloomy as water, and when she got up, she rushed at the several women and said aggressively, "My good sisters." How they rushed home together. She first looked at Wang Lele. "Eighth sister, didn't you say you were going to Linjiang for a performance? You're so young. You're quite good at making up lies." Meeting her third sister's gaze, Wang Lele lowered her head in some embarrassment. Immediately after that, she walked towards Wang Xinru. Fifth sister, what are you doing bringing your brother for a variety show? Entering the entertainment industry means you're a public figure, no longer free. You're afraid to show your face freely yourself, and you want your brother to be like you? Wang Xinru was admonished and didn't dare to answer, but only nodded her head repeatedly. Wang Yingying continued to walk towards Wang Siki, directly skipping Wang Ying in the middle of the four. It couldn't be helped. She was angry but she didn't dare confront her second sister. Seventh sister said she was at the office. But do you look like you're wearing this outfit at the office? White bottom sweatshirt, positively red jacket. You're a workplace outfit? Wang Siki secretly bad. I did not expect the third sister to observe so carefully. It is his own negligence. Wang Yuehao walked into the hall with Xiaoko in his arms, followed by Chen Hui. Wang Yingying peered over and noticed the tiny figure in her father's arms at a glance. Excited and thrilled at the same time, she walked up quickly to confirm it to her father. He is my brother? Wang Yuehao and Chen Hui smiled at each other and nodded at her. Wang Yingying came forward to check. The little boy in his arms was wearing a green cartoon jacket and simple black sweatpants. Boy chubby, mouth small pink, skin white as sheep's fat. Jade, closed eyes sleeping, looked like a porcelain doll. Especially the baby fat on those cheeks gave one the urge to knead them a bit. Brother is so cute. Give me a hug. Wang Yuehao carefully handed his son to Wang Yingying with a very gentle movement. Taking her brother, she looked at the little man in her arms with a face full of favor, her heart overjoyed. Even though her arms were sore from carrying her brother, she loved it too much to put it down. Perhaps sensing something, Ko hummed softly and rubbed against her chest. The tingling touch passed through her entire body, instantly causing Wang Yingying's cheeks to turn red. The fragrance of the orchid lingered in Ko's nostrils. He wriggled around and lifted his fat little hands to rub his eyes, as if he had woken up from a nap. When Ko opened his eyes, he was surprised to see a pretty sister. A large and small group of people stared at each other, neither of them saying anything. Ko blinked, his mind filled with doubt. He didn't recognize the beautiful sister in front of him. Why was he in her arms? Returning to his senses, he poked his head out and looked around. Noticing the familiar halls of the villa around him, he realized he was home. Wang Yingying had a pampered look on her face as she softly inquired towards him. Ko, do you know who I am? There's a reward for guessing correctly. Ko looked at her dumbfounded, then turned his head to look at his family in the hall. Are you my sister? He answered milkily, his voice pasty and soft. A hidden smile surfaced under Wang Yingying's eyes. Brother answered correctly. Oh, I am your third sister. So what reward does brother want? Ko replied with an arched eyebrow and a smile. I want fried chicken, quack, milkshake, burger, chicken thighs, fries. At those words, Wang Yingying's mouth twitched and she looked at the crowd with a strange look. You guys usually let your brother eat this stuff? Wang Siki immediately shook her head and denied it, and the rest of them all waved their hands in succession. Once she had put down Coco in her arms, she turned and dialed a phone number. Not long after, two Xian-clothes old men walked into the hall carrying two huge objects covered by red cloth. Coming to the crowd, the two old men gently put down the objects. Ko wrinkled his nose and muttered to himself, these two old grandpas are patriarchs. Wow. After figuring out the difference between a martial artist and an immortal cultivator, he was also able to differentiate between the strengths of martial artists' realms. Wang Yingying caressed her brother's head and pointed to the two red cloths. Brother, this is a gift prepared by my sister, so lift it up and take a look. The little boy ran up on his ass and ripped off the red cloth in full view of everyone. The objects were displayed and immediately dazzled the Wang family. What's this? Xiaoko looked at the two statues in front of him with surprise and happily hugged it and refused to let go. Visually, those two statues were a meter tall, carved from huge stones, and individually weighed at least 5,000 pounds. This weight was daunting even for an internal strength martial artist like Wang Yuehao. He secretly guessed in his heart that the two people brought by the three girls were most likely Zhongshu experts. Chen Hui walked up to take a closer look, wondering what her son was enjoying. Son, what are these two pigs? The two statues were purposely dyed to look quite pig-like indeed. Chen Hui wondered why her son liked such an ugly statue. Ko explained with a pout. This is not your average pig. It's Porky Pig from Pig Out. Hearing his brother's explanation, Wang Siki lightly tapped his head and opened his mouth. No wonder it looked familiar to me. It's a character from an animated movie. Wang Lele's mouth was speechless. Who would give a gift like a pig statue? Are all the top designers' brains so peculiar? Wang Yingying walked up and came to Xiao Kazir to inquire. I heard that my brother loves cartoons. Do you like the gift from my sister? Love it. Ko stood on her tiptoes and gave her third sister 2 pecks on the cheek. This scene caused Wang Lele to be struck by lightning, and a huge wave was set off within her heart. I've given away 2 helicopters myself, and I've never been kissed by my brother. The third sister sends 2 stone pigs to make her brother offer to give kisses? The world has changed. Wang Yingying pinched her brother's cheeks and smiled. As if thinking of something, Ko hurried up the stairs. In no time, he returned to the crowd with a blue jade pendant. Sister, this is a gift from Ko. Remember to wear it all the time. Wang Yingying received the jade pendant in surprise and rubbed it on her fingertips. Her heart was even more moved. It's not enough that he's cute, but he's a good boy, too. Eventually, 2 statues were placed at the entrance to the villa. Just one on each side, left and right. It just looks a little odd. At dinner time, the family sits at the dinner table talking and enjoying each other's company. Shenhui sat beside her son and kept pinching food into his bowl. Xiaoke's mouth was stuffed with bulging, like a small hamster. At this time, Wang Siki informed Wang Yingying of her brother's identity as an immortal cultivator. By the way, he also told her all about his brother's special skills. When she heard that her brother could fly, Wang Yingying snorted and burst into laughter. 7th sister, are you not awake? If a 6-year-old can fly, won't the family dog become a spirit? At that moment, Blackie came running into the hall from outside the cottage, taking small steps toward the kennel. Blackie, hey, hey, hey. Wang Siki had expected that her 3rd sister wouldn't believe it, and she looked over at Xiaoke who was taking a big bite of dry rice. Brother, show your 3rd sister what an immortal cultivator can do. Lifting his head, he blinked his wide eyes just in time to see the dog not far away. Blackie, Ko cried out in a milky voice, and halfway across the room, Black froze in place, the dog's head turned to his young master's side. Wang Yingying looked at her brother with some uncertainty. Suddenly, he noticed purple lightning arcs emerging from his brother's fat fingers. The thunder arc seemed to have been created out of thin air, but it truly appeared at his fingertips, as if it had great power. Lead thunder finger. Silky thunder arcs gradually coalesced into the shape of a snake, and the thunder snake twisted its body and shot away explosively, as fast as lightning. Xiao Hei's sweaty hairs stood on end and immediately turned around to escape. But how could it match the speed of the thunder snake? The attack instantly struck its buttocks, and in pain, Blackie jumped up 2 meters high, wailing as he fled the area. This amazing scene made everyone stop their movements and look at the little munchkin in surprise. Compared to the other few people, Wang Yingying was even more shocked. How could she not expect that her own brother would be able to manipulate thunder and lightning? Even the old Mu duo did not have such means. Blackie burrowed back into his kennel and rubbed his paw over his injured butt. Blackie, After dinner, Ko ran back to his room in a huff and unlocked the door. It's been too long since I've practiced in peace, so I mustn't let my sisters influence me today, he thought darkly. Tomorrow, we'll set up a spirit gathering formation in the manor, and then refine the marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pill was to enable the sisters to cultivate as well. The spirit gathering formation can actively pull nearby spiritual energy and increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the formation, which is greatly beneficial to cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiaoke turned around and jumped onto the bed, and then ran the chaos melting heaven skill to fall into cultivation. A round of white moon in the dome of the sky remains unchanged for eternity, and the moonlight is like silver frost falling to the ground, making everything hazy. The boy's spiritual energy flowed around him, flickering with a milky white light. Suddenly, he opened his tightly closed eyes, and a brilliant light flashed at his pupils. 4th sister that's in danger. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Ko then closed his eyes to carefully feel the fluctuation of the jade pendant. Chapter 102, 4th sister in trouble. Xiao Ku is in a hurry. Washington. The Center for International Education and Research is located in the city center. It is a magnificent building with a magnificent architecture. In the president's office on its top floor, Wang Wenyao was browsing through computer files with a tired look on his face. Boo! With a loud bang, the door of the room was directly blown into pieces. The 3 silhouettes flew backwards into the room, blood gushing out of their necks like spring water, already dead beyond repair. This sudden scene scared Wang Wenya shockingly. The 3 people in front of her were martial arts bodyguards that she had spent a lot of money to hire, but now they had died tragically in front of her like this. What's going on here? Before he could react, a snort came from the doorway. Jia. Grabbing a woman to bid 200 million. This mission is really easy. 2 masked, black-robed men burst into the room and scanned it recklessly. Noticing the iconic black robe, Wang Wenya's tone trembled a little. The black robes, you're the black cloaks? Wang Wenya's face turned white as he forced his inner fear to threaten him. How dare you openly kill people in the city? Aren't you afraid that the security bureau will come after you? The 2 men walked slowly, their chilly aura tingling her spine. Ha, the security bureau of M country? What can they do if I arrest you and leave now? One of them sneered and reached out to grab Wang Wenya. Buzz! An invisible force blocked his palm, no longer able to advance the slightest bit. Spooky, why don't you do it? The other black-robed man urged toward him, and immediately afterward, he also reached out and probed, but the results were surprisingly consistent. The 2 men's palms would be stopped by an inexplicable force as they approached her, which was very strange. Damn, is there some kind of magic treasure? Spectre raised his right fist and blasted it towards Wang Wenya, the majestic aura causing the room to blow wildly. Her delicate body trembled lightly, and she closed her eyes in fear, silently remembering her brother at home in her mind. Buzz! The jade pendant worn by Wang Wenya instantly erupted with brilliant light. The fist force struck the invisible barrier, and the strong impact shook his arm to the point of numbness. She slowly opened her eyes and was surprised to find that the fist did not land on her. Blood blade, there's something odd about this woman. That weird power was able to block a patriarch's attack. Through the mask, no one could see Bloodblade's stony expression. He drew a blood-colored longsword from under his robes as his aura gradually climbed. Spectre looked over at Bloodblade in shock and chortled loudly. What are you trying to do? Don't ever kill her. The employer wants her alive. When the Bloodblade's aura was condensed to the extreme, a sharp killing intent emanated from him. Windbreaker chop. With a furious cry, the blood-colored longsword chopped at Wang Wenya with a thunderous momentum. With this sword of his, alloy steel could easily be cut through, and even a steel tank could make a cut. The sword body came closer and closer, zooming in at Wang Wenya's pupils. Steeply, the jade pendant glowed brightly, immediately forming a defense around her. The sword body with its violent might chopped on the barrier, and the powerful aura fluctuation caused the windows of the room to shatter in unison. The two energies fought against each other in a stalemate. Wang Wenya was stunned as he looked at the sword blade that was close at hand. His brain was in chaos. Noticing the glow emanating from her chest, she subconsciously covered it tightly. That position, is hanging the jade pendant that his brother gave him? Could it be his brother? Seeing this scene, the Spectre immediately leapt into midair, running his full strength and blasting out with a punch. Phantom fist. The barrier fluctuated violently under the attack of the two patriarchs, clearly falling into a disadvantage. Click! A crack appeared in the jade pendant, instantly erupting into a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy. The powerful impact caused all three to fly backwards. Wang Wenya was wrapped in a soft spiritual energy and was only shocked into unconsciousness. The two black-robed men twisted their forms in the air, landing and skidding several meters away. Despite being shaken and having his chi and blood churning, at least it was a successful mission. Take it away, the ghost said in a chilling voice, and then the two of them lifted Wang Wenya towards the exit. Along the way, the bodies of security personnel were everywhere, blood soaking the ground. Walking out the door, the neighborhood has been surrounded by special forces, a dozen police cars tightly blocking the exit, countless guns pointed at the duo. An army senior shouted at it. Murderer, you are surrounded. Drop your hostage and surrender immediately. If you do not cooperate, we will shoot immediately. The two looked like they had heard the most ridiculous joke, arrogantly flirting in public. Jia, these little cuties, still trying to rely on guns and ammo to kill us, a bunch of mole crickets. Soon, dozens of extra corpses appeared on the ground, and the broken limbs were scattered all over the place in a horrible and bloody scene. By the time the security bureau's aliens arrived, the black-robed man had long since left the area. The Magic City Wang family. Ko's eyes snapped open and she jumped out of bed in panic. The ordinary jade pendant failed to withstand his spiritual power, and was actually cracked by the might of the patriarch. The only thing worth celebrating was that the jade pendant still retained a trace of his spiritual energy. For the time being, I was able to detect my sister's location, but how could a patriarch make a move on his sister? What had happened? Without much time to think, Ko scrambled down the stairs. In any case, the fourth sister was certainly in a dangerous situation, even as the second sister had been not long ago. Thinking back to what happened to his second sister, Ko felt a pang of fear. He secretly prayed that nothing would happen to fourth sister. Arriving at the door of the villa, Ko mentioned in passing the dog who was whimpering. Blackie was awakened and stared at his young master with round eyes. Little Black, my fourth sister is in danger. Do you want to go with me to save her? If you want to go, just holler. If it doesn't scream, it means you want to go. Koro, damn, this familiar feeling again. A man and a dog had just walked out the door when Ko suddenly thought of something. He turned and went back to his room to muck around a bit, then ran to the cottage door again. Blackie, let's go. Woof. Shauka summoned the golden crow and lifted the dog with one hand to leap into midair. With a slight movement of his mind, the golden crow immediately flashed to his feet. That's the direction. Charge. Shauka milked a cry, and the flying sword carried him and Xiao Hei straight into the sky. At this time, it was not yet light. No one realized that Shauka had already left Mordor. A few hours later, the Wang family members came downstairs one after another, and Aunt Lan served breakfast on the table. Wang Yuehao scanned around the several daughters, always feeling that something was missing. He slammed his head and inquired to Chen Hui who was at the side. Where's our son? Chen Hui then reacted to the fact that her son usually came downstairs for dinner on time, but today he was late. Wang Yingying also realized that something was wrong, got up and rushed to her brother's room. Arriving on the second floor, she had just pushed open the door when her body stiffened abruptly. The whole room was empty. Where was my brother? Her beautiful eyes swept across the room as she slowly walked towards a side table. A note was sitting on the desktop and she looked curiously at the writing on it. By the time my sisters read this, I will have gone out to play, so don't look for me. I'll be home soon. Ko, wave a dash. After reading the contents of the paper, she was suddenly struck with shock and her hands and feet went cold. Picking up the note, she walked quickly down the stairs and slapped it on the dining room table. No good. Brother ran away from home. Wang Yingying's voice instantly startled the crowd, and even Aunt Lan revealed a puzzled expression. Yesterday the young master was fine. Why did he run away from home today? Wang Yuehao grabbed the note and quickly scanned it. Then he read the contents of the paper to the crowd. Wang Ying's originally tightly frowned brows stretched as she said lightly, I think my brother ran off to play somewhere. Wang Siki twitched the corners of her mouth and couldn't help but realize that her second sister's heart was really big. She immediately got up and spoke. No way. My brother left early in the morning and didn't say where he was going. Something must have happened. The last time my brother wrote a letter and went out, he stayed out for a full month before coming home. SS. The Wang family crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Wang Yuehao stood up with a serious face and said towards his daughters, come with me and find out. Chen Hui reminded gently, don't forget, the Third Highness has asked you and the second maiden to go to Kyoto. We'll just go find our son, and you two will go and face the Third Highness. At this moment, Xiaoko was flying at a high altitude at an extremely high speed, and below him was a vast ocean. Looking down from thousands of meters above, the sea was boundless and vast, and a few ships could be vaguely seen. The breeze was blowing, creating rows and rows of waves, and the sun was shining on the water reflecting a light golden color. Blackie stood on his master's shoulder, dropping his head to look out over the azure ocean, a grin coming out of the dog's mouth. Strange, why is the fourth sister moving towards us? Ko opened his mouth milkily, adding a touch of doubt to his tender face. He could feel the jade pendant getting closer and closer to him, coming towards him in phase, and the jade pendant was moving fast, so I guess my sister was on an airplane. He leaned down and accelerated steeply. The little black man on his shoulder slipped on his feet and wailed as he crashed into the sea. Woof, Blackie, Chapter 103, Xiaoko on the hot seat. Puzzled, Ko turned to check. He seemed to have just heard Kuro's screams. When he whipped his head around to look, the dog over his shoulder was nowhere to be found. Where's Blackie? He immediately expanded his divine sense and locked onto the dog that was doing a free fall. With a slight movement of his mind, the golden crow immediately reversed its direction and swooped down toward Xiaohei. A cargo ship is traveling on the sea. On deck, a crew member stood bored on the bow, feeling the sea breeze blowing. He raised his eyes to the sky and suddenly exclaimed in shock. Asterisk 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 look, 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 that's a human being. The shout instantly attracted the rest of the crew, who looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see a small silhouette falling vertically high in the sky, as fast as a stray arrow. At this time, Xiaohei was falling at an extremely high speed, and was only a few hundred meters high from the surface of the sea. Seeing that it was about to fall into the sea, it was too frightened to close its eyes and look directly at it. In its heart, it had secretly cursed its little master 1,000 times. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang in Xiaohei's ears, and it slowly decelerated as it was falling at an extremely high speed. Opening the dog's eyes, it heralded the sweet smile of its young master. Ko put it back on his shoulder and immediately turned around and climbed to high altitude. The crew members on the cargo ship were stunned, all of them looking at the silhouette with unblinking eyes. The crew came back to their senses only when the figure disappeared into the sky. This, a flying fairy? What do I see? Is there a man flying? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I not awake? Slap me. Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated Survival of the Jedi will air today at 9 p.m. As scheduled. Mordor Nebula. Inside the office, Director Hua was sitting around with the assistant directors and producers. The time slowly approached 9 o'clock, and the mood of the three men grew more and more excited. Assistant Director Su Wenjun inquired towards Director Hua, are we going to buy the hot search this time? War Director interlocked his fingers and responded to him, hot searches should definitely be bought so that the ratings will be higher. I've already had someone buy the words for Queen of Films Wang Xinru's variety debut, so we'll see how the numbers go today. The seated producer chimed in, this time with Wang Xinru. I can't even imagine how high the heat will be. I'm really looking forward to it. Finally, the time came to 9 o'clock. The first installment of Survival of the Jedi aired on time on all major movie and television platforms, as well as on TV channels. As soon as it started airing, countless small movie and TV platforms were directly jammed. The major movie and TV software immediately sent people to maintain the playback channel to avoid server crashes. The 5 guests are all popular celebrities with millions of fans. Countless fans have long been on the front lines and immediately flocked to it upon release. The top of the video was full of pop-ups. all fans of various stars. First, the stars turn in the sky, and the stars are goo on earth. Where's my Shinru's wife? I'm coming. Shinru baby is the best. Woohoo! Where's Ko? Where's my goose? The pop-ups were wildly brushed, with the largest number of comments related to Wang Shinru. She has the highest fan base, and this is also Wang Shinru's variety debut. Tens of millions of people watched this variety show at the same time. The video just starts with the groups of guests taking turns. When it was Wang Shinru and Wang Xiaoke's turn to show up, they instantly made countless viewers call out their divine faces. Wow! Shinru's wife's brother is so cute and pink. How Gu Xinghai is little fat. Not like his brother at all. White family fans, support by Shalan. Xia Yua looks so quiet. The two sisters have the same temperament. Ji Luchuan is so handsome. My heart is beating so fast. Variety-related topics are quickly hitting the hotspots, and the number of viewers is growing. Soon came the first game. It was a funny scene watching a bunch of celebrities fishing with their munchkins. The celebrity guests in the video were paired with all sorts of cute special effects. In particular, Wang Shinru flung her rod twice in a row and hooked her brother with precision. The special effects artist specially matched Xiaoke with a bitter melon face special effect. Aggrieved and very pleasing. Ha ha ha, is Shinru's wife trying to use her brother as bait? I think she wants to throw Wang Xiaoku in the river to feed the fish. He. The video shocked countless people when it showed Ko catching a big fish, especially certain veteran fishing guys. They couldn't believe even more that a 6-year-old munchkin could catch a 10-pound walleye. 2 hours passed and the variety show was viewed. Shirakawa's antics were deleted from the clip, and the news was also released that the Fei Fei group had pulled out of the taping. Countless people were furiously swiping pop-ups in the comments section. The Fatco group is awesome. Looking forward to the next installment. Wow, the director's team isn't human nah. Look how miserable my Bai Shalan is. Ooh, Ko is so cute. Not only can he fish, but he's also a fast apple picker. Looking forward to the next installment. Immediately after the program was released, the Hot 100 was dominated by several wordings. Movie queen Wang Shinru makes her variety show debut. Wang Shinru, Wang Xiaoku, Munchkin, Wang Xiaoku. 6-year-old Munchkin catches a dozen-pound walleye. Director Hua was bursting with hot sweat as his assistants kept reporting program data to him. Director Hua, the ratings have broken 50 million. The number of hits has broken 200 million. And now it's still soaring. Currently the hottest is the Wang Shinru sibling duo. Su Wenjun took a long breath and smiled faintly at Guide Hua. Just as we expected. These kind of numbers have broken ratings records. By the way, how's the hot list? An assistant reported back in a hurry. Top 1 is Wang Shinru's variety debut. Top 3 is Wang Shinru's siblings. Top 4 is Wang Xiaoku. And top 5 is still Wang Xiaoku. Hua Guan's body shook with surprise, and he asked him for some confirmation. He knew that Wang Xiaoku had good looks and competition results, but the fact that he was able to take over 2 hot searches in a row is enough to show that he has a great audience. Su Wenjun smiled bashfully. This Wang Xiaoku isn't ordinary nah. In the future, it is likely to become an existence like Wang Shinru. Why don't we spend a lot of money to sign him? Director Hua looked at Su Wenjun with a strange expression and snorted. Heavy gold? You want to compare who's rich with the Wang family? Didn't you see those sisters of his? Any one of them could buy our company. Su Wenjun coughed dryly and thought darkly in his heart. Taking advantage of this heat, Wang Xiaoku can definitely gain countless fans. It's likely that he'll become the hottest kid in the Chinese entertainment industry. The hottest kid. At this time in the outside world, countless people recognized Wang Xiaoku through the program. At the same time, Bai Yalan suddenly posted a message on Vblog and publicly apologized to Wang Xiaoku. Reading between the lines of the article, I can tell that Bai Sharana should have stolen Ko during the variety show taping. Her comments section was instantly dominated by countless skepticisms, from curious inquiries to malicious abuse. QK Commercial Company, Country M. Inside the conference room, Wang Jiqiu crossed his legs and stared intently at the computer screen. What was playing on it was clearly the survival of the Jedi variety show. The surrounding group of company executives showed their astonishment, secretly guessing what the president was thinking. There was something odd about today's meeting, and the president, who was in the main seat, was late in announcing the meeting. They've been sitting here for an hour. Though skeptical, no one dared to speak up and ask the domineering president. Wang Jiqiu tapped the desktop regularly, the corner of his mouth unconsciously evoking a smile. When this appearance was discovered by the executives, they all looked horrified. The always serious and domineering Mr. Wang would actually smile. What exactly is Mr. Wang looking at? Kyoto, the Wang family. A group of middle-aged men sat in a huddle, staring intently at Wang Xiaoku in the video. Wang Donghai took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Fourth brother will be made a marshal, and each of his 4 daughters is like a phoenix. I think it's better to give up targeting the Mordor Wang family. And on the family head side, it seems that he intends to let Wang Yuehao return. He seems to have learned of our plans. Wang Zhenghua snorted coldly. Father is not old and foolish. Oldest four violated the clan rules and made my entire Wang family the laughingstock of Kyoto. Is it hard to make the oldest four families move back to Kyoto? Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Half a day later, high in the air, thousands of meters above the sea, Coco's mouth was open in surprise as she looked out at the coastline not far away. It's like, where is it coming from? Co pouted, recalling in her mind the map of the world she had read. Come to think of it, this looks like R, but how come my sister stopped in R? He muttered to himself, then turned into a stream of light and flew towards the border of R. Chapter 104, I'm really not polite. He purposely raised the altitude of his flight to prevent detection. A man and a dog looked down, and KO's mouth dropped open in surprise. There are many giant freighters on the waterfront, with huge steel arms lifting containers and lowering them onto their hulls. As soon as the freighter was full, it sailed out to sea and everything was in order. Look around. The figures walking on the road are as small as insects. The skyscrapers not far away no longer look grand. Ko smacked his lips and spat at Kuro over his shoulder. Is this what the poem refers to? When you will be at the top of the mountain, you can see all the mountains? Blackie nodded his doggy head and lifted his little paw in approval. Carefully feeling the orientation of the Jade pendant, Xiaoka shot straight towards the northwestern direction explosively. The four sisters had now stayed in one position and stopped moving. It's just that I'm not sure what the fourth sister's condition is, whether she's hurt or not. Ko furrowed his eyebrows and milked the threat. If the big bad guy dares to bully my sister, don't blame me for being rude. When he said that, he raised his soft fist and shook it, looking very serious. The small black on his shoulder raised his head with a gloating expression. The little master is angry, and the consequences can be serious. Streams of light cut through city after city. Along the way, he passed by many mountain villages and towns, high mountains and rivers. Dazzling Blackie, noticing that there was no more than 30% of his spiritual energy left in his body, Xiaoka once again swallowed a Nayuan Dan to restore his spiritual energy. Ko, who was concentrating on moving forward, didn't notice. The cell phone in his shirt pocket was displaying a call request. Within a few moments, the cell phone screen dimmed and the call didn't go through. 3 hours later, on the outskirts of Tokyo, after a long flight of more than 10 hours, Xiaoka finally arrived at the direction where the Jade pendant was located. He looked downward in disbelief, somewhat uncertain. At the foot of the towering, upright green mountains, a small mountain village was settling. The mountain village is tucked away in a grassy wooded area, where the cries of various animals can still be heard faintly. Strange, why is fourth sister in a place like this? Xiaoka muttered suspiciously, and immediately afterward, he controlled the golden crow to fall to the ground. The mountain village seemed to be uninhabited, the roads were overgrown, and all was silent. When Xiaoka stepped into the village, he immediately unfolded his divine sense to probe. Instantly, he detected many spiritual energy fluctuations underground, both weak and strong. The number of martial artists numbered in the hundreds, the number of sect masters numbered 10, and there were a full 3 martial arts sect masters. Ko frowned. He didn't understand why there were so many experts hidden in this remote mountain village. This kind of battle power was already on par with the Kyoto Wang family. The mountain village does not look different on the surface, but there is something inside. Just underneath this area, there is also a secret base hidden. Ko scratched his head, his eyes looking towards the strange building in the center of the village. The building was very bizarre, all black in color. The shape was rather like a snake's head, exuding an eerie aura. According to his divine sense, the building had a path to the ground. He lifted his feet toward the snakehead building, turning his head from time to time to urge the dog behind him. Blackie, keep up. I know where my sister is. Hearing his young master give the word, the dog took small steps and followed closely. At this point, the surveillance within the mountain village had already monitored a man and a dog, and the staff immediately reported the news up. In a certain room, a black-clothed old man faintly commanded to the black-robed man, Ghost and Bloodblade have completed their mission. Next you deliver the woman to her employer. At that moment, a liaison officer came running to report. East Hall Master, there are living beings approaching on the periphery of the base. Ko frowned and scrutinized the stone door in front of him. Once you pass through this door, you will be able to enter the interior of the base. Golden Crow, with a milky cry, the 3-foot Xianjin sword appeared in Xiaoka's hand. He was ready to forcefully cleave a path. At this time, Xiao Hei had already silently retreated dozens of meters, fearing that he would be mistakenly injured by his master. Just as he was about to do it, the stone door let out a muffled sound, and then actually opened the door on its own. The 2 black-robed men walked slowly out of the door, just in time to meet Xiao Ku, who was holding a golden crow. The 2 looked at the young boy in front of them, and their bodies gave a steep start. I have just received an order from the subdivision head for the two of them to rush here to kill the trespassers in the village. I didn't realize that the person who broke into the village was a little boy with a black-robed man with his gaze fixed on the golden crow flying sword spoke in a hoarse voice. How did you find this place, little kid? Hearing the black-robed man ask a question, Xiaoke hurriedly lowered his head towards himself to check something. Due to being in too much of a hurry while rushing, he had actually forgotten to perform the transfiguration technique. Finished, exposed, whatever. Saving my sister is important. Xiaoke lifted his long sword, his fat face showing a fierce expression. I'm going to save my sister, so get the hell out of there or don't blame me. Hiding a dozen meters away, Blackie silently praised his master. Blackie, it looks like we don't need dog to make a move for a while. The two black-robed men looked at the little boy, then smiled at each other. Ha ha ha, this little kid is telling us to get the hell out of here. I don't know where I picked up that broken sword. It's hard to lift it, isn't it? Here, let's see how nonchalant you can be. Faced with the black-robed man's flirtation, Ko frowned tightly and milked the threat again. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't get out of here, I'm going to be rude. 1. Seeing that little boy's face full of seriousness, the two laughed even more freely. 3. The golden crow flying sword shot out explosively, instantly piercing through the eyebrows of the two men. At that moment, the black-robed man stopped laughing and looked at the boy with fear in his eyes. The two men's vitality rapidly drained away before they fell straight down. Until they died, they were still wondering why this little doll could instantly kill itself. Why don't you just count to 3 instead of 2? Seeing the black-robed man fall, Blackie grinned and ran back to his master. Humph, let you mock me. You deserve it. Ko bristled and turned around to cast transfiguration. In a flash, a handsome white-robed man appeared in place. Get ready, Blackie. Let's go beat up these bad guys. Woof. Xiao Hei's body immediately swelled, turning into the size of a tiger in an instant. A white fur fluttering in the wind. Sharp teeth and claws flashing with a cold aura. Very domineering. Walking through the gates of the base, a few lights could be seen occasionally along the narrow, dark path. The stone wall on the side was carved with bizarre patterns, which were vaguely recognizable as a snake. But the body of the snake had 8 heads and 8 tails, and Ko couldn't recognize which kind of snake it was. A few minutes later, the man and the dog finally arrived inside the base. It's a huge field buried deep in the ground. A silver and black building stood in the center of the field, with several helicopters positioned nearby. The building is made of fine steel, and I'm afraid that wall will be able to withstand a cannonball attack. Such a hidden steel base hidden under the village. If Xiaoke didn't have divine sense in his body, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover it. Who's coming? As heckling sounds rang out, dozens of black-robed men surrounded the man and dog. The crowd flashed their various weapons in unison. Knives, guns and swords. Hey, this outfit looks familiar. Surrounded, Ko did not feel afraid as he gazed back and forth at the black-robed man. Come to think of it, it seems to be the assassin who came to my house before. Ko exclaimed out, confusing the slayers. Reacting, Ko opened his mouth towards them. Sister, where is Wang Wenya? Hand over Wang Wenya and I won't beat you up. The crowd didn't answer, only revealing a pair of icy eyes looking at Ko. Although it was unknown how this white-robed youth had broken in, but they've killed plenty of young men like that. Those who trespass the headquarters. Kill. One person opened his mouth and dozens of people attacked at the same time. Most of them were external force martial artists, and only a few were internal force martial artists. With this kind of strength, it was clearly not enough in front of Ko. Don't blame me. Then, Blackie, let's go. He and Tall and Mighty Black quickly dashed into the crowd. Thinking back to what Master had said, there was no need to show mercy to those who wanted to kill them. Xiaoke also stopped hiding his strength. Just one random punch instantly blasted the black-robed man to death. A light kick could send it flying 100 meters away, and it would be dead before it even hit the ground. This ferocious scene made the hearts of the rest of the black-robed men tremble. That's too mean, isn't it? Although they feared his strength, the crowd still attacked with a hard head. On the other side, Little Black roared and pounced on the black-robed man. After Xiaoke's careful cultivation, it had already grown into a first-ranked demonic beast, with a battle power that was enough to rival that of a sect master powerhouse. This kind of external strength martial artist was no different from a chicken in front of Blackie. Blackie, all of them are younger brothers. Chapter 105, Killing the Emperor. Treading the air. In less than a minute, all the black-robed men fell to the ground. Those who managed to survive wailed in pain and looked toward the white-robed youth with a terrified face. This guy is a monster. And then there's the big white dog that's literally fiercer than a Bengal tiger. Ko turned his head and took a step towards the base in the center of the field. His divine sense probed that the fourth sister was inside. As soon as he thought of his fourth sister, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Ko was so excited that he really wanted to meet his sister soon. Scarlet cross chop. Just as Xiaoke was lost in thought, a blood-colored sword light chopped at his neck. In the nick of time, he lightly tapped his toes on the ground and leapt into midair. barely dodging the blade of the sword. Seeing that his strike was easily dodged, Bloodblade's expression was grave and somewhat incredulous. This young man didn't look very old, but he was actually able to dodge the Zone Master's attack. You guys are so annoying. Hand over Wang Wenya. Ko landed back on the ground, huffing and reaching out to point at the black-robed figure. Be sensible, don't make me do it. Bloodblade didn't respond. He lifted his blood-colored longsword and leaped high into the air, launching another attack. Windbreaker chop. The aura of the sect master erupted in an instant, and the blood-colored longsword carried endless killing intent as it chopped towards Xiaoku. The sword blade instantly approached the top of his head. Bloodblade had already imagined the scene of the youth being split in two, and it was wonderful to think about. A sardonic smile appeared on his face underneath that mask, and he stuck out his tongue and licked the corners of his lips. Ding! Crisp sounds spread out as his attacks felt like they were landing on impenetrable steel. Wild winds rose around the duo, and the dust on the ground was shaken away by the air currents. Bloodblade's face changed drastically. The scene he had imagined did not appear, only to see that young man's two fingers clamping down on the sword's body. His hand was like a giant pincer, and the attack could no longer advance a single bit. At this moment, fear welled up in his heart. The full force of the Patriarch's strike was actually caught by someone with two fingers. Is this a human being? You want to kill me with a sword? Since you want to kill me, I'll do it. A faint voice reached his ears. With a slight movement of his mind, the arcane golden longsword appeared out of thin air in Xiaoku's hand. The sword flashed with a cold aura, and Bloodblade could tell at a glance that this was by no means an extraordinary item. Sensing an inexplicable sense of crisis, he hastily abandoned his sword and stormed back. Years of assassinations had taught him that, if you don't escape, you'll probably die. At this time, a dozen more people rushed to the base, and the first three were the several hall masters of the Black Robe organization. The three of them were gloomy, and their hands were vaguely condensing an attack. A plump old man stepped forward, and the pressure of a martial grandmaster swept out. Your Excellency, trespassing on my Black Robe headquarters, what is the purpose? If you don't give an explanation today, you don't want to go back alive. He served as the South Hall Master in the Black Robe organization under the name Wuji. 10 years ago, he slaughtered a whole 300 people of a clan in Huaxia. The Martial Artist Alliance had hunted him down for 10 years, and still failed to capture him, so it was evident that his strength was strong. Xiaoku pursed his lips and immediately removed the pressure emanating from Wuji. I don't want to fight. You guys hand over Wang Wenya and I'll leave. Wuji laughed out loud and looked at the little cutie with a gaze at Xiaoku. Young man, a mere sect master dares to trespass the Black Robe headquarters. Today I'll teach you what it means to be someone else. Boom! A powerful aura came from Wuji, and the rest of them did not move. Humph! If you block me, then you'll be waiting for a beating. Xiaoku stepped out, his aura surging towards the crowd like a monstrous wave. This was 1,000 times more powerful than the aura emanating from Wuji. Affected by the fluctuation of his spiritual energy, the wind was raging within 100 meters radius. Take another step. Everyone present felt a great sense of pressure. It was as if there was 1,000 pounds on his body, and his body felt heavier and heavier. For the last time, hand over Wang Wenya. Boom! Under the pressure of the Foundation establishment stage, the crowd of killers couldn't withstand it and fell to their knees one after another. The crowd was pale and gasping for air. Impossible! What kind of breath is this? This guy, how can his aura be so strong? That oppressive feeling is making me about to lose my breath. In the end, excluding the 3 hall masters and several patriarchs who were standing still, the rest of them all knelt towards Xiaoku. Not far away, Xiao Hei's face was full of teasing, directly transforming into a melon-eating dog. Blackie, good. Clapping paws. Damn it, this kid could be a late-stage martial grandmaster. It's hard to believe that he's a heaven-ranking expert. Such young experts, why have I never heard of them? The 3 of them looked grave, no longer daring to underestimate the white-robed youth in front of them. Yama, Goki, together! Wuji bellowed and ran towards Xiaoku at breakneck speed. Because of its speed, ordinary killers could only see a shadow. The other 2 martial grandmasters also rushed towards the white-robed youth in unison. Mountain-breaking fist, 10,000 soul-devouring claws, astonishing sword, infinite true chi condensed giant fist shadows in the air. The power of the fist was so great that it caused a group of killers to cry out in shock. Yen Luo drew out the 3-foot heavy sword behind his back. Killing intent seemed to condense into substance, and his vast true chi matched with the endless killing chi to chop out with a sword. On the other side, the Imperial Demon's right hand formed a claw, manifesting countless ghostly shadows, and the cries of thousands of people could be vaguely heard. The 3 attacks approached Xiaoku's face in an instant. However, he never made a move, causing Blackie to worry. I don't know how to die, the 3 men said in their minds. Facing several attacks, Xiaoku raised his white palm, and in a flash, blue-purple thunder arcs emerged from his fingertips. Kuro's eyes were dripping. It was a trick he was familiar with. Xiaoku's robes were windless, and the thunder arcs on his fingertips instantly condensed into 3 2-meter thunder snakes. What? The three gazes were horrified. This white-robed youth actually had the means to manipulate lightning. Lead thunder finger. Shao Kahn frowned tightly and instantly mobilized the thunder snake to rush towards the three. As fast as lightning. Not good. Retreat. Yan Luo growled, then turned his attack into defense, using his sword to fend off the thunder snake. Crackle. The 3 thunder snakes struck each of the 3, and Wuji's fist shadow was instantly shattered. The ghostly shadow in Goki's hand was also burned into a wisp of smoke by the lightning. The terrifying might it contained caused everyone present to tremble. Taking this move hard, the 3 of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood with a wow sound, and their figures flew backwards in front of the crowd, dragging tens of meters on the ground in a row. The 3 of them were deeply injured and their breath became shriveled. A black-robed assassin looked at the hall masters in surprise, his heart setting off monstrous waves. This young man had actually defeated 3 martial grandmasters with a single move. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, the crowd would not have been able to believe it. Ko took a step towards the crowd, his aura climbing to the extreme. Listen to the wind 7 swords. A monstrous might came from the body of the golden crow sword, which was filled with an aura of destruction and devastation. In the eyes of the crowd, that white-robed figure was like the god of death, holding a scythe that was preparing to harvest the lives of the crowd. Little friend, stop. A majestic and slightly vicissitudes voice came out. The rest of the black-robed men only felt a lightness in their bodies, and the powerful sense of intimidation abruptly disappeared. Ha! Ko looked up in surprise. At this moment there was a silhouette standing at the highest point of the base. The man had his hands behind his back and was wearing a kimono set. His hair was a mixture of black and white. His torso was old and stooped, but his eyes had a sharp essence. It's so strange. It's not the chi refining realm, nor is it the foundation establishment realm. Could it be half-step foundation building? A crowd of black-robed assassins looked at the man with blazing eyes. Exclamations of shock rising. That seems to be the chief hall master. The chief hall master has been in seclusion for 8 years, but he actually came out of seclusion today? The chief hall master must have increased his strength greatly. We are saved. Ha ha ha. Let's see how much longer he can be arrogant. The Wuji trio also looked surprised. 8 years ago the chief hall master was already a late-stage martial grandmaster, ranked 9th in the heavenly ranking, codenamed Kill the King. I don't dare to imagine how strong the chief hall master is nowadays. I'm afraid that he has already touched that realm, Ko said with displeasure. You give sis, Wang Wenya back to me, and I'll stop fighting. The killing emperor laughed up to the sky and lifted his foot forward to take a step. The void beneath its feet looked like a staircase, stepping through the air. This peculiar scene made the crowd stagger. I don't know if you have a name and if you have a master? Hearing the old man's inquiry, Shao Kahn replied with a flustered expression. I'm not telling you. Chapter 106, How come fourth sister doesn't recognize me? The killing emperor suddenly froze. According to his speculation, such a young martial arts expert must have a backer behind him, and it was highly likely that it was an existence that even he could not afford to mess with. But why is he afraid to say so? You can't take this man with you. We black robes have rules. So, little friend, please return. The killing emperor landed on the ground and confronted the white-robed youth from a distance. Shao Kahn skimmed his lips and slowly raised his golden crow, a sharp sword intent spreading out in all directions. After all this nonsense, you're still trying to stop me. Humph, then I'll beat you down before I save my sister. Buzz. The golden crow sword's body glowed greatly, and its terrifying might condensed to the extreme. Emperor Killer's face changed drastically. This sword momentum was far beyond his expectations. Here's the knife. He extended his right hand in the direction of the base. A large, blood-colored blade flew from the base and went straight through the steel wall, landing firmly in his hand. Bloodslayer blade technique. The blood-colored true chi clung to the blade. At this moment, his killing intent condensed into substance. Hearing Win's 7 swords. Second sword. Shao Kahn frowned his sword brow and drank in a deep voice. The two men's auras were raised to the extreme in an instant, and they shot out explosively in opposite directions. The sky-splitting slash. Chopper Moon. The body of the sword steeply manifested a 10-meter giant sword shadow, carrying a thick murderous aura to slash at Shao Kahn. Boo! The shadow of the blade against the sword. The entire field looked like it had been bombarded by a missile, and a deep crater instantly appeared. Smoke and dust scattered in all directions, and the giant sword's shadow was shaped like thin paper, and was instantly cut through by the blade of the sword. The golden sword chi was constantly enlarging at the Kill Emperor's pupils. No good. He let out a cry of surprise and immediately released his protective true chi before raising the back of his blade against the sword. The crowd panicked and urged their Zhongshi Jin chi to resist this violent energy fluctuation. Slightly weaker killers were directly lifted off a few meters. Wait for the smoke to dissipate. Instead, the crowd saw their own hall master flying backwards towards the base like a kite with broken strings, and that large sword was actually chopped in half alive. Boom! Emperor Killer's entire body was dented into the steel wall, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, his face slightly pale. Blackie rolled his eyes and looked over at the open base gate. Its doggy mouth grinned a wicked grin, then quietly approached towards it. While the crowd was busy observing the battle, Blackie had sneaked into the base. With its sensitive sense of smell, it quickly found Wang Wenya in a room on the 3rd floor. Just as it rushed into the room, 3 gazes were directed towards it in unison. One came from Wang Wenya, and the other 2 came from 2 black-robed men. Woof! The 3 men and 1 dog were all dumbfounded, momentarily confused. Blackie, how is this someone? 2 black-robed men, why is there a dog here? Wang Wenya in the corner was pale and his body was firmly bound by the hemp rope. Seeing this, Xiao Hei immediately assumed a fighting stance. Its hind legs pressed down slightly, and its sharp teeth and claws flashed with a cold aura. Slaughter it! The 2 black-robed men struck out in silence, instantly arriving in front of Xiao Hei, and the aura of the patriarch erupted instantly. Blackie, just do it and be done with it. 2 people and a dog battle a mess. As a demonic beast of the small black to 1 against 2, actually did not lose the wind. Wang Wenya's eyes were wide open. The scene in front of her made her uncertain. At this time, outside the base, Emperor Killer broke through the wall and raised his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. The 3 sub-chiefs' jaws dropped, and the rest of them were even more disbelieving. The long-established Chief Hall Master was no match for a 20-year-old mysterious youth? The battle power of this mysterious man is as terrifying as it is. Emperor Slayer raised his voice to the sky, his aura once again rising. Boy, you've succeeded in provoking me. Yellow Spring Ghost Claw. His right hand turned into a claw, and under the blood-red true chi wrapping, ghostly shadows constantly rushed out from the claw. Those ghosts and shadows were all hideous, as if they were substance, drawing chills to the backs of the people. Humph, this is one of the Chief Hallmaster's strongest moves, having once killed an E-Country SS-class alien with a single move. Wuji sneered and looked at the 2 men expectantly. Let's see what this kid has to resist with. Ha ha ha. Ko in the center of the field had a determined look on his face. Today he had only one idea, and that was to take the 4th sister. He'll beat up anyone who dares to stand in his way. Hearing Wind Sword Technique. 4th sword. At this moment, the body of the Golden Crow sword split into thousands of sword shadows, densely suspended in midair. He raised the long sword in his hand and stared resolutely at the kimono old man. Seal the devil. Hop! Thousands of sword shadows fused with the Golden Crow, and the sharp sword chi scraped the flesh of the crowd. The killing emperor's heart trembled as he said with a horrified expression, "Could it be that you've already broken through the immortal realm?" Impossible. A sword slashed out, and the sword chi instantly arrived in front of him. Ghost chi and sword chi collided in the claws, and thousands of ghost shadows were annihilated in an instant. No! Emperor Kill roared and immediately dodged to the side. The sword chi was extremely fast, and although it didn't kill the old man, it chopped off one of his arms. The killing emperor violently suffered pain, and beads of sweat oozed out of his pale face. The black-robed crowd looked at the severed arm on the ground with stupefied expressions as a sense of fear struck their hearts. Little friend, there's something to discuss. Stop. Strongly enduring the severe pain, the killing emperor weakly opened his mouth. Little friend, if you want someone, we'll give it to you. Wuji, do as he commands. Frozen in place, Wuji received the order and turned towards the interior of the base. Now you know what I'm capable of. Ko muttered impatiently. If you hadn't done that earlier, you'd have to be beaten up to obey. Hearing Ko's spitting, he couldn't help but spray out a large mouthful of blood. What is this place? And why did you arrest Wang Wenya? Ko continued to press him. The corners of the black-robed crowd's mouths twitched, and they really couldn't figure out how this mysterious person had found his way here. In the face of the white-robed youth's inquiry, the crowd didn't dare to lie. A high-ranking member of the black-robed organization answered truthfully. This is the headquarters of the Black Robe Organization. We received a commission from the Wang family in Kyoto, and we need to deliver Wang Wenya. Ko's eyes stared slightly as he muttered to himself. The Kyoto Wang family again? A bunch of big bad guys. When Wuji entered the room where Wang Wenya was being held, he was surprised to see 2 people and a dog entangled in a fight. It didn't take long. Wuji then walked out of the building with a woman with a hot body and a refined temperament. Behind him, a large white dog followed with broken steps. Further back, there were also 2 black-robed figures in rags and in a rather sorry state. Wang Wenya's brain went blank. She looked around dully, feeling only a little confused by the scene before her. What happened? Excited to see his 4th sister again, Ko ran up to the top to check things out. Finding that there were no serious injuries, Ko breathed a long sigh of relief. He took his sister's hand and opened his mouth with a smile. 4th sister, come home with me. What? Wang Wenya frowned and looked at the handsome youth in front of him. He didn't know him, so why did he call him his sister? Noticing the hand being held by the youth, her cheeks flushed and she immediately drew her hand out. You, who are you? Ha! Ko was so anxious that he paced back and forth in place, his eyebrows knitted like twists. How could my sister not recognize herself? Is it possible that she has lost her memory? The crowd of the Black Robe organization was in a daze. How come the youth who was killing it just now is now in a hurry like a monkey? Xiaoke scrutinized her sister, and Wang Wenya likewise scrutinized Xiaoku. Suddenly, Ko picked up her fourth sister in a hug. This sudden princess hug made Wang Wenya subconsciously grab the hem of his shirt. A faint scent of milk lingered sweetly in her nostrils. This intimate action caused her heart to tremble and her cheeks to redden like ripe peaches. Looking up, the man's face was exquisitely picked out. Simply a handsome man among handsome men. There was something inexplicably safe about being snuggled in his arms. Goki, Wuji, Yen Luo, quickly follow me to the secret room, the killing emperor said in a deep voice, and then quickly disappeared in place. The remaining three also nodded slightly and quickly rushed inside the base. Ko noticed the four leaving the ring, but didn't bother. Blackie, let's go home. He carried his fourth sister towards the exit. Blackie took a step and followed closely behind his master. The crowd of assassins looked at the two leaving from afar, but no one dared to go forward to stop them. In the meantime, the killing emperor as well as the three sub-hall masters had arrived at a secret room. The walls of the entire room were covered with bizarre patterns of writing. The writing seemed to be magical, giving one a sense of vertigo just by looking at it. There was a pool of blood in the center of the room, and a 20-meter-long boa flopped around in it. Since this kid knows the location of our headquarters, it's all the more reason not to keep him. You three cooperate with me. After saying this, the killing emperor used his blood to outline a set of bizarre formations. A strand of black gas seeped out from the formation and wrapped towards the giant boa. This emperor has been hammering the martial arts for more than 90 years, breaking through the inner strength at the age of 20, stepping into the Zongshi at the age of 32, and accomplishing the martial arts grandmaster at the age of 53. Now that I've just glimpsed the immortal realm, I've been chopped off an arm by this kid. It's hard for me to resolve the hatred in my heart without taking this revenge. Even if I die today, I will remove this scourge. Chapter 107, Orochi, descends on Tokyo. Xiaoko hugged his fourth sister out of the village entrance, finally seeing the blue sky and white clouds and green mountains and trees again. Wang Wenya let out a delicate cry and struggled up from Xiaoko's arms. Who the hell are you and what do you want? Ko turned her head and met the fourth sister's beautiful eyes. For some reason, her cheeks were red and delicate, like a rose in full bloom. Fourth sister, I'm Ko, don't you recognize me? Ko pouted in aggravation, sadness filling her eyes. He guessed in the back of his mind, fourth sister has definitely lost her memory, otherwise how could she not recognize herself? Hearing this, Wang Wenya frowned and coldly drank. How can my brother look like this? And who the hell are you? What's your connection to the Black Robe organization? Ko shuddered, then looked down and scanned over his entire body. That's when he reacted. You're still casting a disguise yourself. Once he had placed the fourth sister back on the ground, he immediately lifted the transfiguration technique. Boo! A thick smoke cleared, and Wang Wenya couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The white-robed youth in front of him disappeared, and in his place was a little boy with a powdered face. It's small and cute. Wang Wenya stared blankly at Xiaoku, surprised and not knowing what to say. Really a brother? Puzzled, she stepped forward and kept rubbing at the boy's face. Xiaoku beamed and said helplessly towards Wang Wenya, fourth sister, I'm really Ko. You're still wearing the jade pendant I gave you. You promised me I could skip 6th grade. Wang Wenya clasped his hands on his arms and looked at Xiaoku with a scrutinizing gaze, his face cloudy. Seeing that she still refused to believe it, Ko turned his head toward the dog behind him. Blackie, change back. The big white dog pricked up its ears and shrunk extremely fast under Wang Wenya's shocked gaze. It eventually changes into a small, fluffy white dog that looks extremely pleasing. It's Koro? Wang Wenya covered her red lips with an unbelievable face. He then took out the blue-purple jade pendant engraved with the word Xiaoku. This confirms itself even more. The scene in front of her couldn't help but make Wang Wenya fall into doubt. Was she dreaming? After a moment's reprieve, she surprised her brother by taking him into her arms. The Twin Peaks buried Ko's head directly deep inside. Brother, how did you and Blackie transform? How did you find this place? Where are the other sisters? Didn't they come? A long list of questions made Ko's scalp go numb, and he pulled his head out to mutter in a small voice. Why didn't you tell fourth sister about the identity of the immortal cultivator earlier? Wang Wenya raised an eyebrow, took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened the location. Tokyo? We're in R? She frowned at her cell phone screen. Retracting her cell phone, she looked towards the Mount Fuji not far away, and the bustling city of tall buildings. The mountain village you are in would be on the outskirts of Tokyo, about 20 kilometers away from the city center. Rumble. 8 dark clouds appeared steeply in the originally clear sky. The sun was blocked by dark clouds, and the sky and the earth gradually became gloomy and dim. Ko lifted his head and looked up at the sky in surprise. Sister, it looks like it's going to rain? Wang Wenya quickly dialed a call, which was quickly answered. Professor Inaba, I've run into some situations in Tokyo. I'll send you a location. Come pick me up. The man on the other end of the line uttered a shocked voice. When did Chairman Wang come to Tokyo? Yes, I'll pick you up now. Hanging up the phone, Wang Wenya sent the location to Prof. Inoue. Rumble. It was accompanied by a thunderous sound. A pillar of blood-colored light suddenly descended from the depths of the dark clouds, roughly tens of meters in diameter. In the city of Tokyo, countless pedestrians looked to the sky in unison. This bizarre red pillar of light instantly caused an uproar. What is that glow? It's amazing. Hurry up and film it. Gosh, it's so close to downtown. I'm going to go over there and check it out in case it's a treasure. TV stations, media outlets, military districts, and scientific research centers in the city of Tokyo immediately sent people to investigate. Base chamber. The killing emperor's aura grew weaker and weaker, and the rest of the people also looked pale. As a few people sprayed out blood, the formation suddenly glowed brightly. The giant boa within the blood pool seemed to be in great pain and kept twisting its huge snake body. I call upon you with my soul to lift the seal with the blood of 1,000 men. Honorable Orochi Amikami, please send down your divine thoughts and come back to earth. The killing emperor flipped a black statue with one hand, and his mouth perked up. The statue was in the shape of an 8-headed serpent. It was clearly the top demon in the mythology of our country. The Orochi. His black and white hair turned gray in a flash. The whole thing looked like it had aged a dozen years. The boa stopped writhing and the blood in the pool rapidly dwindled and was soon gone. A pillar of blood-colored light instantly penetrated the ground and the steel base, causing a hole to appear above the chamber. The huge snake body of the giant boa was pulled by the pillar of light and slowly rose high into the sky. The 4 men sat paralyzed, gasping for air. Success! Success! Ha ha ha! A hint of insanity was revealed in Emperor Killer's eyes. That kid who doesn't know what he's doing will die for sure. At the same time, Wang Wenya looked at the pillar of light in shock. Suddenly, a giant python rises from the ground to high in the sky. This horrifying scene caused Wang Wenya to cry out in shock, her already pale face whitening yet another point. Brother, what a big snake! Let's go! Too late to think about it, Wang Wenya picked up his brother and turned to flee. The scene was too bizarre for her to stay any longer. People will always feel fear when confronted with something mysterious and unknown. Xiao Hei followed behind Wang Wenya, looking back from time to time. Before he could run a few steps, a fierce wind blew in a 10-mile radius. Flowers and trees flutter in the wind, and fallen leaves and stones are swept into the sky. Ko lay on his sister's shoulder, staring blankly at the big snake. A sudden change occurred, and the giant boa enveloped by the blood-colored light pillar expanded dramatically in size, only to see that snake's body rapidly extend. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters. The giant snake's head split into 7 more house-sized heads. The tail similarly split into 7 giant snake tails. The 100-foot snake's body covered the sky, like a gigantic mountain range that stretched on and on. The 8 serpent tails lashed against the green hills, obliterating them in an instant. Hearing the loud noise, Wang Wenya twisted his head to check the situation, and instantly his legs went weak with fear. Only an 8-headed giant snake was seen coiled in the mountain village. The dark green snake's body was bubbling with gusts of black gas. The hideous serpent's head slowly raised, and dark green saliva flowed from its open bloody mouth. The liquid dripped on the village houses and the buildings were corroded to slag in an instant. What a big snake! Wang Wenya fell to the ground and almost fainted from the shock. Ko burrowed out of his 4th sister's embrace, his eyes on the giant snake. This strange-looking giant snake was even bigger than the snake demon within the idol Cloud Mountain. Moreover, this 8-headed snake was filled with a ferocious and violent aura, clearly not a good thing. Emperor Killer led the Wuji trio out of the ground and made a respectful pilgrimage to the Great Serpent. Great God Yachi, please kill this enemy for your followers. Noticing the 4 people, the Orochi slowly lowered its massive head, its gaze chillingly scanning the few people. It was you who called upon this god? The serpent opened its mouth and spat out human words. This made Wang Wenya in the distance even more terrified. Jia. A bunch of refining stage trash. Still want to instruct this god? This body is really bad, to the point of making this god's strength 10,000%. My devotees, let this god fill his stomach first. Emperor Slayer and the others were stagnant, and immediately afterward, they saw a huge mouth of the abyss coming head-on. Not good. Retreat. The 4 quickly fled, but the snake's mouth was as fast as a thunderbolt, swallowing the 4 in the blink of an eye. They can't believe it till they die. The first of the killer apps that he had spent decades preparing was going to kill him. The black-robed chief Hall Master, ranked 9th on the heavenly rankings, killed the emperor and died. The blood and flesh of a cultivator is truly delicious. The Orochi raised its mountainous head and looked towards Xiao Ku and Wang Wenya in the mountain village. Little doll of the foundation establishment stage, Jia Jia Jia. The 8 snake heads spat out their snake letters, staring intently at the tiny figure. Wang Wenya's body trembled slightly as he grabbed his brother and tried to escape, but she couldn't lift her legs at all, and just as she got up, she fell to the ground. Brother, run, quick, Wang Wenya anxiously urged, and suddenly felt his body lighten. When he looked up, Ko actually picked himself up with both hands. Blackie, let's run, Xiaoke milked a cry, and the Shinjin longsword broke out from his brow and hovered in midair. The little black heart was in the right place, and with a stomp of his legs, he leapt onto his master's shoulders. When Ko was ready, he pointed his toes to the ground and steadied himself on the sword. Wang Wenya exclaimed in shock. In just 10 minutes or so, her entire body had been numbed by shock. What's going on right now? How can my brother fly? Chapter 108. I'm going to die. Ooh 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 ooh. The golden crow turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. The Orochi twisted its massive body, leaving deep drag marks along the way. How dare you try to sneak away from the food that's right next to this god's mouth? It lifted its 8 heads and pounced on Ko, reaching the man in a flash. This stinking snake is so fast. Divine Sense sensing the incoming attack, Xiaoke immediately controlled the golden crow to dodge, but the head was too fast and caught up with the two in an instant. The Orochi opened its bloody mouth and enveloped the 2 men and the dog. Blackie looked back and snapped his doggy eyes wide open. The snake's mouth was horrible to the extreme, constantly flowing with a pungent, sour odor. Blackie scared the hell out of my woof. At the moment of crisis, Xiaoke accelerated again and escaped from the snake's mouth. However, the body of that Orochi toppled the crowd on the flying sword. The 2 men and the dog fell quickly to the ground. Wang Wenya clutched his brother's clothes tightly and kept praying in his heart. Blackie was shivering with fear, his doggy eyes closed tightly. The dog's sharp paws are firmly hooked to his master's clothes, fearing that he will fall into a dog cake. Just as several people were about to land on the ground, Xiaoke once again controlled the golden crow to hang at his feet. Is sis okay? Ko looked at his 4th sister in his arms with a grave expression. At this time, Wang Wenya had already fainted due to the shock. This freaked Ko out, and he rushed to check on his sister. Realizing that her sister was just stunned, Ko breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I blame the stinking snake. He dropped back to the ground in exasperation, frowning at Orochi. Xiao Hei, you take sister to escape first. I'll hold it off. Little Black was first stunned, followed by his body expanding and carrying Wang Wenya to escape the mountain village. Orochi notices the man and dog that slipped away and pays no attention to them. How could the blood and flesh of ordinary people be as sweet as the blood and flesh of a cultivator? This white little guy looks delicious. At that thought, a large amount of saliva gushed out from the 8 snake heads. Ko's plump face was steeped in seriousness. He will never let go of anyone who dares to hurt his sister. Hey, rascal snake, get ready to get your ass kicked. The body of the golden crow sword was gripped tightly in his hand, and a strong sword she spread out. There was mockery in Yagu's tone. Little doll, with this broken sword, it can't hurt this god. The terrifying demonic aura scattered in all directions, and Xiaoke immediately felt supreme pressure. Hearing Win's 7 swords, 4th sword, he milked a cry, and thousands of sword shadows quickly coalesced in the air. Seal the devil, hop! Thousands of sword shadows merged into the body of the golden crow sword, emitting terrifying spiritual power fluctuations. With a wave of his small hand, tens of meters of sword light chopped at the giant snake with the sound of breaking wind. The sword light chopped at the snake's body, bursting into brilliant sparks. The dark green snake scales withstood this blow and remained intact. Orochi snorted. Little doll, are you tickling this god? Tokyo City. Traffic was paralyzed throughout the city. Millions of people took to the streets or to the roofs of buildings. All of them looked at the 8-headed giant snake in shock. Even though they were separated by more than 10 kilometers, they could still clearly see the mountainous body of the snake. That's the Orochi. Am I getting a hard-on? Isn't this a great demon from mythology? How could it appear in reality? No, the mythological Orochi's body is tens of kilometers long, and when it comes out of the world, it will lead to a natural disaster of doom. Finished? Will it eat us all? Where's Ultraman? Come and fight the monsters. Son, stop talking and get on a plane with your dad and leave the country. Hundreds of thousands of people recorded the video and posted it on the internet, and it soon became a sensation throughout the entire country of R. Dozens of helicopters are heading to the outskirts of the city at breakneck speeds, and all of the Tokyo Military District's warplanes and missile carriers are on the move. Coco's mouth was open and her heart was pounding. This rascal snake is so powerful. It's even stronger than the rascal snake of Idle Cloud Mountain. His small face went white and he didn't dare to hide his strength anymore. Lead Thunder Finger. Ko lifted a small, white, fat hand and whined in a milky voice. Majestic spiritual energy surged onto his fingertips, and a thunder snake manifested in front of him. Hiss! The thunder snake rapidly expanded, transforming from the original 10 centimeters to 30 meters long. If the killing emperor were to face this attack, I'm afraid that his soul would be scattered in an instant. Flexing his fingers slightly, the thunder snake exploded towards the Orochi. GGG, it's useless. A giant head opened its mouth and swallowed the speeding thunder snake in one gulp. Damn it, he managed to eat my attack. Ko clenched her small fists and looked at Orochi in anger. 7 heads sprayed dark green venom at him. If it was tainted with venom, the human body would be quickly corroded into a puddle of blood. Sensing the danger, Ko panicked and dodged. Golden armor protects the body. Golden armor surfaced on Shao Ka's body surface. Rascal snake. Then don't blame me for being rude. Shao Ka stopped his pace and mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy to surge into the sword. The golden crow flying sword turned into a 10-meter shadow in an instant, as a large amount of spiritual energy poured in. 100-meter giant sword, breaking straight through the clouds. The crowd in the city of Tokyo almost had their eyes popped out of their heads as they all looked at the giant sword with dumbfounded looks on their faces. And what? There's a 100-meter great sword in the world? It's hard to believe. It's the Tian Tsomyun sword? It's highly likely. If the Orochi can show up, the divine weapon Kusanagi sword should also appear. That's too much. I must have been out of it. I'm going to go jump off a building first to clear my head. The streets were full of clicking and snapping photos. Countless people are fleeing Tokyo by car and the city center airport is overcrowded. Shao Ka raised his giant sword and chopped straight towards the snake's body. Orochi looked at the sword in front of him and opened his mouth to spit out a cloud of venom. The colorful sword body was stained with venom, like a pot of cold water thrown on a fire. Jab, 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 jab. The illusory giant sword quickly melted away, eventually turning into a thick smoke that dissipated into the sky. Hey, Ko stared blankly at Orochi, muttering in the back of his mind. All of your own moves are useless against the rascal snake. What should I do? Master said that in the future, when you meet someone you can't beat, you should flee. Blackie and Sis should both be far away, right? Ko nodded darkly at the thought. He then reached out and pointed at the Orochi, calling out in a milky voice. Rascal snake, Piggy Big is behind you. At this moment, he was ready to escape with his sword while the great snake turned back. Orochi was unsure, but craned his head to check. Ko froze momentarily. That snake has 8 heads, and it only uses one to view the rear. Little doll, how dare you tease me? GGG, not playing with you. Be good and be swallowed alive by me. The Yamanano Orochi coldly rebuked, and his monstrous demonic power was instantly released. A huge sense of oppression bound Ko in place, unable to move at all. That was when he felt the true strength of the giant snake. Third-order demonic beasts. That was equivalent to a Yuan condensation realm cultivator. Ko gulped down a mouthful of saliva, her white face bloodless. He was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could he defeat the rascal snake of the condensed Yuan realm? Little doll, your flesh and blood must be delicious. Gah! The large snake's head opened its mouth and lunged at Ko, which made him anxious. But his body was like a mud cow in the sea. How could he not exert any strength? The giant mouth of the abyss kept enlarging at Ko's azure pupils. What to do? I'm dying. I haven't met Big Sister, Sixth Sister, and my master yet. I haven't finished my fried chicken yet. Woo-hoo-hoo. Coco's eyes reddened and crystallized teardrops slid down her face to the ground. The rich smell of blood mixed with the stench of decay hit the air. In the blink of an eye, Ko was swallowed in one gulp by the Orochi. Xiao Hei carried Wang Wenya to the side of the main road and turned to look towards the giant snake. It was suddenly worried about its young master's well-being. I don't know when the little master will escape. Returning to its senses, it continued to carry Wang Wenya towards Tokyo. The hearts of the Wang family members who were far away from the magic capital trembled. Suddenly there was a sense of foreboding. Chapter 109, The Sword Chi Spreads 30,000 Leagues. The Yamanano Orochi raised its head and looked grimly in the direction of Tokyo. There was still plenty of fresh blood and flesh there, enough to fill it up for a few meals. Hiss, what's going on? The Orochi spoke sharply, and all 7 heads looked at the 8th at the same time. A strong burning sensation came from that snake's mouth at the moment. It was as if it had swallowed an infinite blazing sun, burning its snake's mouth with severe pain. Pust! A gray stream of light pierced through the snake's head and shot straight up into the sky. Dark green liquid gushed out, and a bloody hole appeared steeply in the head of the Orochi. Hiss, how can that be? He growled in pain and twisted his massive body to slap at the green mountain. The giant snake's pupils shrunk slightly, and his gaze was grim as he looked towards the gray stream of light. Even though that head was severely injured in this way, it still stood proudly spitting out snake letters. You can see how vital it is. Thousands of meters in the air. A small figure stepped into the air and leaned down to look at Orochi. His body was wrapped in dark gray spiritual energy, and his eyes flashed with crimson light. Impossible. You're not even dead? Yagyu Orochi looked up to the sky. The monstrous demonic power lifted all the large trees around them, and the mountain village houses collapsed in the process. Little doll, you have angered this god. High in the air, Ko had his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. A mere third-stage demonic beast. How dare you call yourself a god? Forced to ask this emperor to make a move. You already have a way to take your death. Ko did not speak, but that voice seemed to come from above the 9 heavens, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. In the city of Tokyo, some people took out their binoculars to check the situation. Following the direction of the giant snake, he vaguely saw a gray glow high in the sky. The man continued to mobilize his focus, trying to see what was glowing. Splat! The binoculars fell to the ground, their lenses shattered. His face was flushed and he spoke with a trembling voice. It's a person. The Orochi opened its bloody mouth and responded with disdain. The strength of this god is not something you can speculate on? I didn't manage to kill you just now, so this god will kill you again. The flame of divine anger. The 8 heads spewed out dark green flames in unison, carrying high temperatures straight into the sky. The 8 pillars of fire were fused together, and their power was once again increased by several times. The attack came to Ko in the blink of an eye. The giant snake's pupils flashed with a hint of hideousness, as if it had already anticipated the scene of the little doll's corpse. Thousands of meters in the air, Shauka slowly raised his white palm and launched it out with one hand. The dark green pillar of fire slammed head-on into a gray barrier. The terrifying attack was steadily resisted by the barrier, stirring up brilliant sparks. This little doll actually blocked this god's attack. Orochi looked at Ko in dismay. Immediately after that it spat out several mouthfuls of dark green venom. Ko remains in motion. Pust! The venom struck the barrier and erupted in a bared sound that seemed to corrode it. The Orochi excitedly spat out its snake letters. Before he could utter a word of mockery, he was fixed in place in surprise. His own unbeatable corrosive venom was actually blocked by that barrier once again. The grayish-white barrier protects Ko tightly, making it impossible for the venom to get close. Now, it's my turn. The disembodied male voice came, and Ko finally made a move. He raised his right hand above his head. The dragon and phoenix essence blood within the dantian shone brightly, gushing out majestic spiritual energy. His aura climbed rapidly. Middle stage of foundation building. Late stage of foundation building. Peak foundation establishment. Condensed Yuan realm. At the same time, a 10-foot shadow gradually emerged behind Shao Ku. A demonic and handsome Xian-robed man stood quietly behind Shao Ku. Orochi looked at the shadow in shock, and actually had the illusion of a mayfly shaking a tree. A lone sail in the sea. Sword come. The call resounded through the sky. Tokyo City. The crowd looked in unison at the illusory figure high in the sky. At this moment, everyone's perceptions were turned upside down. How can this be? This is completely against the 3 major theories. God. That absolute or guardian god. The guardian god is going to behead the great demon. We don't have to be afraid. As soon as the words fell, a giant white sword coalesced from the depths of the sky. Whoosh! The sword exploded from the dome of the sky. Shauka clutched the golden crow flying sword, and the silhouette behind him clutched the white giant sword. The scene in front of him made Orochi feel more and more uneasy. You're not the doll. Who the hell are you? Now that the blue star's aura has dried up, it's impossible to create Yuan condensation realm cultivators. Ko did not respond. Only one step was taken towards the front, and a terrifying pressure covered more than 100 miles. The crowd in the city of Tokyo breathed in and their bodies felt inexplicably heavy. Little stinker. How can you be worthy of inquiring about this emperor's name? Disdainful words came from the angry Yagyu Orochi slapping several mountains. Shauka raised his golden crow, and the silhouette behind him similarly raised his long sword. The monstrous sword intent shook the heavens and the earth, and the berserk sword momentum scattered in all directions. On what grounds? At the same realm? Why is your aura so strong? That small figure gradually became magnificent in the eyes of the Orochi, like a 10,000-foot giant. Tai Xian sword technique. Shauka slowly chopped out a sword, and the silhouette behind him did the same. The two were surprisingly slow, and the long swords in their hands were slow to cut down. But in the eyes of the Orochi, the sword was as fast as lightning. It only felt that it was firmly locked by the sword's momentum, and there was no way to dodge it. Boom! The monstrous sword intense pressed towards the Orochi. All of a sudden, the whole of Tokyo was in a frenzy of wind and thunder. The Orochi resisted the pressure and roared in anger. Death judgment. 16 eyes simultaneously shot out black light and blasted away. The grayish-white barrier was once again in front of Ko. The giant snake's attack was instantly resisted by the barrier and eventually dissipated in midair. Cut the yin and yang. The small, fat hands framed it. The wind stops. The sword falls. Orochi looked around in horror. After a while, nothing happened, and he was at peace with himself. He raised his head and snorted out a laugh. This god thought you had something up your sleeve. And this is your attack? GGG. a sudden change occurred, and a crack appeared in the earth beneath Xiaokou, and quickly spread toward the front. The pupils of the Orochi shrunk slightly, looking in fear at the crack in the ground that appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. No! The sword falls first, the momentum rises later. The sky and earth were bright and dark, as if the sun and moon were flowing, and the yin and yang were in rebellion. Thousands of feet of sword light exploded out. The 8 gigantic serpent hissed in despair, and its 100-foot snake body was instantly swallowed by the sword light and turned into nothingness. 70 kilometers away, Mount Fuji was split by a sword, causing the mountain to roar and boulders to roll down. The sword light coalesced and did not disperse, still shooting explosively towards the front. The sword's breadth is 30,000 miles across. A sword frosts the 19 states. Everyone in the city of Tokyo sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a destructive attack was actually witnessed by himself. Above the 9 heavens, the dark clouds did not dissipate, but instead became more and more gloomy. A supreme pressure tightly locked onto Xiaokou, seemingly wanting to kill him here. Rumble. Bucket-thick purple thunder blasted towards Xiaokou. Is it the condensed Yuan realm thunder tribulation? Ko raised his hand against violet thunder and grunted coldly. How could a party of broken heavenly Tao dare to disobey this emperor? Disperse me. He raised his hand and swung a sword towards the sky. The originally powerful robbery cloud abruptly dissipated, and tranquility was once again restored to the heavens and earth. Ko withdrew his gaze, and the figures behind him dispersed with the wind. Pity. With a soft sigh, he instantly disappeared from his spot. On the road, Xiao He was running towards the city with Wang Wenya on his back. That scene just now was too scary for a dog. Little Master was able to slice the terrifying 8-headed giant snake to death with a single sword. It seems like one's revenge plan will have to be postponed even further. 100 years east of the river. 100 years west of the river. Don't bully the dog brother to be poor. Just as it was thinking about how to please its master, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of it. Blackie recognized this as the young master at once. His doggy mouth broke into a grin and he walked up with his tail wagging happily. Ha! How come there's still a first-rank demonic beast here? Chapter 110, Master is so nice. Ko frowned tightly, gazing towards the large white dog in front of him. A man and a dog stare at each other. Xiao Hei's sweaty hairs stood on end, only to feel that his entire body was being spied on by him. That's just it. Since my good disciple has the intention to cultivate, then this emperor will send you another creation. Xiao Hei had a puzzled look on his face, sensing that something was wrong with his master. A fat finger touched the dog's head. Koro had a headache. Vast and esoteric gung-fu phrases were branded in its mind. Ko withdrew his fingers, the crimson glow in his eyes dimming. Wait for the light in the eyes to go out completely. He closed his eyes and fell straight backward. Boom! Blackie looked at his little master dumbfounded, somewhat at a loss for words. At the same time, several helicopters and fighter jets flew through the sky. Dozens of tanks and missile carriers came down the road. In its wake, military vehicles, police cars, a black mass of them came whistling. Notice the large white dog on the side of the road, and the 2 unconscious men beside him. A police officer took both men to the hospital immediately. This shocking battle soon caused a furor in the R country. There are people posting on the internet. A 100-foot giant snake has been spotted in Tokyo. It's suspected to be the legendary Great Demon, Yagyu Orochi. Countless photos and videos have gone viral on the internet. A terrifyingly huge snake can be clearly seen in the video. The head of the snake was as large as a house, and the body of the snake looked like an unbroken mountain range. Just a flick of the tail can wipe out a mountain. The internet exploded as netizens from all over the world clicked through, and then even more powerful news came. The patron saint of R flies thousands of meters into the air, holding a giant sword in his hand to slay the giant snake. The news was immediately drowned out by a flood of skeptical, abusive voices. Netizens from various countries have been snickering at R for putting on a show. Immediately after the poster sent a picture, only the 100-foot giant snake raised its head and looked at the grayish-white light in the air. The crowd could vaguely make out that it was a silhouette, but they were unable to recognize its appearance and size. One of the top PS people posted back, claiming that he could produce such a photo as well. He sternly rebuked the R netizens for spreading inaccurate information to attract attention and claptrap. The poster then attached a photo. That's a picture of Mt. Fuji, the sacred mountain of R. The majestic Mt. Fuji is split in 2 down the middle. Thousands of meters of cracks spread from the head of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. Extremely appalling. More and more Rs are posting articles claiming that the guardian god killed the great serpent with a single sword, and even Mt. Fuji was affected. This has thrown netizens from various countries into a state of disbelief. Thousands of Chinese netizens couldn't help but make fun of it. How did your own demon split your own god's mountain? Ha ha ha, so deserved. It's a shame. How nice it would have been if the Orochi had swallowed Tokyo. Upstairs comrade. I don't agree with you. It would be perfect if the island was swallowed whole. The news of Yagyu Orochi and the demon continues to fester. To avoid causing panic, governments stepped in. Photos and videos of the incident on the internet, as well as hot comments, were quickly removed. Sakura Hospital, Tokyo. Wang Wenya's fingers lightly trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. "Brother, run!" she exclaimed out in shock, frightening the young nurse on the sidelines. Wang Wenya looked around in a daze and realized that he was lying on a hospital bed. She anxiously stepped out of bed and grabbed the young nurse as she inquired, "What hospital is this and why am I here? Where's my brother?" The little nurse responded weakly as her arm was raw from Wang Wenya's grip. "This is Sakura Hospital in Tokyo. A couple of officers sent you here. That little brother is in the next room." Wang Wenya frowned and directly pushed open the door to the next ward. Just opening the door to her room, she noticed Ko flat on her back in bed at a glance. She rushed to her brother's side and leaned over him to check him out. I could see that Ko's lips were slightly parted, his face was flushed, and his breathing was even and strong. Wang Wenya eyed Xiaoko suspiciously. "Hardly. Brother asleep?" She frowned and called softly to her brother, reaching up to pinch his cheeks again. "After several attempts in a row?" My brother showed no signs of turning around. She looked up and asked the nurse in the room why. The nurse rushed toward her to explain. "The boy is only temporarily unconscious and is not in any serious condition." Hearing this, Wang Wenya let out a long breath, the huge stone in his heart finally falling to the ground. Squeak! The door to the room was pushed open again, and the 4 policemen stepped towards Wang Wenya. The young policewoman at the head of the group opened her mouth towards her. "Hello ma'am, I'm the captain of the 2nd Division of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Ryota Nozomi. What all happened before you passed out? Please tell us in detail." The officer beside her pulled out a tape recorder, and the rest of them pulled out their notebooks and prepared to record. Wang Wenya's beautiful eyes flashed, and she couldn't help but recall the scene where her brother picked himself up and flew into the sky. If the truth is told, the brother will probably be taken away by the military for investigation. She pursed her lips and spoke faintly. "My brother and I were on a trip when a horrible giant snake suddenly emerged from the mountain. The snake had 8 heads. Then my brother and I were scared unconscious. I'm not sure about the rest and can't remember. Sorry." Ryota Nozomi watched Wang Wenya and didn't get any useful information out of her. "Yes ma'am, I know. By the way, your dogs are downstairs in the security room." She turned away with 3 officers. The door to the room closed, and Wang Wenya looked at his brother with a complicated expression. There was just so much confusion in her mind. "But all of this will have to wait until my brother wakes up before I make any inquiries." After slowing down, Wang Wenya took out his cell phone and dialed. "Da, 7th sister. My brother and I are at Sakura Hospital in Tokyo. Now that my brother is in a coma, you've come to give us a ride." The tone of Wang Siki on the other end of the phone was so morose that her anger could be felt through the phone. "Is Ko hurt? Who did this to my brother?" Wang Wenya recounted Xiaoko's situation. Knowing that her brother was not seriously hurt, Wang Siki's tone eased a little. "Okay, I'll get there now. Hang up." Wang Wenya rested his chin on one hand, lying beside his brother, and just quietly watched him. The sun is setting in the west, and the moon is on the branches. The nurse lady on the side softly reminded Wang Wenya that it was time to go to bed. She waved her hand in refusal, remaining at her brother's bedside. The following morning, the Wang family rushed to the hospital in a hurry. Wang Wenya quickly went through the discharge procedures and followed his family out of the hospital. At this moment, Ko was in a golden world. He looked around in confusion and whispered to himself, "So familiar. Am I in the belly of a rascal?" Just as he was walking around, a familiar voice suddenly came from above his head. "Good disciple." Ko's pupils shook with some disbelief. Follow the sound. Only a handsome and solemn shin-robed man was seen hanging in midair. "Master!" Ko was bouncing with excitement. "Didn't Master say he was leaving? How come I'll see Master again?" The shin-robed man hooked his finger, and a ball of golden light lifted Xiaoko and flew in front of him. "This is the last strand of divine thoughts left behind by my master. But I didn't expect it to be forced out by a little bug." Coco's little mouth opened in surprise, then her eyes dimmed. "Master, the rascal snake ate me. Am I dead? I'll never see my mom and dad, and my sisters again." As he spoke, Ko lowered his head in aggravation and a line of tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. The shin-robed man let out a faint smile and gently stroked the top of his head. "Silly apprentice, you're still alive." Ko stopped her tears at once and looked up in surprise. This time, with Master's hand. "You didn't get buried in the snake's belly, but the road ahead, Master won't be able to help you." The shin-robed man sighed softly. "The last wisp of the Master's divine thoughts will soon dissipate. Now, Master will pass on a few more sets of techniques to protect yourself." Ko was in a trance, not realizing that he would have to part again just after meeting his master. He didn't want Master to leave. The shin-robed man raised the corner of his mouth and pointed a finger at Xiaoko's brow. Huge memories of feats flooded into Xiaoko's mind. "Little fellow, in the future, cultivate well and surpass your master as soon as possible." The the Xian-robed man revealed an amiable smile, and his figure slowly dispersed into streams of light. When Ko reacted, he hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, "Master, can I take my sisters to practice?" At that moment, the master had completely disappeared, leaving him alone in the space. "If Shifu doesn't agree, tell Ko." The soft, fluffy voice echoed through the space, but there was a delayed response. Ko beamed and nodded darkly. It seemed that Master had agreed to take his family to practice. Master is so nice. Magic City, Wang family manor. Ko raised his fat palms and rubbed his eyes. Sitting up, he scanned the room in surprise. "This is my room, I'm home." Chapter 111, Going Home. Unexpected guests? A little disbelieving, Ko hurriedly pinched her cheeks. "Wow, it's true, I'm home." He jumped out of bed in excitement and went to the window to look out. Not far away, Xiao Lu was vigorously sweeping the leaves. Several gardeners carefully trimming the green belt. Security personnel diligently stand guard. The entire Wang family manor was peaceful and orderly. He flashed a big smile and ran out of the room at a fast pace. Just as he walked out the door, he realized something was wrong with his body. Ko closed his eyes and felt it carefully. The aura liquid within the dantian was like an ocean, expanding hundreds of times compared to before. The meridians in the body were shaped like a dragon coiled, thick and translucent and extremely resilient. It was as if his whole body had inexhaustible strength. Peak foundation establishment, Ko exclaimed out in disbelief at the facts in front of her. According to his cultivation speed, it would take 2 years at the earliest before he could cultivate to this realm. And this time, after rescuing the fourth sister, her cultivation magically skyrocketed to the peak of foundation establishment? What the hell is going on here? Earlier, his master had mobilized the dragon and phoenix essence blood to forcefully raise his cultivation to the condensed Yuan realm. The foundation establishment stage was an important period for cultivators to polish their foundations. It is also a critical moment in determining the upper limit of a cultivator. Fear that the upsurge in cultivation would lead to unstable foundations, which would in turn affect later cultivation. So his master redecapitated Xiaoke's cultivation, causing the realm to fall. Ko wrinkled his nose, unable to figure out why. Returning to his senses, he thought no more about it. As long as you're not dead yourself. Otherwise all the fried chicken in the storage ring would go to waste. Ko ran downstairs with a big smile on his face. He couldn't wait to meet his family. Villa Hall. A middle-aged woman in expensive clothes crossed her legs and sat on a taiji chair. She was head-to-toe designer, her face heavily made up and her eyes full of disdain. Wan Yuehao on the chair had a gloomy face and stared straight at the woman. The sisters of the Wang family sat around the side, their faces as pale as the frost of a waxing moon. Only Chen Hui and Wang Xinru were the only ones missing, and it seemed that they hadn't gone downstairs yet. "Lu Qian, why don't you stay in a nice Kyoto and come to my magic city, Wang family?" Wang Yuehao snapped in a deep voice, seemingly a bit impatient. Lu Qian, who was sitting on the chair, smiled softly and opened her mouth towards him. "Do you think I want to come to this Thai place, where there's nothing to be had, not as comfortable as Kyoto? I don't know how you guys stand it." The Wang family frowned in unison. Unknown fire sprang up in Wang Ying's heart, his fists clenched, almost about to explode. Magic City was at least one of the most prosperous cities in China, but it looked so bad in her mouth. Lu Qian continued to speak. "The head of the family sent me here this time, saying that I should see how the fourth brother's family is doing. Where is that sister-in-law of mine? Why hasn't she come out yet? Is she afraid to see me?" She clasped her hands on her arms, a cold smile flashing at the corner of her mouth. Wang Siki frowned and got up, gazing at her coldly. "Since you've come to our Wang family, stay well and keep your mouth shut." These words made Lu Qian instantly explode. She slammed heavily on the tabletop and snapped. "How dare a junior lecture me? Do you know what rules mean? I see that after fourth brother left the Wang clan, he forgot all the clan rules left behind by the old ancestors. Is this the kind of daughter you taught?" Wang Yuehao sighed helplessly and turned around to signal the seventh girl to say less. Just as she was babbling on, a milky voice suddenly came from the stairway. "Sister, Dad." Everyone looked in unison, only to see a chubby, cute little munchkin running down the stairs. That immortal aura and exquisite face made Lu Qian froze. What a powdered little doll. Ko ran down the hall, blinking at Lu Qian. He had never seen the aunt in front of him before, and he couldn't help but be a little curious. Seeing their brother coming downstairs, the 5 daughters of the Wang family put on smiles and got up to come beside him. "Sister, who is this aunt?" He lifted his head and queried his sisters. Wang Wenya picked up Xiao Ku, his eyes full of favor. Upon her return home, several sisters informed themselves. The little munchkin in her arms was a cultivator. According to her guess, immortal cultivators should be no different from Taoist priests, right? Wang Siki replied softly. "She's from the Wang family in Kyoto and father's second sister-in-law." Oh, Ko instantly developed a few moments of disgust in his heart. The king's family in Kyoto is full of big bad guys. Not only have they kidnapped the seventh sister, but this time they've also captured the fourth sister. When there was a chance, I had to teach them a lesson myself. Lucian snorted, scanning back and forth over Ko. Yo, this is fourth brother's precious son, Wang Xiaoku, right? By the way, didn't fourth brother swear at the clan shrine before that he would not give birth to an heir? It seems that fourth brother doesn't even have the ancestors in his sights. Wang Yuahao's expression was stagnant, and the corners of his lips trembled a little. Seeing this scene, Ko pouted and muttered in her mind, the Kyoto Wang family is so bad, she must have run to bully dad. Who are you, old auntie? The soft, fluffy voice reached Lu Qian's ears, and she instantly blushed. Little brat, how dare you call me old? Her voice was very sharp and her face became a little twisted with anger. Ko met her spiteful gaze without the slightest fear. Auntie, you're older than my mom, so you're just an old auntie. Before Lu Qian could growl out, he continued in a milky voice. Old auntie, there's something strange in your face, and in that. Ko stretched out her white fingers and pointed them toward her chest. If you don't take it out, you might get sick. The crowd all froze. Lu Qian's face turned green and her body trembled slightly. Others might not know why, but she knew it well in her own mind. In recent years her skin has gotten worse and worse, and her husband has been treating her with disdain, even to the extent of making eyes at other women. So she snuck off to get a couple of facelifts, especially in the chest. She has filled it with a lot of hyaluronic acid to make it look fuller. Now that she was being secretly pointed out by a little doll, it simply made her die of shame. Little guy, you still dare to curse me? Really inherited your mom's bloodline. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Wang Ying walked forward with a sullen face, his aura like a mountain collapsing. Snap, a crisp slap sounded, hitting Lu Qian's ears. You're just a member of the Kyoto Wang family. You have nothing to do with us. Keep talking nonsense and you'll end up in a bad place. Wang Yuahao smacked his lips and wanted to scold his daughter, but he couldn't make a sound. A sudden rush of pleasure went through him. He would have wanted to slap her in the face if his father hadn't taught him from a young age that good men don't fight women. Lu Qian covered her hot face and froze in place. Ko sighed softly, spreading his small hands helplessly. One's own words were clearly the truth, and this aunt had developed lesions in her chest. It's estimated that in another 2 months, it will lead to cancer. At that point, it will be too late for treatment. Only, cut it out. Wang Wenya embraced her brother and spoke softly. Brother, the sisters are taking you out. She didn't want her brother here anymore now. Later that woman will go crazy and say some more nonsense. Ko clapped his little hands happily. Yeah. A few women no longer paid attention to the two people in the hall, and clustered around Xiaoke to walk out of the villa. Boo! The gate of the villa was closed, and only Wang Yuahao, Lu Qian, and a few maids were left on the field. A few women had just stepped out of their homes when a chill blew toward the few. I didn't feel the cold when I was in the hall, but once I was out, I realized how much it cooled down last night. Brother, put your scarf on, it's cold today. Wang Yingying took out a delicate white scarf from her satchel with cute cartoon characters embroidered on it. Wang Lele took the scarf and gently wrapped it around her brother's neck. Wow, what a wind! The big trees were scraped and swayed, yellowing leaves drifted down to the ground, and the ground had been covered with a thick and wet layer of fallen leaves. Ko closed his hands and covered his nose. The tip of his nose was icy cold, and the cold winds were coming down on him one by one. Luckily, Xiaoke was a cultivator, and this level of cold wind wouldn't have any effect at all. By the way, it might rain today. I'll ask the maid to get a few umbrellas for backup. Wang Siki walked back to the villa and quickly went out with an umbrella. Ugh, why is it raining? It's so annoying. Ko blinked and stared at the dark clouds in the sky. I don't like rainy days. Wang Yingying inquired suspiciously. Why? Is my brother thinking that rainy days aren't fun? Chapter 112, Xiaoke with a face full of lipstick. Something's wrong. Coco turned her head and commiserated. No, every time it rains, the house where Grandpa and I live leaks. Grandpa would fix the roof over and over again in the rain. If you go to the street stalls, you have to get rained on, and it's cold when it rains, and there are no thick blankets under the bridge caves, and it freezes me to sleep. That's why I hate the rain. Each of the Wang family's daughters had slightly reddened eyes and did not speak again. Wang Yingying heartily rubbed her brother's head. How could one imagine how much his brother had suffered in these years? Even Wang Ying, the iron-blooded general, had his breath caught in his throat, and a stabbing pain came from his heart. She raised her eyes to the sky. Secretly, he vowed never to let his brother suffer in the future. Don't feel bad, sisters. Ko already has a warm home. He. The women looked at Ko, and the fat, cute face showed a sweet smile that was very healing. Wang Siki was touched in her heart and found that her brother was really easy to be satisfied. Knowing things is heartbreaking. Ko is so good. Sister loves you so much. Wang Wenya lowered his head and spoke towards the boy. His tone was full of tenderness. Coco loves her sister. Lol. The brother should have said I love my sister too. Wang Siki hid her mouth and snickered, her beautiful eyes curving into a crescent moon. Coco looked dumbfounded at a few of her sisters, then softly replied, Ko loves his sister because Ko himself loves his sister. Instead, it's based on the fact that the sisters love Ko, and Ko loves her sisters. Whoa A few women were moved to cover their mouths. Their hearts were sweet, as if they had eaten a large mouthful of honey. Let's go. It's been a long time since we sisters have shopped. I'll pay for today's spending. There's no need for the 8th sister to pay for it. Of course we have to let the 2nd sister pay for it this time. Giggle. That's right. A few people got into the car and whizzed away from the Wang family manor. Xiao Lu annoyed sweeping leaves. Always feel how can not finish sweeping. Before that he had time to play peaceful warmth. King's medicine. But lately it's just not even lazy. As the weather turns colder, it will be almost winter when the leaves fall off the trees. He mentally calculates how long he has left until New Year's. Inside the villa, Lu Qian initiated a rage, breaking several pieces of blue and white porcelain and tea table teacups in a row. All of these objects are worth a lot of money. Stinky girl, how dare you hit me? She growled in exasperation as the entire hall was messed up by her. Wang Yuehao grimaced and chided at her. Enough! Lu Qian stopped her hand movements and opened her mouth towards the maid not far away. What's your name? The maid bowed and replied. My name is Jade. You don't have to do anything for the next 2 days. Just stay close to me. Go and pack a room. It must be spacious and have a soft mattress. The maid ran upstairs to clean up the room in a panic, afraid of angering the furious god again. Lu Qian turned her head, her eyes looking at Wang Yuehao with contempt. Fourth brother, father has asked you to return to Kyoto with me the day after tomorrow. Just serve me well for the next 2 days, and I'll begrudgingly plead for you. It's possible that once his old man is happy, your Mordor Wang family will be able to recognize your ancestors. Those girls can be reclassified into the genealogy as well. Hearing this, Wang Yuehao's pupils shrunk violently. The Wang family in Kyoto has always valued their blood lineage and discipline more than their lives, or else they wouldn't have expelled themselves from the family. I didn't expect this time to bring him back to the Wang family. He thought darkly of his father's figure. Since childhood he had been a favorite of his father and favored himself far more than the rest of his brothers. This also led to several brothers having a hard time with themselves later on. When he was expelled from the Wang family back then, there was also his own blood brother who was secretly helping to make waves. I think this time it must have been my father's forcefulness that allowed him to return to Kyoto. Lucian threw a scowl and turned toward the couch. She didn't notice that a white puppy was lying on its back next to the couch, snoozing. Tada! Crisp footsteps came, and Blackie perked up his ears and looked up. In the round dog's eyes, a high-heeled shoe dangled above his head, scaring the out of him. The heel of the shoe was only 10 centimeters away from himself. Snap! Blackie got his head blown right off by the heels, and he wailed in pain. Ah! Lu Qian looked like she had stepped on something furry, and the soles of her feet suddenly slipped. Luckily, she reacted fairly quickly and didn't fall to the ground. What the hell? Slowly, she covered her heart and looked at the soles of her feet, only to see a small white dog showing its teeth and staring viciously at itself. Woof! Woof! Blackie, you dare to step on dog. I'll bite you to death. The little white dog immediately pounced on her and scratched and bit her, her expensive designer clothes being instantly torn by the dog's claws. Lu Qian immediately let out a gurgling scream, rolling and crawling towards Wang Yuehao. Behind him, Xiao He was still in hot pursuit, vowing to take revenge on this vicious woman. Wang Yuehao's face was hesitant, but he still shouted loudly to stop Xiao He. Lu Qian panicked and hid behind Wang Yuehao. She no longer had the arrogance she had just had, and her appearance was wretched. Blackie stopped in his tracks and spewed out 2 streams of white air through his nostrils, then took small steps back to the kennel. Lu Qian finally breathed a long sigh of relief when she saw the vicious dog leave. That damn dog. I'll have to skin him later. After a few curses, she stepped onto the stairs to her room. Wang Yuehao let out a long sigh and returned to his room as well. On the 2nd floor of the villa, Chen Hui sat alone on the edge of the bed, staring up at the ceiling in a daze. Squeak! Wang Yuehao approached his wife and took her by the waist. Has the second wife left? Chen Hui was the first to speak, her expression fluctuating a bit. No, she's staying at our house for 2 days. I heard her say that she was going to send me back to the main house the day after tomorrow. Just after Wang Yuehao finished speaking, Chen Hui's gaze dimmed. This is a good thing. You usually always miss your father. This time you can visit his old man as well. When the time comes, I'll go buy some gifts and you can just bring them along. Wang Yuehao frowned and turned his head to look at his wife's face. Won't you come with me? Chen Hui lowered her eyes, her eyes slightly red. No, they don't want to see me. Seeing his wife in such a pitiful state, Wang Yuehao took her into his arms in pain. Don't be afraid, wife. I'm here. This time I'm just going to see my father for a while to see how his old man's health is. As for the other relatives, there is no need to associate with them, and no need to bother with them. The most important thing to me is my wife and son. Everything else is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Leaning into her husband's warm embrace, she could clearly hear the thumping heartbeat. Chen Hui couldn't help but blush. Bummer. I'm not a careful person. You don't have to worry about me. Wang Yuahao's face was serious as he stood up with his arms folded. Our family has long been different from what it used to be, and we didn't fight so hard all our lives just to let people bully us over the head. My daughters are all very competitive, so how could I be afraid of the Kyoto Wang family? In the streets of Magic City, there were two Rolls-Royces slowly traveling. Inside the car, Ko struggled to escape from the arms of several sisters. Brother loses again. Come on, it's my turn. Wang Siki grabbed her brother back and barred a kiss on his cheek. Since getting on the bus, Ko has been caught playing games by a couple of her sisters. The rules are simple. Rock, paper, scissors. The loser needs to kiss the winner. It had only been 10 minutes, and Ko was already covered in lipstick, living like a kitten. Brother, come with me. Wang Lele narrowed her eyes and looked straight at her brother. Ko raised his hand to wipe the drool from his face and met his eighth sister defiantly. Rock, paper, scissors. Ko, boo. Lele Wang stone. Goo. I can't believe I didn't win against my brother. I'm so sad. Oh. The corners of Wang Lele's mouth rose slightly, bringing the side of her face forward. Ko gently smooched her eighth sister on the cheek. This made Wang Lele happy. She had never been kissed by her brother since she met him. The last time I saw third sister give her brother a stone pig, he even took the initiative to kiss her. She was sad about it for a long time, and today she finally got what she wanted. Ko frowned as she scanned several of her sisters, always feeling that something was wrong. Where's fifth sister? He blinked and questioned his sisters suspiciously. Wang Siki softly explained. Your fifth sister has gone for an interview and is not at home now. Wang Wenya slapped his head and picked up his brother to inquire. By the way, brother, can you fly? What happened to that 8-headed snake? And what happened afterward? Ko rolled her eyes and explained towards her. I can fly. It's easy. Do you want to learn? That rascal snake was going to eat me, and then my master came to save me. Wang Siki's face was grave. The snake in Tokyo. Could it be the Orochi that exploded on the internet? Isn't that a homemade video made by our netizens? Wang Wenya recounted the whole story. After hearing this, all the women looked at Xiaoku in surprise. Hey, what are sisters looking at me for? Ko touched his cheeks and blinked his big innocent eyes. Chapter 113, Accompanying Sisters to Shopping, Diwan Plaza. Wang Ying lifted Xiaoku as soon as he could and raised his eyes to scrutinize him. Brother, how many more secrets are you hiding? Tell your sisters. Hey, I don't have a secret. I can fly. And, Xiaoku babbled a lot in midair, causing the women to be confused. After putting his brother down gently, Wang Ying spoke faintly. Since that snake is real, then, is it also true that my brother's master split Nte Fuji with one sword? The women sucked in a breath of cold air. They really couldn't believe it. A sword split the giant mountain. This kind of fairy tactic should only appear in myths. Who would have thought that this could actually happen? Brother, who is your master? Ko's body stiffened, suddenly realizing that he had spoken out of turn. My master is Taoist priest. His head broke out in a cold sweat and he didn't dare meet his sister's gaze. Wang Siki lifted her jade cheeks and let out a faint smile. Oh really? Little brother won't cheat on the sisters, right? Ko's head spun rapidly, a fine cold sweat dripping down his fat face. No, how could I deceive my sister? He shook his head like a rattle, then faked a half-dozen pulls from his pocket. With a slight movement of his mind, a copy of the Wudong Easy Mind technique appeared in his hand. This was one of the objects he had obtained in the Idol Cloud Mountain, within the cave of Taoist Master Idol Cloud. I don't know what it does, but I can muddle through with it now. This is what my master left me. He was really an old Taoist priest. Wang Ying held the book and scanned it, then returned it to his brother. Okay, so why don't you answer your sister's calls? Leaving home all of a sudden and not telling us. My sisters are going to be worried sick. Ko murmured softly. I told you, I even left a letter. As for the phone call his sister had mentioned, he fumbled in his pocket for another cell phone. Opening the screen, Ko was shocked to find that he had hundreds of missed calls. These are all from my sisters and mom and dad. I didn't notice it myself because my cell phone didn't have the volume on. Hey, Ko was just about to close his cell phone screen when the message notification bar went ding ding ding. What's wrong, brother? Wang Wenya curiously came forward to check. Sister, this cell phone isn't broken, is it? Wang Siki was far enough away that she couldn't see what was on her cell phone screen. The corner of her mouth twitched in dark suspicion. Could the brother be a cell phone killer? Any cell phone wouldn't last a month in his hands? Wang Wenya touched the message and the screen immediately jumped to the vlog page. Hiss. She couldn't help but take a breath when she saw the contents of her cell phone screen. Wang Ying frowned and inquired. What's the matter, fourth sister? Is it true that my brother's cell phone is broken again? The phone isn't broken. Our brother seems to be gained a lot of fans. Wang Wenya once again approached the screen and counted the numbers on the screen. 10 million. Wang Leilei's eyes widened and her mouth opened into an O shape. How much? Ko scratched his head, his heart not really fluctuating. A few of the sisters held his cell phone and talked about it. A brother with 10 million followers? I guess it has something to do with Shinru, but my younger brother is already considered a big star, so there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. Fifth sister is too ignorant. Second sister. Can you bear to see your brother being followed and secretly photographed by a group of paparazzi? I know. I'll educate her when I get back. Meanwhile, Wang Shinru was being interviewed by Magic City TV. Dozens of videographers were on stage recording live video. Several reporters held their microphones high against her body. Queen of Films Wang Shinru, may I ask what movie you're shooting recently? May I ask if movie Queen Wang will continue to film the survival of the Jedi variety show? Hello Wang Shinru. There is currently a lot of speculation that Wang Xiaoku is going to debut. May I ask if it's true? There are a lot of people out there who suspect Wang Xiaoku of cheating in the variety show. Can a 6-year-old really lift tens of pounds of apples? Wang Shinru's brain ached from the noise and then raised her hand to interrupt the crowd. What I want to say is that regarding whether my brother enters the entertainment industry or not, it's mainly up to him and I don't interfere. Secondly, we'll also be filming Survival of the Jedi, and I hope all you fan babies will support that. My brother has been strong since he was a child, and has not cheated. If anyone questions it again, they can find the program to verify it. Magic City, D. Wang Square. It's a giant 8-story mall. In this neighborhood there is a huge amount of foot traffic. Not only are there many food stalls, but also a lot of strange and bizarre goods. 2 Rolls-Royces pulled up to the side of the road, instantly causing a commotion in the crowd. Rolls-Royce Phantom landed a $10 million luxury car. Which tycoon is this? I'm so envious. Che, maybe some dude rented the car for picking up chicks. Click. The doors of the car opened at the same time, and the 5 beautiful women of the country got out of the car in unison. Each of the 5 women has her own characteristics. Innocent, high-flying, heroic, hot and cheerful. The men in the crowd looked straight ahead, barely drooling. A thought came to all the men at the same time. How nice it would be if such a beautiful woman was their wife. Even if they had to live 10 years less they would be willing. Brother. Wang Wenya leaned down and took Ko out of the car. A white, cute little boy enters the public eye. Wow, that boy. It's Wang Xiaoku. An exclamation of surprise suddenly came out from the crowd, which looked towards the boy in Wang Wenya's arms. Xiaoku was wearing a light blue jacket with dark blue stars as embellishment on the surface, and the baby fat QQ bouncing on his cheeks was exquisite like a fairy child. Wow, it's really Nigusi, mommy powder here. That one seems to be the iceberg president of the Wang family. Wang Siki, right? There's absolutely no mistaking that this is Wang Xiaoku's sisters. The most innocent beauty is Wang Leilei, a Chinese national treasure pianist. Ugh, envy is a word I've been saying for a long time. He has 5 stunning sisters? This is worse than killing me. Ko blinked and looked around the room in disbelief. The Wang family's several women are indifferent. This kind of scene has seen a lot to go, has long been adapted. Sister, can you put me down? I can walk. Xiaoko pressed next to Wang Wenya's ear and spoke in a low voice. The tender child's voice carried a hot stream of air into her ears. The tingling sensation from Wang Wenya's ears went straight to the sky, instantly making her delicate body soft. She hurriedly put down her brother and pursed her red lips shyly. Where did my brother learn this trick? Don't you know that girls' ears are sensitive? Ko looked suspiciously at his 4th sister, whose face was red for some reason. Come on brother. Wang Siki and Wang Yingying took their brother's little hand and walked all the way towards the mall. Wang Wenya returned to his senses and hurriedly caught up. The whole D Wang Plaza sells everything. Clothes, jewelry, department stores, Jade, with 5 sisters in tow. The turnout is pulled straight through. There were quite a few couples sweetly shopping in the mall, but they couldn't help but sneak a peek when they noticed the 5 super high-value Wang family ladies. This can cause several young couples to fight over it. This clothing store looks nice. Go over and check it out? Wang Wenya pointed to a clothing store with a rather large storefront and opened his mouth to the crowd. Gee was the version of this brand's clothes is too ugly. Wang Yingying retracted her gaze with disdain, seemingly disgusted. Hearing the 3rd sister open her mouth, Wang Wenya could only change her target. How about this branded clothing store? Poor workmanship and even worse quality. What about this? The fabrics are nice, but the costume design is too old-fashioned. Wang Ying had a black line on her face. She just couldn't look at it. 3rd sister's occupational disease is at it again. We're here to shop, not for you to go tasting. Let's go. Visit every store. She waved her hand and led the crowd into a random clothing store. Just entering the store, a sharp-eyed shopper immediately greeted the crowd. Ko looked up and scanned the circle. Uninterested in this. Wow, that's a cute outfit. Brother, try it on. Wang Wenya held up a white suit with a cartoon rabbit pattern on it. Ko pouted in disgust. Sister, I'm a boy. This dress is for girls. Is it possible that my sister wants to raise herself as a girl? It's scary to think about. Wang Wenya retrieved his clothes to take a closer look and muttered darkly, "Isn't that a pretty dress? And my brother will definitely look even cuter in it." Shaking her head, she could only put the dress back in its place. Chapter 114, Are Sisters Willing to Cultivate? Wang Siki and Wang Lele had a good time picking. The two switched around and bought several outfits in a row. When checking out, Wang Ying took out his bank card and casually swiped it, automatically deducting $32,800. Once the crowd was out the door, they continued on to the next clothing store. Entering the store, Wang Wenya took a glance at a cute brown bear suit. She had already secretly imagined what her brother would look like in the outfit. Come and see. How does this suit feel? The rest of the sisters arrived at the sound and scrutinized the outfit. It's pretty good, and my brother's face looks good in anything. Why don't you let your brother try it on first? A few of the sisters smiled at each other and turned their heads to the tiny figure on the ground. Walking out the door again, Ko had changed into a cute brown bear suit. Wang Yingying walked beside her brother, playing with the two brown barriers on top of his head. It's so soft. It's fun. Entering another clothing store, Ko changed into another black power suit. A black dress will set him off the spirit of lively, cool look handsome to the heart of the sisters. The crowd next wandered through several clothing stores in a row. Ko's clothes are changing like he's in a fashion show. White bear suit, denim suit, green pinafore, little blue trench coat. So many different styles of clothing made all five sisters very happy. Wang Wenya gradually realized a problem. I don't think it's the clothes that go well together. It's the brother that goes well together. The crowd wandered through more and more clothing stores and had more and more bags of clothing in their hands. Eventually even Ko had to carry the garment bag with both hands. After all, her sisters couldn't hold it anymore. So tired, he let out a long sigh, losing the smile on his face. Never happy again. As a cultivator, his strength and endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people. I didn't realize that shopping with his sisters would make him tired. It's not physical exhaustion, it's mental strain. If he had known that shopping with his sisters would be so boring, he wouldn't have come along. Oops, how did you buy so many clothes without realizing it? Wang Wenya spoke out to remind, waking up the women of the Wang family who were engrossed in shopping with a single word. No servants this time. Let's put the clothes in the car. And then we'll go for a midday meal. A light erupted in Ko's eyes, and the fatigue from shopping was swept away. Yeah, I'm hungry too. Wang Wenya leaned down to rub his round head and spoke softly. What does my brother want to eat? The sisters will take you there in a little while. Hearing his fourth sister speak, Ko responded excitedly. I'm going to Wallace's for a fried chicken burger. Quack, fries. He didn't hesitate for a second when he said this, and a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to fried chicken. The corners of the women's mouths twitched, wondering why their brother was obsessed with these fried foods. They really wanted to pry open their brother's head and see what was going on in his little brain. No, forget it, it's better for my sister to choose. Wan Siki immediately dismissed the idea of her brother eating fried chicken. The family walked out of the mall and put all the clothes they bought in the trunk. Sister, are we going to eat now? Coco was bouncing around and couldn't wait to get her big meal. Wang Yingying spread her teeth and told him to leave now. Sitting back in the car, the two Rolls Royces whizzed away from D1 Plaza. Ko happily plopped down at the car window and scanned the view out the window. Not a moment later, he turned his head to look at Wang Wenya. Sister, are you going to practice with me? A milky voice rang out, causing the beautiful eyes of the women in the car to tremble. Wang Siki tapped her chin and asked the question that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. Brother, the cultivation you mentioned, can you slowly become a real immortal? Wang Lele also twisted her head to ask a question. There are no immortals in this world at all. If there were, surely they would have been reported. It's impossible that there wouldn't be a little record of them. He rubbed the tip of his nose thoughtfully, then told his sisters seriously. I've read about so many fairies in books na. Nuwa mended the sky with 7 colored stones. Pango split open the heavens and earth. Hui shot the sun. Wang Siki's mouth slightly opened, not expecting her brother to know so many myths. What about the many benefits of cultivation? Let me think. Ko furrowed his brow, carefully recalling the role of the practice. Come to think of it, practicing cultivation increases your lifespan. You don't get sick, and you can learn all sorts of arts and techniques to beat up whoever you want. Increase life expectancy? Wang Wenyao looked at his brother in surprise. How many years of life expectancy does it increase? Xiaoke stretched out 2 white fingers and opened his mouth with a smile. I heard masters say that the foundation establishment stage can live for more than 200 years. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. The 5 women instantly froze, each staring at their brother in a dazed manner. In 100 years, the grass on his own grave might be 3 meters high, and Ko was still young? The 5 sisters looked at each other and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a horrible image, and they didn't want to be separated from their brother. I want to practice with my brother. Wang Wenya broke the silence and took the lead. I don't want to be separated from my brother, and in the future I'll be practicing with Master Xiao Ku. Wang Siki frowned and hurriedly announced that she would also be practicing. The remaining 3 women also opened their mouths one after another, claiming that they wanted to practice with their brother. Ko grinned a wide grin. His plan could begin to work. When the time comes, we have to take the whole family to cultivate immortality. The Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of a restaurant, and several people stepped out of the car and stepped into the restaurant. As soon as he entered, more than a dozen blazing gazes were cast around him. The crowd eating in the hall scanned the 5 beauties in amazement, their appetites improving. Wang Siki walked to the front desk and booked a box. Then the 6 siblings entered the box and waited quietly. In no time at all, the waiter brought a dozen plates of rice, filling the table to the brim. The weather has recently turned cold, so my brother needs to drink more goji berry lamb soup to replenish. Wang Lele picked up a spoon and served a bowl of hot soup in her brother's bowl. Ko weakly raised his hand and asked in a small voice if he could have a cola. As soon as the words came out, all of the women spoke out in rejection with serious faces. Brother needs to eat more. It's the time to grow up, eat more and grow taller. Wang Ying, who was sitting beside Xiao Ku, picked up her chopsticks and kept pouring vegetables into his small bowl, soon piling a small mountain out. Ko buried his head in his dry food and ate it with an appetite that looked good. At the dinner table, the 6 siblings talked and laughed, and the scene was very harmonious. Wang family villa. Lu Qian walked downstairs accompanied by Xiao Chui. It was as if she despised everything about the Wang family and looked at everything with disdain. Jade, go turn on the TV and lay a blanket on the couch. The maid immediately trotted to the living room, first turning on the TV and then finding a brand new blanket to spread on the sofa. Not a bad job. You have more eyes than the other servants. This time, when we return to Kyoto, I'll consider thinking about taking you to the main house. That's a lot better than living at a snail's pace in this little magic city. Xiao Chui excitedly bowed and thanked her, a touch of pride inexplicably rising in her heart. The lady in front of me is a noblewoman from Kyoto. If she climbs the high branch. Lu Qian sat down on the sofa and randomly picked out a TV program. A noise coming from the hall suddenly caught her attention, and when she looked up, Aunt Arisher was carefully polishing the furniture. As she looked up to wipe the sweat off her face, she happened to see the noblewoman and Jade in the living room. Yo, why don't you come over and serve me when you see me? I see that the Mordor Wang family really has no rules and regulations. Does 4th brother not know how to discipline his subordinates? The guttural voice made Aunt Arisher freeze. Then she stopped her hand movements and walked into the living room. Ma'am, may I ask who you are? Lu Qian came this morning, and she had not seen her since she had gone out early in the morning to shop for necessities. No matter what, the attitude of the woman in front of her made Auntie Lan just uncomfortable, especially with that sightless look. It made even Auntie Lan, who always had a very good temper, a bit nauseous. I am the 2nd sister-in-law of your householder. Who do you think I should be? Lucian snorted and crossed his legs. I'm going to stay with you for 2 days, so go and call all the Wang family's subordinates, and I'll announce something. I've been living in Kyoto and I'm very unused to this home, so serve me well, understand? Aunt Lan tightened her lips. Her own young lady in the head of the family never scolded any servant at will, but this woman in front of her was the sister-in-law of the family head, so she didn't dare to be negligent. Okay, I'm on it. Aunt Lan bowed slightly and rushed off to inform the servants to gather in the hall. Chapter 115, The Disturbing Lu Qian. Wan Yuehao is practicing calligraphy in his study, which is one of his major hobbies in his spare time. Chen Hui, who was in the room on the 2nd floor, heard the commotion and curiously walked downstairs to check. I saw a stylishly dressed, flamboyantly dressed woman sitting on the living room couch. All the servants of the Wang family stood respectfully in horizontal rows, listening to her as she lectured. Xiao Lu hid behind the crowd, took out his cell phone and looked at the time, not realizing that he had already been lectured for half an hour. I only sleep on silk quilts. Lu Qian heard the commotion and looked back to check, and was surprised to see Chen Hui standing at the stairway. At the first sight of her, Lu Qian suddenly froze. Why does Chen Hui have such good skin at about the same age? It was so unfair that she herself was already starting to get wrinkles, while her face was smooth and white, like a 20-year-old girl. Yo ho, I thought my sister-in-law wouldn't dare to come out to see me. It's not easy to see you. The disdain in the bottom of her eyes was not hidden at all, which caused the Wang family's group of servants to be alarmed and suspicious. Xiao Lu eat melon. Xiao Chui stood beside her, slicing one strawberry in half, then feeding the tips into Lu Qian's mouth. I really don't know how you hooked up with the 4th brother. It's causing a lot of harm. Her voice wasn't low, and she purposely made it so that everyone could hear her. You. Chen Hui was infuriated and her face turned red, but it was not good to snap. It was true that her husband had been removed from the Wang family because of herself, and that had made her feel guilty about it for more than 20 years. Now Lu Qian rehashed the old story in front of everyone, undoubtedly uncovering the scars in her heart once again. She slowly turned from her original exasperation to aggravation. By the way, I'm not used to living in your house with nothing. I don't have any necessities either, so go ahead and do it, and I'll let you know what else I'm missing when I get back. Lu Qian spoke in a completely commanding tone, which made Auntie Lan on the side look away. She told the maid to do these things, but she had to say it to the lady. You're commanding the head of the family like a maid. You're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? Good. Chen Hui squeezed a word out from between her teeth, then turned around and returned to the second floor. Lu Qian was unimpressed, and with a light grunt she continued to lecture towards the servants. Second floor. Just as she entered the room, Chen Hui couldn't help but lose her voice and cry. Crystalline tears slid down her chin to the floor, and her pale lips trembled softly. More than 20 years ago, she was working as a restaurant waitress in Kyoto when she met the 4 youngest members of the Wang family by chance. The love between the two started when she accidentally spilled red wine on Wang Yuehao. Look at each other, and one look will make you fall in love. The two then made rapid progress, and Wang Yuehao took her to meet her father and family elders. Several branch elders of the Wang family, namely Wang Yuehao's great-uncle and third uncle, immediately scolded her to get out of the Wang family. How can a woman from an orphanage, with neither a powerful family nor background strength, marry into a wealthy family in Kyoto? That day, she was subjected to a lot of cynicism in the Wang family. Countless people said that she was delusional, and that the crow's nest still wanted to fly up to the branch and become a phoenix. Wang Yuehao, in a fit of anger, contradicted the elders of each branch, incurring the wrath of the public, and was then expelled from the family. Chen Hui raised her head and murmured in her mind, is the body life really so important? If once again, one would still choose to delay Yuhao. Downstairs, Lu Qian finally finished her lecture. Having just taught that younger sibling a lesson, she was out of breath and in a better mood. You guys go ahead and go down, and keep your eyes polished from now on. Xiaolu breathed a long sigh of relief and could finally go back to sweeping the floor in peace. Listening to this woman nagging for half a day had calloused his ears. All the servants returned to their work, and Aunt Lan led the way to get her necessities. Lu Qian stretched and wandered around. Xiao Chui followed closely behind her, and whenever something was noticed by Lu Qian, she would promptly offer an explanation. What's the point of having 2 ugly pig statues at the entrance? It's bad luck. Hurry up and have someone move it. It's annoying to look at. LV Qian spat in displeasure at the Piggy Big and Piggy 2 statues. Upon hearing that the statue was to be moved, Xiao Chui suddenly panicked a bit. Madam Lu, this is the young master's favorite statue. If we move it, the young master. Lu Qian impatiently interrupted Xiao Chui and chided in a cold voice. What the young master? Don't you understand me? I said move. Although there was some hesitation, Xiao Chui called out to a few servants to move the statue. Seeing this scene, Lu Qian nodded with considerable satisfaction. Come on, walk me around the second floor. The two of them leisurely made their way up to the second floor and wandered down the hallway. The entire second floor has a dozen rooms, and the walls are covered with famous paintings and calligraphy, looking exquisite and clean. This set of rooms is in a good location. Lu Qian walked straight to the room at the end of the corridor and pushed the door. The whole room is filled with toys and has all kinds of amenities. It's better than the one I have yet, and the lighting is good. It's just the decor is too childish. I won't stay on the third floor. Switch me to this room. Xiao Chui bowed and explained. Mrs. Lu, this is young master's room. Look. Lu Qian frowned and snorted coldly. I don't care what kind of young master he is. I'm an honored guest from the Wang family in Kyoto. Even Wang Yuehao has to respectfully call me second sister-in-law when he comes. Hurry up and clean up. Inside the study on the second floor, Wang Yuehao put down his brush and rubbed his temples. Not knowing what was going on, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He stood up and walked out of the study and back to his room. Just as he pushed open the door, he noticed his wife's red, swollen eyes. Wife, what's going on? Wang Yuehao quickly walked to Chen Hui's side and held her cold and powerless hand. Is it hard to believe that your second sister-in-law bullied you? Chen Hui still didn't say anything. Her expression was numb and dull, as if she had lost her soul. Knock knock. The door of the room was knocked, and Wang Yuehao gestured in a deep voice to come in. Aunt Barb pushed her way in, seeming a little anxious. It's no good, family master. Mrs. Lu wants to stay in young master Xiaoke's room. She can't be stopped. What? Wang Yuehao was full of seriousness and asked her what had happened to his wife. Auntie Lan noticed Madame's swollen eyes from crying and told her the truth about what had just happened. Wang Yuehao's face became increasingly ugly. It's really against her. Do you really consider yourself the master of the Wang family? He snorted coldly and walked out of the room with a face full of anger. Auntie Lan glanced at her ladyship, and then also went out to catch up with the head of the family. At this time, The Muppet toys in Xiaoka's room had already been moved out, and a group of servants carefully carried the furniture inside. Yeah, swing in over there. Lu Qian sat on Xiaoka's bed and directed the servants to arrange the furniture, while Xiao Chui carried the fruit plate. LV Qian. Wang Yuehao angrily walked into the door of the room and raised his eyes to scan a group of servants. Who gave you permission to enter the young master's room? Put them all down. Wang Yuehao's terrifying aura came over the crowd, pressing them to the point where they were about to lose their breath. Seeing the head of the family lash out, the servants all looked flustered and stopped their hand movements. Humph. He turned his head and stared at Lu Qian with a gloomy face. I let you stay for 2 days, but I didn't give you permission to make trouble in my Wang family. What exactly did you say to my wife? Lu Qian picked up the grapes on the fruit plate and stuffed them into her mouth, turning her eyes away disdainfully. I'll be honest. What? Is that sibling of mine angry? Her conspiratorial voice came, and Wang Yuehao finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. 3 or 2 steps forward and a slap with his hand raised. Snap. As an iron-blooded general who commanded hundreds of thousands of people, how could he not have some temper? Lu Qian's cheeks quickly reddened and swelled, and a fiery pain hit her. Wang Yuehao, you're crazy. You hit me for that? The shrill screams shook the ears of the crowd, and Xiao Chui couldn't help but cover one side of her ear. She is my Wang Yuehao's favorite woman. Who are you to mess with her? I have nothing to do with you. Cause any more trouble and get lost, I'll go back to my father on my own. I don't need you to lead the way. Now move out. This is my son's room. Wang Yuehao's voice echoed in the room. The maids rushed to move Lu Qian's furniture out and set back the stuffed animals in Xiaoka's room. Damn it, I'm going to tell my husband. Tell the head of the family what you did to me. Lu Qian covered the side of her face and stared at him resentfully. Wang Yuehao no longer paid attention to Lu Qian and turned around to walk out of the room. Xiao Chui had been completely dumbfounded, not expecting the head of the family to take out his anger for Madame and actually beat his second sister-in-law. Pissed off, LV Qian stood up just in time to step on Xiao Chui's shoes. Lowly underling, get out of the way. Xiao Chui was scolded and suddenly wondered if she had followed the wrong person. Wang Yuehao returned to the room, patiently coaxed his wife to be happy, and made a point of recounting what had just happened when he taught Lu Qian a lesson. Chunhui gradually exhibited a smile and flung herself into her husband's arms. Knock knock. Another knock sounded on the door, and Wang Yuehao frowned impatiently. Auntie Lan pushed the door in and spoke in an anxious panic. It's no good, householder. Mrs. Lu picked second Mrs. room and had to move in. She's already thrown out Miss Tu's uniforms, furniture, weapons and whatnot. Chapter 116, Second Sister's Measure. Boo! The door of the villa was pushed open with one hand, and the 5 daughters of the Wang family walked into the hall with Xiao Ku. After dinner, they didn't hang around any longer, so they took their time returning to the manor. Sister, where are my Piggy and Piggy? Wang Yingying was stunned by her brother's question, and then she checked at the entrance of the villa. Ha! Where's the statue I gave my brother? Did it get carried away? Wang Siki waved at the maid in the house, who immediately trotted over. I ask you, where are the 2 statues in front of the villa? The maid glanced at the door before explaining towards the crowd. Mrs. Lu sent someone to remove the statue. I think she said she thought it was an eyesore. Hearing that his pig, Inuyasha, had been moved, Ko huffed and clenched his fists. Wang Siki's face was icy cold as she faintly commanded towards it. Have the statue brought back and put back in its place. The maid nodded, followed by her grabbing the hem of her coat and whispering towards Wang Ying. Second Miss Lu. Mrs. Lu seems to be trying to take over your room. Your belongings have been. Boom! Before she finished speaking, an appalling sense of oppression emanated from Wang Ying. Wang Lele secretly said that it was not good. Second sister's temper was famously bad. That Mrs. Lu is not good at making anyone angry but second sister, and no one in the entire Wang family dares to offend second sister at will. Where is she? Wang Ying only spat out 3 words, his eyes filled with violence. Xiaoka reached out and hugged Wang Siki's thigh, looking up at his second sister in surprise. It's going to be a blackout. The maid nervously lowered her head, not daring to look directly at second Mrs. gaze. Mrs. Lu, in your room. Hearing this, Wang Ying took a step towards the 3rd floor with a black face. Xiaoka blinked his big eyes and inquired towards Wang Siki. 7th sister, will second sister kill old auntie? The corner of Wang Siki's mouth twitched as she flicked her brother on the forehead. Little fellow, second sister is still quite measured in her actions. Let's follow up and see. A room on the 3rd floor. Uniforms were strewn about the doorway. Servants carried furniture out into the hallway, and various dagger weapons rested in the corners. LV Qian clasped her hands on her arms and swept around the room in satisfaction. It's not bad. This house is quite spacious. Xiao Chui watched the moment and reminded gently. Mrs. Lu, this room is second Mrs. She's not to be messed with. Why don't you take a look at the other rooms? The smile on Lu Qian's face abruptly froze and she turned her head to meet Xiao Chui's gaze, which scared her. You looked pretty smart before. Why are you so stupid now? Pick another room? As far as my status is concerned, it would be an honor for your Mordor Wang family to live here. I'll sleep in this room today. No one can stop me, I say. Just as she was screaming recklessly, Wang Ying also came to the door of the room. Her silver teeth clenched at the sight of the scattered uniforms. You woman! A cold to the bone chill came from behind Lu Qian. She quickly turned around and he met Wang Ying's scarlet eyes. It's not your woman's turn to be wild in my territory. Lu Qian was chastised by Wang Ying and backed up. Her heart was a little flustered. She didn't know which girl was the second miss. After all, it was the first time she had seen any of Wang Yuehao's daughters. I didn't realize that the second miss of the Wang family was the stinky girl who slapped herself today. Taking a few breaths of fresh air, she greeted Wang Ying with a feigned calmness. I left something in your room for the door. You give your room to your second aunt, and I'll have someone get you another room. Wang Ying was instantly infuriated and laughed. What the does a second aunt have to do with herself? Xiao Chui saw that the situation was not right and walked up stiffly to dissuade her. Second miss. Mrs. Lu is the second sister-in-law of the family head. She stayed for 2 days and then left. How dare a servant teach me my job? Wang Ying kicked Xiao Chui, enough to send her flying 3 meters away. Now claiming to be my second aunt? You deserve it. Wang Ying took a step towards Lu Qian, and a horrible oppressive feeling pounced towards her. Seeing this scene, her legs went limp and her face no longer had the slightest bit of blood on it. When Wang Ying got close, he reached out and grabbed at her collar. Lu Qian only felt her body gradually becoming lighter, and her entire body was lifted in midair by her. How dare you? I'm your second aunt. Wang Ying single-handedly carried her into the window and opened the large window with a creak. Asshole, what are you trying to do? Lu Qian's face was white with excitement and fluttered. But how could she, an ordinary person, escape from an inner-strength martial artist? Wang Ying's face was unperturbed as he lifted his hand and raised her out of the window. Ah, you're killing people, help. She closed her eyes in horror and grabbed Wang Ying's arm with both hands in a death grip. Now she really regretted why she had messed with this living king of hell. The third floor window is 8 or 9 meters from the ground. If you fall, you'll fall into a meat pie. Wang Siki led Xiao Ku into the room, and later on, Wang Lele and the others also curiously looked around the room. Noticing Wang Ying's movements, several people froze at the same time. Xiao Ku tugged on the corner of Wang Siki's coat and opened his mouth sweetly. Seventh sister, didn't you say that second sister has her act together? I think the second sister is going to kill her soon. He reached out and pointed to Lu Qian hanging out of the window. As soon as the second sister spilled her hand, the old aunt was gone. Wang Siki stroked her forehead, feeling that things were beyond her expectations. Wang Wenya, who was standing in the doorway, rushed towards Wang Ying to dissuade him. Second sister, put her down first, don't move. Wang Ying turned back to the little munchkin beside Wang Siki. She withdrew her arm and flung the man to the ground. Lu Qian was thrown to the ground, and her entire body was cloaked and in a sorry state. Cold sweat was still seeping from her forehead, as if she had just walked through a ghostly door. Get out of here! Wang Ying scolded her sternly, and her fierce look scared her so much that she ran out of the room. Xiao Chui braced herself and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then walked out of the door, enduring the excruciating pain. Wang Ying swept a glance at the messy room and commanded towards the shivering servant at the doorway. 10 minutes to put the room back the way it was for me. With these words, she returned to her brother, her indifferent face easing only slightly. Ko said in a flash of inspiration, looking up towards her sister. I want to play with my mommy. I haven't seen her today. Wang Siki let out a light laugh and nodded at him. With the approval of a couple of her sisters, Ko bounced off to the second floor. Squeak, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao looked at their baby son who walked through the door with a kind smile on his face. Good son, hanging out with your sisters every day. You're about to forget about mom and dad, aren't you? Wang Yuehao picked up Xiao Ko and put him into his arms. Ko shook his head. I won't forget mom and dad. My sister was the one who had to take me out. So, Chen Hui smiled faintly and reached out to stroke her son's cheek. Hey, is mommy crying? Ko blinked his bright, sparkling eyes, noticing his mom's red, swollen eyes. Chen Hui squeezed out a smile, trying to hide her sadness. Mommy won't cry. Come on, let mommy hold you. Wang Yuehao grinned a silly smile and put his son into his wife's arms. Mom must be upset because of that old aunt? Ko huffed and waved her little hand. If she upsets mom, I'll go to Kyoto and blow up the Wang family. Chen Hui snorted and extended her finger to poke the fat little munchkin. No, that's your dad's old neighborhood. Your dad has to go back to Kyoto the day after tomorrow, and if you blow up, dad won't be able to find his home. Ko withdrew his small fist and nodded his chin. He wasn't kidding just now. If his mom was bullied, he would bomb the Wang family tonight. Show those big bad guys what a 100-meter sword can do. Mommy, why did daddy go there? They're all bad guys, Chen Hui took great pains to explain. Because daddy's going home to visit grandpa. Ko wrinkled her nose, a little curious. Who's grandpa? Ko hasn't met yet. Chen Hui looked up to explain for him, and Ko slowly opened his mouth wide. Grandpa's a good guy? Grandpa is the head of the Wang family in Kyoto? So the building that he split and collapsed the first 2 times was grandpa's house? Grandpa, filial sons and daughters. Wang Yuehao gazed at his son, and an idea suddenly surfaced in his heart. Son, do you want to go back with dad to see grandpa the day after tomorrow? Chen Hui violently changed her face. Are you stupid? Those brothers and sisters-in-law will surely give Xiaoko a hard time. I don't care. My son is not allowed to go. Wang Yuehao was also in trouble. This might be his last visit to the main house. He wanted his father to meet his little grandson. He was always clamoring for grandchildren before. He just didn't expect so many things to happen afterward. Mom, I'm going to see grandpa with dad. Chapter 117, One bed. 6 people? Chen Hui stared at her son with wide eyes in surprise. I'm going to Kyoto with my dad. Xiaoko smiled and hugged Chen Hui, softly comforting her. Don't worry mommy, no one can bully Ko-o. I'll protect daddy. Wang Yuehao silently gave his son a thumbs up, not ashamed to be born pup. Wife don't worry, I definitely won't let others bully my son. Just stay in Kyoto for 2 days this time. Nothing will happen. Ko cast a strange look at his dad. The reason he went to Kyoto was to protect his dad from being bullied. After all, dad sucks. Chen Hui smacked her lips and didn't refuse anymore. Okay, you two go father and son. Wang Yuehao laughed twice and reached out to grab Chen Hui's waist. By the way son, what were you doing the other day and why are you suddenly in Tokyo? Wang Yuehao lowered his head and cast a puzzled look. Ko reached up to cover her face and could only explain it again for her mom and dad. Of course, he intentionally deleted some of the process, especially the things related to the master. He did not tell his family. The more Wang Yuehao listened, the more shocked he became, his eyes glaring like duck eggs. The son ran to R and rescued the 4th girl from her kidnappers? Chen Hui couldn't believe the doll in her arms was so powerful. They knew their son was special, a mystical practitioner. But China and R are separated by a wide ocean. How did Ko do it? Did the son's master step in to help? Learning that the 4th girl had been kidnapped, Wang Yuehao's face became ugly again. There was no need to guess about this matter. It must be unrelated to his own brother. Son, in the future tell mom and dad before you do anything and don't go anywhere. Those kidnappers love to eat children. In the evening the family sat around downstairs for dinner. Xiao Chui ran to say that Lu Qian didn't have an appetite, so she won't go downstairs to eat again today. Wang Ying snorted coldly. She couldn't wait for this Lady Lu to get out of the way. It's just as well we don't eat, so we don't have to come and spoil our appetites. Ko eyed the table of sumptuous meals, his mouth nearly watering with gluttony. When Wang Yuehao moved his chopsticks, he also picked up his chopsticks and started to dry his rice. Chen Hui gently patted Xiao Ku on the back and reminded him to eat slowly. As the sun went down in the west, Wang Xinru finally rushed back to the villa before dark. As soon as she entered the house, she was thrilled to find Ko kissing and hugging and lifting her high. Old 5, come here. Wang Ying put down his chopsticks and wrapped his arms around them as he opened his mouth in a chilling voice towards Wang Xinru. What's wrong, second sister? Wang Xinru looked at Wang Ying and suddenly felt a chill coming from her back. Wang Siki, eat your melon. Lei Wang +1. Wanya Wang +2. Wang Xiaoko +3. Old 5. My brother has risen to 10 million followers. What do you think we should do? Wang Xinru was confused and didn't understand what her second sister meant. My brother is still young and being a public figure has definitely had an impact on his life. And my brother already has some unseen secrets. And now there could be paparazzi following him at any time. So what if he is exposed one day? So, I decided. Wang Xinru gulped, her heart inexplicably flustered. Could it be that second sister is planning to arrest herself and go to the frontier barracks to suffer? I don't think so, right? The rest of the Wang sisters were already hiding their mouths and snickering, ready to see how second sister would punish fifth sister. I have decided. Take my brother back to the barracks under my personal watch. There's no paparazzi there, and no one is going to hold it against my brother. Wang Lele was instantly anxious. No, my brother says he wants to take piano lessons from me. Kirk, I said that? Don't you guys argue. My brother said this morning that he wants to learn fashion design from me and become a top designer. Nonsense. My brother is going to study hard and enter our International Center for Education and Research. Stop. My brother has gotten the shares of Wang Group. He is now one of the shareholders of our company, and he will also be in charge of Wang Group in the future. Old 7, are you trying to steal someone from me? We haven't finished shooting our variety show yet. Chen Hui watched a few of her daughters fight it out and was saddened. Wang Yuehao laughed out loud, mindlessly watching his daughters argue. Suddenly he felt a pain in his waist and raised his eyes to see his wife's sharp eyes. You don't go and advise, and you have the face to laugh here. You have thick skin. Wang Yuehao held Chen Hui's hand, His gaze was full of tenderness. Honey, can't you see that our house is buzzing? It's the occasional little squabble that makes a family happy and fulfilled. And I feel happy right now anyway. Chen-hui let out a light laugh and leaned on her husband's shoulder. After dinner, the sky gradually drizzled. Ko tiptoed back to his room and closed the curtains as soon as he entered. Rumble. The rain got heavier and heavier, and the muffled thunder came as it should. Ugh, it's really raining. Xiaoka sat back on the bed in a daze, a point of sadness surfacing on her delicate little face. Every time it rained, he would think of his grandfather's kind and amiable face. But when Grandpa died, he was taken away by his police uncle, who said he was going to get rid of him. If he had grown up earlier and met his master earlier, he might have been able to save his grandfather in time. But now it's too late. Just as he froze, the door to his room creaked open. Ko withdrew his thoughts and craned his head in the direction of the door. Seventh sister, what brings you here? Wang Siki walked into the room in her pink piggy pajamas and sat directly beside Ku. My brother doesn't like rainy days, and my sister is afraid you won't be able to sleep, so she's here to keep you company. She guffawed like a delicate rose. Xiaoko was moved to jump into the seventh sister's arms, and her mood was instantly much better. Seventh sister is so nice. Wang Siki gently stroked her brother's black hair, and a touch of heartache flashed under her eyes. Squeak, brother, I'm coming. Wang Wenya walked through the door of the room in his blue plaid bunny pajamas. Seventh sister, why are you in your brother's room? Fourth sister is still talking about me. Aren't you in your brother's room too? I'm here to keep my brother company in case my little baby is afraid of thunder. Within a few moments, Ko was lying dumbfounded in the middle of the two women. Wang Siki was just about to turn off the lights when the door to the room was pushed open again. Fourth sister, seventh sister, why are you here? Wang Yingying walked into the room in her little orange fox pajamas. In no time at all, three sisters lay on Ko's bed. Wang Siki sighed helplessly and then turned off the lights. Squeak, and the corner of her mouth twitched as she got up and turned on the chandelier, only to see Wang Lele standing in the doorway in her yellow fawn pajamas. The four women scanned each other, and awkwardness filled the air. Ha ha, sisters are here. Hey, Wang Lele smiled lightly, looking a bit overwhelmed. The lights were turned off again and 5 people were already lying on the bed. The bed in Coco's room wasn't exactly small, but at the moment it seemed a little cramped. Fourth sister, your feet are cold. Don't touch me. What kind of perfume is third sister wearing? Give me a recommendation. Oops. Fourth sister, your chest is too topsy-turvy. Let's switch positions. Ko was surrounded in the middle and couldn't sleep. Squeak. What? All 5 sat up at the same time. Wang Siki turned on the chandelier, and the dark room was instantly lit up with light. Wang Ying scanned the group of sisters and spoke in a chilling voice. Yeah, you guys agreed to get your brother to sleep, right? Humph. If I hadn't sensed that something was wrong, I would have really been kept in the dark by you guys. The corners of the 4 women's mouths twitched. Second sister's ability to make up lies was terrible. Obviously she came to find her brother to sleep too, and she purposely acted like this. Snap. Wang Siki turned off the lights again and closed her eyes as she lay beside her brother. The unique milky scent of Ko's body burrowed into her nostrils, and soon she appeared sleepy. Seventh sister. Wang Siki tiredly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of her second sister. Let's switch places. You come over here. Wang Siki frowned and immediately refused her second sister's request. If she was switched to that position, she would not be next to her brother. Seventh sister. Are you sure you want to reject second sister? Wang Ying's voice carried an irresistible tone, causing Wang Siki's heart to suddenly tremble. Ugh, sisterhood is overwhelming. Wang Siki helplessly switched places with Wang Ying, and in her heart, she had already spat out her second sister hundreds of times. 6 people in a bed is crowded but warm. Ko's breathing gradually evened out, the flesh of his face rising and falling with his breath. The rest of the sisters fell asleep one after the other, and the 6 of them cuddled together. The first rays of the morning light hit the earth and the whole city was functioning again. Wang Lele was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly kicked out of bed by something. Ouch! She struggled to get up, her eyes looking at Wang Wenya with a grudge. The entire bed was ringed with 5 people, like a meatball, and then the covers had long since been kicked off the bed. If it weren't for the smart air conditioning in my brother's room, the siblings would likely be freezing cold. Fourth sister sleeps really dishonestly. Why are you still kicking people? She took out her cell phone and looked at the time. Surprisingly, it was already after 7 in the morning. This time, it's time for my brother to go to school. Chapter 118, Returning to Campus. Being chased again. Wang Lele ran to pull open the curtains and softly called out to several people to get up. The harsh sunlight lit up the room through the window, and Ko was the first to open his eyes. Hey, what's this? She was being pressed down by several sisters, and the fourth sister's big buns were against her face, looking QQ bouncy. It stings. Is it dawn yet? The 4 Wang Wenya rubbed their eyes and slowly sat up. Ouch! Who's crushing my hair? Ouch! Second sister stepped on me. How did I lose my crushed diamond bracelet in my sleep? Several people got up one after the other, noting with a start the quilt and frayed sheets that had fallen to the floor. Ko sat up and looked around in disbelief. How can a quilt disappear after a good night's sleep? The covers must have been kicked off by the fourth sister. She's the one who kicked me out of bed today. Wang Lele pointed at Wang Wenya as if she was identifying a suspect. Wang Siki secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't her own doing. Wang Wenya, who was to the point of being named, immediately spoke out to retort. Good you Lele, now you've even learned to lie. Fourth sister will educate you today. After saying this, she lunged at Wang Lele with open teeth and claws. Ha ha ha, it must be fourth sister. Look at how anxious fourth sister is. Wang Lele laughed, deftly dodged away from Wang Wenya and ran towards the door. Just after leaving Xiaoke's room, she met Wang Xianru who was coming down the stairs head-on. Eighth sister, how did you get out of your brother's room? Wang Xinru frowned, sensing a hint of something wrong. She looked toward her brother's room with confusion and instantly froze on the spot. All the sisters were seen staying in their brother's room in their pajamas, looking like they had just woken up. Well, my best sisters all slept with their brothers and none of them told me. Wang Siki secretly said that it was not good. This was really hard to explain. One by one, the rest of the sisters ran off to brush their teeth and wash up, put on makeup and change their clothes. Ko stood up and casually made a purification spell. When everyone came downstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao had already had breakfast. Ko ran downstairs and just sat down in his chair and started eating his breakfast. Brother, sister will take you to school later. Wang Xinru propped her chin on one hand and looked at Xiaoke with a soft gaze. On the side, Wang Siki and the others were not happy. I'll just go see my brother off. Fourth sister rest at home. Stop, I haven't sent my brother to school yet. Don't even argue with third sister. After eating, Xiaoke picked up his school bag and walked out of the villa with a helpless face. Too many sisters can be a pain in the ass. 3 luxury cars came out of the Wang family garage in a row, whistling away from the manor. Lu Qian skipped around the manor after dinner, Xiao Chui respectfully accompanying her. Hubby, the fourth brother's family is too bullying. I traveled all the way from Kyoto to Mordor, and their family still treats me as less than human. She was on the phone with her cell phone and kept complaining to Wang Zhanghua, as if she was greatly aggrieved. In the villa kennel, Xiao Hei sat in a weird position, like an old monk in meditation. Ever since the little master passed on a set of gong methods to it, it had one more task besides sleeping every day. The faint aura melted into his torso. Xiao Hei's fur became whiter and whiter, and the sarcoma on his head produced a slight change. Mordor Annex Elementary School. 3 luxury cars pulled up in front of the school, drawing the surprise of all the parents. The door opened and Ko jumped out of the car gently. I'm going to school. Bye sis. He turned back to his sisters in the car and waved his little hand. Wang Wenya let out a faint smile. Bye brother, my sister will pick you up again this afternoon. Be good in class. Greetings were exchanged and the 3 limousines turned around and drove back the way they came. Ko turned to look at the school's entrance, a sudden gasp escaping her small mouth. Why are there so many people in front of the school today? As far as the eye could see, hundreds of people were looking around at the entrance to the school, as if they were looking for something. The crowd, men and women, surrounded the school entrance in a semicircle, and a few banners and lighted signs could be seen faintly. I think, it's not the reporters, is it? Ko's heart trembled, a little afraid to approach, but now that he was about to be late, he could only barge through. Move over aunts and uncles, I'm going to be late. Loud milky voices were heard as Ko weaved back and forth through the crowd and soon arrived at the school's entrance. Brother, why does this little guy look so much like our son? Well, it does look quite similar. Wait, he's Wang Xiaoku. A sudden gasp came from the crowd, causing everyone to look at the little boy in the doorway in unison. Ko gave a dark cry that this was coming at him. I'm your daddy powder. Baby, don't be afraid. Uncle will give you candy. Little baby, let mama hold you. So cute, even cuter than on TV. My old lady's heart is going to be adorable. I prepared 12 colors of sacks this time. What color does Ko like? Wang Xiaoko has run away. Go after him. The crowd poured into the school to the dumbfounded looks of the parents around them. The security officer at the doorway's mouth twitched as he hurriedly chided. Stop it. The school is off limits to outsiders. We're calling the police. This scene, why does it look so familiar? Go and stop them. Leave only one man to watch the door, and all the rest follow me after them. The magic happens again. A young boy darts ahead with his backpack, hundreds of people in pursuit behind him, and a dozen or so security personnel heckling and blocking him further back. The noise, the running, the heckling quickly got the attention of the students. Zhang Hao stood dangling on the 4th floor overlooking the bottom, and suddenly he looked at the crowd suspiciously. Is that the boss? How come the boss is being chased again? Jiang Nan's trio arrives at school early, and her also notices that Xiao Ku is being chased by the crowd. Young master is in danger. Jiangnan glared at his companion and quickly blocked behind the young master. Stop it all. Who gave you the guts to dare chase my young master? Jiangnan rebuked him repeatedly, but no one paid any attention. The black pressured crowd was like a brute migration, rushing toward him in great numbers. A few seconds later, Jiangnan's trio was curled up on the ground, with countless more shoe prints on their clothes. Ko helplessly looked back to check. Can't figure out why these people are so stubborn. Then he led the crowd to run to the playground. Hey, is that sister you? On the playground track, Gu Shangyue was taking a leisurely stroll with her back to Xiaoku. Oops, too late. Seeing that the crowd was getting closer and closer, at this rate, it was likely to knock Gu Shangyue off her feet. Ko frowned, his body accelerating steeply as he picked up the girl in the center of the road. Gu Shangyue was startled by the action and looked at the boy in front of her in alarm. Ko brother, why are you hugging me? Gu Shangyue felt her face get hot and her little heart thumped. No, there was someone chasing me from behind and I was afraid I'd hit you, Ko explained in a milky voice, and then fled frantically across the playground with her in his arms. The visual impact of a little boy running around holding a girl taller than himself is just too much. For 10 whole minutes, the crowd behind him was like dogpile, with no intention of stopping at all. Security had already called the police and several police cars were parked in front of the school. Looking at the situation, people who don't know would think that the school is mixed with terrorists. Eventually the police and security staff took a lot of effort to finally get these crazy fans out of the school. Xiaoka gently put down Gu Shangyue and grinned a cute smile. Suzuki-san, I'm going to class. Bye. Gu Shangyue blushed and shyly lowered her head. She was just about to open her mouth to invite Ko to play at Gu's house when she didn't realize the boy was already walking away. Back in class, Ko pushed open the classroom door and jogged back to his seat. Duzimo rubbed his eyes with an incredulous look. Ku, I'm surprised you're still coming to class. I thought you dropped out. Ko put down his book bag and pulled out a couple of thick books from it. It's only been a couple days since I've been here, right? He pouted and glanced at Duzimo. Ding, 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 ding. The bell rang and Mr. Lu walked into the class holding a large stack of picture books. Noticing Wang Xiaoku inside the classroom, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Recently, Wang Xiaoku had been absent from school on leave, and she had made a special trip to ask the director. But the director told her that Wang Xiaoku was recording a variety show. Learning this news can shock her to the core. After a moment's reprieve, Mr. Lu smiled and faced the class. This class is an art class, and each child will be asked to draw a picture to take back to their families this afternoon. Duzimo danced with excitement and smiled brightly. Picture books were handed out to each student, and the class was in disarray, asking each other what they were going to draw. Ko pulled watercolors out of his book bag and stared blankly at the picture book. After 3 minutes, he finally started to move his brush, the rustle of watercolors going on and on. Ko, what do you think of my drawing? Duzimo lifted his drawing book with a proud face. What are these two little dirtbags? Ko pointed quizzically at the two dirtbags in the painting. Oh, this is my mom and dad, and that one is me when I grow up. Chapter 119, Jealous Sisters. Duzimo smiled brightly. He just didn't know if he could continue to smile at night. Ko buries his head and continues to draw, and soon the picture book is filled with color. Duzimo poked his head in and looked at the picture book curiously. Wow, even so many pretty sisters. He reached out and counted 6 sisters, along with his mom and dad. What a beautiful painting. It's awesome. Duzimo sighed and pressed his face a little closer to view it. Ko grunted softly and proudly tucked her picture book away in her book bag. That's petty, but doesn't Ko only have 4 sisters? So why draw 6? Duzimo scratched his head and secretly guessed who the person in the painting was. Time flies, and it's finally time for school to end again at Magic City Elementary School. The trio of snotty Jiangnan kept scanning the school entrance and didn't spot any suspicious reporters or fans. Because of the morning's events, the school leaders had deliberately doubled the security staff again. Xiaoku and Duzimo came out of their class and walked towards the school entrance together, chatting as they walked. Ko, what else do you have at home? I see the rich people on TV would all buy tigers as pets. Watching the door with a tiger is super cool to think about. The corner of Ko's mouth twitched, wondering what was going on in his head. I don't have a tiger in my house, but I have a dog that knows kung fu. At that, Ko laughed. If you come to my house, I'll show you around. Duzimo opened his mouth in shock. He had heard of a kung fu panda, but he had never seen a kung fu dog. The two had just stepped out of the school gates when they noticed 6 cars parked right in front of the entrance. 6 cars were lined up directly in front of the school gates, and each was a luxury car worth millions of dollars. This conspicuous scene has long attracted countless onlookers. Not only did the car stand out, but the 6 beautiful women standing beside it drew even more attention. Ko looked at her sisters dumbfounded, confused as to what they were trying to do. Duzimo tugged on Xiaoka's clothes and muttered in a promising voice. Isn't that your four sisters? Is this going to be a racing competition? The corners of Ko's mouth twitched as he explained helplessly. My sisters are supposed to pick me up and take me home. Ha, so did they not agree on who was going to pick you up? Wang Wenya smiled confidently, his hands wrapped around his chest, standing beside a Rolls-Royce Phantom car and speaking confidently. Sisters, don't argue. My brother will definitely take my car today. You guys go home first. Wang Siki propped up the Maserati with one hand and returned in a lazy tone. Don't worry, my brother must like me more. After all, my brother and I knew each other early and have the deepest bond. Oh, seventh sister is so confident. Guess how many times I kissed my brother when we did the variety show. My brother must have liked me more. Wang Xinru opened her mouth in a conspiratorial manner, causing the women to cast angry glances in unison. It's my first time picking up my brother, so don't you guys get in line with me. It's always my turn in line. Wang Ying let out a long sigh and looked at her sisters helplessly. Wang Ying, who was the most beside him, never spoke, her beautiful eyes always looking at Xiao Ku. Wang Wenya snorted and said once again towards the sisters, you can all go back. My brother is definitely going to take my car, so I hope you don't mind. This made Wang Siki explode, and she mercilessly taunted. What's the point of pretending? My brother hasn't gotten in your car yet. My car is more expensive than yours and more comfortable to sit in. At this moment, Du Zimo exclaimed in shock, these are all Wang Xiaoka's sisters? Ko scanned over the 6 sisters, asking them weakly, can't the sisters ride in one car? Just squeeze in. Just after saying this, 6 sharp gazes were thrown towards him, and a few women chimed in. No, it's a matter of face for all the sisters, and only one can take a brother today. This damned desire to win. Du Zimo was so scared that he took 2 steps back and rushed to find his moms and dads to go home. Ko's sisters are scary. Ko could only rescan the sisters, but the 6 choices were too hard to pick. Either way the other sisters will be saddened by the choice. Wang Lele lightly coughed twice, deliberately wrapping her clothes tightly, and her lips were slightly pale. Her body was thin, her warm jade-like face was blown by the cold wind, and the corners of her eyes had a little more redness. Is 8th sister catching a cold? Why are you wearing so little? Xiaoko ran to Wang Lele's side and reached out his little hand to touch his sister's palm. Her jade hands were cold, as if they had no temperature. Sure enough, Xiaoko sensed that 8th sister was suffering from wind chill at the moment after a little probing. It's probably because of the recent cooling. Don't worry about me, brother. Xiaoko hugged Wang Lele heartily, then turned to Wang Siki and the others. Sisters, 8th sister's health is not good. I'll accompany 8th sister to go home. You guys also hurry up and follow. Oh. After saying his words, Ko ran into Wang Lele's car. It's. Wang Lele revealed a faint smile, spat out her pink tongue at her sisters, and got in the car and whizzed away. Wang Wenya spat a couple of words and then got in his car to catch up with the 2. Ugh. I even made a point of turning on the warm air and heating the cushions, but I didn't expect to be cut off by the 8th sister. Wang Siki spread her hands helplessly and got in the car to drive to the manor. The rest of the sisters, wide-eyed, got in their cars one by one and drove away from the Mordor Elementary School. If I had known Ko was so kind, they should have pretended to be seriously ill. A fleet of 6 luxury cars driving on the street. The pedestrian turn-back rate is as high as 99%. Wang family manor. Wang Lele held her brother's small hand and approached the villa, and as soon as they pushed the door, they saw a strange scene. Only Lu Qian was seen sitting on a chair with her legs crossed and a kitchen knife in her hand. The maid Xiao Chui stood behind her respectfully, while Aunt Lan looked at Lu Qian with a difficult expression. Hearing movement coming from the doorway, Auntie Lan turned back to look at the 2 of them, hope rising in her heart. 8th Miss, young master, Mrs. Lu, said she wanted me to slaughter Little Black. Ha! Wang Lele didn't respond for a moment, so Auntie Lan had to repeat herself again. Ko blinked, not understanding the old aunt. Since Xiao Hei had become a first-rank demonic beast, ordinary knives could no longer cause damage to it. Even if Blackie stretched out his neck for her to cut, nothing would happen if the chopper cut the curled edge. I told you to slaughter it. Can't you understand human language? Lu Qian impatiently urged, looking at the bottom of the 3 people's eyes with contempt. At this time, Wang Siki and the others also rushed back to the villa, and saw the scene was similarly stunned. Aunt Arisher explained towards the several ladies. Xiao Hei seems to have provoked Lady Lu, so she asked me to slaughter Xiao Hei, but this is the young master's pet. So, hearing this the crowd also realized, the feeling that she was bullied by the dog. Wang Ying raised his eyes and glared at Lu Qian, as if he wanted to strike out to teach her a lesson. Xiao Ko rushed forward to stop his second sister, tilting his head to open his mouth to Lu Qian on the seat. Do it yourself if you can. We won't stop you. Oh. You who? The little guy's breath is quite wild. Lu Qian gave him a blank look and flipped her wrist to hand the knife to Xiao Chui. You go and slaughter that dog. Xiao Chui tremblingly took the chopper, her heart scared. She was a child from the countryside and learned to kill chickens and slaughter pigs as a child. but for her to kill the young master's pet dog, she really doesn't have the guts. What are you afraid of? I'll take the fall if anything goes wrong. Go! Tomorrow I'll take you to Kyoto to work for the Wang family. At least a month's salary will be 30,000. After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Chui's heart was hardened and she took a step towards the kennel. As long as she serves Mrs. Lu happily, she'll get a better job and make more money. Wan Siki looked towards the kennel worriedly and wanted to speak out to stop it, but who knew that Ko would open his mouth with a smile. Blackie's great. He's not afraid of kitchen knives. Hearing her brother's words, several women inexplicably felt relieved. At this moment, Xiao Hei was sitting in a dog kennel, and that posture was as weird as it could be. Xiao Chui could no longer care so much, and walked over to Xiao Hei's side to slash with her knife. Yikes! With a scream, the chopper slashed sharply at Koro's neck. If it was an ordinary dog, this knife would have killed it. Blackie, too milky breath. It snapped open its doggy eyes, the chopper zooming in and out at its pupils. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the kitchen knife slashed at Blackie's neck with precision. The women of the Wang family frowned, and Wang Lele hurriedly covered her eyes for fear of seeing the dog's tragic death. Woof! Woof! Xiao Hei showed his teeth and stared at Xiao Chui, his pair of round dog eyes filled with anger. Lu Qian on the seat was so dumbfounded that she thought she had blinked, and she rubbed her eyes again. Didn't pass away? Black growled and pounced on Jade, tearing and biting at her. Wails echoed through the halls, and the scene was chaotic for a time. Soon her clothes were torn by the dog's claws and her white calves were cut with several long bloody marks. As long as little Black was willing, I'm afraid he could slap her to death with a single claw. Stop it, Blackie, don't beat her up. Chapter 120, Treating the 8 Sisters and Preparing to Go to Kyoto. When he heard his young master give the word, he returned to his kennel with his head held high. Xiao Chui's face was white with fear as she looked at the departing vicious dog. In the future, even if she was given 10 guts, she wouldn't dare to mess with this dog again. Lu Qian's face was blue. Not only did she not slaughter that dog this time, but she also made a joke. She grunted coldly, ignoring the injured Jade, and got up to walk up the stairs. I didn't realize Blackie was so powerful. That's a chopper. Wang Wenya couldn't help but glance at the dog kennel, suddenly recalling what his brother had said. If Blackie is his brother's disciple, then is he really a dog that only cultivates? Cultivate dogs? The farce was over, and Ko gazed at the maid lying on the ground with a little bit of intolerance in her heart. Seemingly guessing his brother's thoughts, Wang Siki walked straight towards Xiao Chui. Get up. You'll go to the hospital for treatment and recuperate for 2 more days. Then turn around and ask Auntie Lan to reimburse you for your medical expenses. Xiao Chui's pupils trembled, unable to believe that 7th young Miss would be so kind to herself. It was clear that she had done something wrong, but Miss 7 was still able to tolerate herself regardless of her past suspicions. In the end, she realized that it was still her own young lady who was broad-minded, beautiful and kind-hearted, 10,000 times better than that ugly-faced Lady Lu. Thank you, Miss 7. Xiao Chui braced herself and gave her a slight curtsy as she stepped out of the hall. Xiaoke looked up to Wang Siki and smiled lightly. It was still the 7th sister who understood her best. Oh yes, 8th sister, come with me. He walked over to Wang Lele and took her hand towards the stairs. Reacting, Wang Lele did not resist and allowed her brother to lead her upstairs. Wang Wenya called out to Xiao Ku in confusion. Where is my brother taking your 8th sister? I'm going to treat my sister's wind and cold, or she'll have a hard time, Ko explained in a milky voice, then disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Healing? Does a brother still heal? A few women glanced at each other and unanimously followed the two. Brother, slow down. Wang Lele let out a faint smile and rubbed his round head. Is it hard to believe that your younger brother is still a little miracle doctor? How do you want to cure your sister? I'm not a miracle doctor, but I can cure simple diseases like cancer, poisoning, cerebral palsy, Ko explained softly and soon led the 8 sisters to the room. Hearing her brother say that he could cure cancer, Wang Lele didn't hold back her poof of laughter. How many people in the whole of China can cure cancer? And I'm afraid there's no one else but 6th sister? 8th sister, you lie down first, Xiao Ke said, pointing to his bed, and Wang Lele frowned, wondering what his brother wanted. Though puzzled, she followed her brother's instructions to lie flat on the bed. Sister, take off your jacket again. Ha! Wang Lele sat up, her beautiful eyes glaring. You need to take off your clothes to see a doctor? Shouldn't it be medicine and water? But Ke had a serious face and didn't look like he was joking at all. After a long sigh, Wang Lele took off her jacket and once again lay flat on the bed. At this time, Wang Siki and the others also came to the room and looked curiously at the 8th sister. Sister, I'm going to start. Xiaoke smiled sweetly and took out a delicate porcelain box from her storage ring. Opening it gently, he casually pinched up 5 bright silver needles. The tip of the needle flickered with a faintly cold aura under the light. Seeing this scene, Wang Lele and the rest of the sisters standing in the doorway froze at the same time. Brother, Going to stick me with a needle? Wang Leilei's tone trembled slightly, and she was nervous in her heart. Well nah, I'm going to do acupuncture on you. 8 sisters good boy oh. I will be gentle. Surely won't hurt you. Xiao Ke thoughtfully comforted, then slowly approached Wang Leilei with a silver needle in hand. The few women at the doorway's face changed drastically, and they hurriedly gathered into a group to whisper. Does brother know acupuncture? Not sure. I've never seen one. Should I stop my brother? What if I zap the 8th sister? I don't think my brother would do anything he wasn't sure of. Wang Leilei on the bed closed her eyes tightly, clenched her teeth, and her jade hand involuntarily clenched the bedsheet. Okay. Hearing his brother speak, Wang Leilei snapped his eyes open. 5 silver needles had been stuck into his belly at some point, and he hadn't even noticed a thing. It's over? She looked at her brother in surprise, really confused. Is your sister's whole body burning and her belly hot? Like, it's kind of hot. It's amazing. Ko reached up and touched her sister's forehead, nodding her head in satisfaction. Wang Wenya and the others at the doorway had just ended their discussion, not realizing that the acupuncture had already ended. Brother so fast? I haven't seen it yet. It's the 4th sister's fault for having to drag us into conversation. Oh, now I'm to blame. You just said quite a bit. Inside the room, Ko nimbly boiled a kettle of boiling water and rummaged through a drawer for a warm water bag. Immediately after that, he pulled out the silver needles from the 8th sister's abdomen and put a hot water bag on her small abdomen. When the water boiled, he poured out a cup of hot tea and gently blew on it until it was warm, reaching out to hand it to his 8th sister. This set of operations flowed smoothly and moved Wang Leilei on the bed to death. With such a well-behaved and understanding brother at home, she can only dream of strawberry flavor. Ko wrinkled his nose and muttered suspiciously, why does it smell like vinegar? At this time, Wang Siki and the others had silently left, and the 5 women walked side by side with different expressions. No, I'm going to pretend to be sick. Wang Wenya's gaze was very determined, as if he was planning something. On the other hand, Duzimo returned home happily and rummaged through his book bag to find his picture book. Son, what are you doing? Du's father and mother curiously came forward and carefully examined the contents of the painting. Duzimmer grinned a wide grin and waved the picture proudly. It's a homework assignment from the teacher. Look at the family portrait I drew. Oh, these are mom and dad. Right, where are you? Mom, you've got it wrong. This is me and my daughter-in-law when we grow up. Huh, and what do those 2 little graves mean? That's mom and dad. Didn't you always say you'd be old when I grew up? Do father and mother froze at the same time, and the atmosphere in the home suddenly froze. Good son. You know enough to bury us both separately. Hubby, keep an eye on him. I'll get the whip. Wait for me. Do mother rushed into the bedroom in a fire, copied the guy and ran to the 2 of them. This night, the entire neighborhood could hear Duzimo's screams, and the security master downstairs thought someone was abusing the child and almost called the police. The sun slowly disappeared into the horizon. Brilliant lights shot into the night sky, and the whole magic city looked colorful. Wang family villa. The family sat around the dining table as Aunt Barb led the servants in bringing in the dishes. Son, I've asked your teacher for a leave of absence, so you'll be leaving with Dad first thing in the morning. Wang Yuehao picked up a piece of fish and put it into Xiaoke's bowl. These words caused the 6 women at the table to put down their chopsticks in unison and coincidentally look at Wang Yuehao on the main seat. Where is father taking his brother tomorrow? Wang Siki was the first to ask, and the rest of the sisters nodded slightly. Wang Yuehao let out a long sigh and narrated the whole thing, and Chen Hui chimed in. Hearing the end, Wang Ying's face was icy cold and he frowned as he spoke out. What's the point of letting your brother go to that hole? Doesn't father know what they're doing? Our Wang family has nothing to do with them. If I didn't have proof that they lost my brother, I would have broken into Kyoto long ago. Seeing his second sister lose her temper, Ko anxiously raised his small hand. Sister, it's me who wants to go with Dad. Don't be angry. Young children's voices echoed down the hall, and the table was quiet as a pinprick. You who? The 4th brother's family is arguing. It's not a good time for me to come, is it? Lu Qian stepped down the stairs on her high heels, her arms wrapped around her, her eyes filled with disgust. Coming to the dining table, she consciously sat down to eat, the strong perfume odor coming from her, causing Wang Yingying on the side to roll her eyes. Chen Hui changed her face, but didn't say anything. Hubby, I've asked Aunt Barb to buy some tonic, so you can bring it to father tomorrow as well. Aunt Barb hand-carried 2 gift boxes to the corner of the hall for tomorrow. Lu Qian glanced at the gift box and snorted, looking at Chen Hui with disdain. My father is not short of supplements. What if he gets sick again from the cheap stuff you bought? Will you be responsible for that? Wang Yuehao clapped his hands and got up, seriously chiding at her. That's enough. It's a favor to my wife. What's it got to do with you? Lu Qian snorted coldly and slammed down the dishes to walk out of the villa. Xiaoke huffed and puffed and looked at Lu Qian. This old aunt dared to bully her mom. He stretched out his fat little hand and flexed his fingers slightly towards Lu Qian at the doorway. A light white spiritual energy had disappeared into the woman's body at great speed, without anyone noticing. Chapter 121, Kyoto Wang Family. Little Princess. Wang Wenya looked at Xiaoko with worry and couldn't help but remind him. Brother, all the relatives there are snobs. Plus father has a frosty relationship with them and is designated to bully you, so it's better not to go. Ko pouted and waved her little fists. It's okay, I'll only be gone for 2 days. Why are my sisters so worried? They're not big tigers, can they still eat me? Besides, I, Wang Xiaoku, am very powerful. Who dares to bully me? I'm super fierce. Oh. Wang Lele looked at her brother's milky and fierce look and laughed. Brother is so arrogant. I'll let my second sister prepare a big tiger for you to fight one-on-one. How many pounds are you, little guy? Not enough for a tiger to stuff his teeth with. Wang Wenya smiled and teased. Harmony and bustle were once again restored at the table. Thanks of course to a certain little munchkin. Don't run around in Kyoto this time. Stay close to father. Those people eat people without spitting. Yes, remember to tell your family if anything happens. You have your sisters to back you up, so don't be afraid of them. A few sisters kept instructing Ko, listening to his head. Wang Siki took out her cell phone and pounded on it for a bit, and a message beep sounded in Xiaoka's pocket. Puzzled, Ko took out his cell phone and was surprised to see a text message alert. Your bank card number 521, received a remittance in the amount of 100 million. He immediately guessed that it was the seventh sister who had transferred the money to him. Seventh sister. I still have a lot of money. I can't spend it all. Wang Siki waved her hand, seemingly not putting this amount of money in her eyes. A brother's a brother, so he needs to be raised well. If you can't spend it all, save it as dowry money for a future wife. Giggle. A dowry? Wife? Ko rubbed his head in confusion, wondering what his sister was thinking. Wang Yingying guffawed and spoke softly. Seventh sister is looking forward to my little brother finding a wife? Do you have a boyfriend of your own? Ha ha ha. Wang Siki disgruntledly disliked towards Wang Yingying. Anyway, our brother, the future wife he's looking for is definitely not ordinary. Wang Ying raised the corners of her mouth, almost amused by her sisters. It didn't matter what people thought. She could just be there for her brother. Wang Yuehao is also quite a headache. Their own daughters are all delicate and beautiful. Successful career. How can they look at ordinary men? Especially Big Girl, who is less than 30 years old and is on the Forbes rich list. After dinner, the families went to their rooms to rest. Xiao Hei sat cross-legged inside the kennel absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Now even its precious sleeping time is utilized for cultivation. On a normal day, he would have been snoring by now. I have to say, Blackie is very disciplined. Ko returned to his room, secretly figuring out what would be a good gift for his grandfather. After all, he was quite upset that he had chopped down his grandfather's house twice. There, Ko had a flash of insight and ran out of the room at a fast pace. At the same time, a hot search suddenly appeared on the vlog to quickly dominate the list. The little princess will make her official appearance. The baby daughter of the Lord of the Land will make her first appearance in the public eye tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chen Hui personally knocked on the door at Xiaoka's room and hand-picked a set of clothes for him. White sweater for the bottom, the jacket is navy blue, and then with black work pants, will be small Ko to look lively and cheerful, full of spirit. Mom, does this outfit look good? Ko spun in place and gave a big smile. Chen Hui rubbed her son's face and said in a gentle tone, of course, my son is the sweetest, most handsome little boy under the sun. Come downstairs and eat. We're leaving after dinner. She took Ko's hand and together they came downstairs for dinner. There were 2 cars parked in front of the villa, and the drivers were already sitting in the driver's seat ready to go, just waiting for the head of the family to give the order. After having breakfast, the Wang family members walked out of the villa together. Lu Qian quickly got into the car and didn't seem to want to stay a second longer. For some reason, she purposely covered her face with a veil today, as if she was hiding something. Brother, go there and pay less attention to others. Remember to tell sister if something happens. Wang Siki stroked her brother's head and instructed with downcast eyes. Ko nodded his chin and grinned. Sister has said this 800 times. Xiaoku has already memorized it. Don't worry. Chen Hui had a worried look on her face, and tears were about to well up in her eyes. Don't worry, Mom. I'll call you on my cell phone. Wang Wenya looked down at the dog held by his brother and inquired curiously. And this time brother is going to bring Blackie there? Well nah, I'm afraid it's boring. Xiaoka waved his hand, and was then led to the car by Wang Yuehao. Buzz. The car started and soon drove away. Wang Siki strides towards the garage and takes out her cell phone to make a call to Xiaolian. Wang Wenya gave a light smile and asked the driver to drive himself to the tarmac. Wang Ying went back to his room and picked up his ID card. Striding out of the Wang family manor, the other 3 Wang sisters took out their cell phones and dialed, and 3 limousines soon drove up at the entrance. Seeing each of her daughters leave the manor in a hurry, Chen Hui couldn't help but be a bit confused. Is it hard to believe that they all have something to do? Aunt Barb accompanied the lady, and she saw through it. It's probably because several young ladies can't rest assured about the young master, so they're all going to follow. Chen Hui sighed. Her daughters are all grown up, just let them be, and I'm quite worried about Ko myself, and my daughters can take care of some of them in the past. I'm really alone in the house this time, so why don't you accompany me to the street? Chen Hui laughed lightly and turned around to return to the villa. Ko leaned over the car window to scan the scenery outside, and soon the car was pulling into the Wang's tarmac. Daddy, are we going to take an airplane? That's right, Mordor is far away from Kyoto. If you drive there, it will take at least 10 hours. Ko opened his little mouth in surprise. His first 2 flights to Wang's house only took 3 hours. This does seem to make the car slow. The staff opened the car door. Wang Yuehao picked up his son and stepped out of the car, and Xiao He also quickly followed his master. Lu Qian had already gotten on another helicopter. According to her words, she didn't care to sit with Wang Yuehao's father and son. The autumn wind came and crossed Wang Yuehao's rigid face. 2 men and a dog boarded a helicopter and headed for the sky in the warm morning sun. Hey woohoo! Ko slouched back in his seat, playing with his cell phone in his hand. Blackie, which cartoon do you think is good? Blackie stared out at the screen of his cell phone, then lifted his paw and pointed to Doggy Squad. This magical scene shocked Wang Yuehao, who almost burst out foul language. Grandma, Blackie has become a spirit. 4 hours later, Kyoto, the Wang family. 2 silver-white helicopters slowly landed on the tarmac near the Wang family. The cabin door opened, and Wang Yuehao walked down the helicopter holding Xiao Ku, and Xiao He jumped down after him. As far as the eye could see, there were helicopters of all types parked on the grounds, with personnel working in a clear and organized manner. I have to admit that the tarmac of the king's family in Kyoto is really grand. At this point there was already a special car parked on the tarmac waiting. Wang Yuehao's face was serious as he instructed towards his son underneath him. When you see your relatives later, don't pay any attention to them, just keep Ko close to dad. Oh, Xiaoko obediently nodded his head, somewhat unable to understand why mom and dad placed so much importance on the Kyoto Wang family. Are they that scary? The first 2 times I snuck in on my own. I even chopped up grandpa's house with my own hands. In the end, he himself did not still strut out of the Wang family, but also took some Kyoto specialty fried chicken. Wang Yuehao's gaze slightly condensed and rubbed Xiaoka's head. Come on son. He took Ko by the hand and got into the automobile again, and soon came to the gate of the Wang family. LV Qian took the lead to get off the car and reminded Wang Yuehao behind him. Father, they're in the main building, waiting for you for lunch now. After saying this, she left without looking back. Wang Yuehao looked at the familiar scene in front of him, and his heart was inexplicably sour. Maybe it's just that I'm getting older and I miss the past a little bit, but he didn't regret the choice he made back then, and even if he had to do it all over again, he would still choose his wife without a second thought. Ha, why is this stone tablet broken? Wang Yuehao looked at the stone monument at the gate in a daze. This thing existed a long time ago, listening to my father say that since the beginning of the creation of the Wang family. Hearing his dad ask the question, Ko averted his gaze in embarrassment. When they arrived at the door, 6 security officers respectfully released the 2 men. Entering the villa group, Wang Yuehao looked around. He had not been home for 30 years, and many of the buildings had changed their appearance. This piece of land was once bought by the Wang family at a high price, and now a brand new villa has risen up, which is quite a spectacular scene. The outer houses are beautiful and gilded with a soothing natural feel. The houses in the center of the area are ancient, quiet and elegant, with vermilion stone pillars supporting a long red corridor. The stone paths are lined with emerald green greenery dotted with delicate peonies and tulips, and occasionally you can hear the sound of crisp birds chirping. From afar, the entire Wang family was bustling with activity. Servants displayed respectfully, and flowing goblets of water. The flowering season of peonies has long since passed, and this would be a specially bred anti-seasonal flower that is extremely expensive to build. Wang Yuehao held Xiao Ko and opened his mouth to explain something for him every now and then. Chapter 122 Meeting Relatives. A gift for Grandpa. Ko looked around in surprise and inquired in a milky voice. Dad, isn't the Wang family in Kyoto very rich? This question made Wang Yuehao froze. Then he nodded his head towards him and said, the Kyoto Wang family has connections in all 3 political, commercial and military channels, with numerous industries and extremely large assets accumulated over hundreds of years. Wow, Ko couldn't help but be stumped. It seemed that the first 2 times he had asked for 2 little fried chicken. These bad guys are so rich, they must be able to buy many servings of fried chicken. One seems to have lost money. The 2 of them didn't know how long they had been walking, but they finally arrived at their destination. Wang Yuehao looked at the 6-story building in front of him and fell into deep thought. Did father not like the old building and renovated a new one? He dismissed the thought in his mind and looked toward the dog beside Ko. Son, just don't take Blackie in. It's not polite. Ko nodded in agreement and turned to tell Black to wait obediently at the door. Blackie, you roger that. As father and son entered, they could see the gorgeous dining table in the hall at a glance. Yoo-hoo! If it isn't the fourth master, I can't wait for you. A woman in a cheongsam spoke with a smile, but Ku, who was on the side, could detect her hostility. As far as the eye could see, the table was surrounded by people, maybe 20 or so. These were all people from the main lineage of the Wang family, that is, Wang Yuehao's brothers, sisters-in-law, brothers-in-law, nieces and nephews. All the men wore black suits, most of the women wore cheongsams, and the juniors were more casual. The table, which had been happy and cordial, was suddenly solemn as the two entered. A dozen disdainful, disgusted gazes were thrown at the duo, looking at Ko with mixed discomfort. A wicked thought popped into his head. Why don't we pull out the great sword and kill them all while they're all here? Wang Yuehao's gaze turned to the old man in the main seat, and his pupils shook violently. I hadn't seen my father in 30 years, and now his old man's body was withered, and under his white hair was a face full of wrinkles. It was so different from the father he remembered. The head of the family, Wang Qingshan, was dressed in a quaint black Chinese mountain suit, with special black cloth shoes on the soles of his feet, and a dragon head walking stick in his hand. He gave off an air of nonchalance just by sitting there quietly. Ko beamed, scanning around the gilded hall. It seems that the Wang family's building speed is very fast. This is only a few days. Another building is built. Junior. Back? Wang Qingshan opened his drooping eyelids and casually scanned a large and small pair. What are you standing there for? Do I need to invite you over? His voice was unsalted. One could not discern the tone of it. The second master of the Wang family, Wang Zhongping, deliberately raised his voice and said, this little doll next to him is fourth brother's son, Wang Xiaoku, right? Not bad looking, but it's a pity that he was born of that woman, polluting my Wang family's bloodline. By the way, where is that sister-in-law of mine? Didn't she come with the fourth brother? Beside him, Wang Jinchi also spoke up and agreed. Fourth auntie didn't come? What a pity. I haven't seen fourth auntie yet. The father and son duo sang in unison, deliberately mentioning Chen Hui in front of everyone. Wang Yuehao's face was gloomy, his palms clenched and loosened. You guys have a foul mouth. Don't make me beat you up. Oh. The milky voice came and instantly froze everyone on the spot. Wang Yuehao rushed to cover Xiaoku's mouth, awkwardly explaining to his father that small children don't understand things. This allowed the rest of the people to catch a chance to insult the two, and taunts from all directions rang out at the same time. Sure enough, he inherited his mother's despicable bloodline, and grew up coarse and vulgar, hardly becoming a great man. Oh, is this what fourth brother teaches his children? I heard that he was a little beggar before, and was only recently retrieved by his fourth uncle. TSK. Wang Yuehao's forehead was throbbing with veins, while Xiaoku was also exasperated. The mind power of the fat hand coalesced and bubbled up in a silky arc of thunder. Just as he was about to launch his attack, there was a dull knocking sound from the main seat. What? One and all pretend I don't exist? I know all about your backstabbing. Do I need to bring it up? No matter what, you are all blood relatives. Wang Qingshan coldly swept his eyes over the crowd, and the scene suddenly quieted down. Wang Xiaoku, right? Come sit next to me. Hearing his old grandpa calling out to him, Ko dispersed his psychic energy to look at his dad. The dozen or so people looked at the family head suspiciously, wondering what his old man wanted to do. Wang Yuehao was a little hesitant and patted his son's shoulder and said, you listen to grandpa first and go sit at his place. Ko nodded and ran his ass off to sit beside him. Wang Yuehao casually took his seat, his eyes firmly cast on his son. The sixth master of the Wang family, Wang Likun, opened his mouth smilingly. I heard that fourth brother will soon be promoted to commander. It seems that he's not doing too badly after breaking away from the Wang family. I'm so envious. It's a shame I'm not as capable as fourth brother. Hearing his compliments, Wang Yuehao only replied with a cold smile and did not say anything. If you want to say who is the darkest among your own brothers, it is the smiling sixth brother in front of you. Xiaoku looked around the crowd and suddenly saw Wang Lingwei's figure. Is it hard to believe that she is still her cousin? Wang Xiaoku, grandpa's eyes are bad, so he asked you to sit closer. Looks quite pleasing. How old are you? Do you go to elementary school? Wang Qingshan opened his mouth from time to time, chatting about some common household words. Xiaoku obediently answered one by one. The little one has some guts. The food is about to get cold. Eat first. Wang Qingshan on the main seat signaled the crowd to move their chopsticks. Lu Qian sat beside Wang Zhongping, her veil covering her cheeks only revealing a pair of resentful eyes. Wang Xiaoku used to beg for a living and never ate such a luxurious meal. Right? My nephew's life is so hard. He'll need more this time. A touch of sadness passed through her eyes, as if she was truly sympathizing with Ko. Her acting skills were not generally good. Xiaoku picked up his chopsticks and dried rice, ignoring the conspiratorial Lu Qian. She won't be able to get away with it much longer anyway. The chubby little munchkin looks quite a sight to behold as he takes a big bite out of his meal. Oh, almost forgot. Ko muttered, putting down his dishes and pulling a small gift box out of his shirt pocket. The crowd furrowed their brows and looked at the delicate wooden box, curious as to what it contained. "Grandpa, this is my gift to you." Ko turned her head and smiled sweetly, reaching out and handing her hand to the dignified and majestic old man in the main seat. That milky voice reached Wang Qingshan's ears, causing him to be somewhat moved. This gift must be a treasure carefully selected by the fourth brother and his wife. It must be worth a lot. Wang Lekun's words were extremely clever, causing Wang Yuehao's heart to tremble. If Wang Xiaoke took out ordinary gifts, it would be equivalent to Wang Yuehao and his wife disrespecting their father and having a perfunctory attitude, which would probably offend the family head. Wang Qingshan slowed down and took the gift box in Xiaoke's hand and opened it in public. A green light flashed, and a teardrop-shaped precious jade was quietly placed in the wooden box. The jade was pure and translucent, rich in spirituality, and the color was a rich green without a trace of impurities. Having lived for so many years, Wang Qingshan was also considered to be well informed, and he could tell at a glance that the jade was extraordinary. "This is extremely fine emerald gemstone." The Junior 4 family did take the trouble. He pulled a smile, the wrinkles on his face clearly visible. "What?" The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and Lu Qian immediately mocked in a chilling voice. "He's a little doll who can come up with emeralds? Father, misread it. Maybe it's a fake." Xiaoke huffed and puffed and looked at Lu Qian. This old auntie had been looking for trouble. "You're the one who's fake. Your face is fake. Your boobs are fake. Only ugly is real. If you don't get that thing out of your chest, you're going to get sick soon." Lu Qian subconsciously looked at her proudly erect chest, her face blushing. "What nonsense, little one. My boobs are all natural." After saying this, several people at the table couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You who? You run to medical beauty every day. Think we're all blind and pure natural. Ha ha ha. It's really out of the ordinary. Why is LV Qian still wearing a veil today? It won't be plastic surgery again, right?" Xiaoke was slightly stunned, not realizing that the Kyoto Wang family wasn't as amicable as he thought. Large families tend to have infinite infighting and only unite when it is in their interest to do so. Lu Qian's neck was red, her chest rose and fell extremely fast, seemingly infuriated. She didn't want to wear a veil either, but early this morning she realized that she had developed a full face of red pimples, which was frightening. According to her speculation, maybe it is the bad water and soil in Magic City, that's why she suddenly has acne. Wang Qingshan put away the wooden box and spoke in a deep voice. "I can naturally see the authenticity of this jade, so I don't need you guys to worry about it. What is the decency of having to wear a veil at dinner?" These words were clearly directed towards Lu Qian. The family head was reminding her to take off her veil, but today there were so many people present. If her red pimple face was discovered, it would be a disgrace. Coughing lightly, Lu Qian explained with difficulty. "Father, I just had a skin treatment. Can't see the light." Ko wrinkled his brow and waved his fat paw. The veil on Lu Qian's face slipped steeply. Chapter 123, Kyoto Pedestrian Street. Catching dolls. Everyone looked at Lu Qian in surprise, and several juniors hurriedly covered their eyes. The red bumps all over his face were truly disgusting. It made the pampered ladies' stomachs turn and they almost lost their minds. "Second auntie, how did you get to look like this? Did you misuse a falsely advertised beauty product online? Ha ha ha." Wang Lingwei laughed out, her tone bright and light. She had dyed silver hair, and her standard googly-eyed face paired with her pale skin was delicate and durable. Slowly Lu Qian screamed, covered her cheeks and fled the table in a hurry. "Sister Lingwei, how do you talk to my mother?" Wang Jinqi huffed and looked at Wang Lingwei. She bristled and didn't bother with the cousin who was 2 years older. Obviously, they are all relatives, but they have to stab each other in the back, and when one side is in trouble, all 8 sides eat melon. She just couldn't stand the family rivalry. Not a bit of warmth between relatives. Instead of tripping over each other like they do, they should just muddle along in style and pleasure. Driving around, picking up dudes, going to bars late at night, drinking and bouncing. I'm pretty comfortable with that. Wang Zhongping had long since darkened his face and cast a sharp gaze at her. At the main seat of the dining table, Wang Qingshan slammed the table. "A family dinner can still smell like gunpowder. If you make any more trouble, you can all get out." He yelled at the crowd at the top of his lungs and coughed several more times in quick succession. This time the crowd finally settled down, and no one dared to offend the old man anymore. After the meal, everyone evacuated the table one by one. Wang Qingshan called on his 5 sons to go to the study to discuss things. Wang Yuehao barked at his son and told him to obediently wait for himself in the hall. Immediately afterward he hurried at a quick pace to the study. Ko looked at her father's departing back and sat obediently in a chair and waited. "What are you doing, little cousin?" Wang Lingwei let out a faint smile and twisted her body to get closer to Xiaoku. Hearing her cousin talking to herself, Ko couldn't help but think of her family's instructions. My sisters had explained that they would not allow themselves to hitch a ride with any of their relatives, but the cousin in front of him in his impression, People still strange good Lu. I'm waiting for dad. Cousin something. Coco propped her chin up on her hands, her eyes shining brightly. Wang Lingwei raised her eyebrows and looked at the boy in front of her with amusement. It's the little one's first time in Kyoto, isn't it? Kyoto has a lot of fun places. Do you want to go out with your cousin and see what's going on? Ko smiled and nodded his chin, but then he politely declined his cousin's invitation when he thought that his father hadn't come out yet. Alright then, see you later little cousin. Wang Lingwei revealed a shallow smile and turned to leave the building. Not long after, Wang Yuehao returned to the hall with a calm face. Let's go, son, while it's still early, dad will show you around Kyoto. Ko happily jumped out of his seat and followed his dad's lead out the door. The whole Wang family didn't look like much fun, so it was better to go out and sneak around. Just now in the study, Wang Qingshan proposed to his sons the intention of letting Wang Yuehao's family recognize their ancestors. The oldest 5 didn't say anything, but the second, third, and sixth had a lot to say. If they really let Lao Si come back, the Wang family's fortune would have to be divided into one more portion for Wang Yuehao, but anything that touches the interests of a few people, they resolutely will not agree to. Wang Yuehao didn't care. He only rejoined the Wang family to see his father. As for whether or not he could recognize his ancestors, it didn't matter to him. Arriving at the garage, father and son picked out an automobile and drove out of the king's house. Kyoto was full of people and traffic. Buildings rise from the ground, with the bustle of a big city without losing the fireworks. Ko leaned on the window of the car, excitedly looking out over the street. Where's Blackie? He looked around and the dog he had just brought into the car himself had disappeared. Wang Yuehao twisted his head toward the trunk and reminded toward his son. No, Blackie's here. Ko poked his head out to curiously survey Blackie, only to see him sitting on his back in a very strange position. Hey, Xiaohei can actually absorb aura on its own. How did it do that? Ko scratched his head and muttered to himself. It shouldn't be. Master said that only high-ranked demonic beasts, or demonic beasts with a strong bloodline can cultivate on their own. After thinking about it for half a day, Xiaoke didn't figure out why, so he just stopped thinking about it. The car pulled up near a busy pedestrian street. There are all kinds of stores and stalls, and a wide range of famous foods and toys. It's quite suitable for shopping and playing. The car door opened, and Wang Yuehao held his son's small hand and walked slowly into the street. The crowds are bustling, the shouts are endless, and all kinds of aromas are coming from the nose. The lively scene in front of him excited Ko to no end, and his azure pupils flickered with a faint light. Daddy, I want that, Ko said in a milky voice, reaching out and pointing to the candy cane stand. Wang Yuehao immediately took his son towards the vendor. Good boy, want that kind of candy cane? Various styles of ice cream gourds are arranged in glass display cases, including orange hawthorn, strawberry hawthorn. After some hesitation, Ko chose the strawberry hawthorn candy cane. Daddy, aren't you going to eat? Ko likes it as long as he eats it. Dad can't eat it. A middle-aged man with a stalwart face and calm demeanor leads a cute little munchkin around. A great contrast. Good boy, want to play with the crane machine? Wang Yuehao smilingly pointed to the self-service crane machine, which was decorated with various dolls. Ko raised his head in confusion, suddenly noticing the pleasant wolf doll inside. How should I play this one? Seeing his son's interest, Wang Yuehao led him closer to the crane machine. Watch this, Daddy will only demonstrate once. Xiaoke carefully observed his father's movements. After paying the money, Wang Yuehao control iron claws aiming at the doll. Directly shoot the machine button. The iron claw on the glass case descends and just grabs a doll and it just dropped. Daddy's so stupid. I'm going to try it. Ko got close to the machine and controlled the iron claws to aim at the pleasant wolf doll, then pressed the button. As the pair watched, Iron Claw grabbed the doll with precision, but just as it rose, the doll dropped. Daddy, I still have to play. Ko eyed the pleasant wolf doll. Wang Yuehao took out his cell phone and swept the code to buy 50 rounds of opportunities. With that, Ko started a long journey of catching dolls. The iron claws loosened and fell off every time just as they grabbed the doll, causing Ko to grow impatient. In the end, all 50 chances were used up and he couldn't catch a single doll. Don't be mad, son. Daddy will buy you a bigger doll, okay? Wang Yuehao bends down to coax Xiaoke to be happy, but the machine suddenly drops out a doll. Immediately afterward, another doll fell out of the mouth of the machine. Wang Yuehao raised his head and looked at the crane machine in confusion, only to see a long line of dolls inside the glass enclosure, jumping in and out of the door in order under the control of spiritual power. Still, son is cheating? Thanks to the fact that there was no one nearby, or else they would have definitely been frightened by the bizarre scene. Xiaoke happily picked up the pleasant wolf doll, while the rest of the dolls were loaded up by Wang Yuehao. The two continued to wander around the walkway, walking and stopping. After shopping, Wang Yuehao's father and son returned with a full load. Daddy, where are we going next? Ko cocked his head, playing with the doll in his hand. Wang Yuehao revealed a bright smile and pinched his son's cheeks. Dad still has a few old friends in Kyoto, and when they found out that I was coming to Kyoto this time, they had to let me be their guest. Just happened to take you to meet those uncles and uncles. The car started and soon disappeared at the end of the road. Chapter 124, Dad's Brothers. Banquet invitation. Soon, the two get out of the car next to a gorgeous private villa. By now the neighborhood was filled with cars, as if many guests had come. Wang Yuehao held Xiaoko and approached the villa straight away, and the one who rushed to open the door was a stout man. Good you Wang Yuehao, usually do not come to the capital to see the brothers. Thought you forget us. Zhao Jianhua laughed and cursed, pulling up Wang Yuehao's arm and bringing him into the villa smoothly. Ko poked his head out to look down the hall and realized that the interior was lavishly decorated. This little guy is your son? You're a brown man who can give birth to such exquisite little dolls, all inherited from your younger siblings' genes, right? Zhao Jianhua grinned at Xiaoko, revealing a mouthful of large, bright white teeth. What's your name, little one? My name is Wang Xiaoko and I'm 6 years old. This strange older man looked fierce, but his tone was gentle. Get in there, the guys are waiting for you. The three of them walked into the hall, with pastries and tea on the table, and an exquisite set of wooden qilin residing in the center, seemingly with spirituality. Ha ha ha, old brother, how sit down. Let me see if you've gotten older. Yoo-hoo, your precious son is so delicate and pink, why doesn't he follow you at all? Ran Honghu on the seat flirted towards Wang Yuehao, causing the faces of several people next to him to contain smiles. He is only 1 year younger than Wang Yuehao, and is also a good brother who Wang Yuehao has known since childhood. Ko stood beside his father, curiously surveying the four uncles and aunts. From the awe-inspiring aura that was faintly emanating from them, one could guess that the status of a few people was extraordinary. Good old Ren, how dare you make fun of me? Who in the whole of Kyoto doesn't know that the second master of the Ren family hasn't married yet? Do you need me to introduce you? Wang Yuehao smiled and unceremoniously disliked back. Forget it, I don't want a wife. I don't have the heart for it, and I don't want to wreak havoc on other girls. The country-faced middle-aged man on the side followed and laughed. Old Ren hasn't gotten a wife yet, and Wang Yuehao has 9 children. Ren Honghu took Sher Jun's shoulders and cursed with a laugh. Asterisk 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 you. You're all old guys, I'm still in my prime. He dared to say this sentence is also some bottom. After all, he is the youngest among the brothers. Sher Jun laughed loudly, full of righteousness, giving people a feeling of safety and trustworthiness. He was 53 years old, the oldest of the few, and also served as the chief of the Kyoto City Police Department, soon to reach retirement age. The slightly chubby man in the corner spat out the words nonchalantly. You're going to be 50 soon, and you still have the face to say you're young. Face nah. Chen Yuming pointed to his cheeks and said with a smile, it's thicker than even that city wall. Good old Chen, are you looking for a fight? Wang Yuehao hung a warm smile and led Xiaoko to the table. Taking his seat, he picked up Ko and pointed towards a few people. Son, let me introduce you to these uncles and uncles. Ko blinked, feeling like his dad's brothers were kinda fun. Hello uncles and uncles. The soft, fluffy greeting made a few people grin. Come on, little one, let your uncle hold you, and he'll buy you candy. Zhao Jianhua stretched out his hands and gestured towards Xiaoko. Ko looked at him and then back up at his dad with a reluctant look on his face. Old brother Zhao, don't waste your efforts. What if you scare the child with your eerie appearance? Ran Honghu snorted and said towards Xiaoko, good boy, come to uncle, and turn around and let my little niece make you a wife. No, I'm too young for a wife. Ko cuddled into his father's arms and milked his voice. Very proper. I'm still young, I'll marry when I grow up. You have to get married. Still shaking his head, Ko beamed. I don't want a wife. Zhao Jianhua found an opportunity and spoke with a smile. Your Uncle Ren is right. It's hard to believe that you want to follow Uncle Ren's example and be a bachelor for the rest of your life. A few people laughed and threw pitying glances at Ren Honghu. After all, everyone here could have wives and children, and he would seem out of place. Fine, I won't talk into it. Ren Honghu waved his hand and sat on the chair without further words. Xiaoko was amused to show a smile. This Uncle Ren is so poor. 50 years old and still no wife. At this time Zhao Jianhua ran upstairs and returned in no time holding a cardboard box. Since Hao brought his son here this time, I'll give the little guy a gift. Ko cast a puzzled look, his divine sense seeing a robot through the cardboard box. When the cardboard box was unpacked, the delicate and compact robot floated into view. Little one, this is a recently popular toy in Kyoto that not only plays music, but also dances and projects videos. Ren Honghu grinned a smile and took a glass box out of his arms. Brother Hao said in advance that he would bring his son here, so I prepared a gift early in the morning. The glass case opened and inside lay a crystal dinosaur quietly. The remaining two also pulled out their prepared gifts in unison. Wang Yuehao smiled and nodded. These brothers of his were meticulous and thoughtful. Ko happily thanked his uncle and played with the robot on the table. While his son was playing, Wang Yuehao opened his mouth with a long sigh. The Third Highness has already approached me. A few of the brothers instantly understood. They would have been living in Kyoto, sort of standing up to the royal family. They always have some information about certain changes in the royal family. So what do you think? Are you going to side with the Third Highness? I've heard that various clans have also begun to take sides, and no one could have predicted which of the highnesses would be able to take the throne of the country. The third hall is sharp, but he's always a concubine and not valued by the lord of the land. Wang Yuehao nodded solemnly and looked up at the crystal chandelier. That's why I didn't make a statement to the Third Highness. I don't want to get involved in this muddy water for fear of getting all fishy. It would be better to enjoy life with your wife and son. Ren Honghu put away his smile and looked at Wang Yuehao with a worried face. In 2 months you will be promoted to marshal. If you refuse to stand in line now, I'm afraid you'll offend the Third Highness. And when that happens, Wang Yuehao laughed brightly and waved his hand towards his brothers. It's okay, I don't care about fame and status. Just let them come. After half a lifetime of fighting, I've long wanted to leave the military and go home to retire. Several brothers looked at Wang Yuehao in surprise, sighing in their hearts. The once arrogant Wang family's fourth young man in Kyoto will now also serve his old age. Ko looked up, his head pondering the meaning of his dad's words. Zhao Jianhua slapped his head and inquired towards Wang Yuehao. By the way, this time when you rejoined the Wang family, did the old master let you recognize your ancestors? Wang Yuehao let out a bitter smile and shook his head. This time there's Lao Air and the others blocking me, but it doesn't matter. I'm only here to visit my father, and I'll be back in Mordor tomorrow afternoon. Shi Jun picked up the teacup and took a light sip of the warm tea. You're living through it. Is this little guy changing your nature? With that said, several people shifted their attention to Ko and watched him control the robot as it danced. This white, fluffy little doll is really quite delightful. Meanwhile, Wang Wenyao rushes to Kyoto, where she quickly contacts the Kyoto Education Association. Wang Ying walked out of Kyoto Airport and took out his cell phone to dial a call. Wang Yingying was sitting in the Maybach, and there were 2 hawk-nosed old men sitting nearby. On the other side, Wang Siki was talking on the phone in the car. Xiao Lian on the other end of the phone was crying non-stop, hoping that the president would come back to take charge of the situation. Obviously she was the president's personal secretary, but now she had to do the president's work. After so many days, she had long since become distraught. Chapter 125, Small Fist Pounding Your Chest. Oh, Xiao Ko and his dad walk out of the villa, and the 4 Shi Jun go out to see them off. Wang Yuehao was just about to get into the car when Ren Honghu behind him quickly walked up and shouted at him to stop. Elder brother Hao, there's a large banquet at the Warren Hotel in Kyoto tomorrow night. Our Ren family is also one of the organizers. Do you want to go and join in the fun? Wang Yuehao was first stunned and quickly waved his hand to reject his brother's invitation. He had never been interested in socializing in such powerful circles, not to mention his special status. Ko's pupils flickered and he raised his head inquiringly. Uncle Run, was that party fun? Ren Honghu explained with a smile. Of course, tomorrow the princess will make her official appearance, and all the families in Kyoto will be there, so it's sure to be lively, and there's an endless supply of cake, desserts, drinks at the party. Upon hearing that there was cake for dessert, Ko bounced around happily, directly ignoring the first few sentences. Dad, can we leave tomorrow after the party? Ko tugged at his dad's coat, with a look of anticipation. Wang Yuehao pressed his son's little head and said softly, You're thinking of the cupcakes, Uncle Ren said. Ha ha ha, then let's go check it out, provided you stay close to daddy, okay? Ko nodded obediently, his eyes narrowed to slits. I say how, you won't turn into a son slave, so obedient to persuasion. But it's also true that each of your 8 daughters in the Wang family can hold their own, and this is the only son who must be spoiled by you as a treasure. Ren Honghu grinned and reached out to hand over 2 invitations printed in gilt lettering. Wang Yuehao took the invitation with a laugh and a curse. After greeting the crowd, the car sped off into the distance. Inside the car, Ko took out her cell phone and suddenly found messages from her 6 sisters. Wang Wenya, where is my brother? Do you want to go play with my sister? Wang Ying, I'm coming for you. Wang Lele, where is little brother? 8th sister will soon arrive in Kyoto. Yo. Wang Siki, do you want to go out for dinner with your sister tonight? Ko looked straight ahead. His sisters had come running to Kyoto to find themselves. Are sisters idle? He furrowed his brow and sent a voice message to each of his 6 sisters. Wang Wenya, who was in the conference room, tapped on the voice bar, and his brother's milky voice came from within the cell phone. Dad and I are on our way back to Grandpa's. Tell your sister a secret. Ko is going to a cake party with his dad tomorrow night. Oh. Retracting his cell phone, Wang Wenya faced the professors at the conference table and inquired, Where's the big party tomorrow? All of them had puzzled faces, and one of them, a middle-aged man surnamed Chen, got up and responded, There's a grand banquet at the Warren Hotel, and the attendees are some of the most powerful people in the world. It is rumored that the Princess of China will also make her first appearance at the banquet. Princess Hua? Wang Wenya nodded slightly and lowered her eyes to send a message in the sister group. On the outskirts of Kyoto, Wang Lele inside the car suddenly receives a strange call. On the other side, Wang Xinru similarly received a call. The car drove back to the king's house in Kyoto and Ko picked up the dog and stepped out of the car. Wang Yuehao picked up Xiao Ke and walked slowly on the streets of the Wang family. Even if it was the end of fall, there was not a single leaf on the streets, and the flowers and plants along the roads were meticulously organized and looked green. The recent popularity of creating a sense of everything coming back to life has seen families paying high prices to bring in these anti-seasonal greenery. Coming to the room, Wang Yuehao barked at Xiao Ku. Good boy, Daddy's going to go discuss something with Grandpa, so be good and stay in your room and don't wander off. Ko nodded her head good-naturedly and said yes. When Dad left, Ko had no one to talk to. He slid his phone to watch 2 episodes of the cartoon, but he quickly grew tired of watching them. It's so boring, what can I do? Xiao Ke looked at Xiao Hei in distress. One person and one dog staring at each other wide-eyed. Why don't? Let's go out and play? Blackie humanely nodded his doggy head, seemingly in support of his master's idea. Yeah, let's go then. Ko flashed a big smile and led the dog out of the room. Walking on the path of the Wang family, he kept scanning back and forth on the roadside. The servants passing by were very puzzled as to how they hadn't seen this little boy before. That adorable and delicate look caused the many maids to look back. After wandering around for a while, Ko led Blackie back the way he came. In case Dad goes back to his room and realizes he's not there, he's going to be anxious. With that thought, he picked up the pace of his return trip. Just as he was wobbling down the gravel road, a loud male voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you doing here, little cousin? Xiao Ke looked at the sound and realized that the visitor was actually his cousin, Wang Jinqi. He was holding a tall, ferocious Doberman, who was now staring at himself sorrowfully. There were 2 servants following behind him, thought to be dedicated to serving him. Why did cousin go out alone? And where is uncle for? My dad is busy and advises you not to mess with me. I'll beat you up. Ko milked the threat at him, then turned toward the front. At the dinner table he'd hated the group of relatives he'd never met before, bullying himself as soon as they met. If he wasn't afraid of scaring his grandfather, he would have taken out his golden crow and stabbed him to death. In Xiao Ke's opinion, there are few good people in the whole Wang family, all big bad guys. How dare my little cousin threaten me? A playful smile surfaced on Wang Jinqi's face. The fact that his own mother had lost face in front of people had a lot to do with this little cousin. Right now, with Uncle 4 out of town, it's a great opportunity that can't be beat. Black Panther. Wang Jinqi spread the leash in his hands and gave the Doberman a light pat on the back. Go! Receiving his master's order, the Black Panther bared his teeth and quickly rushed towards Xiao Ku. The Doberman was about a meter tall, athletic and strong, with a mouth full of sharp teeth like steel nails. The servants' faces changed drastically. The young master's dog was ferocious, and it was likely to bite the boy into serious injuries. Wang Jinqi wrapped his arms around him, as if he had already anticipated the boy's wailing and painful cry. When the time came for him to stop the Black Panther, he would say that the dog had suddenly gone crazy and couldn't blame himself. The big deal is to kill the Black Panther as a way to make amends to Uncle 4. The Doberman was getting closer to Ko, but he still didn't look back. When the Black Panther approached within 3 meters of Xiao Ku, it lunged at him violently. Blackie, beat it to death. In a flash, Xiao Hei's eyes became cold and sharp, and the aura on his body climbed rapidly. Blackie, yo, little old me is quite capable of jumping. Woof! A loud and clear barking sound rang out. Xiao Hei was as fast as an arrow, pouncing on the mid-air Doberman at breakneck speed. In a breath, the Doberman planted himself on the ground, a trickle of blood coming from his neck and staining the gravel road. Black Panther. Wang Jinqi's face was grim as he quickly ran to the Black Panther. Its veins were slashed open, and it only whimpered and wailed twice before it was completely cut off. Damn it, it's all your fault, you little. Wang Jinqi was overcome with anger and raised his foot to kick the boy. You started it. Ko deftly avoided the attack and turned to raise his limp fist. Then I'm welcome. The pink little fist instantly imprinted on Wang Jinqi's chest, and the huge force shook him 5 or 6 meters away. By the time he landed heavily, he had fainted unconscious. The 2 servants had never seen such a scene before, and had long since lost their minds at the sight. After reacting, the 2 scrambled to call emergency services to notify the second master of the Wang. Serves me right for having to force my hand. Xiao Ke grunted lightly and led Xiao Hei out of here. Chapter 126, Injury Incident, Departure Princess Banquet, returning to the room. At this time, Wang Yuehao had actually not returned. Ko was bored and lay down on the bed, took out his cell phone and opened the V-blog. It had been a while since he'd seen any messages from his fans, and he was rather curious as he clicked through. Baby Goosey, mommy fans miss you. Why haven't you heard anything lately? Can Ko update his news more often? Daddy fans are waiting to hear from you? Cootie, when are you going to continue filming Survival of the Jedi? I've been waiting for 3 days. Ko squinted, his heart happy. Poking the screen, he replied to a dozen or so private messages from fans in a row. Squeak, the door of the room was pushed open, and Wang Yuehao smilingly had to pick up Xiaoku. Son, did you miss your dad? Ko nodded repeatedly and sighed with a melancholy face. Wang's house is so boring and they're so bad. It's not as fun as our house. Ha ha ha, good son. We'll go home tomorrow after the party, okay? Good. Ko grinned happily, her white face extremely elastic, and she looked as if she was content. Not a moment later, Wang Yuehao picked up his cell phone to make a video call to his wife. Chenhui was currently smiling as she did her beauty treatment and had a mud mask on her face. Just after she got on the phone, she was anxious to check what her son was doing. Wang Yuehao let out a faint smile and aimed his cell phone screen at his son who was already asleep. Ko was looking at his cell phone screen, showing his fat face. He sleeps with his little mouth barking like he's chewing something, causing Chenhui to giggle. After a few moments of small talk, the two hung up. The sun was fading into the horizon and the window was getting dimmer. A few hours later, it was almost time for the Wang family to have dinner. Wang Yuehao put down the book in his hand and rubbed his sore eyes. Seeing that his son was still asleep, Wang Yuehao got up and shook him awake. Good boy, why don't you go to dinner with daddy? Ko slowly got up and walked sleepily out of bed, a faint strip of drool still hanging from the corner of his mouth. That dorky look could probably only be on him. Wang Yuehao picked up his son and took him to wash his face, which brought him to his senses. My son isn't dreaming of a big meal, is he? Ko bristled, not understanding how his dad had guessed. He was eating fried chicken in his dream. After a little bit of packing, Wang Yuehao picked up Xiaoku and headed to the main building hall. The king's house wasn't dark at night. There were lights everywhere, and wall sconces hung on both sides of the road to make it easy to see the way. When the father and son duo stepped into the hall, Wang Yuehao immediately realized that something was wrong. At this time the atmosphere at the table was depressing, and Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhongping were even full of resentment. Old four, you'll have to give me a statement this time. The second master of the Wang family slapped the case and rose up, angrily chiding at Wang Yuehao. In the afternoon the couple learned of their son's accident and rushed to the hospital in a hurry. Just after arriving at the place the doctor gave the two a critical notice of Wang Jinqi's illness. Wang Qingshan, who was sitting in the main seat, tapped his cane. Wang Zhongping's face stared and he sat back down with a cold snort. Come over here, Junior, and explain this whole thing. Wang Yuehao looked puzzled, not understanding the meaning of the words of several people. After their father and son duo were seated, Wang Zhongping lowered his voice to question. Your son slaughtered Tier's dog and seriously injured my Tier. If you don't give an explanation today, don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Yuehao was a bit uncertain as he raised his eyes to scan the table. Among the more than 20 Wang family members, Wang Jinqi's figure was indeed missing. Second brother, how old is my son? How can he slaughter a dog and hurt someone? Everything has to be about evidence, right? The rest of them didn't really believe the second master's words either. How could a 6-year-old child do such a thing? Can that soft little fist hurt anyone? Lu Qian clenched her teeth and said viciously. Tears made saw it with her own eyes. It's this little brat who hit someone. Right now my son is still lying unconscious in the ICU. Father, you have to do it for us. Wang Yuehao grimaced and confronted Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhongping. Off to the side, Ko slumped on the table, staring blankly at his meal. He wanted to eat, but no one was moving their chopsticks at the moment, and he was too embarrassed to eat first. Seeing this scene, Lu Qian was furious and opened her mouth to curse at the two. It was this little brat who did it, and you don't need to harbor your son. This little bastard hurt my Tier so badly. Do you think you're not responsible? The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. Father and son are no good. Xiaoke raised his head and looked at Lu Qian in anger. Old auntie, your mouth stinks, worse than sewer sewage. I advise you to get a bottle of perfume and rinse your mouth out quickly. A toothbrush won't get rid of the stench. A milky voice came, stirring the atmosphere at the table. I didn't expect this little doll to be eloquent and quite good at cursing. I just don't know who I learned it from. The fifth master of the Wang family, Wang Donghai, had his arms wrapped around his chest with a smile hidden under his eyes. Wang Linfeng and Wang Likun indifferently surveyed Xiaoku. They always looked at the boy unfavorably. It was only in the way of the presence of the head of the family that it was not put out in the open. You little! Lu Qian stood up and chided in a sharp voice. No manners, apologize. Xiaoke raised his fat little hands, and his pupils flashed with a cold aura. It's obvious that they were the bullies first, and now they're insulting Dad. In an instant Lu Qian felt a strong pressure. It felt like a 1,000-pound boulder pressing down on her body, making her bones about to fall apart. The crowd also noticed Lu Qian's abnormality, only to see her whole body trembling, shortness of breath, and her forehead constantly sweating out. Bad auntie, Next time I'll beat you to death, Ko muttered, withdrawing the pressure on her. Lu Qian sat back in her seat limply, breathing heavily. What was that all about? Did you just hit a bad spot? Wang Qingshan let out a long sigh and said towards his second. This matter will be discussed when Tier wakes up. We must not jump to conclusions now. I also think Wang Xiaoke couldn't have done this. Can a 6-year-old doll injure someone? Wang Zhongping forced down his anger and gazed at Xiaoke with a grim gaze. When his son awoke, he would make him pay. Wang Qingshan continued to speak. Oldest 2, oldest 5. Tomorrow you two will take the juniors to the princess banquet for the feast. Remember to let the juniors express themselves more and try to gain the princess's favor. Wang Zhongping and Wang Donghai nodded slightly. Xiaoke looked at his grandfather in confusion. Could it be that the Kyoto Wang family was also going to attend the banquet? After dinner, the crowd left the hall one by one. Wan Yuehao led Xiaoke back to his residence. Just as he reached his bed, he remembered his sister's invitation. But it was getting late and he didn't want to go out again. After thinking about it, Ko still took out her cell phone to reply to her sisters. The message was sent and he flattened himself on his bed and watched Pig out. In no time at all, he fell into a deep sleep, the flesh on his face rising and falling rhythmically. Wan Yuehao stood up from the seat and picked up the quilt to cover his son, staring towards Xiaoke for a moment. Wang Yuehao grinned a bright smile. At the moment, there is a lot of talk about Little Princess on the V-blog. The number of comments on the topic even exceeded 200,000. People were all speculating about the splendor of the banquet, the age and looks of the princess, and so on. A brainstorm of major news media outlets flocked to Kyoto just to catch the hot content. The next day, early morning, Ko slept until he woke up, stretching comfortably. Hey, where's daddy? He looked around and didn't find his dad. Divine sense probed out. Wan Yuehao is on the way back. Presumably woke up early to sneak around. Ko rolled over and pulled out her cell phone, tapping on the dialogue box with her sisters. The strange thing was that all 6 sisters didn't reply to their messages, which gave Ko a feeling of being neglected. When Wan Yuehao pushed his way in, Xiaoke was staring bitterly at his sister's messages. What's wrong, son? What's wrong? So upset? Wan Yuehao approached Xiaoke and rubbed his face lightly a few times. The sisters don't care about me anymore. Hearing his son's aggrieved explanation, Wan Yuehao quickly reacted to comfort him. Don't worry, son. Maybe the sisters are busy. Really, daddy wouldn't lie to me, would he? Wan Yuehao let out a faint smile and shook his head toward Xiaoke. It instantly put him in a wonderful mood, and in the blink of an eye, he forgot about the unpleasantness he had just experienced. The whole morning, father and son stayed in their room. After having lunch at noon and sending Xiaoke back to his room, Wan Yuehao ran to the main building to visit his father again, sort of going to say goodbye to him. Having seen this one, I don't know when the next one will be. When Wan Yuehao returned to his room again, the time had already come to evening. Good boy, do you want to go to the party? Wan Yuehao picked up Xiaoke with a hug, his eyes full of favor. Nah, sure, when are we going? Coco smiled sweetly and couldn't wait to get her hands on the cupcake. Wan Yuehao reached out and lightly scraped at the tip of his nose, speaking softly. Good boy, got a craving. Now let's get going. Yeah. Chapter 127, Luxurious Banquet. Stars gathered together. The sky was covered in a late orange haze, spilling sunlight that was all ruddy gold. Wan Yuehao led Xiaoke to the car and made his way to the Warren Hotel in the city center. 10 minutes away, Kyoto was completely shrouded in darkness. With the brilliant lights piercing through the sky, the whole city is illuminated and crowded with tourists. And Kyoto comes to its most lively moment. The Warren Hotel, the entrance of which had already been surrounded by luxury cars. Countless reporters and media crouched at the entrance, seemingly waiting for something. As you can see, today is the meet and greet banquet for the little princess of China. The banquet was attended by a large number of people, and the scene was very lively. The young princess, the most favored of the country's lords, showed up. I wonder if the rest of the highnesses will show up. Let's wait and see. The phrase, the first appearance of the little princess, on the V-blog has long dominated the top of the list, with hundreds of thousands of comments. The entire hotel is a single 5-story building that looks opulent, golden and luxurious. The security guards were lined up in 2 columns by the red carpet at the entrance, like a solid wall. The military sent a large number of soldiers to set up a cordon, and no one was allowed to enter without an invitation. The car stopped at the side of the road and Wan Yuehao walked out of the car holding Xiaoke. Son, remember to stay close to me in a bit. Don't wander off. Ko arched an eyebrow and nodded his head at his dad. Wan Yuehao hung a nice and warm smile and led his son to the entrance of the hotel. Reporters couldn't help but let out a gasp at the sight of the 2 figures. That little boy. He seems to be the pretty hot munchkin Wang Xiaoke recently. Next to Wang Xiaoke is Wang Yuhao. General Wang. He's a national hero. Not long ago he led the army to wipe out 400,000 troops of the E Kingdom. And he's about to be crowned marshal by the country's lord. My God. Turn on the recording quickly. Don't dawdle. Before entering the entertainment industry, that boy has already gained millions of fans. The key is that he is only 6 years old. Having handed over the invitation, the lady of honor at the entrance bowed deeply towards the two and welcomed them into the hotel. Woohoo! Xiaoke looked around in surprise. The banquet hall is grand and luxurious. Just entering the door is like falling into a golden ocean. The first floor is a large field that looks up to the 5th floor ceiling. The scene was grand and spectacular. There were quite a few people standing in the hall at the moment, all talking to each other. The men all wore black suits and the women were all dressed up. Glasses clinked, blood-red liquor rattled in them, and the conversation went on and on. Wang Yuehao has been dialing the phone since he entered. It wasn't long before Ren Honghu pushed his way through the crowd to the two. Yo-ho! So it's the 4th master of the Wang clan who's come to visit. Come sit with me in the inner court. He came up and flirted towards Wang Yuehao, a few wrinkles coming out of the corners of his eyes as he laughed. Wang Yuehao laughingly hammered a fist on his shoulder and led Xiaoke towards the infield. It's quite a big party. Ren Honghu patted his chest and said with a faint smile, our Ren family is at least a first-class family. Can the grade of a dinner party held in conjunction with other families be inferior? These people in the outer court alone, without tens of billions of dollars worth, are over the hotel doorstep. Besides, it's the little princess's party, so just wait and see, and don't be shocked later. Wang Yuehao shook his head in disbelief. What big storms and waves had he not seen before? The crowd noticed the father and son beside Master Ren and cast curious glances. That man looks familiar. What family is he from? I also think something looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Come to think of it, isn't he the 4th master of the Wang family? Wang Yuehao? After being reminded of this, everyone remembered this number one after another. I heard that he was expelled from the king's family in Kyoto back then, and after that he joined the army and made a name for himself, and now he has climbed to the position of general. You're too backward in your news. General Wang will soon be made a marshal by the lord of the land. Indeed a character. But it is a pity that the Kyoto Wang family is too conservative and too feudal and pedantic. Moving through the crowd, Ko entered the infield while noticing the dessert drinks set up on either side. Wow! Lots of cupcakes. Ko eyed the food section table and swallowed. Now that he was being held by his dad, he would have to find another chance to eat cake later. The infield was much less crowded than the outfield, and there was a giant stage in center field with all kinds of amenities. Wang Yuehao looked around the crowd and realized that all the big clans had representatives coming to the banquet. Several people from the Kyoto Wang family sat together, mostly young juniors. LV Qian, who was sitting next to Wang Zhongping, immediately noticed the trio. She still wore a veil, and a spiteful gaze was cast at Wang Xiaoku, as cold and vicious as a viper. What makes this damn little even come? It's all because of this little. Tier was originally able to come to the banquet as well, and now she's missed the chance to meet the princess. If my son had come over, I don't think he would have been able to be seen by the princess. Hearing Lu Qian's complaint, Wang Zhongping frowned at Wang Yuehao's father and son. It should be the 2nd master of the Ren family who invited them. No need to pay attention. The rest of the families also brought some young men to the banquet. They all hoped that their juniors would be favored by the little princess. That was the favored daughter of the lord of the country. Whoever could marry her, the whole family would be on the level. Son, let's go sit there. Wang Yuehao pointed to the seat in the corner of the infield, and Xiaoke nodded his head good-naturedly and said yes. 2nd Master Ren hurriedly bid farewell to Wang Yuehao and turned around to busy himself with other matters. The crowd outside the arena erupts in shock just as Ko is seated in the corner with his dad. In front of the hotel, an orange supercar pulls up. Under the astonished gazes of many media, a beautiful woman with a hot body and elegant temperament stepped out of the car. Oh my god, the president of the International Education Association, Wanya Wang. This one's a regular in Education Week, and he's not a big influence in the education community. Isn't she an M? Why did she suddenly appear in Kyoto? Wang Wenya calmly scanned the crowd and entered the hotel with a light smile. No sooner had she left than a yellow-green Martha came rushing by. The car door opened and Wang Siki and Wang Yingying took off their sunglasses and walked onto the red carpet. The two hawk-nosed old men stood behind them as if they were servants. That's the founder of FD International brand, Wang Yingying. Who's that pretty girl next to you? Orphaned. That one is the president of the Magic City Wang Group, Wang Siki. At only 22 years old her worth has already exceeded $100 billion. $100 billion at the age of 22. What an international joke. Wang Siki let out a light laugh and looked at the suitcase carried by her third sister. Come on, my brother probably misses us all. The two women smiled at each other and handed over the invitation to step into the hotel. It didn't take long for the crowd to erupt in shock once again. The four little flower girls of the entertainment industry, Huang Enger and Du Shuqi, surrounded by a dozen bodyguards, the two of them stepped into the hotel lobby, and then another group of screen stars arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Ji Luchuan, Wang Yangyang, Give them a close-up. An and you is here too. Isn't that Gu Xingha? Song Shirhan. It's too much. Usually it's hard to see them, but this time they all showed up. Nonsense. It's the princess's dinner party. How many stars can't wait to come running over? The media couldn't stop flashing their cameras. The reporter in front of the camera kept explaining the information about the people who were there. On the far side of the hotel, a silver Maybach drove up at breakneck speed and steadily parked next to the red carpet. The driver was the first to get out of the car and respectfully opened the back door. The one who appeared first was Xiao Chanya, the most popular actress among the 4 little flower girls, who triggered the atmosphere around her as soon as she appeared. Chego. It's Chego. I knew it. How could our family Chang'a miss this grand banquet? The celebrities who are invited are bound to be extremely popular and can be very exclusive. Xiao Chang'a stepped out of the car and waved her arms around while another woman stepped out of the car. The crowd focused their gazes on this person, and the scene suddenly stalled. A few breaths later, the crowd erupted into even more frenzied cheers. Chapter 128. Knowing a brother is not like a sister. Oh my god. Movie queen Wang Xinru, the actress with the highest fan base in China. The queen of popularity who was just one step away from getting a movie and television grand slam, is even attracted to the little princess? My goodness. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Xinru's wife quickly give me an artificial respiration. Wang Xinru smiled sweetly in front of the camera and greeted the crowd, which can be said to be very cordial without a bit of a star frame. Although Xiao Chang'a was extremely hot nowadays, she deliberately lowered her stance in the face of this Wang Xinru, who had been hailed as a movie queen at a young age. Wang Xinru walked in front of Xiao Chang'a and stepped on the red carpet to enter the front door of the hotel. Sister Xinru, did you also receive an invitation from the entertainment company? I didn't expect the princess to suddenly announce her appearance. I was still in Linjiang yesterday, and suddenly I was notified by the company to come here. Wang Xinru let out a bitter smile. I was invited by His Second Highness, and was notified yesterday at noon. This sentence directly left Xiao Chang'a speechless. The same female artist, Wang Xinru, can be invited by the Honorable Second Highness. The difference is really big. The two walked into the hotel, and the heat from the celebrities and attendees who arrived after them was noticeably lower. The media also took only a few random photos for the record, which was very perfunctory. Buzz. Several military jeeps pulled up across the road, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. Military vehicles? Who's coming? As the door of the car opened, a heroic woman stepped out of the car. She scanned the crowd with cold eyes, the 3 branching gold stars on her uniform standing out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Female general. As far as I know, there is only one female general in the whole of China, and she is the General Wang who guards the border. Wang Ying. My god, this party is awesome. The jeep got down a few more vice generals and followed Wang Ying's lead into the hotel. There weren't many invitations to this banquet, but it took some effort from Wang Siki and Wang Yingying. The remaining 3 women took it easy. Wang Xinru was invited by His Second Highness. Wang Ying was a general of the state of China with an esteemed status, and Wang Wenya had a superb social status. The vlog dynamic kept updating real-time information about this party, and a phrase was quickly topped. Movie queen Wang Xinru came to the banquet. The stars aligned on the magnificence of the princess's banquet. Female Chinese general, Wang Ying, arrives at the banquet. General Wang Yuehao is here with his son. The Wang Fu family, the Wang family, the Chen family, and the Ren family are all coming to the banquet. They're all coming to the banquet. Munchkin Wang Xiaoku, millions of fans. Countless people have been furiously swiping comments under the post. I'd love to be at the party, but unfortunately I'm a groundhog and no one invited me. 10 million followers at 6 years old? I'm looking at my son at home with his nostrils bubbling, and I'm going straight for the heavy hitters. Upstairs. This can't be allowed. Don't hurt your fists. Use a weapon. Banquet infield. Major media outlets quickly occupied the vicinity of the stage and were already preparing for video recording. Shi Jun arrived late, and Wang Yuehao called him to his side for a casual chat. Off to the side, Ko sneaks out of his seat and runs to the food area when his dad isn't looking. That's the main purpose of your trip. A waitress noticed Ko and smiled as she walked toward him. Kids, are you going to the play area, where the kids are playing? He looked along, noting the group of children in the corner and the many amusements. No, I'm going to have some cake. Kirk's eyes were wide and round, and his gaze was always on the table. See you later, pretty sister. With those words, he jogged and sprinted towards the food area. Looking anxious, the waitress flinched slightly, her face adding a bit of a blush. What a cute little brother, calling me pretty sister. Hundreds of pastries were laid out on the long tabletops, and there was a wide variety of wine and beverages. That piece of delicate cream cake had a great attraction in Koyo's eyes. I'm welcome. He sat down on the bench and reached for the cake and stuffed it in his mouth. 66 cupcakes in one sitting. The sweet cream melts in your mouth. and your taste buds are instantly wrapped in the milky flavor. It's strawberry flavored, yeah. After getting a taste of the sweetness, Ko picked up a bottle of cloverleaf and poured it into his mouth beautifully. Second floor of the hotel. A slender woman with a light veil covering her face approached the fence. Scanning the hall, she suddenly noticed the little boy wolfing down his food in the corner. The scene stood out in the infield. After a brief survey, she withdrew her gaze and turned back to the hotel box. Wang Yuehao frowned and inquired towards Shi Jun in a puzzled manner. Will the second highness come too? Shi Jun nodded, a bemused smile on his national face. Elder brother Hao, the little princess is the second highness's own sister. Do you think he'll come? Just as the two were talking, four figures suddenly surrounded behind them. Wang Yuehao turned his head and looked at the visitor in surprise. You two girls, why did you suddenly come to the capital? Shi Jun also turned around obediently, and after seeing the visitor, he revealed an amiable smile towards the two women. Hello Uncle Shi. Wang Siki and Wang Yingying politely greeted Shi Jun. These are old brother Hao's 3rd and 7th girls? It must have been 5 years since we last saw each other. The two girls are really growing up. Shi Jun kept praising the two girls, and the bottom of his eyes were full of envy when he looked at Wang Yuehao. He had 2 sons at his knee, but no daughters, so he was rare with girl dolls. Wang Siki looked around the area and inquired with a frown. Father, Uncle Shi, our brother is not here? Wang Yuehao laughed twice with a bright smile and reached out to point to the next seat. Don't worry, Ko knows what he's doing and has been following me obediently. Looking to the empty seats, the corners of the two women's mouths twitched. Noticing the difference in his daughter's expression, Wang Yuehao hurriedly looked back to check. What's going on? Wasn't my son just here? Wang Siki stroked her forehead helplessly and scanned towards the food section. From what she knew of her brother, Ko was likely to run off with a craving for dessert. I know my brother as well as I know my sister. The food area in the infield wasn't very large and you could see as far as the eye could see. Nah, our little glutton ran over there to eat. Wang Siki let out a faint smile and stepped towards the food area. At this moment, Ko put down the half bottle of Coke he had left to drink, with a satisfied look on his face. Little belly, are you full? He rubbed his round belly and let out a soda-flavored burp. How many pieces of cake is my brother's stomach filled with, and why has he gained around? Hey, Ko heard a familiar voice and turned his head toward the back. 7th sister. 3rd sister? Wang Siki was staring straight at Xiaoko with her arms wrapped around her, a faint smile still hanging at the corner of her mouth. Good for you little one, daring to sneak in for dessert. Father specifically instructed you not to run around, and you still sneak over here without saying a word. So unintelligent. In the face of 7th sister's reprimand, Xiaoko hung his head in pity. Wang Yingying, who was on the side, raised her hand to interrupt Wang Siki. Well, look at my baby brother commiserating, not just running in for some cake. She took out a paper towel and wiped the remnants of cream from the corner of Ko's mouth and gently carried him off the seat. Wang Siki spat in dissatisfaction. I've done all the bad things, and 3rd sister has become a good old boy. The two women brought Xiaoko to Wang Yuehao's side. At this time, Wang Ying and Wang Wenya also arrived one after another. The entire infield was about to be filled with personnel from all the big clans. A group of officers sat around Wang Ying, without a single fold on their lime green uniforms, looking solemn and majestic. Wang Wenya and her father were seated close to each other, and a black dress set her off in a mature and steady manner. The two women immediately spread soft smiles when they saw their brother. Not far away, Wang Zhongping gazed at Wang Wenya in shock, his heart setting off huge waves. Strange, I contacted the Black Robe organization yesterday, but there was a delayed response, and I didn't get a bit of news about the failed hire mission to kidnap Wang Wenya. Weird, he whispered to himself, then withdrew his gaze. Chapter 129, Banquet Storm. Xiaoko scanned the crowd and realized that all four sisters were here. Only the 5th and 8th sisters were missing. Is it because they don't have an invitation and security won't let them in? Just as he froze, Wang Yingying pressed the palm of her hand on his head. I brought my brother a new outfit. Now take him to change. There are so many people attending the banquet this time. I'll have to dress up for my brother. Wang Yuehao looked at the box in the third girl's hands and nodded slightly. Ko beamed, inquiring curiously. Sister, where are we going to change? Wang Yingying raised her eyes and looked around, suddenly realizing that there was no dressing room in the hall. Yo-ho, if it isn't fourth brother, why didn't you tell us when you came? Lu Qian arched her eyebrows as she walked side by side with the two noblewomen beside her. There were also 3 stout middle-aged men immediately behind them. Wang Siki instantly chilled down her face. This look seemed to be from a bad source. Why? You juniors still don't bow quickly when you see your own second aunt. How did 4th Master Wang teach his daughters that they don't know the proper etiquette? The two noble women showed sneers and glared at Wang Siki and the others. Their voices were loud and clear, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd around them. How did Chen Yunyan and Sui get on the wrong side of the 4th Master of the Wang family? Can't you see LV Qian standing in the center? I guess that's what she meant. TSK, 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 there's a good show. Lu Qian wrapped her arms around her chest, the corners of her mouth under the veil rising slightly. In front of so many people, she just wanted to embarrass a few people. No matter, the fourth brother's family moved away from Kyoto a long time ago, and it's understandable that they forgot to teach their sons and daughters. The meaning of her slow words was unmistakable. Wang Ying sank his face and got up from his seat. The rest of the officers also rose to their feet, dressed in clear military uniforms in a rather overbearing manner. On the side, Wang Yuehao's face changed slightly as he barked at her. The second girl mustn't rush. You can't do anything at will on this occasion. Meeting Wang Ying's sharp gaze, Lu Qian subconsciously took a step back. The stinky girl in front of her was not to be messed with and had a very eccentric temper. Push her hard enough and she might actually educate herself in front of a crowd. Wang Siki let out a cold smile and spoke faintly towards her. Our Magic City Wang family is not half related to the Kyoto Wang family, and you should not call yourself our second aunt. People are getting old, but their cheeks are quite thick, and they still have the nerve to come up to us and pose as tigers. You girl. Lu Qian was disliked, and her heart was infuriated. Noticing the boy in front of Wang Yingying, she immediately changed her tone. Isn't this my good nephew, who never saw a luxurious banquet before when he was a beggar, right? Shall I let Auntie show you around? The crowd in the infield immediately redirected their gazes and gazed straight at Wang Xiaoku. What do you mean? Why did she say that the fourth master Wang's son had been a beggar? I do understand something of the cause. It is said that the son of the fourth master Wang has been lost for 5 years. It was only this year that he was recovered by the fourth master Wang. Before that he seemed to be begging for a living on the streets of Mordor. It can't be. This little guy is too pathetic. The crowd in the neighborhood was pointing and talking to Ko. Some sympathetic, but mostly disgusted. They are all from the gentry, born with a golden spoon in their mouths. The sense of superiority brought about by their birth makes them despise the beggars at the bottom of society even more. If it wasn't for the boy's white appearance and the fact that his father was still the fourth master Wang, I'm afraid they would have shouted for him to be thrown out. Wang Ying came over with big strides and viciously slapped Lu Qin in the face. As for her father's advice, she had long since left it behind. Hit someone? How dare she hit someone? Chen Yunyan exclaimed in shock as a veil slipped steeply to the ground. Lu Qian ignored the pain on her face and hurriedly covered her cheek. However, the crowd could still see her face clearly. It was a face full of pimples and extremely ugly. Mrs. Lu, is this broken? What's going on? Why has her face become like a toad? Wang Yingying rubbed Xiaoko underneath him and told him not to be afraid. Don't you dare hit me. She quickly picked up the veil on the ground and put it on her face, viciously commanding towards the middle-aged man behind her. Throw her out now. The 3 men were ordered to come forward at once. Xiaoko's eyes flickered. The aura of the 3 men in front of him. They were inner-strength martial artists. Large hands like giant pincers grabbed towards Wang Ying, and the trio did not care about her general status. Thunder light coalesced in Xiaoko's palm, ready to blast these bad guys. He would never show mercy to anyone who dared to hurt his sister. Unbridled. A bellowing cry came from behind Wang Yingying. The 2 hawk-nosed old men took one step and instantly arrived in front of the 3. Several attacks landed on several people's chests in no time. In an instant, the 3 middle-aged men flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground. This caused the pupils of Wang Zhongping, who was watching from afar, to shrink slightly, and his expression became grave. Patriarch. The surrounding crowd gazed at the Mu Lao duo in surprise, their eyes full of unbelief. At their level, most of them knew the concept of a martial artist, but there were still some who were clueless. Those 2 old men can send people flying. How strong should they be? Teasing me? How did you get mixed up in here? Martial artists haven't even heard of it. Summer bugs can't talk about ice. A strong zone master can achieve the ability to release his true chi outwardly and condense his chi into the astral body. Not fearing guns. Reporters from around the neighborhood sniffed and grabbed their cameras for a quick shot. The commotion in the infield immediately attracted a dozen or so security personnel, and behind them were several old men in brocade robes. Dare to make trouble at the banquet. Who is so bold? The leader, Wan Guai, took out his credentials and looked at the Mu Lao duo with a serious gaze. The Martial Artist Association is on business, so a few of you should come with us. General Wang Ying? General Wang Yuehao? Wan Guai looked at the 2 men with some confusion. So it's Patriarch 1. I've sort of caused you trouble this time. Wang Yuehao laughed dryly and made a wink toward his 3rd daughter. Wang Yingying instantly understood and instructed the 2 Mu Lao people. Elder Mu, you 2 cooperate with them first. The Mu family brothers nodded slightly and followed the Martial Artist Association personnel off the field. 3 middle-aged men were also put on stretchers and taken for treatment. Wang Yi and Wang Yuehao climbed into a few sentences, and then left in a hurry. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the Mu Lao duo to be released. This left only 3 people. Lu Qian, in front of Wang Ying, Are you going to throw me out again? Lu Qian's face under the veil had turned green to a bitter melon. Not only did he receive a slap on the wrist, he couldn't do anything about it, so he was really suffocating. Let's go. Wang Ying snorted and didn't stop the three, but they were just jumping clowns. The scene finally returned to normal, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Wang Siki raised her hand and patted Wang Yingying's shoulder. Third sister, the people you brought with you are so powerful. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Didn't I forget that it was because of certain coincidences that the two Mulao brothers were willing to follow me? Wang Yingying smiled faintly and leaned over to look at Xiao Ku. Let's talk about that later. I'll go change my brother's clothes first. This is too informal on him. Ko glanced over herself and didn't feel what the third sister had said about being informal. Sister, where are we going to change? Hearing her brother's inquiry, Wang Yingying raised her eyes to the stage. Think there should be dressing rooms at the back of the stage. She took Ko's palm and guffawed. Let's just go behind the stage and change. Wang Siki lazily sat back in her seat and said faintly towards Wang Yingying, Third sister, take your brother. I won't run along. She nodded and led Ko towards the back of the stage. All the way there Ko was staring at the box in his third sister's hand. Sister, are there any more diamonds in here? Wang Yingying froze at the question. How did my brother guess that those little trinkets look better together? Oh, a small group of people quickly arrived at the back door of the stage, only to be blocked by a large group of security guards who suddenly rushed out. Hello ma'am, this place is off limits. Chapter 130, Pretty Sister. Mo-yen Yu. Wang Yingying looked at the copper door. Although she had doubts, she could only leave. Why are you not allowed to enter? Is it hard to believe that her highness is inside? She muttered inwardly, thinking that this was highly likely. Third sister, they're not allowed to enter. What should we do? Ko tilted his head, blinking his round eyes. Wang Yingying let out a long sigh and looked embarrassed. Sister, should I be able to change in my hotel room? These words were like an enlightenment, causing Wang Yingying to instantly wake up. This is a hotel, and the last thing you need is booths and rooms. Brother is so resourceful. Third sister didn't even think of that. Her eyes were warm as she picked up Ko and headed for the stairway. Stepping into the second-floor hallway, the two siblings looked down at the crowd in the hall. Sweeping a glance towards the bottom, it was densely packed with human heads, at least 1,000 people. Retracting her gaze, she looked down the hallway and immediately noticed an upscale box. The Supreme Box? The name sounds good. When the siblings approached, Wang Yingying pushed open the door to take a slight look inside the box. The room has a sofa, glass table, floor-to-ceiling mirror. Everything is available and items are meticulously arranged. It looks pretty clean, so my brother will change here. She took Ko by the hand and stepped into the room, and a faint scent of orchids hit her. Ko nosed around and spoke up suspiciously. It smells so good. What's emanating from it? Wang Yingying took 2 deep breaths of air and did not smell the fragrance that Xiao Ku had mentioned. Brother, change first. Never mind the scent. She placed the suitcase on the desktop, entered the code and gently unfolded it. An exquisite little dress immediately surfaced into Ko's sight. The whole blue gown looks regal and gorgeous. The jacket was adorned with a ring of gold fringe and a blue gardenia pattern pinned to the chest, which was actually crafted from sapphires. The pants made to match are simple and straight. That wasn't all. Wang Yingying took out another pair of exquisite small leather shoes and a necklace from the box. Sister, do I really have to wear a diamond necklace that big? Ko stared blankly at the necklace. The diamond was the size of a quail's egg. Under the illumination of the box lights, the white diamonds reflected a radiant glow, making it impossible to take one's eyes off of them. Wang Yingying pursed her lips and laughed out, explaining towards Xiao Ku, this one was prepared by your 7th sister. I prepared those for you. He followed the tip of the 7th sister's finger and saw that there were actually a bunch of trinkets in the box. Diamond bracelets, small diamond rings. It's actually a whole set of diamond jewelry. He opened his mouth dully, completely blown away by the costume jewelry his third sister had brought with her. This set of lines is definitely worth a lot of money. If you put them all on, you'll blind everyone in the hall. I'm afraid that the entire banquet couldn't find a cub who was bolder than myself. Xiao Ku looked at his third sister in a difficult situation. His little face wrinkled into a bitter melon. So much jewelry is a pain to wear, and I don't want to change. I'm here for the cake, not for everyone to see. I don't need to dress up. Ko crossed her arms and told her third sister very seriously that she wasn't changing her clothes. Wang Yingying froze her smile and her eyes became sharp. My brother has no concept of this banquet. It is a grand banquet with the princess in attendance. One must dress formally. If you don't change, I'll punish you with no cupcakes. Hearing his third sister's threat, Ko shook his head back and forth, hastily picking up the clothes and putting them in his arms. I'll change now. Oh, don't worry sister. Wang Yingying looked at her brother's round and white face and secretly laughed in her heart. I see that my brother likes desserts so much. I guess I'll have to capitalize on that in the future. That's a good boy. Get into your new clothes. I had them custom made for you. Wang Yingying raised her hands to her cheeks and looked at her brother expectantly. Hearing these words, Ko stiffened and twisted her head to meet her sister's eyes, her sweet smile abruptly frozen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The two were wide-eyed, as if time stood still. Sister, aren't you leaving? I still have to change? Wang Yingying frowned and inquired. Where am I going? Brother, quickly undress. Do you want your sister to help you take off? Coco was so frightened that she curled up in the corner and stretched out her little pink paws towards her. I can change by myself. I don't need my sister's help. Get out. That look of horror was like a mouse meeting a cat. Wang Yingying hid her mouth and snickered as she got up and walked towards the door. Sister is teasing you. Brother, hurry up and get changed. I'll wait for you at the door. With those words, she stepped out of the box and closed the door in the process. Ko opens his mouth and exhales. His sisters are so horrible that they even have to stare at themselves when they change clothes. Seeing that the box was empty, Ko finally felt at ease to undress and change. Outside the door, Wang Yingying was lying by the fence overlooking the hall. At that moment she had a vague pain in the small of her back and turned her head to look at the bathroom at the end of the hallway. It should take a while for my brother to change. Wang Yingying took another look at the closed compartment door and walked towards the bathroom in big strides. Ko changed into a gown and wore diamond jewelry given to her by her sisters. That done, he trotted over to the floor-to-ceiling mirror for a closer look. Wow, what a beautiful dress. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but let out a gasp. Changing clothes and wearing diamond jewelry, his nerdy appearance added a touch of splendor in vain. It's simply lovely and sophisticated all in one. He reached out with his fat little hand and stroked the diamond at his chest, somewhat less than satisfied. Reason: the diamonds are too big to wear comfortably. If the netizens knew what he was thinking, I'm afraid they would collectively vomit blood. Such a big diamond, and you still hate it. Suddenly he heard a jumble of footsteps, as if someone was coming this way. Xiaoko was inexplicably panicked in his heart and immediately probed his divine sense to spread out towards the door. 3 silhouettes stood at the entrance of the box, seemingly about to push their way in. It's over. Someone's coming. He looked around nervously and ran behind the curtains in a huff. Squeak! The door to the box was pushed open, and KO's nose twitched as he smelled that ethereal orchid scent again. You will stand guard at the door and remind me to come downstairs when the feast begins. Yes, ma'am. Behind the curtains Ko froze. He seemed to have just heard a woman's voice. Under the shroud of divine sense, Xiaoko curiously surveyed the big sister who had intruded into the room. She was about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a light blue dress and a white light veil over her jacket, which brought out her graceful figure to the fullest. A purple crystal on the neck, lined with skin as white as snow, hands like catkins, skin like gelatin, like a descending fairy. 3,000 strands of green silk hung behind her like a waterfall, and her exquisite face was impeccably perfect. Ko smacked his lips and muttered mentally, what a pretty big sister, even prettier than fifth sister. Mo Yen Yu elegantly sat on the sofa and looked down at the clothes placed on the tabletop. Xiaoko gulped dryly, his heart pounding, his small hand subconsciously covering his mouth and nose. I forgot to hide my clothes just now. Am I going to be exposed? According to his guess, this would be the room belonging to the pretty sister. If this pretty sister caught her, would she take herself to her father and sisters to settle the score? I blame third sister for screwing me over. KO's thoughts drifted, his mind fantasizing 1,000 outcomes. Mo Yen Yu stood up and scanned left and right in the room and did not find anyone. I know where you are. Show yourself voluntarily and I may consider sparing your life. Her tone was icy cold, and her tone did not fluctuate one iota, sending shivers down one's spine. Ko didn't dare move a muscle. Even his breathing was being minimized. She frowned at the curtains, the extreme chill spreading through her eyes. Under that long white curtain was showing a pair of delicate little leather shoes. Chapter 131, Feet and Legs Leaking Out. Feet and legs. I'm going to give you one more chance to come forward. She closed her red lips tightly, and a faint murderous intent coalesced in her heart. Hearing the pretty sister's threat, Ko panicked and looked around his entire body. It's over. The feet and legs are showing. He giggled inwardly, realizing that the curtains, because they weren't long enough, only covered most of his entire body. A pair of small feet had nowhere to rest, completely exposed to the pretty sister's view. What to do? Xiaoka's brain spun rapidly, while Mo Yen Yu also made a move. She rose and took a step, coming slowly toward the curtains. Crystal heels hit the floor and the sound of clattering footsteps echoed through the box. The sound was crisp, like the musical sound of striking on piano keys. Ko covered her mouth in death, her feet grinding awkwardly on the ground. If I'd known this was going to happen, I might as well have hidden it in the closet. Seeing his beautiful sister getting closer and closer to him, his little heart was about to beat out of his chest. At this moment, he was really a bit scared. When Mo Yen Yu walked up to Xiaoku, the two of them were only separated by a thin layer of white veil. The curtains were shaking slightly at the moment. and a small figure was faintly visible through the white veil. "Ha! How dare you come to spy on me when you have so little guts?" The curtains were lifted by a hand of Jade, and a large and small group of people stared at each other. Knock! Knock! A round of crimson light orb was suspended within the dantian, and at the moment, it was flickering brightly and darkly, fluctuating violently. Xiaoka no longer cared about the strange changes within his dantian. Spectral ghost eyes. A milky cry came from him, and his azure-colored pupils steeply floated up a layer of glittering green light. Mo Yenyu on the opposite side suddenly froze in place, her indifferent pool-like eyes gradually eroded by green light. Yeah, it worked! Ko flashed a sweet smile and ran joyfully to the couch. He had to grab his clothes and make a run for it before it was too late. Just after brushing shoulders with the pretty sister, he felt his body lighten and his feet slowly leave the ground. Hey! He froze and looked to the ground, craning his head to check behind him. At some point, he had been carried in midair by his pretty sister's hand. How can it be? The spectral ghost eyes are actually ineffective against her? Mo Yenyu raised her eyes to survey the little one in front of her. Xiaoka similarly gazed at the beautiful sister in front of her. It was then that he felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the other party, and it was clearly the middle stage of chi refining, and the spiritual energy in her body was pure, a world away from those so-called martial arts masters. A million question marks popped up on KO's head, momentarily confused as to what was going on. Whose kid are you? Mo Yenyu lightly opened her vermilion lips, and her cool and pleasant voice entered her ears. Ko jabbed her finger and gave her an awkward smile. Pretty sister. I didn't mean to come in here. Don't look for my family, okay? It seemed to him that the pretty sister in front of him should be trying to get a statement from her family, though he's not scared. His dad and sister could be in trouble because of his. Oh, looking at the delicate-looking boy in her hands, Mo Yenyu was quite amused. If it was an ordinary child, this would have to be panicked even if they weren't scared to tears by themselves, but the little guy in front of him wasn't. Come to my room in private. Surely I must know who you are. She spoke the words nonchalantly, her tone a little less icy. Ko beamed in aggravation, blinking her big watery eyes. My name is Wang Xiaoku. I'm 6 years old. Mo Yenyu silently chanted twice, frowning as she thought back a bit. Just now, she noticed that the boy's clothing and jewelry were extremely extraordinary, so he should be a direct descendant of a large family, surname Wang, and from a rich family. Can't it be the Wang family in Kyoto? Who is Wang Ju and how to you? Ko scratched his head in confusion, not having heard of the name. Seeing him in this state, Mo Yenyu lowered her eyebrows and once again remeasured this little guy. Slowly, she casually flung her hand, and Ko landed on the couch in a graceful parabola in midair. That couch was extremely resilient and perfectly offloaded the impact of the fall. He flattened himself on the couch and glanced at his pretty sister in displeasure. So that's what it feels like to have Blackie thrown out. Blackie feeling the same way. Buddy. Mo Yenyu sat himself on the sofa and raised his eyes to the ceiling, seemingly pondering something. Pretty sister? Xiaoka crawled to Mo Yenyu's side and smiled sweetly at her. Dad should be worried about me, so I should get going. Oh bye. He gently jumped off the couch, picked up the clothes on the tabletop, and tiptoed toward the compartment door. Stop, did I give you permission to go? The cool voice came from behind, and Ko couldn't help but shiver. Pretty sister, I really didn't mean to do it. It was my third sister who insisted on bringing me in, and I didn't know this was your room. He turned around to explain in a milky voice, holding the suitcase in his hands just enough to cover his face, revealing only a pair of big, round eyes. The corner of Mo Yenyu's lips rose slightly, realizing that this little guy was quite interesting. Coughing lightly, she hooked a hand toward Ko. Now that you're here, relieve yourself with me. Follow me downstairs later. Ko cast a puzzled look at her and shook her head no. No, I need to find my sisters. They're still waiting for me in the hall. With those words, he walked to the door without looking back. If you want to walk out of this door, consider the consequences. Hearing his pretty sister's threat, Ko sighed helplessly and obediently walked back to the couch. You're afraid of your father, little one? Ko put down his suitcase sadly and sat back down on his butt on the couch. No, my dad loves me. Mo Yenyu's face was calm as she continued to pursue towards him. Why are you calling me pretty sister? The question left Ko a little overwhelmed, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. It's because my sister is pretty, so it's just pretty sister. She was amused by the boy's answer, and a smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, like a pansy blooming in the dead of winter. Pretty sister, you smell so good. Did you spray perfume? Ko said softly, her azure pupils flickering slightly. Just the smell of orchids. It's nice. Mo Yenyu's aura was austere, and she glanced downward at the little type beside her. I don't care for perfume. She reached out her jade hand and lifted Ko again, a unique milky scent spreading. Dark currents surged under Mo Yenyu's eyes. On the other hand, Wang Yingying stepped out of the bathroom and walked towards the hotel box. Someone? Her face was solemn as she looked away from the box her brother was in. At this time, there were two shin-robed old men guarding the doorway, one on the left and one on the right. Wang Yingying's heart was instantly in her throat as she took big steps towards the box. It had only been a moment of inattention on his own that someone had broken into his brother's room. If the other party came from a bad place, then his brother's situation would be in trouble. The thought made her pace pick up a few more notches. One of the shin-robed elders paid attention to Wang Yingying and quickly stopped her in front of him. "I'm sorry, miss. This area is off limits." Wang Yingying anxiously explained towards the duo. "My brother is still in the box. Let me go in and bring him out first." The two men looked at each other slightly and continued. "I'm sorry, miss. This area is off limits." Wang Yingying impatiently rushed towards the box, but could never get past the two humanoid barriers. "Miss, your brother can't be in there. You must be mistaken." After a good while of stalemate, Wang Yingying glared at the two men in exasperation. If Elder Mu was present, she would definitely have to force her way through, but now she really had no choice herself. "Why am I not allowed to enter? Please give me a proper reason." The other shin-robed old man explained impatiently. "Our master is resting in the box, and has checked the room in advance, and there is no brother as the young lady claims. If Miss still wants to barge in, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this reply, Wang Yingying's face clouded over. "Is it possible that my brother changed his clothes and went out, and ran to my father without finding himself? That's not out of the realm of possibility." She nodded slightly and gave the two a meaningful scrape before turning to leave. Chapter 132, Piano Pieces. A World of Shock. Banquet infield. Wang Yingying ran to her father in a hurry, raising her eyes to scan around a few times. Noticing her difference, Wang Wenya, who was sitting on the side, asked curiously, "Why is third sister back alone, and where is brother?" These words caused Wang Yingying to instantly change her face. "Brother not back yet?" The Wang family instantly focused their eyes on her. "How could my brother run back when you took him to change?" Wang Siki's tone revealed anxiety, and her face did not look good. "It's hard to believe that Ko has disappeared again." Wan Yuehao fiercely stood up and said towards his three daughters with a grave expression, "What the hell is going on? Tell us the whole story." The banquet has officially kicked off. Stars, singers stepped onto the stage one after another. Gorgeous lights hit the center of the stage and the sound of musical accompaniment drifted around. The flow singers grabbed the microphone and took turns singing with a great sense of atmosphere. The crowd on stage cast their eyes and enjoyed the program with interest. The light-hearted music echoed through the hall as the mainstream media began recording. "Wow! It's the first time I've seen Louis Yi and Huang Boxin sing on the same stage. Warming up first are two powerhouse singers, and it's sure to get even more explosive in a few minutes. Don't forget, just now even the movie queen Wang Xinru rushed to the scene." Various media outlets synchronized the video on the internet, and some people even took out their phones to turn on live streaming at Shake It Off. Due to the great heat of this banquet, it attracted countless netizens as soon as it started broadcasting, and the number of viewers rose extremely fast. Wan Yuehao gazed seriously at Wang Yingying, his two thick eyebrows frowning deeper and deeper. "Sun changed in the second floor supreme box? I'll check the box again, and you guys just look for Ko in the lobby." The women of the Wang family nodded their heads gently and moved to search the neighborhood for their brother's figure. Jun gazed at Wang Yuehao and opened his mouth towards him. "I also have nothing to do now, so I'll accompany old brother how to take a look." The two of them immediately moved to rush to the supreme box that Wang Yingying had mentioned. Coming to the second floor corridor, Wang Yuehao scanned around as he walked. Upon hearing a commotion coming out, the two shin-robed elders immediately cast their elite gazes. Seeing the faces of the visitors clearly, their figures froze slightly. Just as Wang Yuehao approached the box, one of the shin-robed old men stepped forward to stop the two. "I'm sorry, General Wang, but this area is off limits." Gazing at the clothes of the two people in front of him, Wang Yuehao's pupils shrunk violently. At the collar of that shin robe, there was a dragon pattern embroidered with a block of gold thread. The pattern was exquisitely gorgeous and vaguely revealed a noble aura. "Black dragon? You are from the royal family?" Wang Yuehao looked appalled and felt more and more uneasy in his heart. Her Highness should be making preparations at the back of the stage, so the one in the box in front of her was most likely His Second Highness. If the son runs into the hands of His Second Highness there will be trouble. He was rumored to be withdrawn and eccentric, and particularly fond of alcohol. He himself has only met Second Highness a few times and does not know his character. One of the shin-robed elders nodded his head in acknowledgement, and then asked General Wang what he was here for. Returning to his senses, he inquired in a hushed voice, "My boy should have mistakenly entered this compartment. I wonder if I can." The shin-robed old man instantly understood, shaking his head at him and smiling bitterly. "General Wang, don't make things difficult for us. The two of us checked the room ahead of time and there was no one else." Jun let out a long sigh and reached out to pat Wang Yuehao's shoulder. "Come on, since Ko isn't in his room, let's look elsewhere. Currently wanting to break into the box is impossible." at the moment only to give up. Wang Yuehao's face was gloomy as he turned around and left this place with Shi Jun. When the two of them walked away, that Shen-robed old man faintly said towards his companion, "Is it really possible that General Wang's son is in the box? If that were true, the princess would have thrown him out a long time ago and wouldn't have not moved at all." After all, with the master's temperament, the lobby stage, with a dozen or so celebrities taking turns, was quite lively. The media are all busy, with one hot word being quickly forwarded to the internet, the platform's live streaming room. The number of people online at the same time has now soared to 1 million. Countless pop-ups are flying all over the place, and all kinds of gift effects are flashing all the time. Ji Luchuan is so handsome. I like Wang Yangyang so much. Remember the last time the 4 little flower girls got together was at the Magic City birthday banquet, right? TSK. Lu Qinglan, Gu Xinghe is here too. Why hasn't my Kai Pigeon Dove made her debut yet? Where's the princess? So excited to see what she looks like. Just as the crowd was excitedly climbing and discussing, a pink-skirted figure slowly stepped onto the stage. She has a delicate face, sweet looks, and a tenderness that is evident in her knitted brows and smile. Large cheers rang out from the stage, and many of the sons of the world's families were also flushed and excited. The live broadcast room was instantly dominated by the words Wang Xinru floating through the pop-up screen. "Ha ha, my Xinru's wife is finally here. It's still Sister Xinru. I just don't know if the princess will look overshadowed in front of her. I'd love to be there. Or shall we force our way into the party? Upstairs, as long as you're not afraid of being beaten to death by the security guards, go ahead and try. Why isn't my son Wang Xiaoko on stage? Poor evaluation. Is a 6-year-old brat worthy of such a solemn stage? What about the second highness? I hear he's coming too." Wang Xinru waved her jade hand towards the crowd on stage, and the cheers became louder. LV Qian, who was sitting beside Wang Zhongping, snorted coldly and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. "It's just a crappy star. What's the big deal? My old lady was much prettier than she was when she was young." Wang Donghai smiled without saying anything and looked at the little cutie with a gaze at Lu Qian. If it was an ordinary star, it was indeed nothing in front of the Wang family. But the doll on the stage is China's hottest actress. The significance is different. "Hello, distinguished guests. It is an honor to be the host of this banquet." The voice was amplified through the headset, and Wang Xinru smiled sweetly, like a blooming flower. There was a commotion on stage, obviously shocked by Wang Xinru's words. To have the queen of film and television as the host of the banquet, the royal family is really big. "Welcome to the princess dinner." Wang Xinru first stated some opening remarks, and then faced the crowd to make an announcement. "Next up on the piano for you, One Life to Live." When the words fell, an ethereal and gentle piano piece played. All of a sudden the crowd stopped talking and the whole hall echoed only with piano music. It was as if a single note was bouncing around the stage, and the soft music was mesmerizing. The scene switched in a trance, and the crowd seemed to have entered a paradise. Every villager has a happy smile on their face, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. The idyllic beauty of the countryside is so refreshing that all the worries are left behind. On the stage, a platform slowly rises. The delicate hand that struck the keys steeply increased its speed, and the rhythm of the music changed. The crowd only felt their eyelids heavy and couldn't help but close their eyes. The scene shifts in my mind as a goose lifts the crowd and soars freely over the great beauty of the mountains. Ride the wind and the waves for 10 million miles. Read the amazing face of the mortal world. The song stops and the sound falls. No movement came from the hall for a long time, and the crowd was still mesmerized and unable to extricate themselves from the mood. As one person applauded, a mountain of applause erupted from the stage all of a sudden. "Hello everyone, I'm Wan Lele." On the stage, an elegant and dignified woman in Chinese dress rises from her seat. That white face paired with a gentle and dusty temperament caused the hearts of the youths on stage to flutter. The live stream was quickly retweeted and the original 1 million people had skyrocketed to 3.5 million. Countless pop-ups swiped the screen. Wang Lele, the national pianist. Second floor of the hotel. Coco slid her cell phone on her back on the couch, both feet wiggling in the air. Seeing his serious face, Mo Yen you leaned down to look at the cell phone screen. "Little man, you have 10 million followers on Vblog?